Miss, are you awake? This was the first sentence An Meng heard after he regained consciousness. He opened his eyes slightly, and what came into view was the white bed, the beeping monitor, and the upright force stand. Everything told him that this was a hospital. What happened? Why was he in a hospital? An Meng tried to recall, fragments flashing through his mind. In the amusement park, on the bungee jumping platform, my best friend stood on the high platform and hesitated to jump, and finally got kicked down by someone. When the other person came back, I naturally ridiculed him. Too cowardly. Don't blame me. You will hesitate when the time comes. Bullshit. Just watch my performance. He fastened his safety rope, walked to the edge of the platform, opened his arms to the wind, and jumped down with great courage. And then, the safety rope that should have pulled him did not. This boy is really fierce. He deserves to be called fierce. Yeah, few people jump so decisively. Wait, is the rope hung? The conversation between the best friend and the staff suddenly changed direction, and then burst out in unison, "Fuck, don't." The moment An Meng heard that, he was completely dumbfounded. He had turned bungee jumping into cliff jumping. He struggled in the air, trying to grab something with his hands, but God did not give him a life-saving straw. Recalling this, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, but was pushed back onto the pillow by a sudden dizziness. He didn't die from the fall when he was bungee jumping without a rope. Isn't he really that lucky? Miss, are you okay? An unfamiliar voice sounded, and An Meng turned his head to look and found a girl in a white maid outfit standing beside the bed, looking at him with concern. Nurse? No, this outfit is too exaggerated. This hospital is really good. Even a nurse's uniforms are personalized. 5-star praise. He was just thinking about it when he was startled. Wait, what did you call me just now? His throat was so dry that his voice was hoarse and weak. Mississippi. Miss. An Meng didn't react for a moment, and an extremely absurd thought flashed through his mind. No way. Could it be that it fell from a high altitude and the parts were broken? He reached out his hand quickly, and the next second, he froze in place. Is it really gone? No. Did he hit a branch when he fell? Branch 666. His action was too obvious. The maid blushed and hurriedly avoided his gaze, whispering, Miss, what are you doing? And Meng was anxious. Why didn't the doctor treat this wound? The maid hesitated for a long time and said, Miss, aren't you poisoned and unconscious? Where did the wound come from? Poison. And Meng was stunned. He moved his body carefully and found that he did not feel any pain from the fall. His face changed. He suddenly threw back the quilt, got out of bed, and rushed into the bathroom. Miss! The maid hurriedly chased after her, and Meng stood in front of the sink, looking at himself in the mirror. The reflection in the mirror was a girl of about 20 years old, with fair skin, almond eyes, and rosy cheeks, and she was pretty and lively. Even though her expression was dull at the moment, she was still so beautiful that people could not take their eyes away. Don't worry, miss. Although you have been poisoned, your skin is not hurt. The maid thought she was worried about her face and hurried to comfort her. And Meng stared at the strange girl in the mirror for a long time and said in a low voice, Is this? Miss, don't you even recognize yourself? So this is me? The girl in the mirror became increasingly dull, and after a while, she murmured, Then who am I? Miss, have you lost your memory? After the explanation from the maid, Xin she, and Meng finally figured out the situation. He was not resurrected, but reborn. The current owner of this body is named An Meng, which is the same pronunciation as his original name, but with different characters. He is only 20 years old this year. The Xin in front of him is not a cosplay nurse, but his personal maid. He suddenly felt mixed emotions. Being alive was of course a good thing, but why did he become a woman? He is obviously a rough guy with zero experience in love and has never even held a girl's hand. Now he has directly changed his gender? It was as if my beloved racing car was smashed by my mother before I had a chance to play with it. I felt angry and powerless. What's worse is that it's okay for her to become a girl, but why is she still a beautiful woman? Being surrounded by beautiful girls all day long, but not being able to fall in love is worse than death. He couldn't help but sigh. Miss, are you feeling unwell? Xin gently held An Meng's hand, her face full of worry. And Meng was stunned. His eyes fell on the pair of soft little hands, and his heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. This was the first time he was held by a girl's hand. His frowning expression slowly relaxed. Wait a minute. Even though I've become a girl, it seems it's easier to interact with girls now. The girls' dormitory and bathroom that were once out of reach for him are now open to him. Pretty girls surround him without any precautions, and he can not only hold hands with them, but also his eyes lit up slightly, and he began to seriously consider the feasibility of this setting. At this time, the door was pushed open and a deep male voice came. It seems that the symptoms of poisoning have not been completely eliminated. Let me do it, Xi. And Meng looked up and could only see a tall figure at the door in the backlight. Even in the dim light, he could tell that he was a straight-built man with handsome features. He frowned, feeling unhappy. Who is it? The doctor? Why did you interrupt him when he was picking up girls? She explained in a low voice. Miss, this is Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, and Meng looked puzzled. Am I very familiar with him? Yes, he is your husband. Oh, my husband. And Meng nodded without thinking much. After a few seconds, his eyes froze and his whole body froze in place. Wait a minute, husband. Without even a moment to mourn the passing of his brother, he was told, he's already married? At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Linhe should have been handling affairs at the company as usual. However, an urgent call from a doctor disrupted everything, and Meng's condition was critical and might even be life-threatening. He immediately put down his work and rushed over. But when he arrived at the ward, the girl in front of him was not dying, but full of energy and vitality. But something seemed to be wrong. Lu Linhe frowned, his eyes fell on An Meng, and asked in a deep voice, Xi, what did she mean just now? She hesitated for a moment and whispered, the young lady seems to have forgotten what happened in the past. Yes, I've lost my memory and even forgot who you are. I'm sorry, An Meng said casually. Can't remember? Lu Linhe's eyes sank slightly. He slowly walked into the ward with an unreadable expression. An Meng saw his face clearly and was stunned. She knew this face, cold and stern, sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, thin lips tightly pursed, and facial features as deep as sculptures. Even if it was just a simple white shirt, it was difficult to hide his upright and noble temperament. How could she not know this man? Lu Linhe? The name exploded in her mind. The president of the Nanyang University Student Union, the president of the Lu Group, a young and famous man. Before he took office, the Lu Group was on the verge of bankruptcy, but he took only a few years to revive the family business and firmly establish it as a commercial giant in South City. At Nanjing University, his name has even become synonymous with tall, rich, and handsome. Like Yinzu, he has become the envy of everyone. What's more important is that there was some unpleasant past between her and Lu Linhe. When she first entered Nanjing University, Lu Linhe was already the president of the student union. Every time he appeared, he had his own aura and the girls screamed wildly. She once thought that being cool was the key to being popular, but after following suit for a while, her best friends mocked her. Have you watched too much Sun Xiaochuan? You're even showing Sima's face. And Meng realized belatedly that what girls like is not cold men, but tall, rich, and handsome men. Therefore, whenever someone mentioned Lu Linhe, she would always snort with disdain. What's so great about him? He's just a congenital scumbag, holy body. It was just a casual remark, but it was reported to the student union. She was criticized by the school for defamation and had to write a 3,000-word self-criticism. What's even more outrageous is that when she handed the apology letter to Lu Linhe, this guy didn't even raise his head, but propped up his chin with one hand. His eyes fell on the student union report in his other hand and said lightly, I don't have time to read it, read it to me. She still remembers that condescending attitude. At that time, she stood in the office in humiliation, read the self-criticism from beginning to end, gritted her teeth, and walked out the door, cursing in a low voice. Lu Linhe, I hope you can never find a wife in this life. I had just taken 2 steps when a faint voice came from behind me. Very good. Another 3,000 words. Sorry. This damn memory is simply chilling. And now, the man whom she cursed for not being able to find a wife, not only has a wife, but this wife is actually herself? What a joke. Lu Linhe walked to the bed, leaned over slightly, and said in a low voice, let me do it. And Meng's heart was filled with alarm, and she looked at him warily. What? Didn't you say you were dizzy? I'll carry you to the bed. Her brain suddenly froze. Her eyes were empty for several seconds, and finally she uttered a word. Huh? Come on, don't waste time. Lu Linhe stepped forward. An Meng quickly took a step back. No, I'm suddenly fine again. Don't be shy. We're already an old married couple. Who calls you an old married couple? I don't even remember you. Maybe I'll remember you after we meet. An Meng paused in his steps, gritted his teeth, and took a boxing stance. Lu Linha raised his eyebrows and commented lightly, "Good posture." Of course. She started boxing at the age of 5 and has participated in countless competitions. As a semi-professional player, this is no joke. She guaranteed that if this guy dared to take another step forward, she would definitely let him know why the flowers were so red. However, Lu Linha did not retreat at all. Instead, he suddenly dived and disappeared from her sight. What? Before she could finish her words, the world spun around, and then she was carried like a princess. Lu Linha held her legs with one hand and her back with the other, and picked her up easily, as if she were a child. Shame. A strong sense of shame exploded in her heart, even spreading to her face, stained with a suspicious blush. "Put me down." She struggled hard, but unfortunately her petite body couldn't shake the man at all. "Don't move." Lu Linha held her slowly and put her back on the bed easily. As soon as he landed, An Meng swung his fist towards him in the face, but was grabbed by Lu Linha and held tightly in his palm. "Be good. We'll talk about holding hands later." "You." An Meng gritted her teeth in anger and swung her other fist up again. In the end, she was easily pinned down by him. She could only stare at Lu Linha to show her unyielding spirit. Xin Shi asked Director Chun to come and check her body. Xin Shi's face was already blushing and her heart was beating fast. She came to her senses after hearing the instructions and hurried to find a doctor. A few minutes later, the medical team arrived quickly and gave An Meng a detailed examination. However, after seeing the examination results, the doctor's expression changed. "How is she? Missin? Has she recovered?" Lu Linha narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you asking me or answering?" The doctor waved his hands quickly. No, I mean Missin was seriously poisoned and was in critical condition this morning. How come she recovered completely in the afternoon?" And Meng's heart tightened, and she coughed twice immediately. "Who said I'm fine? I'm still coughing. What's wrong with you, doctor? You're not happy that the patient has recovered." The doctor was stunned by her retort. Lu Linha was unmoved and asked calmly, "Why did she lose her memory?" The doctor flipped through the report and said, "The CT scan showed that her brain was not damaged and the direct cause could not be found. It may be temporary amnesia caused by poisoning, but her body is fully recovered and she can be discharged from the hospital to rest at home." Lu Linha nodded. "Xin Shi, go pack your luggage and leave the hospital." Before An Meng could react, she was pushed to the door of the ward and directly taken to a black Cullinan. She didn't even have shoes on, so she could only sit cross-legged in the back seat and observe the luxurious interior of the car. Lu Linha sat in the driver's seat and said calmly, "Xin, she is still going through the discharge procedures. Let's go back first." The scenery outside the window slowly changed, and the car window reflected the girl's slightly frowned brows. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. "Lu Linha, let's get a divorce." "Lu Linha, let's get divorced." And Meng's tone was firm. This was not just a casual remark, but a necessity. After all, they are husband and wife now, and since they are husband and wife, there will inevitably be certain issues between husband and wife. As a straight man, she got goosebumps all over her body just imagining herself being bullied by this man. What's more, she had learned boxing for many years and claimed to be invincible, but she had no chance of winning in front of him. If it really came to that kind of situation, her punches and kicks would probably only be regarded as a talent show beforehand. The most terrifying thing is that no one in this world can beat Lu Linha. However, upon hearing this, Lu Linha just glanced at her calmly and said, "Reason. I don't love her anymore." And Meng said confidently. The man's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Ms. An Meng, if I remember correctly, our marriage was fake." And Meng was stunned. Just then the red light came on. Lu Linha stopped the car, opened the storage compartment, took out a contract, and handed it to her. The moment her fingertips touched the stack of papers, a burst of memory fragments like an electric current flooded into her mind. It was late at night, under the starlight, and a man's broad back stood in front of her. "You want to repay me?" "Yes. Now, there is something. Are you willing to help?" "Of course, anything." "Be my wife." Although the clip was short, it was enough for An Meng to piece together some of the facts. She seemed to have received help from Lu Linha, and he needed a marriage, and the two hit it off and reached an agreement. She breathed a sigh of relief, but then realized something was wrong. "Wait, if this is a fake marriage, then why did you hug me just now?" Article 32. Read it yourself. And Meng frowned and opened the contract. When he saw that provision, he was stunned. During the contract period, Party B must live in Party A's home and do her best to play the role of a good wife. If Party A needs to show affection, Party B must fully cooperate. What does this mean? Veins popped out on her forehead. It's easy to understand, right? Lu Lin has said calmly. Even if you're getting married for real, you have to make it look real. Otherwise, how can you fool your family? Oh, so your family want a child. So I have to give birth to one in order to deceive them. That won't work. Lu Linha said decisively. It involves the issue of inheritance rights. But if you insist, fuck you. Who insisted? And Meng almost couldn't catch his breath and threw the contract back. I want to terminate the contract. What a joke. She's already unlucky enough. And now she has to live with this guy. Being hugged all day long. And even having to call him husband? Isn't that disgusting? And who knows if this guy is boiling a frog in warm water, saying it's a fake marriage. But in fact, he's waiting for her to get used to it before slowly infiltrating her. Absolutely not. Lu Linha said calmly. Okay, pay the penalty first. And Meng's eyelids jumped. How much? The last one. She took a deep breath, resisted the urge to beat someone up, turned to the last page, and instantly exploded. During the contract period, if either party takes the initiative to cancel the engagement, the party in breach will be required to leave the house and pay 10 times the contract amount as compensation. How much is the contract? She had a bad feeling in her heart. 300,000. Then multiply it by 10, and it's... She counted on her fingers, and the next second, she looked up suddenly. 3 million. Do you need to calculate this? Lu Linha glanced at her with a hint of disgust between his eyebrows. 3 million? Why don't you go rob? I'm robbing, aren't I? What if I don't give it to you? Then you'll get 2 pieces of equipment. And Meng narrowed his eyes alertly. What equipment? Legendary silver bracelet and limited yellow vest. 3 years in the location or 3 years at home. You choose. Her nerves tensed instantly. Okay. She gritted her teeth. Since you insist on forcing me, then I will tell you a shocking secret. She originally wanted to reveal that she was a reborn person and had complete memories of the An Meng period. As long as she could find relatives and friends to testify, everything would be solved. However, just as she was about to speak, Lu Linha asked casually, Do you want to say you are a man? And Meng opened her mouth slightly, with an incredulous look on her face. Why are you still answering? It's obvious, right? You even call yourself young master. Lu Linha said casually. Then what? You want to say that you are a transgender person? No, she rolled her eyes and said seriously. I am a reborn person, not the real An Meng. Lu Linha was silent for a moment, staring at her with scrutiny. An Meng held her breath, waiting for his reaction. Then, the man actually nodded. So that's how it is. An Meng, question mark. Wait, do you believe it? She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Of course. Lu Linha said casually, then, follow me. The car slowly stopped. Where are we going? An Meng's eyes lit up. Civil Affairs Bureau? No, the Research Institute. Question mark. Research Institute. Her heart suddenly tightened. Hasn't it been written in novels? Lu Linha said indifferently. A mysterious research organization that specializes in exploring the mysteries of the human body. Her pupils shrank sharply, and her back felt cold. Yes, an existence like her that violates scientific common sense could be the focus of the Research Institute at any moment. If she's lucky, she might just be confined for observation. If she's unlucky, she swallowed stiffly. Wait, let me check the address of the institute. The next second, she shook her head and waved her hands frantically. No, I was just joking, brother. Lu Linha smiled slightly. Me too. She felt like she was being tricked. Half an hour later, the car drove into a quiet manor. And Meng yawned, opened his eyes, and saw the scene outside the window, and all sleepiness disappeared instantly. There's a black iron gate and a European-style plaque with the words Haunting Manor inscribed on it. There are neatly trimmed vegetation on both sides of the driveway, and a gardener is trimming the shrubs. Further ahead was a 4- or 5-story villa with several maids waiting at the door. The car slowly stopped, and An Meng turned to look at Lu Linha with a resentful look. Why are you looking at me like that? The man said calmly. Look at the evil capitalists. And Meng said darkly, Damn it, why am I not a rich man? There's nothing to envy. This guy is really good at pretending. She gave a thumbs up, then give me your money. Sorry, my money is useful. Lu Linha slapped her hand away and said lightly, Get out of the car. And Meng pouted and was about to take a step, but suddenly froze. She was not wearing shoes. Wait, I don't have shoes. How can I get down? It's very simple. Lu Linha stood at the door of the car, stretched out his hand to her, and said as a matter of course, "Move yourself." Maid A. Look, the young master is back with a young lady in his arms. Maid B. Wow, it's a princess hug. Chef, I really envy you, young lady. You have a handsome, rich, and doting man. It would be nice if the one he was hugging was me. Maid A. You are a man, right? As Lu Linha walked into the manor, servants on both sides stopped and talked in low voices, their eyes full of envy and admiration, as if they had seen a pair of immortal lovers. However, at this moment, An Meng, who was being carried like a princess, did not feel any sweetness at all, only deep despair and shame. When she learned that Lu Linha wanted to carry her into the house again, she refused immediately. It was embarrassing enough in the hospital, and now there were so many people watching in the manor. If she still let him carry her, she might as well leave the earth directly. So she tried her best to move to the other side of the seat, intending to jump out of the car from the other side. However, before she could take half a step, a hand suddenly reached in, accurately grabbed her ankle, and pulled hard. She was pulled back instantly, and before she could react, she was held horizontally in his arms. After a moment of daze, An Meng completely exploded and started to struggle fiercely. "Put me down." She thought Lu Linha would not listen, but he actually nodded and whispered, "Okay." After saying that, his arms suddenly loosened, and Meng felt the world spinning, and he lost his support and fell downwards. At that moment, her mind suddenly recalled the scene of bungee jumping, and the strong feeling of weightlessness was like a nightmare replaying. She screamed and instinctively hugged Lu Linha's neck. The man lowered his eyes and said jokingly, "Aren't you going to get off? Why are you holding me tighter?" And Meng heard his joke, and a clear blush appeared on her pretty face. She immediately let go. But just as she let go, Lu Linha let go again, and Meng hurriedly hugged him again. After several repetitions, she finally gave up struggling, lowered her head, and gave in completely. Forget it, forget it. As long as you're happy." The girl was actually not short, about 165 centimeters tall, but in front of Lu Linha, she was like a toy being played with at will. The gazes of the servants around her were as hot as substance, as if they were going to roast her, and her face was getting hotter and hotter. Not long ago, she was a stunning bungee jumping hunk, but in the blink of an eye, she became the dainty wife in someone else's arms. Nightmare. This is definitely a nightmare. She knew that Lu Linha did it on purpose, just to let everyone see how in love they were. If you want to avoid this embarrassment, there is only one way. The ostrich tactic: close your eyes and pretend nothing happened. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and said to herself, "I can't see it. I can't see it. If I can't see it, it won't be embarrassing." However, before she could enter the self-hypnosis mode, she heard even more explosive rumors. Mayday, Missing is so beautiful when she closes her eyes, like Sleeping Beauty in a fairy tale. Maybe, yeah. Is she hinting that Mr. Liu is her prince and wanting to wake her up with a kiss? Chef, I would be great if it was me you kissed. Enough. Non-tung GCK. And Meng couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly opened his eyes and stomped his feet in anger. The manor was suddenly silent. The servants looked at each other. No one dared to say anything. Lu Linha carried her up to the third floor and came to a bedroom. The main color of the room is pink and white, with a spacious double bed in the center. Outside the window is a vibrant scenery, and light shines in through the curtains, making it warm and romantic. Lu Linha walked to the bedside and gently put the girl down. Rest for a while and eat later. The moment the shackles were removed, and Meng quickly turned over, grabbed the pillow on the bed, and hammered it hard. "What are you doing?" Lu Linha raised his eyebrows, and Meng looked up, glared at him, and said angrily, "I can't beat you, but can I beat it to vent my anger?" Her tone was fierce, but the content revealed her cowardice. Lu Linha stared at her for a moment, and suddenly the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he was smiling. "Okay, then you take your time." He turned around and was about to leave when Meng suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called him. "Wait, I need to go out for a while." "Where to?" Of course, she had to go home. She was reborn in such an inexplicable way that she had no idea whether her original body was dead or alive. What if it was still alive? She had to go back and take a look. But she couldn't say this directly. Although the guy in front of her was annoying, he was very smart, and she was afraid that she would accidentally reveal her flaws and be discovered by him. Just strolling around. She made up an excuse. No, An Meng, question mark. Lu Linha said coldly. You just got out of the hospital. You can't run around. The girl smiled obediently and said, okay. But she sneered in her heart. Who do you think you are? What's your business where I want to go? But her expression did not escape the man's eyes. Lu Linha crossed his arms and glanced at her calmly. Are you thinking about sneaking out when no one is paying attention? No, absolutely not. And Meng shook his head frantically with a flattering smile on his face. I advise you not to have such an idea. Lu Linha said calmly. This is the suburbs, and there are forests for miles around. You don't know the way, and if you go out rashly, you'll have to sleep in the wild at night. The girl opened her mouth slightly, then immediately stopped and collapsed on the bed with a look of resignation on her face. It seemed that if she wanted to leave this place, she had to find another way. At this moment, an elegant female voice suddenly came from the door. Linha. And Meng turned around and saw 3 women standing at the door. The woman in the lead looked to be around 30 years old, somewhat similar to Lu Linha, and her every move exuded elegance and grace. The 2 girls behind her were around 20 years old. Are these 3 his sisters? And Meng was just sighing that the Lu family was indeed rich in beauties, when she suddenly realized something was wrong. The way these 3 people looked at her was not very friendly. Just as she was thinking about how to start a happy cohabitation life, Lu Linha said calmly, Mom, I brought Meng Meng back. Mom. And Meng shuddered and froze. She slowly turned her head and looked at the elegant and beautiful woman, her mind briefly freezing. The next second, she pointed at the other person in shock. Oh my God, your mom? The air froze instantly. The beautiful woman's face changed slightly, and she narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at her silently. The 2 girls behind him were also stunned, and the 3 of them looked at each other. Was she scolding me? The beautiful woman spoke slowly, and Meng's WQ&M silenced the 3 people present instantly. The atmosphere was so strange that one could almost hear the sound of wind blowing. Lu Linha sighed lightly and could only take the initiative to explain the amnesia to her and reintroduce the identities of the 3 people to her. The beautiful woman in the lead was indeed Lu Linha's mother, Tian Huifang. Although she looked young, she was actually in her 40s. The 2 girls standing behind her were his biological sister, Lu Yunlian, and his adopted sister, Qinluan. It was said that they were orphans of Lu family's good friends and had been living with them after being adopted. But even though Lu Linha had explained it clearly, Tian Huifang's expression was still unfriendly, with obvious dissatisfaction in her eyes. Who knows if she really lost her memory, or is just pretending to be stupid? And Meng keenly caught a glimpse of opportunity. It seems that the Lu family's attitude towards her is not good. If the Lu family already had a bad impression of her, then all she had to do was add fuel to the fire and make them completely disgusted with her. Wouldn't that make Lu Linha unable to withstand the family pressure and file for divorce? Not only can you get away with it smoothly, but you may even get 3 million in liquidated damages. At this moment, An Meng was impressed by his own wit. She is simply a genius. After the 3 people from the Lu family left, Lu Linha sat on the edge of the bed and casually said, Go take a shower and change your clothes. And Meng looked down at the blue and white striped hospital gown on her body and realized that she was still wearing hospital clothes. She nodded immediately and walked to the closet and opened the door. Then she was stunned. The place was filled with all kinds of beautiful women's clothing in a variety of colors and styles. There was not a single piece of normal clothing to be found. According to the routine of some novels, the heroine should choose to dress up as a man at this time to prove that her mentality has not changed. But An Meng knows very well that such behavior is not only stupid, but also meaningless. Such a pretty and cute girl, even if she wears men's clothes, is still a delicate and cute girl. This is completely self-deception. So, she had no choice but to wear it. Yes, it wasn't something she wanted to wear, but she was forced to do so by the situation. She picked up a canary yellow sweater and blue jeans and went into the bathroom. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at the strange yet delicate girl inside, An Meng suddenly felt a little expectant. After all, this was the first time in her life that she saw a girl taking a bath, even though she was the one taking a bath. The shower head was turned on, and the warm water washed over her skin. The girl gently closed her eyes and let the water droplets slide down. Inadvertently, her eyes fell on the mirror. Her gaze moved down along her neck, and suddenly, her mouth opened slightly, forming an O shape. Shit, She had always thought that this body was just an ordinary thin type, but it turned out to be a thin waist, long legs, clear curves, and even the shape was quite perfect. Her fair skin seems to be able to squeeze out water, and her whole body is exquisitely designed, a divine work of art. This girl usually looks innocent, but she actually has such a wow body. And Meng stared at herself in the mirror with a complicated look, feeling indescribable. Now she finally understood the furthest distance in the world was not between life and death, but when such a beautiful girl stood in front of her, but she could not kiss her face. Is this reasonable? She stared at her own white and tender hands, swallowed her saliva. Her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, and her rationality gradually slipped. At this moment, she seemed to hear some dormant talent deep within her body being awakened. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the bathroom door, which frightened An Meng so much that her body trembled. "Who?" she asked subconsciously, but her voice was inexplicably panting. "What the hell is this damn guilty conscience?" A familiar, deep voice came from outside the door. "It's me. It's Lu Linha. Are you done washing?" And Meng quickly covered her mouth, cleared her throat, and managed to regain her composure. "Almost done. What's the matter? Let's eat." Listening to the footsteps fading away, she patted her face, took a deep breath silently, and forced herself to calm down. What on earth is she doing? How long has she become a girl? And she has already gotten used to this identity and even started to appreciate herself. Shame. This is absolutely shameful. She washed quickly, dried herself, changed her clothes, and turned around in front of the mirror. The light yellow sweater makes her skin look whiter, and the blue jeans highlight her long legs. Even with the most ordinary outfit, she still looks graceful against this body. She pursed her lips, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Forget it. Just accept your fate. She pushed open the door and was about to walk into the restaurant, but as soon as she went out, she ran into Lu Linha. She was startled, subconsciously turned her eyes away, and asked vigilantly, "Why are you still here? This is my home. If I'm not here, where should I go?" The man's eyes paused on her face for a moment, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. "Why is your face so red?" And Meng's body froze, and she panicked. "None of your business." She lowered her head and wanted to walk out, but after taking a few steps, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. "What are you going to do now?" She gritted her teeth and turned back. Lu Linha stared at her and said in a deep voice, "Are you going to leave like this? Don't you feel something is wrong?" The girl was slightly stunned. After a moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, her mouth slightly opened, and countless exclamation marks suddenly surged in her heart. "You can see this? Is he a domineering president or Sherlock Holmes? If he plays Conan, will the first episode be enough to finish it?" She stepped back quickly and said stubbornly, "Don't talk nonsense. You must have seen it wrong." Lu Linha's eyes were slightly cold. "It's so obvious. Only a fool can't see it." The girl's mind was working frantically, trying desperately to find an excuse. Finally, she raised her head and blinked innocently. "No, no, no. You must have misunderstood. Do you really need me to prove it to you?" "Ow!" Lu Linha did not answer, but slowly raised his hand. And Meng was instantly furious. Was this guy going to collect the evidence himself? She stepped back repeatedly, nervous enough to assume a fighting stance. "Lu Linha, we are just in a contractual relationship. I'm warning you, don't mess around." But under the absolute crushing power, her actions had no deterrent effect at all. However, Lu Linha's hand did not fall on her, but reached out to her hair, rubbed it, and spread his palm. "Look, you can squeeze out water." The man said in a light tone, "Go and blow dry it quickly. Don't catch a cold." Huh, it was hair. She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly slipped into the bathroom. However, she didn't know that when the bathroom door clicked shut, the man standing outside the door raised the corners of his lips slightly, revealing an arc with an ambiguous meaning. All good things come a price. And Meng no longer remembered where she heard this sentence, but today, she seemed to understand it a little bit. For example, her long, smooth, black hair looked smoother and more beautiful than silk, but when she blow-dried it, she realized how much trouble it was. She thought it would only take a few minutes, but it took her nearly 10 minutes. Her arms were so sore, but her hair was still wet, as if mocking her naivety. Her patience quickly wore out, and she snapped off the hairdryer and threw it onto the table, impatience written all over her face. She swore that she would never envy those beautiful girls with long hair again. "What's wrong?" The man's voice sounded from behind, with a hint of teasing. An Meng leaned back in his chair with his arms folded and said perfunctorily, "It's done." Lu Linha glanced at her and opened his thin lips. "You haven't blown your hair dry yet. Be careful of catching a cold." "No need to worry." Lu Linha said nothing more, but walked forward and stood behind her. And Meng's body stiffened slightly, and she turned back vigilantly. "What are you doing?" "Sit down, I'll do it." "Huh?" Before she could refuse, the man had picked up the hair dryer, and the warm wind blew gently on her hair. His slender fingers shuttled through her hair, gently and skillfully, even smoother than she could do it herself, with a certain relaxing rhythm. And Meng felt a little uncomfortable at first, but soon she was immersed in the comfortable feeling that was like a head massage, and she gradually relaxed. I have to say, being served by a handsome guy is really a pleasure. Even if you're a straight man, you can't help but admire such a handsome man, not to mention that she's a girl now. She rolled her eyes and said jokingly, "Well, your hair drying skills are pretty good. If you go bankrupt in the future, let's open a barber shop together." Seeing her sincere tone, Lu Linha paused slightly. He couldn't tell whether this guy was praising him or cursing him. After more than 10 minutes, her hair was finally dried. When Meng was about to stand up, a big hand held down her shoulder. "Are you planning to go out like this?" And Meng looked at the mirror in confusion, and the next second, the corners of her mouth twitched violently. Her hair was dry, but also frizzy. Looking at her frizzy hair that looked like the Lion King, she fell into deep thought. Then, she decided to adopt the most common strategy of Emperor Gaozu of Han, Liu Bang. "What can I do?" "Speak in human terms." "What should I do?" The man glanced down at her, picked up the comb, and straightened her hair again. After another 10 minutes, her hair finally returned to its original smoothness and softness. And Meng touched her hair and nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, Xiao Lu, my hair will be taken care of by you from now on. You will definitely be able to do this job." "I guess not." "Reason?" And Meng immediately imitated him. "I'm busy." "Oh, Xiao Lu, your attitude is not good. You need to adjust your mindset. The company doesn't want idlers. If you don't do the job, there are plenty of people who will do it." President Liu, who is highly respected in the company, never expected that he would be educated in a leadership style by a 20-year-old girl. It was time for dinner, and Meng had thought that for a wealthy family like the Liu family, dinner would at least be a feast of delicacies from land and sea, filled with all kinds of rare treasures that she had heard of but never eaten, or even never heard of. The result, when she sat down at the table, the dishes in front of her disappointed her. There was a plate of green vegetables and tofu, a plate of green vegetables and meat. The point is that there were only 3 pieces of meat, and there was not even a fish on the table. That's it. No wonder everyone in their family is in such good shape. This kind of food can really force people to stay healthy. The 5 of them sat down and started to eat. "Linha, are you staying at home tonight?" Tian Huifeng asked. "No," Lu Linha said casually. "I have work to deal with in the evening. You are busy all day long. When will it stop? Someone has to shoulder all of this." "Ah," Tian Huifeng sighed and shook her head. Then, her eyes suddenly fixed and her face darkened instantly. "An Meng, what are you doing?" Lu Linha followed her gaze and saw An Meng lying on the table with a look of despair on her face. She was poking at the rice with chopsticks and eating it bite by bite. She replied slowly, "I'm eating." "What kind of eating is this? You don't know how to eat or sit properly. Do you still want to enter our Liu family? You're dreaming." "That's right." Lu Yunlian snorted coldly. "She has no manners, no temperament, no substance, and nothing except her face. What do you like about her, brother? It's better to marry Sister Lan. At least you can be closer relatives." Qin Lan gently pulled her sleeve and whispered, "Yunlian, stop talking. Brother Linha doesn't like to hear this kind of thing. The opportunity has come." And Meng immediately took over the conversation and sneered, "Tisk, whoever wants to come in can come in. I won't." Ouch! Before she could finish her words, Lu Linha pinched her thigh hard. She turned her head suddenly and glared at him. "What are you doing? Why are you eating so slowly?" "Nonsense, this meal is so disgusting. How can I eat it?" And Meng complained unceremoniously. The air froze instantly. The 3 Liu family women stopped using their chopsticks at the same time, and the entire table fell into a deathly silence. "You are in good health now, so eating something light will help you recover." "Who said that? I have a good appetite." And Meng pouted and muttered softly, "Even the food is so bad. I've never seen such a stingy CEO." The man raised his eyebrows, glanced at her, and then waved to the chef. "Go, make her something delicious." The chef was stunned for a moment, then nodded and left. After a while, the steaming steak, foie gras, and black truffles were served. It smells so good, and Meng's eyes lit up, and she immediately picked up the knife and fork and started to eat voraciously, as if she hadn't eaten for days. The three women at the table were stunned the entire time. Did their son, brother, find a wife, or did he find a scion? However, what was even more shocking was that Lu Linhe not only did not feel disgusted, but actually admired her eating manner. Seeing An Meng choking, he raised his hand and handed her a glass of water. She was about to take it, but the man suddenly took it back and said in a light tone, "Do I still want to pick it?" Shit, he actually heard it. An Meng was embarrassed and said quickly, No, thank you, Mr. Liu." Before she could finish her words, her mouth was covered with a tissue paper. The man leaned forward slightly, and his cold voice came close to his ear. "I said outside, you only have two options. Either call me husband or call me Lin He." The girl was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Then, with her big, clear eyes, she spoke seriously. "Thank you, Lao He." Question mark. After dinner, Lu Linhe left home and returned to the company. The oversized bed became An Meng's exclusive battlefield. She had never slept in such a spacious bed before, and she was so excited that she rolled around on it, having a lot of fun. This is life. The knock on the door made her stop instantly. Like a small animal that was caught, she quickly crossed her long legs and shouted towards the door alertly. "Who is it?" "Miss, it's me." Was it Xinxi's voice? An Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had the habit of closing the door. Otherwise, if she was seen like this, she would probably be doomed again. She got out of bed and opened the door, her beautiful eyes half opened. "What's the matter?" She held a few boxes of medicine in her hand. "Miss, it's time to take the medicine." "Huh? The doctor prescribed the medicine for you to take on time to consolidate it." And Meng glanced at the medicine box and felt something was wrong, but couldn't put her finger on it. She asked casually, "Why do you call me miss? Generally speaking, shouldn't you call me madam?" Xian explained, "Because Miss and Mr. Liu haven't had their wedding yet. According to the title of madam, you're still not married yet, so you can only be called Miss first." "Oh, just got the marriage certificate but didn't hold the wedding?" "That's right. After all, with Lu Lin and that stinky face that owes 3 million yuan, I guess not many people are willing to attend his wedding." TSK, thinking about it this way, I feel much better. And Meng took the medicine box. Her eyes rolled around for a few times, and suddenly she hugged Xinxi, her tone full of true feelings. "Wow, Shishi, you are so good to me." As she spoke, she nuzzled into Xinxi's arms like a close kitten. That's the good thing about girls. Even if you have intimate contact with them, they won't be considered perverts. She was stunned by her sudden attack. Her hands froze in midair, and finally, she patted her back gently. "Miss, this is nothing. This is what I should do. But you must be careful next time and don't get poisoned again." Poisoned? This sentence made An Meng's heart skip a beat, and she suddenly woke up. That's right. This body was admitted to the hospital because of poisoning, right? But when she was eating today, the food on the table was so light and had nothing to do with poison. Why did she suddenly get poisoned? She frowned and let go of Xinxi, her eyes becoming more serious. Xinxi, what kind of poison did I get? It seems to be a disulfiram reaction. Huh, it's the reaction of cephalexin combined with alcohol. And Meng was stunned. "I used to like drinking?" She shook her head. "I don't know, but I've never seen a young lady drink." "Then how could I be poisoned by alcohol?" She hesitated for a moment. "I'm not sure about this, but the night before the young lady was poisoned, the manor had a sumptuous dinner. Maybe one of the dishes contained alcohol? As for ceftriaxone, maybe there was this ingredient in the food." And Meng was silent. A sumptuous dinner? She recalled today's dinner table, which was so simple that it seemed like she was practicing. But just the day before her accident, the food suddenly became abundant? Was this really just a coincidence? Or did someone want to kill her? The next morning, the sun shone through the curtains, warmly falling on the girl's pretty face. And Meng frowned, turned over while hugging the quilt, and then slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Although the big bed was hers alone, she did not sleep well last night. She has had a habit for many years of sleeping with a full-body pillow in her arms. It has been her loyal companion since she was a child. When she was in her 3rd year of high school, she changed into the skin of Sakurajima Mai, who became her irreplaceable partner. Now that she suddenly lost it, she couldn't sleep well at all. Plus, she was worried about a lot, so she didn't fall asleep until the second half of the night. Today, she wanted to do something big. She wanted to go home. She had been worried about her original physical condition. Now that she had become An Meng, what happened to the original An Meng? Was his soul occupied by An Meng? Or had he disappeared? She had to go and confirm it herself. But here came the problem. This was a suburban forest, and it was basically impossible to walk out on foot. She had to find a way to hitchhike. She asked around for the whole morning and found out that many of the servants and retainers here were indeed leaving today, but no one was willing to give her a ride. No matter how hard she tried, the other party remained firm in their attitude, and some even didn't bother to give her a reason. When the third man rejected her, she finally lost her patience and grabbed his arm. Reason? The other party glanced at her calmly. Why should I give you a reason? If you don't want to, then you don't want to. Then, he shook her off and walked away. And Meng stood there in a daze, speechless for a long time. How could she, the wife of the CEO, be so shameless? A possibility came to her mind. Was it because she was not married yet that these people didn't take her seriously? But she will marry him sooner or later. If they don't curry favor with her now, wouldn't that be stupid? She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. They're worthy of being employees of a stupid president. Each one is more stupid than the other. Lu Linha, who was working in the company, suddenly sneezed. Although she encountered a series of rejections, and Meng was not discouraged. When she graduated and was looking for a job, she was rejected countless times. What was this setback? She was about to look for her next target when suddenly, a chill came from behind. She turned around suddenly and found an old man standing behind her. Moreover, he was standing very close to her. Wow, uncle, why didn't you make a sound when you were standing behind him? I was so scared. I was shocked. An Meng almost blurted out, lousy, but fortunately he stopped himself in time. The old man smiled and said in a steady voice. After the young lady lost her memory, her speech became more interesting. And Meng was stunned for a moment and asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" "I'm the housekeeper here." As he said that, the old man took out a work ID and handed it to her. And Meng leaned over to take a look, and his pupils suddenly trembled. "Dog housekeeper." This word is pronounced son. The old man sighed slightly. "Ah, I'm sorry, dog, I know Uncle Sun." She smiled awkwardly and scratched her head. She had always thought that calling Sun Yu Go Hua was just a joke, but she didn't expect that it would come back upon her today. Just as she was about to continue asking for a ride, footsteps suddenly sounded behind her. She subconsciously turned around and saw Tian Huifeng, Lu Yunlian, and Qin Lan standing behind her, staring at her unkindly. An Meng. Chapter 8 Memory Fragments. An Meng felt that these three people had bad intentions, but she had heard the saying that one should not hit a smiling person. So she forced a smile and waved to them. "Hi. Hey you." Lu Yunlian rolled her eyes at her. Well, the smiling man was not beaten, but he was scolded. Tian Huifeng frowned. "You didn't do anything this morning. Why are you running around looking for people in a manor?" "Work." An Meng was a little puzzled. "What's going on? Does the wife of the president of the Lu family still need to work? It seems like you really have lost your memory." Tian Huifeng snorted coldly. "Xiaolian, give her the things she needs." Lu Yunlian walked forward with a broom in her hand. She threw it to An Meng. "This is yours." An Meng caught it subconsciously. The moment it touched the broom, a flash of lightning flashed behind her head, and she froze in place. Then, many fragments of memory suddenly emerged in my mind. That was from An Meng's memory. On the first day An Meng arrived, Tian Huifeng threw the broom to her, folded her arms, and looked at her with contempt. "Don't think that just because my son likes you, you can gain a foothold in the Lu family. Let me tell you, it's not that easy to be my daughter-in-law. Sweep all the floors and drag them all out, otherwise don't even think about eating." The scene changed, and after finishing the meal, Lu Yunlian pushed the bowl in front of her. "Wash the dishes later, and bring a basin of hot water for washing feet to my room." When she brought the water to Lu Yunlian's room, she touched the basin with her foot and kicked it over. "What are you doing? It's such hot water. Use it yourself." Originally, An Meng was a very quiet and gentle girl. After suffering such bullying, she could only wipe her tears secretly at night. She was very puzzled and wondered if she had done something wrong that made the Lu family so mean to her. So she worked very hard every day, getting up before 6 in the morning and going to bed after 10 in the evening. And Meng endured all of this, but who would have thought that the Lu family's attitude toward her not only did not improve, but became worse. She was burdened with more and more housework, and she could not even eat on time. She could only eat leftovers and cold dishes. Even the maids and servants would often eat while watching her busying around on an empty stomach with a gloating look on their faces. This is why the Liu family's employees are so cold to her. After all, in their eyes, her status as the president's wife is even lower than theirs. Finally, An Meng fell ill from exhaustion and finally got a few days of rest. However, before she could properly recuperate, she was poisoned and hospitalized. After the recollection ended, the shock on An Meng's face had not subsided, and a wave of sadness began to arise in her heart. So An Meng had always been bullied by these people? In other words, it is very likely that they poisoned me. What's with that expression on your face? You look like an electric switch has been turned on. Do you think you're Conan? Lu Yunlian walked over with an unhappy look on her face and wanted to pull An Meng's hair. Lu Yunlian thought that An Meng would show a pair of timid eyes like before, and then let her do whatever she wanted, but she didn't expect that just when she was about to touch An Meng, the other party suddenly flashed back and avoided her attack. Then, An Meng grabbed her wrist and twisted it hard. Before Lu Yunlian could react, she felt a sharp pain in her arm. She cried out in pain and was forced to turn around and was captured by An Meng. After all, she had practiced fighting for several years. Although she was no match for Lu Linhe, she could still deal with a few women with ease. If it were in the past, she might have felt guilty about hitting a woman, but now, she is a woman herself, so naturally she can punch hard without any scruples. An Meng, you are crazy. Let me go. Apologize. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? An Meng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, smiling contemptuously, and increased the force with his backhand, further twisting her arm. Ah, she screamed in pain. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Let go quickly, my arm is going to break. An Meng loosened his hand and pushed Lu Yunlian. Lu Yunlian staggered a few steps and fell into Tian Huifang's arms. This scene also stunned Tian Huifang and Qinlan. Tian Huifang was the first to come to her senses and glared at An Meng. An Meng, what do you want to do? She was the one who wanted to offend me first. I was just defending myself. An Meng shrugged, looking indifferent. You're just a mad dog. I will never let Lin he marry a woman like you. That's great. Then please go and tell him to divorce me on his own initiative. Thank you in advance. An Meng clasped his fists and walked straight towards them. Seeing An Meng coming over, Tian Huifang suddenly became nervous. You, what are you going to do now? An Meng didn't say anything, but gradually approached them. Is she addicted to beating them? Is she going to continue beating them? Who is she going to hit this time? The three people who were close to each other in the last second looked at each other, and then scattered like birds and beasts in the next second, like a school of sardines invaded by a shark. An Meng sneered and walked out without looking back. Tian Huifang then realized that they had been tricked. She angrily asked, "Where are you going?" An Meng glanced at her sideways. "Does where I go have anything to do with you? You, an old lady, really have a lot on your mind." Old lady. Tian Huifang was so angry that her nose was crooked. An Meng, even if you're leaving the Liu family is a foregone conclusion, you are still the daughter-in-law of the Liu family in name, and I'm still your mother-in-law. You should at least respect me. Forget about calling me mom. At least include the word mother-in-law in your address. Oh, sorry, old lady. An Meng changed into winter clothes and got on a chef's food transport truck. This type of vehicle is very similar to a small truck, with a two-seat front and a refrigerator in the back to ensure the freshness of the ingredients. I'm sorry, young lady, for making a distinguished person like you ride in such a simple car. What are you saying? I'm not a noble person at all. I'm just a worker like you guys. Workers? I made to work so hard by an old woman every day. So am I not considered a worker? About an hour and a half later, they finally arrived in the city. Fortunately, the reborn An Meng and his original self both live in Luan City. If they were reborn in another city, it would take a lot of effort just to get back. When they arrived in the city center, she said goodbye to the chef temporarily and agreed to meet again here at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As for travel expenses, she also had some. After she got An Meng's mobile phone, the power-on password and transaction password of this phone automatically emerged in her mind. It was a pity that there were only a few hundred silver coins in it, and the 300,000 on the contract was nowhere to be found. What on earth did this girl do to need so much money? She took a taxi and came to the downstairs of her house, but strangely, when she arrived at the door, she knocked several times but got no response. In the end, the family didn't show up, but the door next door opened. "Who are you looking for?" The person who spoke was an old man, about 60 years old, who was an old neighbor of An Meng's family. An Meng usually called him Uncle Zhang. "Hello, sir. I'm looking for An Meng." Don't look for him anymore. He's moved. Huh? He was still living here yesterday. Why did he move out today? So, where did he move to? Funeral parlor. Question mark. Chapter 9. An industry with no shortage of customers. With the gradual development of the internet, the physical industry has been hit quite hard. But there are a few places that never have trouble finding customers. One is a big hospital, and the other is a funeral home. The funeral home is always a place full of contradictions. It is both affectionate and heartless. Those who are affectionate can see many people bursting out with their most sincere emotions here. But those who are heartless will find that even if their cries shake the sky, they cannot bring back their loved ones who are being pushed away step by step. And Meng's parents are one of the heartbroken people today. Don't go, son. Mom can't bear to leave you. As she watched the car being pushed into the crematorium, all the strength in Anne's mother's body seemed to be drained, and she knelt weakly on the ground. God, please give my son back to me. Father Anne had finished a whole pack of cigarettes. He threw the cigarette but on the ground, squatted down, and hugged his wife's shoulders tightly. Even though he was heartbroken, he still gritted his teeth and held on to comfort his wife. Get up. Seeing this scene, the young man standing next to him sighed, turned and left. His name is Chi. He's been in Meng's good brother since childhood, and he was also the one who witnessed his failed bungee jumping yesterday. After the accident, he quickly called an ambulance and sent An Meng to the hospital, but due to his serious injuries, the doctor declared him dead just an hour later. He was naturally sad about losing his best brother, especially after seeing An Meng's parents grief-stricken. He felt sad and blamed himself. If he hadn't suggested going to the amusement park yesterday, if he hadn't suggested bungee jumping, if he had discovered the problem with the rope earlier, he was afraid that An's father and mother would question him and blame him, so he could only choose to avoid them temporarily. He lit a cigarette and strolled on the deserted road. Suddenly, a light snow fell from the sky, and the snow fell on the dark green pines and cypresses on both sides, adding a sad and beautiful farewell. Before he knew it, the cigarette had burned out, and he knew it was time to say goodbye. Goodbye, Meng. No one would ever call him Make again. Hey! Chi was stunned for a moment, then turned around suddenly. Mengzi! His eyes were bright at first, but when he saw the person behind him, they narrowed again. Who are you? Standing behind him was a young girl, holding her knees and panting. She was wearing a loose beige coat, the hem of which fell below her knees, revealing a small section of her calves wrapped in black trousers. On her feet were a pair of small and exquisite black boots. The girl was beautiful, but he had no intention of appreciating her at the moment. He was puzzled because it seemed that the girl knew him, and she called her by a nickname that only old acquaintances knew. But Chi was sure that he didn't know her, because if he knew such a beautiful girl, he would definitely have an impression of her. Are you calling me? Nonsense. Who else should I call if not you? And Meng replied, panting. After learning that her body was sent to the funeral home, she rushed over without stopping. Her body is the key to her going back. Anything she touches now will produce some strange reactions. Maybe if it touches her body, she can go back directly. Although it is only a possibility, once the body is gone, all possibilities will become impossible. How do you know my nickname? Chi frowned. The nickname H.A. was given to him by Meng when he was a child. He and An Meng were classmates in elementary school. In the first grade, the teacher taught everyone pinyin, and his name happened to be the pinyin form of Chia, so An Meng began to call him H.A. Although thanks to his fortune, many classmates called him that at that time, but now, An Meng is the only elementary school classmate he is in touch with. In other words, apart from An Meng, no one else should call him that. An Meng secretly thought that something was wrong. It was bad. She was too anxious just now and subconsciously called Chi Yi by his nickname. I heard it from An Meng. Where's An Meng now? Because she had been given a warning by the Research Institute, by Lu Linhe, she couldn't help but become cautious about her identity. Unexpectedly, her explanation did not make Chi Ye's brows relax a bit. Do you know An Meng? Yes, yet what's wrong? Impossible. According to that boy's personality, if he knew a girl like you, even if we just added each other on WeChat, he would send me a message asking me whether it is better to have a boy or a girl and what name to give the child. And Meng took a breath of cold air. How could this boy know her so well? Just when she was speechless, Chi smiled as if he knew everything. Oh, I know who you are. You know again? You're someone sent by the amusement park, right? You have to pay a huge amount of compensation for the accidental death, and you saw that I have a special relationship with An Meng's family, so you want to use the honey trap to get close to me and want me to make a few excuses for you in front of my uncle and aunt, so as to reduce the compensation. And Meng's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. Well, it was right, wasn't I? Unfortunately, you found the wrong person. I'm not a man who can be bought by just one night of tenderness. Looking at Chi Ye's righteous words, and Meng was somewhat moved. No more talking. Hiche, you are really a good brother of An Meng. Of course, Chi said, holding up 2 fingers, at least 2 nights. The girl narrowed her eyes immediately. Your expression, it seems that my guess was right. You really are from that side. The girl sighed softly. Have you ever heard of a story about a grandfather and grandson in the countryside? The grandfather was very good at weaving bamboo baskets. One day, he received a large order for hundreds of bamboo baskets. He worked day and night, but there were still 100 left. The grandson felt sorry for his health, so he asked him to go to sleep and he would weave the baskets. When the grandfather woke up the next day, he found that all the 100 baskets had been woven. So he happily patted his grandson on the shoulder and said something to him. What did you say? And Meng patted Chi's shoulder and said, Grandson, you are really good at making up stories. Chi was stunned for a while, and after a while, he reacted, Are you scolding me in a different way? Am I not cursing openly? Okay, you're furious now that I found out, right? What the hell, forget it. I can't not tell the truth to a fool like you. Che, I'm actually Mengzi. Oh, really? Then I'll tell you a secret too. I'm Confucius. What a mess. I said I'm An Meng. It would be more convincing to say that you are Mencius. And Meng stared at him for a while, then sighed. It seems like I have to tell you something explosive. Bombshell? Let me see what you can come up with. Chi said with disdain. When you were 7 years old, you accidentally fell into a manure pond. When I asked someone to rescue you, you were actually swimming in it. Chia's expression was dull. When you were 14, you climbed through the window to sneak into the women's bathhouse. You were caught by the principal. The principal asked you why you climbed through the window, and you said, because the main door didn't allow me to enter. When you were 18, the thing you hid at home was discovered by your parents. Your uncle asked you what it was, and you told him righteously that it was a fire Ganoderma that could help you cultivate immortality. When I was 20, Chi covered in Meng's mouth with his hand. All right, I believe you. Isn't that enough? Mengzi, it's great that you're not dead. By the way, why did you become like this? It would be nice if I knew why. That's why I came here to find out the truth. By the way, how is my original body now? I'm still waiting to see if I can change back. Your body should be medium rare. Oh what? Chapter 10 No Right to Marry. And Meng looked at the small brown box in his hand, feeling mixed emotions. Her original intention was to save her body first. As long as her body was there, she believed she would always find a way to change back. But she never expected that when she arrived at the scene, there was only such a small box to greet her. Chi patted his shoulder and said, Okay, don't be depressed. You. Oh no, Mengzi always said that he wanted to lose weight when he was alive. At this weight now, there is definitely no one here who is thinner than you or him. Thank you. Chi's words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of some of An Meng's relatives around him. Hey, how can you talk like that? That's right. Even jokes should be considered in the right context. Chi shrugged and said indifferently, Why are you so angry? The deceased didn't say anything. What kind of person is this? He is so uneducated. Laoan, why don't you do anything about it? Fatherin was a little embarrassed. He did not blame Chi. Instead, he found an excuse to smooth things over for Chi and then sent the relatives and friends away. After the others left, Anne's mother hugged An Meng with such force that An Meng felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Ahem. Mom, please be gentle. This is made of meat. Thank you. Child, you are really still alive. The tears in Anne's mother's eyes had not yet been wiped away, but it was still difficult to hide her joy at the moment. An Meng successfully met his parents and recognized them. In fact, this is not a difficult task. After all, she has been living with her parents day and night for more than 20 years. It is a piece of cake for her to tell a few secrets that only her family knows. Although An Meng today is very different from An Meng in the past, they can still see the shadow of An Meng in some of her words and actions. Parents always have some inexplicable and strange intuitions when facing their children. But reality and intuition told them that the beautiful girl in front of them was their own child. Although their son had become a completely different person, and even a girl, they did not ask for anything more as long as he was still alive. People always like to compromise. If An Meng suddenly turned into a girl, the two elders might not be able to accept it for a while. But when they first experienced the grief of losing their loved ones, and then learned that their son was resurrected but turned into a girl. Although they felt a little regretful, they could accept it calmly. Although An Meng's resurrection is a great, joyous event, the An family did not make it public. Currently, only the two of them and Chi know about this. After all, this matter is really too fantastic and bizarre. It would be fine if you don't believe it, but if it gets out and is brought into Science Approaches or something like that, and a 3-part series is filmed, that would not be good. On the way back, An's mother held An Meng's hand tightly, her eyes always on her. Seeing An Meng folding her arms and crossing her legs, she patted An Meng's legs and said, "Put your legs down. You're a girl now. You should pay attention to your image." An Meng was stunned. "Mom, are you accepting reality so easily?" "What can I do? Reality is reality. There's no way to not accept it. Life is a process of constantly accepting reality. And God has been very kind. I guess he heard my begging, so he returned my child to me. And God has been very good to you. You should be content with turning into such a beautiful girl. If you turn into a girl with the same face as before, you will never be able to get married in this life." Puffed. Father, and who was driving, laughed. "Don't joke, Mom. I'll never get married," the girl retorted. "Mom knows that you've been a man for so many years, so it's normal that you can't accept it for a while. But you have to know that you will be a girl for the rest of your life, and you'll have to face this one day." The mother and daughter were arguing, but Chi, who was sitting next to An Meng, had a blank look in his eyes and fell into deep thought. Wait a minute, his best friend is now a girl, and he has seen a very popular topic on the internet before. If one day you become a woman, what will you do? He still remembers the most popular answer. That is, let the brothers have some fun first. Given An Meng's special and mysterious identity, if she wants to get married, isn't her childhood sweetheart who knows her inside out the most likely choice? And he secretly glanced at An Meng again. Although he knew that An Meng was a man and remembered what she looked like when she was a man, the problem was the girl was arguing with her mother at the moment, her moist pink lips opening and closing. It was unclear whether she was excited or ashamed. Her pretty face was flushed with a charming blush, and under the reflection of the sunlight, it formed a beautiful picture that even an artist would find difficult to replicate. This boy looks so damn cute now. However, this action was noticed by the girl. She tilted her head, her beautiful eyes turned towards him, and her dark eyebrows slightly raised. "Why are you looking at me? Is there something wrong? H.A.?" Fine. He knew An Meng and knew that this guy was a straight man. It would be difficult for him to like men in his life. Mother and then said, "Let's stop arguing. We need to take many things one step at a time." "Don't go, Mom. I'm telling you the truth. I no longer have the right to marry." "What do you mean? Is there something wrong with your body?" "No, it's mainly because..." At this point, the girl pursed her lips, lowered her head, and her voice became a little weaker. "I'm already married." It all happened so fast that An's father and mother were still in a daze. But there was one person who reacted earlier. "Chi, I don't agree." The 3 members of the An family. An Meng had no choice but to tell them that she and Lu Linhe were already married and living together. Of course, An Meng did not state that this was actually a fake marriage because she felt that if her mother knew it was fake, she might plan to introduce her to someone else. So this fake marriage could just be used as a shield for her. Who is the other party? He's a CEO, and he looks. An Meng's mind flashed with Lu Lin and that cold, stinky face, and she pursed her lips. "He's quite handsome. So do you like him?" It's okay," An Meng said with a stiff face. The 3 people in the car gasped. They were worried that An Meng would refuse to move forward, but they didn't expect that she not only moved forward, but also took off. After returning home, An Meng exchanged a few words with her parents, and soon it was the time she had agreed with the chef. In fact, An Meng didn't want to leave home, but she still had a contract with Lu Linhe, and if she didn't go back, it would implicate the chef. So in order to take responsibility, she had no choice but to leave home. She originally wanted to bring her beloved pillow of senior classmate my back with her, but unfortunately, because she loved the pillow so much, her parents burned it at the funeral home, hoping that the pillow would accompany her in the other world. But who would have thought that the pillow went to another world, but it went around and came back again? Chi was responsible for sending An Meng to the meeting place. Along the way, An Meng continued to chat with him as usual, but Chi's responses were intermittent. "What's wrong with you? You look distracted." Chi looked at her. "Meng, do you really like that president?" Somehow, after knowing that his best friend turned into a girl and married another man at the speed of light, he felt inexplicably depressed, so depressed that he himself didn't know why. The girl was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. What's wrong with you? It's okay to lie to my mom, but don't you know me well? I'm a straight man. So you and he? It's just a casual affair. And Meng patted Chi's shoulder. Even if I, and Meng, die of old age, I will never be with a man as a single mother for my entire life. As soon as she finished speaking, there was applause behind her. That's very well said, wife. Chapter 11. If you don't have money, you can use people to compensate. And Meng turned around. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Why are you here? The person behind him was none other than Lu Linha. The car that came to pick her up was not the food refrigerated truck, but Lu Linha's black Cullinan. Didn't we agree to go back at 5 p.m.? So it's normal for me to be here. Lu Linha replied. Oh my god, Meng, your husband couldn't be Lu Linha. Chi and An Meng went to the same school, so naturally he knew Lu Linha. Combined with the way he addressed An Meng just now, he guessed most of the thing. An Meng sighed. Oh, this is the birth. As An Meng's best friend, he also knew that An Meng and Lu Linha had a grudge against each other. This is really a case of enemies meeting in a narrow road. The conversation between An Meng and Chi naturally attracted Lu Linha's attention. Who is this? An Meng winked at him, signaling him not to let the cat out of the bag. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am An Meng's brother. Chi extended his hand to him. Brother? What brother? Brother. I remember she only had one brother, and it seems he wasn't you. Because we are half-brothers. After saying that, Chi turned around and looked at An Meng, raised his thumb, grinned, and one of his teeth was particularly shining. However, the next second, An Meng kicked him and the shining tooth flew out together. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is my friend. Your friend is quite humorous. Lu Linha commented. Huh. An Meng forced a smile, then rolled his eyes and covered his face helplessly. She was wrong. She shouldn't have expected this guy to speak any human language. And Meng stood in front of Lu Linha and said, well, you're going to pick me up, so let's go. She sat in the back seat. Lu Linha got into the driver's seat and started the car. And Meng looked at Lu Linha's profile, hesitated for a long time, and asked, isn't the chef here to pick me up? Chef? How dare you go out with a stranger? Let me remind you that this was the chef who cooked the food when you were poisoned and hospitalized that day. Huh? Then why do you still keep him? Because I have asked someone to investigate, and there's no trace of poison in the food. There is no evidence to prove that he did it. If I identify the wrong person, it will alert the enemy. Oh, then why did you come and pick me up? It has to be me. After all, I heard from the servants that my lovely wife left the house after a big quarrel. I thought she ran away from home, so of course I had to come out to look for her in person. Lu Linha said in a low voice, still with the poker face that An Meng hated the most. His voice was calm, but it caused a great shock to An Meng's heart. Only then did she remember that before she left, she seemed to have had a big fight with the Lu family and even beat up Lu Linha's sister. Oh no, this guy is not here to settle the score with her. After all, she is just a fake wife, but those are his biological mother and sister. Although Lu Linha was smiling, and Meng felt a little uneasy, but it only lasted for a while before she suddenly realized the problem. It seems that Lu Linha is angry, and isn't this exactly the opportunity she wants? So she didn't explain and chose to remain silent. After returning to the manor, when Tian Huifang and Lu Yunlian saw An Meng, a fierce look flashed in their eyes, but when they saw Lu Linha, they instantly turned into crying faces. Linha, you have to make the decision for us. I just asked my daughter-in-law to help me with something, but who would have thought that she would turn hostile immediately? Leonor went up to persuade her, but she even injured her arm. And Meng curled her lips, thinking it was a pity that the old lady didn't become an actress. She was crying so hard that she almost believed it herself. However, she felt nothing in her heart. Instead, she was a little secretly delighted. After all, the more serious the situation sounded, the greater her chances of getting away. Lu Linha turned to look at Meng. Is this true? Meng. Before Meng could respond, Tian Huifang said quickly, it's true. Moreover, this daughter-in-law has been bullying people when you were away. The servants in the whole manor can testify to this. If you don't believe me, just go and ask. As soon as these words were spoken, the servants beside them nodded their heads nonstop. TSK, this drama is really a complete one. If this wave of operations happened to a real wife, she would have no way to defend herself and could only watch herself being framed. But for An Meng, she had only one thought in her mind. It feels like with the acting skills the old woman has given her, she's not far from being fired. This was the first time in all the jobs she had worked that she wished she were fired. However, at this moment, a female voice broke the harmony. No, miss, she was wrongly accused. And Meng looked over and found that it was Xin she who stood up. Woo, Xin she is still the one who can get along. Although An Meng didn't care about rumors and slander, she still felt touched that someone was willing to stand up and help her at this moment. However, she didn't want Xin she'd speak up for her. After all, if she explained everything clearly, it would be difficult for her to be fired. Tian Huifeng was startled, but soon she calmed down. Xin she, I know you and An Meng have a good relationship, but if you dare to come out and talk nonsense for this, you should think about it carefully before you go forward. Xin she's expression changed, but the threat only made her hesitate for a moment, and she continued to explain. Okay, Xin she, stop talking. And Meng quickly stopped her and said to Lu Linha, the old woman is right. It's all my fault. Don Bolam Sin Si. I taught her to say that. She had no choice. She wanted to leave here in the first place. So how could she have the nerve to implicate Xin she? Miss, Lu Linha's face darkened a little, and he whispered, okay, I got it. And Meng, come in with me. After that, he went into his room. After he went in, Lu Yunlian, who had been looking pitiful, immediately covered her mouth and giggled. When she realized that An Meng was looking at her, she first shrank her neck and then glared back provocatively. Idiot, just wait for bad luck. She thought An Meng would be panicked, but not only did the girl's face show no sign of abnormality, but she was smiling and waving at everyone, like a victorious soldier who was welcomed by everyone. This scene made the three girls of the Lu family stunned, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. What on earth is she pretending to be? After entering the room, Lu Linha sat down. The coldness on his face seemed to freeze the air. You're not going to explain anything? Oh no, this guy is really angry. And Meng swallowed his saliva, stiffened his neck, and retorted, yes, it was me and the old woman who had the argument. What's the matter? If you don't accept it, then divorce me. Divorce? Lu Linha chuckled. How can that be possible? I spent so much money to marry her. So, you are not going to pursue the matter? And Meng said in shock. She thought to herself that Lu Linha was too stingy. He could tolerate this for money? Lu Linha smiled and said, I just said I don't want a divorce, but I didn't say I won't pursue the matter. Since you don't want a divorce, how can you pursue it? It seems that you didn't read the contract carefully that day. Lu Linha's face showed some smile. He opened the drawer and threw the contract to An Meng again. Article 24. An Meng flipped through a few pages, and after seeing the 24th article, her beautiful eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. During the contract period, both parties must maintain a good and loving image in front of Party A's family. If they violate this, the other party may impose corresponding penalties on the breaching party, depending on the circumstances, with a maximum penalty not exceeding 4% of the contract amount. Do you understand? This means I can ask you for a fine of up to 10,000 yuan. You want money again? How come you, as a president, act like a beggar? Sister An Meng, were you the #1 female blind monk in the country? How come you found such a profiteer as your husband? It doesn't matter if we don't have money. We can use other punishments instead. Lu Linha glanced at her sideways with a meaningful look in his eyes. Somehow, An Meng suddenly felt a chill passing through him, and his tone became a little nervous. What punishment? What do you think? Lu Linha stood up, took off his suit, put the suit on the hanger with one hand, and pulled the tie on his white shirt with the other hand. Do you have anything valuable besides people? The girl's pupils suddenly shrank. Oh my God, this guy's not going to let her pay with her body. The contract probably didn't mention that she had any projects involving selling her body. No, this guy is rich and powerful, and she can't do anything to him even if he breaks the promise. From the beginning, this was destined to be an unfair game. And Meng's anus tightened, and she quickly covered her buttocks and backed away. But soon, she had nowhere to turn. Lu Linha came in front of her, looked down at her, and smiled. Are you ready? I'm warning you, don't do anything rash, otherwise wow. Before she finished her threat, Lu Linha picked her up. Lu Linha, I'm not done with you. Hearing the screams coming from the house, the three girls of the Lu family outside the door looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Get it? Chapter 12, the more beautiful things are, the more hurtful they are. Lu Linha, if you have the guts, let me go and let's fight it out. Hasn't the household registration book already given the answer to this kind of thing? Okay, wait for me to come down. I will never let you go. Now that you say that, I can't let you go. In the room, shrill cries for mercy were heard one after another, and the Liu family was very puzzled. What is my brother doing in there? Why is she screaming so miserably? Qinlan, isn't this domestic violence? Tian Huifeng didn't think so. No matter what he does, he is just trying to put an end to that bitch's arrogance. I guess she will understand after this that although Lin, he is her husband, his last name is still Liu. In the bedroom, the girl snuggled in the man's arms, completely losing her previous arrogance. Are you still strong? The man smiled as he looked at the girl in his arms. The girl ignored him, her beautiful, empty eyes staring at the ground, as if she was distracted. I was just trying to scare you. I didn't expect you to react so strongly. The man holding her teased. You look fearless, but I didn't expect you to be afraid of this. The girl, who was still gasping for breath, suddenly gritted her teeth and retorted, I'm not afraid. If your hands weren't still around my neck, I might have believed it. And Meng's face turned red. She puffed up her cheeks, and her strong self-esteem forced her to let go of the man. As soon as she let go, Lu Lina suddenly threw her into the air. Wow! And Meng couldn't help but scream out because of the strong feeling of weightlessness. She closed her eyes in fear. When she fell into the man's arms again, she didn't care about shame and could only hug Lu Linha tightly. Boss! Handsome Lu! I was wrong. Please stop scaring me. I'm really scared. The hateful Lu Linha took advantage of her fear of heights and forced her to submit. Although An Meng knew the height, it wouldn't be a big problem even if he fell. But there's a saying that goes, once bitten, you'll be afraid of ropes for 10 years. And Meng had just experienced death from falling from a high altitude a few days ago. Her body and brain already had stress disorders from falling. Even a brief period of weightlessness would make her tremble with fear. Seeing the girl give in, Lu Linha couldn't help laughing. The punishment is over. As he said that, he put Meng on the bed. Meng lay on the bed for a while. After calming down for a moment, his blurry eyes became clear again. He suddenly got up and jumped off the bed. Where are you going? Going to the toilet? What? Do you have any objections? Even though she had just begged for mercy, the girl's sharp tongue remained undiminished. Lu Linha lowered his head and paused for half a second at the instep of the foot covered with white cotton socks, then retracted his gaze and smiled. No, thank you. Polite. As she spoke, and Meng went around behind Lu Linha. She had just taken a few steps when she suddenly turned around, pushed off the ground with one foot, and kicked Lu Linha in the butt. She pretended to go to the bathroom, but actually just wanted to avoid Lu Linha's sight and attack him from behind. She said that if he let her go, she would never let him go. Just when she was about to kick him, Lu Linha turned his head to look at him, with a slight smile on his lips. He just turned slightly and avoided the girl's flying kick. Oh no, it turns out he had guessed it a long time ago. And Meng thought it was just a failed sneak attack, but she soon realized that things were not that simple. You have to know that Lu Linha was standing in front of the bed. Once he moved away, what would be exposed to Meng would be the solid bedboard. And Meng reacted immediately, but to her despair, her body was already in the air and it was impossible to stop at this moment. She could only watch her feet move closer to the bedboard step by step until they finally came into close contact with it, making a muffled sound. Ah! And Meng screamed and fell directly on the bed. Remember to use your brain before the next sneak attack. Go to the toilet barefoot? Only a fool can come up with such an excuse. Lu Lin had joked, and Meng ignored him, covered her eyes with her hands, and wailed, sounding like she was crying. Lu Linha frowned slightly. He also knew that kicking the bedboard was not a pleasant feeling. Are you okay? The girl hugged her foot and said, It's broken. It's all your fault. Let me see. Lu Linha leaned down, put his hand around the girl's slender ankle, and pulled the foot over. He took off his soft white cotton socks, and his bare feet were exposed. But sometimes, the more beautiful something is, the more hurtful it can be. Just as he moved closer to find out what was going on, the girl kicked him in the chest. She then quickly sat up, grabbed Lu Lina's arm, and clamped it tightly with her legs, with one leg pressing on his neck and the other on his chest, successfully pinning Lu Linha under her and completing a crosslock. Haha, now you can't move. She was just faking an injury. Although it was painful when she kicked the bed, it was not as serious as she made out to be. She thought she would see Lu Lin looking painful or panicked, but he did not show the expression she wanted to see. Instead, he smiled with relief. This time, An Meng couldn't do it. Once the cross armbar was formed, it would bend the elbow joint in the opposite direction, which was very painful. It was difficult for ordinary people to hold back from screaming, and it was unheard of for them to laugh. Hey, what are you laughing at? From the way you looked just now, I thought you were seriously injured. Now I feel relieved to see you so lively and energetic. And Meng was stunned. Is this guy smiling because he sees that I'm okay? So he is concerned about me? You are an idiot. I was just pretending. I wanted to sneak attack you. Wouldn't it be better to pretend? Well, where is it? Prove that you're not injured at all. Hey, I'm your enemy now. Why do you care about your enemy? Didn't you say it's because I'm stupid? The girl was stunned. Lu Linha relaxed his body at this time. You won, go ahead. And Meng looked at the hand in her arms. Somehow, she had just been dreaming of showing Lu Linha a lesson, but now, she suddenly lost interest. Forget it, forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Then we're even. She curled her pink lips, loosened her hands, and let go of Lu Linha. Seeing the girl's uncomfortable look, Lu Linha curled the corners of his lips. In fact, even if Meng's armbar was well-formed, Lu Linha could break it with one hand, because Meng was delicate and had little strength training. In front of the big and strong Lu Linha, she was just like a child. But he did not choose to use brute force, because he knew that as long as he said so, the girl would naturally let him go. This girl may seem chatterbox, but actually, she is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Lu Linha sat up and said, now that we're even, some things should be made clear. What's up? The truth of what happened today. And Meng's eyes suddenly narrowed. Chapter 13, even the wisest man can make mistakes. The truth. Don't you already know it? I want the truth, not a fake show. Lu Linha sat on the rocking chair in the bedroom, crossed his legs, and supported his chin with one hand. Perhaps because of the fight just now, the two buttons on the collar of his clothes were undone at some point, and his deep collarbone and strong chest muscles were faintly visible. Coupled with his gentle sitting posture, he was inexplicably attractive. Is this guy posing? But he seems kind of handsome, right? As soon as this thought came to her mind, the girl's eyes went blank. Wait, what is she thinking about? What does it have to do with her whether a man is handsome or not? What are you thinking about? Why aren't you talking? The girl came back to her senses, looked away guiltily, and coughed softly. How do you know it's fake? Is it because of what XIN she said? Her words are secondary. The most important thing is that there was a loophole when my mother spoke. Loophole. The man chuckled. Do you remember what my mother said at the time? The girl put her index finger on her chin, raised her head, and stared at the ceiling with her watery eyes for a long time. I can't remember. With your brain like that, you still have the nerve to call others stupid. Lu Linha shook his head helplessly. Get lost. When I asked you if this was true, my mother told me it was true, and all the servants in the manor could testify to it. Lu Linha smiled. I can understand that the servants who were at the scene could testify, but why did she say all the servants in the manor? This can only mean one thing. That is, my mother unified the testimonies of all the servants in the manor in order to make you unable to defend yourself. But as the saying goes, even the wisest man can make mistakes. It was because she had done too many things that she let the cat out of the bag unconsciously. And Meng's eyes went blank. It turns out that this old guy is quite good at paying attention to details. So, why didn't you explain when they were clearly wronging you? Lu Linha stared at An Meng. The girl opened her mouth. She couldn't say that she wanted a divorce on purpose and then collect the penalty. Who knew that this contract actually had a penalty mechanism? As expected, if you try to play tricks on unscrupulous businessmen, you are bound to be played with. She thought for a moment and explained, if I tell you, will you believe it? I may not believe it if you tell me, but I definitely won't believe it if you don't tell me. You're talking in such a roundabout way. You used to be a fast-paced singer, right? After saying that, An Meng lifted her bangs and looked away with empty eyes, as if she was reminiscing. One day, a girl married into a wealthy family. Although her marriage to her husband was fake, she was very grateful for the man's help. So even if it was fake, she planned to treat them all as her own family. However, she never expected that she would be bullied by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law on her first day. Not only did she have to work during the day, but she also had to serve them like a servant at night. However, no matter how the girl was treated, she never told anyone, but secretly wiped her tears late at night. She naively thought that maybe she had not done well enough before, and, as long as she worked hard, she would be able to live in harmony. And Meng continued. Unfortunately, the girl's tolerance did not bring her the desired result. Instead, she suffered even worse abuse. One day, she was strangely poisoned and was admitted to the hospital. On the first day after she was discharged from the hospital, the mother-in-law threw a broom at her and asked her to continue working. From that time on, the girl decided not to compromise anymore. Even if she would be expelled, she would fight back. It's strange to say, these are obviously just An Meng's memories, which she has never experienced. But when she dissected those memories, an inexplicable grievance and bitterness arose in her heart, which hurt her. Perhaps the grievances that the original owner had always buried in her heart also affected her. She took a deep breath. This is the general idea of the story. Do you understand? Why the hell did you fall asleep? And Meng looked over and found that Lu Linhe was supporting his chin with his eyes closed. She was so angry that she picked up the pillow on the bed and threw it over. The pillow flew towards Lu Linhe, but when it reached his face, Lu Linhe suddenly reached out and grabbed it. I wasn't sleeping, I was just thinking. Thinking about what? If you've been through so much, why didn't you ever tell me? How would I know? I'm not the An Meng from before. And Meng complained silently, but she certainly couldn't say that to Lu Linhe. She rolled her eyes and made up an excuse. Because even if I tell you, you can't believe it. One is your family member, and the other is your fake wife. Even a fool can tell who you believe. Oh, so you know, Lu Linhe said with a smile. Yes, I know. After saying that, and Meng was stunned. She frowned, always feeling that there seemed to be something wrong with what Lu Linhe said. After thinking for half a minute, Lu Linhe, you were scolding me in a roundabout way, right? After telling the truth, Lu Linhe did not express his opinion, but turned and left the house. And Meng went into the bathroom and prepared to take a bath. After becoming a girl, this is her favorite thing to do now. There's nothing we can do about it. Who can blame An Meng for having such a hot body and smooth skin? Not only is she pleasing to the eyes, but she also feels good to the touch. Everyone would like her. Just as she finished washing, there was an urgent knock on the door. Miss, something terrible has happened. Come out quickly. And Meng opened the bathroom door without even having time to blow dry her hair. What's wrong? Boss Lu called all the servants together and said they wanted to resign en masse. Oh. And Meng knew that Lu Linhe was just trying to scare his mother by firing employees, but she didn't expect that he was so ruthless and fired all of them directly. Aren't you surprised, miss? What are you surprised about? Those people were bribed by the old woman and told lies. They deserve to be fired. And Meng disagreed. Although she was kind, she was not a saint. Xin Qian lowered her eyes. Miss, Mr. Lu didn't just fire those people. He fired all of them. Aren't those all the people? And Meng blinked as if realizing something. Wait, you won't be fired too, will you? Yes, Mr. Lu said he would teach those people a lesson and asked me to go back and pack my luggage first. What a joke. Why would I fire you for no reason? And Meng couldn't stand it anymore. She could ignore the others, but Xin, she was so nice. Not only was she very nice to her, but she was also the only one who stood up and spoke for her. The most important thing is that she is still thinking about finding an opportunity to conquer Xin in the future. If she is dismissed by Lu Linhe, her love life will be cut off. Where's Lu Linhe? I'm going to find him. Chapter 14. Prophets will make rebellion faster than you can imagine. Tian Huifang thought she would hear the good news that Lu Linhe and An Meng were getting divorced tonight, or at worst they would be in a cold war. But she never expected that what she got was Lu Linhe's intention to dismiss all the servants in the manor. Many of these servants had known her for more than 10 years and had long been her close friends and confidants. When they heard that they were going to be fired, they naturally rushed to the hall in a hurry. When she arrived at the hall, she saw that all the servants of the manor, including the housekeeper, had been called to the hall and were lined up in several rows, while Lu Linhe was standing in front of them with a stern expression. Tian Huifang had a bad feeling in her heart, but she still walked over pretending nothing had happened. Linhe, what's going on? Why are you firing them for no reason? You asked them. Ameda had a good relationship with Tian Huifang said, Madam, didn't you say today that the young mistress has been bullying you? The young master blamed us for such a big thing, but no one told him. He thought we had ulterior motives towards him, so he planned to fire us all. Tian Huifang was a little confused. She had described the actual situation in a tragic way, just to put the blame on An Meng, but she never expected that such a thing would happen. Tian Huifang advised, Linhe, they all have their own difficulties even if they don't say anything. Just forgive them this time. That won't work. They were most likely bribed by An Meng. Otherwise, why didn't anyone tell me that An Meng was so domineering at home? It was strange that Lu Linhe's tone was obviously very calm, but it made people feel inexplicably oppressed. I pay their salaries, and I don't need employees who will hide things from me. Tian Huifang was speechless for a moment. If she didn't tell the truth, these servants would inevitably be fired. But if she told the truth, wouldn't that tell Lu Linhe that she had been lying before? She was clearly lying, but the servants still helped her cover up. Doesn't this mean that the servants were actually bribed by her? She suddenly realized that no matter which path she took, Lu Linhe had blocked it for her. For this reason, she could only remain silent. Those servants were initially nonchalant about being fired. After all, given their relationship with the old lady, she would definitely not ignore them. Although Lu Linhe is the one in charge of the Lu family, it is impossible for him not to give face to his mother. But when they saw Tian Huifang remain silent, they all panicked. Although they're just servants, their treatment in the Lu family is not bad. The environment is comfortable, the work is simple, the salary is generous, and the working hours per week do not exceed 36 hours. If you want to work here, you have to have some relationship with the old lady. If they were to resign at this point, with their abilities, they might never find such a good job in their lifetime. Soon, someone lost his patience. Boss Lu, we are wronged. We don't know anything about Miss N's affairs. How can we report to you? Don't know? Then why did all of you servants know about her commotion today? Did the manor only have internet access today? Lu Linhe's questioning left the servants speechless, and in this brief silence, their heads were working frantically. Soon, someone came up with the answer. President Lu hates employees who hide things from him. So if they just tell the whole truth, there will be nothing to hide, right? They have already seen that although Tian Huifang is Lu Linhe's mother, the relationship between the two is more like the emperor and the empress dowager in ancient times. Sometimes when the emperor makes up his mind, even the empress dowager cannot stop him. If they continue to conceal the truth, they will definitely be fired. But if they confess the truth and admit their mistakes, they may still have a chance of survival. Moreover, they knew that An Meng was a lonely girl with no one to rely on. They felt reluctant to help the lady bully her, but they had to go against their conscience due to the reality. Now, that the madam is not going to protect them, there is no need for them to keep this secret. When faced with interests, people often betray faster than you can imagine. The chef said, Boss Lu, to be honest, we didn't report it to you. Not because we were bribed by Miss N, but because Miss N never did that kind of thing. Oh, Lu Linhe raised his eyebrows. If An Meng didn't do it, why did my mother say that at the time, and why did you admit it? A hint of shock flashed across Tian Huifang's eyes, and she quickly winked at the servants. But unfortunately, they didn't look over here. Because Madam instructed us to say so. Tian Huifang said angrily. You are talking nonsense. Wait a minute, Mom. Lu Linhe stopped Tian Huifang and looked at the chef. Go on. In fact, since Miss N came here, she has been bullied and abused by Madam. She has to work harder than the servants every day. Today, Madam went to find Miss N and asked her to sweep the floor. I'm afraid Miss N also felt resentful and rebelled against Madam. Miss Lu wanted to teach her a lesson, but Miss N held her back. Lu Linhe nodded. So what you mean is that the real victim is not Madam, but An Meng? Yes, Miss N is actually a very nice person, but Madam, Tian Huifang said anxiously. You were just throwing mud. Do you have any evidence? Spreading rumors is free. You said that what I said today was false. How can you prove that what you said now is true? The servants fell silent again. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they had no evidence to prove it. Seeing that no one spoke, Tian Huifang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled proudly. At this time, someone stood out from the crowd. I have. Tian Huifang looked at the man, and her smile suddenly froze. That person was none other than Butler's son. Housekeeper, Boss Lu, my wife asked me to tell everyone today so that everyone can speak with one voice, and I haven't deleted this chat record yet. Should this be considered evidence? So that's how it is. Lu Linhe looked at Tian Huifang, and Tian Huifang's face had turned pale at this time. Things have changed, and now she is the one who is unable to defend herself. She knew she couldn't change her statement, so she quickly defended herself. Linhe, I did this for you. That wild girl is not worthy of our family at all. But ever since that wild girl moved into our house, you have been working outside and didn't stay overnight. I guess you must be tired of her. We'll talk about this later. Lu Linhe interrupted Tian Huifang and looked at the servants in front of him. Although you told the truth, it is also true that you concealed the truth when An Meng was bullied before. So, unfortunately, you still have to leave here. Seeing that Lu Linhe had no intention of showing leniency, the servants lowered their heads helplessly, ready to be judged. At this moment, a beautiful figure came down from upstairs. Wait a moment. Lao He. Chapter 15, Turning Enemies into Friends. As soon as the voice came out, everyone looked at the girl on the stairs. After seeing who it was, the servants all showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Miss An Meng, why is she here? But after being stunned, they finally understood. They probably came to watch them have fun, because of the lady, they treated her very badly and always ordered her to do this, and that when she was working. Now, they're going to be fired. Any normal person would come and add insult to injury. Lu Linha looked over and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" "Nonsense. Why would I come down if there's nothing wrong?" And Meng retorted to him, then ran downstairs and came in front of Lu Linha. She glanced at the rows of employees, stood on tiptoe, and leaned close to Lu Linha's ear. "I heard you were going to fire them all." "All? Xinxi, are you going to quit too?" "I said it all." The girl raised her eyebrows and said, "No, Xinxi must stay today. If you fire her, then I will quit too." Lu Linha's lips curled slightly. "Then should I say, it's a deal, double happiness?" "Hey, you actually watched that?" And Meng suddenly realized that he had gone off topic and quickly said, "Hey, just keep her. I have no objection if you fire them, but XIN she didn't do anything wrong." "Why is that right?" "She didn't tell me what you went through. She knew the truth, but didn't report it. She's the same as them." Lu Linha took out a contract and continued, "And I've already drafted a contract. It also states that all employees of the manor will be fired. It's impossible to single her out. If you want her to stay, you can only cancel this contract. Then let's abolish it." "Oh." Lu Linha raised his eyebrows and raised his voice. "So you mean to plead for them and want them to stay?" When these words came out, the servants were stunned. "Missin, are you actually pleading for them? How is that possible?" They had been asked by the lady to treat Miss and in a very bad manner. It was good enough that Missin didn't come to laugh at them. Why would she plead for them? Sometimes, people who have done bad things fear not malicious retaliation, but magnanimous forgiveness. Because they had thought of counterattack a long time ago, they were mentally prepared and had built layers of fortresses to resist any upcoming attacks. But forgiveness is an unexpected armor-piercing bullet that can easily penetrate their defense fortress, reach their hearts, and give their souls a gentle blow. The servants looked at each other, and besides shock, there was another look in their eyes. Remorse. Seeing their reactions, Lu Linha was very satisfied. He had never intended to fire everyone. After all, many of the employees were old acquaintances, and even if he recruited a new batch of employees, they would definitely be bribed by his mother again. So Lu Linha's initial plan was to pretend to resign and then use An Meng's words to get them to stay. This would not only keep them, but also make them grateful to An Meng. Moreover, because of his mother's behavior of selling them out just now, even if his mother had any other ideas at that time, they would definitely not agree with them. At that time, An Meng was no longer isolated and helpless in this manner. Turning enemies into friends is far more effective than defeating them. That was why he deliberately added XN Shi to the dismissal list, in order to let An Meng come to plead for mercy, and thus forgive the servants and make them feel remorseful. And now, some of the servants even had red eyes and shed tears of regret. Seeing that they were about to succeed, An Meng looked bewildered and said, "Ah, I plead for them. When did this happen? How come I don't know about it? Isn't she just for Xinxi? When will there be them?" Upon hearing this, the servant's expressions suddenly changed from Lu Linha paused. He never expected that at the last moment, something would go wrong with the girl. He remained calm and said, "You just said that you wanted to protect them." Maid oh. And Meng, no, I mean your contract is invalid. I don't mean to protect everyone." Maid, yes. Maid oh. No. Maid, yes. The servants lived in Bungbu. Can't you all be united and let us practice Sichuan opera face-changing here? Lu Linha was also defeated by the girl's straightforwardness. So when An Meng was about to deny it again, he covered her mouth and hugged her in his arms. After being silent for a few seconds, the girl suddenly became furious. "Damn it, why are you hugging me again? Don't move if you want Xinxi to stay." Lu Linha whispered in her ear. The magnetic and deep voice made her body tremble slightly for no reason. She gave up struggling and asked happily, "You agree? You can get my consent, but you have to say this next." Lu Linha whispered a few words in the girl's ear. An Meng was shocked after hearing this. "Why? No reason. If you want her to stay, just do it." An Meng pouted, then cleared her throat. "Well, I just heard that they have repented. They are good comrades if they know their mistakes and correct them. You cannot give them a chance to reform, right? Life is not easy for everyone. Why don't you just keep them here? Lu Linha was silent for a moment, then slowly said, if you call them nicely, I'll keep them all. After many twists and turns, the situation finally returned to Lu Linha's hands, and he could also take the opportunity to show his affection with An Meng, killing two birds with one stone. Sounds good? He didn't say anything nice, did he? The girl frowned, and after a brief thought, she suddenly understood. Dad, she killed the game. An Meng was very puzzled. She could see that Lu Linha didn't seem to want to fire these people. But if he didn't want to fire them, why did he have to let her speak first? She was just wondering what was going on when a group of servants surrounded her. Mizzen, we are really sorry for what happened before. I'm sorry, Mizzen. To be honest, I was really panicked when I was about to be fired. When I thought about my wife and children, I didn't know how to face it. Thank you, Mizzen. You saved me. Can you forgive us? Mizzen. The girl looked at those pairs of eyes full of apology and hope, and her previous resentment dissipated, and she waved her hand. Oh, that's nothing. We're just buddies from now on. In the evening, after Lu Linha finished dinner at home, he actually did not go to work overtime for the first time. Today's dinner was exceptionally sumptuous, and coupled with the gloomy faces of the three daughters of the Lu family, and Meng felt extremely happy. She was so happy that she ate too much without paying attention. So after dinner, she took Xianxi for a walk in the yard. Living in a big house, eating delicious food, and taking walks with beautiful women after meals, she felt that these days were so much happier than before. The only drawback was that her younger brother did not experience this carefree life with her. After taking a walk, An Meng returned to her room. When she opened the door, she ran into Lu Linha, who had just finished taking a shower. Lu Linha's lower body was covered with a bath towel, but his upper body was naked. His square and well-shaped chest muscles and knife-like abdominal muscles immediately attracted An Meng's attention. The girl's beautiful eyes widened, and she walked over and put her hands on the pectoral muscles and squeezed them a few times. Awesome, bro. What did you train? Chapter 16, The President's Wife, is not bad, too. At night, An Meng lay on the bed, scrolling through her phone boredly. Although An Meng's mobile phone is not a high-end product, it is also a smartphone worth a few thousand yuan, which is fine for daily use. It is worth mentioning that although she did not take her mobile phone back after returning home, she brought her SIM card back and put it on An Meng's mobile phone. This means that her previous social software and game accounts can be used again. It's just that because she is dead, the only friends she can contact, apart from netizens, are her parents and Chi. After seeing a silly short video, An Meng lay on the bed and laughed foolishly for a while. Then she turned over and saw Lu Linha sitting on a chair in the corner reading a book. Her smile suddenly became dull. I lost it. Why are you still here? Maybe it was because Lu Linha was too quiet, or maybe she was used to living in this room alone. She actually forgot there was another person in the room. The man glanced at her and said, "This is my room. Are you surprised to be here? Aren't you always at the company at night? I'm not busy today. I'll sleep at home." And Meng said, "Oh," and then she suddenly felt something was wrong. "Wait, where are you going to sleep?" "Bed. But this is where I want to sleep." "Who stipulated that only one person can sleep on this bed?" And Meng raised her eyebrows. "You mean we should sleep together?" "Congratulations on your correct answer." He thought that given the girl's current temper, she would be furious and resist a lot. He had even thought about which clause of the contract she would use to fight back. "You don't snore when you sleep, do you? If you do, don't blame me for kicking you awake. By the way, I'm not a very good sleeper. If you were woken up by my kick, even though you weren't snoring, it might be because I was dreaming about beating up little monsters and using the Leo kick. Don't even think about taking revenge on me. Sometimes I dream about fighting with dogs. If you get close to me, you'll be bitten." He never expected that every word the girl said was beyond his expectations. And Meng really didn't care much about it. When she was in school, she slept in a dormitory bed with men on both sides. She was used to it. Although she didn't want to sleep with this annoying guy, this was someone else's home. And as the saying goes, one has to bow his head under the eaves. And this bed is big enough to sleep 3 people, and more than enough for 2 people. Lu Linha said no more and continued reading. And Meng was watching a video when a message appeared on the top. "Chi?" Question mark. And Meng, 1. Although there were only 2 symbols, the 2 people had successfully communicated. This is the tacit understanding developed from years of duo queuing. Their bottom lane combination is truly powerful. An Meng did not enter the voice chat. After all, Lu Linha was there, so it was inconvenient for her to speak. It would be bad if she let something slip. After entering the game, Chi sent a message in the team chat box. How would you life there? Not bad, Dabi, king-size bedroom. It's so good. Can you take a picture for me? No, there is someone next to me. Who? Could it be your husband? Could you please stop bringing up irrelevant issues? An Meng narrowed her eyes. She knew that Chi was deliberately trying to disgust her. The remaining 3 teammates were silent at first, but when they saw this conversation, they were immediately excited. The result of the divination. Oh my God, there's a married young woman. Sadness. She plays games with another man while her husband is beside her. Is it because her husband's skills are not enough to satisfy her? Or is she just like Minotaur? Or is it her master's mission? Reading the dialogue, old task manager. An Meng curled his lips, blocked his teammates with one click, and began to concentrate on the operation. After a few games, she felt a little sleepy, so she quit the game and lay lazily on the bed, her long and smooth black hair spread out like a moist and vivid ink painting. Lu Linha also closed the book and sat on the edge of the bed, with a small lock of An Meng's hair under him. At this time, Chi sent her a voice call. She was a little puzzled, but still picked up the call. What's wrong? Didn't you say that Lu Linha was working outside? Why is he in your room? Who knows? As Lu Linha was right next to them, An Meng didn't dare to speak too clearly. You have to be careful. You're different now. You have to be a little wary of men. Oh, why are you worrying about that? Don't you see who I am? I'm a 6-degree sauna master. As long as I want. Ordinary people can't get close to me easily. An Meng said as he gestured on the bed. Ouch! Lu Linha, you're pressing my hair. Gee. His intuition told him that he might not be able to keep his good brother's anus for much longer. After turning off the lights at night, An Meng and Lu Linha began their first journey of sleeping together. Although the 2 people slept in the same bed, they lay neatly on either side of the bed, with the middle like the Chu River and Han River dividing the 2 of them, creating a situation where they did not interfere with each other. Although An Meng was sleepy, she was not in a hurry to sleep. In fact, being the president's wife is not bad. She doesn't have to get up early for work the next day, and no one will care if she plays a little longer at night. Of course, if possible, she would rather be a plug than a socket. After playing for a while, she couldn't keep her eyelids open anymore and fell asleep in a daze. After she fell asleep, she gradually lost control of the phone in her hand, and she was leaning against the bed, so the phone naturally fell under the bed, making a bang sound, breaking the silence. Lu Linha was just about to fall asleep when he was awakened by the noise. What's that sound? The only response he got was An Meng's shallow and regular breathing. Helplessly, he could only get up from the bed and go to An Meng to check, and found that it was the cell phone that had fallen. He leaned over to pick it up and put the phone on the bedside table. Things should have ended like this, but he never expected that the girl who was sleeping soundly on the bed would suddenly kick Lu Linha. Lu Linha dodged quickly. He didn't expect that what the girl said about Leo's flying kick was true. In the past, An Meng was used to sleeping in this big bed alone, and she could kick wherever she wanted, but she completely forgot that she was sleeping on the edge of the bed at the moment. With this kick, her body flipped over, and she was about to fall off the bed. In a flash, Lu Linha leaned over, hugged the girl with both hands, and tried to save the collapsing building. Lu Linha just breathed a sigh of relief when the sleeping girl suddenly hugged his neck, pouting her pink lips. Even with her beautiful eyes closed, she accurately found his lips and touched theirs. This kiss made Lu Linha, who was usually calm, stay where he was. He had only one thought in his mind. That is, what did she usually do with the little monster in her dreams? An Meng did dream of the little monster, but when she used Leo's flying kick, the monster dodged it, and there was a cliff in front of her. At the critical moment, someone hugged her. She opened her eyes and found that the one who saved her was the pillow of senior sister Mai, who was supposed to be sent to another world by her parents. Now she not only came back, but also turned from a pillow into a real person. An Meng was naturally happy and excited. She immediately hugged her beloved senior sister Mai and kissed her boldly. But the strange thing is that after the kiss, her world suddenly began to collapse, and senior Mai gradually moved away from her. Thank you, Mai. An Meng opened his eyes while talking in his sleep. When she saw the man's face so close to her, she blinked several times, and after a while, a layer of shock covered her eyes. Why are you born like this? Chapter 17. The differences between buyer shows and seller shows. Looking at the girl who was sleeping soundly, Lu Lina's face was full of black lines. He thought that with An Meng's current temper, she would definitely go into a rage when she woke up and found that the person she kissed was him. In fact, Lu Linha did guess right. It's a pity that he guessed the beginning, but not the ending. After An Meng cursed him, she pointed her finger at his nose and yelled, "Ew." Afterwards, she closed her eyes, tilted her head, and lost consciousness. This scared Lu Linha. How is this so similar to the plot in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where Zhou died suddenly after shouting, "If I were born, why was Liang born?" Could he be so angry that he fainted? He laid the girl flat on the bed, checked her breathing, looked at her pupils, and felt her pulse. After repeated confirmation, he finally came to a shocking conclusion. She actually fell asleep like this. Looking at the girl's peaceful sleeping face, Lu Linha pursed his lips for a moment, then raised them unconsciously. This girl is actually quite cute. At this time, the girl smacked her lips and made a faint sound. For some unknown reason, he was actually a little curious and lay down to listen to her talking in her sleep. "Lu Linha, you bastard." Well, only when she wasn't talking. The next day, "Mr. Lu, here's several cooperation contracts with other groups. Please take a look." The secretary said respectfully. "Okay." Lu Linha took the contract and said, "Make me another cup of black coffee." "But Mr. Lu, you have already had several drinks today." "It's okay, have another drink." After the secretary went out, another man came in. The man was dressed in a suit and had a handsome appearance and a pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes. He pinched his waist, leaned in front of Lu Linha and looked at him for a while, then smacked his lips and said, Tiske, our continent seemed pretty crazy last night, didn't it? Defamation can be punished, silence text. Shimal 1, the childhood friend who grew up with him, is now the vice president and general manager of Lu Group. Do you still need me to slander you? Those two big dark circles under your eyes are as solid as a mountain of evidence. Lu Linha was speechless for a moment. He really didn't sleep well last night, not just because of An Meng's kiss, but more importantly, An Meng really didn't lie. She was really not honest when she slept. Last night, as soon as Lu Linha lay down, the girl turned over several times on the bed and rolled smoothly in front of him. The two people who were separated by the Chu River and Han River just now were less than 20 centimeters apart in the blink of an eye. Zhang Liao had to call himself an expert when he saw the speed of the attack. That's not all. After coming in front of him, An Meng naturally hugged him with both hands and slipped into his arms. Anyone who has studied geography knows that when two continental plates collide, towering mountains will naturally rise. After the contact, Lu Linha's body shook. This girl is not wearing any underwear. Even if he didn't see it, he could clearly sense the shape hidden under the silk pajamas. For an adult man, this is tantamount to torture. He also tried to push her away, but every time he did, An Meng would hug him tighter, crying and muttering things like, "Senior Sister Mai, please don't leave me." Well, it looks like he's been treated as something strange again. There was no other way. So, Lu Linha could only continue to maintain this intimate posture, but the price was, he just couldn't sleep that night. However, when he thought of An Meng, her series of shocking actions yesterday and her cute sleeping face appeared in front of his eyes unconsciously, which made him laugh. Seeing Lu Linha smile, Shun Maoan restrained his smile and said, "Linha, it's okay for you to play with that little girl, but you must not fall in love with her. Don't forget that you married her just for..." Hearing this, Lu Linha's smile gradually disappeared, interrupting the silence. I know my limits." At noon, the sun shines in, making the whole room warm. When An Meng woke up, she found that she was the only one in the bed. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes were hollow, and it was obvious that she had not completely woken up from the dream. It's strange. It seems like she forgot something important yesterday. What was it? After a moment, her pupils suddenly contracted. By the way, she seemed to be having a nightmare. She remembered that in her dream she kissed her beloved senior sister Mai Yi, but when she opened her eyes, it was Lu Lin and that bastard. This is a world of difference between the buyer's show and the seller's show. Fortunately, when she closed her eyes again, Senior Mai appeared in front of her again. Although it was a nightmare, it was short-lived. The naive girl didn't know that just yesterday, she had given her first kiss on her own initiative. She finished washing up and left the bedroom, but did not see Lu Linha in the villa. After asking around, she found out that Lu Linha had gotten up early in the morning to go to work. 3 days passed while he was gone. During these 3 days, Lu Linha didn't come back once, but it didn't affect her happiness living here. After that conflict, Tian Huifeng no longer targeted her, and the two sides entered a Cold War mode of not interfering with each other. The servants in the villa had a very harmonious relationship with her. An Meng is a person who has a clear distinction between love and hate, and is generous and straightforward. He can easily get along with the servants. Her relationship with Xian, she is even closer, and hugging and taking advantage of each other are no longer strange to her. Everything was moving in the direction she wanted. However, when someone is happy, someone else is worried. While she was living a carefree life, Tian Huifeng was not living comfortably. Because of her previous betrayal, now that she was in this family, the servants obviously had a gap with her. At lunch that day, An Meng wondered, what happened to Lu Lina? He hasn't come back for 3 days. Tian Huifeng snorted coldly. Why, do you still miss him? I don't see that. Indeed, I don't really want to. I just asked casually. Humph. As expected, women like you are here only for money. Tell me, how much money will you pay to leave my son? An Meng was surprised. Wow. Here it is, a classic line from a TV series about wealthy families. Tian Huifeng. In fact, An Meng really wanted some money and then break up with Lu Linha, but unfortunately she couldn't do it. Because she still has a contract with Lu Linha. If she wants to leave, she must pay 3 million in compensation. Thinking of this, the girl was suddenly stunned. Wait a minute. So, as long as she gets at least 3 million from Tian Huifeng, wouldn't she be able to regain her freedom? The girl's eyes lit up. She is truly a genius. Ahem. An Meng coughed lightly. What are you talking about? The relationship between Lao He and I is as close as we can get. Do you think you could buy me off with money? That's just wishful thinking. She first expressed her feelings in a more sincere manner to make it easier for her to ask for a price later. Unexpectedly, Tian Huifeng nodded and said, oh, forget it. And Meng was stunned and quickly pulled Tian Huifeng back. Hey, that's not what I meant. What do you mean? It costs extra money. So that's how it is. How much do you want? Since you're my mother, I will give you a discount. 3 and 10,000. How about that? Isn't this a fair price? Not only did she pay off the compensation, she also made an extra 10,000 yuan. She is truly a genius. Well, that's fair. How do you want to pay? What to pay? I don't have any money. No money? Why are you asking this question if you don't have money? Same as you, just asking casually. And by the way, I want to prove to Linha that you are indeed a money-oriented woman. Tian Huifeng smiled proudly. And Meng was stunned. Oh no, this old woman is starting to play tactics. Chapter 18, a guy who is worse than a dog. The black Helenan stopped at the door, and the door slowly opened. The security guard at the door was chatting and laughing, but he stood straight the moment he saw the person coming. Mr. Liu, you're back. Yeah. Lu Linha responded. Strangely enough, he has been absent-minded for the past 3 days since he left home. He was distracted several times, even during meetings, which made his employees think that they had made some mistakes that made him unhappy. In addition, he, who used to sleep in the company often, now finds it difficult to sleep and always tosses and turns at night. Even Silent when teased him again. How many times did you come that day? The recoil was so strong. Lu Linha was too lazy to argue with him, but there was indeed something wrong with his recent state. Just as he was wondering what went wrong, his mother Tian Huifeng called him. Linha, when will you come back? I have something important to tell you. It's about An Meng. An Meng? Hearing this, he immediately set off for home. Arriving at the villa, he immediately went to his room. But when he opened the door, he did not see the expected beautiful figure. He walked around the floor, and a voice called him from behind. Mr. Liu. He turned around and found Xian Shi standing behind him with a surprised look on her face. When did you come back? Just now. Lu Linha turned and asked. Where did Meng go? Xian Shi hesitated to speak. Miss. Where is she? She's over there, in the staff dormitory building. What was she doing there? It's hard to say. Mr. Liu, you should go and see in person. Lu Linha raised his eyebrows, walked out of the villa, and came to the staff dormitory building. This manor not only has a place for them to live, but also a separate villa for employees, all of which are single rooms. This is one of the reasons why they are reluctant to be fired. As I walked into the dormitory building, before I saw the girl, I heard her cheerful voice. What's wrong with you? How come you gave up in just a few seconds? Miss, this is my first time. Oh, then hurry up and get up. I haven't had enough fun yet. No, miss, I really can't do it anymore. A man can't say no. Get up. The girl's cheerful voice. Missin is so strong. This is the 6th person who has fallen, but she still has the strength. Run. Missin is coming again. Help! There was a commotion inside, and Lu Linha frowned. What is this doing? Why does it sound a little weird? Lu Linha quickly pushed open the door, and the scene in front of him was so shocking that even he, who was well-informed, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. I saw several employees lying on the ground, and An Meng was holding a pillow in his hand, hitting their heads frantically. Those employees didn't dare to resist at all and could only roll on the ground with their heads in their hands. Haha, let me tell you, I've never lost a pillow fight in the dormitory. Perhaps it was too boring staying in the villa, so An Meng suddenly got excited and ran to the staff dormitory to play a pillow fight with them. It's a pity that I don't know if these people were just giving in to her or they were just too weak. After a few rounds, they were all knocked down by her with pillows. Just as she was feeling proud of herself, she suddenly saw someone walking in from the door out of the corner of her eye. Oh, it should be Shinchi who is back. An Meng looked towards the door. After seeing the person coming, the smile on her face was like a rose frozen in Siberia. Although it was still warm, it was already stiff. My God, why are you here? When An Meng saw Lu Linha again, she felt nervous. After all, she had just been cheated by Tian Huifang today, and she knew that Tian Huifang would definitely tell Lu Linha about this. It just happened during the day, and Lu Linha, who had not been home for a long time, rushed back at night, most likely to punish her. After all, she wanted to get money from their family and then transfer it to him, which was like getting something for nothing. Although there doesn't seem to be any inaccuracies in the contract, Lu Lin and this treacherous guy will definitely have other excuses. Lu Linha did not answer. What about you? Why are you here? I'm having a pillow fight here. Lu Linha glanced at the pillow in An Meng's hand, then looked at a few obviously timid employees, and after saying, "Follow me," he left the dormitory building. An Meng could only follow him eagerly. The two of them walked in silence all the way back to the living room of the villa. Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time, she wondered if he knew, so she asked tentatively, "What are you doing back here?" "What? Can't I come back?" Lu Linha found it a little funny and subconsciously curled the corners of his lips. And his smile made An Meng widen her eyes. Every time this guy smiles, nothing good happens. It can be called Satan's smile. It looked like he was definitely here for that. So she quickly said, "Don't take that matter seriously. I was just joking." That thing? Lu Linha paused slightly, and his thoughts immediately returned to that night, the kiss that had occupied him for several nights. So, she remembered? But what's the joke? Did she want to distance herself from the matter urgently and stop him from thinking too much? Lu Linha narrowed his eyes. It was you who violated the contract. Why should I not care? Sure enough, this guy who is worse than a dog will not let her off so easily. Seeing that soft persuasion didn't work, An Meng pinched her waist and said firmly, "Then what do you want? There's nothing in the contract that forbids me to do this." Well, that's true. Right. So, in this matter, it's my freedom to do whatever I want. If you're really unhappy, you could do that too. I won't stop you. And Meng felt that she was really smart. Her family had no money. Even if she let Lu Linha go to his house and get something for nothing, it would be like Zhao Binshan going to Xiao Xinyang's restaurant for dinner. If one didn't order, you would have to give up. But by saying this, she could justify her behavior. But her words made Lu Linha raise his eyebrows. Are you sure? Of course. I have no objection, as long as you, President Lu, are happy. And Meng had an unconcealable pride on her face. With her clever mind, she successfully resolved the crisis. However, Lu Linha mistook her behavior as An Meng mocking him. The girl didn't know this. She shook her head and said to herself, "I am very fair. If you don't do it, don't blame me." Before she could finish her words, her mouth was blocked by something. Her beautiful eyes were wide open as she stared blankly at the man, so close to her, petrified. The girl's lips are very soft, just like the marshmallows we ate as children, so sweet that they are addictive. But Lu Linha just tasted it briefly and then left that land of tenderness. Lu Linha let go of her and said calmly, "Okay, now we're even." After saying that, he continued to move forward. However, after he had taken a few steps, the girl behind him ran towards him like a cheetah, jumped on him, and hugged his neck tightly. "Lu, I will fight you." Chapter 19. Women are strange creatures. Women are indeed very difficult to understand creatures. It was clearly her who said it was okay, and she said it in a mocking tone that he didn't dare to do. But when he really does it, he will be furious. It's like the passionate rainy season, with blue sky and white clouds in the last second and violent storms in the next second. Of course, even An Meng's all-out attack was just like playing house in Lu Linha's eyes. He grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her into his arms, but unexpectedly his hand was bitten. He frowned slightly, pinched An Meng's cheek with one hand, and applied a little force, forcing her mouth into the shape of a goldfish. "What do you do?" he asked. "How dare you ask me that?" Upon hearing this, the girl became even more furious. Until now, she still couldn't believe that what had just happened was real. She was actually kissed by a man. The nightmare 3 days ago turned out to be a prophecy. "Isn't this what you asked for?" Lu Linha wondered. "How could I agree to this? You bastard, I was wondering why you were so bold, but I didn't expect you to come up with such a despicable way of revenge. That was my first kiss. Give it back to me." So her first kiss is still there? That means she has never been in a relationship before? Well, with such a violent girl, I guess few people can control her. Lu Linha raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but soon he discovered a blind spot. Wrong. She said it was her first kiss, but she had already kissed him once 3 nights ago. The kissing style was the same both times. Why did she say it was her first kiss? After a brief thought, Lu Linha came to a conclusion. That's where he misunderstood. Maybe what Meng just talked about was not about that night, but something else he didn't know yet. Just as he was wondering, Tian Huifang came over. "Linha, you're back." Tian Huifang heard An Meng making noise in the hall and was thinking about coming out to teach her a lesson, but she unexpectedly saw her son and was immediately delighted. "Mom." Tian Huifang looked at An Meng and remembered something. She quickly said to Lu Linha, "Linha, divorce this woman quickly. She wanted to get money from me and divorce you today. She is here for the money." After Tian Huifang told Lu Linha what happened today, he realized that he had misunderstood. "Divorce if you want, whoever doesn't is a dog." Ugh. And Meng was feeling upset, but before she could vent, Lu Linha covered her mouth. "Go back to the house first. I'll come find you later." "I don't. If you don't want to go up there, I'd be happy to do it for you." Faced with Lu Linha's threat, she got angry for a moment, then went upstairs obediently. After all, this guy is not just talking. If she doesn't listen, she will really be carried upstairs like a princess in public. Damn it. She must find a way to leave this damn place. And Meng returned to the room and waited for about 10 minutes before the door opened again. And Meng didn't say anything, but stared at the man who walked in with her beautiful eyes. After all, she couldn't hit him, and she couldn't be allowed to scold him, so she could only express her dissatisfaction with her eyes. However, her protest did not last long, as her eyes were attracted by Lu Lin and the plate in his hand. "What is this?" And Meng asked curiously. "Iced cheese chiffon cake." Lu Linha opened the lid, revealing a light yellow cake cut into 4 pieces. "Oh, this guy is trying to coax her with cake." And Meng raised her eyebrows. "What are you doing? Are you trying to bribe my pure love warriors with this? Which pure love warrior can't stand such a test?" While An Meng was speaking, Lu Linha had already brought the cake in front of her. A tempting sweet fragrance lingered around her nose, making her sniff unconsciously. "Emma, what is this thing? Why does it smell so good? Is this delicious?" She pointed at the cake. "You used to like this the most, want a piece?" Looking at the cake so close at hand, she swallowed, then turned her head away resolutely to show her determination. "I don't want to eat it. Take it away." "Okay then." Lu Linha nodded and stuffed the forked piece into his mouth. "Hey, what are you doing?" The girl was dumbfounded. "Don't you want to eat it? This thing goes bad quickly. It will be a waste if you don't eat it." Lu Linha finished the piece of cake in a few bites and extended his evil fork to the next victim of the cake. Just as the cake reached his mouth, the girl behind him rushed over, hugged him, then stuck her head out, opened her mouth wide, and stuffed the whole cake in her mouth in one gulp. "Why did you eat again?" Lu Linha asked knowingly. "Because it would be a bigger waste if you eat it." And Meng muttered and swallowed the cake in no time. "How does it taste?" "I can't really taste it." She ate too fast, and although she tasted a little sweetness, she swallowed it before she could savor it carefully. "Eat slowly. This is not a ginseng fruit." "What does this have to do with ginseng fruit? Isn't this how you ate the ginseng fruit last time?" "When did I eat the ginseng fruit?" And Meng replied puzzledly, and then she suddenly realized something. "Lu, you're calling me Zhu Beiji, right?" Lu Linha pursed his lips, picked up another piece of cake, and put it to the girl's mouth. "Here, take small bites this time." The girl cooperated, opened her mouth, and took a small bite. After chewing for a short while, her eyes suddenly shone with a strange light. Tasty. She didn't like sweets before, but probably due to the influence of this body, she now actually likes this taste. She took a few more bites, stuffing her cheeks full, like a hamster eating. Seeing that An Meng's emotions had stabilized, Lu Linha explained. Actually, it was just a misunderstanding. An Meng swallowed the cake and said, Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? President Lu didn't mean to say that you love the world and kiss the world with your lips, but accidentally kissed me on the lips. Lu Linha explained, 3 days ago, you kissed me by mistake when you were asleep at night, and I can do what you said just now, so I naturally thought you were talking about this. And Meng was stunned. What? It turns out that what happened that day was not a nightmare, but reality? She took the initiative to kiss this man? This is worse than a nightmare. So, it was actually her who offended Lu Lina first? The girl's mouth twitched. The feeling of suddenly realizing that you were the first to make the mistake in the middle of an argument was like being a 300-pound mummy. It was hard to hold on. Ahem. That was so many years ago. I don't remember it at all. I just remember that was my first kiss, but I can't just let it go like that. Unless. Unless what? Give me another piece. Chapter 20 Christmas. In the middle of the night, An Meng, who was sleeping soundly, frowned, hugged the pillow tightly in her arms, and retracted her head. After a while, she suddenly opened her eyes. Wait, didn't her pillow already go to another world? What she's holding now is... An Meng suddenly opened her eyes, and when she saw the man's sleeping face so close to her, her eyes were empty. Then she remembered that Lu Linha seemed to have stayed at home to sleep again yesterday. But that's not the point. The point is, why is she sleeping in this guy's arms again? But she did not blame Lu Linha. She knew that she must have taken the initiative to get in because she had the habit of hugging a pillow when she slept. Maybe she regarded Lu Linha as her life-size pillow. Let go of him right away while he's still asleep and pretend nothing happened. At this time, one of Meng's legs was still generously pressed on the man's body. She gently lifted her leg, carefully moved it away from Lu Linha, and then put it together. She raised her eyes and found Lu Linha looking down at him. Perhaps because he had just woken up, his voice was hoarse and low, but very attractive. Oh my God, this guy is actually awake? The girl blushed. Are you awake? You're moving so much. How can I not wake up? And Meng rolled her eyes at him and was about to break away from his embrace, but she found that Lu Linha had one hand around her waist. Hey, what are you doing? We have a contract. You knew there was a contract, but why did you keep trying to get into my arms that night? Lu Linha also had his own troubles. He slept well at night, but the little girl kept snuggling into his arms. Even if he pushed her away, she would come closer to him after a while. With such a soft fragrance in the arms, I'm afraid no adult man would be able to control himself. What do you think I want to do? And Meng knew she was in the wrong. She pursed her lips, and after a moment's thought, she pulled the quilt over and rolled around on the bed several times. The quilt wrapped around her body because of the rolling. That's okay. As long as I can't move, I won't lean towards you anymore. The girl looked very pleased with herself and went back to sleep. Lu Linha was also happy to have some peace and quiet, so he closed his eyes and prepared to enjoy this moment of tranquility. Just when he was about to fall asleep, he heard a gurgling sound. Lu Linha opened his eyes and found that he was the only one left on the bed. He got out of bed and found An Meng had fallen off the bed. Because she wrapped herself tightly, she was now trapped in her own cocoon. She squirmed like a caterpillar, trying to free herself from the restraints, but they only became tighter and tighter. She looked at Lu Linha, blinking her watery eyes. Wow, help me. This is a building about 170 meters high, and it can overlook a number of buildings, even in the city center. On the top floor, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with a round figure, looked at the scenery outside the window and spoke softly. The January bidding will start soon. Why haven't you dealt with Lu Linha yet? Although his tone was calm, it made the face of the person behind him even gloomier. Last time I poisoned the food, but it was accidentally eaten by Lu Linha's wife. Ingestion by mistake? This is a big mistake, the man said unhappily. For safety reasons, I deliberately divided the poison into 2 parts and put them in different places, one in the food and the other in the drink. But his wife had a good appetite that day, so Lu Linha gave her his part as well. Then how come his wife is okay? I was also wondering, based on that dosage, she shouldn't have survived, so I contacted her on purpose and found that she didn't even have any sequelae, which was incredible. Let's not talk about that for now. Didn't they find you? Not at the moment. I'm hiding it well. Well, Lu Linha must be eliminated when the opportunity arises. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome in the future. Since Lu Linha took over, the Lu Group has grown stronger and stronger. Many of its businesses have threatened them, and Lu had some conflicts with them in the past. If there are no restrictions, the consequences will be disastrous when the Lu group develops. If Lu Linha entered this business, then what they had done to the Lu group before might not be able to be covered up. Christmas is coming soon. There will definitely be a party at the manor on that day. That will be a good opportunity to strike. Looking forward to your good news. A few days later, it was Christmas. However, in Lu Linha's eyes, today was no different from usual. He spent the whole day in the company, and at most went home to have a quick meal in the evening. But in the afternoon, silent when suddenly came to him. Mr. Lu, I have to take a leave this afternoon. What's up? Come on, today is Christmas. I have to get off work early and spend some time with my girlfriend. Otherwise, she will complain all day that I spend more time with her than with her, and even doubt that our friendship is not so pure. Lu Linha was silent for a while, then nodded and said, Then you should leave early. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lu, Shin Mo-wen said, and disappeared from the office in an instant. After Shin Mo-wen left, Lu Linha stopped the work at hand and became dazed. Is it Christmas? Somehow, that mischievous figure suddenly flashed before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he fell into deep thought. Otherwise, he should go back and take a look earlier. When he drove home in the afternoon, he noticed something strange. In front of the window of the security room, there were pairs of strange socks hanging. 2 security guards rushed out and saluted. Hello, Mr. Lu. Lu Linha nodded, looked at the socks, and said in a deep voice, What does this mean? This is Miss Anne's request. When he heard An Meng, the sharpness in Lu Linha's eyes faded a little, and his tone seemed a little helpless. What else did she ask for? This is hard to say. Mr. Lu, you should go back and take a look yourself. Lu Linha entered the manor, and the scene before him stunned him again. Various Christmas decorations were posted on the trees and walls in the manor, and the servants were running around, holding walkie-talkies in their hands and muttering something. Comrades, Missin just went to the woods over there. At the dead-end road. Understood. One small team will attack the left, and we will surround the right. We will definitely take it. We must win. As soon as the servant finished giving the order, he turned around and saw Lu Linha. He was immediately startled. Boss Lu, why are you back so early? What are you doing? We are playing hide and seek with Missin. Lu Linha was about to move forward when he was stopped by a servant. Wait a minute, Mr. Lu. What's wrong? It's better for you not to go in now. He looked at the woods and walked in resolutely. He was searching for the girl in the woods, but before he found her, he heard a strange noise. It was a sound that sounded like horse hooves. He looked towards the source of the sound and found that the shadow of a monster was reflected in the woods. The monster had a camel-like head and horse-like limbs, and was coming towards here with heavy steps. Where did the beast come from in this woods? Lu Linha took a step back and took a defensive posture, but when a monster walked out of the jungle, he was stunned. That's not a monster, it's an alpaca. On its back, there was a girl wearing a red Santa outfit, a Santa hat, and a white beard. Lucky boy, congratulations on successfully finding Santa Claus. Now you can make your wish. The girl looked over as she spoke, and when she saw it was Lu Linha, she was stunned. The scene instantly fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 21. Girl riding an alpaca. Lu Linha narrowed his eyes and pointed at the one under the girl's crotch. What's this? Alpaca. Lu Linha suspected that the girl was looking for an opportunity to scold him, but he couldn't find any evidence. He then asked, I'm not asking you its name. I'm asking why it is here. Well, it's a long story. And Meng spread his hands and continued. When I woke up this morning, I found that there was no festive atmosphere here at all, so I asked everyone to get some Christmas decorations. What does that have to do with this thing? Then let me ask you, what is the most important thing about Christmas? Have no idea. Silly, of course it's Santa Claus. When Santa Claus comes to your house on a reindeer to deliver presents, that's the happiest moment of Christmas. So I asked them to find a way to get a reindeer. So you were riding an elk? No, alpaca. The girl said helplessly, I want to ride an elk, but there is no elk nearby. There's only an alpaca training base, and I got an alpaca from there. Oh, so you also know this is called an alpaca. No, alpaca. Lu Linha and An Meng walked out of the woods, and the employees outside consciously stood in 2 rows. An Meng rode an alpaca in the procession and said excitedly, Lauhi, do you think I look like a general returning from a triumphant victory? The triumph and return were repeated. I have seen generals riding horses before, but this is the first time I have seen one riding an alpaca. It's not an alpaca, it's an alpaca. Lu Linha looked around at the decorations and said casually, These decorations must have cost a lot of money. Yes, Mr. Liu. The housekeeper said, these decorations, as well as the alpaca rental and Christmas gifts for the employees. Wait, what's the gift? Misson said that President Liu would give everyone benefits and asked everyone to write down the Christmas gifts they wanted on paper and then buy them together. Butler Sun added, but no one chose any expensive gifts. Basically, they just asked for small things like pens and notebooks. But because there were so many people, the total cost was still 50,000 yuan. 50,000 is not enough. Lu Linhe was silent for a moment, and Meng on the side couldn't help but laugh secretly. Since this guy was usually stingy, she would use his name to make it be more generous this time. Even someone as stingy as Lu Linhe would feel embarrassed to go back now that the matter has been settled. And everything she did today was to find ways to lower Lu Linhe's impression of her. On Christmas Eve, Lu Linhe's wife wore a 7-inch white old man's beard, a western red Christmas outfit, and a grass mud horse chasing the wind under her crotch. You don't need to see this scene, just hearing about it is quite explosive. If it were her, she would definitely not be able to bear it and would take the initiative to terminate the contract. But Lu Linhe's next move was something she never expected. Lu Linhe nodded and turned to look at An Meng. Give me the money. And Meng was stunned. You asked someone to buy the things, so it's normal for you to pay, right? What you said makes sense, but I have no money. And Meng shrugged, looking innocent. Lu Linhe raised the corner of his lips, and he reached out to touch An Meng's head. This is really a headache. Since you don't have money, you can only ask them to return it. Okay, then go back. The servant got anxious when he heard this. Don't be ridiculous, Misson. Let's not talk about how troublesome it is to return the money. We have finally brought these things here and installed them. If we take them down and send them back, this whole day will be wasted. Yeah, Mr. Liu should just be joking with you. Why don't you try to persuade him? That's right. I don't want to return my silicone sex doll after it's not used once. Is there something weird mixed in? So your gift accounts for the lion's share, right? However, the servant's words did make An Meng look serious. Yes, it was she who made everyone run around and work hard all day long. If she told them that they had no money and asked them to return it, she would be the one who made fun of them. If she had money, she might have taken on the responsibility, but now she had no money at all. A wave of guilt welled up in her mind when she thought that she had made them work for nothing for a whole day. Helplessly, she looked at Lu Linhe, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear, Hey, you really don't want to pay? I didn't buy it. Why should I pay for it? But I bought it in your name. So, if I go to eat in your name, do I have to pay for the meal? What Lu Linhe said made so much sense that she was speechless for a moment. She glanced at the group of helpless servants and pursed her lips. Then I owe you the money, okay? Just pay it first, and I will pay you back later. Lu Linhe remained indifferent, and Meng was at a loss as to what to do when she suddenly remembered what Qi had once said to her. At that time, they had just graduated and went to the same internship company. After working overtime until the early morning, the two hungry brothers found a roadside food stall and drank a few bottles of beer. It was then that she began to complain. Hey, our boss is such a jerk. He exploits us every day. That girl made a mistake in a project today, so why should we complete it for her? He doesn't let us complete the internship, and he doesn't let us pass it. How can we justify this? Qi sighed and said, women these days are just good. Even if they make a mistake, they can get away with it by acting coquettishly and pretending to be pitiful. Are you acting coquettishly? And Meng nodded. Okay, if that's the case, don't blame me for using my trump card. She took a deep breath and suddenly froze for a moment. What's wrong? Is your trump card still on cooldown? Lu Linhe asked sarcastically. An Meng was speechless for a moment. Wait, how do you act like a spoiled child? She has only been a girl for a few days and has never done anything like this. An Meng pondered for a moment, recalling the novels she had read before. When the heroine acted weak, she would subconsciously bite her lips and then look at the other person with a pair of watery eyes. At this time, the hero would usually be confused by her beauty. When the recollection ended, the corners of her mouth curled up and her face regained its former confidence. She yawned first, making her eyes a little moist. Then she bit her lips and tightened her throat. Husband, I've been poked, so please help me. As expected, after hearing this, Lu Linhe frowned and his eyes became solemn. There's a reaction. Are you acting like a spoiled child? Yeah, what's wrong? The man hesitated. Your way of acting like a spoiled child seems different from other girls. What? Did he see that she was just a new girl? Her pretty face was a little hot, and she said stubbornly, "No way, aren't girls all like this? They like to bite their lips and have wet eyes." "There's nothing wrong with biting your lips, but the problem is..." Lu Linha glanced at her. "Other people bite their lower lips. Why are you biting your upper lip?" "Huh?" And Meng quickly turned on the camera on her phone, and after seeing her current appearance, she had only one word to describe her: stupid. Embarrassed, she broke down. She grabbed Lu Linha's collar and said in a tough tone, "Stop talking nonsense and tell me straight. Will you give it to me or not? Of course, 50,000 isn't a lot. That's fine. But I have one condition." "Huh? What conditions?" The man curled his lips and said, "Be my wife for another year." "What? You spent 100,000 a year before, and you have to add another year for this 50,000? Are you robbing me?" "Yes." And Meng was stunned. This inmate had been busy for a long time, but not only did his sentence not get reduced, it was even postponed. A profiteer, a naked profiteer. She sternly refused. "No, 3 months. 2 years. 6 months. 4 years. 1 year. Make a deal." Looking at the girl's dull look, the man couldn't help laughing. He added, "Don't worry, as long as you perform well today, I will reduce your weight this year as appropriate." Then what counts as a good performance?" The girl pricked up her ears. "It's simple. As long as you behave yourself today and do what I say, just like before, everything will be fine." He wanted to see what it would be like if An Meng, who had become eccentric now, turned back into her former ladylike appearance. What if you make me eat shit? Well, it seems that there's no going back. Chapter 22. This is a disease and needs to be treated. An Meng rode an alpaca and headed towards the villa accompanied by Lu Lin and the servants. She saw Tian Huifeng standing at the door of the villa from a distance. What's strange is that there's a girl next to Tian Huifeng whom she has never seen before. The girl was wearing a light blue dress with long flowing hair. Even though her face couldn't be seen clearly from the distance, her graceful temperament made her stand out from the crowd. "Hey, who is that?" She looked at Lu Linha. It was obvious that Lu Linha also saw the girl, but he did not answer. Instead, there was an inexplicable seriousness on his face. "Miss, that's Miss Ning Yufei." Xin Qian, who was following beside her, said, "She is the daughter of the Ning family. She used to be in a relationship with young Master Lu. She is your love rival. You have to be careful." "Girlfriend? How abominable." And Meng gritted her teeth. When she thought about Lu Lin's previous relationship with such a beautiful girl, she couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Of course, it's not the sourness of jealousy, but the sourness of envy. Why is this guy with expressionless face so lucky? Isn't it just that he is a little more handsome, a little taller, a little more money, and a little bigger house? The more Meng thought about it, the more frowns appeared on his face. It seems that it makes sense that he has women who like him. But why is he still unmoved, even though such a beautiful girl likes him? Could it be? And Meng looked at Lu Linha. His eyes were empty, and there seemed to be thousands of stars behind his head. Is there something wrong with him? Lu Linha noticed An Meng's look and looked at her sideways. "What's wrong?" "It's okay." And Meng patted Lu Linha's shoulder. "Brother, if you feel powerless at certain times, then go to the hospital. This is an illness and needs treatment." Question mark. Xin, she suddenly laughed and said, "Miss, you usually seem to be indifferent to Mr. Lu, but in fact you still care about Mr. Lu. But you are also very cute when you are jealous." Seeing An Meng's heavy expression, she thought she was jealous of Ning Yufei. An Meng's eyes widened. Who? Who is jealous? I'm not, okay. No, absolutely not. Can your tone be a little more perfunctory? An Meng narrowed his eyes. Actually, young lady, you don't have to be angry. Since Mr. Lu chose to be with you, it means that you are the most important in his heart. Already told you I didn't eat. As An Meng was speaking, he suddenly froze for a moment and patted Xin-Shi's shoulder. Understand. Thank you, Axie. You're welcome, miss. Xin-Shi thought that it seemed that her persuasion had worked, but she didn't know that An Meng was thinking something else. Only then did she realize that this was Lu Linha's girlfriend, which meant that Lu Linha had once liked her. If there was a way to rekindle their old love, would she be able to be liberated early? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she suddenly became energetic. Since the god who matches marriages in heaven is called Yulao, then the god who matches marriages on earth is called An Meng. Yuan Shun, start. As they were talking, they arrived at the door of the villa. After seeing Ning Yufei up close, An Meng was amazed again. She is really a beautiful lady with a delicate forehead beautiful eyebrows, lovely eyes, and a graceful figure. She's like a rose. Even in winter, it does not affect her dazzling beauty at all. And Meng was a little stunned, but soon came to his senses. Tian Huifang came forward and said, Linha is back so early. Did you come early because you knew Yufei would be back today? Ning Yufei smiled faintly and looked at Lu Linha, her eyes revealing a hint of sadness. Long time no see, how are you? Before Lu Linha could say anything, and Meng burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Tian Huifang asked unhappily. It's okay. I just want to ask Ahi, where is your Gabuman? The name Ahi made her think of Digimon scenes in her mind. Lu Linha looked down at her, curled the corners of his lips slightly, and reached out to touch her hair. Isn't this here? And Meng's smile froze. After a while, she became furious and punched him. Get lost. You are Gabuman. Ning Yufei looked at the two people playing around and slowly said, Auntie Tian, where's Ahi's wife? Why can't I see her? I really want to meet her. To be Ahi's wife, she must be a lady from a noble family, beautiful and intelligent. Tian Huifang's mouth twitched. She glanced at Meng secretly, then glanced away, pointed at her, and said reluctantly, She is. After all, An Meng is now the president's wife, and Ning Yufei is Lu Lina's ex. The huge gap between the ex and the current makes her feel inexplicably ashamed. Sure enough, the smile on Ning Yufei's face paused slightly. She? The one riding the alpaca. At first, she thought that this girl wearing Christmas clothes, with a gray beard and riding an alpaca, was a circus performer invited by the Lu family. She never expected that this girl was actually Lu Lina's wife. And Meng looked at Ning Yufei and waved his hand. No, you're mistaken. I'm just a Santa Claus passing by on an alpaca. As she spoke, she also made a scissors hand gesture. Why don't you say alpaca this time? Lu Linha interrupted. Are you trying to establish an image in front of outsiders? Don't waste your energy. Your image is like your credit card. It's already a negative number. And Meng, damn, who did this kid learn to talk from? Why is he so naughty? Ning Yufei, Santa Claus, but aren't you a girl? To tell you the truth, I'm a boy. I just went out in a hurry today, and the stick and 2 eggs were left at home. Ouch. Before she could finish her words, Lu Linha hit her on the head. That's just her personality. She likes to joke around. Don't mind it. Ning Yufei stared at Meng and said nothing more. The main reason why she came today was that she heard from Tian Huifang that in Meng's motive for entering the Lu family was not simple, and it was mostly for property, but Lu Linha had not noticed it yet. This also made her smell a glimmer of opportunity. She was still concerned about Lu Linha, so she wanted to find out about him. If she could make Lu Linha see in Meng's true face, maybe they could successfully get back together. She originally thought that Meng was also a woman who was good at playing power games and was quite scheming, but after meeting her today, she seemed a little different from what she had imagined. Feeling the slight pain in his head, An Meng reluctantly raised his hand. Okay, I am An Meng. Hello, An Meng. My name is Ning Yufei. Nice to meet you. Ning Yufei smiled and extended her hand. An Meng reached out and held it, feeling that the hand was as tender as a piece of silk, as soft as if it had no bones, and the touch was incredibly good. Hello, hello. You are so beautiful, little sister. Because of his straight male nature, and Meng's circle of friends since childhood are all men, and he has basically no social interaction with girls. As a person who can't help but get excited when a girl sits next to her on the subway, she is naturally very excited to have such a beautiful woman making friends with her and having physical contact with her. However, after hearing An Meng's words, Ning Yufei raised her eyebrows slightly. Although this girl's dress is strange, she is surprisingly experienced in interpersonal communication. This behavior of praising others first when meeting them will not only benefit the person involved, but will also make bystanders have a much higher impression of her, thinking that she is very friendly, and their favorability will inadvertently increase. So that's how it is. As she always maintained this image of being wise, but appearing foolish in front of Lu Linha, he still has some skills. She waved her hands and said with a smile, No way, you are much prettier than me. An Meng pondered for a moment. Not too much, just a little bit stronger. Ning Yufei smile frotze. Chapter 23. How cool it is to ride an alpaca? Well, not too much, just a little bit stronger. An Meng was not bragging. Although Ning Yufei was very stunning, if she were asked to choose, she would still prefer a girl like An Meng. Just like Lu Yifei and Fan Bingbing, both are stunningly beautiful, but in the eyes of different people, their rankings are completely different. But these words made Ning Yufei's smile freeze. What do you mean not too much? Does that mean he's still better than her? A cross formed on Ning Yufei's forehead, but her smile remained. Is that so? She was just being polite. Why did the other party take it seriously? It's not that Ning Yufei is unconvinced. Not to mention that she has been the most dazzling flower in the crowd since she was a child, with unparalleled beauty, and no one can compare to her. Just look at An Meng's current exaggerated dress. How can you not see that he is more beautiful than her? Seeing Ning Yufei speechless for a moment, Lu Linha's mouth corners inadvertently raised slightly. An Meng caught his expression and narrowed her eyes. Hey, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Isn't it time to be happy during the holidays? An Meng puffed up her cheeks, looking unhappy. She felt that Lu Linha was making fun of her blind self-confidence. For a moment, she was stunned. Wait a minute, she should still be that straight man of heart, right? Why would she be upset about something like this? Ning Yufei's face darkened. Is her expression acting cute? Perhaps it was this kind of disguise of being wise but appearing foolish that made Lu Linha let down his guard. In that case, Ning Yufei rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Ms. An Meng is right. Your skin condition is indeed much better than mine. I wonder if you're free now. Let's discuss this alone. Since she is good at disguising herself in front of Lu Linha, her true nature will most likely be exposed as long as she leaves Lu Linha. As long as there is a flaw, it will be her chance. Okay. And Meng agreed very readily. She was just worrying about how to get in touch with Ning Yufei and complete the matchmaking mission set by Yu Lao. Now that the other party took the initiative to ask for it, she was more than happy to do so. She rode the alpaca and walked away, while Ning Yufei followed behind her. Looking at the two people's backs, Tian Huifang chuckled. Keep showing off, little bitch. You won't be able to keep showing off for much longer. Lu Yunlian, Mom, are you so sure Ning Yufei can beat her? Of course. Ning Yufei and Lin have had a relationship since they were young. It's just that Yufei thought she wanted to develop her career abroad at that time, so the two broke up. Now she's back. Yufei is a lady from a wealthy family. How can she be compared to a wild girl? Look at what she did today, riding an alpaca around. Is this something a normal human can do? Just as he finished speaking, a servant came running over from a distance. Oh no, Miss Ning Yufei is injured. Tian Huifang was shocked. Injured? How did you get hurt? I fell off my alpaca. Question mark. Oh Yufei, how did you end up like this? Looking at Ning Yufei with a bandage on her foot, Tian Huifang was speechless. It's a long story. Ning Yufei began to recount her experience. Time goes back to when the two of them were just alone. Ning Yufei said, Ms. An Meng, as Ahi's wife, you must have some elegant hobbies. What books do you usually read? I like stray birds and leaves of grass the most. I don't read, but I can ride an alpaca. Oh, and piano. No, but I can ride an alpaca. So, can you play golf? No, but I can ride an alpaca. Ning Yufei was speechless for a while. Then what are your hobbies? Does riding an alpaca count? What's there to say about riding an alpaca? Of course, people riding alpacas are so handsome. Ning Yufei frowned slightly when she thought of the doting look Lu Linha had given her just now. Does this mean that he now likes girls with this kind of alternative style? Yes, he has lived in a wealthy family since he was a child, and he is no stranger to talented and virtuous young ladies. Maybe this style can bring him more freshness? Men are like this. Getting bored with the old and loving the new is an indelible label on them. Ning Yufei felt a little touched and sighed. What are you sighing about? It's nothing. I was just thinking that men are really strange creatures. They used to like girls who were knowledgeable, well-educated, and well-mannered, but now they are interested in girls riding alpacas. The man you're talking about is Lu Linha, right? Ning Yufei was silent. An Meng asked, Hey, do you still like Lu Linha? Ning Yufei was shocked. This question caught her off guard. She felt that An Meng was testing her, so she didn't answer for a while. Unexpectedly, An Meng continued, If you still like me, then don't give up. To tell you the truth, Lu Linha and I were just in a fake marriage. These words left Ning Yufei dumbfounded. Fake marriage? Why would he do that? An Meng shrugged. How should I know? I'm just an employee. I'm paid to do the job. So if you like Lu Linha, you must pursue him boldly. I support you. Although she was unhappy about giving such a beautiful girl to Lu Linha, she had to give up with pain for the sake of her own freedom. Ning Yufei sighed. It's useless. Since he would rather have a fake marriage than come to me, it means he doesn't care about me at all. You can't think like that. After all, it's a fake marriage. Your chances are still great. It's difficult. I can see that he is more interested in you than me. This is the way the world is. Being well-educated and well-mannered is nothing new. Riding an alpaca is more surprising. You have to think about it this way. If you're well-educated and you learn to ride an alpaca, wouldn't you be invincible? These words seemed to open the door to a new world for Ning Yufei. She looked at the alpaca under the girl's crotch. But I can't do that. Want to learn? I'll teach you. She believed it, she tried it, and then she fell. Ning Yufei told the story in general, but she concealed the fake marriage for An Meng. After all, since An Meng's marriage was fake, she is no longer her competitor, so there's no need to target her. Moreover, if Tian Huifang is told the truth, Tian Huifang will most likely cause trouble for Lu Linhe, and Lu Linhe may also blame her, which would be a thankless task. Moreover, she is the only one who knows about their fake marriage, which means that she has an absolute information gap, just like discovering an unmined gold mine with no other competitors. After hearing this, Tian Huifang was silent for a while, then glared at An Meng. It's all because of you, you evil person. Huh? You blame me for this? Ask her herself. I think I'm right. Don't you always hold the two handlebars when riding a motorcycle? The one on the motorcycle is indeed called handlebars, but the two on the alpaca are called ears. Oh, isn't this my first time? It's understandable that I made some mistakes. An Meng nodded. Well, be careful next time. Tian Huifang's eyes shifted back and forth between the two of them. Is she offline? How come these two people become like real sisters in the blink of an eye? Chapter 24, Christmas Dinner. There were many guests coming to the Lu family today. Speaking of guests, only a few were Lu Linhe's friends, and most of the others were Lu family's relatives, such as Lu Linhe's second uncle, third uncle, and their families. At Lu Linhe's request, An Meng changed out of her weird Santa Claus costume and put on a more formal black evening dress. In fact, An Meng prefers blue, but Lu Linhe specifically reminded her to wear black. I don't know if this is some kind of special hobby of his, but An Meng can only obey. There's no way. After all, he still has to pay for decorating the villa today. Although An Meng has been married here not long, there are quite a lot of clothes here. Evening dresses alone fill up an entire closet. She fiddled with them back and forth, picked out one that she liked, and went to the bathroom to change. She opened the door and came to Lu Linhe. After seeing An Meng, Lu Linhe's expression was obviously stunned. Putting aside other things, his wife is really a perfect clothes rack. Her graceful figure is brought out to the fullest by the clothes, and the slightly lowered V-neckline makes her proud breasts look even fuller, making people unconsciously immersed in its depth. An Meng could naturally feel where Lu Linhe's eyes were focused. Somehow, an inexplicable sense of shyness spread in her heart, and she subconsciously reached out to cover herself when she suddenly froze. That's not right. She is a man. Why should she be ashamed of this? You have to know that she was a man who could walk freely around the bathhouse naked before. Finally, she put down her hand, curled her lips, and asked, "How is it?" Lu Linhe stared at it for a while, and then he slowly spoke. "No, change another one." "Huh, why isn't that right?" "This." Lu Linhe pointed. An Meng lowered her head and found that he was pointing at her chest. "Change to a turtleneck." "You?" "Okay, I'll switch." Thinking that he had the leverage over her, An Meng could only swallow her anger. However, what you get in return for tolerance is only worsening of the situation. "No, the skirt of this dress is too short. Change it to something longer. The sleeves aren't long enough. Change to one with longer sleeves." An Meng was furious. "Are you done yet? Just wrap me up like a dumpling." "That won't work. Where can I find such a big leaf? I never thought that you were actually considering it." The girl narrowed her eyes. "After all, this is my wife's suggestion. How can I not consider it?" Lu Linhe smiled and said, "Why? Do you want to break the contract?" Upon hearing about the breach of contract, An Meng instantly softened. What evil capitalists! After several selections, An Meng finally picked a dress that Lu Linhe was satisfied with, and the two went to the living room on the first floor together. All the guests were present at this time, and the deserted villa suddenly became lively. The Christmas dinner was very sumptuous, with all kinds of delicious and expensive dishes filling the long table. It was also the first time that An Meng truly experienced the family life of a rich man. Looking at the delicacies from land and sea, her saliva almost flowed out. After everyone sat down, An Meng, under Lu Linhe's introduction, greeted the relatives of the Lu family one by one. "Are you Linhe's wife? You are so beautiful." "That's right. Linhe is really lucky. This wife is great, Much better than the previous girl from the Ning family, said the third uncle with a laugh. Tian Huifang's face was dark. Third brother, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. Sister-in-law, you say. The girl from a Ning family is standing behind you now. Uncle San's laughter stopped abruptly. Although An Meng has been in the Liu family for some time, this seems to be the first time that the Liu family has seen her. Among these people, An Meng only saw Liu Linha's second uncle and third uncle, but did not see Liu Linha's father. She was a little curious. After the introduction, she whispered to Liu Linha, "By the way, where is your dad? Why can't I see him?" Hearing this, Liu Linha's face darkened. He was silent for a moment and said slowly, "He has been missing for 10 years. Huh? Missing? Yes. And Meng scratched his head and said, "Sorry, I seem to have asked a very heavy question. It's okay, but I believe he is still alive in this world. One day, I will find his whereabouts. That's why I will take over the Liu family." When Liu Linha spoke, his face sank slightly, making it impossible to see his expression. When he looked up again, there was a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Rich people don't discuss profound topics at family gatherings. They just chat about family matters and some interesting things that happened in the past. Ning Yufei was also eating at a table and would occasionally join in their conversation to refresh her presence. After all, to Ning Yufei, An Meng was just a temporary worker, and she was the real Mrs. Liu in the future, so she needed to continue to establish a good impression in front of the Liu family. An Meng was concentrating on eating. After finally encountering some delicious food, there was only one word in her mind. Start showing off. Apart from anything else, if the chefs here don't make light dishes, the food will still taste very good. She saw a piece of milky white cheese on Liu Lina's plate, which looked very delicious. She said dissatisfiedly, "Why do you have this cheese? Are you asking for privilege?" Liu Lin has smiled and pushed the plate over. "You can eat if you want." "That's what you said. I won't be polite anymore." And Meng's eyes lit up with joy. She cut a piece and put it in her mouth. Before she had time to chew it, her expression froze and she spat it out. "Oh my God, this thing is so sour." Ugh. Ning Yufei covered her mouth and laughed. "This is Italian cheese, and it's specially soured. He likes this special taste, and others can't accept it at all. I remember that you tried a piece out of curiosity last time we were having dinner, and you at least swallowed at that time. Why did you spit it out this time?" Liu Lin had teased, and Meng swallowed, shook her head, and pushed the cheese back obediently. "I can't eat it, so you eat it." Liu Linha picked up a piece and was about to eat it when he heard An Meng say, "What a crap thing, even dogs wouldn't eat it." Liu Linha paused, causing everyone present to burst into laughter. An Meng's appetite now is no longer comparable to what she used to eat. After a short while, her stomach is already full and she can't eat anymore. After eating, the dining table became a boring place for her. In the past, when she was at home, she would consciously return to her room after dinner and start playing with her mobile phone. But she obviously couldn't act the same way as before in the Liu family. After all, she was just an employee now, and even if she wanted to leave, the boss might not agree. So she could only lean back in her chair and play with her fingers out of boredom. Liu Linha noticed her little action at this time and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to go back? Do you agree? It's not impossible." "Really?" And Meng's eyes lit up with joy. "Show me some cuteness." And Meng's eyes narrowed suddenly. I knew this guy wasn't that kind. Although she wanted to punch him in the face, she still held back. Ahem. And Meng coughed a few times and shook Liu Linha's arm. "Let me go back, husband." As a well-informed president, Liu Linha has naturally seen many women act coquettishly towards him in various ways. Although An Meng's coquettishness was a little stiff and clumsy, it had a unique flavor when considered with her previous rebellious look. The interaction between the two of them was also seen by the Liu family. The second uncle smiled and said, "Look, the newlyweds have such a good relationship. It's really enviable." Although they were a fake couple, An Meng's face still turned red with embarrassment. After all, she, a straight man, is now regarded as someone else's little wife. Such a huge contrast would make anyone feel ashamed. She asked again, "Can we go now?" "Let's go." Just as An Meng was about to take a step, Liu Linha said, "Wait a moment." She paused and asked impatiently, "What's wrong again?" Liu Linha stared at her face for a while without saying anything, but pointed at his own face. Question mark. After a moment of confusion, An Meng's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that this guy just heard someone say that they were very affectionate, so he wanted her to kiss him on the cheek to further show their affection? Hey, this is beyond the scope. And Meng stood there without moving, while Lu Linhe tapped his face a few times, as if to urge her. The happy, smiling faces of the servants appeared in front of Meng's eyes, and he clenched his fists immediately. Forget it, just go for it. She took a deep breath, walked to Lu Linhe, bent down, and kissed him gently on the face. In an instant, the whole place fell silent. Even Lu Linhe was stunned. What are you doing? Huh? Didn't you ask me to do this? And Meng pointed at his face. Lu Linhe fell into silence. After a while, he slowly spoke. I just want to remind you that there are rice grains on your face. This time, it was in Meng's turn to be stunned. You bastard plotted against me. Chapter 25, The Ghost Inside. And Meng returned to the room, lay on the bed, and happily played games with Qi. This was a very tense game, with both sides fighting back and forth, and in the blink of an eye it came to the final team battle in the late stage. The opponent ambushed in the bushes and killed their mid and jungle in a sneak attack. The support immediately started a team fight, and Meng, the ADC, tried his best to output and killed the opponent's double C in a blink of an eye. Just when he was about to win, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Meng was so startled that his hand shook and he made a mistake in his positioning. The next second, the screen went black. Oh my god, your operation is too bad. There is such a good output space. Even my grandmother can kill them all. Stop barking, stupid dog. Someone's distracting me. Who? It can't be your husband, right? Probably not. You should still be eating. Okay, now you can easily admit that he is your husband. You are depraved, An Meng. The girl suddenly paused and said angrily, Fuck your brother, who is corrupt. Why don't you just say that Lu Linhe will die? You did it on purpose, didn't you? I want to see if you can get into the role. Shall we continue? Don't open it yet. Let me see who is knocking on the door and ruining my team battle. And Meng said as he got up from the bed and opened the door. When Meng saw the people outside, he was suddenly stunned. The person standing outside the door was not Lu Linhe, but Butler Sun. Good evening, Missin. Butler Sun said with a smile. Oh, it's Master Sun, what's going on? It's like this. Someone asked me to ask you about the expenses for Christmas today. When does Mr. Lu plan to reimburse us? Well, I don't know, but he said he would pay. Then Missin, can you please ask Mr. Lu? After all, most of the things we bought were on credit. If Mr. Lu doesn't pay the bill in time, it will be difficult for us to explain to him, right? Okay, I'll give him a call and tell him. Mr. Lu won't check his phone when he's eating. Missin, why don't you go ask Mr. Lu in person? Mr. Lu dotes on you so much, maybe he'll transfer the money on the spot. And Meng was embarrassed. Okay. Alas, although she was very reluctant, this was all her fault after all. By the way, what does the word show mean? It sounds weird. Thank you, Missin. You are such a good person. After watching An Meng leave, Butler Sun's smile suddenly disappeared. He pushed open the door and walked in quietly. He then walked over to the bed, reached into his suit across his chest, and pulled out a spray bottle. He stared at the spray bottle for a moment, then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. It contains red blood salt gas. Normal people will not have any reaction if they inhale it. But if someone who has eaten a lot of acidic food smells it, it will produce highly toxic hydrogen cyanide, which is enough to be fatal. Butler Sun used the same method last time. That day, Lu Linhe ate rice wine and cheese, and then he ran into the room and sprayed cephalexin spray. However, that time the cheese was accidentally eaten by An Meng, and this time the only person who would be poisoned was Lu Linhe. So he was doomed. What are you doing? A deep voice suddenly came from behind, causing Butler Sun to widen his eyes. He turned his head suddenly and found Lu Linhe standing at the door, looking at him with a smile on his face. Behind Lu Linhe, there were two men in black. Butler Sun also knew these two men. They were Lu Linhe's two trusted bodyguards. Butler Sun explained, Nothing, Mr. Lu. I just came to see Missin for something, and by the way, I wanted to check if the room was dirty or messy so that I can ask the servants to come and clean it in time. My room seems to be cleaned by someone every day, and it's not your responsibility, Butler Sun. That's right. I drank a little wine today for the festival, so I'm a little bit confused. This is the bad thing about being old. I always get confused. Please forgive me, Mr. Lu. It's okay. Thank you for your hard work. As you should. I'll be leaving first, Mr. Lu. As Butler Sun said this, he strode towards the door, but when he passed by Lu Linhe, the other party suddenly stopped him. By the way, Butler Sun, I saw you holding a spray bottle just now. What's in it? Butler Sun's expression was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered. That's perfume. Perfume? What brand is it? It's a French specialty brand that's generally not available in China. Really? That's great. Our company just wants to develop a batch of perfumes. Since this perfume is not available in China, it means that this market is still unoccupied. It just so happens that a friend who studies chemistry is visiting us. Why don't you give this to me and let him study it? Lu Linha said with a smile. Butler Sun fell silent. It seems that Butler Sun is in a difficult situation, but this is also for the benefit of our group, so Butler Sun shouldn't mind. Of course not. Butler Sun took out the bottle of spray from his arms and handed it to Lu Linha. Butler Sun was not a fool. He knew that Lu Linha must have noticed something, but now he had no conclusive evidence and could not confront him directly. He knew very well that he was most likely exposed. In the few seconds of silence, just now, Butler Sun had already thought it over carefully, and handing over the spray now was the safest option for him. Since Lu Linha thinks this is perfume, he will most likely open it and smell it, and then he will be poisoned. Even if he doesn't smell it now, the bottle of spray needs to be taken for inspection to further confirm his suspicion, and he could take advantage of this time to escape. After handing over the spray, Butler Sun said, "Then, Mr. Lu, I'm leaving first. Don't be in a hurry." Lu Linha handed the spray to a bodyguard behind him and immediately stopped Butler Sun. "Butler Sun, you've been in the Lu family for quite a few years, right? More than 20 years. Is everything okay at home?" "Thanks to Mr. Lu, it's okay." Lu Linha chatted about family matters, and it was obvious that he didn't want him to leave. He also understood Lu Linha's character. He was someone who would never give his enemies any chance. It seems that he can only fight to the death. While Butler Sun was talking to Lu Linha, he suddenly reached into his pocket with his other hand and quickly took out another bottle of spray. However, as soon as he took it out, Lu Lin and the bodyguard behind him stepped forward, grabbed his wrist, and pressed him to the ground in an instant. Perhaps fearing that this was not safe enough, the bodyguard sat on him again, pressing him so that he could not move. The fox's tail is finally exposed, Butler Sun. Lu Linha looked down at Butler Sun. "I remember you seem to be a Christian. What you need to do next is to pray to God, clean yourself up, and look forward to the future." As Lu Linha spoke, there was a hint of excitement in the smile on his face. After all, the traitor has been caught, and now he can follow the long line to lure out the big fish behind the scenes. At this moment, a girl's voice suddenly came from not far away. "Old He, you're here. That's great. I have something to talk to you about. When are you going to give me the money?" An Meng said this, but her voice suddenly stopped after she saw them. I saw Butler Sun being pressed to the ground by a big man, his eyes full of fear and helplessness, while Lu Linha was looking at the two of them with excitement on his face. When coupled with the words she heard, "Wash yourself clean and look forward to the future," the conclusion she came to made her pupils shrink instantly. Lu Linha, so you like this? Question mark. Chapter 26, I Might Kiss You. Be prepared. This Christmas, Lu Linha received good news and bad news. The good news is that the family's traitor has been caught and the clarion call for a counterattack is about to be sounded. The bad news is, stay away from me, you pervert. The girl looked alert, like a little lamb seeing a wolf. Lu Linha, I'm curious about how you misunderstood me as a pervert. Do you still need misunderstanding? You can hide it from me, but you can't hide it from my sharp eyes and this smart brain. Then tell me how your smart head understands it. Needless to say, you let a big man hold down Butler Sun, and you even smiled lewdly. Doesn't it show that your sexual fetish is macho men, ex-old men? Ugh, that's really heavy. Don't say that. Your understanding is indeed quite good. Not only Lu Linha, but even the two bodyguards behind him had a frown on their faces when they heard it. They were very puzzled as to how such a smart boss could find such a silly and cute wife. Is there a complimentary view in this regard? Of course. I now understand why you wanted to have a fake marriage. It turns out you're a gay, and a serious gay at that. And Meng got goosebumps all over her body as she spoke. After learning that Lu Linha was gay, her sense of crisis became even stronger than before, because she is still thinking in a male-dominated way. When a gay and a normal heterosexual stand in front of her, the only one who will feel pressured is the gay. Lu Linha narrowed his eyes. Are you stupid? If I were gay, why would I kiss you? It's because you're a gay that you kissed. And Meng was suddenly stunned when he said this. Yes, she's not a boy now, but a girl. If Lu Linha is really a gay, then he should be repulsed by her, as she is now a girl and would definitely not kiss her. Just like her, if she is asked to kiss a man, she would rather die. Could it be that? An Meng raised his eyebrows and realized something. You're actually bisexual? Lu Linha narrowed his eyes, and reached out to pat An Meng's head. Be good, listen to me. From now on, try not to use your brain if you can. What do you mean? Do you remember what you said before that someone here deliberately poisoned you? Remember, Butler Sun is the one who poisoned me. Huh, is it him? Did he receive instructions from the old woman? This matter has nothing to do with my mother. It was done by Butler Sun himself. Strange, I have no grudge against him. Why would he poison me? He can't be like that novice witch and werewolf, poisoning anyone he dislikes, right? Because the person he wants to poison is not you, but me. In fact, Lu Linha had long realized that An Meng's poisoning was not an accident, but someone did it on purpose. He once sent people to investigate food, because An Meng was caused by a disulfiram reaction produced by alcohol and cephalexin. As long as the food containing these substances was found, the approximate candidate could be determined. On the menu that day, only one item contained alcohol, and that was his alcoholic cheese. Usually, he was the only one who ate this kind of cheese, but that day, An Meng ate his piece out of curiosity. Therefore, Lu Linha deduced that the target of the poisoning might not be An Meng, but him. And what's even more strange is that he searched the entire Lu family, but did not find any food containing cephalexin. He knew that his opponent's method of poisoning was very covert, and it was easy to crack. That is to create a loophole and let him try again. If An Meng blocked the bullet for him, then the murderer might have poisoned him in a place where only the two of them were present to avoid further accidental injuries. And this place is their bedroom. So Lu Linha asked An Meng to go back to the bedroom in advance. If anyone wanted to come in during this period, that person would most likely be the murderer. In fact, he guessed right. After Lu Linha's explanation, An Meng had a general understanding. But isn't he your butler? Why would he kill you? I don't know yet, but I'll know soon. As long as he catches the person, he doesn't have to worry about the other party not talking. Means are what he has the most. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and said to An Meng, by the way, we are going to have our wedding this Sunday. Wedding? Aren't we already married? Before, we just got the marriage certificate and only a small number of people knew about it. The wedding has not yet taken place. Oh, okay. Please arrange your time well, and don't go out to play that day. Ugh. Well, we might have to kiss on the wedding day, so be prepared. Okay, cough cough. What the hell? An Meng was choked by his saliva. Lu Linha did not give her a chance to refute. After admiring the girl's shocked look, he left with satisfaction. The next day's milk tea shop. What? Oh, he wants to kiss you. After hearing what An Meng said, Ning Yufei stood up suddenly. Sure, keep your voice down. Others are watching us. Ever since An Meng learned that she was going to be kissed, she was so nervous that she couldn't sleep well the whole night. Her dreams were all about Lu Lin forcefully kissing her at the wedding. Aren't you two just acting? Why are you taking it for real? Ning Yufei looked resentful. She was very jealous because Lu Linha had been dating her for so long, but they had never kissed each other once. And Meng suddenly flashed back to the scene of Lu Lin and forcefully kissing her that day, and she muttered softly, actually, we've already played it for real once. What? Nothing. I don't know either. What should I do? It's funny that Ning Yufei is nominally her love rival, but in fact she is her most reliable ally. As for Qi Yi, she didn't want to talk about it. She went to find Qi Yi this morning and told him about this. Qi Yi was silent for a long time, then patted her on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Be careful. Get lost. Bad friends are unreliable, and the only comrade she can count on is Ning Yufei. Can't you say no? How can I refuse? He is the boss. Can he forcefully kiss you? It really can. Huh? What do you mean? And Meng was shocked and said quickly, what I mean is that you don't know him yet. He will do anything to achieve his goal. That's right. Ning Yufei looked worried and racked her brains. Then her eyes lit up. There is a way. Tell me now. Ning Yufei whispered something into An Meng's ear, and An Meng frowned after hearing it. Is this okay? Okay. He has been afraid of this since he was a child. As long as you use this trick, he will have no chance to do anything. Okay then, prepare something else for me and mix it with the food. I guarantee he won't be able to eat it that day. No problem. The two girls hit it off immediately, but they didn't notice that at the table behind them, there was a man in black, secretly staring at them. Chapter 27, Crazy World. In the blink of an eye, it was Sunday. According to normal wedding procedures, the groom should go to the bride's house to pick her up in the morning. The bride has to get up and put on makeup before dawn, waiting for her husband to arrive in her boudoir. But because An Meng and Lu Linha's marriage was a fake one, and she lived in the groom's house, this step was directly skipped. But she was still called up early in the morning because Lu Linha called a styling team to do her makeup and choose clothes. The sleepy An Meng was placed in front of the makeup mirror, and a gorgeously dressed female stylist came behind her. "Hello, madam. I'm Annie, your stylist for today." Annie greeted her and then looked in the mirror and exclaimed, "Oh, madam, you are really beautiful. This face is beautiful enough even without makeup." "Really? Then can I not put on makeup?" The girl's eyes were full of anticipation. She has not tried to put on makeup these days since she became a girl. For a straight man like her, it always feels a bit weird to put those things on her face. The makeup artist paused. "Well, we still have to put on the makeup. After all, we are paid." "It's okay. You can keep the money and don't have to do the work." "I approve it. If Madam were to be the boss, she would definitely be very popular with everyone." "Of course not. It's just that when we came here, Mr. Liu told us something." "What?" "He said you would definitely make us go on strike, and that we would never listen." "Oh my God, he predicted this?" And Meng knew she couldn't escape today, so she sighed and said, "You guys won't last long, right?" "Don't worry, it will be quick." "That's good." 3 hours later. "Madam, my makeup is done. How do you think it looks?" And Meng raised her little face, looking hopeless. "Well, do you have any misunderstanding about the word fast?" "That's not fast enough, ma'am. We're already moving at full speed. The lines are so smooth. You must have played the Stone Man a lot, right?" And Meng said as she glanced at the makeup mirror. Just one glance made her petrified on the spot. The girl in the mirror had red lips, white teeth, almond eyes, and rosy cheeks, like a blooming but never fading epiphyllum. Just one glance at her was enough to captivate me for the rest of my life. Her long hair was also tied up at this time, with a strand of hair hanging on each side, which made her look dignified yet also a little playful. "Who the hell is this?" "Madam, you have a good sense of humor." The makeup artist covered her mouth and smiled. "It seems that Madam is quite satisfied, so our efforts have not been in vain." The girl was stunned for a moment. Satisfied? Not to mention, when she saw the stunning beauty in the mirror, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in her heart. She wouldn't really start to degenerate like Chi said, right? The girl pouted. "It's okay. I didn't expect that, madam, is such a tsundere. Let's move on to the next step." What? There's a next one." "Yeah, the makeup is done, and next I have to put on the wedding dress." "Wedding dress?" If An Meng were to travel back to that day in the amusement park, she would never have thought that she, who was still single at the time, would actually get married in the near future. What she didn't expect was that she was still the one wearing a wedding dress. This world is really crazy. "What's going on? Did she cause you any trouble?" Lu Linha walked in. "The makeup is done. Madam is very obedient." "Ah, she cooperates with our work very well." The makeup artist wanted to say obedient, but when she saw An Meng's murderous eyes, she quickly changed her words. "You're done? Let me see." The makeup artist turned the chair, and the girl slowly turned towards Lu Linha like a mentor on The Voice of China. After seeing the girl's face clearly, Lu Linha was also stunned by her indifferent smile. Even President Liu was stunned. "Madam, you are really charming." Even someone like President Liu, who has experienced many ups and downs, loses 70% of his composure when he sees you. The stylist joked. Lu Linha smiled slightly. "Of course, my wife is always the most beautiful." Somehow, An Meng got goosebumps all over her body when she heard Lu Linha calling her wife. "Well, don't you need to change clothes? Let's go." Although she was very reluctant to wear a wedding dress, she would rather wear it than be looked at like a monkey by Lu Linha. At noon, the security guard at the gate of the villa was still joking around when a girl in a dark brown coat appeared at the gate. One of the security guards took a look and immediately stood up. "Ms. Ning, why are you here?" Several people had some fear on their faces because they knew that Ning Yufei was Mr. Liu's ex-girlfriend, and she came here today, obviously for some purpose. "Isn't today the wedding day for He and An Meng? I'm here to give them gifts and congratulate them." As she spoke, she lifted the bag in her hand. Several security guards looked at each other, not daring to express their opinions. After all, Ning Yufei is the daughter of the Ning family. It would be more trouble than gain to offend her. But if they let her in rashly, it would be bad if they were blamed by President Liu. So they didn't know how to respond for a while. Ning Yufei also noticed the concerns of several people. She took out her phone, turned on the speakerphone, and dialed. "Hello, Yufei?" The voice coming from the phone was that of Miss An Meng. "An Meng, where are you?" "I'm at the door." "You're here so early." "I'm in the fitting room on the second floor." "I can't get out now. Just come over here." "Okay." Ning Yufei hung up the phone and looked at the security guards. Several security guards were also stunned, thinking that Mr. Liu was really capable. It was the first time they saw his ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend getting along so well. "Sorry, Miss Ning. Please come in." Ning Yufei smiled and nodded, then walked in with her head held high. Although Lu Linha's villa is large and complex, she is still familiar with the route because she and Lu Linha are childhood friends. She came to the fitting room on the second floor and opened the door. "This one is great. Lao Lu, bring the veil over and let Miss put it on." "Here I come." There were several people running around in the room, but she ignored them and immediately saw the girl in the white wedding dress. The thin white lace contrasted with the whiteness of her skin, and her graceful figure coupled with the luxurious French wedding dress with a long train created a beautiful scene just by standing there. After seeing Ning Yufei, An Meng's hopeless eyes finally lit up again. "Yufei, you're here." She wanted to run over excitedly, but as soon as she took a step, she fell to the ground. "I'm awesome." "Madam." Annie hurried over to help An Meng up. "Be careful, madam. The hem of this dress is very long. You need someone to hold your hand before you can walk." "Hiss. It hurts. What kind of stupid dog plan is this? Wedding dresses are all like this, ma'am." "Tisk. When I have a wife in the future, I won't let her wear such inconvenient clothes." "Your wife." "Ah, it's okay, it's okay." An Meng suddenly woke up. "What are you talking about getting married? You are still someone else's wife now." She stood up, patted her, but looked at Ning Yufei. Her eyes suddenly became serious, and her voice became low. "Did you bring the stuff?" "I brought it. It's very complete." Ning Yufei raised the bag in her hand. "Really?" And Meng seemed very excited. "Then open it and take a look." Ning Yufei looked at the people around her and asked, "Are you here?" The styling team was bewildered. What are these two girls talking about? Why does it sound so weird? Just when they were full of doubts, and Meng said, "It's okay. Let them open their eyes." "Oh well." Ning Yufei put the bag on the ground, took out a small box from it, and then slowly opened the lid. After a moment of peace, the locker room began to become noisy. Help! Chapter 28 Wedding. "Hey, why is the Jingxing Hotel closed today?" At the entrance of Jingxing Hotel, several passers-by passed by, looked at the sign at the door, saying, "Suspended business," and asked questions. "I heard someone booked the entire hotel today." "Book it? Are you kidding?" This is the Jingxing Hotel, one of the most popular five-star hotels in the city. The presidential suite here requires a reservation and a queue of several days to stay for one night. Who can book it? It seems to be Lu Linha. Oh, that's fine. I was wondering why there were so many nice cars in the yard. It turned out to be the face of the young master of the Lu family. Even though the hotel is closed today, there is still a constant stream of vehicles entering the hotel, and the parking lot is filled with all kinds of luxury cars, making it a free luxury car show. After all, Lu Linha is a famous young entrepreneur in the city. Almost all the big shots in the city attended his wedding, and even people from other provinces came to attend. Although it was a fake marriage, Lu Linha's personality was like this. Even if it was just acting, he would act it out completely. Hey, it's good to have money. Not entirely, actually. I've heard before that quite a few people are hostile to Lu Linha and are planning to secretly deal with him. Who told you that? I guessed. Isn't that how urban novels are written? Question mark. At this time, Lu Linha and An Meng had already arrived at the hotel and were waiting in the lounge behind the stage. At this time, An Meng, wearing a wedding dress, was sitting on a chair with flowers in her hands. Because she was not used to wearing high heels, she took off her shoes, stepped barefoot on the chair, and curled herself up into a small ball. I don't know if it was because her makeup today was too exquisite or because her posture was too cute, but it attracted Lu Linha's attention and made him keep looking at her unconsciously. After a while, he broke the silence. "Nervous?" An Meng looked at him and didn't answer. Instead, she blinked and tilted her head. "I asked you if you were a little nervous?" The girl shook her head. "If you're not nervous, why don't you speak?" And Meng still didn't say anything, just pursed her lips and smiled. Somehow, when he saw that smile, Lu Linha felt his heartbeat suddenly become a little strange. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses and smiled. "Indeed, you have nothing to be nervous about. After all, we are all fake, and your family members are all actors I invited. No one of your friends will know." And Meng nodded. And Meng's body originally had a family, including a father and a brother, but it seemed that they didn't know that An Meng was married to someone else, so they didn't invite them over. However, what Lu Linha said was not entirely true. She still had a friend who came to the wedding. That's Chi Yi. When this guy heard that she was getting married, he strongly requested to attend the wedding, and his main idea was to gloat over her misfortune. What's more, you don't have to pay for a banquet like this, so why not? But even if Chi-Yi came, she was not nervous, but just looking forward to it. Let him see how she tortures Lu Lin and this guy. The room returned to peace again. Dear guests, dear friends, good afternoon. At this time, the voice of the host came from the venue. According to the wedding process, the MC needs to go on stage and say a few words to warm up the audience. The MC invited by Lu Linhe was not an ordinary person, but a celebrity host. As soon as he came on stage, everyone was extremely welcoming. After the MC spoke a few words briefly, he quickly got to the point. Now, please welcome the groom, Lu Linhe. Lu Linhe walked up from the stage, and thunderous applause instantly broke out from the audience. He took the microphone, and even though the audience was crowded, he still kept smiling. Thank you all for taking the time to attend my wedding and be a witness to the love between Miss An Meng and me. After he spoke a few words, he handed the microphone to the MC. Next, please welcome the bride, Miss An Meng. As the host waved his hand, everyone's eyes were focused on the door. I saw a girl in a white wedding dress, holding flowers in her hands, walking towards Lu Linhe with ladle-like steps. It's strange that when Lu Linhe came out, there was thunderous applause from the audience, but when An Meng came out, there was complete silence from the audience. After a while, someone in the audience spoke. Is that Mr. Lu's wife? She is so beautiful. Yeah, I thought Mr. Lu just found someone to make do with after he broke up with Miss Ning. Now she looks even more stunning than Miss Ning. This must be a lady from some wealthy family. Of course, look at her steps. She is taking small steps, but her pace is a little hurried. While she is elegant, she also reveals a hint of eagerness and impatience to get close to her husband. This is something that most people cannot do. She is definitely a daughter of a wealthy family. How can Mr. Lu's wife be an ordinary person? But in fact, what An Meng was thinking at the moment was, the heels of these damn high heels are too high. After a lot of effort, she came in front of Lu Linhe. MC, now please ask the bride and groom to exchange tokens. An Meng handed the flowers to Lu Linhe, and Lu Linhe took her hand and put a ring on her finger. This bride and groom are a perfect match. Friends, should we ask them to express their appreciation? Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Listening to the booing from the audience, Lu Linhe sighed and whispered, You see, I knew this would happen. It looks like there's no way to escape. Strangely enough, although he was sighing, his tone was inexplicably light. An Meng's eyes were empty. She lowered her head and nodded lightly a few times after a while. Lu Linhe moved closer and gently embraced the girl's delicate body. MC, I know everyone is anxious, but don't worry, we still have to complete the process first. Ms. An Meng, are you willing to marry this man as your husband? No matter sickness or health, no matter poverty or wealth, or any other reason, love him, take care of him, respect him, accept him, and be loyal to him forever until the end of your life. An Meng took a deep breath and then exhaled. I do. Okay, then Mr. Lu Linhe, are you? The MC was still speaking when he suddenly started retching. What's happening? The MC only smelled a very strange smell. Strictly speaking, it couldn't be called stinky, but it was very unpleasant and made him feel nauseous. Fortunately, he didn't eat breakfast because of the wedding banquet. Otherwise, he would have vomited on the spot. Hearing the MC retching, An Meng's lips couldn't help but curl up. It seems that her and Ning Yufei's plan was successful. Ning Yufei's plan was very simple. What Lu Linhe couldn't stand the most was the smell of garlic, so she brought various types of garlic to An Meng, including white garlic, purple garlic, Shandong garlic, black garlic, and so on. An Meng ate all the garlic cloves one by one and drank a few sips of garlic essential oil at the end. Whenever he talked to someone, the other person would be discouraged by the strong smell. There was no other way. In order to avoid being kissed in public, she had to give it a try. But she didn't expect that Lu Linhe hadn't fallen down yet. But the MC couldn't bear it first. The host's vomiting confused the audience because they were far away and the smell did not reach them. Hey, what's wrong with the host? Are you not feeling well? Someone in the audience asked curiously. Why are you retching? Are the lines not to your liking? As a well-known host, his professional ethics are still online. He just covered his mouth and waved his hands. It's okay. Let's continue. Are you willing to let this woman? Beer. The MC was about to continue stuttering, but Lu Linhe interrupted him and nodded. I do. The MC nodded and pointed at the two of them. You two continue. I have something to do downstairs. After saying this, he quickly stepped off the stage. Lu Linha looked at An Meng. Is this your trick? Yes, if you have the ability, just continue. An Meng raised her little face and breathed towards Lu Linha with a proud look on her face. Unexpectedly, Lu Linha remained calm and said with a smile, Okay, let's continue. An Meng was not panicked at all. She was sure that Lu Linha would not do anything to her. Even the MC couldn't stand it and left the stage. As someone who was allergic to the smell of garlic, he must have been unable to bear it long ago and was just holding on now. However, the smugness on her face did not last long, as Lu Linha landed on her lips and their mouths were pressed tightly together. After a while, they slowly separated. After they separated, An Meng's eyes were still dull, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 29, After Drinking. Yufei, why don't your tricks work? When An Meng came to the stage, he felt terrible. I don't know either. Logically, he should hate that smell. Not only An Meng, but Ning Yufei was also depressed. After all, she saw with her own eyes the man she liked kissing another girl, and no one would feel comfortable with that feeling. You have to know that Lu Linha has never been so close to any other girl before. Is he acting, or is he pretending to be serious? Ning Yufei was also a little confused. Damn it, An Meng pounded the table in anger. Why are you so angry? Of course not. I would be kissed even if I didn't eat the garlic. I would still be kissed even if I ate it. Then wouldn't I have eaten the garlic in vain? You know, it was quite painful for her to eat those garlics. People say that chili peppers are spicy to the mouth and garlic is spicy to the heart. But this garlic was so spicy that it hurt her mouth and heart. The reason why she fought so hard was to resist Lu Lin and the kiss at the wedding. Ning Yufei was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. The two were whispering when they heard footsteps coming from the corridor, and they quickly separated. Lu Linha entered the room. When he saw Ning Yufei, he paused and asked, Why are you here? Nothing. I just came to chat with An Meng. You guys take your time. Ning Yufei said, and quickly ran away. After she left, Lu Linha sat in front of An Meng with a rare, serious look in his eyes. What did you say to Ning Yufei? An Meng shuddered, No. Really? Then why did she tell you this trick? Which one? Are you still playing dumb? I heard that Ning Yufei came to you today with a bag of garlic. If it wasn't her idea, how would you know that I can't stand garlic? Tell me the truth. What did you tell her? Faced with Lu Linha's questioning, An Meng felt nervous. She knew that Lu Linha was a big profiteer, and her act of leaking the fake marriage to Ning Yufei was undoubtedly a breach of contract. The last Christmas gift allowed her to add an extra year, and if he found out this time, who knows how many more years she would have to add. If this continues, she might end up like Sun Wukong, imprisoned for 500 years and unable to get out. So she had to find a way to get away with it. An Meng rolled her eyes a few times. I didn't say anything. I just asked her the other day what she hated the most. She said it was garlic, so I asked her to bring some over. Is that so? Yes. That's good. Otherwise you know the consequences of breach of contract. Lu Linha looked at his nails with a nonchalant tone. Don't worry, boss. We have a firm grasp on professional ethics. An Meng saluted. Then she looked at Lu Linha. Her eyes turned around a few times and couldn't help asking. Well, Lao He, I have a question. What? Aren't you afraid of garlic? Why can you still eat it? Because of this. An Meng was wondering when she saw Lu Linha put his hand in front of his nose and pulled out 2 pieces of napkins. You have a plan, but I don't have an informant. The next day, the midday sun streamed into the room, shining on the face of the sleeping girl. The girl's brows twitched slightly. Then she slowly opened her beautiful eyes and stared at the ceiling in a daze. There was an unfamiliar room in front of me. Here it is? Awake, came the man's voice. She tilted her head and found Lu Linha lying beside her. She was about to ask something when a severe headache made her frown, and she couldn't help but cover her head. My head hurts. It's a headache, of course. You were so drunk yesterday. It would be strange if you didn't have a headache. Drunk. The girl's eyes were empty, as if she was reminiscing. Oh, by the way, you took me to Toast yesterday, and I drank a lot. I can't remember what I did afterwards. After An Meng and Lu Linha stepped down from the stage, a few guests who were invited to perform came up. After that, the banquet officially began. An Meng thought she could finally sit down and have a good meal, but Lu Linha's next words made her withdrawn again. Get ready. We're going to toast the guests. A toast between the bride and groom is a basic custom at a wedding. After all, those who come here are relatives and friends, so at least they have to say hello. Before the toast, Lu Linha reminded. Can you drink? We have invited hundreds of tables to this wedding, and each table will have one glass of wine. If you can't drink, I will replace it with low-alcohol fruit wine or beverages. And Meng sneered. You must be kidding. Do you know what my nickname was before? What? An Jean. A pound of liquor? No beer. Is a pound of beer a lot? 1 pound of bottle caps. And Meng's drinking style was very vigorous. Even if he was holding red wine, he would drink it in one gulp when toasting without any hesitation. Wherever he went, the guests would applaud. Seeing An Meng so confident, Lu Linha did not stop her, but An Meng forgot a serious problem. That is, she could drink before, but her current body may not be able to drink. Sure enough, after only toasting a few tables, she started to feel dizzy and could not remember what happened afterwards. You're a little too watery. You're a good sleeper. You went to bed before 9 last night and woke up at 10 today. Are you hungry? The girl touched her belly with a pitiful look in her eyes. Hungry? Lu Linha sighed. Wait a minute. I'll get you something to eat. Thank you, Lauhi. Sometimes it's not bad to be a girl. At least you will be taken care of. If I had lived with Chi Yi in the past, it would have taken a while just to figure out who would go to buy food today. Lu Linha got out of bed, opened the door, and walked out. And Meng lifted the quilt and was startled by an inexplicable chill. She looked down, and her hazy eyes instantly cleared up. Wogan! The scream made Lu Linha, who was at the door, turn back. What's wrong? The girl was seen sitting on the bed in a duck position, with a look of bewilderment on her face. The white quilt covered the body, but part of the whiteness was still exposed. The rounded curves on both sides were like fairy mountains shrouded in clouds, looming and adding to the mystery. Where are my clothes? Take off, the man said calmly. After that, a pillow flew towards him. He dodged sideways, frowning. What are you doing? What do you think? Didn't we agree that this was a contract? Why did you break the contract without permission? Where did I break the contract? Take off my clothes. Isn't that a breach of contract? You took off your clothes by yourself. What does it have to do with me? Did you take it off by yourself? And Meng was stunned for a moment. Then she reached into the quilt and started groping around. What are you doing? Check if the parts are intact. Don't worry, they are all original. I don't have the habit of taking advantage of others. Then why do we sleep in the same bed? Have you forgotten? At this time, Ning Yufei actually appeared outside the door. Ahi, is Meng awake? Ning Yufei had a look of concern on her face, but when she saw the situation inside the house, she was instantly petrified. After a while, she slowly closed the door. I'm sorry to bother you. Chapter 30. Those who emphasize that they can still walk in a straight line are usually drunk. After Ning Yufei closed the door, the two people in the room fell into silence. Why is she here? You drank too much yesterday, so Yufei stayed to take care of you for a while. She was afraid that something might happen to you at night, so she lived next door. And Meng thought that she had just told Ning Yufei that they were just playing around, but today she appeared naked on camera. Wasn't this obviously going to cause a misunderstanding? Now her headache got worse. How should I explain this to her? What's there to explain? In her eyes, aren't we just husband and wife? Lu Linha noticed something. No. I mean to explain why I was drunk yesterday. Lauhi, what did I do when I was drunk yesterday? How could I drink so much that my clothes disappeared? And Meng quickly changed the subject, thinking that Lu Linha was really alert and could find flaws in any sentence. Lu Linha looked at her, paused, waved his hand, and said, forget it. The past is the past. Oh my God. What do you mean by your victim-like perspective? Don't bother me. Lauhi, what did I do yesterday? Tell me. Really want to hear it? Real. Call me husband. Huh? Why? Because I don't like that name. The girl was speechless for a while, but in order to know the truth, she bit her lip and compromised. Husband. No, there's no emotion in that. Husband. Too contrived and not natural enough. Husband. I want naturalness, not castration. Mr. Lu, are you done yet? Seeing the girl getting angry, Lu Linha showed a triumphant smile on his face and slowly told her what happened yesterday. Yesterday, after getting drunk, An Meng became silent at first, and then suddenly fell down when she was walking to the next table with him. Fortunately, Lu Linha was quick to catch her, but even so, the wine spilled all over them. What's wrong with you? Lu Linha looked at the girl and found that her eyes were blurry and her face was flushed, which could not be concealed by her delicate makeup. He immediately realized that the girl must be drunk, so he supported her and said to her, You are drunk. Let me help you to rest. Unexpectedly, when the girl heard the word drunk, she immediately became excited. Who said I was drunk? I'm Fina. Let me go. Look, I can still walk in a straight line. Generally speaking, the person who says this is already drunk. And Meng struggled to shake off Lu Linha's hand, and after taking a few steps, she was about to fall again. Lu Linha quickly supported her. Seeing that the girl was drunk, Lu Linha had to give up the toast. He asked someone to open a room, picked her up, and left the venue. Many people looked at the figure walking away and expressed their heartfelt emotions. Boss Lu really dotes on his wife. Boss Wang, aren't you also a wife-loving maniac? Who told you that? Your wife. Question mark. Lu Linha originally thought that based on this girl's personality, she would definitely resist if he hugged her in public. But who would have thought that she would be surprisingly obedient this time, pinching his collar with one hand, like a child who was afraid of being left behind? Why didn't you struggle this time? Faint. Arriving at the private room, Lu Linha put the girl on the bed, and Ning Yufei followed. She said that she was taking care of An Meng, but in reality, she was afraid that something uncontrollable would happen between them, so she followed over to see what was going on. Ning Yufei has great faith in Lu Linha's character, so all she has to do is make sure that nothing happens to An Meng. Maybe it was because of the warmth in Lu Linha's embrace, or because An Meng was too drunk, but she had already fallen asleep when she arrived in the room. Ning Yufei asked Lu Linha to wait outside first, then helped An Meng remove her makeup, wiped her face with a towel, changed her wedding dress, and put on pajamas prepared by the hotel. After everything was prepared, Ning Yufei called Lu Linha back and left with peace of mind. After entering the house, Lu Linha went to the bathroom to take a shower first. When he came out with a bath towel tied around his neck, he found that An Meng was awake and sitting on the bed. Are you awake? The girl glanced at him without saying anything, put on her shoes, and stood up. Then her legs went limp, and she sat back on the bed. Burp. She let out a cute burp, and her misty eyes stared straight at Lu Linha. After a while, she said, Boss, why is your ground so uneven? One side is high and the other side is low. It's impossible to stand steadily. You're drunk and wearing high heels. It's hard to believe you can stand steadily. High heels. The girl lowered her head, raised her feet, and her eyes suddenly widened. Hey, why am I wearing something like this? Where are my own shoes? As she spoke, she kept shaking her little feet until both of her high heels were kicked off. Lu Linha picked up the shoes and placed them in front of the bed. These are the shoes you are wearing today. It's not mine. Only women would wear something like this. I won't wear it. Woman? There was a moment of suspicion in Lu Linha's eyes, and then he felt relieved. What she meant was probably that she was still a girl who had not experienced anything in life, and things like high heels were usually something that only mature women would come into contact with. After some self-interpretation, Lu Linha comforted him. Although you are not a woman, you are a girl, and you can wear it. Girl. And Meng opened her mouth and was stunned for a long time, then pointed at herself. I am a girl. What else? You must have seen it wrong. How can I be a girl? What I take out is bigger than yours. If you don't believe me, let me show you. And Meng said as she put her hand into the place where her little brother used to be, but after taking the picture, the smile on her face froze. Where's my little brother? Why is he missing? Oh, so you're missing. Do you need me to contact the police for you? Lu Linha didn't take it seriously and thought An Meng was just talking drunk. After all, she was like this before and liked to play around. At this time, his phone rang. It was someone from the group who saw that he was not at the meeting and asked him where he had been. He turned around and answered the phone, briefly explained the situation, and hung up. When he looked back, the scene before him stunned him. The girl who was dressed brightly just now was now only wearing a set of pure white underwear and still standing guard. The perfect curves are showing themselves unscrupulously. The drunken Meng completely forgot about his transformation and simply thought that his little brother was missing. In this situation, there was only one solution she could think of. That means stripping naked and giving it a thorough inspection. Strange, where did it go? Lu Linha held his forehead helplessly. If he had known that this girl would be like this after drinking, he would never let her drink a drop of alcohol. But An Meng's exploration did not intend to stop there. She reached out to the bra strap, ready to get cooler. Seeing this, Lu Linha hurried forward to stop her actions. Don't take it off. Go to sleep first. I'll help you find it when you wake up. The girl's eyes widened. Will you help me find it? Yes, so go to bed first. Oh. With Lu Linha's coaxing, he finally tricked An Meng into bed again. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, An Meng suddenly reached out for his bath towel and ripped it off the next second. Here it is. Chapter 31. Sometimes being big is not a good thing. The cold air in January still arrived as expected. Everyone on the street was wearing thick winter clothes and walking hurriedly in the biting cold wind. In the hotel private room, the girl was wearing cool clothes, which seemed out of place in this winter day. The pink and tender skin looks even whiter under the cold fluorescent light, making people unable to take their eyes away. She stared at the man in front of her and made a low sound from her throat, just like the sound a puppy would make when in danger. The man dared not move at this moment. His endurance is good, but that doesn't mean he has no limits. If you don't give it to me, I'm going to call the police. An Meng picked up the phone on the bedside table, but Lu Linha snatched it away. Are you kidding? If this was called to the police, he would be in big trouble. Lu Linha didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had seen many people acting crazy when drunk, but this was the first time he had seen someone acting crazy like this. The most annoying thing is that he can't reason with others, because drunk people have no logic at all. It seems that we can only use a delaying tactic. He thought about it and took out his phone. Wait a moment, I'll ask someone to find out for you. As he said this, he pretended to make a phone call and then hung up. I have asked someone to look for him, and there will be news soon. How long? Just sit here and wait for a few minutes. If you don't obey, I won't help you find it. Yeah. And Meng nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and then she really quieted down. Only her eyes, as pure as water, remained wide open. Lu Linha waited for a few minutes, then picked up his phone and started acting again. Hello, it's me. What? Okay, I understand. He put down his phone and said to An Meng, there's news. Real? Really? Well, go take a bath and calm down. I'll go find it now. When you're done, I'll bring it back to you. You must keep your word. It's a deal. Okay. And Meng stood up, staggered a few steps, suddenly stopped and turned around. Wait a moment. Lu Linha paused. What happened again? Who are you? Lu Linha, it's your old. Lu Linha hesitated to speak. Old what? Old schoolmate. Since An Meng now thinks of herself as a man, if I say she's my husband, it will definitely make her angry again. Oh, then you're a very nice person, old classmate. An Meng walked into the bathroom, doubtfully. Only after she went and did Lu Linha feel relieved. After alcohol enters the human body, it is usually stored for 24 hours, but the drunken state will gradually ease after about 3 hours. So he thought that if he could delay for a while, even though An Meng couldn't sober up completely, he could at least regain some consciousness, and at least not be as outrageous as he is now. He first took off his bathrobe and changed into pajamas to avoid the embarrassing situation of being caught by the girl's weakness again. After changing, he sat in the rocking chair of the hotel and let out a long sigh. Just when he was about to have a good rest, the girl's voice came from the bathroom again. Hello, are you there? My brother and I have been kidnapped. Come and save us. The girl's voice was low, as if she was talking to someone secretly. Is she talking to someone on the phone? But her cell phone was clearly placed on the bedside table. Could it be that she had hidden a second phone? But she was only wearing a set of underwear. Where could she hide her phone? Somehow, that charming depth flashed before Lu Linha's eyes, and he narrowed his eyes. Well, it seems there is a place to hide. Lu Linha quickly got up and walked to the bathroom door. At this time, An Meng was still talking to himself. He said he was my old classmate, but I remember every name of my old classmates, and his name is clearly not on the list. You can remember all your old classmates, but you can't remember the husband you just got married today, right? When Lu Linha opened the door, the scene in front of him petrified him. I saw that what the girl was holding in her hand was not a microphone, but a shower head. I saw you were using the shower, so I ignored you. You didn't come out for a long time, so I went in and found that you were asleep. Then I took you out and put you on the bed, and you have been sleeping ever since. Lu Linha told everything, but Meng lowered his head as if he didn't hear it. You fell asleep? No. And Meng covered her face, but the eye-catching blush still showed through her fingers. Did I really do that kind of thing yesterday? And Meng was both shy and scared. It's not just that she did those stupid things, but more importantly, she seemed to have exposed her identity. Lu Lin was such a shrewd person that he would definitely be able to sense something was wrong based on her behavior yesterday. He had also said before that if she was a time traveler, he would definitely take her to do human body research. Damn it. Who would have thought that this person's alcohol tolerance was so poor? Even if she drank too much in the past, she was able to control herself. This kind of drinking blackout was the first time she had seen someone do it. I didn't expect that she would be so fierce when she was drunk and could hold on to others. Thinking of this, the girl's face became even redder. What I said is basically consistent with the actual situation. Lu Linha looked at the girl's embarrassed look and reached out to touch her hair. But let it go this time. I'm also responsible for believing your lies. But you're not allowed to drink again in the future. Do you hear me? Didn't this guy find anything? An Meng was a little surprised, but he went along with it, apologized, and acted like a good boy. Oh, by the way, who did you call with a showerhead yesterday? How can I remember? And it doesn't matter who I call, since the other party can't hear me anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound from the cell phone. It was Lu Linha's cell phone. Mr. Lu, I'm a hotel staff. Chi, who lives in the presidential suite 2301, is your friend, right? When he heard Chi, Lu Linha turned to look at An Meng and nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Please come here. This guest may have drunk too much. He has been complaining to us that the shower in our hotel has been out of service. His friend is being kidnapped. We need to solve the problem quickly. Chapter 32. There is always trouble abroad. When An Meng arrived at room 2301, Chi was leaning against the bathroom wall and sleeping soundly. Even when he fell asleep, he still held the shower head in his hand and kept making a phone call. An Meng was speechless and kicked him. Hey, get up. Chi opened his eyes dazedly, and when he saw An Meng, he was stunned for a moment. Beauty, who are you? An Meng got even angrier when she heard that. She kicked him again. Who do you say I am? Oh, now I remember. I was a little groggy from sleeping. Why are you here? I should ask you this question. Why do you live here? Let me recall it. Chi seemed to be in deep thought. Oh, I accidentally drank too much at the wedding banquet yesterday. The staff here said that all guests who came to attend Mr. Lu's wedding banquet could stay in the presidential suite for free for one night, so I stayed here. After Chi Yi finished speaking, he looked at the toilet in the bathroom for a while before he reacted. Hey, isn't this the presidential suite? Why am I sleeping in the bathroom? What do you think? Could it be? Chi Yi frowned. Does the place where the president usually sleeps is the toilet? Oh, I've heard that life abroad is in dire straits, but I didn't expect that life is so miserable. Ouch. Why do you keep kicking me? You're still drunk, aren't you? What nonsense are you talking about? It's possible. By the way, I seemed to have a dream yesterday. You called me with a shower and said you were kidnapped. Ha ha ha, this is too abstract. How could you do such a stupid thing, right? Yes. Although Chi woke up, he was still drunk. And Meng helped him out of the bathroom and prepared to take him to the hotel to take a taxi. As soon as she went out, and Meng saw Lu Linha leaning against the door with his arms folded. Why are you here? The girl was startled and her voice was soft. There was no way. As soon as An Meng saw Lu Linha, he remembered the scene he mentioned yesterday, and shame exploded in his heart again. But An Meng's voice is naturally beautiful and sweet, and when it is lowered, it always sounds a little coquettish. I came to see how your brother is doing. We are indeed friends. Even when we are drunk, we behave in the same way. And Meng rolled her eyes at him and said, well, I'll take him there in a taxi. When they arrived at the elevator, Chi Yi kept his eyes on An Meng the whole time. Why are you staring at me? Meng, you're not that thing, are you? What? An Meng looked confused. Chi Yi whispered a few words in her ear. The girl blinked and savored it for a while. Then she entered a red temperature state visibly. What the hell are you talking about? How could I possibly do that? Then why did you speak in a slurred voice today? And you didn't react when he kissed you at the wedding yesterday. This is not like you. The girl was speechless. She curled her lips. Hey, they have a contract. There is no way to resist. Then why don't you cancel the contract? It's easy for you to say that. I don't have that much money. It's up to me, no matter how much it costs. He has absolutely no selfish motives. He just can't bear to see his brothers suffer. Yes, that's right. Really? Then I'll trouble brother Ache to take care of the 3 million. And Meng is now able to act coquettishly easily. Agadu, du shao. 3 million. Before or after tax? Is there any difference between the two? Yes. One is illegal and the other is not. And Meng thought for a while before she understood what Chi was talking about. She punched him and said, get lost. What are you thinking about? Besides, I'm talking about a penalty of 3 million. It seems that he only borrowed 100,000 yuan before. 100,000 turned into 3 million. He is truly a capitalist, quite shady. Who said it wasn't? So here's the 3 million. Chi waved his hand and said, I just said that I would take care of it, but I didn't say that I had so much money. The girl shook her head. I knew you were a loser. Don't say it too early. We don't have any money, but we can earn it. How do you earn it? Chi didn't say anything, just stared at Meng, looking her up and down. I'm sorry to bother you for this. Question mark. Ache, is this really possible? Of course, many of my friends are doing this. But this is my first time. Everyone has been here for the first time. Relax. and take care of those men. The money will be ours. How do you know they're all men? Nonsense. Who would watch this if they were women? At this moment, in the small room, An Meng was sitting in front of a computer and a live broadcast website was running on the computer. So when you say making money, you mean I want to be a live streamer? Yes. Right. I don't know how to broadcast live, nor do I know how to skirt the rules. And if Lu Linha sees my live broadcast, wouldn't that be courting death? After all, the Lu family is quite well known in this city. If others saw that the young lady of the Lu family was actually making money by live streaming, it would definitely be big news. Don't worry, this is not an ordinary live broadcast. This is a virtual live broadcast. Virtual live broadcast? Look, Chi pointed to the computer screen, where Cartoon Girl was standing in the center of the screen. See this? I saw it. What's wrong? From now on, you will use this image to broadcast live. In other words, you're not broadcasting live, but playing this role, which is the so-called skin-wearing person. You don't need to show your face, and even the information is not your own. No one will know who you are. You can just chat with the audience and play games every day. Just treat it as acting. Then I can't act either. Trust me, this avatar is absolutely suitable for you, and only you can play it well. As Chi spoke, he clicked the mouse on the two-dimensional girl, and then a string of text popped up on the screen. And Meng read out, Xiao Meng, 18 years old, height 165 centimeters, weight 45 kilograms, blood type A, was originally a 25-year-old office boy, but after an accident, she was reincarnated into a beautiful girl. Now she's a cute high school girl. Because of her poor family background, she is working hard to make money. Her specialties are singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. What is all this? The character's background story. See if this background story is completely consistent with your real-life experience. So you don't need to act, you just need to put on this skin and be yourself. You've exposed all my secrets. Aren't you afraid that I'll be exposed? Big sister, your experience is quite explosive even in the explosion realm, not to mention in the virtual image. Who would believe that this is true? And haven't you heard the saying that the most dangerous is the safest? The more proactive you are, the less likely people will doubt you. An Meng was silent. She knew that what Chi said made sense. Besides, she could make money by playing games every day, so why not do it? She sighed. Well, how much does this make per month? The basic salary is 3,000. Oh, then I need to earn 3 million. 83 years and 3 months. Question mark. Chapter 33, Sometimes the Truth Seems Like a Lie. Lu Group. Lu Linha was looking at the group's planning documents for this quarter in the office when Shun Maoan hurried in from outside. Mr. Lu, if you have something to say, just leave. There's no need to come over and talk to me every time. Lu Linha said without raising his head. However, Shun Maoan did not respond to his words. Instead, he came to Lu Linha with a serious face and whispered in his ear, Old Sun is dead. Lu Linha's hand that was flipping through the documents paused, but his expression didn't change. How did he die? According to the police, he committed suicide by slitting his wrists in the detention center. After catching Butler's son, Lu Linha handed him over to the police. He handed it over to the police for 2 reasons. First, lynching is illegal. Since Butler's son was photographed by someone else, there must be someone watching him, so he cannot easily give the other party an opportunity to use force. Second, as an outstanding local entrepreneur, he has a good relationship with the police, which helps the police solve cases more quickly. It can be said that Lu Linha has done the police a favor. But no one expected that Lao Sun actually died in the police station. What did he use to cut his wrists? The police said he used a rusty iron sheet, but if he had committed suicide in the detention center, the people in the room and the prison guards would have discovered it. However, he was not found dead until the next morning. By then, he was too late to be saved. I doubt it. Don't doubt it. It's probably what you think. Lu Linha closed the plan. It seems that the opponent this time is very difficult. The other party was not only able to instigate his butler of more than 20 years to rebel, but also able to send people directly from the police station to kill Old Sun. The capabilities behind this are unpredictable. What should we do? Without Lao Sun, it will be difficult for us to find the person behind him. Although Lao Sun is dead, the things he did before will not disappear. If we check his previous traces, we may find something useful. Lu Linha paused, then continued. It doesn't matter if we can't find out. Since the other party has touched me, it means that something our group is doing has touched the other party. As long as we continue and increase our efforts, he will definitely show up again. Boss Lu, if it really doesn't work, let's stop. We've already done enough. Faced with Shun Mao's suggestion, Lu Linhe fell silent. The Lu Group originally started out as a beverage company, but over the years under the leadership of Lu Linhe, it has entered many industries such as real estate, pharmaceuticals, scientific experiments, the internet, and so on. The Lu Group was very successful in every entry, and this success would definitely affect the original players in the industry and would inevitably attract the jealousy of others. This is both a danger and an opportunity for Lu Linhe. If he can bring down the mastermind behind this incident, it will also serve as a wake-up call to other people in Nanchang who hate him. If you mess with Lu Linhe, you'll pay the price. He thought about it and replied, Mo1, maybe we are indeed in danger now, but we have come this far and there is no turning back. And as he spoke, he took a deep breath and said, my father's whereabouts are still unknown. I need to continue investigating. Silent text. Do you have any news about Uncle Lu's disappearance? Lu Linhe paused and told Chun Maoan about the past. When his father Lu Hui disappeared, there was no sign of anything happening, and even the police could not find any suspicious points. The top leader of the group disappeared, and the huge group was suddenly leaderless. The elders left or retired. For a time, the originally prosperous Lu Group became shaky. In this critical moment, the young Lu Linhe was forced to take over his father's responsibility. After he took over, he worked hard to govern the company. He first contributed his own shares to stabilize the top management, then hired talents with high salaries, improved company benefits, expanded the company's reputation, and did everything himself. In just a few years, the Lu Group, which was originally on the verge of death, was reborn and was even better than before. While Lu Linhe was rectifying the group, he also did not forget to look for the whereabouts of his father. He looked through all the bill records of the Lu Group, and among them, he found some clues. Shortly before his disappearance, my father had planned to lead the group into a new industry, which was the scientific research industry. This was the first time that the Lu Group entered into other industries. However, not long after entering, Lu Hui suddenly disappeared and the project was terminated halfway. Lu Linhe felt that there must be something fishy going on. The scientific research industry in Nanxing City was very complicated and not something that could be easily entered. With his abilities at the time, it was simply a fantasy for him to enter the industry. So he decided to proceed step by step and expand the Lu Group step by step. Only after ensuring the basic economic strength did he dare to officially embark on scientific research. Silent one. Your judgment is just a guess, right? It's really just a guess, but we just entered and the other party's reaction is so strong. Even if it's not as I guessed, there must be some unknown secrets here. If we want to know the answer, we can only keep going. As he spoke, Lu Linhe's expression became serious. Just wait and see Mo1. It will only get more exciting next time. Brothers, the most exciting part is here. During this wave, my Lee Sin was sliding on sound wave. So I used my war to get close to him, used her flash to adjust my position, and knocked him into the position of my sound wave, forming a triangle kill. Tell me if it's cool or not. In front of the computer, An Meng was reviewing the brilliant moves she had just made with Lee Sin, and her screen was filled with comments. Which, Xiao Meng 666. Wu Shuang Sanwan. Even Teacher Ma can't perform this operation. If you can perform it, you are even more awesome than Teacher Ma. Mumu. Xiao Meng's technique is amazing. She doesn't really look like a girl. A week has passed since An Meng started broadcasting. This week, An Meng live-streamed at home for more than 8 hours every day. Although he didn't become popular, he still had a certain audience group thanks to the union's promotion. And this job is not tiring. All I have to do every day is play games and talk a few words. Fortunately, her gaming skills were pretty good at the suburban master level. Although she wasn't a top player, she was at least an expert. Although it is not realistic to use this income to pay off debts, at least she can save up her own piggy bank, and she won't have to look at Lu Linhe's face when she needs money in the future. Visitor 14152. Is the anchor male or female? Someone raised a question, but An Meng didn't even look at the barrage of comments. She was only focused on the operation. In order to avoid distraction, she even turned off the barrage of comments. An old viewer replied, the anchor used to be a man, but now she is a woman. One advantage of this background setting is that she can tell the truth without restraint. Even if she says she is a man, no one will doubt her and will only think that she is very loyal to her character. These days, it's really magical. When you tell the truth, people think it's a lie, but when you tell a lie, it seems like the truth. Visitor 14152. Is the anchor a transgender person who has undergone surgery? Mumu. No. Xiaoming is a reborn person, a cute girl. Visitor 14152. Impossible. Is there anyone in this world who can be reborn? Long. The one above, stop showing off your IQ. This is obviously the character setting of a virtual anchor. The anchor is obviously a girl. Visitor 14152. There's so many fakes and true things on the internet nowadays. Voice changers and the like are not uncommon. It's so easy to cheat you otakus out of your money. Longxing Tianxia. That's right. Although the anchor's voice is that of a girl, her tone of voice is completely that of a man. It's very likely that she's a man in disguise to make money. Even if she's not a man, she is definitely a tiger tank. Xiao Li's flying dagger. FFFFFF. Longxing Tianxia. Are you really pressing it, buddy? It's really an old lady crawling in a bed, making me laugh. The live broadcast room was filled with a happy atmosphere. However, An Meng started another game at this time. She was so focused on the game that she didn't notice that the wind direction in the live broadcast room had gradually changed. There was only one thought in her mind at this moment. Where's the Zhao Xin on the opposite side? Chapter 34 Live Broadcast Accident. I won the MVP award again. Oh, I am so strong. After praising himself for a while, An Meng clicked on another game. It was inevitable that she would feel a little bored while waiting for the game, so she picked up her phone and prepared to watch some videos to pass the time. At this time, she found that Chi actually sent her a message. Stop the fucking operation. Your live broadcast room is about to explode. Exploded? An Meng was a little puzzled. Isn't this live broadcast room virtual? How could it explode? However, when she saw the overwhelming barrage of comments, her eyelids twitched unconsciously. Oh my god, what's going on? The comments all started to criticize her unanimously. At first, there were people speaking up for her, but then someone said something. Your anchor didn't refute it, so why are you still here making a fuss? That's right, you're a fraud anchor. Give me your money back. Refund. Seeing that the noise in the live broadcast room was getting louder and louder, An Meng felt overwhelmed. Although she is now a complete girl, when she sees the audience pointing out that she is a man, she still feels a little nervous about being exposed. She sent a message to Chi. What should I do? After a while, Chi replied, explain it to them first. They just misunderstood. I think it will be easier to deal with it after the explanation. An Meng picked up the microphone and shouted, stop arguing. The host was playing games just now and didn't see it. I didn't use a voice changer. Really? I don't believe it. Someone used a classic quote from Liu Yu. An Meng felt a headache, but there was nothing wrong with what the other party said. Without evidence, no one would believe her just based on her words. I didn't expect live streaming would be such a troublesome thing. Sure enough, making money is not easy. For some reason, Lu Lin and that nasty face suddenly appeared in An Meng's mind. Damn it, why is this guy so successful? She frowned and thought hard, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. If you don't believe me, I can play a song for you on my phone. Wouldn't that prove it? What is the difference between playing music on a mobile phone and on a computer? Of course I have. If I use a voice changer, the outside sounds will change, and the songs on my phone will definitely change pitch. If the songs don't change pitch, doesn't that mean I didn't turn it on? The barrage was silent for a moment. An Meng took out his phone and started playing music. Did you hear that? I can't hear it. Did the anchor turn on the ambient sound blocking function? You need to turn it off, otherwise all sounds except the human voice will be blocked. Block out ambient sound? Where? It's in the live broadcast settings. An Meng opened the live broadcast settings and searched for a long time, but couldn't find a way to block ambient sound. Where is this? This anchor is really an idiot. Just restore the default settings. Oh, that's a good idea. An Meng readily clicked to restore to default. Then she turned on the music on her phone and asked, how is it? Can you hear it? But at this moment, the live broadcast room fell into a strange silence, as if the noise just now was just an illusion. Hello, why aren't you talking? After the silence, the live broadcast room was filled with comments again. But this time the wind direction has completely reversed. Sorry, wife, it was our fault. Please forgive us. Excuse me, how many fans does it take for a streamer to get AV? Not only did the barrage change, but even the gifts increased rapidly, including airplanes, rockets, and so on, making An Meng unable to thank them all. What does this mean? Isn't it just to prove that she didn't use a voice changer? Do they have such a strong reaction? Just as An Meng was wondering, another barrage of comments floated over. The anchor has a great figure. Figure? Her anime image is very flat. How can you tell her figure? And Meng looked curiously at her own screen in the lower right corner of the computer. After seeing it clearly, she was stunned for a moment. I saw that the picture in the lower right corner was not the anime character, but a girl. The girl was wearing a V-neck Korean green sweater. Although her lower body was mostly blocked by the camera, it could be seen that she was wearing a pair of light blue pajamas. It's obviously just a simple outfit, but the delicate collarbone and graceful figure make her sexiness turn into a spring red apricot. Even with clothes covering it, it can't stop her determination to come out of the wall. Looking up, I saw the girl's small and round chin and her pink lips slightly open. If it weren't moving, I would have thought it was just an exquisite doll. It's a pity that the camera was too dull and only captured the area around the girl's mouth. But even if her beautiful face was not captured, the audience could already imagine the rest of the beautiful scenery just from this. An Meng's mouth was slightly open at this time, and she looked confused. Who is this? Why did he appear in her live broadcast room? And it seems to be quite attractive. The breasts, waist, and skin are no worse than hers. She stared at it for a long time and was suddenly stunned. Wait, why do these clothes look so familiar? And Meng stared at the clothes on the computer for a while, then looked down at herself, and then looked up at the computer again. Shit, isn't this me? At this time, Chi Yi also sent a message. Brother, why are you restoring the default settings? The camera display of this virtual anchor is originally set individually. If you restore it to the default, it will display the original camera. What should I do? End the broadcast first. I will go to the union to deal with it. And Meng didn't care about anything else and didn't dare to say anything. He quickly turned off the live broadcast. After the show ended, An Meng was so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe. If Lu Linha found out about this. In the dim room, the girl begs for mercy and the man smiles. These keywords popped up in her mind and her body trembled inexplicably. Then she will be in trouble. Fortunately, the camera of her computer was tilted downward and her face was not captured. And she wasn't a famous anchor. Who was Lu Linha? He was the leader of the Lu group. For someone as high and mighty as him, not to mention internet celebrities, even stars had to bow and scrape to him. So he would never find out. That's right. It won't be discovered. With the comfort, An Meng finally calmed down. But she didn't know that even though she had stopped broadcasting, her live broadcast room still received an endless stream of gifts and barges, and her popularity had even increased instead of decreased. Lu Group. Lu Linha walked into the general manager's office. MO1. Arrange a few more bodyguards around you when you go back. You are the general manager of the group. If they fail to target me, they will probably focus their attention on you. Silent one leaned back in a boss chair, looking at his phone as he replied, Don't worry, I've already arranged a bodyguard with big breasts and beautiful looks. Big breasts and beautiful face? Are you a serious bodyguard? Oh no, he's big and strong. Silent one said, without raising his head. What are you looking at so intently? Doesn't our internet department have a live broadcast website? I just passed by that department and heard from their employees that our live broadcast software has a virtual anchor. It has been less than a week since the live broadcast, and today the real person was accidentally exposed. Now, the traffic of the live broadcast room has exploded, and everyone in the department knows about it. Although her face is not fully revealed, her figure is quite good. Do you want to take a look? Lu Linha narrowed his eyes. You are so boring. Don't you think this is interesting? And there's something very magical about humans, and that's curiosity. If you saw a certain melon yourself, you might think that this girl is not interesting. But if you heard others talking about this melon and heard others praise her figure and appearance, you would be very curious and want to see it, right? No. Okay, stop pretending to be a gentleman. Here, let me show you. After saying that, Shen Maoan turned the screen of his mobile phone to Lu Linha. Lu Linha took a casual glance, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and he never looked away. Look, it's really exciting, isn't it? You're like that. You say no, but your body is very obedient. Lu Linha withdrew his gaze and did not respond to Shenma when's teasing. Strange. Was it his illusion? This figure in clothes. He seemed to have seen him somewhere. Chapter 35 Cat Catches Mouse. Mr. Lu, you're back so early today? The newly hired butler was patrolling the villa when he received a call from Lu Linha, asking him to wait at the door. Lu Linha nodded and asked, Has my wife left the room after 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Young madam? No, she stayed in the house all day and didn't come out. She had her meals delivered to her. Has she been out these days? It seems like I haven't been out of the house in the past week. There's a virtual anchor on our live streaming app. It's been less than a week since we started live streaming, and today we accidentally let the real person in, silent when his words unconsciously emerged in his mind. A week? He still remembered that a week ago, An Meng suddenly asked him for a computer, claiming that he was too bored here and wanted to play games. Although this girl has a hot temper, when it comes to asking for help, the little wild horse instantly turns into a little lamb. Her little eyes are so charming that people can't help but fall into her gentleness. Lu Linha didn't agree verbally, but the next day, he bought her a top-spec computer and also prepared a complete gaming equipment from desks and chairs to peripheral headphones. Even silent when teased him. Just wait until your little girl gets spoiled. Thinking of this, Lu Linha's eyes couldn't help but darken, and he quickly walked into the manor. If you remember correctly, he also bought that piece of clothing for An Meng. When An Meng first came to the Lu family, because of his poor family background, he had very few clothes with him, and they were all old and tattered. So Lu Linha took her to the mall to do some shopping, and the clothes they bought that day filled an entire cart. As for this one, he vaguely remembered that An Meng seemed to have tried it on. Similar figure, familiar clothes, computer from a week ago, testimony of not leaving the house for a week. All the evidence points to An Meng. Lu Linha was a person who would not make any judgments unless he was absolutely sure. So before he left the company, he went to the internet department and asked them to check the IP address of this virtual anchor. The result was just as he expected. The area shown by the ID address was exactly near his home. If it was in a downtown area, he might not be sure, but you have to know that where he lives, the area within a few kilometers is his territory. Lu Linha knew that An Meng must want to make money and terminate the contract as soon as possible, but he didn't expect her to do this. Since the other party didn't tell him, he must be afraid that he would punish him after knowing it. After all, Article 3 of the contract stipulates that during the period of impersonation, Party B must maintain Party A's good family image. If any adverse impact is caused, Party A may impose corresponding penalties based on the actual situation. But in fact, Lu Linha didn't mind An Meng having her own part-time job. It's just that since she was so afraid of him knowing it, if he didn't punish her, wouldn't he be betraying her friendship? Strangely enough, Lu Lin and Ben were not interested in this kind of cat-and-mouse game, but today they became inexplicably interested in it. As for how to punish her, he had already thought about it, but he also knew that this girl was not an easy person to deal with. Without solid evidence, she would definitely not admit it. It's just like when the police are investigating a case. Even if they have determined that the other party is a criminal, they still have to find evidence to convict him. So he didn't intend to alert the enemy, but to find evidence first to silence her. Thinking of the girl's unwilling look, but having to admit her mistake, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. After entering the villa, he went nowhere and went straight to his bedroom. As soon as he reached the door, he heard the sound of mouse and keyboard, as well as the passionate screams of the girl. "Don't go, this stupid assistant." He paused slightly, then pushed the door open. In the room, a girl wearing headphones was operating the keyboard and mouse with both hands. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the screen. Her playful feet were freed from the constraints of slippers. Only her toes were lightly touching the slippers, which was enough to show her concentration. The maid Xin, she was standing aside. When she saw Lu Linha, she was startled at first. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Linha made a hushing expression, signaling her not to make a sound. "It's over, I've been hit. Holy shit, how come this idiot jungler only has a 3.0 rating? Oh no, this is me." An Meng sighed and took off her headphones. At this moment, she noticed something around her out of the corner of her eye. She looked sideways, and when she saw Lu Linha, she jumped up from her chair. "Oh my god, when did you come back?" "Just now, when you called yourself a retard." Lu Linha walked over, leaned on the esports table, and asked, "I heard you haven't been out for a week?" And Meng, "Yeah, I haven't had anything to do recently, so I've been playing games at home." Although Lu Linha was looking at Meng, his eyes glanced at An Meng's computer screen. An Meng's computer desktop is very clean, with only the computer and a few game icons and no live streaming software. He turned his attention to the ID of her game client. Her ID is very interesting, called Night Raid on Widow Village. Before he came back, he took a look at the host's previous game ID, which seemed to be Xiao Meng is also in C today. Doesn't look like an ID. He retracted his gaze and stood up. "Just playing games? Have you ever considered doing something else, such as live streaming?" The girl was stunned for a moment. Then she rubbed her nose and waved her hand. "Oh, how can I do a live broadcast? No decent person would do that kind of thing." "Yeah, Lu Linha nodded. You continue to play. I have something else to do. After saying that, he turned and left. Looking at his back, An Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Although An Meng comforted herself that Lu Linha would not find out, she still felt uneasy after the live broadcast. After all, Lu Linha before was like a person with a third eye. He could see through any disturbance. Maybe he would be able to discover it this time too. So she changed her clothes, deleted all the live broadcast information, and even quit her game account and replaced it with Chiye's account to hide all clues. You can't blame her for being cautious. It's just because her opponent is too abnormal. However, just when she breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Linha suddenly turned around, walked to the wardrobe, and opened it. And Meng became nervous again. What are you doing? I suddenly remembered that I haven't bought you clothes for a long time. Pick out a few pieces that you don't wear and give them away to clear out the closet. I'll buy you new ones. Lu Linha reached out and rummaged through the clothes in the closet. As long as he can find these 2 pieces of clothing, he can basically confirm his guess. But after he looked through them one by one, he didn't find a green sweater and jeans. It seems to be hidden. However, Lu Linha was not worried because the housekeeper said that An Meng had not left the bedroom all day. So even if the 2 pieces of clothing were hidden, they could only be in this room. He closed the door, opened his closet again, and said to himself, "Hey, that's strange. Where's my suit?" Then he began to search the house, under the bed, in drawers, and even in the clothes that were hung up, but he found nothing. And Meng advised, "Well, if you can't find it, forget it. It's not like you, President Lu, need that piece of clothing. No, that dress is important." However, Rinlin searched the entire room, but could not find the clothes. Strange, how could it be gone? Lu Linha was a little puzzled, and at this time his eyes looked towards the bathroom in the bedroom. By the way, the bathroom is also connected to the bedroom. Just because the housekeeper didn't see An Meng go out doesn't mean she didn't go to the bathroom. He went straight into the bathroom. The layout of the bathroom is clear at a glance, with a sink, toilet, bathtub, and a washing machine. The only place to hide things is the washing machine. Lu Linha came to the washing machine and put his hand on the lid. Just as he was about to open it, the girl behind him became anxious. "Hey, wait a minute." Chapter 36. Chasing with a machete in hand. "My name is An Meng, remember that." "Hey, wait a minute." In response to the girl's call, Lu Linha paused and turned around. "What's wrong?" And Meng let out a nah and trotted over. The washing machine contains my clothes. There are no suits of yours, so don't look at it." Seeing the anxiety in the girl's eyes, Lu Linha chuckled. "It's okay, I'll take a look, just in case there's something in there." Just as he was about to uncover it, and Meng hugged his arm. "There's really nothing in there." Lu Linha froze. His arm was currently being held in An Meng's arms. Even through the cloth, he could still feel the softness of the real material. This girl, is she trying to interfere with him on purpose? What an ignorant girl. You should know that men cannot be disturbed like this. But it's true. Thinking about her previous unguarded actions, it was all thanks to his strong self-control. If it were any other man, he would have turned her into a real young woman long ago. He calmed himself down and asked, "Why are you reacting so strongly? Is there something hidden in there that I can't see?" And Meng was speechless for a moment, then nodded, "Yes." "You can't watch." "Really? Then I'll watch it even more." "Wow, you insisted on looking at it, even though others didn't want you to. Are you sick?" He lowered his head, staring into the girl's bright eyes, and raised the corners of his lips. "Yeah, why, you just found out?" And Meng's eyes went blank, and she froze. She had seen shameless people, but this was the first time she had seen someone so shameless. "If you don't get out of the way, I won't be responsible if anything goes wrong again." Seeing the girl's look, Lu Linha felt inexplicably happy and wanted to continue teasing her. Upon hearing this, the girl recalled what happened on her wedding day, and she took a few steps back in fear. Zhao Dahan was afraid of being poor, and she, and Meng, was scared of being bullied by this guy. "What? Are you scared?" Lu Linha was very satisfied, and Meng said stubbornly, "Sorry, my mom doesn't allow me to play with idiots." Seeing in Meng's obstruction, Lu Linha became more certain of his idea. He stretched out one hand, opened the lid of the washing machine, and reached in with the other hand. This washing machine has a side-opening door design, so it is difficult to see what is inside just by looking at it. You need to take it out to check. Lu Linha's hand explored inside, and when he touched a piece of clothing, he raised his eyebrows. "What kind of clothes is this? Why does it feel so strange and bulging?" He took out the piece of clothing, and when he saw what was in his hand, His expression froze instantly. This is Xin Shi, who was standing by, couldn't help but blush when she saw this scene and quickly covered her eyes. What are you taking out for? And Meng stepped forward, snatched the things from Lu Linha's hand, and hid them behind him. Lu Linha squatted down and looked inside. Did you wash this? No. What is that? It hasn't been washed yet. Lu Linha looked at his hand. This was the first time he had touched a girl's hand, and his facial expression was rarely out of control. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he looked at An Meng speechlessly. Why didn't you remind me? And Meng was shocked. Boss, I told you there are no clothes for you in here. You insisted on looking. Then can't you just say it? Wow, you said you're pervert. If I tell you what I put there, wouldn't that be a reward for you? This time it was Lu Linha's turn to be speechless. He never imagined that a cautious man like him would one day shoot himself in the foot. Hey, old pervert, do you want to see more? I have other styles here. Hey, don't leave. These have all been washed. Lu Linha walked in front, and she chased him from behind until she drove him out of the bedroom. After making sure Lu Linha had left, and Meng put down her hand, picked up something, and started spinning it like a handkerchief. Axie, he shouldn't have noticed, right? No, miss. We hit it so well. Well, I'll have to take care of it when I get out, and don't let anyone see it. Clear. Xin she unbuttoned her employee coat, revealing An Meng's green sweater and jeans underneath. Hee, you little brat, you want to fight me? Lu Linha. Lu Linha. What's the use of being smart? You're still being played around by me. The triumphant An Meng was like a smiling little fox, pinching her slender waist proudly. The soft light reflected her pride clearly on the wall. 1 week later, thanks for the rocket. Thank you, Xiao Meng ****, for the plane that caused my teeth to decay. Thank you for the super fire of the good boy who really wants to be with Xiao Meng. In front of the computer, An Meng was playing games while responding to the gifts from fans in a sweet voice. Thank you. Oh my god, I'm dead. Don't give up. I'm all alone. After being killed alone, her voice instantly changed from a soft voice to a tomboyish one. Ha ha ha. Xiao Meng's true colors are revealed. This sound is just right. It feels good. There's a saying that goes, if you stand in the right place, even a pig can fly. And Meng didn't believe this before, but now she believes it a little. The exposure of the camera not only aroused Lu Linha's suspicion, but also attracted a huge flow of people. When there are a lot of people around, it's easy to come up with strange ideas. Sure enough, some netizens deliberately came up with some strange and embarrassing nicknames to send gifts to An Meng, wanting to see if she could read them. Who is An Meng? She is the famous ruthless person in Nanxing City who has been chasing people with a pistol in her hand all the way. Remember, my name is An Meng. No matter how embarrassing the ID is, she will remain calm when reading it, and will even praise some unique IDs. At first, netizens were just curious and came to see what was going on with this virtual anchor who accidentally appeared in person. But after watching for a while, they found that this anchor not only operated well, but also read her ID very boldly, not at all as shy as an ordinary girl, and they were all shocked on the spot. There were even bloggers who specialized in making videos and cut out slices of her videos and posted them online. Soon, the videos became more and more popular, and more people watched An Meng's live broadcast. At first, An Meng was worried that Lu Linha would find out something while live streaming at home. But since that day, Lu Linha never doubted her again, and basically came home very late every day. Even if she occasionally came back early, she would have arranged for informants to report it so that she could turn off the live broadcast before Lu Linha came in from the manor. Although it is very thrilling, there is no other way. After all, this is the only place with computers. If I want to go out and change a computer, it will be a considerable investment. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Although her daily income from live streaming is not low, in order to earn enough money from the contract as soon as possible, she still has to save every penny. At this time, another barrage floated by. Visitor 15341. Since the host is set to change from a man to a woman, does the host like boys or girls? And Meng glanced at the comments and said, it must be a girl. How can anyone like this kind of thing as a man? She spoke with such righteousness that she had completely forgotten that she was a married young woman in real life. Visitor 15341. Is the anchor a tough guy or a tough guy? Huh, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Forget it, it's okay. Can you call me husband? If you do, there will be a prize. An Meng was getting a little impatient. I'm telling you, you're just a level 0 tourist, and you keep asking questions. but you're also taking advantage of me. Let me tell you, Reminder, visitor 15341 gave Xiao Meng 10 super rockets. Emma, you're so polite husband. Lu Linhe, who was concentrating on his work in the group, suddenly sneezed. Chapter 37, I love the country more than the beauty. Boss, Lao Sun's matter has been dealt with. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a middle-aged man in black looked at the scenery outside the window without turning his head. Is it safe? It's safe. He committed suicide. We just used some connections to make sure the people inside found him later. That's good. The man sighed. I knew that the same trick would be useless against that guy. I didn't expect that he would be able to detect such a covert trick. He really deserves to be that guy's son. Boss, do we still need to deal with Lu Linhe? Although we had the upper hand at the beginning, we have lost it now. Lu Linhe is already a frightened bird. If we take action again, it will definitely be on guard. You're right, but once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Now that we have taken action, we have no choice but to do it to the end. So what do you mean? I have arranged for professionals to handle this matter. As expected, it is better to have professionals handle this matter. On Saturday afternoon, Chi was working in front of the computer. Seeing that his leader was not there, he picked up his mobile phone and started watching short videos. As a corporate slave, he can only feel that he is truly alive when he slacks off during work hours. Go to work is to help the boss make money, while slacking off is to make money from the boss. The more you touch, the more you earn. However, before he could make money for long, he was interrupted by a phone call. He sat up and answered the phone. Hello, what's up, Meng? The person on the other end of the phone was An Meng. Did you see that someone gave me 10 super fires today? See, he still asked you to call him husband, doesn't he? Chi said in a low voice. Although as An Meng's best friend, he also hopes that An Meng can make money. But when he saw that An Meng earned more money in one day than he could earn in a month, he still felt a little uncomfortable. This is the legendary fear of brothers suffering, but also fear of brothers driving Land Rover. Yes, but the problem is that person is not a man, but a woman. Huh, a girl? Yeah, according to the rules, one super hot person can add V. So I added that person using my work VX. Guess what happened? Ow! At first I ignored her, but she revealed that she was a girl. And she was a lesbian who liked girls. Then what? She sent me a photo of me that she had. Wow, I looked so breathtaking, so vivid. Where did you learn these abstract idioms? Can you be more specific? Big blonde waves. Oh, she's a sister who likes to perm her hair. She didn't perm her hair. Question mark. Chi was stunned for 2 seconds. Wait a minute. You suddenly have too much information. It's okay as long as you understand what I mean. However, I feel that the photo is probably from the internet. But she said that if you don't believe it, you can video chat with her as evidence. Wait a minute. Do you want to video chat with the other party? Yeah, that person is number 1 on my list, so it's not too much to video chat with him. And Meng said confidently. In fact, she just heard that the other person was a girl, so she wanted to see what she looked like. Brother, you are a virtual anchor. How can a virtual anchor show his face? It was big news when half of your face was shown before. If you show your whole face again, Lu Lin and the other side will definitely not be able to hide it. Yeah, that's true. Chi continued to persuade him. Now that you are an anchor, you must have the awareness of being an anchor. You are now a virtual anchor with a 2-dimensional image. Although you're not bad in real life, many people only like 2-dimensional girls and are not interested in 3-dimensional girls. If your popularity declines because of this, not only will you make less money, but the union will also blame you. Don't worry, I will protect the anchor's professional ethics. And Meng responded confidently. Well, the traffic now belongs to you. As the saying goes, it is easy to conquer an empire, but hard to keep it. How you hold on to this opportunity depends on you. No more talk, Archie. Look at my WeChat nickname. Chi opened in Meng's WeChat and found that her name had been changed to Jiang-san. He laughed dumbly. Okay, I'm relieved that you have this awareness. An Meng was about to say something else when a message suddenly came from her cell phone. Number 1 sister. Xiao Meng, I just took a shower. Do you want a video chat now? Hey, I have something to do. I'm going to hang up now. Good. After hanging up the phone, Chi wanted to exit in Meng's 15 interface, but accidentally clicked into the circle of friends. Returning to his personal interface again, he was suddenly stunned. Is it his illusion? Why did Meng's nickname suddenly become, I love the country more than the beauty? And Meng hung up the phone and couldn't wait to open the video. All moral principles and costs were thrown away in front of the beauty. After all, this is a beautiful sister who likes girls, and she is the person she has met so far who has the best chance of having a lesbian relationship with. Although lesbian stickers sound simple and beautiful, it is quite difficult to meet a lesbian girl in reality. It was only then that An Meng suddenly realized that, including Xin Shi and Ning Yufei before, she had already interacted with 3 beautiful girls after her transformation, and they all had some interest in each other. Although she has never been in a relationship, and is still commonly known as Chunan, she seems to have the potential to be a scumbag. After the video was sent, the other party quickly agreed. The video was connected, and a blonde girl appeared on the screen. She was wearing a white bathrobe with her chest slightly open. Her 2 plump breasts formed a big, run character on her chest. She was holding a wine glass in her hand. Her face was lightly flushed, her eyes were blurred, and there was a smile on the corners of her mouth. When the light shone on her, she was indescribably charming. An Meng's eyes widened. The blonde sister covered her mouth and chuckled. Xiao Meng, what's with that look in your eyes? You're like a little slut. An Meng coughed lightly. It's okay, it's okay. I didn't expect that my number 1 brother on the list would be so good-looking. She thought her bust size was invincible, but she didn't expect that there was someone more courageous than her. Whose general is this? You're prettier than me. When I saw that little half of your face, I imagined that you must be a very beautiful girl. I didn't expect that the real person would be even prettier than I thought. It seems that I really found a treasure. No way, sister. You're also very beautiful, and you are rich. The woman curled her lips, shook the red wine glass in front of her, and said calmly, what's the use of having money? In the end, no one will pursue you. Huh? Such a beautiful and rich woman. No one is chasing her? But then again, if it were her old self, she probably wouldn't have pursued such a perfect woman. By the way, what should I call you, sister? As for the title, just call me husband. And Meng was stunned. Why am I calling you and not you calling me? Because usually the one who spends money is the husband. So just call me and I'll give you 10 more. And Meng clenched his fists. She wanted to maintain her status, but she was helpless. She gave so much. In front of money, no matter how strong your backbone is, it will be corroded and weakened. She took a deep breath, slightly opened her red lips, and uttered 2 words lightly. Husband. At this moment, the door suddenly opened and Lu Linhe walked in. Are you calling me? Chapter 38. Changes in Nancheng City. When An Meng heard Lu Linhe's voice, she was stunned. After a while, she finally reacted, turned off her phone, and hid it behind her. Oh my God, why are you here? It's just past 2 in the afternoon. Although today is the weekend, Lu Linhe should still be working as a hard-working president in the company. I finished work early today and came back early. Is there any problem? Lu Linhe said with a smile. Lu Linhe did not lie. He had indeed finished today's work. But if he were the old him, even if he had finished it, he would still stay in the company and do tomorrow's work in advance. But today he had a new idea. And Meng should still be broadcasting live now. If he suddenly goes back and scares her, how would she react? Just imagining the girl's flustered look, Lu Linhe couldn't help but feel in a good mood. And for the first time in his life, he left early. When the company's employees saw model worker Mr. Lu leave the company early, they all showed looks of horror. One of the employees said, oh no, things are going to change in Nancheng. Is it because Mr. Lu left work early? No, the weather forecast said there would be snow in the next few days. Question mark. After Lu Linhe came back, he found that An Meng was not broadcasting live, but was video chatting with himself, the number 1 on the list. He heard everything clearly during the video chat just now. His wife was video chatting with the number 1 on the list behind his back. Even though the other party was a woman, he still felt inexplicably unhappy. He subconsciously pushed the door open and walked in. What did you hear just now? An Meng asked nervously. If Lu Linhe knew that she was not only live streaming, but also hooking up with the number 1 on the list, then the contract time would definitely be like what the song said. I really want to add another 500 years. I didn't hear anything. I just got to the door and heard you calling your husband. Are you calling me? The girl dragged out her voice and nodded reluctantly. Yes, I'm calling you. Well, you even call people on your own initiative. My Meng is so well-behaved. Lu Linhe smiled. He put his big hand on An Meng's head and ruffled her soft long hair. If it were the usual An Meng, she would definitely pull Lu Linhe's hand down and then bite him hard. But this time, because she was in the wrong and felt guilty, she did not resist, but obediently let the other party be happy. She was very depressed. Hadn't they arranged for a security guard to keep an eye on her? Why didn't anyone remind her when Lu Linha came back? And Meng didn't know that although she had a close relationship with the security guard was still Lu Linha's employee after all. When the security guard finished the PY transaction with An Meng, he turned around and told Lu Linha. The reason why he tipped off An Meng before was just because Lu Linha was acting with her. The reason was simple. He just wanted to appreciate the girl's acting skills. That clumsy yet adorable acting. By the way, don't go out casually recently. What's wrong? Lu Linha looked at An Meng and was silent for a long time. It's snowing recently. Oh, shopping mall. Chi Yi and An Meng sat on the massage chairs in the mall, drinking the scented tea they had just bought and watching the people coming and going. An Meng, do you think your sister who ranks first will come? Why do you ask? I always feel that meeting online friends in person is unreliable. Don't worry, if she doesn't come, why would she ask me out? Besides, even if she doesn't come, she's the one who gave me the reward money, and I'm not the one who gave minus 8,000. Ever since An Meng started video chatting with the number one sister, they have been in contact almost every day. As we were chatting, the other party suggested that he wanted to meet up and hang out. Then why did you ask me to come out with you? She's pretty, so I want to introduce her to you. In fact, it was An Meng's first time to meet someone she had met online, so she was inevitably a little nervous. What if the other person didn't look like the one she saw online and was a tank? She could just push her good friend. Just like Guan Yu, if he went to the meeting alone, he had to bring Zhou Tsang with him, right? She didn't know this. He patted An Meng on the shoulder and said, "Good brother, let's not talk about it anymore. It's all in the wine." After saying that, he opened the lid of the drink and drank it all in one gulp. Well, it seems you drank the tea bag as well. What? Chi Yi retched instantly, and An Meng patted his back, tried to help him cough it out. At this moment, a pair of black high heels appeared in front of them. Xiao Meng. The two looked up and saw An Meng's number one sister, Jiang Jun. She was wearing a beige long tweed coat and casual jeans, which matched her blonde hair, making her look fashionable and charming. Sister Yun. An Meng stood up. Hi. Jiang Jun greeted with a smile. Then she looked at Chi Yi. Who is this? Oh, this is Chi Yi, my childhood friend and good buddy. An Meng looked at Chi Yi and was dumbfounded. Chi Yi was clearly vomiting in the previous second, but in the next second, he was holding a jasmine flower in his mouth, lifting his hair with one hand, looking up at the sky at 45 degrees, with deep eyes and enchanting posture. Hello, I'm Chi Yi. Where did you get the flowers? From the tea bag I just spit out. Ugh, this time it was An Meng's turn to dry heave. Hello. I'm here to play with Xiao Meng today. Since you're Xiao Meng's friend, let's go together. Thank you, sister. The three of them started shopping in the mall, and Jiang Jun took An Meng to a nail salon first. An Meng was still very resistant. After all, she still considered herself a man, and doing manicures seemed like an attack on her male soul. But she couldn't resist Jiang Jun's constant nagging and ended up getting a light blue manicure with some strange-shaped metal pieces inlaid on it. An Meng looked at the nail art on her hand and said, "If you don't pay attention and get scratched, you'll get hurt." Yes, otherwise why don't so many girls have manicures on their middle fingers? Jiang Jun said with a smile. An Meng was speechless for a while. She didn't want to be a girl who understood everything immediately, but she had to. Chi, is one finger enough? I usually have to use at least 3. An Meng, get out of here. The nail artist next to her couldn't help but giggle. She looked at An Meng's hands and praised. Miss, your hands are so beautiful. I've been doing nail art for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such perfect hands. Jiang Jun agreed. Of course not. My sister is perfect from head to toe. Don't you think so, Mr. Chi Yi? Yes. An Meng's pretty face turned red. Since she was a child, the thing she couldn't stand the most was being praised by others. She always felt inexplicably ashamed. But why does it feel good? Okay, now that the manicure is done, let's go to the next place. The three of them walked out of the nail salon, and after taking a few steps, Jiang Jun suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Sister Jun? Nothing. I just want to ask if those people over there are also your friends. Jiang Jun said, looking back. And Meng and Chi Yi followed her gaze and saw several men in black following them at the intersection about 10 meters behind them. When they turned around, they hurriedly stopped, looked around, and pretended to enjoy the scenery. No, why do you ask? And Meng wondered. Really? I saw they followed us all the way. They were here since we first met. I thought they were your friends too. Followed all the way? And Meng blinked, and at this moment, Lu Linha's voice suddenly flashed through her mind. Don't go out casually recently. And Meng's pupils suddenly contracted. Is he seeking revenge again? Chapter 39, The Core of Modern Love, is the telephone. Oh no, Archie, it looks like we're being followed. Huh, aren't you a virtual anchor? Why are there paparazzi taking pictures of you? What paparazzi? They must be Lou Linha's enemies, here to take revenge on him. How can you be sure? Killers had come to his home to assassinate him before. These guys were dressed so casually, and it was obvious at first glance that they were not good people. But what does revenge on Lou Linha have to do with us? Nonsense, I'm not as now what? This. Chi took a breath of cold air. What should I do then? Are you stupid? Oh, you have a solution? No. You have the nerve to call me stupid without me. What I mean is, if I could think of a solution, I would have done it a long time ago. The reason I told you was so that you could work with me to find a solution. Okay, I'll think of one for you. Chi pondered for a moment. I got it. What? There's a saying that the most dangerous thing is the safest. Instead of hiding blindly, it is better to take the initiative. As long as we follow them, we will not be followed by them. An Meng lowered her head and whispered, I'm so stupid. Really? I just knew that Achia's brain was not very bright, and he would occasionally do stupid things. But I didn't know that he was always stupid. I went out early in the morning and asked Achia to go with me. He was very obedient and listened to every word I said. Why do your lines sound so familiar? This is a line a mother said when she was talking about her son. Jiang Jun asked, what have you two been whispering about? No, nothing. And Meng said quickly, then poked Chi, motioning him to say something too. Yes, we are definitely not being followed. Puff. Before he could finish his words, he was hit hard in the abdomen by a punch from the girl. You're so stupid that you'll die. Jiang Jun blinked. Oh, I see. That must be the paparazzi following Xiao Meng, right? An Meng dragged out his voice and did not comment. It seems that Xiao Meng's photos have been leaked. Hey, this is the trouble of celebrities. People follow you wherever you go. Do you have any way to get rid of them? I have a... An Meng covered Chi Ye's mouth. Well, we're still thinking about it. If you haven't figured out, I have a plan. We shouldn't have been discovered by them, right? The man in black following An Meng was also underestimating himself at this time. Probably not. They walked very naturally, without any signs of nervousness at all. Boss, why call him Lauda? It's unlucky. Call him Big Brother. Oh, look, brother, they've entered another store. Oh, let me see. The leading man in black took a look and said, oh my God, they went into the women's lingerie store again? Can't they go into places that men can't enter? Isn't there a man among the three of them? They're accompanying two girls. What about us? It hurts. What should we do now, brother? Hey, wait outside for a while. After all, it was quite eye-catching for several big men in black to enter a lingerie store together. Several people wandered outside for a long time, but the three people did not come out. That's not right. Big brother. Why haven't the three of them come out yet? Yeah, it was entangled by the bra strap. The black-clad boss felt something was wrong, and he pointed at a few people. You guys come with me to take a look. He brought his people into the lingerie store and walked around inside for several times. He saw all kinds of lingerie, but he didn't see An Meng and the others who had come in earlier. Brother, did they find out that we escaped? It's bad, brothers, go out and look for it. As the black-clad boss waved his hand, his younger brothers quickly ran out of the lingerie store and started looking everywhere. After making sure they were all out, the door of one of the changing rooms in the lingerie store slowly opened, and three people came out. They were An Meng and the others. Chi said with emotion, you are right. They will come in and search the store, but they will definitely not search the dressing room here. An Meng, nonsense, they dare to do that, but don't underestimate the power of their version T0. Chi, not you. Oh yes, it's our turn now. An Meng suddenly realized and punched Chi. Hey, why did you hit me? Nonsense. Do you have any problem with T0 hitting you? She integrated into this aspect quite quickly. The boss in black also walked out of the lingerie store and joined the army, looking for An Meng. But as he walked, his brows couldn't help but frown. He stopped and looked back at the lingerie store in the distance, as if he was thinking about something. It was strange. They were guarding the door at the time. Even if they wanted to sneak away, they would have to pass through their sight. Of course, they could also do it by dressing up, but the problem is that they're in a lingerie store, so where would they get the clothes to dress up? As he was thinking, he saw three heads poking out from the door of the lingerie shop, like three meerkats coming out of a hole, snooping around furtively. This exploration happened to meet his eyes. After a brief moment of shock, the three of them reacted first and fled quickly. Don't run. Although the black-clad boss reacted and chased after him, The distance between them was too far, and the brothers around him were scattered in all directions, so there was no one to go with him to double-team the opponent. In the end, the other party ran into the elevator, and he could only watch as the faces of the three people were gradually blocked by the elevator door until they disappeared. Fuck. After getting rid of the other party, An Meng and others did not dare to stay in the mall any longer. In order to ensure their safety, they hurriedly left the mall. When I walked out of the mall, the heavy snow was still falling, and the outside world was already covered in silver and turned white. They took a taxi and left the commercial district. An Meng initially wanted to end it there, but Jiang Jun said that no car was following them. Seeing that the girls were not afraid, they headed to another commercial district. Along the way, Jiang Jun and An Meng were chatting about Shen Huan, but Qi seldom had a chance to get a word in. Even if he said a few words, Jiang Jun would not respond to him. Passing by a milk tea shop, Jiang Jun ran to queue up to buy milk tea. Qi then pulled An Meng over and asked, "An Meng, do I have no chance?" "Of course not. What are you talking about?" An Meng asked in surprise. "Real. Yeah, you're Archie. How can you be messy?" "Get lost. You're using the pun, so I'll deduct your money. What I'm asking is if there's no hope for me and Jiang Jun. She ignored me all along the way, and I feel like she has no interest in me." "Well, if you really want to know the answer, it's not difficult." "Oh, tell me quickly." In fact, modern love between men and women ultimately comes down to the phone. As long as you can get her phone number, or give her your phone number, there should be a possibility for the two of you to continue. And Meng spoke very logically, completely forgetting that she had also been single since birth. "So that's how it is. This is easy. Just watch me." Qi walked over and started chatting with Jiang Jun. After talking and laughing for a while, he came back with one hand in his pocket and a brisk pace. "Done. I gave her my phone number." "Is it true? How did you do it?" "That's easy. I'll talk to her first and take the first step." "Yeah, and then what?" "Then I made a few jokes to get her to relax and focus on chatting with me." "That's not very good. Then what?" "Then when she wasn't paying attention, I put my phone in her pocket and successfully gave it to her." And Meng's eyes narrowed suddenly. "Ache, I always thought you were playing a fool, but now I know you don't act like one." Chapter 40. I have no resistance to being called dad by my brother. "Hey, An Meng, don't leave. Listen to me finish my plan." Seeing An Meng turning around and leaving, Qi quickly caught up with her and stopped her. "Then go on. Let me see what other incredible plans you can come up with your clever brain." "It's like this. I left my phone with her. I'll pretend I can't find it, and then ask you to call me. You'll say your phone is out of credit, and then you'll ask her to call me. Then she'll take my phone out of her pocket, and I'll go over and thank her for finding my phone. And I'll also take this opportunity to treat her to a meal." "Stop. Otherwise, you're an idiot. Your phone was in her pocket. She must know you put it there on purpose. Why are you thanking me?" "Just let her know that I did it on purpose." "What's the meaning?" "You see, since she knows I did it on purpose, she must have guessed that I am interested in her. If she is interested in me, she will definitely accept this lunch. If she is not interested, she will directly refuse, which can be regarded as not dragging her feet." And Meng's eyes were empty. "Oh my God, you really have a plan?" "Nonsense. Do you think I'm really stupid? Come on, when will it be carried out?" "Well," and Meng hesitated. Although she is a girl now, she still has some thoughts and interests about Jiang Jun. Even a hero would find it difficult to give up a beauty to someone else. But Chia's next words made her change her mind instantly. "What are you hesitating about, Dad? Let's start at the next place." And Meng waved his hand with great ambition. "I have no resistance to being called Dad by my brothers. But according to Jiang Jun, she seems to be a lesbian. Whether she will be interested in Qi depends on himself." At this time, Jiang Jun also came back with the milk tea. After handing it to the two of them, she said, "There's a horror secret room near this mall that is pretty good. How about we go there and have some fun?" Chia's eyes sparkled. "All right, let's go." And Meng was a little hesitant. "Horror chamber? How is it scary? Is there a ghost?" "Of course." A drop of cold sweat slid down in Meng's forehead. Although she was a tough guy before, everyone has weaknesses, and her weakness is that she's afraid of ghosts. After all, she had practiced Sanda before, and most people were no match for her. But ghosts cannot be hit. After her proud strength lost its effect, she had no other choice. Qi naturally knew An Meng's weakness, but the horror chamber is one of the best places for men and women to enhance their relationship, and you must not miss it if you pass by. He patted An Meng's shoulder and said, "Let's go. The horror chamber is so interesting. Jiang Jun is not afraid of it, so you won't be scared, right? The thing a man hates most is being ridiculed by his brothers." Upon hearing this, An Meng also got angry. Who's scared? Just go. The two of them walked forward in a competition, unaware that Jiang Jun behind them was showing a strange smile. She lowered her head and pulled up her collar, as if she was talking to someone. Be prepared to act. When An Meng woke up, he found himself locked in an iron cage. The room was pitch black with a flickering green light, which was indescribably weird. Where is this? She remembered that they agreed to go to a haunted house, but the house was full and they needed to wait outside for a while. As she waited, she fell asleep for unknown reasons, and when she woke up, she was here. Could it be that she has entered the secret room? What kind of secret room is this? They didn't even wake her up and just sent her right in. She was about to move, but found that her body was out of her control. She looked down and found that she was tied to a pillar with a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth. She couldn't speak and could only cry woo-woo. She was also in this cage, tied to another pillar. Oh my God, this is set in a secret room, and it's so dramatic. How come even bondage is involved? No matter what, she will never come to such a hellhole place next time. She was muttering to herself when footsteps were heard from a distance, and a masked man pushed the door open and walked in with a pistol in his hand. Woo-woo, she struggled. The other party took the cloth out of her mouth and said with a smile, "First time?" "Yes, it's my first time here." "Nervous?" "It's okay." She was just afraid of ghosts, and she was not interested in characters like this perverted murderer. The smile on the man's face suddenly disappeared. He picked up the gun and hit the iron cage hard, making a loud bang. "I don't care who you were before. Now that you're in my hands, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." "Oh, okay, big brother." And Meng nodded repeatedly. Although this person is quite arrogant, she probably wants this effect, so she has to cooperate with him. The man took out a video recorder, placed it on the table, and pointed a gun at Meng. "Come on, shout for help, and ask your husband to save you." "Husband?" "Oh, it should be the husband of her character." "Okay, where to go?" "This way." "Oh. And Meng responded, looked at the video recorder, and said weakly, "Help." The man frowned. "Louder. Help. Be serious and release the fear in your heart." But Chi said, "Brother, you are quite dedicated. Why do you ask for so much?" The man glanced at him, then hit him on the head with a stick, making a dull sound. This also scared Meng. "He hit me so hard. Even if the gun was fake, it would hurt, right?" "Ouch." As expected, Chi screamed in pain. He shook his head and said angrily, "Why the hell are you hitting me so hard?" The man was stunned. "Straighten your attitude. Could you please have a better attitude? If you don't cooperate, then why should I cooperate? This is the first time I've seen you like this. Then go find a boss. Okay, you give me the fuck." WCNM. Chi's clear and melodious Chinese quintessence was like Morgana's full-level, thick phlegm cue, which held the man in place for a long time. Seeing that the other party was confused, Chi calmed down and said, "Brother, we all understand that you want to make a living, but your work attitude is not acceptable. You hit me so hard, I will complain to your boss." "That's right." And Meng echoed. Her good brother had a quarrel with others, so she had to help out. The man was stunned. He had been in this business for so many years, and this was the first time he heard someone wanted to complain about him. After a while, he finally came to his senses, shook his head, and chuckled. "It's useless to complain. You may not know that I have done so many orders, but I still have 0 negative reviews. Do you know why? That's because they don't want to argue with you. But we are different." "Wrong." He took out a gun from his pocket and pointed it at Chi's head. "Because they're no longer qualified to give me a bad review." After saying that, he smiled grimly and pulled the trigger. Just then, a hand suddenly appeared from behind him and pushed his wrist to the side. With a bang, the bullet whizzed past Chi's scalp and hit the wall beside him. The one who stopped him was none other than Jiang Jun. At this time, Jiang Jun was still wearing that woolen coat. "Calm down, Jiang. If you beat them to death, what else can we use to threaten Lu Linha?" "Lu Linha? How did she know Lu Linha?" An Meng finally realized something was wrong. She turned her head to look at the wall. The holes caused by bullets were clearly visible and shocking. And Meng and Chi Yi looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this really happening? Chapter 41. Too deep into the play. Lu Group. Lu Linha was writing a document when Shun Maoan came in hurriedly. "Mr. Lu, someone just sent us a video. It seems that Missin has been kidnapped." Lu Lin, and when phone paused, and a big black suddenly appeared on the paper with neat handwriting. "What did you say? You better see for yourself." Silent when inserted a USB drive into Lu Linha's computer, and a video played on the screen. "Come on, call again. Save me. Lu Linha." In the picture, the girl screams at the top of her lungs. There is no acting involved, only emotion. And that girl was An Meng. Lu Linha took a deep breath, clenched his fists unconsciously, and a hint of danger appeared in his eyes. Where are the people who secretly protect her? Silent One said quickly. I just asked. They said that Miss N and her friends were in the mall at first, and then they seemed to have discovered them. They must have thought they were bad guys following them, and then they tried to get rid of them. Lu Linha was about to say something when his cell phone rang. The person calling was An Meng. Lu Linha quickly answered the call. An Meng, where are you? Can you hear me? There was a strange voice on the other end. The voice was very sharp, and it was obvious that it had been processed with special effects. Lu Linha narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Your wife is in our hands. Who are you? We are just a bunch of desperate men who are after money. If you want to save her, bring $2 million in cash and be at the place we designate within half an hour. Do you understand? Clear. Remember, you are allowed to come alone. Otherwise, you will never see her again. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone quickly without giving Lu Linha a chance to respond. Silent One said quickly, Boss Lu, let's have our computer personnel locate their location through the IP address of their mobile phone. He walked out in a hurry and came back dejectedly after more than 10 minutes. No, the other party also has hacker experts who have encrypted their IP information. If you want to break it, it will take at least 1 or 2 hours. An hour or two. I guess I have no choice but to go. You can't go. Since they have such an advanced team, they're definitely not ordinary kidnappers. This is definitely the mastermind who is trying to lure you in. If you go, you won't be able to come back. What about An Meng? What to do? Didn't you hear what the other party said? If I don't go, An Meng won't be able to come back. Shimalwan was stunned. What are you talking about, Mr. Lu? Wasn't An Meng the shield you bought in the beginning? As long as we break into the other party's address, we can catch them and find out the mastermind behind it. Lu Linha fell into silence. As early as the beginning, Lu Linha had guessed that after he stepped into other industries, he would most likely be involved in the power struggle in Nanjing City. After all, this city is never as pure white as it appears. What this evil force is best at is using family members to threaten others. Faced with this dilemma, where he was in the open and the enemy was in the dark, Lu Linha came up with a solution, which was to get married in fake marriage. He gave outsiders the impression that he doted on his wife extremely, so that those people would shift their attention from his family to his fake wife, thus alleviating some of the threats to his family. What Silent One said was true. In the beginning, An Meng was just a shield bought by Lu Linha to protect his family. Now that the other party has really taken the bait and kidnapped An Meng, as long as they act according to the plan, they will have absolute initiative. He initially thought that at this point, he could abandon this shield without hesitation and wipe out the opponent in one fell swoop. But when the time came, Lu Linha found out that he was wrong. The girl's innocent smile always lingered in front of his eyes. She can laugh, quarrel, and make noise. She would mingle with the employees, and her laughter would echo throughout the entire manor. She would hug people randomly when sleeping, smacking her lips, and talking incomprehensible things in her sleep. She would even stare at him with her beautiful eyes and get angry with him, and her fierce look made people want to ruffle her soft hair with their hands. Only then did he realize that An Meng was not just a shield. She was also a human being, a lively, and lovely girl. Especially when he heard the other party say, "You will never see her again." His heart inexplicably skipped a beat. If the price of winning this struggle is to give up the girl's life, he suddenly couldn't do it anymore. Silent One could see what Lu Linha was thinking, so he asked hurriedly, "Boss Lu, what are you hesitating about?" Lu Linha didn't say anything. He just turned the pen in his hand and didn't respond. "Are you falling in love with that little girl?" Lu Linha was slightly stunned. Mr. Lu, hearing Silent One's call, he came back to his senses and quickly recovered. "No, it's just that I suddenly thought of a problem. An Meng is my nominal wife. If I can't even protect my own wife, I'm afraid I will only become a joke in Nanjing City. So what you mean? Just do as they say. I'll go there myself and see what tricks they can play." Lu Linha. Shin Maoan was a little anxious. "Why are you beating around the bush? Have you become a shield? It's okay. Even if I were, their arrows wouldn't be able to penetrate me. Next, you just do as I say." Lu Linha told about the plan, and Shin Maoan listened while sighing in his heart. When he first saw Lu Linha and An Meng looking so affectionate, he thought he was just a good actor, but now he knows the answer. Some people, they keep acting and can't get out of it. The meeting place agreed upon by the other party in Lu Linhe was 3 kilometers outside the outskirts of South City. Lu Linhe took the cash and drove over to wait. After a few minutes, a few people came over, asked him to get out of the car, and took him to the next location. He knew that these people were the other party scouts. If he brought people here, he could only capture a few unimportant minor characters at most, and the rest would go back to report and terminate the transaction. He cooperated and got off the car, carrying the safe containing 2 million, and followed the scout. Led by the scouts, he came to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of South City. The factory was surrounded by weeds and seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. They came to the factory gate, and 2 men wearing sunglasses walked out. One of them pointed at Lu Linhe and the password box in his hand, motioning him to put it down. "Don't be nervous, we won't open it. We're just checking to see if there are any dangerous items inside." The man in sunglasses shook the metal detector in his hand. Lu Linhe put down the password box. One person used a detector to scan his box, and another person came behind him and searched his body. While they were searching him, Lu Linhe's eyes moved quickly, observing the surrounding situation. Although this is an abandoned factory, cameras are temporarily installed on it, probably because they are afraid that their people will come and attack later. Except for this factory, the area within a few miles is all wasteland. In addition, it is a snowy day and everything around is white. It is easy to see if someone is coming. Even if they come, they can escape unscathed by relying on their advantage of attacking from high ground. Moreover, this is a remote suburb with basically zero surveillance coverage, so even the police will find it difficult to locate them. It really is a place that is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Lu Linhe analyzed the situation in his mind. At this time, the 2 men had finished searching him, and each took a step back. "Come in." After he came in, several more people surrounded him. "Come with me, Mr. Lu." Surrounded by them, Lu Linhe came to the 2nd floor of the factory. Coming to the 2nd floor, there was a chair placed in the middle. Jiang Jun sat on it, admiring her freshly done manicure. Seeing Lu Linhe coming up, she put down her hand and stood up. "This must be Mr. Lu. He's really handsome." Lu Linhe ignored her compliment. "The money is here. Where is Meng Meng?" "It doesn't matter to you where she is." "What do you mean?" "Don't you understand yet, Mr. Lu? Since you came here today, we have no intention of letting you go back." At Jiang Jun's command, the people around him took out their guns and pointed them at Lu Linhe's head. Chapter 42, Escape Room. Lu Linhe was in danger, and An Meng was no exception. In a sense, Jiang Jun was not wrong when he said he would take them to an escape room. I'm afraid no other escape room is as difficult as this one. If you can't escape from other secret rooms, you can be sent away, but if you can't escape from here, you have no choice but to be sent away. Zheng, you stay here and keep an eye on them. We'll go downstairs and wait for Boss Lu. Her mouth is now stuffed, her hands are tied, and she is trapped in an iron cage. She cannot shout for help, cannot move her body, and is guarded by a fierce man with a gun. In this situation, even if Jackie Chan came, he would have to sigh and say, "Let him win." Just when An Meng was in despair, she suddenly touched something, and then a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Wait, what is this?" In this seemingly inescapable secret room, she suddenly found a glimmer of hope. The key point lies in her hands. Although she is tied up now, you have to know that she just had a manicure, and there are metal plates on her manicure. Although they are not as sharp as blades, they are also angular. As long as there is enough time, the rope can be worn off. An Meng observed the surroundings. From the look of its dilapidated state, this was most likely an abandoned place. Judging from the view outside the window, they were currently about 3 or 4 floors high. It was very quiet outside the door, and no other voices could be heard except this man. In addition, Jiang Jun just said to go down and wait for Boss Lu, which means that there is probably only this person guarding them on this floor. Come to think of it, they are tied up and locked in an iron cage at the moment. Seeing that their people have guns in their hands, it is a dead end no matter how you look at it. There is no need to arrange too much manpower. After making a preliminary assessment, An Meng used a piece of metal to continuously scratch the surface of the rope, grinding it thinner bit by bit. Fortunately, their hands were tied behind their backs, so, as long as they moved quietly, they wouldn't attract attention. And Zheng, who was guarding them, probably didn't expect An Meng to be capable of this. At this moment, he was leaning back in his chair, looking at his phone leisurely. After an unknown amount of time, An Meng's rope had been worn down to a layer of skin, but she did not rush to cut it completely, but stopped. She knew that once she cut the rope, Zheng, who was carrying a gun, would immediately notice it. What we need to do now is to find a way to get Zheng away. An Meng turned his gaze back to the interior of the room. The layout of this room was very simple. Apart from the iron cage that held them, there was only the chair where Zheng was sitting and the table. On the table were a bottle of mineral water, a pack of cigarettes, and a gun. She frowned, her eyes moved, and suddenly brightened. Got it. Zheng was concentrating on reading a novel on his phone when the girl in the cage suddenly made a sound. Woo-woo, quiet. Woo-woo-woo, quiet. Woo-woo-woo. Don't you understand when I told you to be quiet? Zheng slammed the table and stood up. He came to the iron cage and looked at An Meng. Is there something wrong? If you have something to say, please tell me. Woo-woo, damn it, my mouth is stuffed, and I'm not allowed to say anything. Zheng opened the cage and pulled the cloth out of An Meng's mouth. What's up? Cough, cough. After a while of dry heaving, An Meng raised her head and blinked. Brother, I'm so thirsty. Do you have any water? No. You are lying. I have seen a cup over there. Please be kind. I haven't had a sip of water since this morning. The girl pouted and said aggrievely. She really didn't drink a sip of water. She just drank some beverages. Zheng Fonet, a charming girl begging him in such a tender way would make even the strongest heart become soft as steel. He said nothing, walked out of the iron cage, and took back the mineral water. Thank you, brother. Stop talking nonsense and drink quickly. Zheng lifted the bottle, and An Meng quickly drank it. Woo-woo. Chi, who was standing by, also felt thirsty and started to make crazy hints. Zheng kicked him directly. Will your mother woo? An Meng shuddered. She finally realized the benefits of being a woman. She opened her throat and drank the water all in one gulp, just like drinking from a bottle. Zheng picked up the water cup and said in surprise, You actually finished it? It seems you're really thirsty. Is there any more, brother? I want to drink more, can I? Since this is an abandoned factory, there is no water source here, so they drink mineral water bought from the convenience store on the road, which comes in a pack of 12 bottles. Since no one is on this floor, it means that the mineral water is placed on the side where there are more people, so if he wants to get water, he has to go out. Zheng was silent for a moment. Wait a minute. He walked out of the cage, locked it again, put the gun on his waist, and, as expected, walked out with a water cup. After he left, An Meng exerted force and broke the rope free. The opportunity only lasts a brief moment. She needs to seize this moment and escape from here. She knew it was risky and that she would definitely die if she was discovered, but she knew she had to do it. Because Jiang Jun just said that she was a hostage kidnapped to threaten Lu Linhe, most likely to demand a huge reward. Not to mention that President Liu was so stingy that he wondered whether he would spend money to rescue her. Even if he did, An Meng felt that she would not be able to get out alive. Because she had seen Jiang Jun's face, and why would a kidnapper show his face to her so openly? The answer is simple, because she had no intention of letting her get out alive. Chi Yi was stunned. She made a hushing gesture, tiptoed to Chi Ye's side, took the rag out of his mouth, and began to untie the rope for him. How did you break free from the rope? Did you get hit by gamma rays and turn into the Hulk? Stop talking nonsense. Come on, see if you can open this lock. Although they were still locked in the iron cage, the girl was not panicked at all. Because even though Chi Yi always looks stupid, he does have one skill, which is picking locks. As for how he learned it, it is also a wonderful story. When he was in junior high school, Chi liked to ride a bicycle to school, but his bicycle was stolen every time. So in anger, he bought a super expensive U-shaped lock, put on the bicycle, and put a note on it. I told you to steal. After school that time, his car was indeed not stolen, but when he unlocked it, he found an extra U-shaped lock and a new note on the car. I told you to ride. Chi Yi was also a stubborn person. He dragged his bicycle back home and studied the lock day and night. He successfully pried, opened the lock, and put a new note on the bicycle. That's it. But after that, the thief seemed to have a grudge against him, and every time he went to school, there would be a brand new lock on his bicycle. What about this time? And every time Chi Yi would go back to find a way to unlock it and then put another note on it. After a while, his lock-picking skills became unmatched. Once the locksmith's house was locked, and he was asked to open it. An Meng knew his ability, so he dared to untie the rope and find a way to get the other person out. Chi came to the door of the cage, picked up the lock, and took a look. Wow, this lock is simple. Can you open it? I can't open it. It's so simple if I can't open it. It's simple, but I don't have any props. If you wanted to pick the lock, you have to give me a wire at least. Where can I find wire for you? An Meng said, and was suddenly stunned. Wait, I think I do. Where? The girl paused. Turn around first. What are you doing? Do you know magic, and are you afraid that I might see you and learn from you? Hey, why are you talking so much? Turn around first. Okay. Chi turned around. About a minute later, An Meng asked him to turn back and handed him a curved steel wire. Huh? Where did it come from? Don't ask, just pry. Thanks to Zhang Jun, she has lived so long, and only today did she know that there are steel wires inside women's underwear. Chi picked up the padlock, poked the wire into it, turned it a few times, and the lock miraculously opened. The two men walked out with their backs hunched and came to the door. An Meng hid beside the door and handed the padlock to Chi Yi. That guy will come in soon. Watch my gesture. When he comes in, use this to hit him hard on the head. An Meng said, raising one hand high. Understood. Chi also raised the padlock. Remember, don't miss, or we'll all die. An Meng lay on the wall and listened to the noise outside. After a while, he heard footsteps getting closer and closer. The door opened, and Meng's eyes widened, and he swung his knife down. Chi swung hard, and the headlock smashed down hard. This smash also brought about good news and bad news. The good news is that he didn't miss this time. The bad news is the other side didn't get dizzy either. Chapter 43, How Could Mr. Tang Have the Last Name Tang? Cherish the present, because you never know which will come first, tomorrow, or an accident. Zheng didn't believe this sentence before, but today he is a little convinced. When he opened the door with the mineral water in his hand, he was hit on the head by a critical hit from a padlock. Seeing that they were not defeated by the opponent, An Meng and Chi Yi were dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open, and they dared not breathe. You have to know that they were fighting a kidnapper with a gun. If they didn't knock him out, their lives would be in danger. An Meng and Chi Yi, who grew up in a harmonious environment, had never seen such a life-and-death moment. At this moment, both of them felt numb and stared at each other in confusion. No, don't people in TV dramas always get knocked out in an instant? Why doesn't this guy fall? Although this headlock didn't knock Zheng unconscious, it still made him confused. He touched his head, looked at the blood on his hands, and then looked at Chi Yi, who was holding the lock. What the hell are you doing? Chi dragged out his tone, then forced a smile and said, That, surprise. What's the meaning? Surprise. Do you need me to translate what the surprise is for you? Oh, surprise, I'll surprise your mother. Zheng yelled angrily and was about to draw his gun, but An Meng behind him grabbed his neck, and he was unable to move. Hurry, give him another hit. An Meng shouted. Chi also reacted. He raised the padlock high, growled, and smashed it down hard. But Zheng was a desperate criminal who lived on the edge of a knife. He leaned back and kicked Chi Yi in the stomach, kicking him out. Then he grabbed An Meng's hands with both hands, kicked his feet, and pushed An Meng against the wall. Once, twice. An Meng's small body couldn't withstand such an impact, and the strength in her hands gradually loosened. Zheng took this opportunity to grab one of An Meng's hands, suddenly bent down, and threw An Meng directly from behind to the front. But An Meng was not thrown away. She grabbed Zheng's arm, touched the ground with her toes, jumped onto Zheng, and performed a flying crosslock. Even Lu Linha had suffered from this trick of hers, not to mention Zheng, who was even thinner than him and was still in a daze. Zheng didn't expect An Meng to be able to use this trick. He was dragged to the ground by An Meng in a daze, with his arms restrained tightly and unable to move. And because his gun was tucked behind his back, he couldn't get it out at this moment. Hit him, Archie. Chi climbed up and hit Zheng on the head. Zheng immediately turned his head and dodged. Chi smashed again. Zheng hit again. Damn, if Kennedy had this kind of sensitivity back then, he would have stunned the sniper long ago. But Chi was not without a solution. He grabbed Zheng's neck. You can't move now. Say, as soon as Zheng uttered the word help, Chi locked it down, hitting him right between the eyebrows. While smashing things, he was muttering lines. Once broken, Crouching Dragon will emerge from the mountain. Double link, one battle to fame. 3 consecutive times, the whole world is shocked. 4th company, invincible. 5th company. All right, stop it. He's already unconscious. An Meng stopped him quickly. Chi stopped and found that Zheng had already closed his eyes and was sleeping peacefully like a baby. Isn't he dead? Chi said with some fear. Not yet. It's okay even if we kill you. We are acting in self-defense. An Meng rolled her eyes at him. What's wrong with you? How can you beat someone up with lines? It's exciting to just shout slogans. An Meng let go of Zheng. At this time, she was exhausted and was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. After resting for a while, she struggled to get up took a Zheng's gun, and put it on her waist. Afterwards, she was afraid that Zheng would wake up again. So she called Qi and tied him to a pillar. Everything was ready. Qi wiped his sweat and said, "What kind of kidnapper is this?" He fell down before I even put any effort into it. Don't pretend. We were almost killed when we were 2 against 1. Fortunately, they only sent 1 person to check on us. If there were 2 more, we would have been finished. Just as he finished speaking, he heard footsteps outside. Zheng, are you there? The 2 people in the room looked at each other. You've got your mouth open, haven't you? To know why someone suddenly came, we have to turn the time back 5 minutes. Lu Linhe looked at the guns coming towards him from all directions, his mouth corners twitching slightly, without any sign of panic on his face. Sure enough, you are not ordinary kidnappers. Jiang Jun smiled and said, "Smart, someone offered a high price to buy your head, but you are very cautious. We can't catch the opportunity at all. We have no choice but to focus on your beloved wife." After An Meng's live broadcast accident that day, Jiang Jun realized that she looked a bit like Lu Linhe's wife. After checking the IP address, it turned out to be the same as she thought. Although she didn't know why President Lu's beloved wife liked to do virtual live broadcasts on the internet, perhaps this was a special hobby of the rich. So she pretended to be the number 1 on the list and approached An Meng. Unexpectedly, An Meng was unexpectedly naive, and she managed to meet him with almost no effort. After that, Jiang Jun said with emotion, "Everyone in Nanjing City says that Lu Linhe is a man who dotes on his wife. I didn't expect that he would dote on her so much that he would not care about her own safety and come here alone. It's really a touching love story." Lu Linhe chuckled. "Since you know that I am cautious by nature, do you think I can come here without any preparation?" Diang Yun discreet. "Oh, I want to see what you have prepared. We are monitoring the surroundings, and you don't have any manpower at all. If I'm not mistaken, the boss who hired you is named Tang, right?" Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment, but recovered quickly and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that Mr. Lu still likes to play the guessing game at this time. But I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, you guessed wrong." A younger brother beside him echoed, "That's right. How could our Mr. Tang have the last name Tang?" Bang! The younger brother fell down immediately. It's no use trying to silence someone. I've heard it. Jiang Jun put away the gun, still smiling. "I'm not sensible. I was just joking, Mr. Lu. Don't take it seriously." "Really? If not, that's a shame." Lu Linhe shook his head. "That means I kidnapped the wrong person." "You kidnapped the wrong person? Who did you kidnap?" "I thought he was the young master of President Tang of Sheng Tang Group and sent people to plot against me, so I also tied up his child. It seems that I was wrong." Lu Linhe sighed. "There is nothing we can do if we catch the wrong person. Since I can't survive, I can only take one away and make a profit." He straightened his collar and stood up straight. "Come on, let's do it." Seeing that Lu Linhe was asking for death so much, Jiang Jun didn't dare to give the order. Her boss behind the scenes was indeed surnamed Tang. She didn't know how Lu Linhe knew it. She only knew that if she killed Lu Linhe here and Boss Tang's family was implicated, the boss would most likely blame them. Moreover, Lu Linhe is now under their control, so they have the advantage. Even if young Master Tang is really kidnapped, they can rescue him first and then take action. "Along," she called out, and a big man with a flat head walked over. He seemed to be her deputy. "Brother Yun," Jiang Jun said, "I'll go ask the boss for instructions. You guys keep an eye on him. Don't do anything until I come back." "Clear." Jiang Jun was about to leave when Lu Linhe stopped her. "Wait a minute. Where is An Meng?" "You'll see her soon." Lu Linhe stretched out a finger and said, 1 minute. 1 minute later, if she doesn't come, then there's no need for me to stay here." Jiang Jun narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth and said, "Go, find 2 people and bring her here." "Yes." Chapter 44, Money Over Life. "Zheng, are you there?" The 2 people in the room felt their hearts in their throats at this moment. There were a lot of footsteps outside. There must be at least 2 people. This one person has beaten both of them to low health. If there are 2 more, they will definitely be beaten to a pulp. So this time we must not confront them head on. But even if An Meng thought so, they had nowhere to escape now. If the other party came in and saw this scene, the 2 of them would definitely be doomed. We have to think of a way to avoid fighting and send them away. The 2 younger brothers came to the door and knocked. "Zheng, are you in there?" There was no sound from inside. The 2 people outside the door looked at each other and knocked a few more times. "Is anyone there?" Still no one responded. "Forget it, just go in." The 2 pushed the door open and were stunned by the scene before them. Inside the iron cage, there were 2 hostages, a man and a woman, both tied up neatly. However, The man's face was covered in blood from being beaten, and his original appearance could not be seen at all. At this time, he was with his head down, unconscious. Ah Zheng was lying on the table, looking like he was asleep. What's going on, Ah Zheng? The man lying on the table hummed, then tilted his head slightly, revealing only one eye. Oh, it's you too, what's wrong? His voice was muffled because he was lying on the table. What happened to that guy? Oh, that kid was disobedient and dared to scold me. So, I simply taught him a lesson. Your approach is not only simple, but also very rough. As a man, you have to solve problems with your fists. Why are you shaking when you talk? Is it too cold? I just woke up a little bit. He was shivering not because of the cold, but because he is not a Zheng, but Qi Yi. Before they came in, An Meng racked his brains, but couldn't come up with a solution. Qi Yi said, "It's over. It's really over now. If someone comes in and sees that he has been beaten beyond recognition by us, they will definitely beat us back to our original form as well." But this sentence reminded An Meng. She looked at the unconscious A Zheng, and an idea came to her mind. "Ache, tie me to the pillar again, then lie on the table and pretend to be him." Huh, are you crazy? The real person is still tied up here. You said you're no longer in human form, and the other party can't tell. This is the only way now. If you are discovered, I still have a gun here. So, the person lying on the table now is not a Zheng, but Qi Yi. But if you say you're not nervous when acting in front of criminals, it would be a lie, as it's inevitable that people will notice some small problems. Qi Yi cleared his throat and changed the subject. What are you doing here? Oh, Sister Yin asked us to come over and bring the girl over. Where are you taking it? Her husband is here and wants to see her. The tied An Meng raised his head. Lu Linha? He actually came to save her. When Qi heard that An Meng was going to be taken away, he didn't know how to respond for a moment. At this time, An Meng asked, "You are only taking me and not my friends? Why are you talking so much? I'll take you with us." The two came to the cage. "A Zheng, help us unlock it." Qi didn't get up, but just held up the key. "Here, open it yourself." "You're just too lazy." One of them took the key, opened the cage, and walked out with An Meng. Outside the door was an empty hall with no one in it. An Meng followed the two downstairs. There were a few people on the next floor, as well as a few computers, which were playing surveillance footage of the surrounding areas. She wanted to take a few more glances, but was pushed back by the two of them. Go! Going down one level, she came to where Lu Linha was. Lu Linha was seen being surrounded by a group of men in black, but even though he was surrounded, he remained calm and strolled there leisurely. But when he saw An Meng, the indifference on his face faded a little. The two younger brothers brought her to Lu Linha, who pulled her in front of him and looked him up and down. Meng, is there anything wrong?" "I am fine." And Meng pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes moistened. "Woo! Lu Lin and this kid are so nice. She would never call him born again. I'm glad you're okay," Lu Linha said, pulling the girl into his arms and gently stroking her soft long hair. At this time, he lowered his head and whispered in the girl's ear, "Follow me closely. We will escape later." "Run away." The girl in his arms raised her little face. "You came here to redeem me. Why are you running away?" "They are not simple kidnappers. Someone sent them to kill me. But don't be afraid. Someone will come to pick us up soon. Hold my hand tightly and don't let go." Perhaps the amount of information was too overwhelming and An Meng was unable to digest it all at once. "That's not right. If they're here to kill you, why did you come here?" Lu Linha chuckled. "I can't help it. They kidnapped the wife I bought with my own money. No one can take you away before the contract expires." The girl's mouth became an O shape. "This old guy wants money more than his life. How long will it take for someone to rescue us?" Lu Linha curled the corners of his lips and slowly raised his hand. "Now." After that, he made a gesture. After about a few seconds, something suddenly flew in from the window. The minions present were startled and looked down, only to find that they were several can-like things. Before they could go forward to check, they saw the cans suddenly start to deflate, followed by rapid release of orange-red smoke. For a moment, the entire floor was filled with smoke. "Oh no, Brother Long, someone is attacking us." Aaron was startled. He picked up the intercom and said, "Monitoring? What are you doing over there? We have been bombed with smoke bombs." "Huh, that shouldn't be the case. Everything seems normal on our surveillance camera." "Oh no, something's wrong. Our video has been changed to a screenshot. A hacker has hacked into our computer." "So what's the situation outside now?" Aaron asked. "Wait a minute, I'll go check it out." After a burst of hurried footsteps, the intercom said again, "Oh no, Brother Long. Our building is surrounded. There are police and people in black uniforms." What? Aaron was shocked. Don't we have brothers watching outside? Why didn't they report if someone came over? They were all wearing white snowsuits. They must have crawled all the way here. Damn it. Brother Long, what should we do? Someone is about to break in. Aaron's mind was working rapidly. Don't be afraid. They are here to save Lu Linha. As long as we defend this floor and trap Lu Linha here, we will have the capital to negotiate with them. Brothers, guard the door. Yes. At this time, Lu Linha took advantage of the smoke and hid behind a pillar. We just need to stay here and hold on until the people below come up. Aren't you going to rush out? How can I charge? The other side has guns, but I don't have any. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl took Lu Linha's hand, and with her other hand, she took out the pistol from her waist and slapped it on his hand. Here, now I have it. What's wrong? It's okay. Thank you, Doryman. Chapter 45, Team Annihilation. Captain Lee, the criminals have been defending the second floor, and our people can't get in. Outside the factory, a policeman reported to a leader in front of a police car. Li Xian, captain of the Nanchang City Special Police Detachment, is also the highest person in charge of this hostage rescue operation. After Lu Linha left, Shin Moen was not idle either. He arranged for the programmers in the company to conduct an IP search for the phone number. After determining the approximate location, he quickly contacted the police, and both parties rushed to the scene together. After arriving at the scene, Shin Moen first asked their hackers to hack into the other party's computer and change the other party's surveillance to freeze state. Then the special police wearing white ghillie suits crawled all the way from the bushes to the vicinity of the factory. Because there was wasteland all around, the criminals subconsciously thought that the dirt road was the only way to go, and they never expected that they would actually crawl all the way through the grass. They first used a silent anesthetic gun to knock down the gangster guarding the door, then determined Lu Linha's location and threw a smoke bomb to the second floor. Things were going smoothly up to this point, but the criminals' stubborn resistance made their actions difficult. What? You're all professionally trained special police officers. All of you are good at fighting and shooting. How can you not get in? There's nothing we can do. The smoke bombs obscure our vision, and we can't see what's going on inside at all. How many smoke bombs are left? There are only a few left, and if you stay in the smoke for too long, you might have difficulty breathing and suffocate. Li Xian pondered for a moment and said, "It seems that we can only stop blocking the smoking and negotiate with them." Under Li Xian's command, the police stopped firing. After about 10 minutes, the smoke bombs inside gradually dissipated. He used a police bullhorn and shouted, "Whoever's inside, let's talk." Aaron's voice came from the door of the second floor. "How do you want to talk? Now you're surrounded by us. It is meaningless to resist. It is better to hand over the hostages. We can treat you leniently." "Oh, leniency? You mean from 10 bullets to 8? If you want me to hand over the hostages, you can do that. You retreat 10 kilometers away immediately. Then we will release the hostages and let them look for you. We can discuss this request later. Bring the hostages out first. I want to ensure their safety." Aaron was silent. "Why aren't you talking? Have you hurt the hostages?" "No, but it will take a while. I asked them to take the hostages to another place. I asked them to bring them back. It will take some time." Li Xian fronat. "Take it somewhere else?" "They are all in one factory. Where else can they be taken?" He felt something was wrong and told the police officer next to him, "Fly the drone to the second floor window and take a look at what's going on inside." "Yes, Captain Lee." The police officer flew the drone to the second floor, and then he said in shock, "Captain Lee, all the criminals on the second floor have been killed. Only Aaron is left." "What?" Li Xian quickly led people to the second floor, only to see Along sitting at the stairs with all the fingers of one of his hands missing. "What's going on?" "Captain Lee, could it be that we killed him during our attack just now? Weren't you obscured by smoke bombs when you attacked, so you couldn't see anything? Doesn't this show that we are good at shooting?" Obviously, they did not kill the people inside. To explain why they were wiped out, we have to start from a few minutes ago. A few minutes ago, the smoke bomb began to dissipate gradually. Although it was not completely dissipated, at least things could be seen barely. Although Along wanted to look for An Meng and Lu Linha, he couldn't move because he had to watch the stairs, so he could only arrange for his men to look for them. Several younger brothers searched the hall for a long time, but couldn't find him. However, the upper and lower entrances to the second floor were blocked, so Lu Lin and them must still be on the second floor. The only place on the second floor that had not been searched was a small room inside. Two younger brothers came to the door with guns, kicked it open, and rushed in. Hearing a few gunshots from inside, Aaron said in surprise, "Don't kill them, they are still useful." But there was no response from the younger brother. Aaron felt something was wrong. He called out their names, but there was still no response. He could only ask two more people to go in and take a look, but two more gunshots were heard, and there was no movement again. Aaron knew that something bad had happened. Lu Linha, inside, must have taken advantage of the chaos to get a gun, and, judging from the sound of the gunshot, his marksmanship should be pretty good. The four of them only fired 4 shots, and then there was no movement, which meant that he was still hitting the target every time. However, there were only 3 people left around him, and if they were asked to rush in again, they would probably gain no benefit. So he gave the order to throw poison gas bombs inside. Even if you beat the hostage to death, it is better than being beaten to death by the hostage. The younger brother opened the door a crack and threw 2 poison gas bombs inside, and the poison gas spread rapidly. Be careful, they might come out soon. Keep an eye on the door and shoot them if they come out. Clear. The 3 younger brothers held their guns and stared at the door. Sure enough, after a while, the door opened and a figure rushed out. The 3 men did not dare to delay and immediately used American II on him. Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets hit the opponent. Got it, Brother Long. A younger brother happily took credit. But the next second, something passed through his chest. He looked down and saw blood staining his black clothes even darker. How so? Didn't he get rid of it? He looked up at the fallen man, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. It turned out that the first person who came out was not Lu Linha, but one of their own. Lu Linha had already expected that the people outside were aiming at him, so he threw the enemy out like a sandbag and took a whole wave of bullets for him. After understanding the truth, my younger brother rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Run! After killing the only 3 remaining people, Lu Linha called out, and An Meng quickly jumped out of the room. The 2 of them had already agreed in the room just now that as long as Lu Linha gave the order, she would jump out and run as fast as she could. Damn it, don't go. All his men were killed. Along was so angry that he didn't even bother to guard the stairs. He ran into the hall, pointed his gun at An Meng, who was running, and pulled the trigger. Bang! After the gunshot, An Meng was startled, slipped, and fell to the ground. It's over, she was shot. An Meng was about to wail when she suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, why doesn't she feel any pain anywhere? She turned around in confusion, only to see that 2 of Aaron's fingers were broken for unknown reasons and the pistol fell to the ground. At this time, Lu Linha came out of the house and said, "I expected you to come in. I have been watching you the whole time." Aaron's position just now was very hidden, a position that neither side could hit, so he let An Meng escape first, forcing Aaron to show up, and then he would get rid of the opponent in the dark. He wanted to kill Aaron with another shot, but Aaron leaned back and rolled down the stairs again. Lu Linha didn't have time to care about him. His hand was broken anyway, so he couldn't cause any trouble. He picked up a magazine from the fallen killer and reloaded it. An Meng's eyes sparkled with admiration. "How come you're so good at shooting? Where did you practice?" CS 1.6. The girl's eyes narrowed immediately. Chapter 46 Confidence is a Weapon. Lu Linha made a joke and then turned his attention to the 3rd floor. Although the people on the 2nd floor have been dealt with, the danger is not over. The most urgent task at the moment is to prevent people on the 3rd floor from coming down to provide support. Lu Linha originally wanted An Meng to wait on the 2nd floor, but An Meng insisted on coming up with him. "Didn't you just teach me how to shoot?" One more person means one more helper. Although An Meng was also afraid in his heart, he felt more of a thrill. You have to know that she was also a hot-blooded man before, and this kind of scene awakened her masculine soul again. You can't take the risk. Why? It's not in the contract that I can't participate in a gunfight. Who could have thought that a serious contract would unfold like this? Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Lu Linha could only agree to An Meng, but asked her to follow him and retreat immediately if the situation was not right. The 2 men came to the stairs on the 3rd floor to ambush, but no one came down. He walked quietly up to the 3rd floor, but found that the 3rd floor was empty except for a few computers. Strange, where are the people on this floor? All disappeared out of thin air. Just as he was about to continue investigating, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Behind? How did you get around it? Lu Linha quickly raised his gun and turned around. When he saw the person coming, he slowly put down the gun. The people who came were not enemies, but police and people from the Lu group. "Boss Lu, Shen Maoan hurried over. He looked Lu Linha up and down. Are you okay? It's okay. The plan was successful. Li Xian saluted Lu Linha and said, Boss Lu, thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to us, the police. You can go down and have a rest first. The police will contact you to understand the situation later. Lu Linha returned the gun to the police, and then he and An Meng went downstairs accompanied by Lu's staff. On the way, An Meng couldn't help but ask, Old Lu, how did you become such a good marksman? Have you ever been a soldier? Silent One said first. Although Mr. Lu has never been a soldier, he has been to the shooting range to learn gun technology and has also participated in special forces training courses abroad. He is top-notch in physical fitness, climbing, combat, sniping, and reconnaissance. It is said that every man has a military dream in his heart, and Lu Linha is no exception. Because his father is a veteran, he has wanted to join the army since he was a child, but he had to take over the group at a young age and did not have time to serve. So after the group gradually got on track, he took the time to participate in some military-related activities, which helped him fulfill his dream of becoming a soldier. And Meng looked at Shen Maoan. Who are you? Nice to meet you, Missin. I am the general manager of Lu Group. Silent One. Oh, hello. Shen Maoan smiled and said, Missin is really beautiful. We originally had a more reliable plan, but Mr. Lu risked his life to come alone to save you. I didn't quite understand it at first, but after seeing Missin, I seemed to gradually understand everything. There was something behind his words. He wanted to convey some information to An Meng. If he guessed correctly, Lu Linha should be in love with this little girl, and it's not that he didn't recognize his feelings, but he was just unwilling to admit it. In that case, he might as well give a hint in advance and help Mr. Lu gain favor. He felt that what he said was quite clear. Who would have thought that An Meng was not surprised at all, but curled her lips? What? He is just simply stingy. Question mark. Shen Maoan looked at Lu Linha and gave him a look, indicating that he should clear up the misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, Lu Linha remained calm and patted An Meng on the shoulder. I can't help it. I have a habit of not giving up on things I've spent money on until the very last minute. Well, if they are not from the same family, they will not enter the same house. As the saying goes, even a fair judge cannot judge family affairs. Shen Maoan did not want to bother with it anymore, and instead asked Lu Linha another question. Boss Lu, you are really bold. We only initially guessed that the mastermind was the Tang family, but you dare to take it as real intelligence. In fact, Lu Linha did not kidnap the young master of the Tang family at all. He just initially identified the Tang family as the culprit through investigation, so he boldly came over to bluff them. And the other party was really intimidated by him. Sometimes self-confidence is also a weapon, just like Jotaro and Jojo, who was dealt a bad hand of cards, but relied on his confidence to risk his life and successfully made the gambler Darby admit defeat. There's nothing we can do. Since we're on their territory, we have to have a trump card in our hands. But your card is a fake. Shen Maoan couldn't help but admire Lu Linha's courage. If he went too far, he couldn't even imagine the consequences. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not, as long as it works. Shakespeare was right. Love makes people blind. Listening to their conversation, An Meng suddenly felt something was wrong. Although the situation now seems to have reached the finale, why does she feel like there is still one person missing? An Meng thought for a moment, and then an idea came to him. No, Chi is still upstairs. An Meng quickly looked up at the factory building. Just as she was about to ask Lu Linha to remind the police, she saw someone standing on the roof of the factory building. She thought it was Chi Yi, so she narrowed her eyes and looked at him carefully. After seeing clearly, her pupils suddenly contracted. The one on the rooftop was not Chi Yi, but Jiang Jun. At this time, Jiang Jun was holding a pistol and aiming at them from high position. As for who to hit, she didn't even have to think about it. It must be Lu Linha. At this time, Lu Linha was still talking to Shen Maoan and had no idea that he had become a sitting duck for the other party. Be careful. At the critical moment, she had no time to think and jumped towards Lu Linha. Bang! The sound of a gunshot startled everyone. By the time everyone's attention turned to them, the girl had already fallen into Lu Linha's arms, with blood dripping down, so glaring on the snow-white ground. An Meng! Lu Linha shouted. He rocked the girl in his arms, but the girl's beautiful eyes were slightly closed, as if she was asleep. At first, Lu Linha felt dazed, as if he was dreaming and not fully awake yet. She, who used to be so lively and energetic that she wouldn't get tired all day, now lies obediently in his arms, as quiet as a cat sleeping peacefully. He once imagined what the girl would be like when she was quiet, but he knew it would never be like this. Missing, Shamal One and several policemen also gathered around. On, Lu Linha looked towards a rooftop, his voice low and cold. Kill them. I know, Mr. Lu, don't get excited. At this moment, the girl in his arms suddenly opened her eyes, looked at Lu Linha, and spoke in a weak voice. Lala, don't talk for now. Conserve your energy and wait for the doctor to come and see your injuries. Lu Linha's tone was unusually anxious. No, I have to tell you. I'm afraid if I don't tell you now, I won't have a chance when the doctor comes. Nonsense, you'll be fine. What do you want to say? Does this count as a work-related injury? After these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Chapter 47. You are such a genius. Mr. Lu, Missing was shot in the arm, and the bullet did not penetrate her body, but only grazed her. She did not injure her bones or tendons. She will be fine after resting for a while. In Lu's private hospital, the chief physician looked at the film and explained to Lu Linha. Okay, thank you, Director Wang. After An Meng was shot, Lu Linha sent someone to take her to the nearest hospital. After simple treatment, she was transferred to Lu's exclusive private hospital. Holding the medical records, Lu Linha came to the VIP ward numbered 001. This is a luxurious ward specially prepared for the Lu family's internal staff. It is fully equipped with a TV, a sofa, and a private bathroom. Except that the bed is a hospital bed, it is no different from the presidential suite. Through the large glass floor-to-ceiling windows, you can enjoy the bustling scene of the downtown area at any time. Arriving at the door, the girl's voice was heard. Hey nurse, isn't it already bandaged? Why do you still need an injection? Lu Linha stopped and looked inside through the crack in the door. The girl in a blue and white striped hospital gown was sitting on the bed, looking at the needle that was spraying liquid, a rare hint of timidity in her eyes. The corners of the man's lips curled up slightly. This girl didn't make a sound when she was shot, but she became pitiful when she got the injection. You know what? This look is somehow cute. The nurse patiently explained, It's like this, ma'am. It's been bandaged. Now we're giving you anti-inflammatory and disinfectant medicine. You just had a gunshot wound. If you don't take good care of it, it's likely to get infected and inflamed. XIN, she also advised, Miss, please listen to the nurse. Only after the injection can we get better. The girl pouted. Okay, then Sisai, can you hold my hand or I'll be scared? When saying this, An Meng smiled secretly in her heart. Although she hates injections, it's not to this extent. She mainly wanted to find a reason to hold Xinxi's hand. Even if she is injured, it won't change her heroic character. Jiang Jun's experience made her realize that there is no free lunch in the world. If she wants to have a sweet and delicious pastry, she has to fight for it with her own hands. The giant killer is too scary, and a maid like Xinxi is more likely to increase her XP. This, XIN, she hesitated. After all, the nurse was still here, and she felt a little embarrassed that her lady was acting like this. Woo, good Sisai, please have mercy on me. Just think about it. That sharp needle pierces my skin and goes deeper and deeper. I know what will happen in the future, but I can't resist it. I can only wait for it to come in endless panic. How painful it is. Right now, the only way to share the pain is to hold someone's hand tightly. Oh, okay then, miss, you must keep your word. Perhaps because An Meng's words were too vivid, Xi Qian had no way of refusing and stretched out her hand to An Meng. An Meng's eyes lit up. Done. Just when the two hands were about to touch, Lu Linha came in and forcibly interrupted the process. What's going on? Xian, she took her hand back. Mr. Lu, you're back. The young lady is afraid of injections and wants someone to hold her hand. So that's how it is. Looks like it has to be me. Lu Linha walked to An Meng, ignoring her stunned look, and extended his hand to her. Bring it on. The girl opened her mouth slightly and stayed still for a few seconds. Her eyes suddenly became sharp, and she slapped Lu Linha's hand away. Who the hell said he wanted to shake your hand? An Meng was very angry. The stickers she had spent so much effort to get were completely destroyed by Lu Linha. I'm your husband. Isn't it me that you want to hold the hand of the most? No, not at all. So what you mean is that you just want to hold Xinxi's hand, not mine. Huh, is that so, miss? XIN, she looked surprised. An Meng was stunned. If she said yes, it would definitely arouse Xinxi's vigilance, and it would be difficult for her to pretend that the kiss was unintentional. But if she says no, then she must hold Lu Linha's hand. Lu Linha blocked both roads with just one sentence. The girl pursed her lips and howled to the sky. Damn it, For the sake of future plans, she could only reluctantly place her little hand on Lu Linha's hand. And she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Miss, it turns out you were at Sundara. Ha! You were so cute. Arrogant, arrogant, arrogant. I'm not. Look, he's getting more and more excited the more he talks. The nurse also chimed in. An Meng was so angry that she blew her beard, but she remembered that she didn't have a beard at all, so she became even angrier. Lu Linha added, Xi and she, don't say it directly. Meng is thin-skinned and still needs to save face. Oh, I see. And more. Lu Linha clenched An Meng's hand slightly, feeling the softness and tenderness, and said slowly, She has entered my Lu family now. You have to call her madam. Got it, Mr. Lu. Sorry, ma'am, I forgot. Hearing the word madam, An Meng gritted his teeth even more. You? What on earth are you trying to do, Before An Meng could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. She turned her head and found that the nurse had completed the injection. What are you doing again? Nurse, madam, didn't you say that getting ready for the injection is very painful? So I will give you the injection when you are not prepared. I think you will feel better. The girl's mouth twitched, and after a long while, she managed to utter a word. You really are a genius. After the injection, the nurse left the ward, and she followed her out tactfully. In a blink of an eye, Lu Linha and An Meng were the only ones left in the bustling ward. The atmosphere was silent for a while, and An Meng spoke first. So, can you let go now? Oh, Lu Linha let go of his hand and asked, Why did you save me? Huh, you were the only one who saw the ambush upstairs at the time. Why did you rush over to save me? Lu Linha couldn't understand why An Meng, who clearly acted like she hated him, was willing to risk her life to take a bullet for him. Because, the girl pondered for a moment, I don't know either. I just feel that it's too late to remind you, so I can only take action. Besides, you saved me once, and I saved you once, so it's fair. Don't take this kind of risk again. Do you hear me? Lu Linha's tone suddenly became serious. Fortunately, the opponent missed the target. If he had hit the target, your life would have been in danger. I heard it, but why did she miss? This is a bit strange. Unfortunately, the woman ran away. The police didn't find her, so they couldn't ask her for an answer. But she is a professional killer and usually won't miss her target. She must have her reasons for doing this. Lu Linha pondered for a moment and reasoned. The other party knew that their mastermind had been exposed. Even if they killed me, the Lu group would not let them go. But she had to do this job, so she deliberately missed the target, just like Huang Zhong only shot Guan Yu's hat to do him a favor. At this time, An Meng's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. She answered the call and turned on the speakerphone cautiously. Hello? Who is this? Ake, are you okay? It's okay. It's just that the phone is still on that woman's clothes. Damn it. Not only did I not pick up the girl, I also lost a phone. I'm sorry. If you lose the phone, you could buy another one. As long as the person is still alive, that's enough. Yes, and I got my revenge. Revenge? How do you take revenge? At that time, I saw the woman hiding on the roof with a gun, so I threw a headlock at her and hit her right in the back of the head. After these words were spoken, An Meng and Lu Linha looked at each other in silence. After a while, the girl finally spoke first. She patted the man on the shoulder. Good analysis. Don't divide it next time. Chapter 48. Part of the play. What are you talking about? What kind of analysis is good? Chi Yi on the other end of the phone was confused. It's okay, it's okay. By the way, how did you manage to throw the lock on her head? An Meng asked curiously. That's a long story. Chi Yi cleared his throat and explained, After you were taken away, I also slipped out of that room. Just as I was about to slip away, I saw Jiang Jun hurriedly coming to the 4th floor, so I had no choice but to hide in that room again. At that time, she seemed to be on the phone asking something. After that, she took off her coat and threw it on the table in the hall, then turned and went into a small room inside. I suddenly remembered that my cell phone was still with her, so I sneaked out and wanted to get it back, but just as I was about to succeed, she came out again, and I had to hide again. Then I heard the police coming downstairs. She told the rest of the people to retreat quickly, put on her coat, and climbed onto the roof. When I saw she was about to run away, I thought it was over and I wouldn't be able to get my phone back. But the Mate 60 I just bought was far ahead of the others. It cost me more than a month's salary, but it was gone after just a few days. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Just then, she saw that I had a padlock in my hand, so she followed her to the roof. At this time, I saw her squatting on the edge of the building, staring intently at the scene below. I threw a brick at her and then quickly ran downstairs. The police also came up, and I followed them back. But luckily, my phone has a positioning function, and I've already told the police, and they said they will use this as a clue to solve the case. After Chi Yi finished speaking, there was no response from the other side. Hey, can you still hear me? Yes, then, Archie, thank you. Thank you for what? Your lock saved my life. Haha, I know. You're teasing an idiot again, right? A car was speeding past on the suburban road. Jiang Jun took out his cell phone and dialed. Boss, we failed in this order today. The cops are here. Well, we only lost a few incense ashes. It's not a big problem. Jiang Jun gave a few brief instructions, then hung up the phone and looked at the scenery outside the window. It's strange. Although the mission failed, there was an inexplicable smile on the corner of her mouth. Today's escape room was quite interesting, but I didn't expect that she could actually escape from that secret room. Although she provided a lot of help, I have to say that she is indeed a good seedling. Brother Yin, we've arrived. Jiang Jun looked out the window and found that the car had stopped and there was a rushing river next to it. She got out of the car, walked to the river, and took out a mobile phone. It was Chi Yi who was far ahead. She threw her phone out and floated downstream. They're now upstream of the river, and the phone will follow the flow of water all the way to the downstream of the river. The police will definitely focus their search on the location of this phone, but when they find it, they will find that they have gone in the wrong direction. They say this phone's waterproof feature is also far ahead of the rest. I hope it's not false advertising. Sitting back in the car, Jiang Jun instinctively leaned back. A sharp pain in the back of her head made her sit up straight again and cover the back of her head. Remember this, Brad. Cece, when are we going to eat? The patient is almost starving to death. An Meng had been lying on the hospital bed, playing with her mobile phone for the entire afternoon since she was sent to the hospital at noon. As the sun was about to set, her stomach began to growl. Wait a moment. Mr. Liu should be here to deliver the meal soon. Why are we waiting for him? Let's order takeout. At this time, the nurse at the door came in and said, I'm sorry, ma'am. You're still in the recovery period and need to avoid certain foods. You must eat a healthy diet. If you have any needs, please tell me, and I will report to the director. This is the bad thing about private hospitals. They even have a dedicated personal nurse who monitors her all the time. This is even more stressful than working at Hadaleo. Madam, let's just wait for Mr. Liu. And Meng touched her empty belly and pouted. When will he come? As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Linha's voice came from outside the door. Why, you missed me. The man was dressed in a suit, with a tall and straight figure and an imposing manner. He didn't need to reveal his identity. Just by standing there, his model-like figure and appearance were enough to make thousands of girls fall in love with him. Of course, An Meng was not among these thousands of girls. An Meng rolled her eyes at him and said, Mr. Liu, it seems that you don't have a clear understanding of your talent in being annoying. Really? You must be sneering at the food that annoying person brought. Liu Linha opened the thermal box he brought, and the rich aroma of food immediately filled the air. And Meng's greed was about to burst out of her body, and tears rolled down from the corners of her mouth. Slurp, she sucked her saliva. Well, brother, I was just kidding. Oh, you change your mind so quickly. There's nothing we can do. There's an old Chinese saying that goes, CC is mistaken for a hero. And Meng imitated the strange accent. You're quite flexible in that respect. The man smiled, took the lunchbox, and sat on the edge of the bed. He scooped up a spoonful of food with a spoon and handed it to the girl's mouth. Come on, open your mouth. And Meng was stunned. What are you doing? Don't you want to eat? Then give me the spoon. I can eat it myself. No, your arm is still bandaged. You can't move. Then let Sisai feed me. Liu Linha looked at Xin Shi. Aren't you busy? Oh yes, I still have things to do. Xin, she said, and quickly fled the ward. She's gone, so I'm the only one left. Wait, don't I have another hand? The girl raised her left hand. These two are all with you. Their right sides are injured, so it's normal for their left sides to take a rest. If you don't believe me, ask the nurse. They both looked at the nurse at the same time. The nurse, who was having fun, never expected that the focus would be on her. The powerful pressure scared her so much that she took a step back and shouted towards the corridor. Well, Director Wang, President Liu wants to see you. After a while, Director Wang appeared at the door, panting. Mr. Liu, you're looking for me? Liu Linha didn't even raise his head, playing with the spoon. Director Wang, look, can my wife eat by herself now? Director Wang immediately understood what he meant and said quickly, No. Pa, and Meng slapped the table with his palm, making a deafening sound. Director Wang, I can't move my right hand, but you see my left hand is fine, right? I can eat by myself, right? Director Wang's mouth twitched. Cough. Liu Linha coughed lightly. Director Wang was shocked. and said no. Huh. Can or can't. Could it be that he has also become a part of their play? Director Wong had mixed feelings. Although he was the director of a department in the hospital, this one was his boss and the other was the boss's wife, and he couldn't afford to offend either of them. The two looked at him and said in unison, "You are a doctor, and you ask me?" Director Wong looked around. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground. "Director," the nurse rushed over. "Quick, call a doctor for me." "You are a doctor. Who do you call?" Chapter 49, Is She Dead? Open your mouth. The girl swallowed the spoon. In the end, An Meng chose to compromise. It was not only because she was extremely hungry, but more importantly because of the words Lu Linhe whispered in her ear. Don't forget, Article 24 of the contract. Contract Article 24. During the contract period, both parties A and B must maintain a good and loving image in front of Party A. Once violated, the other party may impose corresponding penalties on the breaching party depending on the circumstances, with a maximum penalty not exceeding 4% of the contract amount. It was not until that day that An Meng finally recalled the fear he once felt at the mercy of the evil capitalists. In front of the capitalists, a commoner like her can only lower her not-so-proud head. Although being fed by others was a loss to her dignity, she felt relieved when she thought about it and realized that she didn't seem to have much dignity either. Forget it, it's just a meal. It's better than starving. The girl comforted herself in this way. Shimawin walked quickly in the corridor of the ward. When he arrived in front of An Meng's ward, he found that the doctors, nurses, and An Meng's personal maid, Exen, she were all lying at the door, as if listening to something. "What are you doing?" Several people were startled and quickly took a step back. "No, nothing." Just as Shimawin was about to open the door, Xi and Xian suddenly stopped him. "Boss Shun, wait a minute." Silent One stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" Several people looked at each other, and Xi and she said, "Now, I can only say that it is not very convenient." "Inconvenient?" Silent One raised his eyebrows. Xi and she pointed at the door and then at her own ears. Silent One hesitated for a moment, but did not push the door. Instead, he put his ear against the door. 200 words are omitted here. The silent face outside the door suddenly darkened. Is it such a big deal now? Isn't this just seducing the girl? He scratched his hair and looked at the others. "Well, when they are done, call me." "Okay, Mr. Shun," Xi and Xian said with a snicker. She always thought that silent people were very open, but she didn't expect that they could be shy. It was the first time she saw Shun Mo1 with such an expression. Just as Shinmoen was about to leave, the door suddenly opened and Lu Linhe walked out. "Moen, what are you doing here? Can I talk to you for a moment?" Shimoen pulled Lu Linhe away. The two came to a lounge. Shimoen put his hands in his pockets and looked Lu Linhe up and down. "Okay, Mr. Lu." "What?" "Don't pretend. You know that's not what I'm talking about. We are all adults. But you are really brave. You dare to be so arrogant in the hospital. Can you pay attention to the impact? Don't walls have ears? Be careful that someone will take pictures and use them as a handle." "Oh, I want to see who will use feeding as a handle." "You thought, huh? Feeding." Lu Linhe's lips curled slightly. "Yes, what else?" "That's all right. What do you want to see me about?" "Oh, the police asked you to come over, saying they found important information." Upon hearing this, Lu Linhe's expression became serious. After leaving the hospital, Lu Linhe rushed to the police station and learned about the general situation. Jiang Jun and the technicians on the third floor escaped through the secret passage prepared in advance, and the killers on the second floor were basically all eliminated, leaving only a Zheng and a Long as the only prisoners captured alive. A Zheng, who treated the hostages very rudely, suddenly became timid when he came to the Sir's side. And when Aaron was interrogated, he remained tough. "Don't ask. We have received professional training and will never reveal any information." "Sir, okay, let's go." Aaron was stunned. "You guys give up now?" Others confessed, so we want to ask them. "Hey, don't go." Although both of them confessed, they were just Jiang Jun's henchmen and did not know much information. They belonged to a complicated killer organization, and they're called Xianghui in the organization, which means the lowest level minions. Jiang Jun is their superior, and he will gather them together when there is an order. As for other senior executives of the organization, they had never met them at all. All they knew was that the company that hired them this time was Shengtang Group, a major scientific research company in Nanjing City. After Li Xian informed Lu Linhe of the general situation, he sighed, "It's a pity that we didn't catch their superior." Jiang Jun was very cunning. He arranged a tunnel as an escape route in advance, and the vehicle was already prepared at the escape site. By the time we found them, they had already gotten in the car and fled. We searched according to the location of Chiye's phone and found that the phone was found downstream of Yangtze River. There was no sign of anyone passing by. It should have been thrown into the river by Jiangjun from upstream and floated all the way down. Everyone in this assassin organization actually has a gun. They must be from an extraordinary background. Lu Linha analyzed, and according to Aaron, this organization has been around for quite some time. It's such a large organization, but I've never heard of it before. Plus, they have a large number of guns. The person behind this is not a simple person. Who said it wasn't? But now the clues are broken. If we want to continue the investigation, we can only find Jiang Jun. Li Xian said as he took out a mobile phone sealed in a plastic bag from his arms. It was Chi Ye's mobile phone. You wait to pass this phone on to your friend. Yeah. Lu Linha took it and asked, speaking of which, didn't Jiang Jun show her face? Even if there are no surveillance records in the suburbs, she and my wife went shopping in the city's mall this morning. She should have been photographed by the mall surveillance, right? Li Xian sighed. We called you here because of this matter. What's wrong? We did investigate this because the mall surveillance cameras had good pixels and the facial features were captured very clearly. We easily investigated her identity information using big data facial recognition. But precisely because we investigated it, we were more certain that we couldn't find her. What's the meaning? Li Xian's expression was very gloomy and ugly. You may not believe it, but this woman, he died 5 years ago. After these words were spoken, the usually calm Lu Linha was stunned. Chapter 50. Enemies who become friends are more reliable than friends. Lakeside Building. This is the tallest building in Nanjing City. The conference room on the top floor of this building is usually only used by bigwigs in the business and political circles. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire landscape of Nanjing City can be easily overlooked. Lu Linha sat at the end of the round table, folding his arms and looking at the scenery. Mr. Tang, the scenery here is really nice. Sitting opposite the round table was a slightly plump middle-aged man in a suit. Tang Guangyuan is the top executive and chairman of Shengtang Group. The chairman, who usually commands a high position among thousands of people, now looked alert. I wonder what Mr. Lu wants to talk to me about today. Lu Linha put down his arms and tapped the mahogany table with his fingers. Boss Tang is a smart man. Since I'm still alive and well and can come to you, you should know why I am here. If I am not mistaken, Boss Tang's son has been taken to the police station for questioning. Cold sweat slid down Tang Guangyuan's forehead, and he pulled the corners of his mouth and forced a smile. Mr. Lu, there may be some misunderstandings here. They are just slanders without evidence. He knew that the killer had failed in his job, but he also knew that the other party had only captured a few henchmen. Even if they knew something, their confessions alone could not be used as evidence. Lu Linha smiled contemptuously, crossed his legs, and leaned back in his chair in a relaxed manner. The bodyguard Wu Song behind him understood what he meant, took out a stack of documents, put them on the table, and with a gentle push, the documents slid in front of Tang Guangyuan. Tang Guangyuan picked it up and flipped through a few pages, his eyes almost popping out. I was wondering why, Mr. Tang, and I had no grudges in the past or today. So why did you want to harm me? I found out after checking that this was evidence that you had someone steal Lu Group's projects and funds more than 10 years ago, right? And you had such close contact with my housekeeper. These things were all done by Shengtang Group. I think there should be no other Shengtang Group in Nanjing City. Lu Linha put down his crossed legs, sat forward, crossed his hands, and placed his elbows on the table. Although he had a faint smile on his face, it gave Tang Guangyuan a chill. Although these materials are not as explosive as those of the assassin organization, they are a great achievement for the police. As you know, once a person loses power, it is like a receding tide on the coast. Everything that can be seen and hidden will eventually surface. Mr. Tang, you don't want the police to know that you are doing this kind of thing, right? Tang Guangyuan swallowed his saliva. Lu Linha, what do you want? Now that the truth has been revealed, there is no need for him to pretend to be ignorant. Honestly, when I found out someone was trying to harm me, it would be a lie to say I wasn't angry. But when I came back alive and calmed down, I realized we could actually sit down and talk. You and I are both businessmen, and businessmen can sometimes negotiate terms. Tang Guangyuan glared. You can make any conditions. As long as you put forward them, I will do my best. It's not that difficult, actually. How about we split 20% of Shengtang's shares and the scientific research projects we'll be working on with Lu's group equally in the future? Tang Guangyuan hesitated for a moment. Lu Linha's conditions were indeed not low, but compared to the collapse of the group and the transformation of the whole family into pure prison wind, this condition was already extremely generous. In the end, after bargaining between the two, Lu Linha got 15% of the shares, and future projects were divided into 60% and 40%. After signing the agreement, Lu Linha stood up and shook hands with Tang Guangyuan. Thank you, Mr. Tang. I wish us a happy cooperation in the future. Since we are cooperating now, I hope both parties will be sincere. If my family has any accidents in the future, the scenery will not be so beautiful next time we talk. Tang Guangyuan's face froze. He could tell that Lu Linha's words were not only asking him to be honest, but also reminding him that they were now on the same boat. If someone wanted to harm their Lu family, their Tang family would also do their best. With just one sentence, he turned the Tang family, which was originally his enemy, into his ally. But now, no matter whether Tang Guangyuan was reluctant or not, he could only agree. After Lu Linha left, Tang Guangyuan's secretary asked, Boss Tang, does Lu Linha come here for any purpose? Nonsense. Isn't the purpose already signed in the contract? I mean, does he have any other purpose? Tang Guanyin narrowed his eyes. I can't guess all of his thoughts, but if he really wants to kill me, using police force directly is the most convenient and quickest way. Since he came here to discuss cooperation, it means he is giving me a way out and letting me go. I can't refuse it. This time I owe this guy a favor. After saying this, Tang Guangyuan sighed. This kid is really not simple. Walking out of the Lake Center building, Silent One said, Boss Lu, why don't you hand over the materials to the police and investigate them directly? It's very simple. If we want to enter the scientific research industry and investigate what happened to my father, we still need him to help take care of it. Now that we make concessions first, he will definitely take advantage of the situation and not dare to kill us again. Instead, he will honestly cooperate with us. Sometimes, friends who have been transformed from enemies are more reliable than original friends. And there must be someone behind the Sheng Tang group. If we don't find out who is behind it and defeat Sheng Tang, other groups will emerge. It's better to follow the clues and catch them all in one fell swoop. Don't worry, none of them will be able to escape by then. When he said this, there was an indescribable chill in Lu Linha's eyes, which made Shen Maowen feel a little scared. As Lu Linha's childhood friend, he knows this guy best. He has a steady mindset and is ruthless in his actions. At this moment, Lu Linha's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up, and the coldness on his face softened a little in an instant. Hello, Meng. Lao He, when will you be back today? Lu Linha raised his wrist to check his watch. It was only noon. You're off work now. How was your day? Not very good. My arm still hurts. Although he could only hear the sound, Lu Linha seemed to see the girl's pouting and aggrieved look. The man frowned. It's okay, I'll ask the doctor to go home and take a look. Because An Meng's injuries were not serious, she returned to the manor from the hospital that night. No, I called the doctor and he said it was normal. He prescribed me some medicine, but it's just some folk remedy. Just bring it back with you. Oh, what medicine? I'll ask someone to buy it. 2 pieces of cheese chiffon cake and a few new PS5 games. I'll send you the names later. And a Gundam model. Your folk remedy is indeed quite strange. As for folk remedies, I'm not sure if they work, but they're definitely effective. And the doctor said the best way to distract pain is to distract attention. These things can perform this function perfectly. Okay, I'll bring it to you when I get back. Wow, Laohi is so handsome. After hanging up the phone, Lu Linha looked out the window with the corners of his mouth rising unconsciously. Driver, Mr. Lu, are you going back to the company? Go home. Go home? Then what should I do? We just drove out in one car. Mr. Lu, you can't just leave your wife and ignore your brothers, right? Shamalwan protested. It's not that simple. Why don't you go to my house for lunch and then ask the driver to take you back to the company? Silent One narrowed his eyes. Is this still the workaholic he knows? After returning to the manor, Lu Linha entered the villa, wanting to give An Meng a surprise. But when he entered the room, he did not see An Meng. He came to the living room and looked around, but ran into Tian Huifang. Linha, you're back so early today. Tian Huifang was delighted. And Moen is here too. Well, Mom, have you seen Meng? When she heard An Meng, Tian Huifang's expression instantly fell. No, wasn't that girl going out without permission again? Lu Linha had no choice but to leave the villa and ask around in the yard. One of the male gardeners looked particularly nervous, and his intuition told him that the other party seemed to know something. Do you know where the lady went? I know. Did she go out? Tell the truth. She didn't go out. Hearing that she didn't go out, Lena's expression eased a little. Then where is she? In the tree. Uh-huh. Chapter 51. It feels so good to have someone catch you when you fall. Time goes back 5 minutes. And Meng and Xan, she were walking in the yard when they suddenly heard a strange cry coming from the forest of the manor. As she had nothing to do, she took Xinxi into the woods. After searching for a while, she found the little guy on the ground. This bird is round and fat, with a round head. It is very cute. Its feathers are bluish-gray, with some light gray fluff on its body, and it looks like a baby bird. When it saw someone coming, it opened its eyes and flapped its wings, but it was unable to move its fat body. And Meng walked forward, picked it up, and looked at it in the palm of his hand. What is this? Why can't it fly? Xin, she looked up and said, this looks like a magpie's baby, which fell from the magpie's nest above. Bullfrog, it didn't even fall to death. Ma'am, even though it's a cub, it's still a bird. Even if it can't fly, it can still land smoothly. Is it impossible for it to go home? It can't fly, so it definitely can't go back. Poor little fellow. The girl and the bird looked at each other. The sunlight passed through the leaves, leaving sparkling spots of light on the ground. It was hard to tell whether the beautiful scenery set off the beauty or the beauty reflected the beautiful scenery. Although the lady is a married young woman, her mind is still that of an innocent and kind girl. And Meng stared at her for a while, then turned to look at Xan Qian, as if he had something to say. Xan, she thought, the lady would definitely say, since it can't go back, then we should take it back and raise it. Sure enough, and Meng turned around and looked at her. Hey, is this thing delicious? No, this lady is not as naive as she thought. It doesn't taste good. I've never heard of anyone eating magpies. Magpies are auspicious birds, and eating them always feels unlucky. True, and Meng nodded. Also, it looks fat, but it's so small, it probably doesn't have much meat. Come on, we have nothing to do anyway. Let's send it home. Go home? Which home? Of course it's its home. And Meng pointed to the bird's nest in the sky. It's so high it can't go back. That's easy. Just climb up and put it back, right? But I can't climb a tree, ma'am. Did I tell you to crawl? You probably don't even know what my nickname was when I was a kid. What is it? Fire monkey. And Meng took off his coat and handed it to Xi and she, hold it for me. Men always have a strong desire to show off in front of women. Although An Meng is now a girl, she still has a male mindset in front of Xi and she. Her strong desire to perform made her forget that she had been afraid of heights since she had bungee jumping. Madam, you want to climb up? No, your arms are still tied. Before Xin, she could finish her words, and Meng tore off the bandage and threw it to her. My arm has healed a long time ago. I wasn't seriously injured to begin with. It's just that old Lou treated his patients so well, buying them game consoles and delicious food. I couldn't bear to take it off. Please keep the bandage for me. I'll have to put it on again when I come down later. No, ma'am. I have been ordered to protect your safety. If anything happens to you, don't worry. I, the fierce fire monkey, am not just a name for nothing. No, ma'am. Please wait for me for a moment. I'll go find you a ladder. After saying that, Xinxi ran out. A moment later, a male gardener came into the woods carrying a ladder. Madam, let me do it, said the male gardener. What do you mean, do you look down on my skills? Just go outside and watch, and don't let the old woman and the others come in and find out. And Meng held the little magpie in one hand and grabbed the ladder with the other. He climbed up with ease and successfully found the magpie's nest. Xin, she was feeling anxious downstairs when she heard hurried footsteps outside, accompanied by a call. Meng, where are you? Xin, she paused when she heard the familiar voice. Oh no, madam, Mr. Liu is back. What? And Meng on the tree was startled. She pricked up her ears and listened for a while. Oh my God, it's really him. Why did this old guy come back so early today? Come down quickly. It would be bad if Mr. Liu saw it. Right away. She had just pretended to be sick and asked Lu Linha for something. If Lu Linha knew that this patient was not only recovered, but could also climb trees, he would probably be so angry that his nose would be crooked on the spot. And Meng put the little magpie back into the bird's nest, then hurriedly ran down the ladder. Unfortunately, she was still a step too slow. Lu Linha had already rushed into the woods, followed by Shenmoen and the male gardener. And Meng, the girl's body trembled. She got nervous. Her foot suddenly missed a step, and she fell off the ladder in an instant. Lady, the fear brought by weightlessness has now returned with a vengeance. She closed her eyes in fear, But this time, what greeted her was not the cold, hard ground, but a pair of warm, solid arms. She opened one eye slightly, and what she saw was Lu Lin and his eyes as bright as stars. One glance, and it's 10,000 years. You are the wind, and I am the sand, lingering around to the end of the world. The moment the two looked at each other, it felt as if time had stopped flowing, and only the lyrical music was still lingering in their ears. After a while, Lu Linha opened his thin lips slightly, and his voice was magnetic and cold. Whose phone is ringing? I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. The male gardener next to him quickly turned off his phone. The world suddenly became quiet. Lu Linha lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms. An Meng's breathing stagnated, his eyes closed, his head tilted, and he pretended to faint, using the tactic of a little sparrow playing dead. If you don't open your eyes, I'm going to kiss you. Hey, no. Imoaka. The man smiled and said, It seems that this folk remedy is really effective. I just bought it, and you have recovered so well that you can even climb a tree. Now that it's healed, I feel relieved. Those things can also be returned. Don't worry, we've already bought it. It would be a shame to return it, the girl said anxiously. I bought the medicine to cure the disease, so why don't you return it after the disease is cured? Because... The girl hesitated for a long time, and finally put her hands together. I'm sorry, I lied. I was wrong. It's okay. A good comrade is someone who can correct his mistakes. Then can the medicine not be withdrawn? As for medicine, you don't have to withdraw it. The girl's eyes lit up. But if you make a mistake, you can't go unpunished. What do you want to punish? There's a layer of vigilance in those beautiful eyes. Well, the man murmured for a moment. A smile flashed across the corner of his mouth, and his voice was deliberately louder. We'll talk about it tonight. What? After putting An Meng down, Lu Linha returned to the villa and entertained Chen Maoan. It wasn't a big meal, just 2 simple bowls of noodles. The two of them sat opposite each other and had a simple meal. Silent one took a few bites and put down his chopsticks. By the way, Mr. Lu, you haven't answered my question from last time. What? Do you like that girl or not? Lu Lin and the chopsticks paused. Chapter 52, She's not stupid. She's just silly. Eat your meal well and don't ask questions while you're eating. Lu Linha made a cross and continued eating. But Shinmoan was not going to be fooled. He crossed his arms and looked at Lu Linha with interest. You don't have an answer, or you don't want to answer? Lu Linha was silent. Silent one continued. If you ask me, this girl is pretty good. She's not too old, has a good figure and a pretty face. Most importantly, she's innocent. But she's too innocent, which makes her a little stupid. Not really, Lu Linha retorted and told Chen Maoan about An Meng and Chi Ye's escape. After returning from the abandoned factory, An Meng would share her extreme escape room experience with everyone she met, and Lu Lin and Ziran were no exception. Judging from Meng's story, she actually has some brains, but her life is too casual and she doesn't show it. Really? I was wrong then. Yeah, she's not stupid. After that, An Meng's voice was heard from outside the house. Look carefully, Cece. I learned how to make this paper airplane from a Guinness record-breaking master on the internet. It can fly dozens of meters. If you don't believe me, just look. Let's go. Wow, Miss is amazing. A few seconds later, a paper plane flew in through the window, just like a scud-seeking missile, and flew into Lu Linha's bowl of noodles. Hey, where's my plane? Both people at the table were silent. She's just a little goofy. Silent one smiled awkwardly. That's good too, if you like it this way. You should know very well that we're just a contract. Lu Linha said calmly. Really? Then I'm relieved. I remember that little girl had a good relationship with a male friend. Now that the matter of Shengtang Group has been resolved, I guess there is no need for this contract. Since you're not interested in them, cancel the contract as soon as possible. Maybe they will thank you and invite you to their wedding. Pa! As soon as Chen Maoan finished speaking, the chopsticks in Lu Linha's hand broke into 2 pieces. He put the chopsticks down and picked up a new pair, saying with a smile, These wooden chopsticks are just not strong. They broke when I picked them up casually. If I remember correctly, your family uses top-quality bamboo chopsticks, the sturdiest kind. No, they are wooden chopsticks. Okay, wooden chopsticks are wooden chopsticks. I've almost finished eating. Take your time. Silent one stood up and paused when he came to Lu Linha. It doesn't really matter whether you tell me or not. What matters is whether you have the answer yourself. After Shima one left, Lu Linha stared at the surface for a long time. After a while, he picked up the chopsticks and picked up the plane. At this moment, Hurried footsteps were heard, and the beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. Lu Linha, don't eat my plane? Question mark. Night. On the third floor, bursts of noise came from Lu Linha and An Meng's bedroom. Are you satisfied, boss? It's okay, but I don't feel strong enough. I can't help it. My hands are too small. Your technique is quite unfamiliar. Is this your first time giving a massage? Of course, are you satisfied, boss? Fortunately, you shouldn't just focus your hands on the top, but cover it completely. No, my hands are sore. If you want to press me, you can press me. I won't do that. The punishment that Lu Linha mentioned was actually giving him a massage at night. An Meng originally thought it was simple, but it was not easy to do. First of all, because of years of exercise, Lu Linha's body is fit and strong, and An Meng can hardly pinch him even if she tries her best. Besides, he was quite big, and after a massage, the girl was exhausted. It's okay if your hands are sore. Lu Linha got up from the chair and lay on the bed. All four limbs can have a massage effect. Try the other two. Huh? An Meng narrowed his eyes. There's definitely something wrong with this old guy. Isn't it common to have back massage? So you get stepped on often? No. Then why did you let me step on it? Everything out there costs money, so it would be a shame not to take advantage of something that's free. Just scratch yourself to death. An Meng was very angry. She wanted to refuse sternly, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. Wait a minute, stepping on the back doesn't mean. Can she step on Lu Linha? The big boss who usually calls the shots is now lying on the bed obediently, allowing her to trample on him. Then isn't she more powerful than the CEO? She can brag to others when she goes out in the future. So what if he is the president of Lu Group? He has to submit to her. At this moment, a line flashed through the girl's mind. Now that the opportunity to step on Lu Linha is right in front of me, I must consider whether this will be my only chance in this life. It is our responsibility to restore the glory of the family. Okay, go ahead and step on me. An Meng took off her shoes and was about to climb onto the bed, but Lu Linha grabbed her ankle. What? You want to go back on your word? The girl raised her eyebrows. Don't be in a hurry. Here's what I'm going to give you. Lu Linha took out a bath towel and handed it to An Meng. What is this used for? Are you afraid that she will be tired, so you use it to wipe her sweat? I didn't expect it to be so considerate. An Meng took the bath towel and then put her feet directly on Lu Linha's back. The human back looks flat, but it is actually very difficult to stand steadily when you step on it. An Meng supported the ceiling with both hands, maintained his balance, and began to walk on it. Lu Linha frowned. Where's the bath towel? It's hanging around my neck. What does hanging your neck mean? You asked me to wipe my sweat, but I'm not sweating yet. So where else can I hang it if not around my neck? I asked you to cover my back. Who would step on someone's back barefoot? Oh my God. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll cover it for you now. No need. You've already gone up there. There's no point in covering it or not. Oh. And Meng moved her feet and began to dance on Lu Linha's back. She originally wanted to torture the other party, but unfortunately, she was light in weight, and even if she jumped, it would not have any impact on Lu Linha. There's a saying that goes, when you are weak enough, even your anger will only make people feel cute. Lu Linha thought, although An Meng usually looks lively and energetic, I didn't expect that his hands and feet would be cold. It looks like I need to replenish my body. He closed his eyes, looked at the busy figure on the wall, and couldn't help laughing. Although this girl appears careless usually, she is quite serious when doing her work. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a foot stepped on his head. Oops, sorry, my foot slipped. Chapter 53. To offend her is like pinching cotton. No more stepping on it. An Meng was already tired from the previous massage, and dancing on her back finally drained her of her last bit of strength. She jumped off Lu Linha's back, lay directly on the bed, pulled the quilt over her, closed her eyes, and performed a series of smooth moves that stunned Lu Linha. Just as she was about to go to sleep, the quilt was pulled away by the man. What again? She widened her eyes. Go take a shower. Your head is all sweaty. After some exercise, the girl's face was flushed and her forehead was covered with sweat. Wash it tomorrow. Girls can't be so unkempt. Come on, or do you want me to carry you? Upon hearing this, An Meng sat up directly from the bed. She stared at Lu Linha with her almond-shaped eyes for a long time and said something. You're so cruel. After that, she got out of bed and went into the bathroom. She took a quick shower, put on her pajamas, and ran out of the bathroom. She had just jumped onto the bed when Lu Linha lifted her up by the waist and pressed her down on the chair in front of the mirror. Blow-dry your hair first. An Meng's penis became hard, and her fist became hard. If she could defeat him, she would have struck out with her iron fist long ago. But unfortunately, she couldn't beat him. So this guy could only consider himself lucky, and provoking her was like pinching cotton. Seeing the girl being humiliated, Lu Linha felt inexplicably in a good mood. He picked up the hairdryer and blew the girl's soft hair, releasing a fresh scent of shampoo. While blowing, he played with the girl's hair with his hands, trying to do it faster. The hairdryer made a very loud noise, which disturbed the peace of the room and also disturbed Lu Lina's mind. In his ears, the words of silent one seemed to ring again. It doesn't really matter whether you tell me or not. What matters is whether you have the answer yourself. The answer? It's not that he doesn't want to answer, but that he himself doesn't know how to answer. Lu Linha had basically never been in a relationship before. The only one he had was the one with Ning Yufei, which was not really a relationship. His relationship with Ning Yufei also started in a muddled way. At that time, he was busy with work and had no time for a relationship. The Ning family then contacted Tian Huifeng, and the parents of both sides hit it off and started the relationship. After that, the relationship between Ning Yufei and Lu Linha became an unspoken agreement in the upper-class society. But in fact, he and Ning Yufei never had a proper date. Because he is a workaholic, he basically spends his days and nights in the company. Even if Ning Yufei comes to see him, the two of them just have a simple meal in the company cafeteria. Ning Yufei got angry with him several times because of this, saying that he didn't care about her, but he always remained silent. After that, there was a period of time when the group was in a critical moment. He had to focus all his energy on the operation of the group and had no time to care about Ning Yufei. The Ning family was already unhappy with Lu Lina's actions. In addition, everyone believed that the Lu family was beyond redemption at that time, so they instigated Ning Yufei to give up Lu Linha and use the excuse of going abroad to study. The relationship between the two was interrupted. After that, Lu Linha never fell in love again. Although there were countless outstanding women around him whenever he wanted, he had already gotten used to living alone. As time went by, he no longer knew what it felt like to have a crush on someone. He is a powerful figure in the business world, but when it comes to the battlefield of love, he is as awkward as a new recruit. So silent when's guess was correct. Even he himself didn't know the answer in his heart. After drying his hair, he turned off the hairdryer, but his eyes were still thoughtful. After a while, Lu Linha's throat moved slightly, and he spoke slowly. I'm not targeting you. You must blow dry your hair after washing it. Otherwise, it will not only damage the hair quality, but also cause you to catch a cold. He didn't know why he suddenly wanted to explain, as if he was afraid that the girl would misunderstand him. Yeah, the girl responded softly. Also, although your injury has healed, you still should not do strenuous exercise. Otherwise, it will easily relapse. Although a lot of problems have been solved recently, it's still not safe outside. I'm not restricting your travel, but if you want to go out, tell me so I can ask someone to protect you. Aren't you sleepy? Go to bed. Lu Linha looked down, and after looking at the girl, he fell silent. I saw the girl's head resting on the back of the chair, her mouth slightly open, sleeping soundly. The so-called was just her subconscious response after she fell asleep. Looking at the girl's peaceful sleeping face, he was silent for a while, then asked, Are you a fool? He shook his head, smiled, and instead of waking her up, he carried her to bed. Good night. At night, Lu Linha was sleeping soundly when he was hit in the abdomen by a flying kick. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw An Meng had rolled from the other side to his side. Take my kick. Are you fighting with the little monsters again? He sighed helplessly and gently took An Meng's feet away. Just as he put them down, the girl rolled over and his soft fragrance fell into his arms. Well, it looks like it's my senpai this time. After so many days and nights together, Lu Linha already knew An Meng's dreams very well. He just closed his eyes when he heard the girl's lone mumbling in her sleep. Honey, I was wrong. He opened his eyes suddenly. Who are you calling? A new character appeared in the dream. The girl then added, I like my husband the most. Hug me, husband. The man's eyes were empty. So this girl has always thought like this? That's right. Otherwise, why would she risk her life to block the bullet for me? The night was very quiet. So quiet that even his heartbeat seemed so noisy. He didn't know what the exact answer should be. He only knew that since the day An Meng lost his memory, his life had indeed become much more colorful than before. After losing her memory, An Meng did not become more introverted, but instead became more lively and active, letting herself go. Granted, she wasn't a perfect wife. She would swear, be picky about food, and not give him face. But at the same time, she is kind and simple. Her emotions are written on her face, and she will stand up in life and death situations. This feeling made him inexplicably feel real. From childhood to adulthood, the thing that has been around him the most is hypocrisy. He is surrounded by false praises, and only when they betray him will a hint of truth be revealed. But An Meng is different. She is a girl who is true to her nature from beginning to end, and this kind of truthfulness is what he lacks the most. The reason why he didn't want to go home before was, firstly, he was too busy, and secondly, he didn't have much expectations. Now, when he is free at the company, he becomes unconsciously curious. What is she doing today? Is she playing some new game with her employees? Gradually, he became interested in going home, because there is always an interesting soul waiting for him at home. Thinking of this, Lu Linha's heart was filled with tenderness, and he gently stroked the girl's soft hair. This feeling should be heartbeat. He was confused at first, but somehow, after listening to her talking in her sleep, he seemed to suddenly have the answer. He lowered his head and left his own mark on those two alluring pale pink lips. After tasting the flavor, the girl smacked her lips. Lao He, I have said everything you taught me. Can you get my PS5 back to me? Lu Linha's smile froze. Chapter 54. Have a baby with her. What? You got the answer so quickly. The next day at the company, Shimawan was still thinking about teasing Lu Linha, but the other party took the initiative to attack. That's right. Didn't you say yesterday that you were just a contract? Silent One chuckled. You're not going to say that the past was the past and the present is the present, are you? Of course it's a contract. Lu Linha replied calmly, but I want to change it to an indefinite term. Lu Linha's personality is like this. He is suspicious, and it is not easy for him to make up his mind. But once he makes up his mind, he will act decisively. You're like a cooked duck. Your whole body is soft and rotten, except for your mouth, which is still hard. Don't come on. You are well informed. Do you have any tricks? Huh, you're still asking me about this. You entered the industry early, have a large amount of knowledge, and have rich work experience. You can better implement the development concept of innovation, coordination, openness, and sharing. Of course, you're the best person to ask for advice. Moreover, you're the general manager of the company. Every time I propose a plan, you will help me with advice, right? Are you holding a shareholders meeting here? Chun Siwen teased, and then slowly said, although it makes sense, the problem is that this plan seems to have nothing to do with the company. Why is it okay? Isn't my child the future heir of the company? If I don't have a child with her, the company will have no heir, and without an heir, it will be easy for outsiders to steal it. Isn't this the company's business? Silent One gave a thumbs up. You are truly invincible. He had seen many men picking up girls, but this was the first time he had seen someone who could talk about picking up girls so righteously. Then why don't you speak quickly? People say that the business world is like a battlefield. I would say that love is also like a battlefield. You've read The Art of War, right? There's a saying that goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. If you want to make a specific plan, you have to first understand what others think of you and how much they like you. Lu Linha nodded, his eyes deep, as if he was thinking, you want me to go to a party with you this Saturday? As soon as Lu Linha came back today, he gave An Meng a bombshell news. Yes, this is a business gathering held by Nanjing City for the entire city. Those attending are all famous leaders and entrepreneurs in the city. They usually bring female companions to such events. Come with me. Are all their female companions wives? Lu Linha paused. Some of them are not. In fact, most of the female companions at such parties are not wives. After all, most leaders and entrepreneurs are middle-aged or elderly, and their wives are mostly older, so they will find a young, beautiful, knowledgeable, and eloquent female secretary as a female companion. Then you can find another woman to be your companion. 3 thoughts popped up in Lu Linha's mind at this moment, just like the options when facing the appearance of beautiful girls in Gal Game. The first option, the domineering CEO style. The woman who can be by my side must be you. This was quickly rejected by Lu Linha. If he said so, An Meng would most likely reply that you seem to have a serious illness and then decisively refuse. The second option, the stingy CEO style. You are hired by me, so you have the obligation to accompany me. An Meng would not refuse this, but her favorability towards him would definitely decrease further. After thinking it over, Lu Linha said, it's not that easy to find a female companion. She needs to be a beautiful, generous, elegant, knowledgeable, and excellent woman. You are the only such excellent girl around me." As expected, An Meng was stunned. She was stunned for a long time, then pointed at her nose and asked, "Are you sure you're talking about me?" "Of course, there is a second woman. Isn't this the one?" And Meng pointed at Xin, she who was standing beside her. Xin, she learned her lesson this time, and quickly said that she had something else to do, and quickly left. The girl waved her hands. Okay, since you said so, I'll go with you." "Well, a car will pick you up on Saturday afternoon." After Lu Linha left, Xin Xian came back. "Oh, you're done so soon? Traitor." And Meng said angrily, "Xin si lu mbazat." "There's nothing we can do, madam. We can't afford to offend Mr. Lu. Besides, Mr. Lu really loves you. He almost praises you to the sky." And Meng curled her lips. "Tisk, I didn't expect that he would say something so against his will in order to achieve his goal. That's how capitalists are. Aren't you touched?" "I'm touched." Other girls might be moved by these words, but not me. And Meng pinched her waist. "Then why is your face so red?" There's still a few days until Saturday. And during these days, there's one thing that makes An Meng feel strange. That means Lu Linha actually got off work on time. In the past, he could be considered a model worker in the company. He would only come back 2 or 3 days a week at most. And sometimes it was normal for him to stay in the company for 3 or 4 days in a row. But in recent days, he would go home on time after get off work every day, and one day he even came back before noon. In fact, there was nothing wrong with coming back early, but he was like the haunting ring. Except for the bathroom, she would always see him no matter where she was in the manor. Every time I asked him why he was here, he would only reply with 2 words. An unexpected encounter. This chance encounter left her with no time to even broadcast live or play games. What's even more outrageous is that at night, every time she turned over while playing with her phone, she would always find Lu Linha staring at her, sometimes even showing her a mysterious smile, which made her feel creepy. She seriously suspected that this guy knew her secret of being afraid of ghosts, so he was scaring her on purpose. On Saturday noon, the car to pick up An Meng had not arrived yet, but the makeup team came again. "Hello, ma'am. We meet again." The female makeup artist greeted with a smile. "Why are you guys here again?" Although An Meng had only met them once, she knew that nothing good would happen if she saw them. Sure enough, another 3 hours passed. However, although it has been a long time, the team's business capabilities are still online. This time, An Meng changed into a corseted halter evening dress. The upper part of the dress was black, the middle was gradient gray, and it turned into white gauze at the hem, which looked inexplicably layered. The 2 thin black straps formed a sharp contrast with her snow-white skin, and her delicate collarbone and petite shoulders were a beautiful sight in themselves. This time, her makeup was not heavy, but rather nude, with pink lipstick and a few curly bangs falling on the sides. She looked lazy yet elegant, beautiful yet playful. "Madam, you are truly a natural beauty. You can easily handle any style of makeup. I have done makeup for many celebrities, but there are not many who can reach Madam's level. Don't worry, you will definitely be the most dazzling presence at the banquet today. I don't want to be the most dazzling one. After all, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. People should still be humble. Yes, it turns out that Madam is at a higher level. Second, dazzling is enough." In the afternoon, Lu Linha returned to the manor to pick up An Meng. An Meng, who was wearing makeup, was pushed out by everyone. The makeup artist smiled and said, "Boss Lu, how is it this time?" Lu Linha stared at An Meng for a long time and nodded heavily. "Perfect." An Meng initially thought that Lu Linha was just joking until she got in the car. She realized that it might not be the case. After she got in the car, the driver kept staring at the rearview mirror with his eyes wide open. "Lu Linha, old Pan, why don't you drive?" Oh. The driver responded a few times. "Sorry, Mr. Lu. The car is so beautiful. I'll drive it right away, madam." Lu Linha and An Meng. Chapter 55 today is a lady. The banquet was held in a commercial building in the city center. Today, the entire building was booked, and only high-ranking people from the upper class came, which was enough to show the status of this banquet. Lu Linha brought An Meng to the entrance. The receptionist at the door looked at their admission tickets and let them in. As they walked along the road, Lu Linha warned, "Be careful with your words when you go in, and try to be ladylike. You are representing the Lu family, so don't swear." And Meng curled her lips. "What will happen if it explodes?" Lu Linha glanced at her sideways. "Then I will block your mouth." "Fisk, you're just bragging. There's so many people in the venue. It would be even more ridiculous if you stuffed a cloth into my mouth." An Meng said disapprovingly. I didn't say cloth. What do you use? With your mouth. Oh my God. An Meng burst out subconsciously, and then her beautiful eyes shrank, and she quickly covered her mouth. This doesn't count. We haven't even entered the venue yet. Lu Linha admired the girl's panic, and after a while, the corners of his lips curled up. I know, I'm not in a hurry. And Meng originally thought that the banquet would be like a wedding banquet, with everyone sitting at each table, but in fact she was wrong. The banquet here is more like a Western party. Everyone can move and talk freely. There's also a dance floor in the middle where men and women are already twisting their waists and exchanging glances. Waiters are arranged throughout the venue to provide alcohol and beverage services at any time. At this time, there were already quite a few people attending the venue. The men were dressed in suits, and the women were dressed in skirts, looking like an upper-class scene. Lu Linha ordered a glass of red wine and got An Meng a glass of juice. As soon as they entered, almost everyone in the venue focused their attention on them. Many people greeted them and walked over. Wow, you are so famous, Lao He. The girl looked surprised. Lu Linha is now very famous in Nanjing City. Not only did he escape a fatal attack from Shangtang Group, he even spared the other party, absorbed their shares and profits, and turned their enemy into a friend. This ability and vision are enough to make the upper echelons of Nanjing look up to this young man. It's normal. When they come over, you and I will say hello together. I don't even know them. How can I fight them? I saw most of them on the wedding day. I was totally blacked out at that time. So how could I remember it? Then let me call you first and then introduce you to it. You just need to follow me. During the conversation, 3 people came over. Mr. Lu, are you all right? Director Wang too. Lu Linha responded and said to An Meng, this is Deputy Director Wang from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Director Wang. Director Wang, Madam is still so beautiful. This is President Ma Jun of Juema Group. Boss Ma. Mr. Ma, hello, madam. This is Director Nye Yu Huan of the Personnel Department of the Education Department. Director Nye. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Is there any problem? And Meng blinked, looking confused. Director Nye, it's okay, ma'am. I just feel like the shout you made just now was like you were going to use the diamond ring to capture me. After a long time, the recognition process finally came to an end, and Meng let out a sigh of relief. She never imagined that an ordinary citizen like her would one day get to know a group of big leaders, and that they would treat her with such respect. Why, are you nervous? Of course, a commoner like me would be nervous facing these big leaders. Then why are you so relaxed in front of me? You're different from them. Oh, what's the difference? Lu Linha became interested. And Meng looked at Lu Linha, then at the group of leaders, and blurted out, hair. Lu Linha narrowed his eyes. What kind of answer is this? Look at those leaders who have bald hair. This hairstyle is intimidating. You have too much hair, so you don't feel oppressive. How about that? Doesn't it make sense? Let's not talk about whether it makes sense or not. I can only say that in my entire life, I have never heard you say something like this. Well, you saw it today. However, when Lu Linha mentioned it, she realized that before his rebirth, although An Meng was dissatisfied with Lu Linha, he still had to be respectful when he saw Lu Linha. But now, she doesn't have this feeling at all. Instead, she gets along very easily and freely. At this point, she can only come to one conclusion. That means she is getting stronger and stronger, not afraid of power, and full of righteousness. Oh, by the way, Lao He, aren't civil servants not allowed to attend a banquet? Why are there so many leaders here? Not being allowed to participate doesn't mean they will comply. The law clearly stipulates the illegal acts, but people are still going to prison one after another. Lu Linha said and paused. Also, you have to call me husband outside. Oh, honey, when can we take a break? My legs are sore. Lu Linha lowered his head to look at the little feet wrapped in the crystal shoes and said, come on, I'll help you sit down in the rest area over there. After saying that, the man held the girl's hand. The girl did not resist and let the man lead her, step by step, to the rest area. You take a rest here first. I have a few friends over there. I'll go say hello to them and come back. Yeah, the girl waved her hand at him. Fuck you. Ouch. The man withdrew his hand from knocking her head, and seeing that she looked aggrieved, he couldn't help but rub her hair, then turned and left. After sitting down, she supported herself on the stool with her hands and stretched her legs out. You are here to represent the Lu family's image. Somehow, Lu Linha's words suddenly flashed in her ears, and she was so scared that she quickly put her legs down and sat down again. Because mobile phones were not allowed in such venues, she could only drink juice and watch the people dancing to pass the time. Suddenly, her vision was blocked. She dodged to the left, and the opponent followed her to the left. She dodged to the right, and the opponent followed her to the right. She raised her eyes unhappily, and in front of her was a man in a black suit, about 20 years old, wearing a black and white hat, looking at her with a smile. "What's up?" "Excuse me, beautiful lady, are you alone?" An Meng raised her eyebrows. How could she not be a human being when asked such a question? "Of course I am, aren't you? What a coincidence, me too. My name is Mo Chen, and I just came back from studying abroad." "Nice to meet you," Mo Chen said as he took An Meng's hand and pretended to kiss her. When the tender little white hand was still a few centimeters away from his mouth, it suddenly clenched into a fist and punched his hat off. The man was startled, and there was some dissatisfaction in his eyes. "What do you mean? You put my hand in your face. Don't you want me to punch you?" Lu Linha only told her not to swear, but did not say she couldn't use violence. "You're a socialite without any backing, yet you dare to disrespect me? Do you know who I am? If you provoke me, don't even think about leaving." Mo Chen widened his eyes and wanted to grab An Meng, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, someone behind him grabbed his wrist. He looked up and found that there was a tall man standing behind him, relying on his height advantage to stare down at him condescendingly. "Do you know who she is?" Chapter 56, It's a Small World. Lu Linha narrowed his eyes. Although he was not furious, he was like a tiger that could not hide its murderous intent, and he was intimidating without even getting angry. "Husband." And Meng walked to Lu Linha's side, pointed at Mo Chen, and said in a standard crying voice in a costume drama, He was frivolous with me." After saying that, she covered her mouth with her hand, her body trembling slightly, as if she was sobbing, which made me feel pity for her. But in fact, she was just covering her mouth and laughing. When it comes to fanning the flames, she is a professional. Lu Linha's expression did not change, but he suddenly exerted force on Mo Chen's hand, causing his wrist to bend. Crack! It's gonna break, it's gonna break. Help! I was wrong. Lu Linha let him go. Mo Chen covered his hands and took a few steps back. After making sure he was in a safe area, he angrily asked, "What's your name, kid?" "Lu Linha." "Lu Linha? Oh, I've heard of you. The guy who used to follow my sister around. I'm from the Ning family. How dare you, a person from a declining family, mess with me? You'll have a hard time." "Ning family?" And Meng frowned slightly. "Why does it sound so familiar?" Lu Linha smiled contemptuously and let him go. "Really? Then call them over now." "Okay, wait for you." Mo Chen took out his phone and started calling people. After a while, several people came over from a distance, led by a middle-aged man with gray hair. That was the chairman of Confronting Group, Ning Wankong. "What's wrong, Yu Chen?" "Uncle." Mo Chen called out loudly and came to Ning Wankong's side. "It was this guy who did it. He broke my wrist." Ning Wankong looked at Lu Linha, and his face instantly became gloomy. Mo Chen shouted, "Why? You don't dare to speak? What's the point of you being able to fight? To get involved, you need to have a background and strength." Before he could finish his words, Ning Wankong slapped him in the face. And Meng was just watching the show when a familiar female voice came over. Meng. She looked over, her eyes bright with joy. "Yu Fei. Long time no see." The two beautiful girls in the same frame became the most eye-catching scenery in the venue. She said that the Ning family sounded familiar, and it turned out to be Ning Yufei's family. It's a really small world. And Mo Chen covered his face with his hands, looking incredulous. "Uncle, did you hit the wrong person? I'm gonna hit you, you bastard. Do you know who he is?" "I know. Isn't he Lu Linha from the Lu group?" "Pa, why did you hit me again? Knowing that, why do you still mess with him? Isn't that just a group on the verge of bankruptcy?" Mo Chen was very confused. What year's version is this? Ning Yufei was speechless. "Before I went abroad. You have been studying abroad for 7 years and have been held back for a grade. Times have changed. The Lu Group has just acquired most of the shares of the Shengtang Group and has also opened up many new industries. Almost half of the industries in Nanjing City are involved in it. Now is the heyday of Nanjing City. Montag Juchen was dumbfounded. He had only been abroad for a few years. Had the situation changed so much? He scratched his head and looked at Lu Linha awkwardly. "Boss Lu, this seems to be all a misunderstanding. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. If you're a great man, don't bear grudges against a small person like me. So don't bother with a small person like me. There's one advantage for a bully like him. That is, if he knows that his backing is not as good as the other parties, he will instantly change from a barking dog to a docile sheep. Meng Meng, what do you think? Lu Linha turned his head and said softly. An Meng was still thinking when Mo Yuchen came in front of her. I'm sorry, Mrs. Liu, I thought you were single. So, when I asked you if you were alone, why did you say yes? Then if I'm not a person, then what am I? And Meng said confidently, it's my fault. I can't talk. You see, and Meng's personality is typical of someone who responds to soft words but not hard ones. Seeing the other party being so servile, she lost her temper. Why not just forget it? He's the one who gets beaten anyway. Lu Linha nodded. For Uncle Ming's sake, let's just let it go. If your hand doesn't feel well, go to the hospital. I'll cover all the expenses. How can I say that? My hand is already healed. If you don't believe me, just look hiss. Mo Yuchen shook a bit, still gasping in pain. After asking for forgiveness, Mo Yuchen did not dare to stay and quickly found a deserted place to hide. Ning Yufei was wearing a light purple evening dress today, which was inlaid with rhinestones and looked sparkling. I guess you'll come today. You look so beautiful today, Meng Meng. You look even more beautiful than on your wedding day. No way. You're prettier than me. Pfft. Meng Meng has also learned to flatter. You always spoke the truth before, but now this is the way best friends communicate. And Meng was stunned. Yes, when did she become so proficient in greetings between girls? Ning Yufei looked around and whispered, how are you? And how are you doing lately? What do you mean? Emotion. As for feelings, it's okay. Ning Yufei's eyes dimmed. He has been quite filial to me as his father recently. Thinking of Lu Linha's behavior standing up for her just now, and Meng nodded with satisfaction and gave the old father affirmation. Dad, are you calling me? No, I mean, why would be Dad? Aren't you a couple? Husband and wife? Don't you know we are fake? But didn't you pretend to be serious on your wedding day? No way. This is a genuine original product, and it has not been opened yet. Ning Yufei's mouth twitched. This was the first time she had seen someone describe herself as a product. She continued, but I clearly saw you naked in the hotel that day. That. And Meng's pretty face turned red. That was a misunderstanding. She briefly talked about how she got drunk and took off her clothes that day, but she didn't say anything about how she pestered Lu Linha for his younger brother, or how she went in the bathroom to get the shower head and make a phone call. After all, she still has to save some face. That means I still have a chance. Of course, Qinlan has not been at the manor recently. It seems that she went to study in another city. There is no woman of a different surname around Lao He. And Meng swore solemnly, not counting herself at all. Really? Then I get it. Thank you for the information, Meng Meng. Don't be polite, we are all brothers. The reason why Lu Linha came back was because he was afraid that Meng would be lonely. Now that he saw someone chatting with her enthusiastically, he stopped talking and just stood aside, watching the two girls chatting with interest. Because she didn't have a cell phone, and Meng asked the waiter for 2 empty mineral water bottles and played a rock-paper-scissors game with Ning Yufei. Whoever loses will be hit. What was strange was that Meng lost several games in a row and was beaten badly by Ning Yufei. When she was hit for the nth time, the girl got angry. I'm awesome. Why can't I win? And Meng shouted angrily, and then someone patted her on the shoulder. Looking back, Lu Linha was smiling. Congratulations, you swore. Chapter 57, He Will Also Be Jealous. When Meng saw the man's slightly excited smile, his mouth opened and the computer crashed instantly. What's wrong with swearing? Didn't Meng Meng often use this catchphrase before? Ning Yufei asked, puzzled. In front of rich kids like them who grew up in hypocrisy and flattery, it was still a little difficult to adapt to someone like An Meng who spoke so boldly for the first time. But after a few contacts, Ning Yufei got used to some of An Meng's quirks. Since she is used to it, Lu Linha should also be used to it. It happens often, but we agreed that it can't happen today otherwise. Lu Linha raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and his smile was intriguing. The girl was stunned. Wait, I just made a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Others heard my slip of the tongue, and the impact it caused is irreversible. You also know that I am a rule-abiding person. Now that the rules have been set, we must abide by them. It's not that serious. I just said I'm super. Okay, that's 2. Are you ready? Lu Linha took a step forward. The girl stepped back quickly. Wait a minute. Why, do you want to cheat? Of course, if you don't want to, then forget it. Really? The girl's eyes lit up. The man nodded. If you really can't afford it, I can't force you, right? Lu Linha used a tactic of advancing to retreat, and, as expected, the naive An Meng fell into the trap of provocation. Who can't afford to play? Come on, who's afraid of who? It's just. Just what? An Meng's eyes turned, and, after looking around, her voice suddenly became weak. I'm not kidding. What I mean is, can you keep the account first and make up for it when you go back today? You have to know that this happened in public. The last time she was kissed at a wedding, she got goosebumps every time she thought about it. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the ground. After all, she is a person who wants to save face. Oh, you mean if I go back I can? That's right. A real man should keep his word. Ning Yufei looked at the two of them. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Lu Linha glanced at her and said, You don't need to understand. Ning Yufei. Afterwards, many people greeted Lu Linha. They all had a glass of wine in their hands, but most of them just chatted and did not drink. Looking at the red liquid in the wine, An Meng suddenly had an idea. If Lu Linha gets drunk today, will he be able to forget about this matter when he goes back? The pair of bright black eyes turned around a few times and then snapped his fingers. Got it. Mr. Lu, please give me more suggestions for the engineering cooperation in the first quarter of this year. I don't deserve it. Let's make progress together. Lu Linha responded and said to An Meng, Meng, this is General Manager Song Tian of Jiangwen Group. Old Song, this is my wife. I know. I met him once at the wedding. Mr. Lu is so lucky. An Meng said enthusiastically, Hello, Mr. Song. It turns out you are an old friend. Since we are old friends, we should have a drink together. Madam is still so generous. Let's have a drink. Lu Linha ordered. Waiter, please give me a glass of juice. Hey, how can juice express sincerity? If you want to drink, you have to drink wine. Waiter, please bring a glass of red wine and fill it up. The waiter quickly brought a full glass of red wine. As An Meng just took it, Lu Linha gently pressed her shoulder. He frowned slightly and whispered, Have you forgotten that you can't drink? Have you forgotten that you had a headache for several days after drinking that time? But this is an old friend. An Meng frowned, and her eyes suddenly lit up. How about you do it for me, husband? Cheers. Lu Linha was stunned. Song Tian said quickly, It's okay, Mr. Lu. We don't need to drink so much. We don't have to swallow our deep feelings. They are all in our hearts. No, it doesn't matter if you don't drink it for me, husband. I'll drink it myself. An Meng was about to drink, but was stopped by Lu Linha. Okay, I'll drink it for you. After that, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all. After finishing the drink, An Meng looked at the other person again. Hey, this gentleman looks a little unfamiliar. Mrs. Lu, I am Huang Zhe, the manager of Beiyuan Group. This is our first meeting, so please bear with me. Hello, Manager Huang. Since this is the first time we meet, we have to have a drink. Waiter, another glass, fill it up. Parking lot. The driver, Lao Pan, was looking at his mobile phone boredly in the car when he saw a man being supported by several people and rushing towards him. Looking closely, the person being supported was Lu Linha. Mr. Lu, Old Pan hurriedly got out of the car and helped Lu Linha sit in the back seat. After entering the car, Lu Linha leaned back in his seat, neither raising his head nor opening his eyes. The driver started the car and looked at Lu Linha in the rearview mirror. What happened to Mr. Lu? Oh, he drank too much. Everyone told him to drink less, but he wouldn't listen. An Meng spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. She seemed helpless, but in fact she was gloating. After that, everyone who came to see Lu Linha at the banquet was toasted by her for various reasons, and Lu Linha could only drink one glass after another. At first, she could still remember how many glasses Lu Linha had drunk, but later, even she herself didn't know. She only knew that if she drank this much, she would never wake up. By tomorrow, he would definitely have forgotten about it. That shouldn't be the case. Mr. Lu has a serious stomach problem and hasn't drunk alcohol for many years. The girl was stunned. Stomach disease? Yes, Mr. Lu drank too much at social events before, and he got a serious illness. Once he drinks too much, he will be in great pain. He has been hospitalized several times. He usually takes good care of himself. Why did he drink so much this time? No, I don't know. An Meng looked out the window guiltily. Hey, if something goes wrong, how should I explain it to the old lady and manager Shun? An Meng turned to look at Lu Linha. At this moment, he had his eyes closed, his head resting on the seat, slightly tilted up. The night light shone on the profile of his face, outlining his handsome and perfect lines. She bit her lower lip unconsciously and clenched her two little hands. At this time, the car happened to pass by a pharmacy, and she hurriedly said, "Driver, please stop the car. I'm going to buy something." Lao Pan stopped the car, and Meng quickly got out and went into a roadside pharmacy. "What are you doing, ma'am?" "Probably to buy medicine." The driver was startled. "Mr. Liu, you are not drunk?" "A little, not to mention dry red wine." He used to drink white wine in one gulp in order to attract business for the group and to please his leaders and other group bosses. "Although I drank a lot today, I was at most a little tipsy, but I wasn't completely drunk." "Boss Liu, I have conveyed to my wife everything you taught me to say, word for word." "I heard it. It was a good performance." Lu Linha nodded with satisfaction. He had sent a message to the driver in advance when he was upstairs. As for stomach problems, he did have them before, but ever since the Lu group gained a foothold, he no longer had frequent social engagements, and he also invested a lot of money and energy in maintaining and exercising his body, so he had long since recovered. "Boss Lu, what about my slip of the tongue earlier?" "Forget it this time. Be careful next time." Lu Linha patted the driver's shoulder. "I'd be jealous too." "Yes, yes." Chapter 58. Service After Being Drunk. In the evening, a Cullinan stopped at the gate of the manor. The car door opened, and a small foot wearing silver crystal shoes landed on the ground. An Meng got out of the car with difficulty. The reason why it was difficult was because there was another person on her back. "Someone come quickly. Give me a hand." Several security guards rushed over and took Mr. Liu over. "What's going on, ma'am?" "It's okay, it's just a little bit of alcohol. It's not a big deal. Don't worry, I've already bought some medicine, and Mr. Liu won't have stomach problems." And Meng explained quickly. "Stomach problem? What stomach? Ouch. What's wrong with you?" "It's okay, Mr. Liu was too heavy and twisted his foot." "I get it, ma'am." In fact, his foot was fine, but Lu Linha's hand on his shoulder suddenly exerted force, and he couldn't help but scream out in pain. The security guards here are also very smart. After being pinched, they will understand to speak less. "Well, help me get Mr. Liu to the room, quietly, don't let anyone see." Clear. It was late at night, and there was no one outside the manor. The security guard helped Lu Linha into the villa and tiptoed to the third floor. "Okay, leave it to me." And Meng carried Lu Linha on her back and warned him, "Don't tell anyone else about this." She was afraid that these people would tell the secret to Tian Huifang and others. She was in the wrong in this regard, and if she was scolded by Tian Huifang for this, she didn't know how to respond. "Don't worry, ma'am." After saying goodbye to the security guard, and Meng helped Lu Linha into the room. Lu Linha only realized today that pretending to be drunk is a technical job. He had to pretend that he couldn't walk, and at the same time, he had to control his strength for fear of crushing the girl. These few short steps were more tiring than if he had walked alone. And Meng put Lu Linha on the bed, let out a long breath, and wiped the sweat off his face. "How come you are as heavy as a cow?" Lu Linha thought. "You can't bear it? I'm not even embarrassed to put pressure on you." He opened his eyes slightly, tried to observe the situation, and then a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. The girl was facing away from him, kicking the crystal shoes away. She then flexibly put her arms behind her back and unzipped the back of her evening dress. The dress fell gently to the ground, revealing her stunning back. The soft curves and icy skin looked even more dazzling and charming under the light, but it was a pity that the white underwear was too eyesore and prevented him from further appreciating the art. Although this girl is thin, she has all the plumpness. I didn't expect that pretending to be drunk would bring me such an unexpected gain. He was admiring the beautiful scenery when his cell phone suddenly rang. And Meng turned around, and Lu Linha quickly closed his eyes. And Meng came to the bed, picked up Lu Linha's cell phone, answered it, and put it to her ear. "Hello. The user you dialed is already asleep. Please call again tomorrow." "What? You are silent? It's useless. He is already asleep." With that, she hung up the phone and turned on airplane mode. Then she pinched her waist and looked at Lu Linha for a long time. "You guy, if you can't drink, then don't drink. Why are you trying to show off?" The girl said, muttering softly, "It's as if I owe you something." "Is this a secret apology?" Lu Linha struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth. The AKs in the Special Forces training camp were not as difficult to suppress as the corners of his mouth at this moment. "Isn't it a bit bad to let you sleep in your suit like this?" "Let's not talk about suits for now. Have you ever seen anyone sleeping with shoes on?" "Forget it. I'll help you this time." And Meng first helped Lu Linha take off his shoes and socks, then unbuckled his belt and took off his suit and trousers. Of course, she didn't touch the clothes inside. Although Lu Linhe usually wore pajamas, it would definitely be a big project if she was asked to help change. Lu Linhe kept his eyes closed the whole time, enjoying the service provided by An Meng and smelling the refreshing scent of her perfume. It was a mixed scent, not only with floral notes, but also with the scent of ambergris and lemon. The smell was very light and not pungent, and it smelled restrained and elegant. This is an exclusive style he customized for An Meng from the perfume house florist. She is the only one in the world who has this perfume scent, and it is a scent that belongs only to her. Of course, An Meng didn't know. She only knew that it smelled pretty good, and she often used it as toilet water. But compared to perfume, he prefers the scent that An Meng has. After changing his clothes, he heard An Meng walk into the bathroom and come out again. Just as he was wondering what An Meng was doing in there, a wet towel fell on his face. After An Meng cleaned his face, she also wiped his hands and feet. I didn't expect this little girl to provide such thoughtful service. Just as Lu Linhe finished praising him, An Meng muttered to himself, "Hey, I remember he used different towels to wipe his face and feet. Forget it. Why should men be so particular? One is enough." Lu Linhe? He was wrong. An Meng's service was not about being attentive, but about being unexpected. After wiping, An Meng opened the storage refrigerator in the room, poured himself a glass of juice, drank a few sips, and went into the bathroom again. After a while, the sound of flowing water and a girl humming a song could be heard from inside. Lu Linhe opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, picked up his phone, looked at it, and quietly called back. Although he is very busy, An Meng called at this time. Maybe there is something going on in the company. "Hello, it's me. I'm not asleep. Stop talking nonsense. What's the matter?" As expected, An Meng is still working overtime in the company. He first expressed his jealousy of Lu Linhe's leisurely life, and then said that there was a contract matter that he needed to ask him for instructions. Lu Linhe talked with him for a while, glanced towards the bathroom, and whispered, "Let's do this for now, and we'll talk about it when I get to the company tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, he picked up the half cup of juice that An Meng had drunk and drank it all. He hadn't drunk a drop of water since he came back, and coupled with the girl's blood-pumping service just now, he had to drink something cold to cool down. After finishing the drink, he was just about to pour another half cup for An Meng when he suddenly heard a noise from the bathroom. Lu Linhe quickly laid back on the bed. About 10 minutes later, An Meng came out of the bathroom. She was wrapped in a bath towel. Perhaps there were too many charming places on her. Lu Linhe didn't know whether he should appreciate her delicate face like a lotus emerging from the water, or her slender and white legs, or the deep ravines that made him intoxicated. Because Lu Linhe was usually responsible for blow-drying hair. Now that he had collapsed, An Meng had to do it herself. She wiped it with a towel, and then blew it briefly with a hairdryer. Perhaps it was too troublesome to blow it, so she blew it half dry and put it down. At this time, she picked up the water cup, and when she saw that it was empty, she blinked several times. Strangeness. How come she remembered that there was half a cup left? If she didn't drink it, who did? Is it haunted? The girl was startled, but she suddenly realized something was wrong. She put down the cup of water and focused her eyes on the sleeping Lu Linhe. Could be this guy. Lu Linhe was lying flat on the bed with his eyes closed, motionless. She slowly walked to the bed, supported herself on the bed with her hands, and observed the other person seriously. At this moment, Lu Linhe suddenly opened his eyes and dragged her onto the bed. Wow! Chapter 59, Close Contact. The moment An Meng was dragged onto the bed, she was really scared. Just think about it. A person lying in bed and sleeping soundly suddenly gets up and attacks. It is like taking a walk by a calm stream, and suddenly a crocodile jumps out of the river. Her first thought at that time was, could it be that Lao He has turned into a zombie? If he changes, he will definitely be an elite monster. Help, woo-woo. Before she could shout out, Lu Linhe covered her mouth. Shuh, be quiet. When saying this, Lu Linhe just felt a little strange. If he remembered correctly, this was his own home, right? How did he act like a criminal who broke into a house and stole flowers? If this attracted other people, they would think he was doing some forced play. After all, he's a man who cares about his reputation. It's okay for him to play with it in private, but it would be bad if outsiders knew about it. And Meng's mouth was covered, and she only stared at him with her bright eyes. Her long eyelashes added a bit of liveliness. If you don't call me, I'll let you go. Do you hear me? If you do, blink. The girl blinked a few times. Lu Linhe slowly let go of his hand. And Meng opened her mouth again, and he covered it again in fear. Didn't I tell you not to yell? What? M. Although the girl couldn't speak, Lu Linha could understand what she meant from her tone. Release. He let go, and Meng let out a long breath. Who's going to yell? I was just yawning. Weren't you drunk and asleep? Why are you awake? Lu Linha was silent for a moment, then said calmly, Get up to go to the bathroom. Chi? Where is he? Meng looked around. I didn't say anything about him. When I said getting up at night, I meant getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Oh, then you go to sleep. I'll go down first. The girl was about to move, but Lu Linha held her waist, and she couldn't move. What are you doing? She widened her eyes and began to twist, trying to resist. Don't move, the man frowned. Why? My stomach hurts. As soon as these words were spoken, the girl in his arms instantly became obedient. You care a lot about your friend. Lu Linha's voice was calm, but he was actually suppressing his unhappiness. It's a shame. I can't say I care about it, but I've been his father for so long anyway. Father? Why? When the girl saw the man's narrowed eyes, she secretly thought that something was wrong. By the way, this guy's father is missing. This joke is really a joke from hell. Oh, love is a light, so beautiful. She sang along. How about it? I sing well, don't I? It sounds nice, but a little unpleasant. Although Lu Linha was being sarcastic, his expression had eased a lot. And Meng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had fooled her. This damn conditioned reflex. Could you please not be so sensitive next time? Why didn't you mention that you have such a friend before? He had no interest in Meng's social circle before, but now his attitude has changed, so he naturally becomes concerned. And Meng hesitated. Nonsense. It wasn't me who used the account in Meng before. She thought for a while and said, He is a distant relative of mine. He just came here recently. We only met online before. Lu Lin had chuckled and did not comment. Well, Mr. Lu, are you done asking questions? Can you let me go? From just now until now, she has been held in Lu Lina's arms, and the distance between them is perhaps only a dozen centimeters. The man smiled and said, Don't you usually sleep with someone in your arms? Why are you shy today? Today is different. What's the difference? Why do you have so many questions? Let go. That won't do. You haven't fulfilled your punishment for tonight yet. The girl's eyes narrowed. How come Big Brother still remembers this? It seems that I drank too little. And aren't they a contracted couple? Why does he always want to contact her? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as my consent. After the man said this, he slightly exerted force on the hand that was resting on the girl's slender waist and pulled her closer. At this moment, An Meng suddenly reached out and covered Lu Linha's face like a kitten pressing its owner. Wait a moment. Why? Do you want to regret it? The girl pursed her lips. Who regrets it? Don't move. I will do it myself. If she really can't escape, then she will choose to be the active one instead of being passive. Okay, then you come. After saying that, Lu Linha closed his eyes. And Meng was full of enthusiasm when she said it, but when it came to doing it, she started to feel depressed again. Why would she, a straight woman like her, end up like this? But Meng stared at him for a long time. To be fair, Lao Lu is quite handsome. Whether at home or outside, he is always the focus of the crowd. Even a beauty like Ning Yufei regards him as her dream lover. Thinking of this, and Meng was suddenly stunned. Wait a minute. Ning Yufei and Lu Linha seem to have been a couple. If they were a couple, they should have kissed. If she kisses Lu Linha now, would that be equivalent to kissing Ning Yufei indirectly? As soon as this thought came to mind, and Meng suddenly didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. Why are you so slow? Can't you find it? Lu Linha opened his eyes at this time. What's the hurry? The girl took a deep breath, closed her beautiful eyes slightly, and went for it. Due to a legal modification, 200 words are omitted here. And Meng's eyes were dull. What is this guy doing? She subconsciously felt like vomiting, but what made her crazy was that her body didn't feel nauseous at all. Instead, she felt inexplicably tipsy. There was a stark contrast between her mind and body. It's like an official who, when faced with temptation, feels that he should be incorruptible, but unfortunately his hand has already taken the other party's card. Bah, you are sick. Don't talk nonsense. I just passed the disease to you. How do you feel? Are you okay? What a fart. Oh, so it's not good. It doesn't matter. We still have one more chance, right? Huh? No, that's not what I meant. Hey, the moon outside the window was also obscured by dark clouds, and it seemed that even it had to hide with a blushing face, unwilling to disturb this good show. P.S. Ladies, the debut of this book seems to have ended. I would like to thank everyone for supporting An Meng. I first came here because I thought there would be more readers here, and more people would read what I wrote. In fact, there are indeed more people reading here, but although it is lively, the actual income is less than 100 yuan a day, only 70 yuan today. I saw some people in the comment section were afraid that I would quit. Don't worry about that. An Meng has 5 completed works. That's why I still have the professional ethics. The story of An Meng and Lu Linhe will be written to the end. But An Meng still wants to ask for something here. I don't ask for rewards, such as urging for updates, free props, etc. Actually, I don't understand what can be counted as money now. Anyway, anything that can be counted as income, I hope everyone can support me more. Here, An Meng pays tribute to the parents who provide us with food and clothing who are about to turn to the next chapter. Chapter 60, Blood Red Brand. In the conference room, a manager stood in front of the round table and took on the role of host. Okay, let's have a regular management meeting next. Welcome our CEO, Lu. Hey, CEO Lu, what's wrong with your mouth? There was a cut at the corner of Lu Linhe's mouth, and the dark red color was very dazzling. I was bitten by a mosquito, Lu Linhe said lightly. Oh, Mr. Lu, this is the plan for the real estate development department for the first quarter of this year. We will build shopping malls and commercial centers in several urban areas of Nanjing. The specific investment amount is approximately. The project manager was chattering on the podium, and Lu Linhe was sitting below, listening seriously. He seemed serious, but Shimawan could see something was wrong. That is, usually Lu Linhe's notebook would be full of records, but today, there's not a single word on it. This is our plan for the first quarter. Does Mr. Lu have any other instructions? Lu Linhe came back to his senses. Are you done? Yes, Mr. Lu. Do you have anything to add? Lu Linhe looked down at the notebook and found it was blank, then he fell silent. Silent One said, Mr. Lu has written a lot of questions. I'm afraid I don't know which one to ask first, so let me raise a few first. He took over the conversation and successfully rescued Lu Linhe. After the meeting, Lu Linhe and Shun Maoan walked out of the meeting room. Mr. Lu, you don't seem to be in good shape today. A little distracted. Is it because of that little girl again? Lu Linhe turned and looked at him. Don't look at me. The only person who can make you neglect your work right now is probably her. They say that beauty is the root of trouble. It's true. Lu Linhe pinched his nose and said, It's not her fault. It's my problem. It was said that Lu Linhe had drunk some wine yesterday and got drunk, so he accidentally kissed her a little too deeply. Although the process made him intoxicated, there's a saying that the more beautiful something is, the more likely it is to hurt people. And Meng did not resist during the kiss, and even under his attack, her originally stiff body slowly softened. But when he let go, the girl first gasped heavily and then immediately bit him back, leaving a bloody mark on his lips. On normal nights, An Meng would unconsciously fall into his arms when she fell asleep, but last night, she didn't come over even once. He thought the little girl was angry and was in a cold war, but he never expected that something even more outrageous was yet to come. The next day, he wanted to explain to An Meng that he was drunk and behaved out of control yesterday, but before he could say anything, the girl rushed over and glared at him. After staring at him for a while, she reached out her hand to him. Give me money. What money? You have breached the contract. Article 9 of the contract states it very clearly. An Meng handed the contract to Lu Linhe. Article 9 of the contract. The maximum extent of the intimate gesture between Party A and Party B to show affection is a single lip kiss. If the two parties take further actions, it will be considered a breach of contract. Once a breach is made, the other party may impose corresponding penalties on the breaching party, depending on the circumstances, with a maximum penalty of no more than 4% of the contract amount. Note, in serious cases, you can choose to skip the contract and report to the police. See? Only a single kiss is allowed. You broke the contract. According to the contract, you have to give me 10,000 yuan. You kissed me twice, so it's 20,000 yuan. Lu Linhe never expected that the contract he designed would actually hinder him one day. Shen Maowen was surprised and said, What? 20,000 yuan for kissing twice? This price is too high. I remember that an 18th tier star would only make. Before he could finish his words, he was blocked by Lu Linhe's sharp eyes. Yes, your little girl is not an 18th tier star. Just based on her looks and figure, she must be a popular actress. By this calculation, you're making a profit. Lu Linhe pinched his tall nose bridge and said, It would be great if money alone could solve this problem. Silent One, didn't you hold a banquet specifically to test her? Did you get any results? The organizer of yesterday's banquet was none other than Lu Linha, but he concealed his identity and chose to hold the banquet in the name of Nanjing City. The man thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to say." He only knew that An Meng was not averse to kissing him, but obviously could not accept more radical behavior. This time, the little girl was probably scared. If only love were as easy as business. Shen Maoan waved his hand. "Forget it, I'll do it myself today." At noon, Shen Maoan used the excuse of having a free meal and followed Lu Linha back to the manor. After dinner, Chinchuan heard that An Meng had stayed in the room and had not come out, so he called Xian Xian. "The organization needs you to gather some intelligence. Just say this when you enter." After receiving the instructions, Xian Shi nodded, walked to the door, and opened a crack. An Meng was sitting on the bed, legs crossed, holding the handle in both hands, engaging in a fierce battle with a monster on TV. Xian, she made an okay gesture to the two of them and pushed the door open. A few minutes later, she came out dejected. "How is it?" Lu Linha asked hurriedly. "It's just not ideal." Xian, she recounted what had just happened. After entering the house, she greeted An Meng first, and An Meng, who was busy operating, was startled. "Who is it?" "Don't be nervous, ma'am, it's me." "Nonsense. How could I not be nervous?" The boss is only getting a little bit of health left. If you are not nervous now, then when will you be nervous? Why don't you hit his weak spot?" "Wow, how'd he get killed?" And Meng put down the handle and looked at her with resentment. "Okay, I'm not nervous anymore." Although Xian she didn't understand, she was still shocked. Madam is truly worthy of being Mr. Lu's favorite. She is indeed different from ordinary girls. "Well, madam, I'm sorry to take up your time, but I have a question for you, and I'll leave after I finish asking." "What?" "So, who is your favorite person in the entire manor?" "Why do you ask that?" "Well, it's like this. I just saw people in a manor playing a game. It's about guessing their own position in the lady's heart. If you guess correctly, you can win money. Just say it according to your ranking in your heart. If you're the first, of course it's you." And Meng said bluntly. Xian, she was a little touched. It seemed that the lady really treated her as a best friend. Of course, she quickly remembered that she came with a mission. And then, "Chef, brother." "And then what?" "Uncle Gardener." Xian Xian kept asking, but until Tian Huifang and Lu Yunlian appeared, and even the two German Shepherd and Golden Retriever guarding the manor were on the list, she still didn't hear Lu Lina's name. "And what else?" "That's it. There are only so many people in the manor." "Did you miss someone?" "Who?" "Mr. Lu. He is also considered a member of the manor." "You're asking, not about people?" After hearing what happened, Shema Wan and Lu Linha both fell silent. After a while, Shema Wan patted Lu Linha's shoulder. "Don't mind it, bro. At least you are unique in another field. You're so good at talking. It would be a shame if you didn't publish a book." Chapter 61. Countermeasures against the wife-chasing crematorium. Damn it. He was beaten to death again. Looking at the computer screen that went black again, the girl gripped the handle tightly with both hands. Damn it. She had always been able to defeat this boss without taking any damage before, but today it became particularly difficult to beat. Especially after Xian she asked her questions, she made frequent mistakes and was taken down by the opponent's combo. Is it she who kills the boss, or the boss who kills her? This is a question. As for why he couldn't win, and Meng knew it very well. Because her mind was full of thoughts, and she couldn't help but replay the scene of yesterday. The reason why she didn't snuggle into Lu Linha's arms yesterday was because she almost didn't sleep all night. She actually did that kind of thing with a man. What made her most angry was that her body not only did not reject it, but actually showed a faint intention to accept it. Although she was also angry with Lu Linha, the one who was most angry was actually herself. She felt that her will seemed to have been assimilated by her body. This discovery made her feel inexplicably panicked. She had been playing games for the whole morning and had finally forgotten a little about it. But Xian, she came in and mentioned that guy again, causing her memory to be refreshed again. She took a deep breath, lay on the bed, and covered her eyes with her hands. 1, 2, 3, and Meng successfully forgot yesterday. She began to imitate the lines of Pokemon. Then she sat up and picked up the controller again. "Okay, if you lose again this time, I'll be a pig." The girl clicked restart with great ambition. A few minutes later, looking at the black screen, she threw the controller away. "Asshole, why on earth are you sticking out your tongue?" On the other side, in Lu Linha's home office, Shen Maoan was explaining to Lu Linha. "The situation you are facing now is called the wife-chasing crematorium, using the model in the novel. What? It's just heartbreaking, hard, and torturous, and you can't catch up with her. But don't panic. The crematorium is an old-fashioned theme. As times change, we have a solution for this situation, specifically for the wife-chasing crematorium. Can't you just finish it in one breath? Wouldn't this heighten the suspense? The trick I'm going to teach you is called boiling a frog in warm water. Lu Linhe narrowed his eyes. He felt that this master seemed unreliable. In the past, the way to chase a wife was to express your love to the woman right away. If the woman's favorability was not up to standard, it would easily backfire, just like throwing a frog in a boiling water, which would naturally make the woman run away. The so-called boiling frog in warm water means approaching her as a friend first, showing your considerate and gentle side, and slowly making her fall for you. Seeing Lu Lin and Chen Mo, Chen Maoan said, "Actually, you may not understand what I mean, but love is not as complicated as you think. Sometimes it is the same as doing business. As long as you can understand the basic concept, you can apply it to other situations. Business? I'll give you a hint." Silent One paused, then said, "Do you still remember the development plan for the old city of South City?" Lu Linhe lowered his eyes, as if he was reminiscing. That year, Nanchang City issued a development plan for the old city area, and the government was about to start bidding. Many construction groups in Nanchang City had their eyes on this piece of fat meat. The Lu group was naturally no exception, but at that time their group was in a downturn, and it was very difficult to stand out in such fierce competition. If you want to pass the bidding, the most critical department is the finance department. As long as the finance department gives the nod, this matter will be a sure thing. Almost all the groups are trying to find ways to bribe the finance department in charge of bidding, trying to buy off the other party. Even if they cannot directly buy the bidding position, at least they can ask for advice on which direction they should work towards. But Director Zhang of the finance department was a very ruthless person. Whenever he saw someone coming to him with a gift, no matter how much the gift was, he would chase the person away. The sugar-coated bullets sent to him not only failed to penetrate him, but even left him with a bad impression of corruption, so he passed them over. Just when all the group bosses were lamenting that this was a project that could not be taken, Lu Linhe took action. He did not choose to bribe like others, but first investigated Director Zhang's detailed information, blood type, zodiac sign, and even personal preferences. He knew them all. He knew that Director Zhang liked to climb the city's Llama Mountain. During that period, he lurked in Llama Mountain every day. Finally, a week later, he successfully encountered Director Zhang. Lu Linhe took the initiative to greet them and climbed up together with Director Zhang. As the director and president of the Lu Group, Director Zhang naturally knew Lu Linhe and was extremely wary of him. However, along the way, Lu Linhe did not say a word and just climbed the mountain and enjoyed the scenery. Later they met by chance several times again, and Lu Linhe just followed them hiking, as if they were just two hiking buddies. Once, Director Zhang couldn't help but tell him that he would not give Lu Linhe a break in the bidding just because of their relationship, and hoped that Lu Linhe would not waste his efforts. But to his surprise, Lu Linhe said that he would not participate in the bidding for the old town. His immediate goal was to develop a project in another urban area. Director Zhang didn't believe it at first, but when he heard Lu Linhe talk about the situation of the project over there in detail and with complete knowledge, he began to believe it a little. Lu Linhe said that their group is currently in a downturn and the number of employees is currently at its lowest level in history. If they want to win the bid through formal procedures, what should they focus on? Director Zhang thought about it and gave some suggestions. The team can be small, but must be elite, with leading technical solutions, able to specify more cost-saving plans, complete qualification certificates, and demonstrate team capabilities and experience. Lu Linhe said he benefited a lot and asked about some details, which Director Zhang was happy to answer. Later, when the two of them made an appointment to climb a mountain, Lu Linhe also showed the planning proposal made by their company to Director Zhang for review and asked him for some advice. Under the guidance of Director Zhang, Lu Linhe's plans became more comprehensive and complete each time. But on the day of bidding, many large groups mysteriously withdrew from the competition. The reason was that they saw Director Zhang and Lu Linhe were very close, and they all thought that they had already made a deal privately. In addition, Director Zhang's attitude towards them was very cold. Some of them submitted letters of complaint to the government, but the response they received was that there was nothing wrong with Director Zhang. Of course, they did not think that Director Zhang was really fine, but they felt that his background was strong enough that even reporting could not bring him down, so they wisely withdrew. However, the Lu group appeared on the bidding list. Large groups came out one after another, while the plans of small groups were not as perfect as the one put forward by Lu group. In the end, Lu group won the bid without any bloodshed, and thus began its turnaround journey. After the recollection ended, Lu Linha looked at Chun Maoan. Remember, what does this have to do with love? Of course I have. You know that the trick you used on Director Zhang is called boiling a frog in warm water in love. Shen Maoan continued. You just need to imagine the young actress you want to pursue as Director Zhang and use the trick of boiling a frog in warm water on her so that she will relax her vigilance and be under your control. When the situation stabilizes, you can directly blow the horn of confession. It is guaranteed to be like bidding and win her in one fell swoop. Lu Linha frowned, then suddenly understood. He patted Silent One's shoulder and said, Sure enough, hundreds of romances are not in vain. I couldn't tell for a moment whether you were praising me or humiliating me. Both? Question mark. The two men were talking happily, but they didn't know that outside the door, a young girl was secretly lying at the door and listening. So that's how it is. P.S. Thank you all for your rewards, requests for updates, and various comments and support. Although the author has relatively little time to write in his spare time, for every 100 interactive incomes, the author will try to add one more chapter. There is no upper limit, and no credit will be given. Chapter 62. There are too few normal people. After being killed by the boss alone, for who knows how many times, An Meng no longer had any desire to play. She left the house and overheard the servants' conversation in the living room. Did you see just now that Mr. Shen came to our manor again? He is so handsome and fair-skinned. If you don't know him, you might think he is Mr. Lu's gigolo. What kind of aesthetic is that? Obviously, Mr. Lu is more handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a dignified bearing, just like he walked out of the book. I can't help it. I can only say that Mr. Shan's fair-skinned young man style pokes me more. No, I prefer a domineering and handsome guy like Mr. Lu. And Meng couldn't help but come out and said, No, what on earth are you guys talking about? Several servants blushed. The girl couldn't help but hold her forehead and shook her head. Ah, there are too few normal people like me in this villa. Puff! Who's laughing there? Don't run. Stop right there. The servants scattered like birds and beasts. However, the conversation between the servants did give her some information. That is, Lu Linha had returned, and even Shen Maoan had come with him. The last time Chen Maoan came was to have dinner, but why didn't she see them in the restaurant this time? And Meng pinched his chin, looking thoughtful. Shen Maoan has always been Lu Linha's best partner, and can help him with advice on various issues. And yesterday Lu Linha had just offended her tongue, and today Chun Maoan followed him to the villa. At this moment, a bolt of lightning passed through the back of the girl's head, causing her beautiful eyes to shrink suddenly. Could it be? Lu Linha wanted to get the 20,000 yuan back, so he asked Chen Xingwen to look at the contract, hoping to get it back by finding a loophole in the contract. Damn capitalists. Why are you coveting other people's hard-earned money? No, she had made great sacrifices to earn this money, and they can't take it no matter what. An Meng panicked and started looking around, trying to find them. Finally, she passed by Lu Linha's office and heard the noise inside. Naturally, she could hear the conversation clearly. Mr. Lu, you should treat me, your master, to a good meal today. Of course, just tell the chef what you want to eat. I remember your bloodbird's nest was quite good. The two men walked out of the office talking and laughing, and when they saw the girl at the door, their smiles froze. And Meng raised the corners of her lips, narrowed her eyes, and smiled like a cunning little fox. She came to the two of them with her hands behind her back, jumping and skipping. I never thought it would turn out like this, Mr. Lu. You have come to this day. Shen Maoan felt a little embarrassed. He never expected that there were ears behind the walls here. Normally, in the company, there are bodyguards guarding outside the office, and outsiders are not allowed to pass by casually, so the two of them can talk more unscrupulously in the office. But today they were in their home office, so they neglected this aspect. Silent One glanced at Lu Linha and saw that he had a dark face. He thought to himself that it was not good and said quickly, Well, madam, I'm just passing by. You guys chat slowly. Hey, why are you in such a hurry, Mr. Shun? And Meng teased. Well, I'll drink bird's nest. After Shen Maoan left, and Meng turned his gaze to Lu Linha again. President Lu, do you have anything else to say? Lu Linha frowned slightly. Having seen storms before, he did not panic, but asked, How much did you hear? I heard everything. An Meng said with a smile. Lu Lina's face turned dark. Unexpectedly, before his plan could be implemented, the intelligence was intercepted by the other party. The one who died before accomplishing his mission. So, what do you think? Me? My opinion of you is an old scumbag. Lu Linha was stunned. He really didn't understand the term scumbag. What's the meaning? I won't say any more. You can experience it yourself. But Mr. President, you don't want others to know that you like a popular actress, right? What? You still want to get away with it? Stop pretending. I heard everything just now. You want to chase a popular actress, and you want to boil the frog in warm water, and you want to fake marriage when you already have someone you like, and do that kind of thing. What kind of scumbag is that? Lu Lin and Xing narrowed their eyes. Well, I was right, wasn't I? Let me tell you, if you don't give me some hush money, I'm going to spread the news. Looking at the girl's cunning look as if she had succeeded, the man sighed. He never expected that someone could copy the answers wrong. She really is worthy of this title. He reached out and touched the girl's hair. If I gave you hush money, you wouldn't say anything? Of course, I have professional ethics in this regard. Okay, deal. What? He likes a famous actress in the entertainment industry. In the coffee shop, a girl stood up excitedly, attracting the attention of the customers. Sure, keep your voice down. How could Lu Linha like women from the entertainment industry? Isn't this lowering his status? Aren't all those in the entertainment industry celebrities? An Meng was puzzled. For an ordinary person like her, celebrities are people she needs to look up to. Ning Yufei and An Meng started explaining. First of all, among today's celebrities, except for a small number who started their own companies after becoming famous, the vast majority are artists signed with entertainment companies. In simple terms, they're also company employees, but their jobs are more special and their exposure rates are higher than other professions. Therefore, when celebrities meet the bosses of their companies, they have to bow and nod, and those bosses are far inferior in status in front of these traditional wealthy families. Therefore, wealthy families like them who are involved in both business and politics have a class gap with the entertainment industry. Celebrities are at best more famous, but they do not have as much money and connections as them. That is why many celebrities who marry into wealthy families are said to be marrying up. After the explanation, Ning Yufei pounded the table in anger. Damn it, which actress dared to seduce my ahi? Oh, Meng. Did I say her name at that time? No, I just heard them say she's a young actress. After saying that, An Meng looked out the window, his eyes a little unfocused, and muttered softly, strange, this guy obviously has someone he likes. Why did he kiss me? Are you still worried about that wedding? Ning Yufei asked. Yes. An Meng then realized that he had actually muttered out loud. The naive Ning Yufei didn't know that she had changed several times since the wedding. His personality is like this. He has to do the whole thing when he's acting. Don't those actors kiss during filming? Although Ahi's behavior is somewhat disregarding of your feelings, you were hired by him after all. The signing of the contract means that you agreed to it in the beginning. You can only think of yourself as an actor who sacrificed himself for the filming. After saying that, Ning Yufei looked resentful. Even though I say that, I still envy you so much. You should know how many women want to kiss Ahi, but don't have the chance. Ning Yufei's words gave An Meng some reminders. Were you paid to come here? So in Lu Lina's eyes, she was probably just a toy that he bought with money. The reason why he kissed her was probably to hone his kissing skills, so as not to lose face in front of other celebrities. It turns out that all rich people are scumbags. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. When will I get my reward? You're not going to default on it, are you? And Meng is not giving away the information for free. He wants to exchange it for money. If this information is sold to Ning Yufei, she can get 20,000 yuan. Adding the penalty for breach of contract and hush money she received from Lu Linha, she had already received 60,000 yuan that day. It's so easy and quick for these rich people to make money. At this rate, it won't be long before she is free. How can I deny the debt? But can you help me find out who that actress is? Where can I find this? I'll give you 20,000 if I find you. Leave it to me. Chapter 63. Kissing other places is also okay. Additional update. Evening. After dinner, Lu Linha was sitting on a chair reading a book, while the girl was lying on the bed with her feet up playing with her mobile phone, just like the way they usually got along. But in fact, today An Meng's eyes kept switching back and forth between Lu Lin and the clock. It's almost time. She looked at the game in her hand and deliberately said loudly, ouch, this level is so difficult to play alone. I still need 2 mobile phones. She talked to herself for a while, then stood up and looked at Lu Linha. Hey, Lao He, can you lend me your phone? What? I can't get past this level of the game. I need to use two phones to work together to win. Lu Linha closed the book. What's in it for me? You can ask for any benefit you want, as long as I can do it. An Meng patted her chest. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and widened her beautiful eyes. Except kissing. Okay, kiss somewhere else then. Huh? Somewhere else? The girl was stunned. You still want to unlock new ways to play, right? No, kissing is prohibited. Then tell me one. Well, let me sing a song for you. Love is a light so beautiful. And Meng howled at the top of his lungs. We are one family. Don't say anything. Lulina stopped him. Come over and give me a back rub. Okay. And Meng got off the bed, stood behind Lu Linha, took a horse stance, concentrated his energy into his dantian, and punched out. There was a muffled bang. How's the strength of this? Lu Linha turned around and stared at her. Forget it, just sing. After contributing a complete song, An Meng finally got the right to use Lu Linha's mobile phone. She placed two mobile phones flat on the bed, controlling one with each hand, swinging her little feet alternately, humming a little tune, and playing games. Lu Linha couldn't help laughing. How can she be so happy all the time? He looked up at his watch. It was already 7:30. He got up, found pajamas in the closet, and went into the bathroom. And Meng hummed a little tune while watching Lu Linha go in. After the bathroom door was closed, she immediately quit the game and opened Lu Linha's chat software. Ning Yufei asked her to investigate Lu Linha's Huadan lover, and she didn't forget it. The solution she came up with was to investigate Lu Linha's cell phone. Lu Linha takes a shower at this time every day. As long as he gives her the password of his mobile phone at this time, she can investigate it at will. Since Lu Linha likes this person, she must be one of the people he has contacted recently. Although it is not polite to look into other people's privacy, there is no other way. She gave so much, and Meng began the search, and soon something surprising happened to her. That is, she looked through Lu Linha's address book and all social software, but did not see any chat records with the opposite sex, and even there were very few women among his VX friends. The girl frowned. Could it be that he hid the records? It's possible that this guy is cautious by nature, something he would do. And Meng curled her lips. Snort. Dare to do it, but not to take responsibility. I despise people like her who are open-minded and don't even delete their history records when watching porn movies the most. Damn it. How am I going to find this? Unable to find the record, An Meng was at a loss for a moment. Although An Meng agreed readily for the money, when she actually did it, she found that it was not an easy task. The girl was lying on the bed with a melancholy look on her face, not knowing that the bathroom door behind her had quietly opened a crack. Lu Linha behind the door smiled meaningfully. The next day, Boss Lu, we have news from the scientific research department. They have started their work with the help of Tang Group. The research project is quantum communication, and the progress is going smoothly. In the office, Silent Wenchuan said. Lu Linha nodded. He flipped through the documents in his hand and said without looking up, I heard that the people in our department were not very polite to the people from Tang Group. Did they cause any quarrels? Yes, because some of our employees have heard some rumors that you were assassinated by Tang Guangyuan before, and Tang Group is now our subsidiary group, so they don't listen to the orders of Tang people. What happened in the past is in the past. You will have to rely on others to guide you in this regard in the future. You can wait for the clarification and say that it did not happen. Don't make blind guesses. If this happens again in the future, your performance for the month will be deducted for the first offense, and you will be fired directly for the second offense. Understood. I'll convey it to you in a moment. Silent One responded, and then he continued. By the way, Mr. Liu, without Tang blocking the way, there have been many more olive branches thrown to our scientific research department. A few days ago, the project manager contacted a new partner, Dingda Group, in the scientific research industry, and discussed a project worth several thousand yuan. Oh, well done, Lu Linha said indifferently. That's not all. He also heard something from the CEO of Dingda Group. It seems to be about Uncle Lu Hui's disappearance. Lu Linha's eyes widened, and he looked up suddenly. What? He arranged a dinner with Dingda's CEO. After hearing that he was from the Lu Group, the CEO chatted with him for a while. He said that the Lu Group, led by Lu Hui, was also very powerful back then. At that time, they discussed a scientific research project with their group, but unfortunately, he disappeared before it was implemented. The project he mentioned is called gene editing, which is a technology that changes the characteristics and functions of organisms by changing their genes. It is widely used in industries such as medicine, agriculture, and environmental protection. But this is just a very broad term, just like the drugs made by the pharmaceutical industry are also all kinds of strange. The specific research methods of each project are also different. Go to Dingda Group and find the person who was in charge of this project back then. I've already inquired about this, but don't be surprised when I tell you. You say, the working group responsible for this project has all resigned, and their whereabouts are unknown. Lu Linha narrowed his eyes. It seems that this project really has some secrets in it. Do everything you can to investigate what this project was researching. Clear. Contact the boss right away. I want to make an appointment with him. At the same time that Lu Linha was meeting with the boss, an uninvited guest came to the first floor of the group. A girl in a white down jacket and blue jeans, carrying a lunch bag, was standing in front of the glass code wall. Strange. How do we get into this place? After failing to spy on the phone yesterday, An Meng came up with another idea. The leading actresses in the entertainment industry will definitely take on endorsements and collaborations frequently. Since Lu Lin likes each other, he will definitely collaborate with that leading actress. So, whichever actress has cooperated with the Lu group and has cooperated the most is most likely the one she is looking for. So she prepared to sneak into the Lu group under the pretext of delivering lunch and find out the cooperation record between the group and celebrities. Her plan was fine, but she never expected that this floor would block her out. Whether it is an elevator or an office area, you need to scan your face or enter a password. Otherwise, you will not be able to enter at all. The anti-theft factor of this company is too high, so high that even she, the president's wife, can't get in. She also tried to call Lu Linha, but it was his male secretary who answered and told her that Mr. Lu was in a meeting and couldn't answer the call. Fortunately, she just saw someone go in and enter the password. Although she didn't see it clearly, she remembered the approximate location. As long as she guessed a few more times, she should be able to get in. Just as she was trying the password over and over again, an alarm suddenly sounded overhead. Warning, a stranger is breaking in. Chapter 64, My husband is not at home today. And Meng was startled. She had only tried a few times. Why did the alarm pop up again? She looked like a thief who was caught while breaking into the city and stealing. At this moment, a woman's voice came from behind her. Miss, what are you doing? And Meng turned around and found that the person who spoke was a receptionist at the front desk. At this moment, she was looking at herself warily. However, An Meng also understood that even if she saw someone like her who was stopped outside the door, frantically tried the password, and triggered the alarm, she would be suspicious. An Meng was speechless for a moment and pointed to his lunch bag. I'm here to deliver food to your CEO, Lu. Oh, wait a minute, I'll tell you. Hey, thank you. You're welcome. The receptionist walked to the front desk and picked up the phone. Hello, there's takeaway ordered by Mr. Lu on the first floor. An Meng's mouth twitched. Well, actually, it's not wrong to say takeout. After the receptionist finished her call, she came to An Meng. Miss, Mr. Lu is in a meeting right now. His secretary will come down to get it in a while. No, actually, I'm not just delivering food. I also want to meet Mr. Lu and deliver it to him personally. If the secretary came down to take it away, she would have no reason to enter the company and would lose a takeaway. It would be a complete loss. See him. The receptionist looked An Meng up and down. Who are you? I'm his friend. Yes, friend. There was no way. An Meng really couldn't say that she was his wife. Although legally they do have this kind of relationship, you have to know that she has a male soul in her body. It is too shameful for her to admit that she is someone else's wife. Oh, did you make an appointment? Oh, no. The receptionist was skeptical about An Meng's statement. After all, if she was Mr. Lu's friend, how could she not even get through the password wall? But judging from her clothes, she didn't seem to be an ordinary person. She remembered that the pair of Gucci jeans alone cost at least more than 10,000 yuan. Could be a fake? The receptionist had complicated thoughts, but she didn't show them. As a receptionist, being good at dealing with people is a necessary social skill. She did not refute An Meng's face, but said politely, if you don't have an appointment, I will register for you first. Please fill in your information on this form first. She took out an information registration form and handed it to An Meng. An Meng took it and looked at it. This form was called visitor registration. It was very detailed. In addition to name, age, ID number, one also had to fill in the purpose of the visit, etc. After she filled it out, she handed it to the receptionist, who took it and glanced at it before saying, please go to the reception room and wait, because Mr. Lu is in a meeting now. I'll let you know when he's free. I didn't expect Lao He to be so busy. Why does he seem so relaxed at home all day? Okay, where's the reception room? An Meng had no choice. After all, This was someone else's territory, and he could only follow their arrangements. Come with me. The receptionist took An Meng through the glass wall and into an area with a sign on the top that said 3 typing words. Reception area. There are rooms in 2 rows here, and there are signs saying reception room hanging above each room. The receptionist took An Meng to the door of one of the rooms. Is there a place to charge the battery in here? There are both independent Wi-Fi and wireless chargers. Okay, thanks. She took out her cell phone. Genshin Impact. Start. So, you don't know where the people from the original experimental team went. In the boardroom, Lu Linhe was chatting about the story of that year with Chun Kuei, the CEO of Dingda Group. I don't know the details. I was just a team leader at the time. I only know that after those people disappeared, the project was shelved. What's the name of that project? It seems to be the development of drugs to delay aging. I heard from them that a lot of money was invested in the project, but the drug was not developed at all, so a few people ran away with the money and pretended to be missing. But I'm not very clear about the specific situation. I guess the only one who fully understands it is our old chairman, Zhou Donghua. If I remember correctly, the old chairman should have passed away, right? Yes, you should have been to his funeral. He also knew Zhou Donghua, and his death caused quite a stir in the upper-class society of Nanjing City. Lu Linhe clenched his fists unconsciously. I finally found some clues, but I didn't expect it to end here. Mr. Lu? Anything else? Oh no. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. After the meeting, it was already 2 p.m. I said to the secretary at the door, Xiao Su, ask the cafeteria if there is any leftovers. I'll go get some. Mr. Lu, didn't you order takeout? Takeout? When did I order it? The front desk just called and said there's a takeaway downstairs, specially for you. It should be someone you know. Acquaintance. Lu Linhe took out his cell phone, which had more than a dozen missed calls from different people. He usually puts his phone on silent mode during meetings and waits until the meeting is over to see who wants to see him. Among these dozen people, he saw that eye-catching name at a glance. Goo, what was she calling him for? If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be her first call. Sudden phone calls, inexplicable takeout orders. Could it be? Lu Linhe frowned and looked at Secretary Wang. Did the front desk tell me what the delivery person looks like? I didn't ask that. I'll ask right now. Secretary Wang quickly called the front desk. After confirming, he said to Lu Linhe, Mr. Lu, the front desk said it was a very beautiful girl. She also said she was your friend, named An Meng. Is it really her? Why did you come to bring him food? There was a gleam in Lu Linhe's eyes. He turned on his cell phone and dialed An Meng's number, but no one answered. Could it be that she didn't answer the phone before she met him and was punishing him on purpose? He asked again, where is she? Has she gone back? No, the front desk said that the lady has been in the reception room. Okay, I'll go down. When we arrived at the first floor, the receptionist had been waiting at the elevator for a long time. Seeing that Mr. Lu was so concerned, she knew that the girl was probably Mr. Lu's friend, so she did not dare to neglect her. This is the reception room where the young lady is. Lu Linhe nodded and knocked on the door lightly. No one responded from inside. He pushed the door open and walked in. The girl was lying on her side on the sofa, covered with a white cotton jacket. Her beautiful eyes were slightly closed. Her mouth was slightly open. Her breath was as sweet as orchid, and she seemed to be sleeping soundly. As expected of her, she can even sleep in a place like this. Perhaps because the girl looked so sweet in her sleep, Lu Linhe was reluctant to wake her up. Instead, he sat opposite her and stared at her quietly. The girl smacked her lips and whispered, Chi, come in quickly. Lu Linhe was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. This girl can really talk in her sleep anywhere. My husband is not home today. Lu Linhe's smile suddenly froze. Chapter 65, Who Can Remember Things in Dreams? In the room, the girl was sleeping soundly, and in front of her sat a man with a gloomy face. What did she just say? In the first sentence, she seemed to be asking Chi to come to her house to play, which was nothing wrong. But what does the second sentence mean? My husband is not at home today. The word fast fully reflects the girl's inner impatience, joy and ecstasy of meeting someone after a long separation. Although the girl's sleep talk consisted of only 2 short sentences, Lu Linhe seemed to have extracted an incredible amount of information. Could it be that he was cheated on in his dream? Although it was just a dream, he still felt very unhappy. He stood up and walked in front of An Meng, gently shaking the girl's delicate body. Meng, wake up. The girl frowned slightly. Her long eyelashes trembled a few times, and then she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She looked at Chi Yi. Her watery eyes were confused, as if she had not fully woken up. Lauhi, wait a moment, I'm busy. As she spoke, she turned over, lay flat on the sofa, crossed her hands on her chest, and closed her eyes peacefully. What is she talking about? Lu Linha was confused and could only pat the other person again. Wake up, wake up. The girl let him shake her and still insisted on sleeping. The French macarons I ordered for you have arrived. They come in cranberry and dark chocolate flavors, and before Lu Linha finished speaking, An Meng suddenly sat up. I sat up in shock from my dying illness and realized that I was the foodie. Where? She looked at Lu Linha, like a cat waiting to be fed. Lu Linha smiled and said, we're still on the way. We'll be there soon. You're really mean, aren't you? Why did you wake me up? An Meng rolled her eyes and lay down again. Don't sleep. I have something to ask you. What? What did you just dream about? Just now. The girl was stunned for a moment and narrowed her eyes. Wait, you call me up? Aren't you going to ask this? This is just one of the reasons, but it is also a more important one. I won't tell you. She turned over again, facing the inside of the sofa, and covered her head with her cotton jacket. Seeing her hesitating, Lu Linha frowned even more. You're not going to say yes? Don't tell me. Haven't you heard others say that dreams don't work if you tell them out loud? Lu Linha looked down at the girl for a long time, then stretched out a finger and pressed her kidney point. Ha ha! This poke was like pressing a switch in An Meng, causing her to laugh uncontrollably. She pulled her cotton jacket down, revealing only her pair of watery eyes. You are sick. She looked fierce. It's a pity that when you are weak, even threats become a means of being cute. This obviously didn't scare Lu Linha, and he continued his attack on the girl, attacking with his fingers again and again. An Meng was not afraid of tickling before, but since she became a girl, she has developed this problem. Places like her waist and neck would make her shrink uncontrollably if they were touched accidentally, not to mention Lu Linha's acupoint pressing technique. Ah, Lu Linha, get out of here. On the sofa, the girl tossed and turned, but she couldn't hide completely. Finally, she compromised. Haha, wrong. I said it's not okay. After hearing this, Lu Linha stopped. Go ahead. I'm listening. Haha. An Meng gasped heavily. Even though Lu Linha stopped attacking, her body still trembled from time to time. Her face was flushed at this moment, perhaps because of the laughter just now, and there was sweat on her forehead. Damn, why is this body so ticklish? I just dreamed that I... The girl hesitated for a moment. I forgot. Lu Linha didn't say anything, but just slightly raised the corners of his lips and stretched out his finger again. This time there too. An Meng's body trembled, and a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. No, I really forgot. Who can remember things in a dream? Do you want me to give you a hint? You seem to have dreamed about your friend Shi Yi just now. Jie. An Meng frowned, then suddenly understood. Oh, now I remember. I asked him to come to my house to play games. Just playing games? Yes. Then why did you say my husband wasn't home? Huh? How did you know? Well, you can't be angry if I tell you so. Lu Linha narrowed his eyes and said, you speak first. He was very detailed and left the word first. Look, if you're at home, you're either playing chess with me, teaching me to play the piano, or telling me about your reading experience of some world-famous novel. I don't even have time to play games. And you've been spending more and more time at home recently. I don't have time to play games with my friends. Is that so? What else could it be? An Meng wondered. Seeing her dazed look, Lu Linha thought so too. This girl is so awkward even at kissing, so she shouldn't dream about more complicated things. This is equivalent to missing material and loading failed. It's okay. By the way, is this my meal? Lu Linha pointed to the lunch bag on the table. An Meng brought him food, which was a great opportunity to enhance their relationship. An Meng looked in the direction he was looking at. It was before, but not now. Before. Lu Lin and Xing turned their eyes slightly and smiled. Are you blaming me for not answering the phone? I was in a meeting at the time, and my phone was on silent mode. If that's the reason, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. It's not because of this. Lu Linha ignored him and took out his lunchbox. After opening the lunchbox, he took a look inside and fell silent. There were only some leftovers in the lunchbox, just like a restaurant that had been robbed and was in a mess. I can't help it. The food smells so good that I couldn't help it. I'm sorry. The girl scratched her head. Although it was the first time he saw someone bring food to others but secretly finish it first, this kind of thought was already very precious. He couldn't spoil her fun. After a moment's silence, Lu Linha said with a smile, It doesn't matter. Didn't you leave me half a chicken leg? Oh, that's because I just can't eat anymore. Lu Linha picked up the half chicken leg and took a bite. It doesn't taste like what the chef at home would cook. Could it be that she made it herself? Although it is a bit salty, the overall taste is good. Well, it's delicious and the business is good. Lu Linha praised calmly. Yeah, I think it's delicious too. The girl smiled. I didn't expect the fast food restaurants here are so good, and the prices are not expensive. Chapter 66: Good Health and a Baby Soon. At this time, at least dozens of people had gathered outside the reception room. They had the group's senior managers above them and grassroots employees below them, and the reception area was completely blocked. When they heard that the lady was visiting the group in person, they all rushed over. Everyone came not only to say hello politely, but also to express their curiosity about Mr. Lu's love life. It was hard for them to imagine what a cool and workaholic like Mr. Lu would be like when facing his wife. At the door of the reception room, there was a person lying on the door, broadcasting live for everyone. Boss Shun, what's the situation? Silent One put his ear to the door and shook his head slightly. Mr. Lu did his best, Madam CBA. Can you be more specific? Silent One sighed. These 3 sentences made Mr. Lu silent for 18 seconds. She can actually suppress President Lu. She really deserves to be the madam. People behind were talking about it. In the room, Lu Linha put away the lunchbox. Seeing An Meng fiddling with her cell phone, he took the phone away and held her hand. What? You treated me to a meal, so of course I have to treat you back. No, I'm full. Then eat with me. Lu Linha pulled the girl up and led her to the door. Silent One at the door glared. Oh no, they are going out. Retreat quickly. He looked back and was stunned by the crowd that looked like a train station during the spring festival travel rush. Why are there so many people? Aren't you guys going to work? President Lu once said that anything that is important to the group is our business. Isn't this the most important thing for the group now? An employee argued. Okay, then you guys just stand here. I have to leave first. The company has rules and regulations. People who are caught slacking off at work will be fined. If he sees you later, you will be in trouble. When these words were spoken, the employees who were watching the show were all panicked. Seeing that Shinma, one was about to slip away, one of them pounced on him and hugged his thighs. What are you doing? I hope you can save me, sir. Open. No. What do you mean? You want to perish together with us? Silent One said, but he also knew that he could not leave in this situation. After thinking for a moment, he said, It's not impossible to save you, but you have to listen to my command. Clear. The door opened. I heard his voice before I saw him. The food in our company cafeteria is also good. Let me take you to have a look. The man took the girl and walked out, talking and laughing. When he saw the scene outside, his eyebrows raised slightly. Outside the reception area, the employees were standing in 2 rows, as if they were welcoming guests. Everyone stands straight and solemnly. What are you doing? Shen Maoan came up and said, Mr. Lu, everyone heard that the madam was here, and they all wanted to come and say hello, but there were too many people, so it was crowded and it didn't look good. So I organized them to line up to greet her. After that, he ordered, Shout our slogan to the lady. Welcome, madam. I wish you good health and a baby soon. Cough, cough, and Meng choked instantly. If you don't want to bless someone, you don't have to. Lu Linha looked at the girl, paused for a moment at her slender waist, and smiled slightly. He couldn't help laughing when he thought that this girl might become a mother one day. Thank you all for your blessings. I think it will come true soon, don't you think, ma'am? After saying that, Lu Linha Weiwei squeezed An Meng's little hand hard. There's no way it's going to work. An Meng gritted her teeth in anger, but she didn't dare to do anything rash. She knew that Lu Lin and she were just pretending to be in love, and she had to cooperate with his performance at this moment. Otherwise, he would fine her for breach of contract. She didn't care about being fined in the past. After all, she had no money, but now that she has money, she will really pay the fine. She pursed her lips and forced a smile. Big, probably. Oh, everyone started to make a noise, and An Meng's face felt a little hot unconsciously. Nonsense. Any man would feel weird if he was teased about having a child with another man. Lu Linha lowered his head and whispered, Your hands are so cold. No way it's cold. Why are you blushing? Hot, hot. Is it cold or hot? Hot, cold. The girl couldn't explain clearly and rolled her eyes at Lu Linha. What does it have to do with you? It's okay. I just care about you. Lu Linha smiled very triumphantly. He looked at Chun Maoan. This welcome idea is good. Did you plan it? It has to be me. Silent One said proudly. Okay, then all their fines will be charged to you. Thank you, Lu Ah. Shima Wan initially thought that Lu Linha wanted to reward him, But halfway through thanking him, he realized something was wrong. It's fine if you eavesdrop by yourself, but it's impolite to bring so many people with you. Lu Linha patted Shun Mao's shoulder, took An Meng's hand, and walked away, leaving a group of employees in a mess. Sure enough, I can't hide it from President Lu. A few people came over and patted the depressed silent one. Be strong, Mr. Shun. Question mark. The restaurant is on the 5th floor of the group. The two need to walk out of the reception area and take the elevator to the front desk. Passing the front desk, he saw the receptionist, stopped, and waved to her. Come here for a moment. The receptionist came over and asked nervously, What's wrong, Mr. Lu? She never imagined that the delivery girl was Mr. Lu's wife. Although Mr. Lu had held a wedding, most of them, the ordinary employees, did not have the time to go. The few who had gone only said that the wife was very beautiful and generous, and there were no photos. My wife came to see me. Why didn't you tell me? Mr. Lu, weren't you in a meeting at that time? I remember you never answer the phone when you're in a meeting. I'm in a meeting, but you can also tell my secretary to pass it on to me, right? It's really wrong to let my wife wait downstairs for so long. The receptionist lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. It's my fault. Somehow, when she saw Lu Linha scolding others, she would always recall the time when she was scolded by her boss at work, and she couldn't help but feel sympathy. She pulled Lu Linha aside and advised, The receptionist is a nice person. She's just doing her job. Why are you targeting her? Okay, then listen to Meng Meng. And Meng was stunned. Only then did she realize that this guy was acting again. I didn't expect that he became addicted to showing off his affection. He even didn't let the receptionist go. It was like he was showing off his boyfriend power in front of others. No wonder he wanted to ask Shima, one for advice on how to pick up girls. He must be addicted to porn. I didn't expect that a CEO would have such a moment. She looked at Lu Linha and shook her head with emotion. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, you're just really hungry. Question mark. Chapter 67. Since ancient times, CEOs have always been domineering, except him. Lu Linha brought An Meng to the group cafeteria. The layout of the cafeteria is very simple, with seats in the middle and food windows on both sides. But the food sold at the windows are all special delicacies that can be found everywhere outside. There are all kinds of snacks, such as pork ribs rice, crossbridge rice noodles, Lanzhou ramen, and even a stall selling pancakes. Rather than a cafeteria, this place is more like a food court. Although it was past lunchtime, there were still a few restaurants in the cafeteria that were open and doing business. In fact, they had closed their stall a long time ago, but Lu Linha's secretary told them something, and they reopened it. However, they had no complaints about this. Not to mention that they were employees of the group, Mr. Lu's status meant he could eat whatever he wanted, so they were happy to come and enjoy their cooking. Lu Linha ordered a bowl of ramen, clocked in with the work badge on his chest, and sat down. And Meng wondered, You have to punch in for meals? I thought you were eating for free. Lu Linha reached out and pinched the soft flesh on the girl's cheek, gently pulling it outward. Is Lee a fried pancake? She asked indistinctly. Don't think I didn't hear you scolding me just now. I'm not scolding you. You own the company, so of course you can eat whatever you want. Lu Linha smiled and did not respond. Instead, he picked up a piece of noodles with chopsticks and started eating. Do employees have to pay to eat here? No. The company will deposit meal allowance into the card every month, which is 3,000 yuan a month. But if it exceeds this amount, you have to pay for it yourself. 3,000 yuan, almost as much as my previous monthly salary. The company's benefits are pretty good. And Meng smacked his lips. It is indeed a famous large group in Nanjing City. The benefits here are incomparable to those of the small company she worked for before. You've only been doing part-time jobs before. Once you graduate from school, you'll have a much higher standard for formal employment. And Meng was stunned. Oh yes, she is still a student now. So Lu Linha thought that the job she was talking about was a part-time job. But what hurts is that that was her salary after she graduated and started working. She turned her eyes around and asked again, Your security level is quite high. It's all password-protected walls. You can't go anywhere. Every employee here needs to swipe their employee card to enter the building. This is also to protect the privacy of the group and employees. Strangers have to make an appointment in advance. In addition, employees in different positions have different card permissions. Some places cannot be entered without sufficient permissions. For example, ordinary employees can only go to the area of their department. Middle-level leaders can collude with various departments, but they cannot go to the high-level areas. If they want to go to other areas, they must press the doorbell to get the consent of the people in that area. That's really troublesome. Does your card work everywhere? That's natural. Lao He, why don't you eat here first and give me the card? I want to go out for a walk. Where are you going? Come to the company. I want to take a look around. I'll stay with you when I'm done eating. No, you eat first. I'll go shopping by myself. No, I won't let you go. An Meng raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? I am an adult after all. How can I get lost in your company? Huh? Are you an adult already? Lu Linha's eyes lingered on the girl's chest for a moment and nodded. Well, in some ways, you are indeed an adult. And Meng followed his gaze and lowered her head, curling her lips. I thought COs were all domineering since ancient times, but I didn't expect you to go the wrong way and take the path of perversion. Looking at your own wife, what kind of perversion is that? Who is your wife? The Civil Affairs Bureau told me. Why, you're not convinced? And Meng was speechless for a moment and slammed the table. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to give it to me or not? You don't look like someone begging for help. Lu Linha ate a mouthful of noodles leisurely. Okay, you forced me to do this. The girl gritted her teeth for a while, then knocked her head on the table. Godfather, please accept my greetings. Lu Linha almost choked. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and said, It's not impossible to give it to you, but you have to come to the president's office to find me in half an hour. If you agree, I'll give it to you. I agree. Lu Linha took off his work ID and handed it to An Meng. Thank you. An Meng got his work permit and left the cafeteria in a flash. But after leaving the cafeteria and entering the elevator, her fingers hovered around the floor buttons, but she didn't know where to start. Although she now has a free hand and can freely investigate the affairs of actresses and celebrities, there is now another problem facing her. Where should she investigate? Do I have to start from the first floor and go in one floor at a time to ask the employees inside? Do you know which celebrities the company has invited? This is too stupid. Although thinking so, and Meng still subconsciously pressed the first floor button. As soon as she got out of the elevator, she heard someone calling her. Ma'am, why did you come down? She turned around and saw that it was the receptionist from before. Oh, I'm just coming out for a walk. Thank you for helping me out just now, madam. Since you're a Madam Lu, why didn't you tell me at the beginning? Isn't this a waste of your time? Ah, it's just a small problem. Don't worry about it. And Meng waved her hand. She suddenly thought of something and asked, Hey, I want to ask you something. Has your group ever cooperated with any celebrities? Of course there have been. Some advertisements and spokespersons need to find celebrities. So which department is usually responsible for working with celebrities? Planning department. Oh, so which floor are they on? It's on the 7th floor. That floor is full. Thank you. By the way, was Lao He mean to you just now? Don't worry. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. And Meng showed her little pink fist, turned around, and walked into the elevator. Looking at the graceful figure gradually walking away, the receptionist seemed to be thinking about something. What kind of lesson is this, madam? And Meng came to the planning department on the 7th floor. When she opened the door, there were still glass walls on both sides blocking her way. But this time it's different. She came with a magic weapon. She put her work badge on it, and strange music suddenly sounded at the door again. Weird. I can't get in yet? The girl was wondering when the door slowly opened. I can only say that it really lives up to the brand of a domineering president. With just a light touch on it, the door is like that girl who is reluctant to accept, but is actually willing to accept. Although it opens slowly, it is very conscious. At this time, in the manager's office of the planning department, General Manager Chun Zongha poured a bowl of tea and handed it to the person opposite him. Teacher Wenminning, I heard that you rushed here right after getting off the plane. You must have worked hard. Although he called her teacher, the person sitting opposite him was a young and beautiful woman. Wenminning is now a top star in the entertainment industry. She is in her early 20s, but has already had several hit works. She also won the Best Actress award last year, and is a popular actress in her heyday. Wenminning smiled and said, It's not hard. It's my blessing that your company can cooperate with me. The group recently launched a batch of new beverages and needed to find a celebrity to shoot commercials for promotion. Wenminning is an old partner of the Lu Group. Not only does she have a good work attitude, but her prices are also relatively reasonable. He just mentioned it, and the other party readily agreed and rushed over quickly after finishing the filming. The two were discussing the details of the cooperation when a young man in a suit ran over in a hurry. Mr. Chun, there are distinguished guests outside. Distinguished guest? Which distinguished guest can be as important as the one I'm talking about now? Mr. Lu. This President Lu. President Lu? Chun Zongha glared. President Lu is here to inspect again? Yes, the alarm went off. Teacher Wenminning, I have to excuse myself for a moment. Wenminning smiled and said, No need. Mr. Liu and I are friends. Since he is here, I have to go and say hello. Okay, then come with me. Chapter 68. It's not the madam. It's An Meng, rewards and extra chapters. After An Meng opened the password door, there was a long entrance hall inside. On the wall at the end of the entrance hall were 3 big words planning department. As she walked out of the entrance hall, she turned her head and was startled on the spot. At the other end of the entrance, there's a computer work area where employees are sitting in front of their computers, working intently. They were typing away at the keyboard frantically, their hands moving so fast that afterimages appeared. There was no other sound in the whole room except the chirping of the keyboard. And Meng couldn't help but sigh. They are indeed employees of a large group, and they all work so hard. At first, and Meng wanted to find someone to ask where the head of the planning department was, but seeing that everyone was working so hard, and Meng was embarrassed to interrupt them and could only explore on his own. After walking a few steps, she saw 2 men in suits coming towards her. Can we ask these 2 people? Hello, I want to ask. Before An Meng could finish her words, the other party walked past her and rushed to the door. Where's President Liu? The man looked around and said to the secretary beside him, Didn't you say President Liu is here? You lied about military intelligence, didn't you? Strange. I clearly heard the alarm going off. It must have been Mr. Liu who called the card. As a department working in the group headquarters, it is common to be inspected by Liu Linhe. Liu Linhe was very serious about his work, and he also liked to make surprise inspections, which made them feel quite oppressive every time he came. So the smart employee came up with a solution, which was to ask a programmer colleague to add a device at the door. Whenever Mr. Liu punched in, music would play. In this way, the employees sitting outside would immediately know that Mr. Liu had arrived and quickly enter a frenetic work mode. A special alarm will also sound in the general manager's office so that they can know the movement in advance and come out to greet them. Because this trick was so effective, the entire group headquarters adopted the planning department's ingenuity and installed this device. Chen Zonghe frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly understood. I understand. What do you understand? Think about it. President Liu came to inspect us in the final analysis, just to make us cheer up. And who is President Liu? I'm afraid he has seen through our little tricks a long time ago. So he is fighting a guerrilla war this time. He just punches in and leaves, and then goes to another department. This not only serves the purpose of inspection, but also speeds up efficiency. The secretary sighed. So that's how it is. You are indeed worthy of being President Liu. At this time, when Minning walked over slowly in high heels, and Chen Zonghe hurriedly went to greet her, Teacher Wen Minning, I'm so sorry to have made you run all the way here. Mr. Liu didn't come. Let's go back and talk. Really? Then go back. When Minning nodded, she turned around and was startled. I saw An Meng standing behind her, less than half a meter away from each other. She leaned forward, blinking her eyes, looking at her carefully. Is there anything I can help you with? When Minning asked curiously. No, but I feel like you look familiar. You look a bit like a celebrity. This is often said. When Minning said with a smile. What do you mean by look-alike? She is a star, and a popular star at that. Chen Zonghe praised quickly. Oh my God, you really are a star? Oh my God, I actually saw you alive. The girl's eyes lit up, and she put her hands together. Please sign your name for me later. I have a friend who really likes your work and reads it every day. I'm waiting to take it back and show it to him. Of course. When Minning said with a smile. Thank you, Gulariba. Even though when Minning had specially studied facial expression management, the corners of her mouth twitched after hearing this sentence. Chen Zonghe and the secretary beside him were extremely embarrassed and quickly coughed a few times. Ahem. Wrong. Oh, isn't it? Saw the... And Meng could tell from when Minning's expression that she had called the wrong person, and was also very embarrassed. After all, she didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, so she was familiar with these names and faces, but it was difficult for her to match them up. She hesitated for a moment. So you are Dilanaza? When Minning didn't say anything, but just gently lifted the hair that was beside her ear, keeping a stiff but polite smile on her face. Wait a minute. Wait for me to take a look. I saw your work a few days ago. It will be quick. Really? Thank you for your support before. No thanks. An Meng opened his phone and muttered, Hey, where's the AI face-changing area? Why can't I find it? When Minning, the manager's secretary reacted, No. Who is this person? How did he get into our department? Get out. Only then did he realize that An Meng looked unfamiliar and didn't seem to be from their place. so he stepped forward and began to expel him. Hey, wait a minute, I need to get my autograph first. What are you signing for? Get out now and stop making trouble here. He was rushing towards An Meng, but was stopped by Chun Zongha, etc. What's wrong, Mr. Chun? She looks familiar to me, too. She's a star, too. I'm not a star, but I feel like one. Chun Zongha stared in Meng's face for a moment, then saw the familiar black work badge on her chest. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he spoke cautiously. You are not. Madam, I'm not the lady. You are mistaken. Chun Zongha breathed a sigh of relief. I'm An Meng. Isn't it the same? Chun Zongha came forward. Madam, long time no see. I was thinking you looked familiar. I saw you once at a wedding last time, but you were drunk at the time. I only took a quick glance from a distance. I'm ashamed that I didn't recognize you. What brings you here? Mr. Chun, she can't be Mr. Liu's wife, right? Exactly. The secretary was suddenly struck by lightning. It's over. His career is over. When Minnying's face also flashed with surprise, this is Mr. Liu's wife? She had long heard that Lu Lin, his wife, was a stunning beauty, and seeing her today, she was indeed as beautiful as her reputation had said. An Meng waved her hands. What do you mean, Mr. Liu's wife? Just call me An Meng. So, when will you give me an autograph? You can do it now, but where do you want to sign? Hiss. Oh yeah, I didn't bring any paper or pen either. How about you sign on my phone? My phone has a handwriting function, and then I'll send it to myself. The three of them looked at each other, and Chun Zongha said carefully, Madam, I don't know much about this. After writing on the phone, isn't it a formal font when it is sent out? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the signature, right? The girl's eyes went blank, and she covered her head. Hiss, my head hurts. Ma'am, are you feeling unwell? No, I was just being stupid. When Minnying couldn't help laughing. Miss An Meng is really humorous and cute. How about this? I brought a fan today. I'll sign my name on it and give it to you. How about that? Okay. You're a very nice person. When Minnying took out her folding fan and signed her name on it, An Meng took it and thanked him, then asked casually, By the way, Teacher Wen, why are you in Lu Lina's company? That's right, ma'am. Teacher Wen Minnying is a permanent partner of our group. Today we have another advertising cooperation, and I came here specifically to understand the situation. Advertisement. An Meng seemed to have triggered a keyword. She looked at Wen Minnying and looked her up and down. A popular actress, a regular collaborator, young and beautiful. The 3 points are connected into a line, and what converges into is Wen Minnying in front of us. An Meng pointed at Wen Minnying, looking surprised. Oh, so that Hua Dan is you? Question mark. Chapter 69, yes, I am jealous. Ms. An Meng, what do you mean by the Hua Dan you just mentioned? Wen Minnying looked confused. An Meng realized then that Lu Lina's liking for Wen Minnying was a secret. If Wen Minnying knew about it, the two of them might get together soon. She took money from Ning Yufei to help her get information. Alas, how lucky is this old man to be surrounded by beautiful women everywhere. An Meng explained, It's okay. I just suddenly remembered the popular actresses mentioned in the news a few days ago, and your name was one of them. Oh, really? The news nowadays is all irresponsible and irresponsible. I'm just an ordinary little actress. How can I be considered a Hua Dan? Teacher Wen, you are too modest. I saw a few days ago that your followers on social media have exceeded 100 million. You are definitely one of the top stars today. Chun Zongha was in the middle of praising someone when An Meng came up to him. Manager, is this Mr. Wen the celebrity who has collaborated with your group the most? That should be it. Teacher Wen Minnying is well-known, friendly, professional, and charges a reasonable fee. She is obviously a top star, but her price is only about the same as second and third-tier stars. Every year, she has several endorsements to shoot in our group. Chun Zongha tried his best to praise Wen Minnying, hoping to leave a good impression in front of his wife An Meng. Unexpectedly, An Meng frowned and said, You are speculating. Question mark. Before he could figure out what she meant, An Meng rushed in front of Wen Minnying again. Teacher Wen, I want to talk to you alone for a few minutes. Is that possible? Of course, Missin. An Meng and Wen Minnying came to a deserted place. She looked around, and after making sure it was safe, she whispered, Teacher Wen, I have something to ask you. What? Do you like Lu Lina? Wen Minnying was startled. Why does Missin ask that? Nonsense. If a top female star is willing to only take the salary of second or third-tier artist and still work so hard, it means she must have other ulterior motives in her mind. But Lu Lina just happens to like her. Wen Minnying probably has some feeling for her and is deliberately leaning towards Lu Lina. If they were to start a relationship, it would be difficult for me to explain to Ning Yufei. After all, she had received the money. If the chicken was stolen in the end, it would be bad if Ning Yufei asked her to return the money. And Meng asked back, if you don't like Lu Linhe, why do you frequently cooperate with the Lu group? That's because the Lu group has been using me since I was not famous, giving me opportunities to make money and gain exposure. Although I have some fame now, I have to be grateful, right? So my salary has never increased in my cooperation with the Lu group. This should be reasonable, right? After Wen Miniying's explanation, and Meng's expression became even more serious. So that's how it is. Because Lu Linhe has been so kind to her, she wants to marry him, right? It's reasonable. Very reasonable. And Meng nodded. Missin, do you have anything else to ask? Not for now, but there is something I need to make clear to you. You say, Lu Linhe really doesn't like you. If you hear him talking to you about boiling a frog in warm water or something like that, don't pay attention to him. He just wants to treat you to boiled bullfrog. When Miniying took a moment to react and said with a smile, Missin is jealous of Mr. Lu? Jealous. And Meng's pretty features twisted together. Don't get me wrong, I'm not jealous of that guy. I just what? And Meng was speechless. She couldn't say that she was here to help Ning Yufei pursue Lu Linhe. So she was helping her suppress her competitors. It's just, and Meng hesitated for a long time, but her little brain really couldn't think of a suitable lie. She gritted her teeth and stamped her feet. Yes, I am jealous. Do you have any objection? That's fine with me. A familiar male voice came from behind, and Meng turned his head back stiffly. Lu Linhe appeared behind them at some point and was looking at them with a smile on his face. And Meng's heart skipped a beat. It's over. If he said in front of Lu Lin and the person he liked that he didn't like her, wouldn't that be ruining the party in public? And she even said she was jealous of him. This is really embarrassing for me. Hello, Mr. Lu. Long time no see. How'd you been recently? When Miniying greeted. Fortunately, everything is fine. He walked over and glanced at An Meng, who lowered her head and said nothing. It seems that my wife has caused you a lot of trouble. No. The lady is very lovely and her speech is very interesting. Really? I think so too. The two of them talked back and forth, and An Meng glanced between them a few times. Am I a bit redundant? No, you're just here. You should have finished your visit. Come back to the office with me. An Meng's body trembled slightly. She was already feeling guilty, so she naturally didn't dare to resist. She obediently followed Lu Linhe out of the planning department. The three of them looked at the couple's receding figures, and Chun Zongha said with emotion, Today, I finally know how high Mr. Lu's IQ is. How do you know that? Have you never heard that husband and wife complement each other? The smarter one is, the dumber the other will be. Look at how dumb the wife is, and how high Mr. Lu's IQ is. The secretary gasped, That's too high. I used to think that Mr. Lu was just settling for Missin, but today I know that Madam is the one who is most suitable for Mr. Lu. Listening to the conversation between the two, Wen Miniying curled the corners of her lips slightly, but did not say a word. When I arrived at the office, Lu Lin and the secretary had been waiting for me for a long time. He told Lu Linhe that there was a small meeting waiting for him upstairs, so Lu Linhe had to go out again. Before leaving, he left a message. Wait for me, baby. And Meng sat on the sofa with her hands on her knees, in a well-behaved posture like a primary school student. It's strange. What's this déjà vu feeling of being called to the teacher's office for making a mistake at school? She had just been caught messing up the place by Lao He, and this time he would definitely think of some way to punish her. The more Meng thought about it, the more nervous he became. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, so he stood up and walked around the office. Come to think of it, this was the first time in her life that she had been to the president's office. She looked around. The room was rectangular. On her side were 3 sofas and a coffee table, which seemed to be used for daily chatting. Opposite her was a gray desk and a boss chair. There were also a few simple closets behind the chairs. She always felt that it was a little different from what she had imagined. It was no different from an ordinary office. But such simplicity is in line with his personality. She remembered that when she went to Chie's house to play, she opened the cupboard in his room and a figure fell from the sky. At first she thought Chi Yi had hidden a corpse in it, but when she looked closely she found that it was an inflatable doll. By the way, are there some strange things hidden in Laui's office? Like a curious baby, and Meng started exploring the office. She opened the closet, and a suit inside caught her attention. This suit was hung in the closet. It didn't look cheap, but it looked like it had been splashed with dirty water. The color was dark in patches and light in patches, and it looked very dirty. Strange, this guy also has such a dirty suit. And Meng stretched out her hand curiously, and just as she was about to touch the suit, a familiar male voice suddenly came from the door. Miss, you don't want others to know that you stole something, right? Chapter 70, I'll give you a wife as compensation. The girl was startled, and when she turned around, she saw Lu Linha leaning against the door with a smile on his face. Who stole your things? I was just checking to see if you had any strange toys hidden here. And Meng straightened his back and spoke righteously. Why? You want to be jealous even of toys? And Meng's mouth twitched, and his expression was embarrassed. I'm telling you, that was a misunderstanding. I know. Huh? You know. Certainly. What do you know? Lu Linha walked in. He did not rush to answer. Instead, he used the tea set on the desk to boil a pot of water and brewed a pot of black tea. Speak up. Have you been silenced by Galen Q? He glanced at her, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to An Meng. Drink some to moisten your throat. What do you want to drink? Tell me now. I'll tell you after I drink it. Oh. An Meng took the teacup and drank it in one gulp. I can understand why a woman would do something extreme to defend her husband. Puff. And Meng transformed into a squirtle using a water gun on the spot. You just said that on purpose until I drank some water, didn't you? Hey, you're actually a little smarter than before. Lu Linha took a sip of tea. I remember you just found out yesterday that I like a certain actress, and you even extorted a hush money from me. Today you came to the company to look for an image spokesperson. If you're not here to defend her, then what are you doing? An Meng hesitated. She definitely couldn't tell anyone about Ning Yufei. Otherwise, if Lu Linha knew about the fake marriage, he might get so angry that he would sentence her to life imprisonment. After thinking it over, she said, Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious about what type of woman President Lu likes. Then why did you tell her that I don't like her? And Meng said stiffly, Because I don't think she's good enough for you. But this is actually my business, isn't it? How should I account for your unauthorized obstruction? Lu Linha took a step forward, and An Meng, feeling guilty, took a step back. The man pressed forward step by step, and the girl retreated again and again, until her buttocks hit the desk, and she realized that she had no way to retreat. Don't worry, I'm a very moral person. If I break up one of your people, I will definitely give you another one to compensate you. Although Wen Menying is indeed a great beauty, Ning Yufei is no less beautiful than her, and she is even a rich lady. Moreover, the two of them had a relationship before. Isn't she more attractive than Wen Menying? The man's eyes glared, the amusement in his eyes faded, and he said in a low voice, Really? Of course, Sai and Xiaoming, keep my word. As soon as she finished speaking, she was pulled into the man's arms. In this case, it's not impossible. Huh? The girl was stunned. Wait, maybe he misunderstood. The compensation she was talking about was not her. And Meng had rich psychological activities, but when she got into the man's arms and heard the strong heartbeat, her brain suddenly went distracted. The man had a very special smell, a light woody scent mixed with bursts of refreshing ocean air, combined with the scent of tea in the air, which made her confused for a moment. So strange. Why does he smell different from others? Lu Linha was very happy. He didn't expect An Meng to be jealous of him, and even offered to make compensation. Perhaps because they were too excited, the hug that should have been gentle now had a sense of urgency. I don't know if it's because the man is too heavy or the girl's legs are too weak. In short, she couldn't resist the other party's pressure. Her body leaned back, and they both fell on the desk. Bang! A sound brought the two back to reality. When Meng reacted, she felt a heat on her back. She glanced sideways and said, the water is spilled. The spilled tea wet the table and sobered her up. Wait, let me go. I said it's not me who's going to compensate you. There was Lu Linha in front and a desk behind. The petite An Meng was trapped in between, unable to move. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. Not you. Yeah, get out of the way. You're going to be crushed. Lu Linha raised his eyebrows, but soon realized that she was referring to Ning Yufei. An Meng has been in frequent contact with Ning Yufei recently, and he must have received benefits from her secretly. He said, How come the little frog cooked itself when a water temperature hasn't risen yet? In fact, Lu Linha should have been able to figure this out immediately under normal circumstances, but he acted stupidly today. Rather than being stupid, it would be more accurate to say that he was obsessed on purpose. He was just about to get up when there was a knock on the door. Mr. Lu, are you there? The secretary's voice. The two people at the table froze. There are pairs of shadows on the table, and the fragrance of tea fills the air. In this situation, if someone were to come in, I'm afraid No one would be able to explain it clearly except Chun Xingchuan, who dared to say that he was learning a foreign language. Lu Linhe quickly covered Meng's mouth and made a hush sound, signaling her not to make any sound. What's up? It's like this. You left the short meeting earlier. Now that the meeting is over, I have a few points I want to report to you. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Now hiss. Lu Linhe suddenly took a breath. While he was talking, An Meng took away the hand that was covering her mouth and bit it. He looked over and saw a hint of pride flashing in the girl's dark eyes. I didn't expect that there are times when President Lu doesn't dare to speak out. Lu Linhe paused, pinched the girl's wrist, and brought her hand to his mouth. An Meng panicked and struggled hard to break free. The two of them started fighting and scrambling over the table. Mr. Lu, maybe in a while. I'm not very convenient right now. Okay, call me when it's convenient for you. The secretary outside the door never expected that the scene in the room would be like this. The secretary was about to leave when Silent One came over. Xiao Wang, is Mr. Lu in there? I need to talk to him about something. Yes, but Mr. Lu said that it is not convenient for him right now. Inconvenient? What is he doing in there? I don't know. Silent One frowned, put his ear to the door, and used his eavesdropping skill once again. No, I was wrong, Dad. You're so brave. You dare to bite me. Ouch, that hurts. Don't pretend. I just flicked it lightly. I didn't use any force at all. It won't work even if you don't use any strength. Get up. Give me the towel over there. I'll wipe the table. How dare you say that? This is all because of you. There's a bathroom behind my office with a washing machine. Go change your clothes and take a shower. I'll find you some clothes to wear and help you dry your clothes. Silent One froze. Didn't we agree to boil the frog in warm water? That's how you cook it, right? Chapter 71, Out of Control. There was a sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Lu Linhe searched his closet, but there were no women's clothes in it. Their group is located in a financial street, surrounded by high-rise buildings in the financial industry and no clothing stores. He had no choice but to find a set of his own unopened shirt and trousers and wait for the washing machine to spin dry them. Then he used a hairdryer for a while to dry her original clothes. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Silent One. Silent text. I have some tricks up my sleeve. Lu Linhe? Those who understand will understand. Lu Linhe didn't know what he was talking about, but he was too lazy to care. This kid has a strong imagination ability, and it's not 1 or 2 days. The water in the bathroom stopped, and the door opened a crack. I've finished washing with you. So soon. Haven't you heard the saying, the only martial arts that can't be defeated is speed? What does this have to do with anything? Sometimes he really wanted to knock this girl's head open to see what was inside. He picked up his clothes and went to the bathroom door. Steam came out from the crack in the door, mixed with a pleasant smell of shampoo. A small hand stretched out. Lu Linhe calmed himself down and handed over the clothes. After a while, the girl inside spoke. This dress is too big. This is my model. You can wear it for now. You can change back when your clothes are dry. Lu Linhe sat in his boss chair, untied his tie, and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. He didn't know if it was because of the rising temperature in spring, but he felt inexplicably hot. After a while, the bathroom door opened and An Meng walked out. Lao He, help me blow dry my hair. Please sit here. Lu Linhe stood up, and when he saw the girl, his expression was surprised. I saw that the girl had a towel covering her hair. The white shirt fit her body well, but on her, it became an oversized dress. The hem of the dress falls to just above the knee. An Meng sat down in the boss chair and was wiping his hair with a towel. Seeing that Lu Linhe had not moved, he turned around and glanced at him. What are you looking at? Where are the pants? How dare you say that? Those pants are too big and can't even be hung. How can I wear them? The girl rolled her eyes at him. But fortunately your clothes are big enough, so you can wear one. Lu Linhe still did not respond, but stared in a daze. His shirts are obviously the style for formal occasions, but when An Meng wears them, they look different. I didn't expect that the same piece of clothing would have such different effects when worn by 2 different people. What are you standing there for? Blow it now. Lu Linhe took out the hairdryer from the bathroom and turned it on. The hot wind blew out with a loud noise, blowing the girl's black hair. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. He has always been responsible for An Meng's hair, so his current blow-drying skills can be said to be no worse than those in other barbershops. Even An Meng often said to him, with such good skills, why don't you open a barbershop and make a lot of money instead of staying in the group and being a small president? Although the way of praising him is very strange, it is also a recognition of his strength. The girl was enjoying the wind and humming a song. Perhaps because she was tall, the chair was also adjusted high, so the girl's feet could not reach the ground and could only swing in the air, which was lively and eye-catching. The man took a deep breath, and his eyes began to wander. But he never expected that this glance would bring him an unexpected gain. The hairdryer stopped. The dangling feet stopped, and the girl looked up at him. Why did it stop? The girl wondered. She lowered her head and tightened her clothes. Unexpectedly, this action made the man laugh. He said, "It's rare to see you react like a normal girl." An Meng was stunned. Is her reaction now very girly? Yes, who would stop a man? Although she's indeed a girl now, she still felt a little nervous when Lu Lin has said that. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Doesn't this mean that she is becoming less and less like her former self? She got so excited that she put her hand down. The man's face darkened. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. And Meng said confidently. Lu Linha swallowed his saliva. His expression was very serious. Go change it. No, wait until I cool down before wearing it. Blow it quickly. After that, I have to blow the clothes again. But the hairdryer didn't start. After a while, a man's low and hoarse voice was heard. Meng. Look up. What? Wow. The girl finally understood how stupid her behavior was. After they separated, the man said in a low voice, Meng. And Meng didn't respond to him and was still busy breathing. Lu Linha felt like he was possessed by the girl. He had clearly seen many women who were more gentle, more lovely, and more feminine than her. But somehow, he was only stuck in her quagmire. Even his self-control ability, which he had always been proud of, had completely failed at this moment. Love is just like doing business. Even if you get a lot, you will still want more. Perhaps it was because the air was chilly, but in Meng's eyes became clearer. She looked at the man leaning in front of her, grabbed his hand, and bit it hard. Hiss! The pain made the man stop moving, and during this time, An Meng pushed him away and hid in the bathroom again. The man leaned on the corner of the table, and the red color on his hand was very eye-catching. It seems that she was frightened. Chapter 72, Triggered Memory. Gurgle. The wash basin was filled with clean water. An Meng had buried his head in it, and bubbles occasionally floated to the surface. An Meng poked his head out, causing a splash of water. The girl in the mirror was like a lotus emerging from the water, with water drops sliding down her face and dripping into the water, creating ripples. Asshole, how did this guy succeed again? An Meng had been in the bathroom for more than 10 minutes. It was not that she didn't want to go out, but when she thought about what had just happened, she didn't dare to go out. Until now, she still felt like what happened just now was just a dream. Why didn't she struggle at that time? If she hadn't come to her senses, she wouldn't have known what would unfold next. It's rare to see you react like a normal girl. Lu Linha's words seemed to echo in my ears again, the lingering sound lingering in my ears. In the past, if a man did this to her, she would feel sick and want to vomit just thinking about it. And Meng thought she would be angry and fight to the death with the other party. But in fact, she just bit the other person and then ran away like a wild cat. Could it be that her spirit is really affected by this body? The girl shook her head violently and slapped her face. Calm down, An Meng. You just lacked oxygen and your brain stopped working temporarily. In fact, you don't feel anything else. It doesn't affect you at all. All you have to do now is make money. Once you make enough money and leave him, life will become normal again. After talking to herself in the mirror for a while, the girl seemed to regain her courage, turned around, and walked towards the door. When An Meng finished washing and walked out of the bathroom, the office was empty. Strange, where did that guy go? Could it be that he fled for fear of punishment? Since Lu Linha was not around, she could only blow-dry her hair by herself. Opposite Lu Linha's office is a floor-to-ceiling window with a wide view. The light is excellent, and looking along the window, one can see a bustling scene. By the way, Lao He is really a successful person. But strangely, she also learned some information about An Meng's family through her mobile phone. There is only a father and an older brother in the family. It is just an ordinary family. How did a girl like her get to know the president? After drying her hair, An Meng looked at the exposed legs under her clothes. No, she has to wear something, otherwise she will feel insecure here. She went to the closet and began to search. She didn't find the right clothes, but she found the dirty suit in the closet. Curious, she reached out her hand and wanted to take the dress out and take a look. The moment her fingers touched the suit, the girl's head felt like an electric switch had been turned on. After a shock, a memory uncontrollably emerged in her mind. Let's go back to a day a few months ago. In a noodle shop, a girl dressed as a waitress was busy running around. The girl was none other than An Meng. Strangely enough, this noodle shop wasn't that busy before she came, but since she came, the business has gradually become booming. Even though it was 8 or 9 o'clock, the noodle shop was still crowded with customers, and meals were constantly being delivered, making her dizzy with busyness. And today, a rather special guest came to the noodle shop. The man was dressed in a suit and had a handsome appearance. He became the focus of everyone's attention as soon as he entered the room. After he sat down, he took off his suit, politely ordered a bowl of noodles, and started making a phone call. "Hey, I'm eating out. I just finished a meeting and came down to grab a bite." "What? Oh, you mean that matter? I'm still looking for one. After all, a fiancé is a big deal, and I can't be too abrupt. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility. I just don't have any good candidates around me. I don't need you to help me find it. I can do it myself." I don't know if it was because his voice was so pleasant or the content was too attractive, but An Meng heard it clearly. "An Meng, the meal for table 4. "Oh." An Meng quickly went to the serving area to take the plate and hurried over. Suddenly, she tripped over something and the bowl of noodles spilled out. The customer was dressed neatly and looked like a person of status. He did not say anything. Instead, a gangster-looking man with a buzz cut beside him stood up and yelled at her. "You woman, don't you have eyes? How can you give me noodles?" Sorry. Saw the..." The girl was so scared that she bowed repeatedly. "I really didn't mean to do that. I just accidentally slipped." "Are you trying to shirk responsibility?" The store manager came over and mediated. "I'm so sorry, sir. This meal is our treat today." "Bah, do you know how much my brother's clothes cost? 18,000. You sent us away with a bowl of noodles? Did you know that my brother has to attend a banquet tonight? Pay the money. You must pay the money immediately." When the store manager heard that it was so expensive, he quickly said, "My dear customer, you can see that our store is also a small business and we can't afford the loss. You don't have to pay, but she has to." The man with the crew cut pointed at An Meng. The girl's face turned pale, and she was so anxious that tears came out. She looked at the man and said, "I'm really sorry, customer, but I really can't afford to pay. My father is still bedridden, and I came here to help him make money for his medical treatment." The guest waved his hand and said, "It's okay if you don't have money. There are many solutions. For example, we can become friends. As long as you agree, this matter will be written off." "Really? Then I agree. Well, since we're friends now, there's nothing wrong with you hanging out with us later, right?" The man's obscene smile formed a sharp contrast with the girl's dull expression at the moment. Just when she had no way to go, Lu Linha came over and pointed at the thug who had been shouting at the beginning. "If I'm not mistaken, you tripped her on purpose just now." "Do you have any evidence?" "There are surveillance cameras in this store. It shouldn't be difficult to adjust it." "You fucking bastard." The gangster was about to start cursing, but the man sitting there reached out to stop him. This friend, even if he might have tripped, it wasn't intentional. Then this lady didn't mean it. The man then realized that he was being led by the other party. He looked Lu Linha up and down and said, "Friend, it seems that you are here to make trouble." "That's not the case. It's just that this lady is also my friend. Since she has offended you, as a friend, I should help her." "Why? You want to pay for her?" "Sorry, I won't take your money. I didn't say I wanted to pay you. What I meant was, aren't you going to attend a banquet tonight? Even if I pay you to buy time, it won't be enough. I happen to be wearing a suit today." Lu Lin has said, taking his suit over. "If you don't mind, we can change." The man with a crew cut next to him said, "What kind of shabby suit do you have? Is it worthy of exchanging with my brother's?" The man took one look, and his eyes widened. "My precious suit." Chapter 73, Suit for Wife. In the noodle shop, several men were gathered together. The man in the middle seat was holding a blue suit. "Brother, this suit, is it good?" "It's not a question of whether it's good or not. It's the kind that is very rare. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a customized limited edition by Chitin. You can't buy it even if you want to." The man looked up at Lu Linha, and his eyes became completely different. "What's your name?" "Lu Linha." "It turns out to be Mr. Lu." The man's eyes suddenly became clear. "I really didn't recognize the great man. Have you heard of me?" President Lu of the Lu Group is a famous young talent in Nanjing City. Who doesn't know this? "What about this young lady?" "Oh, there's nothing wrong. Girl, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We're on the same side," the man said, and slapped the man with the crew cut again. "Hurry up and apologize to him." The crew-haired man scratched his head and said, Sorry, I was too impulsive just now. By the way, Mr. Lu, How can I have the nerve to ask you for your things? Please put away these clothes quickly. I can just wash them when I get home. It's okay. No, it's just a piece of clothing. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Then, thank you, Mr. Liu. The man came over. Mr. Liu, if you like this girl, feel free to pursue her. I've done some research and found that even though she's the campus beauty of Nanjing University, she still hasn't found a boyfriend. Lu Linhe did not respond. After the matter was resolved, he returned to his seat, ignored the surprised looks from others, and continued to eat noodles. After eating, he wiped his mouth, picked up the dirty suit, and left the noodle shop. Who would have thought that he would be stopped by a girl just after taking a few steps? Wait a moment. He turned around and found that it was An Meng who called him. How? Why did you save me? There's actually no reason, if I have to say it. Lu Linhe pondered for a moment. Your name sounds like an old friend of mine. The girl bowed sharply to him. Thank you for saving me just now. That dress must be very expensive, right? Lu Linhe curled his lips, walked forward slowly, and waved his hand. It's just a small matter. Don't think too much. Just take good care of your father. Can you please leave me your phone number? I will definitely repay you in the future. Lu Linhe stopped and turned around. You want to repay me? The girl pecked at the rice like a chick. The man looked her up and down. Now, there's something I can do to repay me. I wonder if you are willing to do it. You say, I have a job. Would you like to do it? Yes, I'm willing to do anything. Be my wife. The memories are coming to an end here. There was finally a glimmer of light in An Meng's empty eyes. Is this the first encounter between An Meng and Lu Linhe? This guy really likes to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. It was like this when we first met, and it was also like this when I was kidnapped. But why did she receive this memory? After touching the dress, the memory started playing automatically in her mind like a movie. Although it played for a long time in the brain, in reality, only a few seconds passed. She remembered that there seemed to be a similar situation before, like when Lu Yunlian threw the broom to her, the memory of being forced to do hard labor automatically emerged. She didn't think much about it at the time, but combined with her memory today, it didn't seem to be a coincidence. Could it be that after her rebirth, she also gained the ability to read memories? As long as you touch something An Meng has used before, the related memory fragments will be automatically awakened? Unexpectedly, one day, she also possessed the ability to restore great memories. It's a pity that she can only read An Meng's own memory. If she could read other people's memories, wouldn't she become a congenital spy? But why does she have this ability? Just as she was wondering, there was a knock on the door. Madam, are you in there? It was Shinchuan's voice. An Meng was startled. Yes, what's wrong? The door opened a little and a hand reached in, holding a bag. It's like this. There's a document that needs Mr. Liu's stamp. His stamp is in the office, and he can't get it right now, so he asked me to come up and get it. Mr. Liu said I can't go in because there are new clothes inside. Come over here and give me the stamp. And Meng looked down at his white shirt and immediately understood what Lu Linhe meant by the inconvenience. Her pretty face flushed, and she took out the suit and put it on, then put on the loose trousers. But there was a problem after putting on the trousers. Because the trousers were too big, she could only sit on the chair. Once she stood up, the trousers would automatically fall off. I don't need to change. Come in and get it. No, President Liu has given me an order. Once I step into his office, the group building will be shrouded in blood and rain. What a mess. And Meng's mouth twitched. Don't worry, come in. I'm dressed. There was silence outside the door for a while, and then he suddenly realized. Oh, no wonder. And Meng blinked, then realized that there seemed to be some problems in what she described. She said anxiously, No, I was also wearing clothes when Lu Linhe was here. Oh, no wonder. The girl rolled her eyes and said, Are you going to come in and get it or not? If not, forget it. You must take it. I'm coming in, ma'am. Come in, come in. And Meng said in surprise. Wait a minute, why does this sound weird? The door opened and silent one walked in. When he saw An Meng sitting in the boss chair, he raised his eyebrows. Why are you wearing this dress? You know, of course. Mr. Liu came back that day and told me that the most profitable business he ever made was exchanging a suit for a wife. The girl's eyes widened. She lowered her head. Did you make money? Of course I made a profit. Silent one said, with murderous intent in his eyes, because the suit belongs to me. I just lent it to him that day. In the end, I became the victim of his hero playing. The most important thing is that he didn't throw the suit away. He said he liked the way my eyes would glow with fire when I saw the suit. No wonder he made money. It turned out that his investment was zero cost. What is he doing? Why doesn't he come up and get it himself? Oh, Mr. Liu is receiving treatment in the infirmary downstairs. His hand was injured, and it's quite serious. I don't know how he got hurt, and he won't tell me when asked. Really? An Meng tangled her hands together awkwardly. Then you shouldn't come. Doesn't he have a secretary? The secretary asked him to go out and buy some chiffon cake and a sakurajima, my figurine. He also told him to hide the figurine in the cake. I really don't understand what he was thinking. The girl's eyes were empty. Is Lao trying to coax her? Although Lu Linha did bit her bite was much heavier than his. Where's the infirmary? Infirmary? It's on the second floor. Turn right after you exit the elevator and follow the signs. Okay, I understand. You go first. Hey, goodbye, ma'am. Silent One walked out the door and took a deep breath. Old Lou, I can only help you up to this point. Chapter 74, pay attention next time. Interactive update. In the infirmary, the old doctor pushed his reading glasses and looked at Lu Lina's wound for a long time. Boss Lou, how did you get this injury? Bumped into. Oh, Xiao Chui. Mr. Liu wants to give him a tetanus shot. You come and do a skin test on him first. The old doctor instructed another young doctor. There are 2 doctors in the infirmary. Although they seem few in number, they are not simple people. The young Dr. Chui is a doctor from the medical school and also holds a position at Lu's private hospital, but his main workplace is in the group. The old doctor used to be the chief physician of a top hospital and was also Dr. Chui's professor and mentor in the college. After retirement, he had nothing to do, so he accepted Dr. Chui's invitation to re-employ him. Dr. Chui responded, and after seeing the injury on Lu Linha's hand, he was stunned. Mr. Liu, are you sure this was caused by a collision? Of course. Where did you hit? Table. How can a table leave such a mark on your hands? The old doctor came over and kicked him, saying, didn't you see that Mr. Liu's table has patterns on it? Is it a problem if it gets knocked like this? Oh, there's no problem. Dr. Chui responded and started doing a skin test on Lu Linha. The old doctor picked up a syringe, injected liquid, and gently pushed the syringe. After seeing a few strands of liquid coming out of the needle tip, he instructed Lu Linha. Mr. Liu, give you a tetanus shot first, and then we'll apply medicine and bandage it. You need to rest your hand for a few days, and don't exercise recently. He knew that Lu Linha had a habit of fitness. No matter how busy he would take time out every day to exercise. That's why he had such strong muscles. This minor injury shouldn't have any impact. Although the wound is not big, it is not small either. Look at the teeth marks. No, the wound is quite severe. If you exercise, the wound will easily tear. Lu Linha nodded. His expression at this moment was very solemn. It's not because of the pain in my hands, nor because I can't exercise. It was because after he came out of his confusion, he realized that his behavior just now was a bit too much. He said to boil it in warm water, but he could never control the heat well. This time, it will be difficult to coax the little girl. The big bad wolf, who wanted to eat Little Red Riding Hood, revealed his identity before even entering the door. Then Little Red Riding Hood would definitely not open the door again. He was having a headache after the injection when there was a sudden knock on the door. The old doctor was puzzled. No one usually comes to the clinic. Why is it so busy today? Xiao Chui, go and take a look. Xiao Chui got up and opened the door and found a slim girl standing at the door. Who are you? Hello, is Lu Lina here? Lu Linha was slightly stunned. This sound, could it be? He looked towards the door, and sure enough, the person standing at the door was none other than An Meng. Why is she here? Dr. Chui asked in confusion. Who are you? Lu Linha said, let her in. An Meng entered the medical room and saw Lu Linha sitting at the examination table. She pursed her lips, glanced at Lu Linha, then quickly looked away. Is it serious? Is the little girl here to care about him? Lu Lin and Xing's eyes were shining. He deliberately didn't say anything, but dragged out his tone in order to create a seemingly serious feeling. It's not serious. Dr. Chui broke the silence. As soon as he said this, he felt the temperature in the infirmary drop by at least 10 degrees. He thought the air conditioner was on, so he looked around and found that the source of the cold was the 2 pairs of eyes of Lu Linha and the old doctor. His eyes wandered between Lu Linha and An Meng for a few times before he finally understood. He swallowed his saliva and continued. It would be strange if it's not serious. The old doctor's expression softened. If you come any later, Mr. Liu will have to have his limb amputated. Ahem. The old doctor coughed a few times Well, we don't have enough saline solution. Go to the supermarket and buy 2 bags of salt. Huh? Teacher, how do you mix table salt with physiology? Roll. Oh. After Dr. Chui left, the old doctor glanced at the 2 silent people and said, well, little girl, Mr. Liu's injury is not that serious, but he still needs to be nursed for a while. Oh, thank you, doctor. It's okay. By the way, I have something to go out for now. Mr. Liu's medicine hasn't been applied yet. How about you help him apply it? An Meng was stunned. But I can't do it. It's very simple. Just squeeze the ointment onto a cotton swab and apply it on the wound. It's very simple. Sorry to bother you. I'll be out first. After saying that, the old doctor left the infirmary quickly. In a blink of an eye, there were the only 2 left in the infirmary. Liu Linha couldn't help but sigh. He is worthy of being a doctor who was rehired at a high price. His experience is really impressive. And Meng didn't say anything. She glanced at Liu Linha, curled her lips, and sat down in front of Liu Linha reluctantly. She picked up the erythromycin ointment and squeezed it onto a cotton swab. Give me your hand. Liu Linha handed it over. The tooth marks on it were stained with blood, which looked shocking. She suddenly remembered that although she and Liu Linha were very close now, how could they not be close if they slept in the same bed? Liu Linha was still a powerful president after all, and he had killed people with a gun before. I bit him so badly, what if I pissed him off? The girl stuttered. You can't blame me. You were the first to attack me. I was just defending myself. Who told you to bite me first? Where did I bite you? What do you think? And Meng puffed out his chest. Your word choice is inappropriate. I didn't bite, I should say suck. The girl's face suddenly turned red, and her voice became louder. I don't care. I feel pain anyway. Sorry. I'll be more careful next time. That's more like it. And Meng paused for a while. Then she realized something was wrong and looked up at Liu Linha. Huh? You want to have it next time? It's just a joke, don't get excited. Liu Linha couldn't help laughing. The girl bit her lower lip and wiped it with a cotton swab. Are you not in pain? Who said that? Then why are you laughing all the time? It's nothing. I just thought of something happy. Why did you come to me? Aren't you mad at me? Of course I'm angry. And Meng pouted and said, but to be fair, I was also wrong. I forgot that men can't resist temptation. You gave me a chance, but I didn't cherish it. I can't blame you. And Meng was angry at first, but then she thought again. When she was a man, she couldn't help but look around when she was hiding in the toilet to watch small movies with ancient quality, but in front of Liu Linha was a half-naked beauty. I'm afraid only Liuxia we could remain calm in this situation. Liu Linha was stunned. As it turned out that the little girl is so considerate, something in his heart was suddenly touched. He wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to start, so he could only smile faintly. The room suddenly became quiet. The girl was applying the medicine seriously, while the man was staring at the fair little face. If possible, he felt that it would be a beautiful thing if time stopped at this moment. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Teacher, I bought the table salt. Dr. Chui stood at the door, panting. In response, he was stared at by the men and women in the infirmary. Sorry, we went the wrong way. Chapter 75, A Lonely Man's Essential Companion. In the afternoon, An Meng followed Liu Linha's car back to the manor. Her group trip was quite fruitful. Not only did she find out who Liu Linha had his eyes on, but she also received 2 chiffon cakes and a high-quality figurine of Sakurajima Mai. The most important thing is that the clothes of this figure are detachable and replaceable. It is said that the secretary didn't know where to buy this thing and asked most of the people in the address book before finally finding someone who knew about it. Although An Meng was really ashamed at first, she changed her mind and realized that if she was bitten by a dog, she would definitely not bite the dog back. But since she was bitten by Liu Linha, she could bite back. So she came to a conclusion that being bitten by Liu Linha was better than being bitten by a dog. Overall, she shouldn't be at a loss. And An Meng has a special trick. That is, whenever she thought of something embarrassing or shameful, she would immediately divert her attention and try to forget it. As long as she doesn't think about it, this matter won't affect her. So at this moment, the girl was eating cake and changing clothes for senior sister Mai with great interest. She didn't know what was going on in the minds of girls who liked Barbie dolls before, but when her target became senior Mai, she seemed to have opened the door to a new world all of a sudden. Do you like it? Liu Linha smiled when he saw that she was having fun. There's probably only one person in the world who can please his wife with just a figurine. He is really lucky. Well, it's okay. An Meng played with it for a while and put the figure back into the box. By the way, Lao He, I will give you a gift when we get back. You prepared a gift for me? Lu Linha was a little surprised. Yes, I have placed the order, and it is an expedited order. It will probably be delivered tonight. What is it? Lu Linha asked. Well, I won't tell you. You'll know when it's delivered to you. There was a strange look in Lu Linha's eyes. He vaguely remembered that when he was a child, the holiday he looked forward to most every year was his birthday. Because when he was a child, he wanted a lot of toys, but his father never bought them for him. He would only pick a few as gifts for him on his birthday. At that time, he was thinking that when he grew up, he must work hard to make money so that he could buy whatever he wanted without having to look at other people's opinions. In fact, he did it. Today, he has achieved financial freedom. The parent and subsidiary companies of the group have businesses all over the country. As long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem in his eyes. The strange thing is that after having everything, he no longer had that desire for gifts, as if everything had become boring. But today, the girl's words suddenly made him feel like his childhood again. Perhaps there is always someone who, even after experiencing the baptism of social decadence, can still find the original innocence and beauty as long as you see her. The feeling of anticipation that he hadn't felt for a long time burned again deep in his heart. His mood was complicated, but the more it was like this, the more he didn't know what to say. In the end, all those thousands of emotions were reduced to just one word. Good. After returning home and having dinner, Lu Linha started reading a book in his room, waiting for news about An Meng's gift. But to be honest, he didn't read the book at all. Finally, An Meng's phone rang. Coming. An Meng answered the phone and ran out of the house. Lu Linha wanted to accompany her, but she refused. After a while, she came back carrying a big box. Why is the box so big? Close your eyes first. I'll give you a surprise. What? Don't ask, trust me. You will definitely like it. Lu Linha closed his eyes. He heard An Meng cut open the express box with a utility knife and then put the gift on the table. The gift made a bang sound when it touched the table. It looks like a very heavy thing. Okay, open your eyes. Lu Linha opened his eyes, and after seeing clearly what was on the table, he opened his eyes again. There was a female body model on the table. The light in Lu Linha's eyes went out, and he narrowed his eyes. What is this? And Meng patted his shoulder, pinched his waist, and said in a conscientious tone, Lao He, I understand. As an adult man who has been single for a long time, I understand that you feel lonely and stressed, so I prepared this for you. Made of pure silicone and built one-to-one with a real model's body. Hey, don't leave. Lu Linha was wrong. He shouldn't have entrusted his childhood to someone who specialized in ruining childhoods. The next day, in the office, Shen Maoan walked in and placed a stack of documents on Lu Linha's desk. Here, all the information you asked me to look up is here. This stack of documents contains a person's resume, and the person in the photo was Chi Yi. When Lu Linha and An Meng had a fake marriage before, he was not interested in her relationship with Chi Yi. After all, they were just playing around, and even if An Meng had someone she loved, it was none of his business. But it's different now. Since he has set An Meng as his target, he also needs to understand these potential competitors. Lu Linha picked up the document and flipped through it briefly, silent when said. But it's strange to say, judging from Chi Ye's previous resume, he and An Meng only went to the same university, but when An Meng enrolled, he was already out for an internship, so the two of them should have no chance to know each other. Maybe the fathers of the two families knew each other. I've asked someone about this, but An Meng's father doesn't know Chi Ye's father. But apart from that, there's something very interesting. What? Although I didn't find any contact between Chi Yi and An Meng, I found out that he had a childhood friend named An Meng, but his name is Meng, which means a strong man. The two grew up in the same place. An Meng. Lu Linha pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Oh, it turned out to be him. Do you know him? I had some interactions with a junior from college. How is he doing? He's dead. Dead? When did it happen? It happened not long ago, around the same time An Meng was poisoned. The cause of death seemed to be forgetting to hang the rope when bungee jumping. Lu Linha frowned. When An Meng was poisoned, did An Meng also die? It's a weird coincidence that two people with similar names got into trouble at the same time. He drummed his fingers on the armrest of his chair and fell silent. Mr. Lu, what are you thinking about? I was wondering whether you made up such an outrageous way of death. Chapter 76, Every Boy's Dream. The next day, An Meng found Ning Yufei and told her about Wen Menying. Ning Yufei was very happy. Thank you, Meng. I'll go meet that woman some other day. Ning Yufei's face turned cold. If I knew that woman had taken advantage of Ahi, I would never let her off easily. An Meng's heart skipped a beat. She turned her eyes around and asked cautiously, "What would you do if something really happened?" Ning Yufei wanted to say something harsh, but as a rich lady, she couldn't think of anything reasonable to say after thinking for a while. So she could only say, "I will pinch her hard wherever she touches Ahi." Hearing this, the girl's body trembled. Although it was Lu Linha who took the initiative to provoke her, for the sake of her little grape's safety, it would be better to keep this matter secret. After delivering the message, she received her salary from Ning Yufei as she wished. Since that passion in the company, Lu Linha has become more restrained and no longer has any extreme behavior. Instead, he has become as respectful as before. As for the gift doll she gave, Lu Linha not only did not thank her, but was a little angry. She could only get rid of the doll and give it to Qi. Different from Lu Linha's indifference, Qi was very happy. "Thank you, Meng. My previous Wu Jing style can finally retire. You're still using it." She had a very relaxing time in the next few days. First of all, Lu Linha stopped pestering her to read classics or play Go, giving her plenty of time to play games and do live broadcasts. And in her live broadcast, a local tycoon boss appeared again. Although he was not as generous as Jiang Jun before, he would become very popular every time he came in. Every super fire she received meant she was one step closer to freedom. She was enjoying the game, but a phone call made her realize that happiness is always short-lived. What? School's open. Sometimes, life is like a roller coaster. It is smooth in the last second, and in the next second, a sharp slope disrupts the entire rhythm. The call was from An Meng's counselor. School had already started yesterday, but the counselor hadn't seen An Meng, so she called her. An Meng then recalled that she was not only the president's wife, but also a sophomore college student. "You are really amazing, Lu Linha. She is still a college student, but you took her home. Men are really loyal creatures. When they are 18, they like women who are 18, and when they are 80, they still like women who are 18. In fact, when An Meng heard that she was asked to go to school for the first time, she refused because you can't ask her to go and she goes, it would make her lose face. But the counselor didn't care about her face and just left one sentence. "If you don't come tomorrow, I'll deduct your credits." When An Meng heard the word credits, he finally recalled the fear he once felt at the hands of university. "What? You're going back to school tomorrow?" Lu Linha came back tonight, and when he learned that An Meng was going to school, he was slightly stunned. He looked at the girl, lingered on her bright eyes, and said slowly, "I forgot that you were still a student." "I forgot that too. You have lost your memory, haven't you? Can you still keep up with the lessons at school?" "Well, I have to go whether I can keep up or not. After all, I have my reasons for going." "What's the reason?" An Meng analyzed. "Look, even though I feel comfortable here now, it's just an illusion. I will leave here eventually. In this society where involution is everywhere, if I don't get a bachelor's degree, it will be difficult for me to find a good job when I enter society later. After all, she will definitely live her life as An Meng, so she has to consider some practical issues. If she were originally a woman, she might consider using her beautiful appearance to find a rich man and enjoy financial freedom from then on. But she still has some male thinking, and she would definitely not even think about finding a man, so she can only rely on her own abilities to earn money and live. Of course, despite her high level of ideological awareness, this is only a small reason. The most important reason why she wanted to go was she is a girl now, so if she wants to go, she will naturally live in the girls' dormitory. I'm afraid every boy has a dream of living in a girls' dormitory. Pink tones, cute decorations, and beautiful roommates. She can finally unveil for herself whether the legendary girls' dormitory is what she imagined. And there is another advantage of living in the girls' dormitory. That is, she doesn't have to sleep with Lu Linha, although Lu Linha did not offend her again. The problem was that she would snuggle into Lu Linha's arms every time she went to sleep. Even though she had given herself crazy hints before going to bed, there was a big bad wolf lying next to her, and she should not get close to him. But the first place I wake up every morning is still in that man's arms. This time when I went to school, this problem was naturally solved. Lu Linha raised his lips slightly. "I didn't expect you to be so motivated. That's a natural. Okay, then let the driver take you to school tomorrow." "Well, why don't I go tonight? I need to put my luggage in the dormitory in advance." "Dormitory?" "Yes, if I go to school, don't I have to live in the dormitory? And this manor is so far away from the school, it's not convenient for me to walk back and forth." The girl blinked her eyes and put on an innocent look. Lu Linha fell into deep thought. If An Meng were to live in the dormitory, It would mean that she might not be able to come back for several days in the next few months. If the little frog jumped out of the pot, what was the point of cooking it? No, she has to stay. Lao He, why don't you say anything? And Meng looked alert. You're not going to let me live there, are you? She seriously suspected that Lu Linhe was the stupid kid in Andy Lau's song, who was as strong as a rock during the day, but would be extremely lonely at night when no one was with him. Lu Linhe raised his eyes to look at her and smiled. Of course not. If you want to live there, go ahead. I was just wondering if you have lost your memory. You don't even recognize your roommates. Are you used to going to the dormitory? Oh, what's the big deal? I have nice Z to watch over. No, just a bed to sleep on is enough. And Meng was startled and blurted out the truth. Then you can go and live there. That's good enough. And Meng relaxed. But when you get there, you have to be careful. Be careful. The girl tilted her head. Although Nanxing City has stabilized now, there are still some undercurrents surging behind the scenes. We have people watching us 24 hours a day in a manor. You live in the school. If there is any danger, my people may not be able to protect you in time. Lu Linhe touched in Meng's head and said, if you're kidnapped, you must call me to inform me. How can I call you when I've been kidnapped? And Meng was furious. Then she sighed. If I don't live in the dormitory, it will be too inconvenient to go here. That's easy. I should have a property near your school. We can move there when the time comes. It will be quiet and peaceful with just the two of us there. That's all we can do. After An Meng agreed, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait a minute. Didn't she go to school initially just to go to the girls' dormitory? How did they end up living together? Chapter 77. Indecision leads to fainting. The next day, An Meng got up early. It just so happened that Lu Linhe went to work at the same time in the morning, so the two of them could take the same car. Going to work by himself and sending his wife to school. These things always make him feel weird when he thinks about it carefully, especially since the girl was carrying a pink backpack and had her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking like a schoolgirl, which made him feel inexplicably guilty. Lu Linhe looked at her empty school bag and wondered, why do you only bring so little? There's no way. I searched for a long time yesterday and found that there were very few books at home. And Meng spread his hands. If you are missing any teaching materials, please let me know in time. Old Pan, please stop the car at the next intersection later. Huh, why don't you stop at the door? And Meng was still thinking about how she came down from Cullinan, and thousands of classmates' eyes were focused on her. Although this car has nothing to do with her, outsiders don't know about it. Lu Lin has said to An Meng, you may not understand since you have lost your memory, but Nanjing University has regulations that do not allow vehicles from outside the school to enter, and vehicles are not allowed to park at the school gate. If you get off at this intersection, walk a few dozen meters ahead and you will arrive. I remember now. I still remember this rule. Even if you take a taxi, you are not allowed to stop at the door. You have to drive a little further ahead. What a bunch of idiot leaders. This was a suggestion made by the then student union president. The entrance to NCU is a major traffic artery in a no parking zone. Although each car will only stop for a few seconds, too many cars will still cause traffic jams. In addition, NCU has many wealthy and powerful students, many of whom drive luxury cars to school. If these cars are allowed into the school, it will cause comparison and jealousy among students, affecting the learning atmosphere. Oh, that's the retarded student union president back then. Don't say that. He'll be upset when he hears it. So what? He can't hear it now. But he has heard it, Lu Linhe said with a smile. And Meng's neck shrank. She looked up at Lu Linhe and pointed at him. Oh yeah, that idiot is you. Lu Linhe was a prominent figure in the school back then. He was not only the president of the student union, but also the president of several clubs. Except for her who was stubborn enough to provoke him, the other students were all very respectful to him. Even the principal treated him with courtesy when he saw him and did not dare to neglect him. It is said that the speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it seriously. When Lu Linhe heard this, his smile froze. Wait a minute. If I remember correctly, when you enrolled, I should have graduated for 3 years. He looked at An Meng with a sharp gaze. Strange. How do you know I was the former student union president? And Meng's heart instantly rose to her throat. This man is so perceptive that he can find a loophole in just one sentence. Why do I know? The answer is simple. Do you still remember An Meng, the man you punished to write 3,000 words in the office? Of course, she absolutely didn't dare to say that. She remembered the warning from Lu Lin and the Research Institute that if he knew her true identity, he would really send her to the country for research. She was terrified at the thought that she might be cut into small pieces for research. So she had to find a way to get away with it. Well, the girl scratched her face, because you are too famous. Although you have graduated, your name has always been spread in Nanjing University. Is that so? That's right. That's even more wrong. If you've heard of me, why didn't you recognize me when we first met? Oh my God, this is still connected? The girl hesitated for a long time. Actually, I knew you at that time, but we were not familiar with each other at that time. Girls are shy, so I didn't dare to recognize you. She was forced to use her girl's identity. You are really worthy of being called such a great person, Lauhi. Oh, so that's how it is. The man nodded. Just as the girl breathed a sigh of relief, he spoke again. There's still something wrong. What else is wrong? You have lost your memory, haven't you? How come you remember the first time we met? An Meng's pupils suddenly shrank, and her cherry lips were now big enough to fit an egg. Lu Linha still had a faint smile on his face, but at this moment, this smile made her feel inexplicably palpitating and fearful. He was like a master swordsman pressing forward step by step, forcing her into a dead end, waiting to kill her with one blow. I don't know if it was because the atmosphere was too tense or if the girl's CPU burned out from running too fast. She just rolled her eyes and leaned back in her chair. Ouch, I feel dizzy. When he is undecided, he faints. Lu Linha curled the corners of his lips. He held the girl in his arms and rubbed her temple with his slender fingers. Are you feeling better? No, I'm still dizzy. I don't want to think about it when I feel dizzy. Lao Pan opened the window. Clear. After she pretended to be dizzy, Lu Linha really stopped asking questions, and after a while, the car drove to the designated intersection. Before the car stopped, An Meng suddenly sat up, opened the door, and rushed out. I'll pick you up in the evening. No. Looking at the beautiful figure gradually moving away, Lu Linha shook his head and smiled. Let's go, Old Pan. Old Pan was just about to pull away and intervene, but he glanced at the rearview mirror and stopped. Mr. Lu, the lady is back again. Lu Linha glanced sideways and saw the girl running back in a hurry and knocking on the glass. Lauhi, what is my major? After entering Nanjing University and walking on the wide and long road, An Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Lu Linha has An Meng's student ID photo there, otherwise I would have to wander outside today. If Lu Linha didn't know, then An Meng could only think of one way. That is to squat at the door, looking pitiful and unwanted, with a sign hanging around the neck. I have lost my memory. Who is my classmate? Please take me away. The second class of the English major in the School of Foreign Languages is really a stable major. As for the English major, I think they should be able to get by. An Meng thought that since she knew the major, she would not be late, but in fact she was still naive. Although she was once a student of Nanjing University, she was a sedentary otaku back then. Moreover, Nanjing University covers a very large area, with more than a dozen colleges alone. It is so large that there are even special buses within the school. Even though she stayed there for 4 years, she still didn't fully appreciate its charm. As for the School of Foreign Languages, although she had often heard of it, she had never been there. It took her a lot of time just to find the location of the college, not to mention finding the specific classes. And Meng has one good thing, which is that she is carefree. Since being late is inevitable, she is not in a hurry to leave, but slowly inquires for the address. When she leisurely arrived at the classroom, the class had already started for a long time. The classmates' eyes were all focused on her. The teacher glanced at her sideways and was very unhappy to see her indifferent look. Student An Meng, with so many people looking at you, don't you have any reaction? An Meng paused and waved at everyone. Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be on this stage. You even gave acceptance speech. Chapter 78, Dream Time. Ha ha. After not seeing you for just one semester, how come the campus beauty of Anhui University has become so humorous? The students below burst into laughter. If it were the original An Meng, he would probably be so embarrassed that he would want to find a hole to crawl into. But as the saying goes, when you've been away for 3 days, you should look at her with new eyes. She has been completely transformed and is no longer the same An Meng from the past. He is a man with a macho soul inside him, who can laugh off such embarrassing things as being eaten. How could such a small scene be difficult for her? As she was laughing, she suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Come to think of it, this isn't something to be proud of. The English teacher initially just wanted to make some sarcastic remarks, but when she saw the situation was getting out of control, she became even more dissatisfied. Why didn't you come to school yesterday? Did you forget you were a student during the holiday? I really forgot. Student An Meng, you don't realize your mistake at all. do you? No, teacher. There's a reason why I forgot. What's the reason? Amnesia? Yeah? How did you know? The English teacher thought An Meng was targeting her, but when she saw An Meng take out a medical record diagnosis, she was also stunned. You really lost your memory? Why did you lose your memory? Because I can't remember the past. I have amnesia. Haha, the audience laughed again. The English teacher waved his hand and said, "Go back and sit down." Okay, thank you, teacher. An Meng walked down the stage with her head held high. The front row was full, so she could only sit at the back. But she also doesn't like sitting in the front row. She feels that the feeling of being surrounded by people in the middle is the safest. Seats in college are random, and she subconsciously wanted to sit on the boys' side, but just as she was about to sit down, a thought popped into her mind. No, she's a girl now, so it is only natural for her to sit next to a girl, right? When she was in college, she always wanted to experience what it was like to sit in class with girls, but because she was shy and she always pulled her to sit with them, this wish had not been fulfilled in 4 years. Today, her chance to realize her dream has come. She observed the girls around her. Not to mention, there are a lot of pretty girls in the English department. She can see several of good quality just by taking a glance. She hesitated for a long time and finally chose the girl she liked the most and sat next to her. "Hello, classmate. I'm sitting here, okay?" The girl looked her up and down and asked suspiciously, "Have you really lost your memory?" "Yeah, I've completely forgotten what happened before." The girl moved her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. "What's the matter?" "Nothing." And Meng felt that there must be something going on between this girl and the previous An Meng. But since she didn't say anything, she didn't bother to ask and prepared to attend class seriously. At this time, she found that the textbook that the teacher used didn't seem to be in her school bag, so she had to say to the girl next to her, "Classmate, I don't think I brought this book with me. Can I read one with you first?" The girl said nothing, and after a moment, she put the book in the middle of the table. "Thank you. You are such a kind person, classmate." The girl's expression froze, and she said nothing more. And Meng followed the class. Not to mention, after experiencing the society for 1 or 2 years, returning to school and listening to the teacher giving vivid lectures on the podium, it is a quite different experience. After the first class, An Meng just took out her cell phone to entertain herself when many male classmates surrounded her. There are a total of 4 girls in Nanjing University who were named campus beauties, and An Meng is one of them. As a school beauty, it was natural that there were many people who had both secret and open crushes on her. However, An Meng was introverted and honest before, so she didn't even have a boyfriend in her 1 year at school. Now An Meng not only lost his memory, but also seemed to have become extroverted. As the saying goes, those who are close to water get the moon first. Now that they are familiar to An Meng, they have a natural advantage. But they didn't know that the beautiful girl in front of them was already a married woman. "Student An Meng, does your amnesia have any impact on your health?" "It has no effect. I sleep through the night, and my period is so regular that I want to kill it." Another boy squeezed over and said, "An Meng, do you still remember me? I was standing next to you during our freshman military training. I can't remember, but seeing how you look, I believe you, brother." Another boy came over and said, "What about me, An Meng? I helped you carry your luggage when you first entered school." "Really? Thanks, bro. You're welcome. It just so happens that I have to move out of the dormitory today. Can you help me get it again?" As a former male, she naturally understands that it takes a certain amount of courage for a boy to take the initiative to talk to her. Although approaching her is doomed to fail, at least you cannot appear too cold. You should be enthusiastic so as not to undermine her confidence. So no matter how they approach her, An Meng will never refuse. As long as you dare to talk to her, she will respond. But her response was like Garen's full-level cue. With just one sentence, she directly put a silence buff on the opponent. It's a pity that she didn't finish responding to all of them by the end of the break. An Meng sighed. She finally realized how popular beautiful girls are, but it doesn't seem to be a good thing. She was sighing, but she didn't know that behind her at the door, 3 girls were staring at her back and talking about her. "Sister Hua, look at that little bitch. She's so flamboyant this time. She even dares to take the initiative to sit next to you." "That's right. You stole Sister Hua's man and made so many people laugh at you. Now you can continue to act so arrogantly just because you have lost your memory. You even asked to borrow a book from you. This is a provocation. I seriously suspect that she is pretending to have amnesia in order to get over the incident. Look at how excited she is with those men. How can you tell that she has lost her memory?" The 2 of them were talking to each other, and the girl in the middle frowned. She was the sister Hua that the two of them were talking about. Coincidentally, she was the girl who sat next to An Meng in class. You mean, she's pretending? Probably. I guess she deliberately put on this show so that she can be with that scumbag legitimately and leave you speechless. Let's see whether it's true or not. If it turns out that she is pretending, the girl's eyes turn cold. Then I will definitely not let her off. After school in the evening, An Meng walked out of the school gate and came to the same intersection as she was in the morning, waiting for Lu Linha to pick her up. An Meng. She turned her head and saw that the person calling her was a boy. He was tall, had messy hair, and looked handsome. Who are you? The boy was stunned. You don't recognize me? I'm sorry. I have amnesia, and I forgot everything that happened before. Amnesia? Are you kidding? No, I have medical records. What happened? He asked anxiously. If I knew how I lost my memory, would it still be considered amnesia? The man was startled, then burst into laughter. Okay, then let's get to know each other again. My name is Uboi, the president of the music club, and you're my member. Yu Bowen said this and extended his hand towards An Meng. As An Meng stretched out his hand, he suddenly felt a chill sweeping through his body. What does it feel like? She turned around and found that Cullinan had stopped behind her at some point, and that chill came from the man in the car. Chapter 79. Don't be too materialistic. The car's window film has a very good confidentiality, and people outside can't see what's inside at all. But even though she couldn't see it, An Meng could still imagine what the man in the car looked like. An Meng quickly retracted his hand. Although they were in disguise, there was a driver in the car, so she still had to maintain her reserved image as a lady. Oh, where can you find an employee as dedicated as her? Well, senior, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Let me give you a ride. I need to drive out, and my car is parked nearby. Yu Bowen shook the key in his hand, and the BMW logo appeared faintly. No, someone picked me up. Who is it? Isn't it the van that took you to work again? No. The two were talking when they heard the surprised voice of a passerby. Wow, look, that's Cullinan. Oh my God. I only saw people making money from Cullinan fragments on the internet, but how come someone actually put it together? It must be parked here to pick someone up. I'm so envious. It would be nice if it came to pick me up. Passers-by were talking about it, and Yu Bowen glanced at Cullinan and sneered. There are too many superficial people. There are obviously many more important things in this world than money. After saying that, he looked at An Meng and smiled. I believe you can understand me, An Meng. Well, I understand. People nowadays value material things too much. They're always bound by the secular world and society and never ask themselves what they really want in their hearts. In the end, their lives are like a dream. Yu Bowen's eyes lit up. Yes, that's right. I didn't expect that, An Meng. You actually see life so clearly. Of course, as a person, you can't just focus on money. After saying that, An Meng turned around and got on the Cullinan behind him. Yu Bowen's smile froze instantly. After getting in the car, the man was sitting on the other side of the back seat, his elbows resting on the armrest of the car, his chin resting on his palm, staring at her with interest. Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was a little awkward, An Meng grinned and said, Hi, Mr. Liu. Long time no see. Who is he? Who is it? The person who just spoke to you. Oh, him. I don't know him. I don't know why you're so enthusiastic about chatting. Lu Linha asked. I seem to know him before, but now I have lost my memory, so I don't know him. Oh. Lu Linha nodded and reached out to touch An Meng's hair. Then when you saw him, didn't you remember anything? An Meng said dissatisfiedly. Hey, why do you have so many questions? You ask all kinds of questions. When Mr. Pan, who was driving, heard this, he stiffened his neck in fear. He has been driving for Mr. Liu for many years and knows him very well. Although he is young, His Majesty is no less than those old leaders who are in their 60s and 70s. In the company, no one dared to disrespect him. If he frowned, the employees' hearts would skip a beat. All he could do at this moment was to stare at the front and the rearview mirror and drive his car honestly. Old Pan thought Lu Linha would be unhappy, but unexpectedly, the man smiled. Of course I have to ask. I didn't expect my wife to be so popular. On the first day of school, a boy took the initiative to chat her up. TSK, this is just one. There are at least a dozen today. Oh, I didn't expect being a beauty would be so troublesome. So how did you do it? I just answer whoever they ask me. I'm like a celebrity who's having a fan meeting. I'm so busy. I've added more than a dozen people on WeChat alone. I don't know what's going on. We're classmates, but we haven't added each other on WeChat before. The smile on Lu Linha's lips gradually disappeared. A drop of cold sweat slid down the side of Lao Pan's face. Madam, please. Say less. When the city gate catches fire, all the fish in the pond will be affected. And Meng didn't notice the change in Lu Lina's expression and continued to show off. But Lu Lina no longer responded. After driving for a while, the car entered an apartment complex. "Boss Lu, we're here." Lu Lina got out of the car, and Meng followed him out. She followed behind Lu Lina and looked around. There are blooming crabapple trees on both sides, and a classical fountain can be seen in the distance. There's also a small bridge over the water in the distance, and a pavilion on the side. Several people are sitting under the pavilion, chatting and drinking tea. Everything you hear and see is filled with an elegant and luxurious atmosphere. She felt like she was entering a park rather than a residential area. Not far away stands a huge landscape stone with 4 large characters written on it. Jinyun Capital. She had heard of the name of this apartment. It was located in a prime location in the city center where every inch of land was valuable. The people who lived here were definitely not ordinary people. Little did she know that one day she would be able to experience the life of an evil capitalist. The two entered the elevator. Lu Linha took out a card and scanned it, and the button for the 11th floor lit up. There are only 2 families on this entire floor, and they are the ones on the left. The room is decorated in a simple style. There's a set of light gray sofas in the living room. A huge night view TV screen hangs on a light yellow wall, and several light-colored paintings hang around it. It looks simple, but very comfortable. And Meng was like a happy rabbit, looking here and there and wandering around the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. This is much better than the manor. It looks like a home. The manor is so big that eating here feels like a business trip. The girl talked to herself for a while, then turned to look at Lu Linha. "Why don't you say anything? I'm the only one talking. I'll wait until you finish." "Have you finished?" "That's all. You don't need your mouth anymore." And Meng raised his eyebrows. "What does this mean?" "No, what's wrong?" "Well, since you don't use it, then I'll use it." Before Meng understood what he meant, Lu Linha pinched her chin, forcing her to raise her face, and then blocked her mouth tightly. The man broke in violently, catching her off guard, and everything inside was turned upside down in an instant. Her eyes were empty for a moment, then widened after a few seconds. She twisted and struggled, but in front of the man, she was so weak that even resistance seemed like flirting. After more than 10 seconds, Lu Linha reluctantly left that sweet habitat. The girl blushed and took a few deep breaths. Then her eyes sparkled with fire. "You are sick." "No. Why would I kiss you without you?" "Oh, so I can kiss you even if I'm sick." "No way. Since none of them are allowed. Why do you ask me if I'm sick?" The girl was confused. She stayed there for a long time before she came to her senses. "Don't change the subject. Why did you kiss me again?" A stupid woman has added so many men on WeChat because of her amnesia. I can only ask her to recall who her current man is. Get lost. Aren't we a contractual couple? And you broke the contract again. Pay me. You must pay me. Lu Linha smiled, took out his mobile phone, tapped the screen a few times with his slender fingers, and a transfer was made. An Meng picked up the phone and took a look. "Hey, isn't the contract compensation 10,000? Why did you give me 20,000? Lu Linha put one hand in his pocket, looked at her, and smiled without saying a word. And Meng blinked, suddenly realized something, turned around and ran. Help! Chapter 80 Spring is here. In the room, the girl was sitting on the sofa, and in front of her stood a tall man. The man looked down at her. "You really want to do it?" The girl nodded. "Let's do it." "Have you done this before?" "I've done it a few times, so I have some experience." "There's no point in talking anymore. Show me your craft first." "Come, uldit. Just wait and see. My skills will definitely open your eyes." The girl said as she grabbed it. "Oh my God, why is it so heavy?" "Nonsense. How can a pot be light?" Lu Linha crossed his arms. "We agreed that you have to cook a decent dinner. Otherwise, you can't escape this kiss." And Meng asked Lu Linha to pay 10,000 yuan in compensation, but the other party transferred 20,000 yuan instead. She immediately understood what the other party meant and ran away. Smartly, she hid in a room and locked the door. But she overlooked one thing. That is, the house was his and he must have the key. If he had the key, then she had the key. If he sucks me again, my mouth will be swollen tomorrow. When she goes to school tomorrow, someone asked her what's wrong with her mouth. How should she answer? "You mean falling?" Who always hits his mouth when wrestling? Being kissed? That would be so embarrassing. Just when she was about to be conquered again, and Meng shouted, "Don't be so harsh. I have something to say. Hurry up, it's urgent." And Meng held the phone in both hands and said weakly, Mr. Liu, can I get a refund? I don't want the 10,000 anymore. Can I return it all to you? No, I never ask for money back from what I give out. Even if you return it, I won't take it. Liu Linha has seen countless people, and he can feel that although An Meng is a little resistant, she does not reject him. So this is more of a role-playing than a plea for mercy. Feeling the soft fragrance in his arms, Liu Linha couldn't help but hug her a little tighter. Don't waste time. We have to go out for dinner later. Eat out. Of course, there's no maid here to cook for us. So what are we going to eat if we don't go out? The girl's eyes turned around a few times. No need to go out. I can cook. As long as you let me go, I will do it. I really want to try the girl's cooking skills. After all, the girl grew up in a relatively poor family. As the saying goes, children from poor families grow up early, so her cooking skills should not be too bad. Moreover, Liu Linha himself could not cook. After all, he had lived in an environment where he had no worries about food and clothing since he was a child. After growing up, he went straight to work and had no time to learn something like cooking. Finally, the two reached a consensus that An Meng could use her cooking skills to pay off the debt. Because they had just moved into this house and had basically nothing to eat, Liu Linha called the driver, Lao Pan, and asked him to buy some fresh ingredients. Liu Linha was originally full of expectations, but when he saw that An Meng couldn't even hold the pot steadily, the anticipation in his eyes suddenly disappeared. The cooking skills you mentioned don't mean instant noodles, do you? Do you want some noodles? My bottom is delicious. The man frowned. Where? And Meng was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Watch you. Why are you talking so perverted now? Is this still the cold and abstinent President Liu that she first met? If your thoughts are not perverted, why do you think I am perverted? And Meng curled her lips and turned her head away. Get out now. Don't disturb me here. I can't go out. I have to supervise you. Don't smash my pot. It's unlucky. Don't laugh at me. I just didn't expect the pot to become so heavy. And Meng covered his eyes and said to himself, Chica Xiao, it seems that he hasn't fully adapted to this body yet. She was telling the truth. Maybe she had lost more strength after her rebirth. So when she held the pot before, she didn't feel it was that heavy. Okay, stop being stupid and start now. Then let me show you how to make it. Have you ever tried Buddha jumps over the wall? Yes. Okay, then I'll make you a dish of shredded pork with fish flavor. What does this have to do with the Buddha jumps over the wall just now? It's okay, I'm just asking. And Meng put on an apron, tied up her long hair skillfully, and started her first journey as a cook. Although her family was not what Liu Linha had imagined, because her parents were often away from home for work, she and Yi would work together to find a way to prepare dinner. At that time, takeout was not popular yet, and the brothers didn't have the money to eat out every day, so she had to learn to cook by herself. At first, she only knew how to cook noodles and beat eggs. Gradually, after she had enough of noodles, she began to explore new cuisines, and eventually she mastered several specialties. Wash, cut vegetables, prepare juice, blanch, and put in the pot. After all the hard work, a fairly decent plate of shredded pork with fish flavor was ready. She picked up the plate and turned around. I'm going. You haven't left yet? Liu Linha was still leaning against the door, and he witnessed the entire process of the girl cooking. He originally wanted to see if An Meng could really cook. If she could, he would go outside and wait. After all, he had no interest in watching others cook before. But somehow, watching An Meng cook, he felt inexplicably excited, and before he knew it, he was there until the end. Maybe this is why time passes so quickly when you are with someone you love. Although there was only one dish today, Liu Linha ate it with great relish, and even had 2 more bowls of rice than when he was at the manor. How about it? Not bad. No worse than the chef at the manor. How much is the salary of a chef at your manor? The head chef earns 500,000 yuan a year, and the ordinary chef earns 300,000 yuan. Then hire me. 30,000 is enough for me. After dinner, An Meng began his leisurely nightlife. It's strange to say, the house is not small, but An Meng always feels that something is not right. When Liu Linha, wrapped in a bath towel, pushed the door in, she finally noticed it. The house has a tea room, a study, a gym, and even 2 toilets. But there is only 1 bedroom with a bed. Wait a minute. Why does your house only have 1 bedroom? This house is so small. It's normal to only have 1 bedroom. And Meng did not reply, but stood up and hugged her quilt. Where are you going? I'm going to sleep on the sofa. Spring is here, and it is mating season for animals again. Liu Linha was like a part of this group of animals. Since he couldn't catch up with his dream lover, He would use her little toy as a substitute meal. She had barely managed to avoid Lu Linha's ruthless tongue with a meal, but if she slept in the same bed again today, she would probably still not be able to escape the fate of being kissed. Then, wouldn't her cooking be in vain? She came to the door, but was stopped by Lu Linha. He frowned slightly. Do you really want to sleep on the sofa? Yes, get out of the way and let me out. A sofa is not a bed after all, and it will affect your sleep quality. You take care of me. I mean, you sleep here, and I'll sleep on the couch. Huh, you're going. If this bed can only sleep one person, then my choice is to give it to you. Lu Linha patted her head gently. Good night. I wish you a good dream. After saying that, he turned and left. As she watched the man gradually walk away, the girl's eyes felt empty. Damn, why did she feel that this guy's back looked a little lonely? Chapter 81. The Night I Miss Him, Interactive Rewards, and More. The night gradually deepened. The bustling city finally returned to its quietest state. In the bedroom, the girl was lying on the bed with her legs spread out, her sleeping posture extremely arrogant. After a moment, she turned over and moved to the other side of the bed, as if she was looking for something. But until she reached the other side of bed, she didn't seem to find what she wanted. Then she took a decisive step forward. Boom! Ouch! When An Meng opened her eyes, she found herself under the bed. She rubbed her buttocks. It hurts so much. Where's Lao He? Why doesn't he guard this side? She complained subconsciously, and when she saw the empty bed, she remembered that Lu Linha had been driven outside to the sofa by her. Hey, will you come? Why do you always leave when a master needs you? Are you targeting the master? An Meng muttered softly as she climbed back onto the bed and closed her eyes. But this time, she couldn't sleep. She was restless when she slept and would subconsciously look for something to hug. When Lu Linha was around, even if she struggled, she would just snuggle into his arms and use him as a pillow to fall asleep peacefully. But now she was the only one on this huge bed, and she suddenly felt very insecure. She got out of bed and took out the pillow that Lu Linha bought for her from the cupboard. But after hugging him, she always felt something was wrong. No, this feels wrong. Although this pillow is very soft, it is too soft and seems a bit too loose. In her mind, a pillow should be soft and firm, like relaxed muscles. Although it is soft, it still feels tough inside. It would be best if there was a light scent of the ocean. It would be best if there was a warmth slightly higher than her body temperature. It would be best if her messy hair could be combed so that she could fall asleep more comfortably. Originally, the girl had almost fallen asleep relying on her imagination, but when she thought of the last one, her eyes suddenly widened, like an owl that was very alert at night. No, this is not a pillow. It's just Lu Linha. This bastard, even though they were not in the same bed, he still disturbed her. An Meng turned over, covered his head with the quilt, closed his eyes tightly, and began to snore as if he was deceiving himself that he had fallen asleep. Click, click. The room was very quiet. Only the clock was still doing its work and making continuous sounds. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. Damn, I still can't sleep. When she thought of Lu Linha, her mind unconsciously recalled what happened tonight. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, and gradually she lost all desire to sleep. Is he asleep now? If the sofa is not as comfortable as the bed, then he should not have fallen asleep. The girl turned over and got out of bed. In order not to make any noise, she didn't even wear slippers. She tiptoed on her delicate toes and came to the living room. On the sofa, Lu Linha was lying on his side with his eyes closed, looking peaceful. The curtains in the living room were not drawn. In the faint moonlight, she could barely see the man's profile. His knife-like face and high-nose bridge outlined a perfect arc. An Meng lay on the head of the bed, looking at the man carefully for a while, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. To be fair, even if Lu Linha's company went bankrupt, he could still find a rich woman and enjoy wealth and glory just by relying on his face. For someone like Chu Nan, who has been single since birth, she has to thank God for being single, let alone becoming a rich woman. It is true that if you compare yourself to others, you will die, and if you compare goods, you will throw them away. Maybe it was envy, or maybe it was jealousy that she couldn't sleep while he was sleeping soundly, or maybe it was hatred for being offended during the day. In short, a bad idea came to An Meng's mind. If she slapped Lu Linha now, and when Lu Linha woke up, if she said that he had a nightmare and was asking for help, would Lu Linha believe her? She thought for a moment and came to the conclusion, who cares if he can do it or not? She insisted that the other person was having a nightmare and that Lu Linha was definitely unable to do anything to her. Who told him to forcefully kiss her during the day? Everything has its consequences, and I am your retribution. The girl did it right away. She raised her hand and touched the handsome face. Pa! The man suddenly opened his eyes, and the girl quickly touched his head. You're awake. You just had a nightmare and kept asking for help. So I slapped you to wake you up. Are you okay? An Meng said seriously. The man didn't say anything, but stared at her for a long time, then spoke slowly. There's something I don't know whether I should say it or not. You tell me. Actually, I didn't sleep at all just now. The girl's brain suddenly crashed, and after a few seconds of freezing, her brain received new instructions. Not good, retreat quickly. She ran away, but unfortunately Lu Linha was quick-witted and grabbed her hand. No matter how An Meng flapped his legs, he couldn't move at all. Miss, let me go. Lu Linha held on her tightly, got up from the sofa, came to An Meng, and picked her up like a kitten. The girl swallowed. What are you going to do, brother? You're not going to play a song called Free Flying and then throw me out of the window, are you? What are you thinking about all day long? Lu Linha shook his head helplessly and threw her gently on the sofa. The ground is cold. Be careful of diarrhea if you walk barefoot. I don't know if the soles of the girl's feet are frozen, but they are red at the moment. It was clearly a caring word, but it took on a different meaning when it reached An Meng's ears. What? What do you mean, are you going to beat the shit out of me? Lu Linha didn't answer him, but smiled and said, Tell me, it's the middle of the night. Why are you here instead of sleeping? I just want to come and see if you were asleep and care about you. Your concern is to slap someone in the face? Lu Linha was a light sleeper, so he was already awake when An Meng came over. He was very happy that the girl came to him in the middle of the night, but he didn't know what the girl was up to this time, so he just continued to pretend to sleep and see what she would do. He thought the girl had a change of heart and wanted to check on his sleep. Unexpectedly, before he had time to be moved, a big slap landed on his face. Just a joke, Did you see me smile? An Meng's smile gradually froze. She grabbed the sofa with her head and posed as if she was sitting down. I'm sorry, sir. I cowed out to you and apologize. You can't apologize. I believe in fairness. If you hit me, I'll hit you back. That's fair, right? Then why don't you care about fairness when you take the initiative to kiss me? It's also very particular. I won't let you kiss me back. An Meng was speechless for a while. Okay, you can't even hit me, you stingy guy. An Meng was about to get up when Lu Linha stopped her. No, just keep this position. It's best to close your eyes. Why do you still need to close your eyes? You get scared easily with your eyes open. Oh, then can you be gentler? I'm afraid of the pain. Don't worry, I know what's going on. An Meng obediently closed her eyes. Lu Linha found the right angle and raised his hands high. Mr. Lu, spank me. P.S. I have finally finished the update after coding till now. Thank you for your gift support. Chapter 82. Don't ask about social affairs. This was already the 27th time An Meng yawned in this class. Thanks to Lu Linha, she didn't sleep well yesterday. Although Lu Linha finally returned to bed, she had become even more excited after playing around and was no longer sleepy. At least she fell into a vague sleep when it was almost dawn, but was woken up by the alarm clock soon after. Sleep is like a cat at home. When you want to play with it, it will look down on you. But when you stop looking for it, it will come to you on its own initiative and you can't get rid of it. To sum it up in one word, cheap. Thinking of this, she yawned again. The old professor on the podium frowned and stopped. Student, what do you mean by yawning all the time? Are you saying that my class is so boring that you want to sleep? The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly dropped to freezing point. He is Professor Gong from the Foreign Languages Department. He is in his 50s and is nicknamed Mediterranean because of his bald head. He has considerable experience. If it was someone else's class, it would be fine, but Professor Gong's class must not be neglected. He was well known for his strictness. If there was a problem in his class, being criticized was the least of the problems. In serious cases, students might fail the course and have to retake the course, or even not graduate. However, An Meng, the person involved, was still distracted. This made Professor Gong even more angry. Student, can't you hear me? Or are you ignoring me on purpose? The classmate next to him poked An Meng and said, Hey, Mediterranean is calling you. An Meng was startled and looked at Professor Gong. Oh, I'm sorry, Teacher D. Teacher D. Professor Gong pushed his glasses. Mr. Hai? My last name is Gong. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Teacher Gong. Just now, An Meng was halfway through his sentence when his head suddenly hit the table and he remained motionless for a while. This gave the old professor a fright. What is going on? He had heard of many cases where students committed suicide or self-harm because their teachers were too harsh in their criticism. But he hasn't said anything yet. Why is he starting to hurt himself? The professor quickly said, "Student, the teacher is just maintaining normal class order. Please control your emotions, don't get excited, and sit up, okay?" An Meng did not respond and continued to lie on the table. "Classmate, if you keep protesting like this, I'll deduct your credits." The student on the other side said, "Teacher, she doesn't seem to be protesting. So what is she doing? She seems asleep." "An Meng, you are really awesome today. You dare to act so crazy even in the Mediterranean class." After school at noon, a girl came up to her and said with a smile, "Oh, don't mention it. I'm really pissed off at that old man. I have to hand him a report tomorrow. Just copy it online. The Mediterranean doesn't read it." "Yeah, that makes sense." And Meng nodded and looked at her sideways. Who are you?" The girl was stunned. "Huh? No way. You even forgot about me. I don't have amnesia anymore. Okay, Ome Yishuang. We're best friends, and we're in the same dormitory. You sleep on top of me," Yishuang said as she opened her phone and called up a group chat. This is a group chat of 4 people, named 4 Golden Flowers. An Meng's mouth twitched. It's hard to imagine that such a retro group chat name is the masterpiece of contemporary college students. She still remembers the name of the group chat when she and Chi were in the same dormitory. It was called White Horse Club Male Model Works Special Group. It is worth mentioning that although the names of their group chats seem to indicate that everyone has experienced many ups and downs, in fact, none of the 4 brothers in the dormitory was single until graduation. So after graduation, Chi changed the name of the group to "Whoever is single will leave, the last one is a dog." But up to now, there seem to be only 4 people in it. Brothers are still the best. In order to prevent each other from being treated like dogs, they choose to sacrifice themselves. And Meng looked at Yishuang. She had a pretty face and a nice figure. If she lived in the dormitory, she would be able to feast her eyes on her. Oh, it's all Lu Lin's fault and this guy's birth, always ruining her plans. Yishuang chatted with An Meng for a few more words. After leaving the teaching building, she claimed that she had something else to do, and then she parted ways with An Meng. "See you in the afternoon, Meng." She said goodbye to An Meng warmly, but after turning around, the smile on her face disappeared. She exited the group chat and opened another group chat of 3 people, named 3 Roses. Except An Meng, the other 2 are in this group. Yishuang posted in the group, "Sister Hua, where are you? I'll go find you." Sister Hua shared a location in the group chat, which was Lanzhao Ramen on the 3rd floor of the school cafeteria. Yishuang came to the cafeteria, where Sister Hua and another girl were sitting at the table. She sat down and whispered, "I just inquired about it. It seems that she really has lost her memory and doesn't remember me at all." Sister Hua whispered, "Are you sure?" "Sure. Her reactions definitely don't seem like acting." I don't think she would dare to play such a trick. After all, she knows my methods. If I find out that she is lying to me, she will only shoot herself in the foot." Yu Boyi, the boy who chatted up An Meng last night, is Hua Jie's ex-boyfriend. However, ever since he met An Meng, Yu Boyi has gradually become cold towards her and even proposed a breakup. Sister Hua held a grudge against An Meng because she knew that An Meng was an excellent student and received scholarships every year. So she used her family connections to secretly report An Meng to the Education Bureau, falsely claiming that she had promiscuous relationships, forcing the school to cancel her scholarship application. At that time, An Meng was working part-time in a restaurant near the school. She also hired people to spread rumors, causing the restaurant to be afraid to accept her and eventually fire An Meng. An Meng was in desperate need of money, so she was forced to work part-time at a noodle restaurant in a distant financial street, where she had a ride in the store manager's van to and from get off work every day. But Sister Hua felt that this was not enough, so she found her brother and asked him to bring people to the noodle shop to cause trouble. But the strange thing was that after her brother came back, when she asked about An Meng's situation again, her brother just stammered and replied to her, "Don't ask about social affairs." She guessed that her brother must have done something to An Meng, causing her to be overly frightened and lose her memory. Sister Hua was immersed in the joy of having her revenge, and Yishuang said, "Since An Meng has lost his memory, Sister Hua, you may be able to win back Senior Yu Boyi." Sister Hua snorted coldly. "I no longer care about that man. I just don't like being poached by that woman. Now that she has lost her memory, it can be considered retribution." Sister Hua smiled slightly. At this moment, a man and a woman at the entrance of the cafeteria attracted her attention. She looked over, and her smile froze. At the entrance of the cafeteria, a man and a woman were talking to each other. They were none other than An Meng and Yu Boi. Sister Hua turned and looked at Yi Xuan. You talking about amnesia again? Are you going to play 3 lives, 3 worlds for me? Chapter 83. Enemies meet on a narrow road. As the saying goes, enemies often meet on a narrow road. An Meng finally understood the meaning of this sentence today. She was planning to go to the 3rd floor today to try her favorite ramen, but was stopped by a man. An Meng, what a coincidence. You're coming to eat too. She blinked and stared at Yu Boi in front of her for a few seconds. Who are you? Yu Boi's mouth twitched. Didn't we just meet yesterday? Did you lose your memory again? Oh, sorry, I forgot this time. Are you the senior Bo Cow? Yu Boi, Bo Cow is over there. Yu Boi pointed to the meat pie shop on the other side. Oh yes, senior Yu Boi. An Meng greeted him and tried to walk around him. Seeing this, Yu Boi also moved his steps and blocked her way again. The girl frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? The man hesitated and finally asked. An Meng, are you short of money recently? That's a question. Who doesn't need money? The car you got on yesterday should belong to Lu Linhe, the president of Lu Group, right? The girl was stunned. How did you know? There aren't many cars like that in the whole city. We'll know who it is once we check. But An Meng, why are you involved with him? Hearing Lu Linhe's name, An Meng couldn't help but recall that night last night. That slap was the root cause of her not sleeping well that night. You have to know that the last time she was spanked was in elementary school, which made her feel like she was being lectured by her parents. This bastard, although his attack was not heavy-handed, it was extremely insulting. She gritted her teeth and said, Don't mention him. My butt hurts when I mention him. Yu Bowen's eyes widened. What did he do to you? Seeing Yu Bowen so excited, An Meng realized that what she had just said seemed a little ambiguous. She was about to explain, but then she changed her mind. It was obvious that Yu Bowen was interested in An Meng. If she cut him off too cleanly, it would easily give the other party the impression that there was still something going on between them. She didn't know whether An Meng liked this man in the past, but it was impossible for her now. She might as well exaggerate a little so that he would give up completely. Having made up her mind, An Meng took a deep breath, covered her mouth, and her eyes were instantly filled with tears. He is simply not a human being. He didn't let me sleep last night. So, Senior, please stop bothering me. I am not the same An Meng anymore. In fact, every word An Meng said was true, but the tone and expression were different, and the effect of what he said was also very different. These 3 sentences made Yu Bowen feel like he was struck by lightning, as if he was petrified by Medusa, and he stood there motionless. Seeing the man so devastated, An Meng couldn't help but sigh. There's no other way, brother. Although this is a bit cruel, a short pain is worse than a long one. The girl you like is no longer here. An Meng originally wanted to reveal some more shocking news, but after seeing the other party's reaction, she felt that the effect was already achieved. She walked around Yu Boi and prepared to get food. Who would have thought that after taking a few steps, Yu Boi came back to his senses and shouted at her. An Meng, I will not give up on you. I know you are not that kind of girl, and you have your own difficulties. I will definitely rescue you from that man. Just wait for me. Just wait. In an instant, everyone in the cafeteria focused their attention on them. An Meng was shocked. Why did all a brother whose classic lines pop up? What's the difference between this and pooping in public? Not only do you pull it yourself, you also have to pull her along. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, even An Meng, who prided herself on being thick-skinned, couldn't hold it in anymore. She didn't even dare to get food and hurriedly fled the cafeteria. After she left, the onlookers were still reminiscing about it. This guy is really brave. I think he will be famous all over the school soon. Isn't this Yu Boi, the president of the music club, a famous talent in our college? The girl is An Meng, one of the campus beauties of our Nanjing University. I didn't expect that this talented man would have trouble resisting beauty. I remember Yu Boi had a girlfriend before. I think her name was An Meng, and she was pretty. Oh, no matter how beautiful you are nothing in front of the school beauty. Men are never satisfied in this regard. That's true. The rumors spread by passers-by really reached An Meng's ears. She sneered, this An Meng is really capable. Not only did he pretend to have amnesia to fool us, but he also made me a laughing stock among others. Sister Hua, what are you going to do? What should I do? She made me look bad in public, so of course I have to repay her well, just like this pair of chopsticks. After saying that, Huang Mengxin broke it with force. But it didn't break. She paused, gritted her teeth, and tried to break the chopsticks a few more times, but they still did not move. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Yishuang said, "Let me do it, Sister Hua." She took the chopsticks, took a deep breath, and exerted force with both hands, and the chopsticks broke. "Is that so, Sister Hua?" "Yeah, good job." At this time, the cafeteria staff came over and said, "Two students, you deliberately destroyed the cafeteria's property. Please go to the front desk to pay the fine later." Lu grew. In the afternoon, Lu Linha had just finished a meeting. He was tidying up the materials on his desk and casually asked his secretary, Xiao Wang, "Is there a meeting at the municipal CPPCC this afternoon?" Lu Linha is not only an entrepreneur, but also a CPPCC member, and it is common for him to go to the city for meetings. "Mr. Lu, the CPPCC just called and said today's meeting is temporarily canceled." "Canceled? Then what other plans do you have this afternoon?" "There's nothing to do this afternoon, Mr. Lu." "Nothing." Lu Linha leaned lazily on the chair, pinching his nose bridge as if he was relaxing. Thanks to An Meng, he didn't sleep well yesterday. When facing his employees, he still has to cheer up and give instructions, but once he relaxes, his body will feel inexplicably tired. "I don't know how that girl did in school today. I hope she didn't get called out by the teacher for sleeping in class." "Yes. Do you have any plans?" asked the secretary. He looked at the blue sky outside the window and said with a smile, "Since the spring breeze is just right, let's go out for a walk." Girls' dormitory. 3 girls were gathered in front of a computer. "Yinzi, can her number be accessed?" "Don't worry. My computer has a password storage function. She has logged into my computer before, so she will definitely be able to log in." A girl named Yinzi opened the login portal of Nanjing University's official website and entered a string of account numbers. The moment she entered the account numbers, the password popped up. When I logged in, the name on the account was An Meng. "I've logged in, Sister Hua." "Very good." Huang Mengxin sneered. Since she likes playing the role of amnesiac, let her play it to her heart's content. Chapter 84. How to Fight Him. The wind is strong at night. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. And Meng had just gotten rid of Yu Bowen, but now she was entangled by her period. At least Chow Chow said that he would come only when he did, and this period would come on time even if my aunt didn't mention it. It is even more shameless than Chow Chow. For a girl like her who had just changed her job, she didn't even have any toilet paper, let alone sanitary napkins. She could only borrow a few tissues from a classmate passing by and then go to the nearby toilet. It is the most difficult to rest when the weather is getting warmer and colder. 3 cups of light wine are no match for the strong wind at night. In the bathroom, she inexplicably felt that this phrase was very suitable for the current situation and couldn't help but recite it aloud. She used to think there was nothing wrong with the poem, but now she seriously doubts the background when Li Qingzhao wrote it. After wiping it briefly to stop the attack, An Meng walked out of the toilet and went to a supermarket near the school. By the way, this was her first time buying feminine hygiene products. When she was at the manor before, she only had to ask, and XIN she would deliver it to her. The wide variety of women's products on the shelf was overwhelming. She looked around and finally found something quite novel. A tampon. She picked up a pack and took a look and found that this thing was different from sanitary napkins and was actually stuffed in. Moreover, the labels on the packaging, such as invisible close protection and comfortable and light, attracted her attention. Being very curious, she naturally chose some new things that she had never tried before. After buying it, she spent a long time in the bathroom following the instructions before she successfully inserted the tampon. Alas, being a woman is too troublesome. If there's a next life, she still wants to be a man. After entertaining his aunt, it was already 12:30. And Meng didn't know if it was because he was too busy or because of his aunt's mischief, but he lost his appetite and didn't eat lunch. He returned to the classroom early and lay on the table, playing with his cell phone idly. Not long after she sat down, the counselor called her. "Come to my office right now." And Meng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the old professor told others that she slept in class? The girl dragged her tired body and reluctantly went to the counselor's office. As soon as she came in, she saw the instructor's murderous eyes. The counselor's name is Zhu Min, female, 25 years old, a graduate student from Nanjing University. As soon as she graduated, she took on the role of counselor in the school. She was eating in the cafeteria today, but a phone call from the department head made her lose her appetite. "You have been reported by students, saying that you took advantage of your position to ask for money from students." You should explain what you have done recently. If you confess now, you may be treated leniently. Zhu Min was confused. Director, I have never done such a thing. How can I explain it? Will others report you if you didn't do it? And they report you with their real names. Think about it carefully. Zhu Min was angry and speechless. She was asked to admit and explain something she had not done. Wasn't this forcing her to use the great memory recovery technique? But there is no way. Reality is so unreasonable. She really wanted to know who had maliciously reported her, but this kind of real name reporting would not reveal the reporter's information. Just as she was wondering, another call came. It's An Meng calling. She said that she had just seen An Meng log into the campus network and report Zhu Min by real name. She was worried about what happened to teacher Zhu and called to ask. Upon hearing this, Zhu Min was furious and immediately called An Meng over. She glared at An Meng. Why are you doing this? An Meng thought, she just took a nap in class. Was it necessary to have such a big reaction? But since the teacher asked, she could only answer truthfully. I'm sorry, teacher. I couldn't control myself. She thought the problem could be solved by simply apologizing, but she didn't expect the counselor's expression to be even uglier. What did you say? You couldn't control it. Yes. So, your opinion of me is already deeply rooted? No, I have no objection. Zhu Min sneered. Why would you report me by real name if you didn't? And you also accuse me of taking money. When have I ever done such a thing? An Meng was stunned. Teacher, you got the wrong person. I never reported you. Still pretending. I already have evidence. I'm telling you, this is malicious slander, and you'll be held legally responsible. At this time, the English teacher and Professor Gong in the office also came over. English teacher, Teacher Zhu, was it An Meng who reported you? I wonder if this kid took the wrong medicine after losing his memory. He came to school yesterday and started to talk nonsense with me and talk back to the teacher in class. Teacher Gong, this student yawned in class today. I said a few words to her, and she banged her head against the table. She is simply lawless. The three of them were talking to each other, leaving An Meng with no way to say anything back. Zhu Min narrowed his eyes and said, See, the teachers know how you performed when you came back. Since you don't admit it, I can only talk to your parents about this matter. South City University. As soon as Lu Linha arrived at the door, he was surrounded by a group of people. Just as he was wondering, a middle-aged man in a white shirt came over. Long time no see, Lu Lin and classmates. Principal's son? Why are you here? Lu Linha was a little surprised. The middle-aged man in front of him was none other than the president of Nanjing University. We heard that Mr. Lu is going back to his alma mater, so we have been waiting for him here for a long time. Oh no, we can't call him Mr. Lu now. We should call him Mr. Lu. Lu Linha is a prominent figure in South City. His return to school will not only increase the school's reputation, but if he provides some financial support, it will definitely not be an ordinary amount. So when the school heard about it, they naturally came to line the streets to welcome us. Principal, you are joking. I will always be a student in front of you. Mr. Lu's words are enough. We have a small welcome party in the VIP room. Mr. Lu, please be sure to attend. Lu Linha exchanged a few more words with Principal's son and then was escorted into the school by them. On the way, Lu Linha asked the secretary, Did you say hello to the school? The secretary said, Yes, Mr. Lu. Didn't you say you wanted to come to the school to take a look? I just told this place. What did you tell the school about? Mr. Lu, I understand. If you don't return to your hometown when you are rich and powerful, it's like walking in the night in fine clothes. What's the point of a person like you returning to your alma mater without letting others know? Lu Linha was speechless for a while. He didn't actually mean that. He just wanted to come and see Annie. Now, I didn't meet my wife, but I met a bunch of leaders first. Lu Linha never expected that while he was being courted by the leaders in the VIP room, and Meng on the other side was being bombarded by the teachers. Sometimes people's joys and sorrows are not shared. P.S. This book was stopped from distribution because of some similarities between it and The Rival's Wife, and was required to modify the similar content. However, I thought about every sentence by myself and typed it out by hand, so I had no idea where they were similar. I consulted the customer service, but they couldn't tell me where they were similar. In fact, I didn't copy it at all, so they couldn't point it out at all, and just let me modify it myself. I have read The Rival's Wife before, and I read it again this time because it was banned. In fact, this book is only somewhat similar in the setting of rebirth at the beginning and fake marriage to the president, and the heroines are both lively and outgoing. So the sense of déjà vu of The Rival's Wife is a bit like that of The Rival's Wife, but the subsequent plot is completely different. But if the king orders his subject to die, the subject must die. If the king asks me to change, I have no choice but to change. I can only modify the parts mentioned in the comments and submit them for review. If it fails the review, it will be removed directly from the shelves. At the moment, it's just that the traffic has gone down, but the chapters can still be published. If they're taken off the shelves, then I may really have to say goodbye to everyone. Chapter 85, Essential Skills for Adults. Lu Linhe was deceived. He originally thought that the VIP room that Principal Sun mentioned was just an ordinary meeting room that could seat a dozen people, where they could sit and chat with their former teachers and recall their past deeds. But in fact, what Principal Sun was talking about was the VIP room, which is the school's auditorium number 1. As a former student of Nanjing University, he knew that this auditorium was usually used to receive distinguished guests and was a venue that could accommodate thousands of people. When he entered the venue, the seats were already full. He was surprised by the number of people who came to attend, but he was soon relieved. After all, what the university has the most is students. The members of the student unions of the several major campuses alone can fill the entire venue. Principal Sun was on the stage, solemnly introducing Lu Linhe to the students who came to attend the welcome party. Hello, students. Let me introduce to you Mr. Lu Linhe next to me. He is your senior and is now the director and president of the Lu Group. After graduation, Mr. Lu Linhe not only led the Lu Group to expand across the country, but also made outstanding contributions to his hometown, Nanchang City. Principal Sun's boasting made Lu Linhe feel emotional for a rare time. I didn't expect that after several years, the principal's output is still so strong. But Lu Linhe had no intention of listening, but looked at his watch from time to time. It's already 13:10. If it's any later, Annie will have to go to class, right? Below the stage, the girls were looking at Lu Linhe sitting on the stage and talking about it. Is that Mr. Lu? I thought it was some celebrity. I heard he was a boss and thought he was an uncle, but I didn't expect he was a young, handsome guy. I didn't expect that even bosses are so introverted in this era. You're young, rich, and handsome. If he falls in love with you, do you think you'll be happily married for the rest of your life? If he likes the school beauty, it may be useless. If he likes you, it's probably because his family is short of meat for the new year. Get out of here. The girls are still fantasizing about the man on the stage. But if they could see through people's hearts, they would see that another beautiful figure has already lingered in a man's heart. Now, please invite Mr. Lu Linhe to give a speech and give us students some advice on the road of life, so that they can be as successful as you in the future. Lu Linhe had wanted to get away for a long time, but when the microphone was handed to him, he had no choice but to say a few words. But he had not prepared any speech before coming, nor did he have a prepared speech or a script in mind, so he could only improvise. Lu Linhe took the microphone, tapped his fingers on the table twice, looked around at the students, and then spoke softly. I have no suggestions. When these words were spoken, the students were all stunned. Don't believe in the mottos of so-called successful people, and don't listen to the experiences of the elderly. It's not them who pay for your life, but only you. We are all adults, so why don't you believe in yourself? Just do what you think you should do. That's enough. After he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the audience. They all thought that he was going to give some successful speech, some inspirational words like work hard and strive for the best. But they never expected that Lu Linhe would actually give them poisonous chicken soup. Principal Sun probably didn't expect Lu Linhe to say that, but he was an old man after all. So even though it wasn't what he wanted to hear, he immediately applauded after hearing it. Good. That's very well said. The audience also started to applaud, and in an instant, the applause was thunderous. Amidst the warm applause, Lu Linhe smiled slightly, stood up, and left the stage. Mr. Lu, where are you going? Principal Sun asked hurriedly. Do what I have to do. Lu Linhe left the venue, while on the other side, An Meng's side was still in full swing. Huh? You want to call me parent? Why? Are you scared? No, I'm just surprised that one day I would be called to the office as the parent. An Meng has been working for 2 years. When she hears about being called to the office as the parent, something that only existed during her student days, she finds it a bit unfamiliar now. When I was a child, I was terrified when I heard parents calling me. Now that I have returned to society, I miss it when I hear such words. You think I'm trying to scare you, don't you? I'm telling you, I'm going to find your parents. Not only will I withdraw the report, I'm also going to punish you. An Meng was shocked. If she was punished, she would have trouble graduating. It was already a waste of time for her to be forced to take a second year at university, and it would be even worse if she had to repeat the grade again. At this moment, An Meng finally remembered the essential skills for adults. The core skills mastered by an ordinary adult are neither wisdom nor means, but forbearance. In school, she learned a lot of knowledge, but when she entered society, she only learned one thing. That is, she is not the protagonist of this world. Hard work leads to difficulties for the boss. The things you like meet an empty wallet. The desire for love meets lonely nights. Once you accept the reality, forbearance becomes a necessary skill to survive in this world. The girl pouted her lips and blinked her eyes, with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, teacher. I really didn't know about the report you mentioned, but if it was really in my name, I would help you to withdraw it immediately. My family is in financial difficulty, and it's not easy for me to go to school. So please, can you please not punish me? The girl's voice was soft, with a hint of crying in it. But in fact, An Meng was not upset at all. She was just showing off her acting skills. If it was An Meng at the beginning, perhaps she might not be able to act pitiful so smoothly. But after practicing with Lu Linha for a long time, she is now very adept at it, and her acting skills are almost as good as those of popular actresses. The three aggressive teachers lost their edge for a moment. She looked so pitiful that Zhu Min felt that if he rejected her, her little pearl would fall in the next second. Zhu Min's attitude softened a bit. If you had taken this attitude earlier, wouldn't these things have happened? I don't want to dwell on whether it was you who reported it, as long as it can be withdrawn. That's right. It's not scary to make mistakes. What's important is to admit them in time. Another teacher added. Several teachers started lecturing again. No matter what they said, An Meng kept his head down, looking submissive. As a social animal, the most important thing is to be thick-skinned. No matter how your leader scolds you, just don't deduct your salary. Okay, I can give you no punishment, but I still need to call your parents to communicate. Teacher, can you please not make this call? An Meng was not afraid of being scolded by the parents. The key point was she wasn't very familiar with An Meng's parents. Not only would it be awkward when they met, but what if her father was a strict father with violent tendencies? That would be very bad for her. No, you've been having a lot of problems lately. Not only have you been skipping classes, but you've also been talking back to your teachers. I have to call your parents to talk to them. As soon as she finished speaking, a deep male voice came from the door. Forget about the phone call. Let's talk about it face to face. Zhu Min turned around. Who are you? Aren't you looking for Meng's parents? Lu Linha stepped into the office with a smile on his face. I am. P.S. From yesterday till now, many readers have left me comments, which really touched me. I'm very grateful for your support, and thank you for liking this story. And it seems that even if it fails the review, the chapters can still be published, but there will be no new readers coming in, and there will be no income. But even if it is out of love, An Meng will give this story an ending. Chapter 86, My Cute Family. Lu Linha walked in slowly, and the four pairs of eyes in the office were all in confusion. Especially An Meng. She even thought she was seeing things and rubbed her eyes a few times. Wait, why is Lu Linha here? This doesn't seem like the place where he should appear, right? An Meng always felt that Lu Linha's character should only appear in high-end venues, such as large companies, villas, or banquets. Seeing him at school now is like a pig growing wings, a wolf falling in love with a sheep, or the Calabash brothers fighting against Bald Chong. It is full of incongruity. Could it be that he was actually a wild monster randomly refreshed by the system? He could appear anywhere. And Meng was confused, and so was Zhu Min. Who are you? I am An Meng's parent. Parent? She looked up and down at the man in a suit in front of her. Although the man was dressed very maturely, judging from his handsome face, he was only in his 20s. How could he be An Meng's parent? Are you kidding me? Of course not. If you don't believe me, ask An Meng. Several people's gazes shifted to An Meng, and An Meng's scalp suddenly felt tingling. Damn it. I doubt you were trying to make things difficult for me. And Xiao Meng? An Meng naturally couldn't tell the truth. The three of them had almost finished their lines to educate her. If she said that this was her husband, wouldn't that give them a new topic to talk about? She pursed her lips, came to Lu Linha, and introduced, This is my brother. After that, she tugged at the corner of the man's clothes, signaling him to cooperate. Lu Linha raised his eyebrows, but did not expose her. Instead, he nodded and said, Hello, teachers. I'm asking you to take care of my Meng. Professor Gong adjusted his glasses and said, Strange, why do you look familiar to me? The English teacher agreed. Me too. I used to be a student here, so maybe the teachers have seen me. That's right. The two teachers nodded and didn't think about it anymore. Although Lu Linhe used to be the president of the student union and often gave speeches on stage, they were not school leaders, but just teachers. They usually only focused on their teaching work and did not pay attention to the president of the student union. Is this your brother? Zhu Min wondered. Didn't you say your family is average? Then your brother. The man in front of me, both in his clothing and temperament, exudes an air of wealth and nobility. My brother used to be a model, so he looks quite noble. In fact, this suit is a high-end imitation that he bought on Pinduoduo. It's 98 for 2 pieces with free shipping. Oh, I see. Your brother does have a good temperament. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought he was a rich young master. Zhu Min glanced at him, and when she realized that Lu Linhe was looking at her, she quickly looked away. An Meng was shocked. Instructor, what's with that shy expression on your face? You are completely different from the ferocious you just now. Professor Gong wondered, no, if you are An Meng's brother, why are you here? Because I passed by the school today, as an alumnus. I came back to visit, and by the way, I came to see my Meng. As soon as the words, my Meng came out, An Meng felt goosebumps all over his body. She could guarantee that he did it on purpose. So that's how it is. Professor Gong nodded. At this moment, the smile on Lu Linhe's face suddenly disappeared, and he said in a serious tone, by the way, what did Meng do? I just heard that you want to find her parents. Strangely enough, even the old professor who had seen a lot of ups and downs felt a sense of oppression when his expression changed. Lu Linhe is not only a leader, but he also has lives on his hands, although he killed criminals. He is like a veteran who crawled out of a pile of corpses. He looks amiable at ordinary times, but once he becomes fierce, the murderous aura can scare ordinary people. Seeing that the 2 teachers were silent, Zhu Min, the instructor, explained, it's like this. An Meng has been in a bad state recently. First, he skipped a day of class, then slept in class, and made his classmates laugh, disrupting class discipline. He also maliciously spread rumors and slandered the teacher. In front of parents, teachers usually exaggerate and describe students' mistakes as serious, as if a trivial matter can eventually become a big one. In fact, it is a kind of alternative killing with a borrowed knife. Due to their status, if they use verbal abuse or corporal punishment, they will always leave some handles, and parents have absolute authority, so they usually provoke the parents' anger to achieve their goals. Zhu Min felt that what she said was already very serious, but Lu Linhe still looked indifferent. It was wrong of her to sleep in class, but the teachers also know that Meng has recently developed amnesia and is still in the adjustment period. Just to make up for the previous homework, she almost stayed up all night, every night. And because of her amnesia, she's been very anxious recently. She may have acted weird in class, just because she was afraid that her classmates would see through her inner thoughts. Please forgive her, teachers. An Meng tilted his head. Wait, wasn't she sleepy in class because he spanked her yesterday, and she couldn't sleep for a long time? She made others laugh in class because she liked to be funny. I studied all night long, feeling anxious because of my amnesia and afraid that my classmates would see through my inner thoughts. Whose story is Lao He telling? Why does it sound strange to her? Professor Gong and the English teacher looked at each other. Their point against An Meng was that she was not enterprising, but now that Lu Linhe told the story behind it, it seemed that they were being a little indiscriminate. In an instant, they slid from a moral high ground to the lowest point. Professor Gong quickly said, it's nothing serious. We also did something wrong. We criticized the student without knowing her specific situation. Please forgive us. Yes, Mr. Gong is right. The English teacher agreed. And Meng is still a very good child. We're just making a big fuss out of nothing. No. Teachers don't need to make excuses for her. She is wrong, and excuses are not the right of an adult. We will definitely teach her a lesson when we get back. With just a few words, Lu Linhe separated the 3 people who were originally allied. Seeing the 2 teachers being turned against her, Zhu Min suddenly became isolated and helpless. She quickly said, actually, these are all small matters. The worst thing is the slander. She used her student account to report me on the school platform, but the report was all false, which constitutes defamation. Maybe my usual behavior has given her some prejudice, but she used the method of slander and rumor, which is a serious violation of the law. Lu Linhe looked at An Meng. Did you report it? No. An Meng said loudly. It's strange. She had admitted her mistakes obediently before, but somehow, after seeing Lu Linhe, she suddenly had the confidence to resist. It's already this late, and you're still being stubborn, right? Seeing that the atmosphere was about to become tense again, Lu Linha quickly said. Forget it. There's no point in dwelling on this issue. The key point is to withdraw the report. There's a computer here. Meng, log into your account and withdraw it first. Oh, and Meng responded obediently and sat in front of the computer. Just as she was about to enter her account number, her hand suddenly stopped. She looked up, bewildered. Wait, what's my account number and password? When these words were spoken, the three teachers were stunned. P.S. We won the resurrection match. Thank you all for your continued support over the past few days. Kids, I'm back. Chapter 87, in Xiaoming's difficult family. When she sat in front of the computer, An Meng remembered that the student account she remembered was An Meng's. As for An Meng, she had no impression of him at all. Don't remember? How could you not remember? Zhu Min wondered. I have lost my memory. If you can't log in, how do you withdraw the report? Zhu Min said anxiously. The English teacher said, Teacher Zhu, you should have the student account records. As for the password, as long as you have the account and the phone number, you can change it via text message. 2. Professor Gong. No, Professor Zhu, this is not the point. The point is, if An Meng can't remember the account, how did she log in to report it? Oh my god, I didn't expect that Professor Gong you are actually a normal person. No wonder he is bald. It turns out it is caused by his extreme intelligence. An Meng was very excited. She glanced at Lu Linha and found that he just smiled and said nothing. Zhu Min was slightly startled, and she looked at An Meng. So it wasn't you who logged in? Didn't I always say it wasn't me? Then why did you just say you wanted to log in and help me cancel it? I thought I remembered it, but when I logged in I realized I didn't remember my account password at all. Zhu Min could tell that An Meng was not lying. She just saw that An Meng wanted to input something, but when her hand touched the keyboard, she suddenly realized the problem. Strange. If it wasn't you, who else could have accessed your account? There's a question I'm quite curious about. That is, Teacher Zhu, how did you know that An Meng reported you? At this time, Lu Linha spoke, and everyone's attention shifted to him. Real name reporting like this generally protects the privacy of the reporter. After all, if the reporter's information can be easily found, it would be a crime of infringing citizens' personal information. Zhu Min was shocked and quickly explained, I didn't investigate. Someone called me and told me that she saw An Meng using a computer to report someone under her real name in the dormitory. What? I didn't go back to the dormitory today. I went back to class after buying things at the supermarket. Oh, do you have an invoice? Lu Linha asked. I don't have an invoice, but I have the transaction record. An Meng took out his cell phone. Let me take a look. Lu Linha took the phone. Well, the time is 12:23 p.m. When did you receive the report? Zhu Min took out his phone. 12:27. Lu Linha asked An Meng. The place to buy this is Huaxin Supermarket on campus. How far is this supermarket from your dormitory? It will probably take 15 minutes. Although An Meng had never been back to the girls' dormitory, as a 4-year student, she was relatively familiar with the terrain of Nanjing University. That means An Meng was still in the supermarket at 23 minutes and had to be back in the dormitory at 27 minutes. Even if she ran, it would be difficult to finish. And you can see there is no sweat on her face. She doesn't look like she has exercised at all. After saying that, Lu Linha touched the girl's head in a very intimate manner. An Meng suddenly became nervous. Please, the teacher is here. How dare you be so bold? But she didn't dare to speak and could only express her protest with her eyes. But the teachers didn't think much about it and just thought it was an act of friendship between siblings. But if it wasn't An Meng, then who reported it? In the analysis just now, the testimonies of 2 people are obviously conflicting. One is the person who saw An Meng in the dormitory and reported it, and the other is An Meng who didn't even return to the dormitory. So one of these 2 people must be lying. Zhu Min's pupils suddenly contracted. Girls' dormitory. Sister Hua. I heard from classmates that An Meng seemed to have been called to the office. She must be in big trouble this time. Yi Shuang poked his head out from the upper bunk. Hua Mingxin was lying on the bed, looking at her cell phone. Hearing this, she smiled slightly. Of course, we used her account. She can't explain it even if she wants to. Doesn't she like pretending to have amnesia? This time I'll let her really have amnesia in front of the teacher. She was smiling when her cell phone suddenly rang. It was our instructor Zhu Min who called. Her smile froze. Strange. Why did Zhu Min call her? She only stayed there for a moment and soon became calm again. It's probably because she just called to frame An Meng, and now she's looking for her to testify. Then she might as well add fuel to the fire. She picked up the phone. Hello, Teacher Zhu? There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, followed by Zhu Min's cold question. Why did you do that? Hua Mingxin had a bad feeling, so she asked, Teacher, Are you saying that I leaked the information that An Meng reported? Because I think what she reported is not true, so I plan to enforce justice. Stop acting. You should know what you did. Why did you use An Meng's account to report me? Hua Mengxin's pupils widened. How did she know? Could it be that An Meng refused to admit it, causing Zhu Min to suspect her? Hua Mengxin's heart almost jumped out her throat. She took a deep breath and tried to calm down. No, the other party probably has no evidence either. He must be just trying to trick her. She gritted her teeth and still played dumb. Teacher, what are you talking about? I don't know An Meng's account. How can I log in to report it? It seems that you are determined to see Huang He. If I am not mistaken, you should be using an Apple computer. The model is MacBook Air. On that computer, there's a login record of An Meng's student account. Hua Mengxin was stunned. It doesn't matter if you don't want to admit it. There are browsing traces on the computer. Even if you delete the records, they can still be found. If you admit it now, we can still discuss it. If it is found out, it will be a big problem and is not a problem that can be solved by punishment. Hua Mengxin looked pale. After all, she is a student. After hearing that the consequences are so serious, her psychological defenses collapsed instantly. She knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her hands, and Conan's BGM seemed to sound behind her. Hua Mengxin has confessed everything. She said that she wanted to frame you because you had a feud before. I have already told the director about this matter, and the director has also reported it. We are waiting for the follow-up results. Zhu Min looked at An Meng. I'm sorry, An Meng. The teacher wrongly blamed you. It's okay, as long as you can prove that it wasn't me. An Meng waved his hands, but he still felt a little scared. I didn't expect that the girl looked polite on the surface, but the struggle behind it was so dark, and she even tried to frame others. When she was in the boys' dormitory, there were basically no conflicts. Even if there were, they would just call each other SB and continue to be good friends the next day. Now that it's over, I'll leave first, said Lu Linha on the side. Zhu Min looked at him and said, thank you for your help this time. By the way, how did you know their IP addresses and even the computer models? All the evidences Zhu Min had were provided to her by Lu Linha, and the other party only asked for An Meng's account number, went out to make a phone call, and told her so much information after coming back. Nothing, I just happen to know a few friends who know a little bit about computers. Aren't you a model? How do you know someone in the computer industry? This shows that he has many good friends. Professor Gong patted Lu Linha on the back. This young man has a bright future. Keep working hard. With your temperament, you may be able to become a boss in the future. Just as Professor Gong finished speaking, several people came running over from the end of the corridor. The three teachers didn't pay attention at first, but when the other party came closer, they looked carefully and stood at attention. Director Su? Why are you here? Director Su, director of the Nanjing University office, is also a senior leader of Nanjing University. You have to know that this is just a branch, and Director Su is the school director. If someone of his rank came to inspect the branch, the entire school would have been informed and notified. Director Su nodded and ignored them. He went straight to Lu Linha and said, Mr. Lu, what are you doing here? Principal Sun is still waiting for you at the venue. Didn't I finish my speech? That's all I have to say. I still have some shows to prepare for you. If I don't invite you back, Principal Sun will definitely blame me. So please come back with me. Unable to refuse the kind invitation, Lu Linha could only walk away surrounded by Director Su and other leaders. Until they left, the three teachers remained standing there, not moving for a long time. After a while, Zhu Min looked at An Meng. Is this what you call family difficulties? Chapter 88. Why are we polite as a family? In the end, Hua Mengxin and her two best friends were punished by the school. Hua Mengxin was given a warning and suspended from school for logging into other people's accounts without permission and spreading illegal rumors. The other two students were given a serious warning. In addition, the school also required each of the three to write an apology letter to An Meng. An Meng never imagined that she, who wrote self-criticisms for others back then, would one day receive self-criticisms from others. An Meng, check if this apology letter is acceptable. If not, I'll ask them to go back and rewrite it. It passed. It's much better than what I wrote. What did you write it? Oh no, that was a lifetime ago. Zhu Min laughed and said, you are quite humorous. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that Zhu Min's attitude towards her seemed to be much better after Lu Linha came. Speaking of Lu Linha, after he helped her get justice, he was taken away by Director Su, who suddenly appeared, and he was nowhere to be seen for the whole afternoon. He is just like what Su Jima described in his poem. He left quietly, just as he came quietly. And Meng spent the whole afternoon thinking about why he was here, but couldn't figure it out. That's right, it was Lu Linha who caused her to be distracted in class in the afternoon. It wasn't her who didn't pay attention. But in fact, there is no need for her to worry about it, because Lu Linha is someone she sees every day. In the evening, they met again in the car. As soon as he got in the car, Lu Linha asked, "How's that going?" "It's been resolved. They were punished and wrote me an apology letter. I won't cause you any more trouble, will I?" "Probably not. This time they're only punished because it is a first offense. If they're caught again next time, they will probably be expelled. It is not easy to get into a prestigious university. They must be able to tell the difference between the important and the unimportant." "Well, that's good." Lu Linha nodded. He raised his head and met the girl's clear eyes. Normally, An Meng would look away to avoid looking at him, but this time, she kept staring at him. Lu Linha wondered, "What are you looking at me for? Why are you in school today? And in the office?" "I passed by here this afternoon and thought I'd stop by to take a look. I went to the Foreign Languages College to ask my classmates about your classroom and wanted to find you, but a classmate told me that you had just been called out by the teacher and should be in the office now. I thought it might be some little idiot who got into trouble again, so I came over to take a look." At this point, Lu Linha raised the corners of his lips and reached out to pinch the soft flesh on the girl's face. "But I didn't expect that the person I found was not a naughty fool, but the wrong doe." And Meng rarely resisted, letting Lu Linha pinch her, grinning and asking, "Where did you go after that?" After that, Lu Linha frowned and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Forget it. Let's not talk about what happened afterwards." He later followed director Su back to the venue. After the performance, Principal Sun's enthusiasm was still not extinguished, and he invited Lu Linha to give a speech. After praising the performance, Lu Linha expressed his emotion that his alma mater is still full of talented people, and said that he would donate a sum of money from the group's foundation to support the school's scientific research, talent training, and the introduction of high-end talents, and further strengthen the teaching staff. Finally, Lu Lin ended his visit to his alma mater by shaking hands and taking a photo with Principal Sun before the donation ceremony. It cost him a lot to come and see his wife, but it was worthwhile for him to come this time. After all, if he hadn't come, he didn't know how An Meng would be bullied. Lu Linha, who was usually calm, actually felt angry when he saw An Meng being scolded by 3 people. If he hadn't considered that An Meng would continue to study in this school in the future, he would never have chosen such a gentle solution. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but exert a little force on his hands. "Oh, it hurts. Be gentle, brother. I still need this face." Lu Linha came back to his senses and looked at the girl who was puffing up her cheeks with a look of dissatisfaction. He quickly stopped his strength and rubbed her gently. "Oh, sorry. You still want more? I thought you were shameless." "You are shameless. Let go." And Meng shook off Lu Linha's hand, looked at the speeding scenery outside the window, and whispered, "Well, thank you for today." If Lu Lin hadn't appeared like a god from heaven, she might have really had to bear the blame today. "Idiot. Why are we being polite as a family?" And Meng curled her lips and said nothing. Lu Linha's eyes turned. "But if you want to thank me, it's not enough to just say it. You have to at least show some actual gratitude." The girl glared. "Hey, didn't you just say we're a family? So why should we be polite?" "Yeah, so I'm not being polite to you. I'm just being straightforward, right?" An Meng finally remembered the unscrupulous nature of the man in front of her. "Then what do you want to express? You don't even care about the little money in my pocket." The man smiled slightly, stared at An Meng, and said calmly, "If you don't have money, don't you still have people?" Upon hearing this, An Meng subconsciously clamped her legs together. Xinyan Capital. After getting off the car, An Meng followed Lu Linha, feeling very nervous. After Lu Linha said that, he did not provide any further explanation. But this made An Meng even more uneasy. What does he mean? What does it mean to have no money but still have people? What can her people do? And Meng didn't understand, but he didn't dare to ask, so he could only rely on himself to figure it out. But she racked her brains to figure out, and it seems like there's nothing else she can do except work. Does he really want to take advantage of the situation? Although this guy has a favorite female celebrity, judging from his previous behavior, he's the type of bastard who would not take advantage of an opportunity. It is very likely that a single man and a single woman will be in the same room, and even shouting for help will probably become a form of pleasure. What should she do? Is it better for her to run away early? As the saying goes, if you keep the green mountains, you will never worry about firewood. She had to find an excuse to escape and wait until this storm was over. But what's a better reason? At this time, the elevator door opened and Lu Linho walked in, while Meng was still standing at the door in a daze, thinking about something. What are you doing standing there? Come in quickly. Oh, the girl came to her senses and walked into the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed, and she suddenly came back to her senses. Wait, if she gets in the elevator, you can't run away then. Isn't this just like the little sparrow walking into a trap? Coming to the bedroom, the man opened the closet, took out a few unopened sets of clothes, and threw them on the bed. Put it on. And Meng took a look and found that there were several sets of women's clothing. What's this? I bought a few sets of clothes a few days ago. Try them on to see which one looks best. You bought it for me? And Meng looked at him suspiciously. Why did you buy clothes for me? Aren't you going to pursue the popular actress when minnying? Why don't you buy clothes for her? Lu Linha was stunned. This girl is still thinking about Hua Dan? He thought about it and did not expose her, but explained, you have a similar figure to hers. Try it on first and I'll see the specific effect. Oh, and Meng picked up the pile of clothes and went into the bathroom, muttering something under her breath. So you're trying on clothes. I thought it was something else. What? It's just, wow, why did you follow in? Chapter 89, What Disney and She Have in Common. I didn't come in. I just stood at the door and you left it open. The man at the door answered. Okay, I'll turn it off now. Wait, answer the question before you close it. What's the problem? What did you just say you thought that was? And Meng's eyes were empty. If Lu Linha knew that she thought she would be scolded when she went home, but she still followed him back obediently, given his personality, he might do something again. Last time she was bitten by mistake, and this time, who knows what might go wrong. She quickly said, nothing, nothing. What do you mean nothing? The man's eyes darkened and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. You didn't think that I was going to do that, did you? The man said, nodding to himself. Yes, after all, I did say that I have no money, but I still have people, so the misunderstanding is understandable. The girl was shocked. Don't talk nonsense. You need evidence to make up a rumor. Is it still called rumor-mongering if there is evidence? If you want it so much, it's not impossible. The man said, taking a step forward. The girl stepped back quickly. So who wants it? And Meng's voice rose a few notches. And then she suddenly had an idea. By the way, she seems to be having her period. Although she didn't have much experience in this area, she remembered seeing a golden ticket on the internet for women whose periods were female. Unexpectedly, although her aunt tortured her normally, she would really do it when something happened. She quickly said, I'm warning you, my aunt is here. So what? The man spread his hands. The girl's eyes widened. Huh? You don't want to fight a bloody battle? This is the first time I've heard that you can't go to Disneyland when you have your period. Disney? And Meng was confused. How did he get involved with Disney? Is it because both violating her and violating Disney are punishable by law? Didn't you want to go out and have fun? I pay, and you provide the people, right? I see. If you don't want to go, just pretend I didn't say anything. Don't worry, I can go to Disneyland. Okay, let's wait until school is over and find a time. But now there's a new problem. What? Since my aunt doesn't affect our trip to Disneyland, then what is the impact you were talking about? Wait a minute. If Disney is allowed, then what is the project you just said is not allowed? The girl's mouth opened wide and her eyes were blank. After Lu Linha's repeated teasing, her already insufficient brain finally broke down. Speak. ABA. Seeing that his prank was successful, Lu Linha suppressed his laughter and left. He was afraid that if he continued to play with her, An Meng would be harmed to death. He was just worried that An Meng would be in a bad mood because she had her period today and was wrongly accused. So he wanted to tease her, but it didn't seem to make her happy. He sat in the rocking chair, put his cell phone on the table, and took out another cell phone from his clothes. He clicked on the screen and logged into a live broadcast software. This account only follows one anchor, and that is An Meng's live broadcast account. The rich man who often gives tips during a live broadcast is actually him. When he has nothing to do in the company, he will watch An Meng's live broadcast. He is mainly concerned about An Meng's income. After all, the two of them are just entangled in a contract now. If An Meng really makes $3 million from live streaming, the contract will not bind her. It's just that the time it stays popular on the internet is shorter than the skirt of a lady in a club. An Meng did gain some traffic for a while after she showed her face, but as she stopped broadcasting for a few days, the traffic gradually disappeared, and eventually there was not much left. His original intention was to pay attention to An Meng's income so that he could have an idea. Unfortunately, NEZ's live broadcast room was really bleak. Sometimes he couldn't stand it and would just give a few rockets as a reward. Giving her a few rockets should make her feel better. While Lu Linha was giving rewards, and Meng in the bathroom was looking at the women's clothing in his hand and was in a dilemma. She thought that the women's clothing Lu Linha gave her was no different from the previous ones. But when she looked closely, she found something was wrong. Wait, why are they all short skirts and stockings? And it's white silk. Although she has been a girl for a while, these two things are like a girl's breast to her, things that she has never touched. She didn't know if it was the subconscious male consciousness at work, but she had an inexplicable resistance to short skirts and stockings. She always felt as if something in her heart would disappear after putting them on. To wear it or not to wear it. This is a problem. The girl hesitated for a long time, and then suddenly her mobile phone received a message notification. The guardian of user Xiaoming has rewarded you with 5 rockets. And Meng's eyes lit up. Isn't this the top brother in her live broadcast room? Wow. She hasn't even started broadcasting yet, and the big guys are already giving her rewards. She quickly clicked into the live broadcast software and interacted with the boss for a few words. Thank you for the reward. Xiaoming loves you. Xiaoi, when will Xiaoming start airing? It may be later today. About an hour later, I will notify you when it opens. Okay, if you don't open it, I will call you on VX to urge you. Ever since Jiang Jun rewarded her and added her to VX, the news leaked out from somewhere that the top few people on An Meng's live streaming list all wanted to be added as V, so An Meng had no choice but to let them all qualify for V. However, the accounts they added were all small accounts that An Meng opened specifically for live streaming, and he rarely used them at other times. She was in a good mood after someone gave her a gift. Looking at the stockings, she gritted her teeth and stamped her feet. What are you afraid of? Didn't Sima Yi also wear women's clothing given by Zhuge Liang in the past? It's not a problem for An Meng to wear the clothes given by Lu Linha. Chapter 90. Fat is for people to see. After Lu Linha gave the rocket reward, he was watching An Meng's previous recording when the bathroom door opened. He quickly turned off his phone, calmly put it into the inside pocket of his shirt, and looked up at An Meng. An Meng wore a white student shirt on the upper body and a dark blue plaid skirt on the lower body. The hem of the skirt fell to the middle of her thighs, revealing her pair of white and slender legs. On her feet were a pair of black student leather shoes. The student style, coupled with the girl's delicate baby face, interprets pure desire to the extreme, especially those big, innocent eyes, which always make people want to bully her. With a girl's good looks, no matter what she wears, she will undoubtedly be an eye-catcher. However, as her eyes moved downward, Lu Linha's brows slightly furrowed. Where are the socks? This outfit was recommended to him by Shinma 1, and he remembered that what the other party emphasized most was that it should be paired with white silk. A student wearing white silk stockings and tied in 2 ponytails is like a cow riding a rocket, awesome with lightning, Viagra, and Xianmai, unable to get off all night. Lu Linha didn't believe a single punctuation mark in Shin Moen's exaggerated statement, but he really wanted to see what it would look like on the girl. After all, in his impression, An Meng always wore trousers, and she only wore dresses when attending banquets. Although An Meng is naturally beautiful, as the saying goes, clothes make the man, saddles make the horse, and a dog runs more happily with a bell. It would be a pity for such a good figure not to wear some beautiful clothes. Facing Lu Linha's questioning, the girl pursed her lips. She stared at the stockings for a long time in the bathroom, but ultimately she didn't have the courage to put them on. This is like a man wearing panties with a bear pattern on them. It's not that they can't wear them, but there's an inexplicable sense of shame. Especially when she put them on her feet and pulled them up, she always felt like she would be penetrated if she stepped out. After all, in her world, this kind of thing has nothing to do with her. But she had thought of the reason for not wearing it. She didn't rush to answer, but walked to the left side of the bed. She usually sleeps on the left side. Put her phone on the cabinet to charge, and then explained, "Those socks are too troublesome to put on." Trouble? Yeah, it's too long, and I've never worn anything like it. I don't know how to wear it. This is the first time I've heard of someone not knowing how to wear socks. It's normal for a city dweller like you to have little experience of the world. The man smiled and asked, "Where are the socks?" "Here for you." And Meng handed him the ball of stockings. Lu Linha took the stockings and said, "It's okay. I'm very tolerant. Since you don't know how to wear them, I won't force you." "Oh, thank you. Then let me help you." Huh? Lu Linha's words were beyond her expectations. So much so that she opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. The man pulled the girl and made her sit on the bed. "Come, give it to me." "No, no, no. No need. I know how to put it on. I'll go in and put it on right away." Dressing yourself is a shameful thing in itself. And if you let others dress for you, it is simply shameful. You will go back to your parents' home with shame, and even to your grandmother's home with shame. Didn't you know how to do it just now? Oh, girls wearing socks is just like boys changing their voices during puberty. It just happens all of a sudden. Oh, so that's how it is. The man nodded. Just when An Meng thought her insistence had worked, the man reached out to her. Stretch your legs out. The man had his signature smile on his face, but in An Meng's eyes, it was like Satan's smile. Satan's smile can also be regarded as a smile. An Meng swallowed, and after a moment's hesitation, she turned around and crawled to the other side of the bed. Are you kidding? She would never let a man wear it for her, even if she was beaten to death. It was a pity that she had just crawled to the end when the quick-eyed and quick-handed Lu Linha dragged her over. She was like a drowning boy, struggling desperately, but still inevitably falling into the terrifying abyss. Help, are you sick? Didn't you know that a long time ago, An Meng really admired Lu Linha? No matter when, he could always give reasonable and well-founded answers. After Lu Linha put them on, he continued, another one. After saying this, An Meng didn't respond. He looked up and found An Meng lying flat on the bed, with a pillow covering her head and her two little hands tightly grasping both sides of the pillow. Lu Linha wondered, why are you covering your head? Nothing, nothing, An Meng said weakly. She originally wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but it was really difficult to do so she had to settle for the next best thing and cover her head. It seemed that in this way, she could escape from reality for a short time. I'm dressed. Hearing this, the girl's pillow moved slightly, revealing one eye, observing the world. At this time, Lu Linha was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the bed, looking down at her. The girl was startled and quickly covered herself with the pillow. The man burst out laughing. Is she imitating a hamster? But the hamster is not as cute as she is. Hurry up and let me see the effect. An Meng had no reaction. If you don't get up, I'm going to tickle you. His tone was neither light nor heavy, and An Meng's body trembled. Devil. He is absolutely a devil. An Meng reluctantly took the pillow off her face. Maybe it was because of the pillow, but her little face was flushed with an eye-catching blush. Because Lu Linha was sitting on the left, she crawled to the right side of the bed and stood up reluctantly. The stockings fit tightly against the legs, but they don't feel restrictive. Instead, they feel light and comfortable. Yeah, not bad. Turn around and let me see. An Meng exerted force on one foot, combined her waist and horse, and turned quickly on the spot. Even the hem of her skirt was lifted up. The man frowned, slowed down. None of your business. Lu Linha was speechless for a moment. He really couldn't figure out whether this girl was bold or shy. At this moment, An Meng's cell phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Because Lu Lin was closest to where he was sitting, he subconsciously looked over and prepared to pick it up and take a look. An Meng didn't think anything at first, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, if she remembered correctly, just now, her number one on the list seemed to have said that if she didn't start the live broadcast, she would be called to urge her, right? Could this be a call from Big Boss on the list? It happened so quickly that An Meng didn't care about anything else. She turned into a little cheetah and threw Lu Linha onto the bed. Then she climbed over the man and got the phone first. Lu Linha fell on the bed, and before he could react, the world in front of him suddenly became dim. Due to a legal modification, 200 words are omitted here. Chapter 091. They are all quite perverted in the pervert world. An Meng didn't mean it. She was so focused on not letting her phone get discovered that she didn't pay any attention to her posture. When she saw the caller, the tension in her eyes disappeared instantly. What? It turns out it's just a loan call from a bank. For loans like this, please don't call her if there's nothing wrong. If she had the ability to repay the loan, why would she be someone else's wife? She just hung up the phone, and at that moment, she felt like her soul was sucked out. The girl didn't say anything for a long time, just stared at Lu Linha. If looks could kill, Lu Linha would have been cut into pieces by her by now. Lu Linha didn't expect that there was a whole new world behind this thing, and even he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Looking at the thing in his hand, even the knowledgeable Lu Linha couldn't help but turn into a curious baby at this moment. What's this? He looked at it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the origin of this thing. Seeing that the man was staring at her endlessly, and Meng's pretty face turned red, and she pounced on him. Give it back to me, you pervert. His behavior is extremely abnormal in the world of perverts, and is no less abnormal than running 9.58 seconds in a 100-meter race. Bolt has been breaking new records in the 100-meter dash, But this man is constantly breaking new records in terms of abnormality. He is the bolt of the pervert world. Lu Linha frowned. Don't get me wrong, I thought it was just a piece of thread at first. I was just trying to help. A cross formed on An Meng's forehead. She pursed her lips for a long time until her face turned red, but she couldn't utter a strong response. After a while, she stretched out her hand and said viciously, "Give me money." Reason? You violated the rules. What violation did I commit? What do you think? The most intimate action in the contract is kissing. You've already crossed the line, but I only touched the end of the thread, and the reason why I saw the cross-level area was because you tackled me first and then landed on top of me. So, you were the one who violated the rules first. In fact, that little bit of penalty fee was not worth mentioning in Lulina's eyes. The reward he gave casually was already more than the penalty fee. But he liked to bargain with girls and have a few words with them, as if he had regained the fun of playing pranks on the girls he liked during his school days. Hey, I thought you wanted to have sex for free, but I didn't expect you'd want to make extra money. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to give it to me or not? It's not impossible to give it to me, but before I give it to you, I have a question. What? Who called you and made you so nervous? The girl's eyes widened. It's from the bank. If you don't believe me, just look. She opened the call log. Lu Lina smiled and said, I saw it, but what I meant was, who did you think was the one who hit you? Well, it's getting late. I have to go cook. Well, I don't want the money. You can keep it for your retirement. And Meng said, and turned to leave, but was grabbed by the man. Do you think you can get away before you confess? Lu Linha didn't realize that the call the girl was afraid of receiving was from him, who was at the top of the reward list. He thought it was someone else. Okay. Actually, I thought it was my senior. He had been saying that he wanted to pursue me and even said that he would call me. Is that the one I met that day? Yes, that's right. It's him. I clearly rejected him, but he kept pestering me. I was afraid that he would call and cause you to misunderstand again. A profiteer like you will inevitably cause trouble for me again. I'm done. Can I go now? I have another question. You are a problem baby. Why do you have so many problems? Last one, what is that tampon? Oh, you didn't know? And Meng asked in surprise. Although she didn't know before using it. In her eyes, Lu Linha was so well educated that he should know it. How can I know if this thing fell from you? I didn't expect that. I thought you, President Lu, knew everything about astronomy and geography, but I didn't expect that a tampon would stump you. I really don't understand. Please explain it to me, Teacher Meng. Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you. And Meng felt an inexplicable sense of pride after discovering that she had knowledge that Lu Linha didn't know. This is a tampon for menstruation. Don't you use sanitary napkins during your period? It's a different era, but why are you still using traditional sanitary napkins? This is so convenient. Look at what it says. It provides seamless, close protection, comfortable and lightweight, 0.9 centimeters thin core. Lu Linha, where do I use this? There's a catheter in here, which is similar to a needle. Just put the tampon in and push it in. She patted Lu Linha's shoulder. What else do you not understand, little Lu? And Meng smiled with her eyes curved, like a smug little fox. Lu Linha leaned over to her ear and whispered a few words. The girl's smile suddenly disappeared. She looked Lu Linha up and down and said a string of mysterious numbers. 9.57 seconds. Question mark. Chapter 92, The Joy of Being a Woman. In the evening, An Meng wanted to change her clothes and go cook, but was stopped by Lu Linha. Don't change your clothes. Why? You still want me to wear this to cook. This is another price. No need to cook. Someone will bring it to you in a while. Huh? You? Order takeout? Why didn't you tell me earlier? It would be better if you could order with my phone. I have discount coupons and coupons for purchases above a certain amount. So what did you order? The man was silent for a moment, then explained, it will be delivered soon. About 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. And Meng originally thought that the person coming in would be a delivery man wearing a yellow or blue uniform, but unexpectedly, there were several people coming in. They were wearing chef uniforms and chef hats, with the words Stettin 5-Star Hotel printed on their clothes. Everyone held a tray covered with a plate cover, just like a waiter serving food in a Western restaurant. Several people placed their plates on the table and opened the lids one by one. The dishes are not complicated, mainly soups, and there are 2 bowls of pasta, which are also relatively light. But although these dishes may seem insignificant, they smell so fragrant after opening the lid that An Meng burst into tears. After the dishes were served, several chefs came in and stood in a row. The head chef bowed slightly and said, Mr. Lu, The dishes you ordered are all here. They're all our special chef's specialties. Because the preparation time of each dish is different, we have controlled the time in advance so that all the dishes are produced at the same time. From the time they're taken out of the pot to the time they are delivered, the time in between does not exceed 10 minutes, so as to ensure the quality of the dishes as much as possible. The chef gave a long explanation, and Lu Linha nodded. Well, thank you for your hard work. May I ask for your help? Where do I pay? Mr. Lu, please stop teasing us. Before we came here, the manager specifically told us that you were a shareholder of the Stetton Hotel. How could you ask for money for a simple meal at the hotel? But we still need you to sign the bill so that we can reconcile the accounts when we go back. The chef took out an invoice. Lu Linha signed his name and said, Thank you for your help. You can go back first. Several chefs bowed together and then left the room in a line. In a blink of an eye, there were only 2 people left in the room, and the whole room was filled with fragrance. The man turned around and found that the girl was already sitting at the table, holding the chopsticks tightly in her hand, looking at him eagerly. What are you looking at me for? Lu Linha asked. I'm hungry. Eat when you're hungry. How can I eat without you? Compared to when she just woke up, An Meng now understands the rules much better. Not only did he start to follow the rules, he also rarely used swear words. Even if he did swear sometimes, he would use more euphemistic expressions. Under his training, she has become more and more like a lady. Lu Linha suddenly felt as relieved as an old father. You eat first. Okay. After receiving the order, An Meng quickly picked up her chopsticks and put a piece of noodles into her mouth. After chewing a few bites, the girl's eyes lit up. Fuck. Well, it seems that Shu is not very feminine. This noodle is delicious, better than all the noodles I've eaten before combined. What kind of noodles is this? Lu Linha picked up the invoice in his hand and took a look at it. Pasta with chicken liver pâté and white truffles. An Meng's mouth was full of food, and he spoke incoherently. If you ask me, you are really a dishonest guy. When you can order such delicious food, why do you insist on eating the food I cook? I think your cooking is better. Do you believe what you say? If it were you, I'd say we should eat this every day from now on. Noodles are economical and affordable. How much does a bowl of this cost? Not expensive, 2,200. Oh, cough, cough. And Meng choked instantly. Lu Linha patted her on the back and said, Slow down. Why are you so excited? Are you kidding me? This bowl of noodles costs 2,200. Are you sure you didn't mistake 22.00 for 2,200? I'm sorry, it's 2,200.00. Lu Linha showed the invoice in front of Meng. She took a quick look and found that it was not only the noodles that had a secret. The chicken soup contained deer antlers, and the tremella and lotus seed soup did not contain tremella and lotus seeds at all, but bloodbird's nests. The prices made her break out in a cold sweat. LOL player Xiaohu only achieved an output of 2,200 in the life and death battle of S9, but this bowl of noodles cost 2,200 yuan. Why did you order something so expensive? You are weak now. You need some supplements. Boss, are you mistaken? I'm just having my period, not the confinement period. This is for your period. When you reach the confinement period, you'll have more than just these supplements. Oh, wait a minute. Where the hell is my confinement period? There will be someday. No, I will never do that, even if you kill me. She looked at the delicious meal in front of her, suddenly stopped eating, and swallowed her saliva. Hey, President Lu, you don't want to go Dutch with me, do you? I don't have any money. If you insist on going Dutch, then I can only spit it out. Lu Linha was a little amused. Am I so black-hearted in your eyes? I'm not that evil-hearted. I'm just a little stingy. I want to ask you for money, so feel free to eat. But the prerequisite is that you have to eat while wearing this outfit. That's fine. Well, at worst, I can just hire someone else to pay off the debt. What? Just kidding. And Meng ate like a whirlwind. Seeing how deliciously she ate, Lu Linha moved his chopsticks a few times and then began to appreciate her performance. After drinking a bowl of soup, An Meng put the bowl down and leaned back in his chair. No, I can't eat anything. An Meng touched her bulging belly. Lu Linha stood up and cleared the dishes. Hey, let me do it. Although Lu Linha was the one who washed the dishes before, that was because she cooked, so he felt at ease. Now she has done nothing, and the feeling of getting something for nothing makes her feel guilty. Let me do it. You need more rest now. Go back to the house and rest. And Meng's eyes were empty. I didn't expect this old guy to have such a considerate side. After returning to the room, An Meng lay flat on the bed. While her husband was away, She picked up her mobile phone and played some music for a while. She actually didn't want to do a live broadcast, but after all, she had just agreed to do a live broadcast today with the number one brother on the list, so she had to pretend to do it. However, after she started the live broadcast, she found that the top brother on the list was not there, so she ended the live broadcast at the speed of light. She rolled around on the big bed and stretched comfortably. It turns out that having your period can be so enjoyable. Not only can you enjoy a delicious meal, but you also don't have to do any work. It would be nice if I could come here every day. She seemed to have some understanding of the happiness of women. Perhaps she was tired of lying down, so she sat up, and then she realized that she was still wearing the pair of white stockings on her legs. Oh my God, I got so used to wearing it that I almost forgot it was still on my leg. She quickly took off her stockings and stared at the bunch of socks in a daze. As she was sighing, she looked up and found that Lu Linhe was standing at the door. When their eyes met, there was a strange silence. The girl glanced at the man and found that his eyes were fixed on her socks. She hesitated for a moment, then raised it up. Chapter 93. I'm not afraid of getting wet in the rain. I'm just afraid of someone holding an umbrella for. Lu Linhe felt that he had seen some of the world. But no one can be like the girl in front of him, making him unpredictable at every step. After washing the dishes, he thought that when he returned to the room, he would see the girl secretly live, streaming, or playing games. I never expected that she was actually studying her socks. He thought this was explosive enough, but he didn't expect An Meng's next sentence to make the explosion even more explosive. Even though he was always calm, the corners of his mouth twitched when he heard this. I'm very curious about your mental state to ask such a question. I see a hint of desire in your eyes. I can understand this feeling. Just like when I see other people eating hot pot on the internet, I will also feel greedy. When you see me smelling my socks, your nose may also itch. Is that a question a human can ask? How can it not be human language? If I were speaking an alien language, would you be able to understand it? An Meng responded confidently. Lu Linhe was successfully convinced by An Meng. If Uzumaki Naruto is the number one ninja in terms of unexpectedness, then An Meng is definitely the number one woman in terms of unexpectedness. But she is a lovely woman. It was already late at night. The man beside her was breathing regularly, but An Meng tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Oh no, she might have eaten too much at night, and she lay down right after dinner, so her stomach felt bloated and uncomfortable. It is said that one should not drink too much with delicious food. It seems that this is true. She let out a long breath and rubbed her stomach, trying to get rid of the anger inside. What's wrong? She was slightly startled, raised her head, and found that Lu Linhe was with his eyes open. You didn't sleep? How can I sleep if you keep moving around here? Although An Meng was a restless sleeper, Lu Linhe often suffered from insomnia at the beginning. But after sleeping together for a long time, Lu Linhe not only got used to it, but also developed a habit. That is, if the girl didn't snuggle into his arms, he couldn't even sleep peacefully. This is equivalent to what Ding Wei said in Drawing Sword. After listening to Li Yunlong snoring for a long time, if he stops snoring, he will not be able to fall asleep. He looked down at An Meng and saw her holding her stomach. He whispered, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" He sighed, "Come here." Before An Meng understood what he meant, Lu Linhe pulled her into his arms. The girl raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? Turn around. Turn. Why are you turning around? Ino kung fu. Lu Linhe tapped her head gently and said, "What are you thinking about in your little head all day? Be obedient and turn around." The girl pursed her lips and finally turned over obediently, leaving her back to the man. She was just joking just now. Although Lu Linhe had eaten her pears before, she also had some responsibility that time. Putting that incident aside, Lu Linhe is actually a man with strong self-control and can be considered a gentleman. If he really had any idea, they had been sleeping in the same bed for so long that something unexpected would have happened long ago. After she turned over, a big hand was placed on her lower abdomen and began to rub it gently. The man's movements were very gentle, and the warmth from his big hands made the girl squint her eyes comfortably. Are you feeling better? Good. If the pain is severe, I'll ask the doctor to prescribe some painkillers for you tomorrow. No, it's not that great. Since you have menstrual cramps, you must take care to rest and don't eat anything outside. Dysmenorrhea? He seemed to have misunderstood. She just ate too much. But she didn't explain, just said softly. Since it was a misunderstanding, she didn't want to expose it. After all, she felt like she was a loser because she had bloating from eating too much. Although she really has no future. Actually, I asked, and there a treatment for dysmenorrhea? Huh, this can be cured. Yeah. Lu Linha raised his lips slightly. But this treatment method is quite special, and I'm the only one who can treat it at the moment. You are the only one who can cure it. Yes, this method is not difficult to guess. As long as you think about my identity, you should be able to associate it with it. You're the CEO. You're not going to slap a bank card on my belly, flick my hair, and say to it in a tone that you think is very cool. Here's 5 million. Please leave her body. Lu Linha paused. You know, sometimes it's hard for me to tell whether you are really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. I'm just pretending because I'm not stupid at all. So what's the method you're talking about? The man smiled slightly, leaned close to the girl's ear, and whispered, "This move can buy 10 months of peace." An Meng blinked a few times and suddenly became stunned. No wonder he said that only he could do it. After all, they are now a legal couple in name only. Why can't I? No need, I already have it. If you don't believe me, feel it. An Meng moved his hand to the stomach. Don't give me that. Lu Linha initially thought An Meng was joking, but when he touched the bulging belly, he was also stunned. What did you stuff in there? Why is your stomach so bloated? Well, it's a long story. Then I'll make it short. To put it simply, shit. The man's eyes narrowed suddenly, and after a while, he laughed out loud. So you just ate too much? Clever. I thought you were feeling uncomfortable, so turn back. The girl turned over and faced Lu Linha. Lu Linha hugged her in his arms and smelled the fragrance of her hair. After a moment, he said, "I'm sorry. When you were wrong today, I came a step late and caused you to be criticized by them. I originally wanted to target those teachers and seek justice for you, but considering that you will still be in school in the future, I did not tear my face off." An Meng paused. "Oh, this is just a small matter. Not in my eyes. I'm sorry for making you feel wronged, Meng. If something like this happens again in the future, remember to tell me. No matter what, I will always stand by your side." The girl's eyes widened. When she was a child, she always liked to run to her parents to talk when she was wronged, but when she grew up, she no longer did that. Because she suddenly realized that her parents were not as omnipotent as she had imagined. Not only could they not provide any practical help with some things, but they would also worry her so much that she couldn't sleep all night and hurt her health. From then on, An Meng got used to taking on everything by himself. But she never expected that she, who was able to face the ridicule calmly, would feel uncontrollably sour in her heart after hearing Lu Linha's concern, despite not feeling wrong before. Maybe some people are like this. They're not afraid of getting wet in the rain, but they are afraid of someone holding an umbrella for them. The strong defense barrier in her heart was ultimately no match for the bullet called gentleness. The sour feeling gradually spread and reached the tip of my nose. "Why are you crying?" The girl was startled. She quickly wiped her eyes with her hand and found that they were indeed wet. She said stubbornly, "I didn't cry, I just felt a little sleepy," and yawned. She wanted to wipe away her tears, but they were like heavy rain on the car window. No matter how hard she wiped them, the window would be full of rain again the next second. Strange, why can't it be wiped clean? Does menstruation even affect the tear glands? It seems that you are really sleepy. If you can't wipe away your tears, I can lend you this. Lu Linha pointed to his chest. An Meng looked at him, biting her lips lightly, tears welling up in her eyes. For a while, she buried her little face in that strong chest. Feeling the wetness in his chest, the man laughed. The girl usually looks carefree, but she actually has a fragile side inside. An Meng cried and grabbed Lu Linha's clothes and blew her nose hard. Puff! The smile on the man's lips froze. Chapter 94, Who is Su Daji? This morning we have a public elective class on art appreciation. The lecturer was Teacher Yu, whom An Meng also knew. When she was still a Meng, she had signed up for her class because she rarely took attendance and was a very nice person. Most importantly, the course did not require any professional skills and was not easy to fail, so it was a very popular class among students. Because the class was too relaxed, several girls in the back row had already started chatting. "Oh my God, Lu Linha came to our school yesterday?" "Is Lu Linha? Oh my God, you don't even know this. Our former senior is now a famous young entrepreneur in South City. His photo is still hanging on the wall of the outstanding students of all-time section of the central building. Oh, now I remember. Is that the handsome guy who looks like a celebrity?" "Yes, that's him. What is he doing in school?" "I don't know. It seems that he came back to donate money. It is said that he donated several 100 million. Alas, the difference between people is greater than that between people and dogs. This time he donated more than my boyfriend. What he donated is the same thing as your boyfriend's. That's about right. They're all helpful to life anyway. Another girl said with emotion. He donated hundreds of millions. He is so rich. It's a pity that he is not in the same class as us. Otherwise, he would definitely win. Don't dream about your big dreams. I heard that he seems to have a wife already. Damn it. These days, good men are harder to find than discounted cosmetics. Who is his wife? I don't know. But to be able to win over such a CEO, she must be a rich lady, and she must have many tricks to control men. I guess she is the same type as Sudaji. She must be acting like a spoiled child in his arms all day long, bewitching him. And Meng in the front row couldn't help it anymore after hearing this. He slammed the table and stood up. Who is Sudaji? The whole class was stunned, and dozens of eyes looked at her. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. After a while, teacher, you broke the silence first. Where is Sudaji? Is Sudaji here? Teacher, you called around and found no one responded. Student, it seems that the student you are looking for is not here for class. Amid the laughter, An Meng sat down again with a red face. It would be fine if these people just made up stories, but what a coincidence that they happen to be talking behind the person involved. Normally, she might not care about such rumors, but today is different. Because today's rumors are somewhat consistent with history. Yesterday, she actually cried in that guy's arms. I don't know what poisoned her yesterday. Lu Linhe just said a few simple words of comfort, but she burst into tears. To be honest, she hadn't cried so freely in a long time. Of course, the price of crying freely was that the next day, she felt embarrassed and wanted to leave the earth overnight. After all, not everyone could be like brother who can shout, I am Sabi, in the crowd and leave as if nothing happened. After being moved and her emotions calmed down, she also noticed a problem. Why would Lu Linhe say such a thing? If it was in front of outsiders, she could still understand that Lu Linhe was pretending to care about her and showing his affection to others. But it was just the two of them yesterday, so there was no need to pretend. And that kind of gentleness cannot be faked. In that case, that means, so it's not fake, it's the truth. But if it was true, there was one thing she couldn't understand. But they're just a temporary couple. Why should he care about her so much? Thinking of this, the girl's eyes were confused. Group building. What? You made your wife wet yesterday. A surprised voice came from Shinmoen in the office. I repeat again, my eyes are wet. If you keep making dirty jokes, all your salary will be deducted. Lu Linhe leaned back in the boss's chair and responded in an unusually calm manner. Okay, Lu Linhe, you and your girl used to say things that mislead people every day, but that won't work with me. You can only let the officials set fires, but not the people light lamps, right? Besides, it doesn't matter where it gets wet. Silent when smacked his lips repeatedly. I didn't expect it. Old Lu, it's only been a short while, but you've already made the other person cry in your arms. You're progressing so fast. I thought so at first, but when she woke up this morning, she became even more withdrawn and even spoke very little. This is normal, okay? When people open up their hearts in an emotional state, it's inevitable that they will feel shy after they calm down. Now is a good opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. Lu Linhe did not respond. Thinking of the little girl snuggling in his arms and acting coquettishly yesterday, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He pursed his lips and pinched his nose before he managed to suppress the smile and put on a serious expression again. Although he has become a pervert who broke the world record in front of An Meng, he still has to pay attention to his image in the company. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? Oh yeah, didn't you ask me to investigate Zhou Donghua, the former director of Dingda Group? Yes, I heard from the manager over there that he was dead, but I always feel that it's not that simple. Zhou Donghua, the organizer and insider of the genetic experiment team 10 years ago, is also likely to know the whereabouts of his father. Although it seemed that he was indeed dead and the grass on his grave was probably 2 meters high, Lu Linhe was unwilling to let the clues end here. So he sent people everywhere to inquire about his information, hoping to find some new clues. Silent One took out the file bag and said, according to the investigation results, he is indeed dead, but not completely dead. What's the meaning? You should read it yourself. Shima Wen placed the information on the table. Lu Linhe opened the file bag and took out a photo of Zhou Donghua. Judging from the photos, this was at a banquet. Zhou Donghua was holding a glass of red wine and chatting happily with the people around him. But the people around were all dressed in strange clothes. They either had heavy makeup on their faces or wore strange headgear, and their real appearance was impossible to recognize. The photo below was taken in June last year. After seeing this photo, Lu Linha couldn't help but show a trace of surprise on his face. Where was this photo taken? If you remember correctly, Zhou Dongwu died 3 or 4 years ago. Why would a person who died 3 or 4 years ago appear in last year's photo? Chapter 95. All men are owls. So you could be surprised too. I always thought you were expressionless all the time, except for your girl's affairs. Silent One made a sarcastic remark, but when he saw Lu Lin and the unfriendly looks from the visitors, he quickly added, "This photo was taken on a cruise ship. The name is Black Queen, and this Zhou Donghua is said to be not a real person, but a guest at the banquet." Guest? The Black Queen holds a sea party every year and invites celebrities from all over the country to participate. However, there are 3 conditions for participation. The first is the high membership fee. The second is the invitation letter from a celebrity who has participated before. The third is that you need to dress up in disguise. You can dress up in any way as long as others can't see your original identity. It's a bit like a cosplay event in the upper class. Shen Moen continued, "This masquerade is an entertainment event on the surface, but in fact it is a large underground intelligence exchange venue. Because the entry threshold is very high and the identities are concealed, everyone can speak freely there. Many unknown secrets can be found out there. And this Zhou Donghua is probably someone else's disguise with makeup." Lu Linha took the photo and studied it. So this is someone else wearing makeup to look like him. Can makeup be so similar? Our country's makeup is one of the 4 great sorceress arts. It is now no different from the legendary disguise art of ancient times. In fact, there are many people who wear makeup to look like celebrities when attending banquets, and it is hard to tell whether they are the real people or not. Lu Linha looked at the photo and narrowed his eyes. But even if it's a fake, this person is very suspicious. There are so many well-known characters, but he chose to pretend to be the dead Zhou Donghua. He tapped the arm of his chair and asked again, "When is this sea party?" "It's held in May every year, so there's still more than a month left." "Okay, I understand." After Silent One left, Lu Linha opened his cell phone address book. He looked at the contact number, was silent for a moment, and dialed the number. "Hello, is this you, Faye?" In the toilet, An Meng was holding a cell phone, looking sneaky. "An Meng? Why did you remember to call me?" Ning Yufei on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. "I want to chat with you. Isn't it okay?" "Of course. I heard you went to school. It turns out you're only 20 years old. I thought you were the same age as us." Do I look old?" Somehow, after hearing these words, An Meng felt inexplicably hurt. No. Your face does look young, but a certain part of your body has already become more mature than normal." The girl's eyes moved downwards silently. Most people can see their feet when they stand and look down, but she can't, because there were 2 mountains on the way that blocked her view. She reached out and pinched them twice, sighing, "It's not a good thing for flowers to bloom too brightly. They will attract bees to sting, which feels weird." Flowers can have feelings. There are no flowers, but there are people. "Who is it?" And Meng was startled and said quickly, No one. By the way, I actually wanted to ask you something. Didn't you say you were going to look for one Minnie? Have you looked for her recently?" "Yes, I asked someone to contact her. She seems to be filming in another city recently. She came back to see me a few days ago." "She came back from another place to see you?" "Yes, she is a contracted artist of Fengchao Media Company. The chairman of the company is an old friend of my family." And Meng secretly clicked his tongue. Ordinary people who want to chase their idols have to travel all over the country and wait countless times before they can get a chance to meet them. And when a rich daughter wants to meet a celebrity, not only does she not have to move, she can also ask the celebrity to come to her in person. "How did you feel when you met her?" "She is indeed pretty, and her manners and conversation are good. But there is one thing that is quite strange. I asked her when Lu Linha last contacted her, but she said that she and Mr. Lu don't have direct contact information, and usually it's the agent and the person in charge of the Lu group who contact her. That means that he hasn't even added her on VX yet." "Not even VX? Weird, then what does he do secretly with his phone at home sometimes?" Is he secretly chatting with someone else?" "I don't know if they were chatting. Usually when I was playing on the computer, he would go to the living room or study. A few times when I left the bedroom to go to the bathroom, I saw him typing something on his phone. As soon as I went over, he quickly turned off his phone and told me that it was a business secret and I couldn't see it." Ning Yufei narrowed her eyes. "It seems that woman is lying to me. They must have some secret contact information. Please help me keep an eye on his movements, especially his movements at night." "At night? That's right. Men are all owls. Night is their best time to hunt. So wherever he is at night, that's basically where he'll be targeting. After hanging up the phone, An Meng fell in a deep thought. Nighttime moves? When she thought about it carefully, this guy has been basically at home at night in the past month. Wherever he is at night, that's basically where he's targeting. Ning Yufei's name flashed past her ears, causing her pupils to shrink suddenly. Could it be that I'm the one being targeted? Did you just realize that? That's impossible. Of all the women out there, why did he choose me? Because you are the most special. The most special one? Yes, everyone is in the bathroom, and you're the only one in there making a phone call. Phone call? Wait, who are you? And Meng then realized that it seemed like someone was talking to her. She just thought it was her own inner monologue, but the voice came from outside the door. I'm here to use the restroom. Are you done with your phone call? I can't hold it any longer. After coming out of the restroom, An Meng walked towards the seat she occupied. She is currently in the library. Of course, she is not here because she wants to study, but after the morning class, the 2 afternoon classes will not start until 4 o'clock. During this period, she can only rest in the library. Although An Meng has a dormitory, she doesn't want to go back there because of her roommate. Although the other party has apologized and been punished, she is always worried that the other party will do something sinister again. When she came near her seat, she saw a familiar figure. Yu Bowen was sitting next to her, glancing at his watch from time to time, as if he was waiting for someone. Seeing her coming, Yu Bowen's eyes lit up and he walked towards her. An Meng, you're back. What are you doing here? It's like this. Today is our music club's club activity. If I remember correctly, you don't have any classes right now. You haven't been there for a long time, and the members miss you a lot. How about going to sing a couple of songs in the club? The girl opened her mouth and pointed at herself. Let me sing 2 songs? Yeah, what's wrong? It's okay. Do you have a microphone? Of course, there's also the accompaniment of our members' band. Okay. And Meng responded, then looked at him with complicated eyes. Seeing the girl's eyes, Yu Bowen was also confused. This was the first time she looked at her with such emotional eyes since she lost her memory. He was overjoyed and said, An Meng, did you remember something? No, what I mean is... An Meng patted his shoulder. Good boy, you have the guts to ask me to sing. Chapter 96, Sad People Don't Listen to Slow Songs. Music Club. On the stage was a band consisting of several club members, including a guitarist, a bassist, and a drummer. They looked at each other, nodded in tacit understanding, and pleasant accompaniment followed. On the stage, the girl stood in front of the microphone with her eyes closed, as if she was thinking about something. After the prelude, she leaned close to the microphone and slightly opened her red lips. What a wonderful sparrow, sleeping naked on the telephone pole you suck on the silverware. It feels like licking blindly. The group was having a great time playing music, but when An Meng opened her mouth, it was like the snake girl activated her R, petrifying them on the spot. An Meng stopped singing and asked, Hey, where's the accompaniment? Why did it stop? Yu Bowen wiped the sweat off his forehead. An Meng, what are you singing? 7 Mile Fragrance. Haven't you heard of it? No. Not to mention that your singing now has a strong personal style. Just your lines. It seems that you didn't sing them quite right? Why not? That's how it's sung. An Meng took out her cell phone, opened Baidu, and typed in the lyrics she had just sung. I saw a prompt pop up from Baidu. Is what you were looking for. Sweet Osmanthus? Yu Bowen's mouth twitched. Well, how about you try another song? Then let's have a meteor shower. The band started playing again. I'll go watch a pornographic movie with you. You sit in the front row. You block us from seeing anything. Is this also the original lyrics? No, but I can't sing the original version. A member walked up to Yu Bowen and said, Boss, didn't An Meng sing very well before? Now that she has lost her memory and can't find her home, can she still not find the tune? Yu Bowen was silent for a long time, but seeing An Meng singing happily on the stage, he had to wave his hands and said, Forget it, as long as she is happy. Seeing that the president indulged her, the members had no choice but to risk their lives to accompany the gentleman. But people in the club tolerated it for the sake of the president's face, but people outside could not tolerate it. And Meng hadn't sung a few songs when someone from the neighboring club came knocking on the door. Who among you is broken up? No one is heartbroken. Then why is there a girl crying nonstop? Tell her that sad people shouldn't listen to slow songs. Everyone in the music club was silent. And Meng curled his lips and threw Mike on the table. Why don't you sing anymore? Yu Bowen wondered. It's boring. Great. Yu Bowen breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw the stabbing look in the girl's eyes, he quickly changed his words and said, No, I mean you can rest more. It's good for your throat. Since the song has stopped, there is no need for An Meng to stay here any longer. But since it was not yet time for class, she left the club and started wandering around aimlessly. The music club is located in the activity center building, which is basically where all clubs carry out their activities. There are several clubs on her floor alone. Although she's an old student, she is still relatively unfamiliar with this building. Although she had joined a club back then, her club was a bit weird. It was called the Lazy Club. As the name suggests, it is a club for a group of lazy people. And Meng considers herself a lazy person as well and feels that this club is very suitable for her. The most important thing is that when I joined the club, the girls in it were all very beautiful. But after she signed up and paid the membership fee, she found out that this lazy club didn't have any activities at all. Out of curiosity, she asked the leader of the lazy club, "Leader, why doesn't our lazy club have any club activities?" "Because I'm lazy." Later, I found out that the young ladies who were recruiting new students were models specially hired by the president. Because the entry threshold is low and there are no club activities, the president can make a lot of money from the membership fees of this club every year. There's a poster with the name of each club printed on the door. Every time An Meng passed by a club, she would look at the name of the club. If she found one that interested her, she would lie down at the door and peek through the crack to see what was going on inside. There's a board game club that plays werewolf, an anime club that wears cosplay costumes, and a street dance club that dances in battles. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the end of this level. Just as she turned around and was about to go to the next floor, she seemed to see something out of the corner of her eye. She turned her head and found a small door in the corner of the corridor. There was a poster on the door. The background color of the poster was dark gray. The person in the middle was wearing a scream mask, and 3 big words were printed above his head. Supernatural Society. There's actually a club here? This is too remote. It feels like a converted storage room. What does the Supernatural Society do? Are the people inside studying something supernatural? Like a little ghost? Let's take a peek. There shouldn't be anything wrong, right? And Meng was a little afraid of this kind of thing, but he couldn't stop his damn curiosity. Commonly known as someone who is both naive and playful. She slowly moved closer to take a look and saw a hand placed on her shoulder, followed by a low voice. "What are you doing?" "Ah!" She screamed and leaned against the door, her legs shaking as if she had been electrocuted. She turned around, and when she saw who was coming, her pretty face instantly turned red. "Lu Linha, are you a retard? Why are you walking without making any sound?" The person who took the photo of her was none other than Lu Linha. She clenched her fist and punched him. The man held the girl's fist, looked in her slightly red eyes, and said repeatedly, Sorry, I saw you acting sneaky, so I came quietly, but I didn't expect you to react so strongly. Why are you here?" "I still had some unfinished business regarding donations yesterday, so I was asked to come again today. Since I'm here, I wanted to come and see you. I'll also give you something, by the way." "What?" Only then did she notice that the man was carrying a backpack on his back. Lu Linha took off his backpack and took out a thermos cup from it. "This is brown sugar water. It warms the stomach." "Oh," and Meng took it. Then he took out a small gift box and opened it, revealing marshmallows in the shape of a Shiba Inu. Each Shiba Inu is so soft and cute that it makes people laugh. "I remembered you liked sweet things, and I didn't know what to bring, so I just brought a box of marshmallows." Lu Linha didn't come here randomly. He came prepared. These are all suggestions that Silent One has personally put into practice over the years. He said that girls have no resistance to cute things. When they see this kind of marshmallow, they will usually be touched by it and say something. "Wow, what a cute dog. Thank you. I like it very much." Lu Linha smiled and waited for An Meng's reaction. "Fuck, this dog is pretty cute, and it tastes pretty good." And Meng patted Lu Linha's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "What a filial son." Question mark. Wait, it seems that some places are the same, but some places are not quite the same. Chapter 97 Role-Playing. By the way, how did you know I was here? Do you have superpowers? It's true. Are you Roaring Sky Dog? Can you track people across the sky and Earth and thousands of miles? That's not the case, Lu Linha said with a smile. But after all, I have spent hundreds of millions here. Is it difficult to find someone in the school? The girl was startled and pouted. TSK, it turns out it's not a superpower, but a money power. I brought you a gift, but you don't have anything to give in return? What do you want? You don't want me to pay you, do you? Can giving money still be called a gift? Let me think about it. Lu Linha pondered for a moment and smiled. In fact, there is no need for a big return gift, just a thank you. Didn't I just thank you? You're not associating the word filial piety with thank you, are you? Is it not possible? This is how she used to thank her close brothers. What do you think? Okay, so what kind of thanks would you like to hear? It's not difficult. Just say thank you to Brother Linha. Brother Linha? And Meng asked in surprise. You're even role-playing? Since the day the contract was signed, haven't we already started role-playing? Is this just a play within a play? Or is it that? The man leaned close to her ear and whispered, in your eyes, the first relationship is no longer considered a role-play? And Meng's eyes went blank, and she quickly explained, no, I'm just surprised that you can come up with such an evil name. You really deserve to be called a perverted CEO. In Lulina's eyes, are they just playing the role of husband and wife? That means she was overthinking it? Although she wanted to think so, the man's ambiguous tone made her confused. She really couldn't guess what he was thinking. Lu Linha smiled meaningfully. Have you forgotten? Here I am playing the roles of your brother and your cute sister. As he spoke, he blew towards the girl's small ear. Ah, and Meng shrank her neck, covered her ears, took a step back, and stared at the man like an angry cat. So, ears are her sensitive area? Very good. I will have something to play with later. Hurry up and tell me. I'm listening. No, this name is too embarrassing. Don't worry. There's no one else here, just shout boldly. Who said there isn't one? I have one behind me. Isn't there a door behind you? This is the Supernatural Club. Haven't you heard the story about a mysterious woman wandering around the school at night? In fact, there's a girl behind me, but you just can't see it. And Meng just wanted to make a horror joke, but she didn't expect that as soon as she finished speaking, a hoarse female voice came from behind her. Oh my, have we been discovered? Her pupils shrank, her hair stood on end, and she felt a chill on her back. She didn't even dare to turn her head back. With a wow, she jumped onto Lu Linha. If she was a boy, this pounce might have caused the other person to stagger, but now she was as light as a swallow, and Lu Linha caught the girl easily. In order to prevent her from falling, he held her little, but with both hands. But at this moment, and Meng didn't care about these at all, she buried her little head in the man's chest and followed the ostrich rule to the end. Although I didn't hear the girl calling him brother, but this gift is not bad. The girl buried her head for a few seconds, then left his chest and raised her face slightly. Lao He, is she gone? Lu Linha took a look and said, not yet, just stand behind you and watch us. As soon as she finished speaking, she buried her head again. Frog Fun, why doesn't she leave? Maybe it's because you blocked the door? And Meng was stunned. She slowly turned her head and found that the door of the Supernatural Society behind her had quietly opened a crack, and a girl was observing them through the crack. The girl's long black hair covered most of her face, and her lazy eyes seemed to have no highlights. Seeing An Meng looking at her, she grinned, revealing two fangs, and waved her hand. Hello, I don't really want to go out. I just heard someone talking outside and wanted to see who it was. And Meng breathed a sigh of relief. What? It turns out to be a human. The girl then asked, what are you doing at the door? Do you want to come in and take a look? Looking at the darkness on the other side of the door, and Meng was speechless for a moment. At this time, Lu Linha said, we won't go in. She's scared. Who's afraid? Let's go in. And Meng's competitive spirit was aroused again. Being cowardly and weak is a forbidden zone for gentlemen. Anyway, it was broad daylight, and there were people all around. She didn't believe that any evil spirit would dare to cause trouble. Lu Linha smiled and said, can we go in and take a look? You can come in, but... The girl hesitated. What's wrong? And Meng asked nervously, are you going to enter in this position? And Meng turned around and looked up at the face that was so close to him. He blinked a few times and gradually became angry. Why the hell are you hugging me? The two of them joined the Supernatural Society. The club classroom is not very big. It can be said to be quite small, only the size of a dormitory. It should be a classroom converted from a storage room. The width is only enough for two people to sit side by side, and the length is just enough to fit a table. The four walls of the room are covered with things. Some walls are covered with pictures of famous supernatural figures, such as Sadako, Hanako, and the corpse driver, while other walls are covered with newspapers about supernatural events, such as the famous Hong Kong headless ghost takeaway incident and the Tibetan corpse raising incident. Because there are no windows, and in order to save electricity, the lights in the house are very dim. The dim light makes the whole room gloomy and eerie, and there is an indescribable sense of weirdness even in the daytime. As soon as he walked in, Lu Linha's hand was held by something soft. He looked down and found that it was the girl who took his hand. There weren't many people in the club. Apart from the decadent girl at the door, there was a man and a woman inside. The boy was sitting at the table, drawing strange patterns on paper. When he saw Lu Linha and An Meng, he wondered, Hui, who are these two? They want to come and visit our club. Oh, welcome. There are actually people coming to our club. The boy stood up, very excited. Lu Linha looked around and said, there aren't many people in your club. I remember that clubs with less than 15 members and long-term activities should be disbanded. You should have reached the disbandment standard a long time ago. As the president of the student union at that time, Lu Linha could be said to be the boss of all clubs, and he had a good memory. Even after many years of graduation, he still remembered the school regulations clearly. The boy's smile froze, and he sighed. That's right. In fact, the supernatural society no longer exists, and we are all just residual souls now. It no longer exists? And Meng was shocked. Yes, if you don't believe me, search the list of clubs on the Nanyang University campus network. There is no psychic club on it. And Meng quickly turned on his phone and logged into the campus network. And indeed, there was no registration record for the Supernatural Society. Strange, if you don't exist anymore, why are you still here? And Meng said as the copper button shrank suddenly, could it be that? Yes, we are. Is this a ghost room? Those who like the supernatural and those who don't are all silent. After a while, the boy said, it's just that it's possible that we are just in a legal club. Chapter 98, I have too many wives. After hearing this, An Meng felt embarrassed for a moment. If you think about it carefully, she is indeed a bit silly, but it is not entirely her fault. After all, the atmosphere in this room is very weird, which is bound to make people think of something wrong. Puff! Lu Linha tried to hold it in for a long time, but still couldn't hold it in. The girl narrowed her eyes. What are you laughing at? It's okay, just thinking about happy things. What is it? Lu Linha lowered his head, paused in her ear for a moment, and whispered, my wife is a fool. And Meng blinked, and it took her a moment to realize that this guy was scolding her. She whispered back, get lost, your wife is the fool. The man was startled, then covered his mouth. Yes, in some ways. And Meng is indeed a genius, as he can make someone who is an expert in facial expression management lose control. And Meng was stunned for a moment before she reacted and said with a red face, no, let me say it again. Okay, this joke is already great. No need to tell a new one. I'm not stupid. Puff. Everyone present couldn't hold it anymore. And Meng gritted his teeth, wondering if there was any way to take revenge on this guy. Her brain started thinking quickly, and after a while, her eyes lit up. Got it. The anger on her face faded away, and she put her head on Lu Linha's arm and said in a tender voice, hateful. You only know how to bully me, brother-in-law. The three members of the Supernatural Society were stunned for a moment. Brother-in-law? And Meng took out the box of Shiba Inu marshmallows while talking, her beautiful eyes blinking with innocence. You secretly skipped work to come to see me and gave me such cute marshmallows to eat. If my sister knew, she wouldn't be angry, right? The three of them looked at Lu Linha, all in disbelief. And Meng couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Now he can't take off the hat of pervert. She didn't believe that Lu Linha could come up with any response. Lu Linha was silent for a moment and scratched his head. Wait, who is your sister? Now An Meng was dumbfounded. What do you mean by which one? You're my brother-in-law, so my sister is naturally your wife. But the problem is that I have so many wives that I can't remember who is who. Since you said I'm your brother-in-law, you should know your sister's name, right? The three members of the club looked at each other. In this age where bachelors are everywhere, how can there be people who have too many wives? This story is much more mysterious than the news on their walls. Call. What the hell is that? She doesn't have a sister, so how does she know her sister's name? Huh? You can't even answer your sister's name? Or you don't have a sister at all? An Meng was speechless for a while. Lu Linha caressed the girl's hair lovingly. Next time, remember to do your homework before you lie, and don't keep silent when asked. The three of them then realized that An Meng was just joking. You scared me. I thought your circle was really so chaotic. Lu Linha changed the subject and asked, since the club has been disbanded, why did you three secretly set up an illegal club? The boy paused and sighed. In fact, I had planned to give up this club. Although I have been interested in supernatural events since I was a child, as technology has developed, more and more bizarre events have scientific explanations, and the supernatural has gradually become a kind of superstition. Even I began to have doubts, but until I met her. He pointed at the girl who had been silent. And Meng looked at the girl. She was not tall, had a round face, and wore her hair in a bun. She asked curiously, what happened to her? There are supernatural things following her. There's something? What is it? And Meng shrank behind Lu Linha and looked around. Why can't I see it? You can't see it. To explain it in the psychic world, it's called the pen fairy. Pen fairy. The pen fairy is a spirit. It has no entity. If you want to talk to it, you need to hold a pen. If the summoning is successful, the pen you hold will start writing automatically. It will write whatever you ask it. In fact, we have only heard of the pen fairy before, but we have played with it with a pen a few times, and it didn't work. The boy pointed at the girl with the bald head, but she seems to be able to summon the pen fairy. And Meng wondered, who is she? Her name is Jia Tian, a freshman who just came here last year. She said that she had a serious illness 5 years ago. After waking up, she not only lost her memory, but also realized that she had this special ability. She went to the hospital to see a doctor, but the doctor just explained that it was a hallucination caused by brain damage and did not admit that this was a supernatural phenomenon. After she came to Nanjing University, she heard that there was a supernatural club in the school before, so she took the initiative to find someone to contact me and wanted us to help study the strange phenomenon happening to her. And Meng was a little suspicious and asked, is it really that mysterious? Although she was afraid of ghosts, what she was afraid of were the ugly and scary ones like those in the ring that jumped out to scare people on purpose. She actually doesn't really believe in supernatural events like this. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Lu Linha didn't say anything. He didn't believe in this kind of thing and wasn't interested in it. But An Meng was a little curious how to try it. This requires you to cooperate with her. Cross the backs of your hands with a pen in between. When she calls the pen fairy, you can ask about your past life or future, and the pen will start writing on the paper. It's basically very accurate. You haven't experienced it in your previous life. How do you know if it's accurate? Maybe the girl just wrote a few words casually with someone else's hand. When An Meng thought of this, he was suddenly stunned. Wait, is An Meng her previous life? It should be counted. After all, An Meng is dead, and the one alive now is An Meng. They are two completely unrelated people except for their similar names. That is to say, she can tell at a glance whether what the pen fairy said is true or not, right? Then isn't she the only person in the world who can see through the truth? Come on, I want to try it. The backs of their hands were intertwined, with a pen sandwiched between them. The boy turned off the light, lit a candle on the table, and hung a wind chime on the lamp. Just close your eyes, relax your hands, and hold the pen lightly to make sure it doesn't fall. Jia Tian closed her eyes and muttered something in a low voice. Strangely enough, the wind chimes actually rang. And Meng was startled. Lao He, did you hear the wind chimes ringing? Yes. This room doesn't even have a window, and there's no wind at all. How come this wind chime is ringing? Is there really some weird thing there? Probably not. Then why does it ring? It's simple because I touched it. And Meng looked up and found that Lu Linha was shaking the wind chimes with his hands, making bursts of sounds. The girl's eyes narrowed immediately. At this time, Jia Tian opened her eyes and said, okay, you can ask questions now. And Meng blinked a few times and asked, Pen Fairy, how did I die in my previous life? She thought that she had died in such an outrageous way in her previous life that no one could have guessed if they didn't know her life. After she asked the question, the pens in the hands of the two people actually began to write on the paper hesitantly. And Meng took a look and her eyes widened. There were only 4 big words on the paper. Falling from a high altitude. Chapter 99. Something harder than winning the lottery. Although there were only 4 words on the paper, and Meng was stunned. Falling from a high altitude. Although these 4 words did not fully explain her outrageous death, they were not wrong in the final analysis. She glanced sideways at Jia Tian beside her, who still had her eyes closed. Is it a coincidence? That's right. Maybe it was just a coincidence that he guessed it right. If she asked something else, the answer might be proven wrong. She swallowed and said, then how long did I live in my previous life? The pen in his hand began to tremble again, and he wrote down 2 numbers. 25. Right again. Could it be that she really encountered the real thing? And Meng suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. It was as chilling as when you were using the toilet in a deserted forest at night and suddenly heard footsteps behind you. But this chill didn't last long, and the sudden flash of inspiration made her eyes dazed. Wait, if it's true, wouldn't it help her get rich? She asked hurriedly, the pen fairy, do you know the number of the next lottery jackpot? She wanted to know when the 3 million could be saved up. If it took too long, she would give up hope. The pen in his hand paused, but he didn't put pen to paper. The male president said, the pen fairy usually doesn't answer this kind of question. It doesn't have much impact if it talks about the past. But if it talks about the future, it will change the direction of the whole world. It's like it stopped in midair now. It just doesn't want to answer you. You should change the question. Oh, then when will the Chinese national football team win the World Cup? The pen hovered in the air for a moment, then slowly began to write on the paper. An Meng thought the pen fairy would write a date, but when he looked down, he saw it was a sentence. Do you want the welfare lottery or the sports lottery? What do you mean? Is this more difficult than winning the lottery? And Meng thought that she had to thank football, otherwise she would not have gotten the winning number. Wait a minute. Master Pen Fairy. The girl took out her cell phone with her other hand. Lu Linha looked down and found that she was searching on Baidu. Which one earns more, welfare lottery or sports lottery? The man narrowed his eyes and snatched Meng's phone away. Hey, what are you doing? Getting something for nothing is not something we should advocate, and you don't need the money right now. Why not? Why do you need it? The man whispered. Do you think I've treated you unfairly? The girl was speechless for a moment. She was now living in Lu Linha's house and really had no place to spend the money. But she didn't dare to say that she wanted to earn money to terminate the contract. She knew that Lu Linha was always narrow-minded. If she let him know that she was eating his food and using his things and was trying every means to get rid of him early, he might be unhappy and make her life more intense. So if she hesitated for a moment and shook her head, no. Since there isn't any, there's no need to ask such a question. Of course, he knew what An Meng wanted to do with the money. The more he knew, the more unhappy he felt. Seeing that there was some silence, Lu Linha changed the subject. By the way, there's another very important question about the previous life. Why didn't you ask it? What? Don't you care about your gender in your previous life? An Meng opened her little mouth. Under the candlelight, Lu Linha's smile always gave her a weird feeling. Female member Hui nodded and said, Indeed, when we call upon the Pen Fairy, we are all curious about the gender of the previous life. Why didn't you ask? That. I forgot. I subconsciously thought that the gender should be the same in both lives. And Meng retorted, but her tone was very guilty. You're right. Anyway, our gender in our previous lives was the same as it is now. That's right. So there's no need to ask such boring questions. She raised her eyes and looked at Lu Linha, right? Although this was just a pen fairy game, perhaps she was too afraid of Lu Linha. She felt that even if it was just a game, if the pen fairy really said that she was a man in her previous life, it would allow this man to see some clues. The man lowered his eyes, and the red candlelight was now shining in the girl's eyes. The corners of his lips curled up, and he reached out to touch her hair. Yeah, that's right. Frightened by Lu Linha's words, An Meng didn't dare to ask any more questions. Besides, she was already somewhat convinced of this pen fairy, so she just asked a few questions casually and fooled him. After the game, An Meng said to Jia Tiantian, Your name is Jia Tiantian, right? How did you find out that there was a pen fairy on you? After I woke up 5 years ago, I not only suffered from amnesia, but also from alien hand syndrome. Alien hand syndrome? It's a neurological disease. My left hand always doesn't obey me and does some actions on its own. For example, when I'm moving something, it will suddenly loosen its grip on its own, causing me to smash a lot of things. Talking about the past, Jia Tiantian's eyes were filled with unspeakable melancholy. She continued, Later, in order to treat my alien hand syndrome, the doctor suggested that I train to use my left hand, so I ate and wrote with my left hand. One time, when I was doing my homework with my left hand, my family asked me about my life before I lost my memory. I said I didn't remember, but when they looked at my homework book, they were all shocked. On the notebook, my left hand said that it remembered something that happened before. It even wrote some details about that event in the notebook, and they were all accurate. What people don't remember, your left hand actually remembers. Does everyone's left hand have its own thoughts? Oh no, when she was still a boy, she always used her right hand when doing handicrafts. People often say that the hand is called the fifth girl, so her left hand is still a virgin. And Meng looked at his left hand and curled his lips. Sorry, Miss Swa, it seems you will never lose your virginity in this lifetime. Since then, I have often asked questions to my left hand. I found that it not only knew about my past life, but also about other people's past lives. However, it was not always effective. Sometimes it would write answers, and sometimes it would not respond. Later, adults speculated that there must be some fairy in my hand. After that, I checked online and found that the pen fairy fits the situation of my left hand very well. So there really are ghosts and gods in this world. And Meng found it a little unbelievable. At this time, Lu Lin has said, If I'm not mistaken, you should have had a craniotomy before, right? Jia Tian was stunned. How do you know? According to my parents, I seem to have hit my head at school before, and I had surgery in the hospital. I was in a coma for many days before I woke up. It's very simple. Your problem is not caused by ghosts or gods. It is caused by the removal of the corpus callosum in your brain. The corpus callosum is the bridge connecting the left and right brains. If it is cut off, your left and right brains will become two independent individuals. The left brain mainly controls language, logic, analysis, and the use of the right hand, while the right brain is mainly responsible for intuition, imagination, geometry, and drawing thinking, and the use of the left hand. Lu Linha explained, so there's no pen fairy in your left hand, it's just your right brain playing tricks because the right brain has creativity and imagination. After losing the interpretation of language and behavior, it will be very lonely, so we'll write some strange things on paper to attract other people's attention. As for your own things, it is accurate. That's because it didn't forget it in the first place. That means... An Meng was silent for a moment and pointed at Jia Tiantian. She's schizophrenic? Chapter 100 Abandoned School Building. After An Meng said this, everyone fell silent. Lu Linha broke the silence. Actually, this is not considered mental breakdown. Schizophrenia is called splitting, but it is actually a kind of hallucination and delusion. The patient cannot tell whether what is in front of him is an illusion or reality. Her phenomenon is a bit similar to multiple personality disorder. So, the pen fairy is actually another personality of Tiantian. The male president looked disappointed. Seeing it describe the past and future so vividly, I thought I really encountered a supernatural event. Listening to the president's words, An Meng frowned slightly. Although Lu Linha's explanation is very scientific, there are also some unscientific aspects in it. That is, if this pen fairy is just Jia Tiantian's right brain playing tricks, why does it know so much about her time during the An Meng period? The manner of death and age are both quite accurate. Was it just a coincidence? If it was really a guess, it would be even more magical. Is that so? Thank you, teacher, for clearing up my doubts. Teacher, Lu Lin and Fong Rand thought to themselves. The last time he left the campus, he was still a student. This time when he came back, he was old enough to be a teacher. Time flies. Aren't you a teacher? Yeah. He nodded. He didn't lie. After all, after making the donation, the school gave him an honorary teaching position. Then you too are. The male president wavered back and forth between An Meng and Lu Linha, and finally came to a shocking conclusion. Teacher-student love? Lu Linha smiled, but did not respond. An Meng curled his lips and interrupted. He's a shitty teacher. He was just passing by. Hey, you only denied that he was a teacher, but you didn't deny the relationship. So you two are really a couple? What? Isn't our relationship obvious? Lu Linha took An Meng's little hand. An Meng was startled and was about to struggle, but Lu Linha whispered in her ear, "This is a public show of affection." The girl rolled her eyes, took a deep breath, and let him be happy. Somehow, after her hand was held, she suddenly felt embarrassed, her eyes darting around, not knowing where to look, and finally they fell on the paper on the table. After seeing the paper, she always felt that there seemed to be something wrong with it. After looking at it carefully for a few times, her pupils suddenly shrank. She pulled her hand away and pointed at the table. Lao He. Look. Lu Linha held her hand again and said jokingly, "Don't change the subject in this way." No, look at that piece of paper. What happened to the paper? There are words on the paper. Of course, didn't you just write on this piece of paper? Lu Linha lowered his eyes and smiled, but when he saw the white paper, his smile froze. The paper that An Meng was talking about was exactly the one that Jia Tiantian's pen fairy had written on before. The answers on the paper should have ended with the lottery stage. But at this moment, another sentence appeared at the bottom of the paper. Lu Linha, do you want to know about your father? Jia Tiantian was stunned. Hey, when was this written? How come I don't know anything about it? Lu Linha looked at An Meng. Have you told him about my father? He thought this was a prank. In fact, An Meng had known them for a long time and was teasing him on purpose. No, I just met them, and I haven't told anyone about your affairs, okay? There was some dissatisfaction in An Meng's eyes. Lu Linha's question clearly showed that he did not trust her, who would spread other people's private matters. Seeing An Meng's reaction, Lu Linha felt that she was not lying. But if she didn't say that, how did this left hand write such words? Lu Linha never believed in ghosts and gods, but at this moment, he couldn't help but frown and asked, "How do you know about my father?" The pen hovered in the air for a moment, then began to write crookedly on the paper. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the Nanyang Technological University abandoned its school building. Abandoned school building? Do you want to go there at that time? This time, the pen did not fall. Hello. Jia Tian put the pen down and shook her head. It's gone. How do you know? Lu Linha looked at her with a sharp gaze. When it was here, I would lose control of my left hand, as if I had lost consciousness and could only let it do whatever it wanted. Now I can control it, which means it has left. Jia Tian, move her hands. Teacher, from what it said, it seems to have some understanding of your past. Didn't you say that this was just a prank by Tian's right brain? The president asked puzzledly. Lu Linha frowned and lowered his head in thought. I don't know either. It's possible that this classmate knew me before and had heard about my affairs. After hearing me expose it, her right brain became dissatisfied and wanted to retaliate against me. It's not impossible. An Meng, then that abandoned school building it mentioned. Are you still going to go? Although I don't believe in such things as pen spirits, but since it said so, it doesn't hurt to go and take a look. Huh? If you don't believe it, then why are you going there? It's very simple. If it's fake, then although my trip was fruitless, I have helped her prove that this is not some pen fairy. If what it said is true, then according to what it said, I should find clues about my father in that school building. So whether it's true or not, the final result will be beneficial. After that, Lu Linha looked down at the paper. But where is this abandoned school building it mentioned? I haven't heard of it either, said An Meng. I know that. The male president raised his hand and said, that school building should be a dormitory building about 1 kilometer away from Nanjing University. That building was once an unfinished building. Because it was very close to Nanjing University, it was bought by Nanjing University and turned into a student dormitory building. But it is said that the building was once haunted and it seems to have been abandoned 10 years ago. An Meng was surprised. 10 years ago? How do you know so much about it? Come on, I'm the president of the Supernatural Club after all. I must have specifically inquired about the rumors in the school. It is said that the building was built on the back mountain, and the back mountain used to be a mass grave, so it is often haunted. Haunted? And Meng swallowed. It is said that some students who got up at night to go to the toilet saw corpses hanging from the ceiling, and strange ghost lights appeared at night. In addition, some students heard people talking upstairs when they went to bed late at night. When they were about to go upstairs to reason, they found that the dormitory upstairs had come down to find them and also said that they heard someone talking. Since then, the word about that building has spread and no one dared to live there anymore. The school regarded it as an abandoned school building. Teacher, if you want to investigate, can you take us with you? Lu Linha looked at him. Why? You know that place so well, but you haven't visited it yet. No, that place is haunted. To prevent it from causing a bad influence on the school has long been sealed off. There are several meters of iron fences around it, so you can't get in. We have asked the school for the key, but the school refused to give it to us. If you are a teacher, you should be able to get it. So that's how it is. If you want to go, then let's go together. Yeah. The president was cheering, while An Meng had a gloomy look on his face. Lu Lin and this guy. Are they going to ask her to go with them too? That doesn't sound like a place the humans would go to. How could she say no without seeming loose? Just as she was deep in thought, Lu Linha looked at her and said, Meng, I will be back late tonight. You can go back first in the driver's car after school. And Meng was startled. Aren't you going to ask me to go? Forget it, you're so timid. You'll definitely refuse if I ask you to go. Lu Linha smiled and patted her head. And Meng blushed instantly. Who is timid? Let's go. P.S. I have posted the 100th chapter here without realizing it. Thank you to all the readers who have read this far. In addition, I saw that many readers in the comments wanted to join the group. So I created a small group, 8.3.6.0.4.9.6.4.6. Welcome friends who want to chat. Chapter 1, a one late night adventure. At 11:40 in the evening, everyone arrived at the abandoned school building that Bai Xian had mentioned. It's strange that it suddenly started a thunderstorm when the weather was sunny during the day. Raindrops fell from the dark sky and landed on the large umbrella. The dark sky, the rustling sound of rain, the quiet school building, and the occasional thunder added a bit of weirdness. Before entering, An Meng had already started swallowing his saliva. She hated herself so much. She could have just laid on the bed and leisurely played games until she fell asleep, but because of her vanity, she ran to this damn place with them. An Meng stretched his hand out of the umbrella, and the rain gathered in the palm of his hand and then flowed out through his fingers. Feeling the coolness in her hands, her tension eased a little. Why is it raining all of a sudden? Oui. That's right, Tian, and I haven't brought an umbrella yet. So you just snatched my umbrella, right? The president, who was getting wet in the rain, protested loudly. Lu Linha glanced at his watch and said, "It's almost 12 o'clock. It's getting late. You still have classes tomorrow. The earlier you go in, the earlier you finish. It's okay. How can we sleep at our age? We usually go to bed at 2 or 3 o'clock. An Meng, so hard? Not really. It's mainly because mobile phones are so fun." Lu Linha raised his head and looked at the dormitory building. The building was about 4 stories high, with an average of 20 dormitories on each floor, which meant he needed to search 80 dormitories. He did not count the remaining 4 people. After all, he came here to investigate clues about his father, and he was the only one who could find the clues. This is also the reason why he did not bring any men with him. Others do not know anything about his father, and even if they see relevant clues, they will not notice it. So in Lu Linha's eyes, he just brought them here to play, and when they had explored enough, he would let them take An Meng back. This is a big project for him tonight. Let's go. Lu Linha came to the school gate. After years of abandonment, the iron gate is still rusty. He took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and tried them one by one in the keyhole. This was the key he borrowed from the school. Although this place had been designated a restricted area by South City University, it was a restricted area for others but not for him. After all, he has superpowers. On the 3rd try, the door opened. With a creaky sound, Lu Linha slowly pushed the iron door open. It was pitch black inside, so he pulled out the flashlight he had prepared and illuminated the inside. What comes into view are several stairs. After going up the stairs, there is a dormitory management office on the side. In front is a long corridor with dormitories marked with numbers on both sides. Lu Linha simply shone the flashlight and strode in. "Hey, why are you walking so fast?" An Meng said, following closely behind Lu Linha. Lu Linha first entered the dormitory management office and started searching inside. Although there are many rooms here, the dormitory rooms will be emptied after a period of time because students move out. Therefore, the place where clues are most likely to be left is the dormitory management office on the 1st floor, or rooms that are not often moved, such as the electricity meter room. But unfortunately, the dormitory room was also empty, with only a tattered chair and a broken table. Lu Linha opened the drawer, and it was also empty. Behind him, the president said, "Teacher, can we go somewhere else?" "Whatever, just don't run too far," Lu Linha said indifferently. Although he has seen the fantasy of the pen fairy and heard rumors of ghosts here, he is still a staunch materialist and does not believe in supernatural powers. So to him, this was just an ordinary school building that had been abandoned for a long time, and he was not worried that they would encounter any danger. He had no choice but to walk out of the dormitory management office and start checking each dormitory one by one. There was nothing in the abandoned dormitories. The floor was dirty, and there were only wooden beds. Under some of the beds, there was some messy garbage, used tissues, and leftover shoes. An Meng followed closely behind Lu Linha. She looked around and pouted. "Is this the legendary haunted building? It doesn't seem like anything special." Lu Linha was squatting and observing under the bed. Hearing this, he stood up and said, "Idiot, there are not so many ghosts. Even if there are, ghosts have their own things to do. How can they have time to look for you?" "Not necessarily. Every human has idle people, but ghosts don't have idle ghosts, right? Even if there is, don't I still have it?" The girl opened her mouth. "So there's no need to be afraid of ghosts." "Who's afraid of ghosts? Just let a ghost appear now, and I'll kick his head off with my dragon tail." Just as he finished speaking, he heard a scream from the male president of the dormitory next door. "Wow." The man smiled and said, "Looks like your dragon tail is needed now." The girl, who was furious just now, instantly turned into a cuddly little bird and shrank to Lu Linha's side. "Lao. Lauhi, what happened over there? Did they find something?" "I don't know. Let's go check it out." The two walked to the next dormitory, and 2 girls also ran out from another dormitory. "What did he find out?" Lu Linha asked. "I don't know. We were in another dormitory just now." The 4 of them looked inside. I saw the president, Wang Haoyu, standing inside, holding a pair of briefs in his hand. "Look, there is actually a pair of girls' underwear left out here. Judging from the style, this girl should have a pretty good figure." Everyone was speechless for a moment. "Hui Wei, boss, the girl you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, should be your aunt now." "What? She's already an aunt?" "Yes. I'm sorry to spoil your fun." "No." Wang Haoyu raised his head with a firm look. "I'm even more excited." Question mark. And Meng narrowed her eyes and patted Lu Linha. "Did this pervert learn this from you? No wonder he calls you teacher." After all this commotion, and Meng's nerves relaxed a little. Sure enough, there aren't so many ghosts. But although she was relaxed, she was still a little scared to walk alone in such a dark environment. So she followed Lu Linha and watched him search room after room. Because they were abandoned dormitories, there was nothing that could be called a clue in each dormitory. The most we found was a notebook or something like that, which only recorded some study content. Soon, they arrived at the third floor. Hui, boss, is this the floor where the hanging bodies were seen? That's right, and it seems to be the floor that's haunted at midnight. No, I have to search this floor carefully. We must find it. If there are no more ghosts on this floor, the rumors will really just be rumors. Who said we were going to look for ghosts? So what are you looking for? Looking for underwear. Can you die? Sister Wee, haven't you gotten used to the president's perversion yet? The three of them walked away while bickering and playing, which made An Meng feel very emotional. Youth is good. Lu Linha was searching inside, and she was leaning against the door, playing with her cell phone idly. At this moment, she heard some movement in the corridor, and she subconsciously shone the flashlight over there. She never expected that this photo would make her stand there dumbfounded. In a distant corridor, there was a human body hanging on the ceiling. Only the body was visible, but not the head. Wow! At that moment, An Meng mastered the highest note in the world. Chapter 102. Unemployed Wandering Ghost. Late at night, raindrops kept dripping on the building. Several birds were perched under the clothesline on the window eaves. Their eyes were blood red, emitting a strange light in the dark night. At this quiet moment, a shrill scream was heard from the house. Wow! The sound startled the birds and caused them to scatter in all directions. Even Lu Linha, who was investigating, was shocked. As soon as he stood up, he saw a beautiful figure crawling into his arms. Her petite body was trembling slightly. The usually unruly little fox had now turned into a docile little white rabbit. He hugged her and gently stroked the girl's long hair. What's wrong? And Meng raised her little face, and it seemed that she was too frightened. Her eyes were still slightly tearful and especially bright under the flashlight. She stuttered out. It appeared. What? Unemployed wandering ghost. What is a jobless ghost? Just a very idle ghost. Lu Linha thought for a moment before realizing that she had combined the words vagrant and ghost. Even though you were so scared, you still don't forget to give me a nickname? Ghost? Where? It's in the hallway outside. It's hanging from the ceiling. It's dangling back and forth there. Lu Linha frowned and walked slowly towards the door. He walked out of the dormitory and shone the flashlight down the corridor. Where is that? It's hanging there, can't you see? Nothing. If you don't believe me, come out and see for yourself. An Meng hugged the door frame tightly. I won't go out. Let me go. The man grabbed the girl's slender waist, picked her up, and took her out of the room. Look for yourself. There's no ghost there. An Meng had her hands covering her eyes. When she heard this, she opened her fingers and opened one eye. After seeing the empty corridor, she was stunned for a moment. Yeah? Where's the ghost? What did you see? And you asked me. But I did see it just now. Are you dazzled? Impossible. There was such a big man hanging there just now. I saw it clearly. The girl gestured wildly with her hands. Which specific location? It's right between the third and fourth dormitories. Lu Linha walked over there. What are you going to do? I'll go and take a look. No, it's dangerous over there. Is she worried about me? The man felt warm in his heart, and he smiled. It's okay. Don't worry about me. Who's worried about you? It's okay if you want to go, but put me down first. And Meng in his arms protested. Lu Linha's mouth twitched. He put An Meng down, went to the haunted place alone, and shone a flashlight around. There was nothing unusual about the floor except that it was dirty, but on the ceiling was the location of the circular lights in the corridor. But it has been too long. The lampshade has long disappeared, and the lamp tube is also broken. He stared at it for a while, then turned to look at An Meng. There's nothing here, don't worry. There's nothing. Doesn't that prove it's a ghost? It's unlikely. If it was a ghost, let alone we didn't provoke it, it has no reason to hurt people. Even if it did, why did it disappear after revealing its true form in front of you? If it wanted to hurt you, it should have done it just now. The girl was stumped for a moment. Lu Linha held her hand and said, Don't worry. Even if it happens, you will be safe as long as I am here. And Meng's heartbeat stopped for a moment, and she curled her lips. I didn't expect you to be able to speak so humanly. At this time, 3 people from the Supernatural Society also ran over. Wang Haoyu asked excitedly, Teacher, what's going on? Is there a ghost? Meng must have seen it wrong. Damn, isn't it? I even prepared a camera. Classmate Meng, I'll give you this camera. If you see it next time, please help me capture this wonderful moment. Wang Haoyu took off the camera, hanging on his chest. An Meng was speechless for a while. Are you sick or am I sick? What's wrong? I saw a ghost and I didn't run away. I took a picture of it. Do you want to take another picture for you? Lu Linha interrupted. Stop chatting. It's getting late. There's only one floor left. The sooner we finish searching, the sooner we can finish. After saying that, Lu Linha, holding An Meng's hand in one hand and holding a flashlight in the other, stepped onto the stairs to the fourth floor. The 5 people came to the fourth floor. Lu Linha and An Meng went left, and the remaining 3 went right. Lu Linha had just searched a few dormitories when he heard a scream from the other side. Wow, Wang Haoyu's voice. An Meng was startled, and Lu Linha gently pinched her little hand. Don't be afraid. He probably found another pair of patinated underwear. There's a ghost here, teacher. This time it was Hui Hui who screamed. After hearing these words, Lu Linha and An Meng were both stunned. Look, it's coming again. The girl's voice was a little dizzy. Maybe it was because of the flashlight or fear, but the girl's face turned pale. How about you stay here, and I'll go take a look? No, I'll go with you. What if you leave and the ghost comes straight through the wall to find me? You have a very rich imagination. The man smiled and led An Meng over. Wang Haoyu and Hui Hui were standing at the door of a room. Lu Linha asked, Did you see the hanging body too? There's no body, but... Just what? Teacher, please look for yourself. Lu Linha came to the door, looked inside, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. There were about 4 or 5 figures in the dormitory, all standing there straight and motionless. He shone the flashlight and found that they were all mannequins, all covered with black cloth. Isn't this a model used by clothing stores? Perhaps some club bought it and had no use for it, so they just left it here. That's not the point. What is that? Wang Haoyu explained. When we first came in, there were clearly 6 models here, but after we went out for a walk and came back, there were only 5 left. One is missing? Are you sure? Sure, I have evidence. Wang Haoyu took off the camera from his neck. I was afraid of encountering a ghost and not being able to take pictures in time, so I switched the camera to video mode. I also recorded those models just now. Wang Haoyu turned on the camera and called up the video footage. I saw 6 dark shadows in the camera, and Meng instantly got goosebumps all over her body. There's something wrong with this place. Let's run. Lu Linha stood there, but did not move. After a while, he said, You go with him first. Oh my God, aren't you afraid of death? You don't think that because you're a domineering boss, ghosts have to give you face, right? An Meng looked at Wang Haoyu. You guys want to leave? I'll go with you. We must leave. The supernatural camera has also captured it. This should be a warning from the ghost. If we continue to stay here, it might make the ghost unhappy. Wang Haoyu said hurriedly, Let's go quickly. Hui Hui, Tian Tian. Oh my, where's Tian Tian? Several people were shocked. I don't know when they started to become 4 people instead of 5. Chapter 103 Double Row. Sweet. In the corridor, Hui Hui was calling out loudly, but there was no response from Jia Tian. Wang Haoyu took the phone off his ear and said, No, I can't get through to her. When did she disappear? Lu Linha asked. I don't know the exact time, but she was with us when we passed by this model house just now, and her voice was recorded here. Wang Haoyu said in fear. Could she have encountered a supernatural event? Damn it. I clearly gave her a talisman to ward off evil spirits. Why doesn't it work? What kind of talisman is this? An Meng wondered. That's it. Wang Haoyu opened his backpack, took out a piece of yellow talisman paper, and handed it to An Meng. There are some red words printed on it, and a portrait is drawn underneath. The words on top are GG Ru LV Ling. The incomprehensible words on the back are Taoist spells. The person below is a deity that wards off evil spirits. He is probably Shun Tu, Yulei, or Zhong Kuei. Oh, An Meng looked at the talisman. No, isn't it written on it that King GG ruling aminos? And the portrait below, isn't this Otto? Who is Otto? Anchor. An Meng turned on his phone and searched the internet for a photo that looked exactly like the portrait below. Wang Haoyu took it and compared it. Oh my God, did I buy a fake? I was wondering why this is so cheap. A dozen pieces for $1, and shipping is free. So Tian was really taken away by a ghost. Impossible. Lu Linha denied immediately. We just came from the stairs and didn't see anyone going down. What if the ghost took her through the wall? Wang Haoyu retorted. Even if there really is a ghost, Tian is a human being. Since she is a human being, It means that she must conform to normal physical logic. Lu Linha analyzed. Judging from the time of this video recording, Tian Tian lost contact with you for less than 2 minutes. So she should still be on this floor in one of your dormitories. As he said this, he looked at Wang Haoyu's mountaineering backpack. What else do you have in this bag? Let me see. There are 8 trigrams mirrors, peachwood swords, several demon-binding ropes, and bells for suppressing ghosts. But these are the ghost-catching gift packs that PDD bought with $5. Can they be used? Of course it works. Lu Linha took the peachwood sword. An Meng curled his lips with a look of disdain. This guy says he doesn't believe in ghosts, but his body is very honest. Afterwards, Lu Linha lifted the bedboard of a dormitory bed and pulled out a few nails from it. He took the nails and the wooden sword and came to the corridor. He used the hilt of the wooden sword as a hammer and hammered the nails into the walls on both sides. The highest nail was nailed at a height of about 2 meters, and the lowest was 50 centimeters from the ground. A nail was nailed every 50 centimeters in between. After nailing the nails, he hung the demon-binding rope horizontally on both ends of the nails. In a blink of an eye, the road was blocked by the rope. He hung a bell on each rope, and with a slight touch, the bells rang one after another. Teacher, what do you mean? Is there a ghost hiding in the wall? No. Now that we know the opponent's approximate location, you may also sneak away from here when we are not paying attention. As long as we block this road, he will definitely make a move when he passes by. We will split into 2 groups. You search the dormitories on the left, and we will look at the ones on the right. Be careful and don't be left alone. If you feel something is wrong, call us immediately. Good. After the plan was formulated, the 4 people divided into 2 teams of 2 and began to gradually check the dormitory. There's no one in this dormitory either. Come on, Ming Ming, let's go to the next one. After checking the 4th dormitory, Lu Linha took a few steps forward. Wait a moment. He turned around and found An Meng still standing there without moving. At this time, she lowered her head, squeezed her legs together, and hooked her 2 little hands together, like a child who had made a mistake. What's wrong? The girl said shyly, I want to go to the bathroom, can I? She didn't want to waste time at this time. Ever since she discovered the haunting, she had been feeling a strong urge to urinate, but she had been holding in and not daring to go. Until now, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. What's wrong with that? Just say it earlier next time. It's not good for your health to keep it in. Lu Linha took An Meng's hand, and the 2 of them went into the bathroom and came to the door of the cubicle. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Lu Linha wanted to let go of her hand, but the girl still held his hand tightly and did not go in. What's wrong? The girl pursed her lips and said, Can you come in with me? The man's eyes widened. What does that mean? Is there still a concept of double row in this regard? Although he had watched the girl's live broadcast many times, this kind of live broadcast, if he remembered correctly, it seems like it's the first time. I'm not scared. It's just that you said not to be alone. If I go in alone, what if a ghost comes through the wall? Wouldn't I be caught alone? Lu Linha seriously suspected that the girl played Kane too much during the live broadcast. If ghosts are really that powerful, then why would the US spies hire humans anymore? They could just hire ghosts instead, which would save them money on food and pensions. Seeing that Lu Linha didn't respond for a long time, the girl's tone became a little anxious. Do you dislike me? Please, just this once. Lu Linha came back to his senses. I'm not disgusted. I was just thinking, wouldn't you be embarrassed if I were next to you? It's okay, just go in and turn off the flashlight. It's dark anyway. After witnessing a series of supernatural events, especially Jia Tiantian's mysterious disappearance, An Meng was determined not to go in alone. It's like going to a haunted house. When 2 people take care of each other, they can feel a little more at ease. But when you are alone, the fear brought by loneliness will be infinitely magnified. Lu Linha was pulled into the squat toilet by Meng, and then she let go of Lu Linha's hand. You stay here and don't move. And Meng was about to take action when he suddenly felt something was wrong. She turned to look at Lu Linha, and when their eyes met, she asked, Why are you turning on the flashlight? Sorry, I forgot. Question mark. Chapter 104. Gift from Nature. Somehow, after scolding Lu Linha, An Meng felt inexplicably relaxed. Lu Linha felt a little emotional. The difference between men and women is that they are indeed not the same species. Lu Linha imagined for a while, then covered his forehead. What the hell is he thinking about? Although all I could see was darkness, my mind couldn't help but be filled with emotions. The more I don't want to think about it, the more confused I become. It's a pity that no matter how crazy he is, It can only be his imagination. Although he had a flashlight in his hand, that would undoubtedly be a betrayal of An Meng's trust in him. He is not someone who takes advantage of others' misfortune. However, at this moment, there was a sudden flash of lightning outside the window, and the entire toilet was lit up. 200 words are omitted here. Lu Linha had only one thought at this moment. Thank you for the gifts of nature. However, everything has two sides. Some people thank God, while others hate God. Why is this happening? Oh my God, you are fucking with my mentality. It was already embarrassing to be completely dark, but now it has turned into a dazzling appearance. At this moment, An Meng felt shy and scared, as if 1,000 horses were galloping through her heart. She thought the flash would disappear soon. After all, the light of thunder is fleeting. But maybe her cursing of God was heard by the other party. The lightning was like students running to the cafeteria at noon, one after another, continuously. The small toilet was like a midnight bar with lights on. You turn around. What did you say? I can't hear you. The thunder outside was so loud that it completely drowned out An Meng's appeal. Look over there. Speak louder. I can't hear you clearly. Knock inside. Okay, you scold me. The girl admitted defeat. She bit her lower lip lightly, hugged herself tightly with both hands, and buried her little head in her knees. Although she is not very old, she is very shameful. After a few seconds, the room fell into darkness again. There was still silence in the room. Only the thunder outside tried to cover up their embarrassment. Boom! The thunder gradually died down and silence returned. Lu Linha was not in a hurry to urge her. He knew that the little girl must be trying hard to digest the shame she had just experienced. All he could do was wait for good news and wait for the other party to break the silence. However, he never expected that it was not An Meng who broke the silence, but Lingling. Ring, ring, ring. The clear sound of the bells seemed particularly loud in the quiet night. The only place with bells was the net wall he had just made with the demon-binding ropes. Lu Linha glared. Oh no, that person wants to escape. Quick, let's go out and take a look. The man rushed out first, and the girl hurriedly said, Hey, wait for me. When the two of them came out of the bathroom, a woman's scream was heard again in the corridor. This shout made the two people tense instantly. This sounds like Huey's voice. An Meng asked anxiously. Lu Linha didn't say anything, but rushed to the location of the bell. However, at this moment, there was no one here. Is there anyone there? Lu Linha was shining a flashlight around. With a whoosh sound, something hit his flashlight, and the flashlight was instantly broken and extinguished. An Meng quickly took out his flashlight, but unfortunately, it was broken instantly by something as soon as he turned it on. Ah, she screamed in fright. Lu Linha hugged her in time and said, Don't be afraid, I'm here. At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps came from behind them, and Lu Linha turned around and elbowed them. Ouch! Wang Haoyu screamed. Teacher Lu, it's me. It's you? What happened just now? Where's Wee? We just ran into a ghost. Did you run into a ghost again? This time we really ran into him. We just went into a dormitory to search it, and after entering, we found the ghost standing behind the door. Feeling the girl trembling in his arms, Lu Linha patted her shoulder and continued. And then, Wang Haoyu. Then our flashlight was broken by something, and then I heard Hui scream. I call her, but she didn't respond, so I ran out of the room. Then I heard you two coming over, so I ran over and got hit. Did you see what the ghost looked like? She has a very ferocious appearance, with long black hair, even scarier than Sadako. At this moment, there was another burst of lightning and thunder outside, illuminating the entire corridor. After seeing the scene clearly, An Meng and Lu Linha's eyes widened. The person in front of him was indeed Wang Haoyu, but at this moment, there was a dark shadow standing behind him. The long black hair covered most of the face. Before I could take a closer look, the corridor became dark again. Careful! Lu Linha just tried to remind him, but he only heard Wang Haoyu scream, and then he fell to the ground with a thump, and then there was no sound. There was another whoosh sound, and Lu Linha felt something flying towards them, and quickly stretched out his hand to block it. There was a sharp pain in my arm, and my whole arm instantly became numb and lost consciousness, and the feeling of anesthesia was gradually spreading. And those heavy footsteps were approaching them little by little. Lu Linha pushed An Meng hard and shouted, Meng, run away first, and call the police immediately after you run away. Okay, the girl responded, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. It's useless. Now that you've entered here, don't even think about escaping. A hoarse voice was heard in the darkness, like the howling of a ghost. Lu Linha shook his numb arms and suddenly laughed. Is it time to end your game of trickery, Mr. Fugitive? The other party's footsteps suddenly stopped. What did you say? Chapter 105. The Truth Behind the Haunting. Why, didn't you hear clearly? Then I'll say it again. Lu Linha smiled and said, there is no ghost here at all. There is only a fugitive who likes to play tricks. As for what he does, let me guess. The man hesitated for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a fugitive member of the Ding Da Group's gene editing research team 10 years ago. The other party was silent for a while. You want to deny it? I'm not just guessing. You've been exposed from the beginning. Lu Linha analyzed. I think you have heard our movement since we came in, and you're trying to drive us out of this building. As for why we haven't found you, it's also very simple because your hiding place is not in a room, but in the mezzanine between buildings. I think you must have heard that the mezzanine between these dormitory buildings can be used for living. So you hid here, and by pretending to be a ghost, you turned this place into a blocked, haunted building. After we came in, you observed secretly and found that the one who was most afraid of ghosts among us was An Meng. So you deliberately chose the time when she was the only one in the corridor and performed the hanging corpse trick for her. But in fact, that wasn't a hanging body. It was just your upper body hidden in the mezzanine with your lower body hanging in the air. That place was your entrance to the mezzanine. As for how you found it, it was also very simple. The lampshade and the light bulb were obviously worn out, but the connection between the lamp and the ceiling didn't show any signs of looseness because you would tighten it completely every time you came down, and this created a sense of disobedience. After An Meng found you, you hid back in the mezzanine. When we reached the 4th floor, you quietly came out and followed us to the 4th floor, hiding where the mannequins were placed. I think your original intention was to disguise yourself as a dummy, and then wait for An Meng to come over, and then suddenly move to scare her. But you never expected that An Meng and I went to the other side, and the 3 members of the psychic club who were not afraid of ghosts came here. You were worried that if they got close to you, they would notice your identity, so you had to leave quickly after they left, creating a weird disappearance. But unfortunately, as soon as you came out, you were probably seen by Jatian, so you had to use an anesthetic needle to knock her out and hide her in one of the dormitories. After all, you're a member of the medical biology research team, so it's not uncommon for you to have an anesthetic needle on you. It was very clear what happened afterwards. You were afraid that the rumors would be broken after we found you, so you wanted to escape early. However, you didn't expect that the road had been blocked by us. You had no choice but to use your slingshot to break our flashlights and pretend to be a ghost again. As for why you know how to use a slingshot, it's simple to think about it. After all, this is a deserted mountain. If you want to survive here, bird hunting is a necessary skill. In fact, you had already revealed your true colors when the body was hung, but I didn't say anything because I wanted to lure you out, and you really took the bait. The other party was silent for a long time. Who are you? How do you know about the gene editing team? My name is Lu Linha. You may not know me, but you must have heard of my father's name. His name is Lu Hui. So you're Lu Hui's son? Yes. In fact, when I heard that this place had been sealed for 10 years, I had already guessed it because my father disappeared exactly 10 years ago. Now, I can finally know some of the secrets of that year. Suddenly, there was applause and low laughter. Papa, excellent. As expected of Lu Hui's son, he is really smart. But have you ever heard a sentence? What? Smart people don't live long. Smart people don't live long. But have you ever heard another saying, that if a smart person marries a stupid person, then they can cancel each other out? I haven't heard of it. Who said that? I am old. I've said something so commonplace before. How come I didn't know about it? Of course, because this is also your first day meeting me. The man was stunned for a long time before he realized that Lu Linha had taken advantage of him. He sneered, it's useless to just argue. Since you already know, I will not let you get out alive. You just got an anesthetic injection, so your body is out of control, right? Who said that? If my body was out of my control, I would have run naked long ago. Lu Linha shrugged, his tone indifferent. Although he spoke toughly, the other party was actually right. The effect of the anesthetic injection was still continuing to take effect. The paralysis in his arm had turned into paralysis in most of his body. It was even difficult for him to run. If he hadn't had the rope net behind him, he would have fallen down by now. Although the opponent's skills were not that good in the previous encounter, he had 2 long-range weapons in his hands, a slingshot and an anesthetic needle, and there was a distance between the 2 of them. Even if he was in full condition, he couldn't guarantee a win. And now that he's been shot, He probably has no chance of winning at all. You can keep talking tough, but don't worry. Once I've dealt with you, I'll go out and find that little girl, and let the two of you be a pair of miserable lovers down there. I am very touched by your thoughtfulness, but there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. What? You won't find that little girl out there. You think I can't catch up with her? No, because the girl is not outside, but in this building. In this building? The other party couldn't help but ask in confusion. At this moment, another bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the entire corridor again. The man was slightly startled. Lightning not only brings light, but also brings shadows, and there are two shadows on the ground on his side. The man turned his head away stiffly. I saw a young girl standing behind him. At this moment, there was no fear at all on that pretty little face, only an excited smile. The girl pinched her fingers, making a click sound. I heard you were looking for me. Chapter 106, the story of that year. The man was startled, and when he turned around, he was greeted by a flying kick from the girl. The dragon swings its tail. The man didn't have time to react and kick the girl. In fact, at the beginning, An Meng did not climb over the network wall to escape. When she and Lu Linha ran over here, Lu Linha whispered in her ear, "Hide in the dark first, and don't move. He will definitely come towards me soon. When he shows you his back, you can just use your dragon tail." Lu Linha still had confidence in An Meng's strength. Although she was always easily defeated by him, it was not because she was too weak, but because he was too strong. An Meng was full of resistance. The other party is a ghost. How can I wag my tail like a dragon? He is a human being. People. You'll know in a moment. Although An Meng was very scared, she still trusted Lu Linha very much. After all, Lu Linha was the one who could lead her out of the killer organization. Although she was reluctant to believe it, it was better to listen to him at this time than to have no ideas on her own. So An Meng hid herself, and after hearing Lu Linha's analysis and the other party's voluntary self-destruction, her inner fear disappeared instantly. The reason why she was afraid of ghosts was because she felt that ghosts could not be beaten. Since the other party was a human, it would be much easier. With just one kick, the man took several steps back and fell directly onto the rope net. What's going on with this girl? Did he think this was the delicate and weak Lin Daiyu? Unexpectedly, although she looked like Lin Daiyu, she was able to uproot a weeping willow tree. Because he has been hiding for many years and cannot see the light, his nutrition and exercise are not up to normal levels. He can still gain some advantages by relying on sneak attacks and anesthetics, but if it comes to close combat, he has no combat ability at all. However, An Meng's strength is much smaller now. Although he hit the opponent with one move, he did not knock out the opponent. From that kick, the man knew that An Meng had practiced this move before. He didn't dare to move anymore, but concentrated and listened to An Meng's footsteps. Because he has lived in a dim environment for many years, his eyesight has seriously deteriorated, but his hearing has improved significantly. He has long since developed the ability to identify locations by sound. When An Meng gets closer, he will use the anesthetic needle in his hand to decide the outcome. His idea was beautiful, but unfortunately, the next second, a beam of light shone on him, just like a spotlight in a boxing match. He turned around and saw Lu Linha holding a mobile phone with a flashlight on, looking at him with a smile. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you couldn't let us get out alive?" The man glanced at Lu Linha, then turned to look at the girl, only to see that she was rubbing her hands together and coming at him aggressively. He swallowed. "Would it make you feel better if I apologized?" "Well, maybe," An Meng responded. The man's eyes lit up, but the other party continued. "But I would feel better if I beat you up." His face turned pale, and he turned around and climbed up the rope net, trying to escape. Even though he had just performed the classic villain's self-destruction, the other party hadn't seen his face, so as long as he could escape, they wouldn't know his exact identity. But unfortunately, before he could climb over, An Meng rushed over, pressed him against the net wall, and launched a series of attacks. Ah! The night birds outside the dormitory building had just gathered again when a scream scared them away again. After a beating, Lu Linha tied him up with a demon-binding rope and called the police. After hearing the call to the police, the man's mentality collapsed instantly. He collapsed on the ground, crying bitterly and muttering to himself. "I didn't do it. Don't arrest me. I don't remember anything. It's over. It's all over now." Lu Linha frowned and looked at the man carefully. The man was not tall and was rather thin. He looked like a science guy. If he were a pair of glasses, he would be a natural science guy. But staying in this place, glasses seemed to be of no use. He thought for a moment and said, "Where's my father now?" If you can tell me, I can help you make some connections." The man was stunned. Then he burst into laughter and shook his head. "You'll never find your father again." "What's the meaning?" "Because he is no longer in this world." "What?" The man slowly told the story that happened more than 10 years ago. His name is Luo Hu. He was also a doctoral student at Nanjing University. After graduation, he joined Dingda Group and became an intern researcher in the gene editing team. The research project is called Human Brain Development. With the development of science and technology, people have gradually realized that the human brain is actually an omnipotent weapon. If it can be fully developed, it may lead to more incredible inventions. There are 9 people in the group in total. Lu Linha's father Lu Hui was one of the 9 people. He was also very interested in this project and joined the research team as a partner. After countless research experiments, they used drug fusion to develop a batch of reagents that can strengthen the brain. This reagent has been tested on animals before. After the injection, the animals became visibly smarter. Even gorillas learned sign language and could communicate with humans. And this time, they planned to use it on themselves. The team developed a total of 9 reagents, but when it came time to inject them, they found that there were only 8 and 1 was missing. Therefore, except for the intern Luo Hu, the other 8 people were injected with the reagent and looked forward to the results of the research. But what he never expected was that what greeted him the next day was not joy, but bad news. The next day, when Luo Hu woke up, he found himself sleeping in a pool of blood, and around them were 8 bloody corpses. 8 bodies. Hearing this, Lu Linha couldn't help but interrupt him. "Yes, your father is in there too. I'm sorry. You killed them." "I don't know. After I woke up, they were all dead, and I had a bloody knife in my hand. I don't remember what happened at all, but there were only 9 of us in that experimental base. It seemed that there was no one else who could be the murderer except me." As he spoke, he pulled out a rusty sharp knife from his pocket and said, "I have never dared to throw this knife away. I always carry it with me." Lu Linha took a deep breath. What happened next? "Although I don't remember what I did, I used to have a habit of sleepwalking, so I guess that I must have killed someone. If I were caught, I would definitely die. So I burned them all to ashes and buried them underground near the base. Then when I was studying at Nan University, I accidentally discovered that this dormitory building had a mezzanine, so I hid here. By pretending to be a ghost, I turned this place into a restricted area and have been hiding here ever since." After saying that, Luo, who threw away the knife, covered his face with his hands and burst into tears. Lu Linha also stood there with a rare dazed look on his face. An Meng picked up the knife on the ground. At this moment, her pupils suddenly shrank, as if she was struck by lightning. "Lao He, your father. It seems that he didn't kill him." "What?" Chapter 107, The Murderer is Someone Else. Meng, what did you say?" Lu Linha held An Meng's arms tightly with both hands. Because she was too excited, the petite An Meng was shaken back and forth by him. She didn't know why, but after touching the knife, a picture suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. It felt just like the memory being triggered before. It was a courtyard with a table and several wooden chairs, wooden floors underfoot, and colorful flowers and plants all around. In the distance was a 2-story European-style villa with a pointed roof. It was already night, and the fence at the far end of the courtyard was lit with a pale yellow light, as if a wonderful party had ended. The table was filled with empty wine bottles, and several people were leaning back in their chairs, sleeping soundly. At this time, the picture gradually approached the few people, and a hand appeared in front of them, and what was held in the hand was the sharp knife. And the picture stops abruptly here. And Meng couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Huh, where's the bloody scene? Could it be that it cannot be automatically blocked by Tomato after being reviewed? Although he didn't see the scene, and Meng understood it. This was the first-person perspective of the murder. And she also discovered an important piece of information. That is, the murderer Luo, who was leaning on the chair and sleeping soundly. Eyes, stop talking, my heart is sitting. Lu Linha stopped what he was doing. What do you mean by saying you didn't kill her? The girl was silent. She didn't know why her memories were triggered. In the past, those were in Meng's own experiences, but now she was not there. So even though this scene was very similar to the feeling that triggered her memory, she was not sure about the authenticity of this memory. And even if it was true, she didn't dare to say it. Because there will only be 2 results if she tells it out loud. The first is that Lu Linha won't believe it at all. The second is that Lu Linha believes it, but she will be treated as a freak and studied. After all, Lu Lin was weird and not like a human being. It was very likely that she would say something wrong and he would see through everything. She turned her eyes and said timidly, I guessed. Guess? Yeah, look, hasn't he been saying that he doesn't remember what he did? Maybe he really didn't do it, but someone else framed him. Lu Linha was stunned for a moment. He shook his head and smiled helplessly. Many people say this after they are caught. Then I don't know. After that, the police arrived at the scene, and after a brief understanding of the situation, they arrested the suspect Luo Hu. At this point, the supernatural haunting incidents in the abandoned buildings of Nanjing University came to an end. As for the 3 people from the Supernatural Society, they were all given anesthetic injections and were sleeping soundly on the ground. Lu Linha woke the 3 people up and they went out of the back mountain. He drove the 3 students back to the dormitory and took An Meng back to the capital of Jinyun. When the car entered the parking lot, he asked An Meng to get in first while he parked the car. An Meng responded and just walked into the elevator. She suddenly remembered that the candy Lu Linha gave her was left in the car. So she walked out again and went to the parking space where Lu Linha was. She froze when she saw the scene before her. Lu Linha was seen leaning against the car with his head down, holding a cigarette in one hand and pinching his high nose bridge with the other hand, his starry eyes slightly closed. At this moment, he was no longer elegant and calm, and he looked visibly sad and frustrated. An Meng could also understand it. After all, he had been searching for the truth for more than 10 years and had always wanted to find his father. If it were her, she would probably express it more strongly than Lu Linha. Her heart felt sad, and a soft spot somewhere was touched inadvertently. As if possessed by a ghost, she walked up to Lu Linha and gently pulled his collar with her little hand. The man opened his eyes and asked, Why are you back? I forgot to take my things. Oh. Lu Linha opened the car door and put out the cigarette. Stay away from me. Cigarettes are bad for your health. The man's concern made her feel even more guilty. She pursed her lips and said, If I tell the truth, will you believe it? What truth? An Meng told Lu Linha that she could restore her memory by touching something, such as the broom that Tian Huifeng asked her to use when she did the work and the dirty suit. She said that after touching the knife, she also saw the memory of that time. Of course, she kept the matter of her rebirth a secret. Lu Linha took a long time to digest it. Are you saying that you just saw some of the scenes from that time? Yes, if what I saw is true, then he is not the murderer. Who is the murderer? I don't know either. The footage I saw was from a first-person perspective, like in CS. I couldn't see the murderer's face. Did you see the murder scene? No. I just saw him coming over with a knife, and Luo, who was still sleeping there. Lu Linha fell into silence. An Meng added, But this is just a picture I imagined. I don't know if it's true or not, so just treat it as my nonsense. No. Lu Linha raised his head and looked at An Meng with a firm gaze. I believe you. I believe what you say. The girl's eyes were empty. When she heard that the man believed her, she felt surprised but also a little happy. It was a kind of joy that someone understood her, just like when Boya met Ziki, making people deeply feel that it is difficult to find a soulmate. Why? The man looked at her, reached out his hand, and gently ruffled her hair. Because you are my wife. An Meng bit her lip unconsciously and looked away. Besides, she's a fool. She can't do such a thing as lying. Hey, you're starting to make personal attacks. Sorry, but I really believe you. Although I don't believe in ghosts and gods, there are indeed many things in this world that cannot be explained, such as the pen fairy who called us here today and the memory fragments you can see. Assuming that what you see is the truth, it means that there is someone else behind the scenes. Speaking of this, Lu Linha's eyes became sharp. In this case, I have even less time to feel sad. Instead, I have to find a mastermind first. Since Luo, who is not the murderer, and he did not see the crime scene, the body he saw might also be fake. Only by finding the mastermind can we know the truth of this matter. Even if my father really died at his hands, it can be regarded as bringing him to justice and avenging him. After learning the truth, the goal he had been pursuing for more than 10 years suddenly disappeared. At that moment, he felt confused and at a loss. But An Meng's words rekindled his hope. In life, you must rely on something to survive. Without a goal, it is like a small boat lost in the boundless ocean, drifting until the end of life. He felt mixed emotions and hugged An Meng in his arms. The girl stiffened, but did not resist. The 2 little hands didn't know where to put them for a while, but finally they slowly rose up, hugged the man, and patted his back gently. Don't cry, don't cry. Chapter 108, A Sleepless Night. After returning home, even though it was very late, and Meng still took a shower. When she was a boy, she was more clean, and now that she is a girl, she loves taking baths even more. After taking a shower, and Meng wiped her body with a towel, put on her pajamas, and opened the bathroom door. Lao He, I'm done washing. Lu Linha walked in, picked up the hairdryer, and started blowing her hair. If Lu Linha hadn't taken care of her hair, she would have cut it short long ago. Lu Linha felt much more relieved after regaining hope. As the president of a large group, he has strong self-adjustment ability and will not be immersed in sadness. When he was blow-drying his hair, he would always unconsciously look at An Meng's ears. He still remembered An Meng's reaction when he blew air into her ear during the day. At this moment, he couldn't help but become curious. Are this girl's ears really that sensitive? He picked up a small lock of An Meng's hair and used the tip of it to gently scratch her ear. Sure enough, the girl had her head down, playing with her hands and humming a song. After she touched her ears, she trembled instantly. She quickly covered her ears, turned her head, and looked at Lu Linha with suspicion. At this time, Lu Linha had already let her hair down and pretended nothing had happened. He even asked back, "Why? Is there something wrong?" "No, it's okay." An Meng shook her head and turned her head away. Lu Linha couldn't help laughing. He seemed to have suddenly found his toy. When the girl turned around, he quietly picked up a small bunch of hair and prepared to play another prank. Unfortunately, this time, An Meng caught the tip of his hair red-handed before it reached his ears. "It's you, you bastard." Well, he forgot there was a mirror in front. After drying his hair, Lu Linha started to take a shower, while An Meng fell headfirst onto the bed, picked up his cell phone, and took a look. His eyes suddenly widened. "Frog fun, it's almost 2 o'clock. She has to get up early to go to school tomorrow." An Meng threw his phone away, closed his eyes, and tried to fall asleep quickly. But maybe it was because she was too excited after just experiencing too much. She tossed and turned in bed but had no desire to sleep at all. She didn't fall asleep until Lu Linha finished washing and lay down. Her head was always thinking about all sorts of things, but when she thought carefully, she couldn't remember what she was thinking about. She was closing her eyes in depression when the man suddenly spoke. Meng, why aren't you asleep yet?" "How do you know I'm not asleep?" "Because every time you fall asleep, you will take the initiative to crawl into my arms." The night was silent again. Lu Linha looked at the girl with her back to him, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Meng, you're being so charming. You keep yelling." An Meng rolled her eyes. "I was almost falling asleep, but you woke me up. Sorry, I just have a request." "Request?" The girl turned over and faced him. "What request?" It was the first time she heard Lu Linha make a request. "Can I hold you?" After getting used to sleeping with An Meng, Lu Linha also developed a habit. That is, if An Meng didn't fall asleep and snuggled in his arms, he would feel empty and couldn't fall asleep at all. The girl's beautiful eyes widened. She said in panic, "This is too sudden. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I, and Xiaoming, am loyal to my country and chaste. Don't even think about touching me. And if you succeed, how am I going to go to the toilet tomorrow?" Her words left the man stunned for a long time. "I don't understand. Why would a hug affect going to the toilet?" "Ooh." And Meng was stunned. "Is this what it is? Brother, please explain it clearly." You can't blame An Meng for thinking too much. After all, Lu Linha had hugged her many times before and he had never reported it. This time it was so formal that it was natural for her to think wrongly. "Then which one do you think it is?" Lu Linha thought for a moment and asked in surprise, "Could it be?" Before he could finish his words, An Meng covered his mouth with her hand. "No, nothing. You want a hug, don't you? Come on, brother, give me a hug." An Meng took the initiative to get into Lu Linha's arms and forced him to shut up. No matter what Lu Linha guessed, she couldn't let him say it out loud. If this layer of window paper was really broken, she would have no choice but to pack her luggage and leave the earth overnight. Lu Linha smiled silently, reached out and gently embraced the girl, buried his face in her hair, and sniffed the unique fragrance. My heart calmed down instantly. Because she used Lu Linha as a pillow every day, and Meng had long been accustomed to the smell of Lu Linha. She could fall asleep quickly by hugging him. She moved a few times in his arms, found a comfortable position, and closed her eyes comfortably. But Lu Linha was not in a hurry to sleep. His eyes were focused on An Meng's ears again. Ever since he knew the girl's sensitive spots, he seemed to be addicted to it, always wanting to tease her and see her strange reaction. At this moment, he turned his face slightly and blew gently into the small ear. "Call." "Yeah." And Meng accidentally let out a soft moan. Perhaps she felt ashamed of her voice, so she quickly closed her mouth, raised her little face, and her eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. It was an accident, the man explained. The girl covered her ears, feeling angry and helpless. You are sick. Nonsense, this ear is so beautiful. How can it be sick? This guy is simply amazing. She gave up trying to communicate, stuck her head under the quilt, and lay down inside like a cricket. Looking at the constantly rolling quilt, Lu Linha couldn't guess what she was going to do for a moment. After An Meng crawled into the quilt, she never came out again. Lu Linha curiously lifted the quilt and found that there was a pair of feet in front of him. He was stunned. It turned out that after tossing and turning for a long time, she just turned over and slept. Are you stupid? You have a plan, but I have a ladder. Lu Linha couldn't help laughing. In that case, I won't be polite. As soon as these words were spoken, the girl in the bed stiffened instantly. Help! Chapter 109, Becoming a Father. Okay, now please ask questions about this group of students In class, Professor Gong pointed at the PPT on the screen and spoke to the students in the audience. There was total silence in the audience. After all, Professor Gong is notoriously difficult to deal with, and no one wants to show up at his class. Professor Gong pushed up his glasses and said, No one asked any questions, so I'll call on someone. Just when everyone was silent, a snoring sound broke the silence. Hearing the snoring, Professor Gong's face instantly turned ugly. Who is this? The students all looked stunned. Who is this divine being? It would have been bad enough that he dared to sleep in Professor Gong's class, but he actually snored. This is just like a scarecrow using fire to light a cigarette. He wants fire over his life. Everyone's eyes were focused on An Meng, who was lying on the table with her head resting on a book, her mouth slightly open, sleeping soundly. Her again? They remembered that the last time An Meng slept in Professor Gong's class, he paid a heavy price, and this time he did it knowingly. Professor Gong came over and said, Let me see who it is. You dare to be so blatant in my class. You must be well prepared. The students seemed to be gloating over the misfortune. It looks like she's going to be in trouble again this time. Professor Gong walked over here, took a closer look, and when he found out it was An Meng, he was stunned for a moment. The scene suddenly became silent, with only An Meng's snoring still ringing out at an opportune moment. The classmates were talking about it. What's going on in the Mediterranean? Why isn't it moving? You don't understand this, do you? Then can you explain it? You've seen Dragon Ball, right? When Kakarot was accumulating energy bombs, didn't he stay still for a long time to accumulate energy? It's the same principle with Mr. Gong. The longer it accumulates, the greater the lethality. Search for disinai. At this time, Professor Gong took off his coat. Oh my God, why is Mediterranean taking off his clothes? Is he going to beat An Meng? This is going to be fun. The students were all looking forward to the next development, but Professor Gong handed the clothes to the student next to An Meng. Help her put on the cloak so she doesn't catch a cold. After these words were spoken, all the students present were at a loss. They thought that Professor Gong was holding it in, but unexpectedly, he just had diarrhea. Didn't you hear it? Professor Gong looked displeased. The classmate next to An Meng was stunned for a long time, then said, Oh, took the clothes and covered An Meng with them. When she was covered with this, the sleeping girl frowned, smacked her lips, and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw that the podium was empty, she sat up suddenly. Have you got a meal yet? The classroom was silent. She looked around and only then noticed that Professor Gong was standing next to her with a frown on his face. The girl opened her mouth. Oh my God, did this teacher come here in silent walking mode? Why is there no sound when he walks? She still remembered that last time she was caught sleeping by the teacher, she was severely criticized. In fact, she didn't want to sleep, but she had no choice. Because of Lu Linha, she didn't sleep well the whole night. She got up today entirely by willpower, and she was unconscious when she arrived at school. Professor Gong looked at An Meng. Perhaps because she had slept on the book for too long, the words in the textbook were imprinted on her face. Ahem, Professor Gong coughed lightly. Didn't you sleep well last night? Right. Stayed up late to study, huh? Yes. Nonsense. Can she say that she was harassed by a man until midnight? Look at classmate An Meng. From what I know, after An Meng lost her memory, she studied at night, during the day, and even while sleeping in order to catch up with the course quickly. You should study more like her, and don't fall asleep as soon as you study. Professor Gong patted An Meng's shoulder and whispered, You've worked hard. Have a good rest. Oh, thank you, teacher. You're welcome. Remember to tell your brother when you get back. This year's Teacher of the Year award will be left to him. Professor Gong responded with a smile. An Meng blinked. Who with my brother? Professor Gong's smile froze. In the office, Lu Linha had just finished reviewing several contracts and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Not only An Meng, he also didn't sleep well the night before and came to work with dark circles under his eyes today. In fact, if Lu Linha didn't come, no one would dare to say anything to him. But after all, he is the chief executive of the group, and many projects must be approved by him before they can be carried out. With great power comes great responsibility. Unfortunately, not long after he closed his eyes, silent when broke in. Boss Lu, we got news from the police. Luo, who took them to the research base at the time. These are the photos taken at the scene. Shimawan handed a few photos to Lu Linha. Yesterday, An Meng described in detail what she had seen, and those scenes were exactly the same as described in the photos. A European-style villa with a pointed roof, a garden full of flowers and plants, and white tables and chairs. It's just that time has passed so long that this place is no longer as vibrant as she described. Instead, it is overgrown with weeds and has a desolate feel. It was just as he expected. Lu Linha pondered for a moment and asked again, "Have you found the remains of the body?" Human ashes were indeed found buried there, but no genes could be extracted, so there's no way to prove whose remains these belong to. When he said this, Shen Mao's tone was a little heavy. Linha. Shimawan knew that his father had always been Lu Linha's motivation. It can be said that it is because of his obsession with the truth that Lu Linha has enough energy to revive the group and expand it step by step. Now that he has lost his goal, Shimawan can't help but worry that he will lose his spirit and become depressed. Lu Linha laughed. "Don't worry, Mo1, I'm fine. Not to mention that the truth of this matter has not yet surfaced. Even if it is the worst outcome in the end, I can accept it." Solomon raised his eyebrows, seriously. Of course, people can reminisce about the past, but if they only dwell on the past, they will only fail the people in the present. Oh, I see. It's good to have a girl at home. She has helped the president adjust his mentality quite well. Did he have a lot of trouble last night? Put away your dirty thoughts. It's all written on your face, okay? Don't need to worry about your dark circles and listless state. We are all young people. There's nothing we can't talk about. Shen Maoan tried to change the heavy topic. By the way, your girl has already reached that stage, right? How many goals has she scored? Judging from Lu Linha's previous rapid progress, scoring a goal was already a foregone conclusion. Lu Linha frowned slightly. "I haven't kicked it yet. That's not nice of you. I spent more than an hour reviewing the first time I experienced it for you." Yes, it took an hour to set up the plot, but the main scene only lasted a minute. I can't help it. I was caught off guard the first time, but it's better than hiding it like you do. Why would I lie to you? Really not. Silent when covered his head. "Oh my God. Are you the Buddha?" A Buddha directly silenced Lu Linha. At this time, the phone rang. It was An Meng calling. Lu Linha answered the call and pressed the speakerphone button, implying that he was quite frank and had nothing to hide. "What's wrong, Meng? It's okay. I just want to tell you something." The girl's voice was very clear. "What? It's nothing serious. You're just going to be a father." "Oh, Lu Linha was stunned for a moment. He looked up at Shen Maoan, only to see the latter looking at him with contempt. "So, this goal was scored by someone else?" Chapter 1. 10 gave birth to a monkey. "What do you mean? Please explain it clearly." Lu Linha asked. "I said, I gave birth to a monkey for you." He was very confused. He knows the current internet slang and likes to call children monkeys. Only, the girl who was still menstruating yesterday is now pregnant? Even the water from the Zimu River in the Kingdom of Women wouldn't be so effective, right? He suspected that the girl was making fun of him. He whispered, "Are you kidding me? No, there really is a monkey. If you don't believe me, come back and see for yourself." How is that possible? Silent one just curled his lips. When he was negotiating cooperation on projects worth tens of billions of dollars with other groups before, this man always looked calm and composed, as if he could remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him or a deer appeared on his left. Unexpectedly, the girl only needed one sentence to defeat this experienced president. It is true that one thing can conquer another. It's hard to explain over the phone. Let's go home and talk. Where are you now? I'm in school now. Please ask for leave for me. I'm going home now. Wait for me at school, and I'll pick you up. It is extremely complicated to ask for leave at Nanjing University. Not only do you need a valid reason, but you also need the counselor to approve the leave note, which then needs to be signed by the director. But as a major donor to the school and an honorary teacher, Lu Linha only needed to make a phone call and could leave the school directly without even asking An Meng for leave approval. After taking leave, Lu Linha also prepared to leave the company. You are worthy of being President Lu. The development of society cannot keep up with the progress of your love. Shema when teased from the side. Don't be ridiculous. She was just joking. In fact, I haven't confessed yet. What? You're still at the first step? Shen Maoan said in surprise. Oh, I see. You still can't figure out her thoughts, so you don't dare to act rashly, right? Lu Linha didn't say anything, which was considered as his tacit consent. This is actually quite simple. May 20th is coming soon. See what gift she will give you. Gifts are the best way to reflect a girl's complicated thoughts. Don't worry about the price of the gift. As long as she puts enough effort into preparing it, it will show her intentions. A gift? So, you learned a new trick? I learned it, but I didn't learn it completely. What's the meaning? Is it possible that she won't give me a gift at all? Lu Linha left the company. The driver started the car and took him to the place where An Meng usually got in the car. At this time, An Meng just happened to arrive. I saw her with a big belly, holding her belly with both hands, walking slowly, and she really looked like a pregnant woman. Lu Linha raised his left eyebrow, drove the car forward a little, and came to An Meng's side. Get in the car. An Meng opened the car door and got in. Lu Linha glanced at her and asked straight to the point, "What's hidden in your belly?" "Our monkey," the girl replied. "If you wanted to use this as an excuse to ask for leave and go home, you have succeeded." He thought An Meng didn't sleep well last night and wanted to ask for leave to go back to sleep, but he didn't know what reason to use, so he made up an excuse and asked him to take leave. But this excuse is really too explosive. Just when Lu Linha thought he had guessed the girl's thoughts, he was stunned again the next second. The girl's belly suddenly moved. How is this alive? Just as he was wondering, the unknown bulge in the girl's lower abdomen continued to climb upwards, and then her lower abdomen became flat again and continued to move upwards. Finally, a furry little head popped out from her collar. Lu Linha looked into the pair of dark eyes for a moment, and his expression changed. After a while, the little guy waved at him. "It's really a monkey? Yeah, it's cute, right?" And Meng picked up the little monkey. Although this little guy is a monkey, it is somewhat different from ordinary monkeys. It has a pair of big brown eyes and pointed ears, and looks like a squirrel. "Where did you get this?" "I don't know either. I ordered takeout in the classroom at noon today. While I was eating, it walked in from somewhere. I fed it half an intestine, and it has been following me ever since." And Meng reached out and touched the monkey's head, and the little monkey hugged An Meng tightly, very intimately. The girl blinked her eyes, which seemed to be twinkling with little stars. Lao He, "Can we keep it?" "No." The man refused bluntly. The stars in the girl's eyes instantly went out. Why? First of all, we don't know where this monkey came from. Whether it is healthy or not is a question. Secondly, monkeys are all protected animals in China. If you are caught raising one privately, you will lose the silver bracelet. When An Meng heard that it was illegal, he lost his temper instantly. Should we send it to the relevant department? You can send it to the forestry department or the police station. They will handle it. Oh, okay. The girl looked at the little monkey in her arms, her mouth pouting unconsciously, her eyes full of reluctance. "I'm sorry, little monkey, we are not destined to be together in this life. I can only hope for the next life." Well, the little monkey seemed to understand and started to cry out, also looking sad. Seeing the man and the monkey gazing at each other affectionately, Lu Linha couldn't help but feel a headache. At this moment, silent Wen's words suddenly flashed through his mind. "It's almost 5.20. Let's see what gift she will give you. Now, isn't it a good time to ask for a gift?" He hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, it's not impossible to raise it." "Really?" And Meng's eyes lit up. "How can I raise one?" "This monkey should be a pongo, a Class 2 protected species. Although it is illegal to privately keep protected animals, you can submit an application to the forestry department. If they agree, then that's another matter. Can you still agree to this? As long as there is a qualified breeding environment, equipment, and relevant technical personnel, it is not impossible." As he spoke, Lu Linha smiled and said, "Of course, the effort and reward are proportional. If you want to keep it, you have to pay something." The girl looked down at the baby monkey, then at Lu Linha, pouted her lips, and said pitifully, "You don't want me to work for you to earn monkey food. Do you? I'm telling you, even though I'm an adult, my mental age is only 8 years old. So I'm a child laborer, and it's illegal to employ child laborers." Lu Linha couldn't help laughing and hit her on the head. "Of course not. I have plenty of employees. Why do I need a child laborer like you?" The girl blinked a few times and said with a heavy face, "Okay, I understand. You can take what you want, but never take my heart." Chapter 111. Pets must have names. What? It turns out you're sending me a gift. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me prepare so much mentally. After Lu Linha explained his purpose clearly, and Meng shook his head and made the gesture of a little bear spreading his hands. In fact, she had known for a long time that Lu Linha didn't mean that. She just wanted to tease him and see how he would react. The man narrowed his eyes. Do I look like someone who would take advantage of someone in distress? How is that possible? You are a reputable gentleman, noble and free-spirited, calm and simple. Stick to your conscience, and don't be tempted by wealth and fame. Don't seek fame and fortune, and don't bow down for a few pieces of silver. This is Tao An Meng you were talking about, right? Oh, I accidentally let slip. Just take it as a compliment. And Meng held the little monkey in front of Lu Linha. So you can keep it? Lu Linha and the baby monkey looked at each other. He was always cautious towards this kind of wild animal, but this monkey was relatively docile and clingy, so it wasn't that dangerous. Lu Linha called a friend in the relevant department for consultation. After a brief conversation, he hung up the phone. The forestry department said that as long as we can build a special animal breeding base and meet all the requirements, we can raise them. Yeah, don't be too happy too soon. Hiring a professional breeder, regular health checks, and providing special feed are all easy to do, but the house we live in now definitely doesn't meet the standards. If you want to keep it, you have to move back to Handing Manor. Such an animal needs at least an independent activity area of dozens of square meters. Only there is enough space to build a breeding base. Well, okay, then go back and live there. At worst, I can just get up earlier next time. The reason An Meng had thought about moving out before was actually just to live in the girls' dormitory. Since she was going to sleep with Lu Linha in the end, it didn't really matter where she lived. After making up his mind, Lu Linha asked Lao Pan to drive back to Handing Manor. In fact, he also had selfish motives. After moving out, he and An Meng spent more time together, but he had very little time with his mother and family. He hadn't been home for several days, and Tian Huifong had called him several times. When she returned to the manor, not only were there many servants gathered at the door, but even her mother Tian Huifong and sister Lu Yunlian were waiting at the door. When they heard that Mr. Lu was coming back to live with them, everyone was very excited and ran out to greet him. The car stopped at the door and opened. And Meng, wearing a white hoodie and light gray trousers, walked out. Xin, she came forward excitedly. Miss, wow, Sisai, long time no see. And Meng hugged Xin she and turned into a clingy cat, rubbing against her chest. Ah, the world is cruel and indifferent. Only this girl still has a trace of warmth left. Xin she looked at Lu Linha awkwardly, and Lu Linha just smiled slightly. He was used to a long time ago. The servants group, not far away, also burst into warm cheers. Welcome Mr. Lu and his wife back to the manor. And Meng waved at them, coughed lightly, and deliberately lowered his voice. Kids, I'm back. Tian Huifong glared at her and snorted. This woman is still the same as before, disrespectful to her parents. And Meng naturally heard it. She looked at Tian Huifong, hesitated for a moment, scratched her head, and whispered, Hello, mother-in-law, I'm back. When he came back, Lu Linha specifically told her that he wanted to ease their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship and hoped that she would take the initiative to say hello. Tian Huifong was slightly startled, and she curled her lips. Aren't you living happily outside? Why are you back again? Because we have a monkey. Monkey. Tian Huifong raised her eyebrows. Lu Yunlian whispered from behind. Mom, monkey means child. You guys have a baby? Tian Huifong's eyes widened. She stayed on An Meng's belly for a long time. When did it happen? Just. You're so great. You're still so energetic even after having a child. Tian Huifong scolded. She came to An Meng, afraid that she would fall again and have an accident. It's okay. It holds on very firmly. Grasp. Just when she was confused, a head suddenly popped out from behind An Meng, and its big brown eyes were particularly eye-catching. Tian Huifong stared at it for a few seconds, and her expression changed drastically. Monster! Oh, so monkeys can understand human language? Yes, even dogs can understand some simple commands. Monkeys are much smarter than dogs, so they can certainly understand more. Of course, this also requires some training. We need to cultivate a sense of reward. Every time it does something right, we can give it some rewards. With rewards, it knows that it is right to do so, and it will obey when it hears the command. In the garden, the girl was learning animal training methods from a newly hired animal keeper. In the living room, Tian Huifong withdrew her gaze from outside and turned to Lu Linhe in front of her with a look of surprise. So, you really adopted a monkey? It was hard for her to imagine that this was something her son had done. Meng likes it, so I found a way to keep it. I have approved all the procedures and documents, and I have asked someone to do a comprehensive checkup on it. It is very healthy and has no germs at all. Lu Yunlian smacked her lips. She knew that her brother doted on his wife, but she didn't expect that he would dote on her to this extent. Brother, you are spoiling her too much. What you married is not a wife, but dodgy. Lu Linhe glanced at her and said something that left her speechless. Whose dodgy keeps monkeys at home? The breeding base was built on the open space of the manor. The area of Hanting Manor is not small, so it is very easy to pick a place of dozens of square meters. Of course, although there is a base nest, it is only a place to sleep at night. During the day, you can still take it out to play. Lu Linhe spoke a few brief words to Tian Huifong, then opened the balcony door and walked out. He was very curious about what An Meng would play with the monkey. In the garden, An Meng was holding a handful of peanuts and training according to the method taught by the breeder. One man and one monkey, both are cute in their own way. In the garden, flowers compete with each other for beauty on the stage of spring, but they can never compare to that sweet smile. Although it is not a flower, it is better than thousands of flowers. Wherever the sunshine reaches, everything is beautiful, like a beautiful painting. At this time, Lu Linhe was playing the role of a smiling bystander. Sit down. Xiaohe. The man's smile froze instantly. Wait a minute, Meng, who is Xiaohe? He couldn't help but break the harmony. An Meng pointed at the little monkey. Pets should have names, right? I thought about it. Since you were its father, then its name should be Xiaohe. Oh, so you were Xiaohe's mother? No, I'm also its father, the second father. Come on, Xiaohe, learn from me. As she spoke, she imitated the monkey's sitting action. The little monkey didn't understand at first. It just tilted its head to look at her and squeaked a few times. After An Meng demonstrated it several times, it followed suit out of curiosity. Wow, that's awesome. The girl was overjoyed. She handed a peanut to the little monkey and reached out to touch its head. Lu Linhe, behind him, curled the corners of his lips. Brother, you are too spoiled. He suddenly recalled what Lu Yunlian had just said. Do you love me? He felt okay. Xiaohe learns things so quickly. I've never seen a monkey as smart as it. Madam, maybe you can give it some more difficult tasks. I think it can accomplish them. The keeper on the side gave advice. Really? Real? And Meng squatted down and took out a test paper. Then Xiaohe, I'll leave this English test paper to you. 2 men and 1 monkey, all with the same shock. Chapter 112, 520 Remember to send flowers. A few days later, 5.20 came quickly. The streets and alleys are full of couples traveling for love. But Lu Linhe was not included among these couples. Today he is still in the company, doing his own job. Even Chen Maoan couldn't help but ask curiously, I thought you were going to 520 today. Why are you still coming to the company? Lu Linhe. Young lovers always accidentally turn every festival into Valentine's Day. Lovers are important, but doing what you should do is more important. Today is Sunday. Your daughter should be resting, but you can still come to work. It's true that the heaven moves vigorously, and the gentleman strives for self-improvement. Shen Maoan clasped his fists towards Lu Linhe and said, Mr. Gentleman, I will leave first. My darling is still waiting for me. You're not allowed to leave either. Why? Lu Linhe looked at him and said, Be a gentleman with me. This thing can be forced. In the end, Shemalan was left behind by Lu Lin and Chang and missed his darling. In fact, although Lu Linhe spoke righteously, there was another reason besides the reason he said. That means An Meng took Xian Shi out to play today. Lao He, Xinxi doesn't have a boyfriend yet. It would be too lonely for her to spend 520 alone, so I want to accompany her tomorrow. So, his wife abandoned him and went to be with another woman. It sounded very sad, but An Meng's next words gave him hope again. Don't worry, I still remember about sending gifts. I will give you a gift when you come back. Don't do it like last time. Don't worry, I'll give you a serious gift this time. Based on Silent Wind's many years of experience in love, you can tell what a girl thinks of you from the gifts she gives you. If you give her perfume as a gift, it means that the girl thinks you have good taste and style and wants to get in touch with you further. If you give her a wallet, which is something you carry with you, it means she wants you to be with her all the time. Although I don't know where he got this experience from, It seems to be somewhat related. I wonder what gift An Meng will give him. After get off work, when Lu Linha returned to the manor, An Meng had been waiting for him at home for a long time. He handed the prepared gift to An Meng. Happy 520 wife. An Meng opened it and found that they were the game cartridges she had wanted before. She flew up and hugged Lu Linha. Wow, thanks, hubby. Now, in front of the Lu family, she still has to do a good job of showing her love. And given the gift he gave, it wasn't just work, there was some genuine affection as well. Lu Linha gently embraced the girl's slender waist and kissed her cheek lightly. Damn it, you and I are secretly adding to the drama again. In the living room, Tian Huifeng and Lu Yunlin saw this scene and just rolled their eyes at each other without saying anything. After the hug, she explained, I went to the shopping street with Xin to choose a gift for you today, but after choosing for a long time, I really didn't know what to give you. Xin, she said that since it's Valentine's Day, giving flowers will definitely not be wrong, so I will just give you flowers. Come with me. And Meng took Lu Linha's hand and led him to the bedroom. On the way, Lu Linha couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Flower? Could it be that the gift given to him was a rose? If it was a rose, then it would be proof of An Meng's feelings for him, right? While Lu Linha was thinking, they had already arrived at the house. The girl took out the flowers and placed them in front of Lu Linha. I hope you don't mind. Lu Linha looked down and saw that it was not a rose, but a purple flower. Although it looked familiar, he didn't know much about flowers, so he couldn't tell its name. But clearly, it wasn't a rose. He felt a little disappointed, but still took the flowers with a smile. I like it very much. Thank you, Ming Ming. He wasn't just saying this for politeness. As long as An Meng didn't give him weird things like last time, he would still like to receive gifts from girls. He held the flower to his nose and sniffed its scent. Then he frowned. This flower has a light, sweet fragrance with a hint of grass. But at this time, in addition to these smells, he also smelled another fragrance. The smell is very familiar, a combination of peach and milk aromas. He left the flower and followed the smell, only to find that it was coming from An Meng's body. He moved closer to An Meng and smelled her scent. The girl was a little confused. Do I smell? Have. Ah. She lifted her collar and sniffed it, then raised her arm and sniffed it. What's that smell? Why can't I smell it? Fragrance. An Meng narrowed her eyes. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You were sniffing around like a dog, and I thought you smelled something strange. Have you taken a shower? He was sure that the scent was not only An Meng's body odor, but also the smell of shampoo. Yes, Xinxi and I have been out all day, so we must take a shower when we come back. He remembered that An Meng used to like to take a shower at night, but her answer was not a problem. After giving the gifts, An Meng left the bedroom, while Lu Linha put the tulips in the pots and watered them. At this time, Silent One sent a message. Mr. Lu, did you receive any gifts today? Received a bouquet of flowers. Rose. No. Does this mean that she doesn't have that kind of feelings for me? Take a picture and let me see it. Lu Linha took a picture of the flowers and sent it silently. After a while, he actually called directly. Oh my God, I knew you were clumsy when it came to relationships, but I didn't expect you to be this stupid. What's wrong? This is a purple tulip. Do you know what the language of this flower is? What? Loyal love means she loves you alone. Lu Linha was stunned. On the other side, An Meng came to the animal base and continued to give Xiaohe special training. But the training that An Meng gave it was no longer commands, but something more novel. Draw. She stopped on the ground and picked up a stone. When stones come into contact with the stone ground, they leave white marks. She used the stones to draw a smiling face on the ground. Seeing this, Xiaohe also picked up a stone and drew a picture. Although it was crooked, it was still recognizable as a smiling face. Wow! An Meng was delighted and took out a few peanuts and handed them to Xiaohe. Xiaohe took the peanuts and started eating them happily. Xin behind him asked, Miss, did President Lu receive a gift today? Got it, Cici. Your idea is really useful. Now I can save money. You're welcome, miss. Xinxi said with a smile. Mr. Lu, this is all she can do to help. At this time, in the back garden, the gardener was looking at the tulips with only branches and leaves, scratching his head. Damn, where are the flowers? Chapter 113, Punishment for the Flower Thief. Hualala. In the bathroom, water from the shower dripped down the man's body. The body was tall and strong, with perfect proportions, neither bulky nor thin, with clear muscle lines like a sculpture. The man turned the switch and the shower stopped. Drops of water slid down the tips of his wet hair and fell to the ground, making a sound of water. But the man didn't seem to care. His pair of eyes, as bright as torches, were now somewhat empty. After finishing his phone call with Shun Maoan, he consulted his own gardener and learned that the flower language of purple tulips is indeed loyal love. With such an obvious display of love, Lu Linha should have been happy, but in fact he was confused. Even if the flower language is true, there is still a problem. That is An Meng. Does she know the language of this flower? Even he doesn't quite understand the language of flowers, so a girl with a bold personality like An Meng should not understand it either. But if he couldn't deny it directly, he decided, observe. In fact, living in a manor does have some advantages. The desserts in the kitchen here are even more exquisite than those sold outside. After dinner, An Meng asked the kitchen for a chiffon cake, but since it was handmade, she had to wait for a while. So she lay on the bed and played games to pass the time. But she couldn't calm down. It's not that the cake is too tempting, but because she felt that there was always a pair of eyes staring at her in the dark. It's like a scud-seeking missile, the kind that you can't get rid of. Of course, this is not Conan, so the eyes staring at her are not from the Black Organization, but Lu Linha. After dinner, Lu Linha returned to the room and sat on the chair with a book. He said he was reading a book, but his eyes were always on her, which made her feel creepy. And Meng glanced at him several times, and finally, she couldn't help but asked, what's the matter with you? Why do you ask? Because you've been looking at me. Lu Linha closed the book and said, it's nothing. Oh, there's just one problem. Isn't that still the case? What's the matter? I like the flowers you gave me today. I'm glad you like it. I'll give you one next time. And Meng thought to herself that no matter what gift Lu Linha gave her in the future, she could return it with flowers. Moreover, these are the flowers from his garden, and the wool comes from the sheep. There is no more profitable business than this. Yes, the man nodded. Where did you buy these flowers? After thinking it over, he decided that it wasn't a good idea to ask directly. If An Meng didn't know the language of flowers, she would appear ignorant and embarrassed. But if she knew, wouldn't he be letting her down by asking this? So he decided to take a detour and ask the flower shop where he could go to inquire tomorrow. When a pretty girl like An Meng goes to buy flowers, the owner of the flower shop will definitely be impressed. Many flower shops will introduce the meaning of the flower language when selling flowers. When the time comes, he will go to consult. If the owner tells him, then he will have an idea. Lu Linha's plan was good, but he forgot that the girl in front of him was the one who did not play according to plan. But his gentle thoughts made An Meng's heart skip a beat. Why is he asking this? Could it be that he discovered that the flowers were picked from the garden? The girl hesitated for a moment. She and I bought it from a random flower shop on the commercial street. I can't remember which one it was. Why are you asking this? Nothing, but I'm just a little curious. Why did you give me this kind of flower? Because this is the most beautiful flower in your garden. But An Meng could only say it in her heart, and she thought about it for a while. Well, because this flower is beautiful, don't you think? Pretty, but aren't roses pretty too? Nonsense. There are no roses in your garden. How can I give them to you? In An Meng's eyes, flowers are just flowers. There's no difference. If you have to say the difference, it's that some are good-looking and some are inconspicuous. It's beautiful, but it's not just beautiful. It should have a meaning, right? Meaning? She doesn't even know the name of this flower. How can she know what it means? She originally thought that only little girls would ask about the meaning of things, but she didn't expect that Lu Lin and a man like this would also be curious. But since Lu Linha asked her this, if she said she didn't know, wouldn't it make her seem stupid? In order to protect her little vanity, she said with a stiff upper lip, yes, it does have a meaning. Of course. But she never expected that as soon as she said this, Lu Linha would actually jump over from his chair. Before she could react, she was pinned down by the man. If An Meng knew, that would mean, is she really making her feelings known? After coming to the conclusion, Lu Linha felt inexplicably numb all over and his heartbeat became uncontrollable. Even when he acquired Shengtang Group and became the leader of Nanqing's business community, he was not as excited as he is now. He was so excited that the only way he could calm down a little was to get closer to the girl. Looking at the excited smile on the man's lips, there was only fear in those beautiful eyes. Could it be that he actually knew it a long time ago? Were you just teasing her? Frog, didn't I just steal a few flowers from your house? Are you so excited? But she was indeed wrong, so she should apologize first. I'm sorry, they said in unison. The man was stunned. What are you apologizing for? Then what are you apologizing for? Because I almost let down the gift you gave me. The man said, holding the girl's hand. Huh, what's he talking about? Isn't it because she was a flower thief? And Meng then realized that the old man must have misunderstood something, but she didn't know it. Could it be that the flower was particularly expensive, so he was very touched? Damn, I can't let him find out. The man didn't know what she was thinking and continued to talk to himself. I'm really happy that you gave me such a thoughtful gift. Ah, it's okay. As long as you like it. In that case, I must say something in response. Really? And Meng's eyes lit up with joy. Is it possible that he wants to give money? Hey, I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Well, do you want it? Yes. Check it out. What a mess. The man laughed dumbly and whispered, then close your eyes. When she opens her eyes, she can see. Okay. The girl closed her eyes. At this moment, she felt a breeze mixed with the scent of the ocean blowing past, and suddenly something soft touched her mouth. She opened her eyes, and when she saw the face so close to her, her mind went blank. This is a reward? Lu Linha didn't give her a chance to think. He pried open her lips and demanded boldly and passionately. And Meng reached out to stop him, but was caught by Lu Linha. He put Meng's wrists together with one hand and pressed them on top of her head with ease. What kind of weird posture is this? This posture is too embarrassing. No, she had to do something. But why was her head feeling dizzy? The girl's eyes were dazed, and she gradually forgot herself under the man's gentle yet firm demands. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ma'am, your cake is here. Chapter 114 Shame also has a threshold. In this world, there are always some people who are redundant. For example, a son brought by a father in a reconstituted family. For example, a sixth person suddenly appears when 5 people are ranked. For example, a chef who knocks on the door when he shouldn't. Lu Linha frowned. Although he has seen many ups and downs in his life, he is still a beginner when it comes to relationships. Since he is a beginner, he naturally doesn't want anyone to see him studying. He froze and looked down at An Meng. An Meng opened her eyes and also looked at him. Lips pressed against lips, unable to speak. Eyes facing eyes, just staring at each other. But the chef outside was still knocking on the door regardless of the occasion. Ma'am, are you there? Hearing the knock on the door, Lu Linha calmed down. We have to send the chef away first. He turned his head to look at the door and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The reason was simple. The girl took advantage of this opportunity to attack him. He originally wanted to let An Meng go for the time being, but he never expected that the girl would take advantage of his laxity and launch a counterattack. An Meng transformed into Murong Fu and gave him back in his own way. Lu Linha was stunned. He patted An Meng several times, indicating that he should surrender. But An Meng had no intention of letting him go. What's she doing? In this situation, shouldn't the woman just avoid it with a red face? Why didn't she dodge, but instead took the initiative to attack? Is she the female version of Jotaro? He didn't understand. He had been in the business world for many years and had seen all kinds of people. He could see through many of them at a glance. But An Meng was an exception. He could never guess what she would do next. Seeing his surprised look, An Meng actually had a hint of pride in her eyes. Lu Linha was in a state of dismay at the moment. His hair stood on end as he listened nervously to the noise outside. He is thinking about a problem. If the chef came in at this moment and saw this scene, how would he respond? The chef knocked on the door a few more times and wondered, Strange, isn't the madam in there? What are you doing? Xin Shi's voice came. When the girl heard Xin Shi's voice, her body froze. She was about to retreat, but Lu Linha had already noticed her intention and predicted it in advance, leaving her nowhere to escape. Oh, the lady requested a chiffon cake, and we just wanted to bring it to her, but no one answered when we knocked on the door. Maybe the madam is taking a shower or has something else to do. Please give it to me first. I will wait to contact the madam. Well, thank you, Cindy. Gradually, the sound outside the door died down. An Meng's face turned visibly red. After about a minute, her head tilted and she looked like she had fainted. Lu Linha was startled and quickly let go. I saw her face flushed, lying on the bed with her legs spread out, breathing heavily. What's wrong with you? An Meng took several deep breaths before she managed to recover. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling. After a while, she slowly spoke. I'm dying of suffocation. The man was startled and laughed out loud. His hands pinched the soft flesh of the girl's cheeks. Idiot, you won't let go if you're deprived of oxygen. No. Why? Because of dignity. Lu Lin and Rixing couldn't understand her train of thought, so he changed the subject. Why are you so proactive today? The girl glanced at him and said, Have you ever heard a word? What? An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. I've heard of it, but what's the connection? You treated me like that, so of course I will return it tenfold. And Meng glared and answered righteously. Since coming to Lu Linha's house, they have kissed many times, but when she thinks about it, she has always been the one being asked, which makes her seem easy to bully. She was worrying about how to take revenge on this guy. At this moment, she found that after the chef came, Lu Linha was obviously a little scared and wanted to evacuate on his own initiative. So she took the initiative to kiss him, determined not to let this guy get his wish. If it were her in the past, it would have been absolutely impossible for her to take the initiative to kiss a man, but now she has been kissed so many times that she is no longer surprised. For example, if you meet an innocent girl, when you tell her a dirty joke for the first time, she will blush and feel embarrassed. But if you tell her a dirty joke for a week in a row, she will laugh out loud and add another joke. Your story is just average. Let me tell you something more obscene and funnier. The threshold of shame will continue to increase. Unfortunately, her life-threatening efforts were interrupted by Xin Shi's sudden appearance. Lu Linha was stunned for a long time, then gave a thumbs up. It still has to be you. Then, Miss An Meng, can this logic be applied to other places? Somewhere else. The girl tilted her head in confusion. He didn't say anything, but his eyes stayed down for a moment. The meaning was self-evident. And Meng was startled, and the electric shock feeling she had experienced before seemed to reappear. You're dreaming. You're dreaming so much that your nose is bubbling. Anyway, why did you break the rules again today? Find me. You can't blame me for this today. Huh? So you're blaming me? Of course. If you hadn't sent me flowers to express your love, why would I have done this? Sending flowers to express your love? After hearing this, and considering that Lu Linha had been asking her about the meaning of sending flowers, she realized that something seemed to be wrong. This flower, does it have any special meaning? Just like chrysanthemums are for the dead and roses are only given to lovers. What's the problem? The man asked. An Meng couldn't answer for a moment. At this moment, her cell phone rang. It was a message from Xin Shi, asking her where she was and wanting to send her a chiffon cake. She quickly asked, Xin Shi, do you know what flowers I gave Lu Linha today? Purple tulips. She quickly searched the internet for the meaning of purple tulips. When she saw loyal love, she felt sick. It's bad. Now the whole branch is split. Chapter 1:15 The Frog in the Warm Water is actually herself. Lu Group. Mr. Lu, the inspection report for the monkey you requested earlier is out. Silent when open the report. The monkey has gone through 4 intelligence tests, including the mental stretching ball and the plastogram. Its IQ is higher than that of ordinary monkeys. However, according to the blood test, its physical data are all within the standard range. There is nothing out of the standard. The monkey naturally refers to Xiaohe, who was adopted by An Meng. According to An Meng, Xiaohe suddenly appeared in her classroom and insisted on following her. Although An Meng is usually loved by small animals, the dogs and cats in the manor are very attached to her. But it was unbelievable that a protected animal appeared out of nowhere in a university and actively pestered her. In fact, even if An Meng didn't say it, Lu Linha wanted to keep it and investigate it thoroughly. Plus, they had just captured a fugitive from the experimental team, and this clever monkey showed up. If it is a coincidence, it would be a bit far-fetched. So when Lu Linha sent the little monkey for testing, he also asked someone to draw blood from it. However, to his surprise, the monkey's test report showed nothing abnormal. Does this mean that the injection of this drug will not have any effect on the body? Or did he guess wrong? Lu Linha asked, is there any other way to investigate? Silent text. If the blood test shows no abnormalities and we want to do further research, we can only perform an autopsy on it. Lu Linha was silent. If it can be proven that this monkey has been injected with drugs, then this is definitely important information. Because this monkey is only half a year old, if it has a record of injection, it means that other members of the group are still alive in the world. So what Luo Hu said about the death of all members would be a lie. More importantly, as soon as they caught Luo Hu, the baby monkey appeared. Therefore, it is very likely that the team member has been secretly monitoring them. If it were the old him, he would definitely proceed without hesitation. Although this is a protected animal, it can be hunted or dissected for scientific research, population control, epidemic disease monitoring, or other special circumstances. After all, this is not a human being. But at this moment, the scene of An Meng lowering her head and teaching Xiaohe to draw with a beautiful smile appeared in front of his eyes. He suddenly hesitated. Shimawan seemed to see what Lu Linhe was thinking. He explained, but the blood test didn't show anything, and the autopsy is probably a waste of effort. Maybe this monkey just happened to appear. After all, the back mountain of Nanjing University is connected to the Fengtai Mountain Ecological Reserve, where there are many wild monkeys. Maybe it ran out from there. Lu Linhe smiled and said, "Let's discuss this later." "Okay, let's talk about another thing." Qin Maoan sat down on the table. "You must have had a good time yesterday on 520, right? Spreading rumors is not a good habit. Do you still need me to spread rumors? It's written all over your face." Qin Maoan took out his cell phone and turned on the camera. "Come on, President Liu, take a look at your sexy lips for yourself." Lu Linhe didn't even look up, but lowered his head and pretended to look at the documents. He knew without even looking that his lips had obvious marks from the fierce kiss the girl had given him yesterday. He also heard a lot of rumors from employees today. "Look, Mr. Liu's mouth seems to be broken. Was it bitten by his wife yesterday on 520? Hey, you know what? Mr. Liu is bleeding. It was Madam who did it. Hey, did you know that Mr. Liu was beaten by his wife and bled? Hey, you know, the Madam is actually a vampire sucking Mr. Liu's blood." The version became more and more outrageous, to the point where he didn't even want to refute it when he heard it. However, the fact that An Meng bit his lip really made him feel puzzled. Even though he doesn't have much experience, girls usually kiss each other when doing this kind of thing, right? How come it becomes a bite when it comes to her? Seeing that Lu Linhe didn't say anything, Qin Maoan knocked on the table a few times. It's no use pretending to be stupid. "So, after she confessed to you using flower language yesterday, did you just take her over?" Lu Linhe thought for a long time and said, "Got it. See, I told you," but it didn't quite get it. The smile on silent when his lips froze. "What's the meaning?" Yesterday, after An Meng realized that she had sent the wrong flowers, her mind went blank. If she was completely honest, it would prove that not only was she not thoughtful in giving the gift, but she also lied. But if she doesn't confess, Lu Linhe will continue to misunderstand. This time he kissed her mouth, but next time he couldn't be sure where he would kiss her. But before she could come up with a good remedy, Lu Linhe's next move followed. He took out a contract and said this to her. "There are many unreasonable aspects in our previous contract. Why don't we sign a new one?" he said. After being confessed, Lu Linhe always felt that his response was not direct enough. But if you say it directly, it doesn't seem original enough. After thinking it over, he felt that since his fate with An Meng started with a contract, it would be better to start with the contract this time as well. An Meng picked it up and took a few glances at it. All the penalty clauses in this contract were modified to her advantage. Just as she was about to agree happily, she noticed a detail. That is the contract. The time limit is not 3 years, but indefinite. What does this indefinitely mean? It means becoming your official wife. The man said seriously, "An Meng, I like you." "Like me?" The girl wondered. "Wait, aren't you boiling a star like a frog in warm water? Why is it?" As she spoke, her eyes suddenly widened. She pointed at herself. "Wait, you boiled it in warm water. It wouldn't be me, right?" The man curled his lips and reached out to ruffle the girl's hair. "Exactly." And Meng suddenly realized. It turns out that the frog in the warm water is herself. 116. No one cared about him for half his life, but he became a female CEO and was pursued by her. "Sure, Mr. Liu. I always thought you were the kind of person who would never take the initiative until death. I didn't expect you to be so brave at the critical moment." Silent one praised him, and then quickly asked, "What happened after that? Did she agree?" He suddenly understood the feelings of those girls who were chasing the drama. Lu Linhe smiled. "No." Silent one was startled. "No?" "Yes, I thought things would go smoothly, but unexpectedly, after he gave her the contract, and Meng actually fled the room directly. She didn't even come back to sleep, but stayed in another guest room. And from yesterday to today, she hasn't said a word to me." Lu Linhe pinched his chin and said, "I'm thinking about what went wrong." After listening, Silent One said, "Maybe she is pulling you." "Pull? Yes, your girl is carefree, but she is a girl after all, and girls are more reserved. If you agree to her after pursuing her once, she will seem cheap, so she may want to test you a little more." Lu Linhe frowned. "Is that so? Of course, I've dated so many women. I've seen all kinds of women." Qin Maoan pointed to his chest. "Believe me, it's true." A few days later, South City University. An Meng entered the school with his school bag on his back. Instead of going to the classroom immediately, he came to a small forest in Nanjing University. Behind this grove is the back mountain of Nanjing University, which extends all the way to the abandoned school buildings. She walked to the center of the woods and squatted in front of a big tree. As soon as the school bag was opened, a monkey brain immediately popped out. Wait a minute, Xiaohe, I'll let you out for some fresh air. Since An Meng adopted Xiaohe, the relationship between the two has become increasingly close. However, although Xiaohe had a lot of fun playing with An Meng, freedom is its nature after all. Several times when An Meng went to see it, it always lay on the glass of the base, staring at the woods outside in a daze. This also made An Meng feel bad. After all, she spent very little time with it every day. The rest of the time, Xiaohe was a monkey all alone in this base, just like being in prison. Even though the base is large, and there are even several wooden stakes for it to play with, it can never compare to the charm of nature. An Meng also asked the keeper to take it to the woods for a walk, but the keeper flatly refused. Because the keeper is only responsible for Xiaohe's diet and health, and does not have a particularly close relationship with it, if it is taken out, it may not listen to him and run away. You have to know that Mr. Liu spent a lot of money to adopt this monkey. If it runs away, he will not be able to take the responsibility. There was no other way, so An Meng had to think of a trick. Every time she went to school, she would secretly put Xiaohe in her bag, then take it to the woods near the school and let it out to play freely. In fact, she felt it was a bit risky the first time she let it out for a walk, but fortunately Xiaohe listened to her very much. No matter how far he ran, as long as she called him, he would come all the way to her. She would come to call it at noon and bring it food. When school was over, she would put it back in her school bag and take it back to the manor. This kind of release has been going on for several days. An Meng opened her school bag and picked up Xiaohe. Just play around here, don't go too far. Gee, Xiaohe responded, its eyes bright with an unconcealable joy. So good. The girl smiled, then lowered her beautiful eyes with a hint of melancholy in her smile. Whenever she called Xiaohe's name, Lao's figure would always appear in her mind unconsciously. Oh, I wish I could be as carefree as you. And Meng sighed. She touched Xiaohe's head, not knowing whether she was talking to herself or wanted to confide her worries to the little monkey. I haven't dared to talk to that guy for several days. Do you think he will be angry with me? When An Meng was confessed to, she was completely confused. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time someone confessed to her in her life. And the person who likes her is not just an ordinary person, but the business leader of Nanxing City, the big CEO who controls thunder and lightning in Nanxing. Logically speaking, she should be happy when someone confesses his love to her, since she has been single since birth. But now she couldn't be happy at all. The reason is very simple. She was a man before. How can a man be happy when another man confesses his love to him? No one cared about the man for half his life, but suddenly he became pursued by the female CEO. Faced with this confession, she didn't want to accept it, but she didn't dare to refuse it either. To be honest, since she was reborn as a girl, Lu Linha has been the person who has been with her the longest. During this period, she has experienced many little things with Lu Linha, and she has long been accustomed to his presence in her life. Although she had always told herself that she would stay away from Lu Linha once she made enough money, in her heart, she had actually already regarded Lu Linha as a close friend. She was afraid that if she refused, they might not even be able to be friends. But if she were to accept it, she really had no intention of having a boyfriend. She only wants to hit others, not be hit by others. So after thinking it over, all she could do was escape. What should we do, Xiaohe? If we keep dragging this on, will Laohe abandon us? Then we will be homeless on the streets, and I'm afraid we can only rely on your performing arts to make a living. Xiaohe's pupils suddenly contracted. It didn't understand, but it was deeply shocked. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Go play. I'll see you at noon. And Meng put Xiaohe on the ground, and it quickly climbed up a tree and disappeared into the jungle. Afterwards, An Meng also put on his school bag and left the grove. But she didn't know that after she left, several dark shadows walked out of the big tree in the distance. Milk tea shop. Am I dreaming? That stingy Meng would actually treat me to milk tea? Chi put down the straw and thought seriously. Is this the end of the world? Go away, I didn't treat you when I was in school, did I? Of course I have. I still remember it clearly. That day you said you would treat us to unlimited refills of milk tea, but what happened was a bag of yolmai mixed with 3 liters of water. Chi shook his head, as if recalling the past that he couldn't bear to recall. Well, wasn't it difficult back then? We only had so much money to live on. And Meng changed the subject and said, stop talking nonsense. I didn't invite you out for a drink today for nothing. I have a question for you. Well, that silicone doll is really good, with real skin texture, realistic firmness and softness. It heats up for 5 minutes and gives you a half-hour ultimate experience. Stop, stop. Who asked you that? An Meng noticed that some passers-by were looking at them. Her pretty face flushed, and she leaned forward, covering her mouth with her slender fingers, and whispered, "Hey, aren't you ashamed to do this in public? What's the big deal? Didn't we all talk about our teachers' acting skills in public when we were in school?" Chi crossed his arms and looked at An Meng with a raised eyebrow. "Meng, you've changed. Look at your movements now. Why are you like a woman?" An Meng froze and slowly put her hand down. "Okay, I want to ask you something. Explain. Tell me, if a boy confesses his love to a girl, how can the girl refuse and still remain friends? It's not that simple. Really." An Meng's eyes lit up. "Go search how to be a green tea bitch. Baidu will give you the answer you want." An Meng opened her mouth, her eyes went blank, and she stood there in a daze. Chapter 117, I Don't Want to Be a Bad Woman. Lu Group. For Lu Linhe, today is not only a day full of hope, but also a day with a full schedule. He first attended the department's next quarterly plan report, and after giving comments and guidance, he attended the shareholders' meeting and then went out for a field trip. He didn't even have time to drink a sip of water this morning. Just as I sat down in the office, the secretary came in again. "Mr. Liu, here are a few more contracts." "Bring it here." Lu Linhe took the contract and began to review it. The secretary stood aside with an inexplicable worry on his face. Generally speaking, he is responsible for the president's daily schedule. Mr. Liu would tell him what he was going to do recently, and then he would make a statistical list and make a more reasonable plan. But in recent days, Mr. Liu has taken on too much work. No matter how he arranges it, he is still so busy every day that he doesn't even have time to eat. After thinking it over again and again, he said, "Boss Liu, the schedule you've arranged for me recently is too full. I don't think your body can handle it. How about, no need, I feel fine." Lu Linhe flatly refused and handed him the contract. "Okay, then I'll leave first, Mr. Liu." The secretary left with the contract. In a blink of an eye, he was the only one left in the office. The smile on Lu Linhe's face suddenly disappeared. He leaned back in his chair, pinched his nose, and showed a rare look of worry. Crack! He opened his eyes and found that Silent one had walked in at some point and was taking pictures of him with his cell phone. "What you do? Take a picture." Lu Linhe, who remained calm despite the collapse of Mount Tai, actually showed such an expression. "Should we record it? If you are free, I will leave my work to you this afternoon." "No, that's not the workload a human should have. I want to live 2 more years." After joking, Shin Maoan suddenly became serious. "Seriously, Linhe, you've been acting strange lately. What happened?" Lu Linhe was silent. "Is it because of that girl from your family again?" Lu Linhe remained silent. He kept himself so busy just to make himself extremely tired and not think about anything. But after Silent Tech said this, he couldn't help but fall into memories and couldn't extricate himself. He thought that his initiative would be rewarded with a 2-way rush, but it turned out that he was wrong. And Meng's Cold War caught him off guard. He didn't understand which link had gone wrong. As expected, the only person in the world who can affect our President Liu is that girl. It's true that women are the root of trouble, but it stands to reason that the test should be just for the sake of showing it. How'd it turn into a protracted war? Are you so reserved? 2 images unconsciously appeared in front of Lu Linhe's eyes. One was in the car. The girl put her feet on his legs, her shoulders half exposed, her almond eyes and rosy cheeks, making people want to take a bite of her. The other one was that night, when she pushed him down and kissed him forcefully with his eyes tightly closed. Her movements were clumsy, but still cute, and he couldn't help but reminisce about it. Those small lips, soft tongue, delicate body, and alluring fragrance are still fresh in his memory. A silly girl who forcefully kisses others and even kisses herself to the point of fainting from lack of oxygen. How can she be described as reserved? Thinking of this, Lu Linhe was stunned. Although Silent Wen's words were wrong, they gave him a reminder. If she wasn't reserved, why did she keep avoiding him? The girl has always been carefree, but now she is acting uncharacteristically shy, which is indeed a bit suspicious. Just as he was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw the signature on the call, he raised his eyebrows and quickly picked up the phone. "Hello." After listening to a few words, he looked stunned. "What?" During lunch break at Nanjing University, one can feel the youthful atmosphere everywhere. There are groups of young boys and girls, laughing and talking. There are couples holding hands and sharing sweetness. and there are academic masters holding books and working hard. Among the crowd of blooming flowers, there was a young girl who looked very lonely. An Meng lowered her head and walked on the road. Her beautiful eyes were not as lively as before. Green tea a bitch? She didn't want to learn tea art, but Chi Ye's words caused a great shock to her heart. What An Meng hated the most before was the green tea girl who kept the guy hanging around but didn't want to be with him. Although she didn't deliberately keep Lu Linha in suspense, wasn't her behavior of neither agreeing nor refusing surprisingly similar to theirs? This made An Meng feel very uncomfortable. Damn it, she doesn't want to be a bad woman who plays with other people's feelings. The girl clutched her hair tightly and bit her lower lip lightly. As expected, I still have to be honest. She sighed. She naturally knew that it was useless to simply escape. But courage is not so easy to muster. She came to the grove, carrying the bag of feed. Xiao, it's time to eat. She called out like a mother and waited patiently. There's a collar bell hanging around Xiao's neck. If nothing unexpected happens, within 2 or 3 minutes, the sound of the bell will come from a nearby tree. Then the cute little monkey would jump into her arms. But this time, An Meng waited for a long time, but didn't see it. She looked at her phone and discovered that more than 10 minutes had passed. If nothing unexpected happens, it looks like something unexpected has happened. But she was not in a hurry because Xiao's collar had a positioning system. As long as she turns on her phone, she can find its location. She followed the location and wandered around in the woods until she reached the depths of the woods, which was where it connected to the back mountain. But the strange thing was that when she arrived at the location specified by the phone, she did not find Xiao's eagle. At this moment, she seemed to see something on the ground out of the corner of her eye. When she looked closely, her face turned pale. The thing on the ground was none other than Xiao's collar bell. She quickly took out her phone, subconsciously opened the address book, and locked onto the person she contacted most frequently. When her fingertips were less than a centimeter away from the screen, she suddenly stopped. After hesitating for a long time, she slid down again and dialed another person. Gee, something bad has happened. Chapter 118, You Kill Tang Monk and His Disciples. In the woods, Chi frowned after listening to An Meng's story. So, the big thing you're talking about is just losing a monkey? Of course, they are protected animals. The monkey must have run off into the mountains. It would be better to call the police or contact the Forestry Bureau. No. An Meng explained, I brought Xiaohe out secretly. If they knew we didn't take good care of him, they would probably revoke his breeding license. Besides, Xiaohe and I have the best relationship. Now that they are here, we have found him. He may not necessarily go with them. I understand the reason. How can you find a monkey in such a big mountain? It's a little hard to find one person, but there are 2 of us. Do you want to see what you're talking about? Besides, I have to work in the afternoon. What the hell? Didn't you just lose your job last month? And you told me about it. You said that because your company had a lot of file uploads, the boss created a QQ work group. Then you were all asked to work overtime that day. You found that the QQ group didn't have an anonymous function, so you turned it on and cursed your boss in the group. You also called on others to curse him together. As a result, no one dared to say a word. The next day, you became the Dragon King because you sent the most messages. Don't mention it. Who knew QQ group has this function? Chi covered his face. I'm almost out of money, so I found another job. This job is great. I'm living a godlike life. Stop bragging. If you don't believe me, forget it. So it's not good for me to ask for leave after just a few days at work. I'm leaving first. Let the monkey deal with it, Mengzi. Chi patted Meng's shoulder, turned around, and left. I'll pay you 3 times your daily wage. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind blew past. In the blink of an eye, Chi had already walked ahead of An Meng. Let's go, what are you still standing there for? An Meng narrowed his eyes. Don't look at me. Money doesn't really matter. The main thing is to protect animals, right? Protecting animals is protecting our home. And protecting our home is protecting ourselves. So if a monkey is lost, it's the same as if I'm lost. Come on, you are worse than a monkey. Who said I'm inferior? Just wait. Chi took off his backpack and turned around. When he turned around, he was actually wearing a Monkey King mask on his head. Hey, you female demon, look at me, Sun Wukong, and see if I'm a monkey now. He imitated the tone of Sun Wukong. Although it couldn't be 100% accurate, it was about 60% similar. Huh, where did you get this? This is my current job, being Sun Wukong in the scenic area. So it's such a godly day. Just tell me if it's a god. Chi opened the bag again, put on the Monkey King's golden chainmail armor, and even took out a freely retractable golden hoop. He made the classic Monkey King pose of putting his hand on his forehead. How is it? It feels good, right? And Meng's mouth twitched. All right, change it quickly. Why are you changing it? Haven't you heard that when Mr. Liu was filming in this outfit, a monkey would greet him? If I wear this outfit, I'm sure I can find that monkey faster. Tis childish. I also brought a set of Tang Monk's clothes. Do you want to try it? Frog fun. Why didn't you say so earlier? And Meng changed into a yellow monk's robe, put on the classic red and golden orchid cassock, and wore a 5 Buddha crown on his head. It's a pity that the clothes are too big and look a little crooked on her, but it's cute in a different way. She spread her hands and turned them around. How is it? Is it okay? Chi looked him up and down and said, if Tang Sung looked like you, then Journey to the West would probably have to be banned for 18ths. And Meng rolled her eyes and said, go away. Let's go find the monkey. The two of them followed the grove all the way to the back mountain of the school. Every time he walked a dozen meters or so, and Meng would call Xiao He. But until they reached the top of the mountain, they still saw no trace. Strange, where did the monkey go? Even if it got lost, it shouldn't have run so far, right? Chi frowned and said, I think it might not have gotten lost, but was captured by someone. How is that possible? No one comes to this forest. Besides, Xiaohe is a monkey. I can't catch it even if I try to force it. How can a normal person catch it? What if he's a professional hunter? How could a professional hunter appear here? Are you sick or am I sick? Just as he finished speaking, 3 people and a dog walked out of the woods not far away. They were all wearing camouflage uniforms. One of them was carrying a net, one was holding a telescope, and one was leading a dog. The man holding the dog, brother, that monkey runs too fast. Even Xiao He can't catch up with it. The man holding the telescope replied, nonsense, Xiao He is a human. It's a monkey. How can he catch up? The man carrying the net was silent for a moment. Brother, Xiao He is a dog. I am Lao He. Oh, I remember it wrong, sorry. Where did the monkey go? It's a baby monkey. It can be sold for a good price. It seems to be heading down the opposite mountain. Let me take a look. The eldest brother picked up the telescope. The telescope turned around, and suddenly a monkey head appeared in sight. He thought it was the monkey, but when he looked closely, he found something wrong. He took a closer look and was horrified. Shit, it's broken. What's wrong, bro? Did I masturbate too much? Why did I see Sun Wukong? Not really, brother. We saw it too. You saw it too? Yeah, he's right in front of us. What's going on? Could it be that we caught the monkey and angered the great sage? So he came down to earth to punish us? Lao He, according to my judgment, the great sage doesn't seem to want to bother with us, but Tang Sung is rushing towards us. Oh, what is there to be afraid of? Tang Sung poof. As soon as he finished speaking, the eldest brother was kicked in the waist and began to fly close to the ground. The eldest brother put down the telescope and saw a girl dressed as Tang Monk standing a few meters away, her hair standing on end with anger. Only then did they understand. Standing in front of them were actually 2 Sun Wukongs, but one was Chinese and the other was Japanese. So it was Xiao He that you guys caught. The eldest brother was shocked and said, no, we didn't catch it. Stop pretending. I heard everything you said just now. We tried to catch it, but we couldn't hold it. It ran downwards. And Meng looked towards the foot of the mountain, then glared at them angrily. I'll deal with you when I come back. Having said that, she turned and walked down the mountain. It's over, it's over. We have to catch the monkey before she does. Lao He, brother, I have an idea. That woman seems to be very familiar with the monkey. We can let her find the monkey first, and then snatch it from her. The eldest brother glanced at him. Good idea. Then you go and kill Tang Sung and his disciples. Lao He was stunned. Chapter 119 Secret Path. Behind the school's hill is the Fengtai Mountain Nature Reserve. There are a lot of wild animals there, but they are all primates and birds, and there are almost no aggressive animals. Although animals need protection, people come first at all times, and aggressive animals are absolutely not allowed to exist in the city. But even though there are no aggressive animals, a high fence was erected on the back mountain as a boundary to prevent primates from accidentally entering the reserve. And Meng walked all the way to the fence. Although she didn't see Xiaohe, she saw a few strands of monkey hair in the gaps in the wall. She picked up the monkey hair, tilted her little face up, and stared at the fence in a daze. Go back, Mengzi. The road ahead is blocked. Even I, old son, can't get through. The girl pondered for a moment and said decisively, no, there should be a way to get around this. How do you know that? Think about those 3 people just now. They had hunting dogs and props. They were obviously a professional poaching gang. But the question is, why would a gang like this come to our school? Chi frowned, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be? That's right. Is it because the quality of the girls in the recent classes is pretty good? Damn it. If there were girls as pretty as you in my class, why would I have to fantasize about the class beauty every night? Haha. Before he could finish his words, An Meng elbowed Chi Yi, and he instantly fell to his knees. I can understand you talking about perverted things, but can you please not use that monkey king tone? And Meng looked helpless, and that's not what I'm talking about at all. The reason those people came to our school must be because the mountain behind our school is connected to the nature reserve. So what if they are connected? Aren't these just fences? So they must have a way to get through. And Meng said as he began to study the fence, knocking on it left and right, as if trying to find out some secret. Seeing that An Meng didn't want to leave, Chi Yi didn't want to leave alone. After all, he hasn't received the promised triple salary yet. So he could only lean against the tree and watch the girl explore like Sherlock Holmes. It's useless. The horizontal width of this fence is at least dozens of meters. By the time you find it, your monkeys will probably be of mating age. And Meng ignored him. Chi sighed and started kicking stones out of boredom. He kicked a stone at the fence, and with a bang, the stone broke one of the iron pillars of the fence. And Meng and Chi Yi were both stunned. Could it be that even an iron pillar cannot withstand my 20 years of hard work? No, I have only trained my skills in my hands and never used my feet. And Meng seemed to have thought of something and immediately squatted down. She tried several surrounding railings and found that they were all loose. In no time, she had removed several iron pillars of the fence. Sure enough, this is the entrance. Oh my God, you don't really want to go in, do you? The reserve is so huge. If we get lost, we may not be able to get out even if we wander around for days and nights. At this time, the three poachers also came down from the mountain. The eldest brother said, Sun Wukong's master is very powerful. We have to catch the monkey before them. Lao Hei, why are you so anxious, brother? The monkey must have run to the nature reserve. No one else can enter the nature reserve except us. The second brother, yes, we have a secret path, called the hidden path for short. Big brother, Chem, he always felt like something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. While they were talking, the three of them came to the foot of the mountain and just happened to see An Meng dismantling the railing and crawling in. Lao Hei, oh no, big brother, our hidden passage has been entered by someone else. After An Meng entered the reserve, he kept calling Xiao's name. After walking in the forest for about half an hour, her call received a response for the first time. Squeak, Xiao. The sound seemed to come from quite far away, but it was indeed the sound of her monkey. And Meng ran towards the sound. She passed through the forest and came to a stream. There are a few fruit trees beside the clear stream, and there are tall gray rocks all around. And Meng was looking around when he heard a shout from above his head. Squeak, Xiaohe. She looked up and saw Xiaohe sitting on a branch not far away. Her eyes lit up with joy, but just as she took a step forward, her expression suddenly froze. I saw a few more monkeys appearing around it. These monkeys look very similar to it, and are all baby monkeys of the same species. But the baby monkeys did not welcome Xiaohe. They all kept their distance from Xiaohe. Some bared their teeth, some glared at him, as if they were rejecting him. Oh, it seems it's not very popular, Chi said, and Meng shouted, Xiaohe, come back with me? No matter how Meng called out, Xiaohe did not move. Perhaps because it had just been captured, it was now inexplicably alert. After all, it used to think that humans were kind and good, but after seeing the evil people who wanted to capture it, it became traumatized by humans. Even though it was rejected, it didn't dare to come down from the tree, and its two little hands tightly grasped the branches. Just then, several nets fell from the sky and caught several baby monkeys. Boss, we've made a fortune. There are so many of them here. On the tall rock, a trio of poachers were casting their nets unscrupulously. After they caught the monkeys, they pulled the net in, and the monkeys were dragged into the air like hooked fish and landed on the rocks on their side. Haha, luckily we have hunting dogs to track your footsteps. Thank you for leading the way. I salute you, salute. The eldest brother saluted An Meng. Asshole, come down here if you dare. And Meng clenched her fists, but they were standing high up and her fists couldn't reach them at all. Come up here. Come down. Come up here. The eldest brother laughed loudly, Fortunately, I have seen how powerful you are in advance, so I deliberately picked a high place to make your punches and kicks ineffective. Fortunately, I am more skilled. Lao He, brother is really amazing. The second brother, exactly. When we found out that the hidden passage had been entered, we all panicked. Only the eldest brother looked calm, as if the person who entered was not his hidden passage. Ouch! The boss retracted his fist. You haven't finished playing with the pun yet, have you? Get out of here! Several people carried the rope net that tied up the monkey on their backs and prepared to leave. But when they turned around, the smiles on their faces disappeared instantly. Behind them, they saw a tall man in a suit standing behind them, looking at them with a smile. How many of you? Where do you want to go? Hearing this voice, An Meng's eyes instantly widened. P.S. The group was full before, and it has just been upgraded. Please add it again if you didn't pass before. Chapter 1, 20 Monkey Hero. Lu Linhe didn't come alone. He was followed by 3 or 2 bodyguards. For safety reasons, Lu Linhe always had bodyguard around An Meng to protect her secretly. When An Meng encountered the poaching gang, the bodyguard notified him immediately. He asked his bodyguards to keep a close eye and provide protection if there was any danger, and he also rushed over immediately. Although this gang is catching animals, it is a criminal organization after all, and may do something dangerous to humans. But judging from the current situation, it seems that he is overthinking it. After seeing Lu Linhe, the 3 of them were stunned. The eldest brother asked the 2, "Your friends?" "No." "So do we know you?" "I don't know him." Lu Linhe replied. "Why are you talking to us when you don't know us?" "It's ridiculous." The eldest brother rolled his eyes at him. "Although I don't know you, my wife seems to know you." "That's impossible. I only like schoolgirls and never hook up with married women." As soon as the eldest brother finished speaking, the 3 of them suddenly realized something and looked at each other. "Wait a minute, your wife? Isn't she that Tang monk?" "Tang monk. It's the one down there." Lu Linhe glanced down, and when he saw An Meng's outfit, he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps because of running around, and Meng's hat was crooked, and paired with her loose clothes, she looked silly and cute. "Yes, that's her." The 3 of them took a step back at the same time. "What are you going to do?" "I'm not doing anything. The monkey you caught was her pet, and these monkeys are protected animals. Hunting them will result in a fine. I hope you will come to your senses and release them." "What if I don't let it go?" "Then you can't escape. Even if you try to escape from here, it's useless. We know what you look like and will report you to the relevant authorities. You will definitely be wanted and sentenced to a fixed-term imprisonment of up to 5 years. All 3 of them were stunned. "Lao He, brother, what he said makes sense. So what do you want to do? Let them go. Do you know how much these things cost? At least $500,000 each. What if I don't let go?" "Idiot, we have this." The eldest brother lifted up his clothes and saw a small dagger used to cut the net stuck on his belt. The second brother suddenly realized, "I understand, brother, they know our faces, so let's just kill them. Then no one will recognize us, right?" The eldest brother was surprised and said, "You really are a living Zhuge." "Excuse me." Ouch. Before he could finish his words, his eldest brother punched him on the head. "How dare you make fun of me? We're just monkey catchers, not vicious criminals. It was supposed to be a matter of several years, but you turned it into a death sentence." "What do you mean?" The eldest brother put his arms around the shoulders of the 2 men, and the 3 of them gathered together and whispered. "What I mean is that we have a knife in our hands. If we use it to scare them, they will definitely not dare to keep us. Then we can sell this batch of goods, take the money, and run away. I don't believe they can catch us." "Brother, that's a good idea." "Of course not. I'll count to 123, and we'll rush out together." "Good. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, his brother felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if he was scratched by something, and he suddenly fell into darkness. Not only him, but also the remaining 2 people exclaimed, "Oh my eyes! What's going on?" Before the 3 men could react, Lu Linhe's bodyguards rushed up and easily subdued them. When they regained sight, they were already lying on the ground. "What did you do?" He looked at Lu Linhe with an expression of disbelief. "It wasn't me who did it, it was them." Lu Linhe pointed casually. The criminal looked in the direction and his eyes suddenly widened. The monkeys that had just been caught in their net had escaped from the net and were looking at them from afar. And what Xiaohe was holding in his hand was his dagger. They were so focused on discussing the plan that they didn't notice Xiaohe's hand quietly reaching out from the gap in the net and taking a small dagger. Fortunately, the dagger was not very big, otherwise it might not be able to control it with its power. When it was at the base, it often saw the keepers using knives to pry cans or chop wood. Although it had never eaten pork, it had seen pigs running many times. Is it this? The criminals never imagined that after all their planning, they would not have expected that they would be defeated by a monkey. After subduing several people, An Meng and Chi also climbed up the mountain road. An Meng originally thought that the situation was very serious, but when she walked up, the scene before her was beyond her expectations. The hunting gang had been tied up, and Xiao he had escaped from the net. A group of baby monkeys gathered around him, wagging their tails. Their attitude was not as ferocious as before, but rather welcoming. Although these baby monkeys were not as smart as it, they also knew that it was Xiaohe who saved them. At this moment, they surrounded it, treating it as a hero. Judging from its small size and its shining eyes, it was enjoying this moment too. An Meng pursed her lips and still called it. Xiaohe looked at An Meng. It stared at him for a while, then slowly walked over and climbed onto An Meng's body. An Meng also took the opportunity to hold it in her arms. Lu Linhe. The police will be here soon. Take them back to the woods first. Bodyguard Wu Song. Understood, Mr. Liu. The bodyguards escorted the 3 people away. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 people and 1 monkey left. The environment suddenly became quiet, so quiet that one could clearly hear the sound of flowing water in the creek and the singing of birds in the sky. And Meng subconsciously looked at Lu Linhe, and Lu Linhe happened to be looking at her at this time. The moment their eyes met, they looked away at the same time in tacit understanding. And Meng just felt like a thorn in her back. You know, she is still in a cold war with Lu Lin and has never thought about how to break the ice. Why was he here? Was he here to help her? But he should still be angry, right? But if you're angry, why can I help her? And Meng had a lot of ideas in her mind, but when she opened her mouth, she was speechless. Damn it, why don't you say anything? Speak. If you speak, I will definitely respond. In fact, before Lu Linhe came, he had thought about some dialogues, but when reality came, he completely forgot the prepared dialogues. This man, who had no stage fright even when giving a speech in front of thousands of people, became nervous in front of a young girl. But the silence will be broken one day. But it wasn't just the 2 of them who broke the silence. Chi, well, am I a bit redundant? Chapter 121. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Yi, how can I live without you? Please take me away. No matter how An Meng called out to him, Chi wisely slipped away. He didn't know what had happened between the 2 of them, but just based on the suffocating atmosphere, he felt that leaving was the right thing to do. After Chi left, the girl looked up at Lu Linhe, but seeing that he was still looking at her, she quickly looked away. This guy, not only did he not say anything, he also kept looking at her. Somehow, Lu Linhe was still the same Lu Linhe, but whenever she thought that this man liked her, she felt inexplicably more nervous than before. And Meng hugged Xiao He and turned around, taking a step forward, subconsciously wanting to get away from him and escape from him. Unfortunately, she hadn't taken a few steps before the man behind her finally spoke. Where are you going? The girl paused, turned her head, and said with a wry smile, Go back. Go back. Do you think you can go back? The girl's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? The corners of the man's lips curled up, revealing an inexplicably strange smile. The girl's eyes were filled with shock, and she quickly stepped back. But every time she took a step back, the man took a step forward. Soon, she was leaning against a tree with no way to retreat. She was about to evacuate when a hand pressed against a tree, blocking her path. The man stood in front of her, looking down at her. It's over, she was hit by a tree by this guy. What is he going to do? Are you going to forcefully kiss her like last time? It was possible. These days, they had not slept in the same bed, and she had not even spoken to him. For a single old man, enduring several lonely nights, the consequences would be disastrous. Besides, in this desolate mountain area, no one would come to rescue her even if she screamed at the top of her lungs. He had the best time and the best location. The next step is the combination of people. The girl's seductive eyes flickered, and then she lifted Xiaohe in her arms high up. Xiaohe, use crazy grab on Laohe. Xiaohe, what are you doing? The man looked confused. Once again, he failed to follow An Meng's train of thought. I have bodyguards, so don't mess around. I didn't say I wanted to mess around. Do you want me to? I have no hope. If you don't have any ideas, why did you force me here? Who forced you? Wasn't it you who retreated first? And Meng scratched her head. It seemed that she was the one who moved first. No, you just said I could go back, and then you smiled lewdly. The man's mouth twitched. It was the first time he heard someone use this word to describe him. Then may I ask, Miss An Meng, do you still remember the way back? The girl's eyes suddenly became empty. Damn, if you're asking this, why didn't you say it earlier? It's also kept mysterious. But what Lu Lin has said was indeed correct. There were no roads built in this reserve. They were all wild roads, and they all looked the same at first glance. She was so busy looking for the monkey that she didn't remember the way at all. Someone like her, who can get lost in a shopping mall, would be even more lost in the forest. She could only lower her head, which was not high to begin with, and said weakly, "Then do you know how to get back? Come with me." The man walked forward, and the girl followed closely behind him. Seeing that the relationship had eased, An Meng looked at Lu Lina's back and thought again and again. Forget it, this Cold War was also caused by her, and Lu Lina came to help her today. Then it wouldn't matter if she spoke first. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. She took a deep breath. I'm sorry. Feel sorry. The two voices overlapped. The girl was startled. Shit, you're playing Thresh. Save E specifically to interrupt other people's skills. Huh, what did he just say? Feel sorry? The girl was confused. What are you apologizing for? The flowers that day were actually a misunderstanding, right? You know, Eva checked. It was Xin she who recommended it to you, right? The flowers were picked from my back garden. Lu Linha glanced back at her. Other people are offering flowers to Buddha, but you came to the temple to burn incense and directly took out the incense from the incense burner and burned it again. An Meng knew he was in the wrong, so he stuck out his tongue, trying to get away with it. Lu Linha couldn't help laughing, and he subconsciously wanted to touch the girl's hair, but after he stretched out his hand, he thought of something and retracted it. Let's go. After talking it out, An Meng thought the matter could be resolved smoothly, but she overthought. After saying that, Lu Linha just focused on leading the way. Even if she tried to find a topic to talk about, the other party would just give a casual answer. An Meng was very depressed. This guy, isn't he still angry? In fact, Lu Linha was not angry, he was just thinking. Although the flowers were fake, the feelings he expressed were real. In other words, An Meng actually doesn't like him. Since he doesn't like it, no matter what he does, it seems to be useless. He really didn't want to see that after going around in circles for so long, he would end up back to being strangers. What should we do? Even he was confused at this moment. So, he could only watch as the atmosphere fell silent again. The girl could only look around bored. At this moment, she suddenly noticed that there were several little monkeys following them. Huh, why are you following us? You don't want to live in my house too. And Meng was a little puzzled, but the monkeys ignored her and instead called out to Xiaohe in her arms. Squeak! Xiaohe glanced at them, then looked up at An Meng, making a sound similar to that of a whimpering puppy. Woo! What do you mean by this? They probably want Xiaohe to go back with them. Lu Linha explained. Huh, what? The social groups of monkeys are very similar to humans. Not only do they have a hierarchy, but they also generally worship the strong. They saw how Xiaohe scratched those 3 people, so they wanted to worship him as the Monkey King. Huh? This way I can become the Monkey King. Adults are giants in the eyes of monkeys, and Xiaohe killing 3 of them in one go is probably like seeing superheroes like Captain America in their eyes. Some people are still living under other people's roofs in their 20s, while some monkeys can become Monkey Kings before they're 1-year-old. I didn't expect that there could be such a big gap between humans and monkeys. And Meng didn't want to let Xiaohe leave, but when she saw Xiaohe looking at them with shining eyes, she was suddenly stunned. This kind of look was something she had never seen in the breeding base. This time when I bring Xiaohe back, I'm afraid it will have to be locked up in the base again, staring at the sky outside the glass in a daze. Laohe, can Xiaohe survive in the wild now? It's almost 1-year-old. Although it's not yet fully grown, it's quite smart and should have no problem living independently. Baby monkeys are social animals. If they stay with the group, they should be able to find food and water, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to survive. She looked at Xiaohe in her arms, hesitated for a long time, and finally put on the ground. Xiaohe, you choose whether to go back with us or stay here and live with them. P.S. Thank you for the gift from my friends, and the king of gifts from everyone upholds justice. When I saw the profits today, I thought I was dazzled. I've been very busy with work recently, so it's difficult for me to write, but I'll remember all your rewards and will make up for it. Chapter 122. Some birds are destined to be caged. And Meng's sudden action stunned even Lu Linha. What are you doing? It is said that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. By putting on Tang Monk's clothes, does he instantly become a saint? Nothing. I just thought that Xiaohe is a wild animal and prefers nature. It would be a bit cruel to bring him back and put him in a cage. So I want him to choose whether to stay here or go with us." As he said that, An Meng took a deep breath and said, "Xiaohe, make your own decision." Xiaohe looked up at An Meng, then turned back to look at the group of monkeys. It is smart and seems to realize that this time, one of the parties in this choice will be someone it will never see. It hesitated again and did not move towards any direction immediately. Instead, it picked up 2 stones from the ground, used one stone as a paintbrush, and started painting on the other stone. After finishing the painting, it placed the stone at An Meng's feet. An Meng picked it up and took a look and was stunned. On the stone is a smiling face. It was the kind of smiling face she taught it to draw. Although it was crooked, you could still make out its general appearance. Xiao called out to her, as if saying goodbye. Then it turned and walked towards the monkey group. When the monkeys saw Xiao coming back, they jumped around with joy. They surrounded Xiao and walked away. And Meng stood there and watched them move farther and farther away until they disappeared into the depths of the jungle. She stared blankly at the stone in her hand, feeling that her experiences over the past few days were like a beautiful fairy tale. The corners of her lips slowly rose, revealing a smile. It's a pity that the smile didn't last long and quickly fell, turning into a sad expression. Although she intended to let Xiao go, she couldn't help feeling reluctant when Xiao really left. At this moment, a hand fell on her head. Lu Linhe, if it's uncomfortable, why bother making this choice? He didn't quite understand why An Meng had gone to so much trouble to find Xiaohe, only to let him go. If she went to the Pokemon world, she would be the second Satoshi. The girl was silent for a moment. "Have you seen The Shawshank Redemption?" "Ow!" "There's a line in the movie that left a deep impression on me. Some birds are not destined to be caged, and every feather of theirs shines with the glory of freedom. This is true for birds and monkeys. I really like Xiaohe, and I can't help feeling a little sad when I lose his company. But because I like him, I'm still happy for him when I know he is free." And Meng looked at the sky, then turned to look at Lu Linhe and smiled. The sunlight shines through the leaves, leaving patches of light on the jade-like face, which is so beautiful that it is dazzling. The girl in front of me, not only in appearance, but also in heart, is like an angel descended to earth. Lu Linhe was stunned. Somehow, Lu Linhe, who was still struggling inside, suddenly became open-minded. And Meng, just as he opened his mouth, his cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Even the best thresh in the country will have his day interrupted by others. And Meng took out her cell phone and said, "Hey, is it Chi calling?" Hearing the name, the man narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong with him?" "I don't know." And Meng answered the phone, and Chi's voice immediately came from the receiver. "Help me. I'm lost." Fortunately, this is the information age, and with the help of location sharing, it is not difficult for them to find it. If Saving Private Ryan were set in modern times, it would probably end in one episode. After leaving the forest, the police had been waiting for a long time. "Police, you again? Are you the reincarnation of Conan? You just caught a fugitive a few days ago, and today you encounter a poaching group." And Meng's mouth twitched. Whose Conan died in the first chapter? After understanding the situation, the police turned to the poaching gang. "There are witnesses and evidence. What do you have to say?" The gang leader let out a long sigh. "I regret provoking that Tang monk." After the police left, Chi rushed to the scenic area to act as his monkey king, and the bodyguards also withdrew from the grove. In a blink of an eye, there were the only 2 left in the forest. An Meng glanced at her phone and was horrified. Oh no, class is about to start. This was Professor Gong's class. Last time she fell asleep, Professor Gong had to put clothes on her, which was already famous enough. If she was late this time, she didn't know how he would torture her. She was about to retreat, but her wrist was grabbed. When she turned around, she saw Lu Linhe looking at her seriously. "An Meng, I have something to tell you." "Well, why not wait until tonight?" "No, I want to say it now." "What are you going to say?" "Our contract ends here." "Oh," the girl responded. She blinked a few times and was stunned for a moment. "Wait, what do you mean?" She seriously suspected that Lu Linhe felt that the current contract affected his performance. So he planned to trick her into signing a new deceptive contract, the kind that would not require any money even if she was beaten to death. "I know you're doing live streaming and trying to make money, and your goal is to leave me, right?" The girl remained silent. It turns out he knew everything. Lu Linhe smiled and said, "So you are free. From today on, we're no longer husband and wife. You can leave at any time if you want." "Frog fun, there's no routine this time?" The girl hesitated and said, but I haven't saved enough money for breach of contract yet. It's strange that she kept reminding herself to make money quickly and escape from the sea of suffering, but when the ship that could escape from the sea of suffering really came, she was a little hesitant. No, because this is my breach of contract. According to the contract, I have to pay you a penalty. Wait a minute, I'm a little confused. And Meng's little brain was a little overloaded. Why did you do this? Because Lu Linha looked at An Meng and said word by word, I like you. The girl's heart tightened. She opened her mouth and took a long time to utter only one syllable. You said it yourself. Some birds are destined to be caged. This is true not only for birds and monkeys, but also for you. I used to think that by tying you down with a contract, I could slowly conquer you. After I found out that the purple tulip was a misunderstanding, I was very scared. I was afraid that all my previous efforts would be wasted, and I was afraid that I would lose you. But now I realize that I was wrong. This behavior is selfish, and if you are afraid of losing, you don't deserve to love. Like is not possession, nor is it letting go, but respect. Because I like you, I want to give you freedom, but this does not mean that this is the end. Even if we are no longer husband and wife, I will still like you and will always like you. The word, I like you, that he once dared not to say out loud, is now repeatedly emphasized by him. After saying that, he walked out first. This time, his steps were brisk, as if he had no burden. An Meng stood there for a long time. In just a few days, this was Lu Linha's second confession. She thought that the first time would be new, the second time would be familiar. She was confused last time, so this time she should be used to it. But why did her heart move inexplicably this time? She was a little panicked. At this moment, her phone suddenly rang. No need to think, it must be that idiot calling, most likely to send her a termination agreement. She pursed her lips, picked up the phone, and spoke into it. Are you stupid? You come when I want you to come and leave when I want you to leave. Do you think I'm a ball that you kick around? You must think you're very handsome, right? I'm telling you, not at all. There was silence for a long time on the other end of the phone, and then Professor Gong's voice came. I'm sorry, An Meng, if you really don't want to come to class, just give me a note of leave. An Meng's eyes suddenly narrowed. Chapter 123 Life is a multiple choice question. After school today, Lu Linha's car was still parked at the old place waiting for her. She thought that since they had just talked about divorce in the afternoon, Lu Linha might be a little distant from her. But as soon as he got in the car, Lu Linha said enthusiastically, You haven't had dinner yet. I know there's a Western restaurant nearby that makes pretty good white truffles. Do you want to try it? An Meng opened her mouth and said, Whatever. The driver drove to a Western restaurant, and the two sat down in an empty seat. After ordering the food, Lu Linha handed her a termination contract. Sign it, and you're free. Don't keep talking about freedom. I'm not Alan. Yeah, I what? You don't even know Alan? You're an old philosopher. Philosopher? My second major is philosophy, and I've studied the works of many philosophers, but I've never heard of this person. So you still have to learn. The girl pretended to be mysterious. Then she looked down at the contract with her eyes, a little dizzy. I didn't expect that she would become a divorced woman, even though she was still a virgin. It turns out that Lu Linha was not just talking. She pursed her lips and said, So after I sign it, what should I do in the future? Aren't you a student? You can continue to complete your studies. An Meng nodded and said, Oh, but still did not move. Witnessing the girl's reaction, the man raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. Don't you want to leave? Not really. Then why don't you sign it? How am I supposed to sign if you didn't give me a pen? The man was startled and smiled. Sorry. He opened the breast pocket of his suit and took out a pen. An Meng took the pen. Somehow, the contract in front of her was clearly what she had been pursuing since her rebirth. But at this moment, she suddenly had a feeling. She felt that if she signed her name, she might lose something. Some things may disappear forever and become just memories. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you go east, you will never reach the west. It's strange that people have plenty of time, but when it comes to the really critical moment, they often have to find the answer in an instant. Life is made up of a series of multiple choice questions. She had a lot of thoughts, but in reality, she didn't write a single word. What happened this time? The man asked. Nothing. The girl gritted her teeth. Why think so much? Just sign it. Oh, I'm so tired. It's the engine oil. She signed her name on the paper with a flourish of her pen. Lu Linha took the contract with a smile and put it in his briefcase. The contract was signed and the meal was served. The fragrant aroma made An Meng's appetite increase. She picked up the knife and fork, and like a warrior on the battlefield, She started the unparalleled harvesting mode, shuttling back and forth between the food and killing as many as she could. Her brutal eating style made the guests around her look sideways. Lu Linha seemed to be used to it and still had a doting smile on his face. Eat slowly. You've got food all over your face. He picked up a napkin, shook it gently, unfolded it, and then wiped the girl's mouth. And Meng subconsciously pursed her lips to cooperate with the man. After all, in the manor, this was one of the ways they showed their affection, and she had long been accustomed to it. The man wiped it very carefully. Through the napkin, he could feel the shape of the soft pink little mouth. It was like a rosy cherry in spring, so cute and sweet that he couldn't help but want to take a bite. After wiping it, she was about to continue eating when she suddenly realized something was wrong and looked up abruptly. What's wrong? Am I not free? Yes. Is there a problem? And Meng blinked, then continued eating. After dinner, the two walked out of the restaurant, and Lu Linha looked at the time. It's only 8 o'clock. Do you want to go home? Which home? Of course it's your own home, but if you still want to stay at my house, that's not impossible. Hey, that's not necessary. I'd better go back to my home. After careful calculation, and Meng hasn't returned to his own home for a long time, so it would be a good idea to go back and take a look this time. Well, let's go. Lu Linha opened the car door and said to her, "Oh," the girl responded. Just as she was about to catch up, she suddenly stopped. The man turned around and looked at her. What's wrong? That's not right. I'm going back to my house. Why should I get in your car? It's so late. I'll take you home. You don't know where my home is. Isn't it enough for you to know? Oh, that's right. Get in the car. Meng got into the car again and looked out the window. In other cars, and Meng usually plays with her mobile phone, but in Lu Linha's car, she is very keen on looking at the street view. Because Lu Linha was driving a luxury car, wherever he went, passersby reacted differently than when they saw an ordinary car. Some people look envious. Some people take pictures with their mobile phones. Some people take a look and then pretend not to care. And some people don't see it, but look up and chase it after being reminded by their friends. Obviously, a car is just a car, but when it passes by, it is like a stone falling into a stream, causing ripples, allowing her to see the various aspects of life. Haha, look, that old man over there fell off his bike and did the splits. She saw a funny scene and told Lu Linha, as usual. Lu Linha came closer and put his chin on her head. Yeah, I see. Feeling the warmth approaching, she leaned back and relaxed into the man's arms, laughing wildly. As she laughed, her laughter suddenly stopped, because she suddenly realized something was wrong and raised her head abruptly. The man still had a smile on his face. What's wrong? No, I am free, right? Any questions? And Meng did not let Lu Linha send her to her doorstep, but chose a place that was a little distance away from her home. After all, she was going back to the home of An Meng's parents. If Lu Linha found out, it would inevitably reveal some flaws. And Meng got out of the car and slowly rolled down the window. See you tomorrow, Meng. Yeah? See you tomorrow? You still have to go to school tomorrow. I will pick you up here on time. Your home is quite far away. It's always inconvenient to go there by yourself. Oh, by the way, if I remember correctly, you don't have classes the day after tomorrow. So let's go out and play, shall we? I remember you were searching for the gun version of a new movie, but it took you half a day to download it. And when you opened it, it turned out to be Calabash Brothers, which made you angry for a long time. Let's go to the cinema to watch it tomorrow. Oh, see you tomorrow then. Lu Linha waved his hand. See you tomorrow. The girl waved her hand. The car drove away, and the girl stood there blankly, watching the car go farther and farther away until it disappeared. After a while, her voice suddenly rose. What difference does it make whether they get divorced or not? Chapter 124, A Night Alone. After saying goodbye to Lu Linha, An Meng returned to her own community. When she arrived at the gate of the community, she found that the community was being renovated and the exterior walls of the houses were covered with a layer of green cloth. She didn't quite understand why an old residential area like hers, which only had 4 or 5 floors, had to be renovated and beautified from time to time. Maybe this is what it means when a full pot makes no sound, but a half-full pot makes clinking noises. Walking up the stairs on her way home, she was still a little excited as she hadn't been home for a long time. I wonder how my parents will react when they see her come back. In the past, every time she went home for vacation, her mother would greet her excitedly, and she must have felt the same way. While she was distracted, she had already reached the door, took out the key, and pushed it open. Mom and Dad, I'm back. After pushing the door open, she was stunned. The room was pitch black at this time. She went into the room and looked around, only to find that there was no one in the room. She took out her phone and called for a long time, but no one answered. Strange, where are my parents? An Meng was puzzled for a while. Perhaps it was because she had experienced too many dangers recently, and she suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. Could it be that someone bad happened to my family? She called her mother again, but no one answered. She went out and knocked on the door of her next-door neighbor, Uncle Jean. She knocked very hard, and after a while, the door opened and Uncle Jean walked out. Oh, it's you. What's the matter, little girl? Uncle Jean still remembered that An Meng had been here before. Uncle Jean, were my parents? Who were your parents? It's the 03 house next door. 03? Didn't their child die? Ah, I'm resurrected again. An Meng imitated the hoarse voice of the Holy Lord. I'm resurrected. Question mark. The old man looked confused. She's obviously a pretty girl, but it seems like she's not very smart. Hee, just kidding. I'm their niece. And Meng said nonsense. I told you, if a young man could become such a beautiful young lady, it would be a rare story. You don't have to look for your relatives. They're traveling abroad. The girl was stunned. At this time, her cell phone rang. It was her mother calling. I'm sorry, son. Your dad and I were watching a song and dance show just now. I didn't hear the phone ring. What's the matter? Overseas roaming is quite expensive. No, Mom. Why did you go abroad? Our neighborhood is being renovated right now. Your dad said that renovations will definitely cause serious pollution from paint. We've been planning to go abroad, so let's take advantage of this time to go and have fun for 2 days. Then why didn't anyone tell me? Oh, I forgot. The girl rolled her eyes. You really are my mother. Haha. Anne's mother laughed from the other end of the line. Just kidding. We wanted to tell you, but then we thought about it. You have a contract and can't come back. We were afraid that if we told you that you wanted to go but couldn't, we would be anxious, so we didn't plan to tell you. Is that so? I thought you forgot you had a baby. And Meng pouted. Besides, you should have said it earlier. I don't have a contract now. No more? Didn't you say it would take at least another year? The CEO doesn't want me anymore, so I'm going home today. It's okay, just have fun. After hanging up the phone, An Meng returned to her home. The quiet room felt somewhat desolate at the moment. Everyone is busy. It's better to be busy. An Meng sat on the sofa and imitated the lines of the empty nest elderly. She leaned on the sofa and turned on her mobile phone, but she always felt uninterested whether watching videos or playing games. It's strange to say, but when I was in the same room with Lu Linha before, we didn't feel bored even if we were doing our own things. When she came to her senses, she had already opened Lu Linha's chat box. And Meng was startled and quickly retreated. Damn it. She could never send him a message. They just broke up not long ago. If she sent him a message, people would think she couldn't leave him. Just as she was about to turn it off, the words on the top of the phone suddenly changed. She took a closer look and her eyes widened immediately. There was only one line of words displayed on it. The other party is typing. What does this mean? Could it be that Lao he was also typing a message to her? In the manor on the other side, Lu Linha leaned back in his chair, also looking at his phone with a serious expression. He knew that he had just separated from An Meng. If he chased her too closely at this time, it would definitely make the other party feel oppressed, so he should keep a proper distance. But having said that, missing him was not something he could control. Without that quirky and pretty girl in the room, his soul seemed incomplete. He felt that even if he just said a greeting or read some words, it would be good as long as he could get a response from her. But he thought for a long time and finally deleted all the words he had typed. It is said that more haste makes waste, and a lack of patience will ruin great plans. This deletion caused a lot of trouble for An Meng over there. What on earth is this guy trying to say? Why did it disappear halfway through the fight? She admitted that this guy was good at torturing people. One was typing and controlled her for several minutes. She threw her phone onto the sofa and lay down. Forget it, whether you want to say it or not. I'm not interested in watching it. She just laid down when her cell phone buzzed, causing her to sit up again. But after turning on the phone, the excitement on her face disappeared instantly. The message was sent by Chi Yi and was a photo. In the photo, he is wearing Sun Wukong clothes, and there are many girls surrounding him, making faces and making all kinds of expressions and poses, but each one is cute in its own way. See, I have a pretty good job. These are all pretty girls. The girl curled her lips and responded, I really envy you. You have so many girls around you. I'm almost bored to death alone. Isn't it the most comfortable to be alone? You can do whatever you want. What can one person do? Avec stenal speaker. Late at night, An Meng lay in bed, tossing and turning. Damn it, I can't sleep. It turns out that she still can't adapt to the absence of her own pillow. I wonder what her personal pillow is doing now. Is she sleeping soundly? What on earth was this guy trying to say? Why'd he stop there? Or just ask? She took out her cell phone, and just as she opened the chat box, she covered the phone with her hand. No, if she asked, wouldn't that be telling Lu Linhe that she had been secretly paying attention to him? If Lao He knew about this, he would definitely laugh at her again. And Xiaoming also wants to save face. Forget it, let's just count sheep. The girl lay straight, with her hands on her chest and her eyes closed, looking peaceful. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 camels for wolves. By the end of the counting, she didn't even know what she was counting. Her consciousness gradually faded and she fell asleep in a daze. After that, she turned over wantonly. Plop! Oops! The next morning, An Meng was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. She snorted a few times to express her dissatisfaction, took the phone and narrowed her eyes. The contact person's name is Dad. She picked up the phone and said incoherently, "Hey Dad, why are you calling me when you're not out having fun?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. "What are you playing?" "Huh, aren't you guys overseas?" "I'm not abroad. I'm in the hospital." "Hospital?" And Meng frowned, and she also realized that this didn't seem to be the voice of Dad. But the note clearly says Dad, right? And Meng stared at the screen, her lively eyes blinking, and suddenly, she was no longer sleepy. Wait, this can't be An Meng's father? Chapter 125, there is a difference between kindness and stupidity. Since her rebirth, An Meng's parents have never looked for her, and they have forgotten that An Meng also had a family. Somehow, when An Meng knew the identity of the visitor, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. She felt like a thief and was afraid that her secret of usurping someone else's nest would be discovered. The girl took a deep breath and encouraged herself. "Don't be nervous. You have been An Meng for a long time. You are An Meng himself, and you are his child." "It's his child. Yes, it's his child." The person on the other end of the phone said, "Can you hear me?" Meng. An Meng. "Hey, what's wrong, kid?" After these words were spoken, there was silence over there. "Oh no, sorry, uncle. No, I said it wrong. I meant I'm your father." "No, you're my woman, ba." And Meng became more and more nervous as she explained, her head and mouth playing their own games, with no coordination at all. "It's okay. I understand. If I call you, there must be something wrong. You must be under a lot of pressure." She was under a lot of pressure, but it wasn't because of this. "Ahem, what can I do for you?" She had figured it out by now. It would be simpler and more direct to just use you instead of calling him by name. "Yes, there is something. Are you free now? Can you come over?" In fact, An Meng still had to go to school soon, but since the original owner's father had spoken, she didn't dare to neglect it. After all, she used someone else's girl's body, so she should fulfill her duties. She responded, "Yes, where are you?" "Still in that old hospital." "Which hospital is the old hospital? Is there any young hospital?" The girl looked very unhappy and continued, "I forgot where it is. Can you please send me the location?" After getting the location, An Meng put on casual clothes of short-sleeve shirt and long pants and went out. She knew the hospital where An Meng's father worked, and there was a direct bus downstairs of her house. If it were the An Meng of the past, she would definitely take the bus, but now she chooses to take a taxi directly. During this period of time, she made a lot of extra money from the rewards Lu Linhe gave her for her live broadcast, the compensation for breach of contract for the kiss, and the intelligence fee from Ning Yufei. A rough calculation shows that it is probably close to 100,000. Now that the 3 million yuan termination fee is gone, she has become a wealthy woman. Looking at the string of numbers in the card, An Meng felt refreshed. You have to know that as a person who lives moonlight, she has never saved so much money. Now that she has the money, she doesn't know how to spend it. So, in the taxi, she opened the game that she had bought for free before and bought all the things she wanted to buy but didn't dare to buy before. By the time she finished buying, she had no idea how many 648 she had invested. After recharging the money, An Meng became a little more sober. No, she finally got some money. She can't spend it like this. She still has to save it. She decided to deposit the money into ZFB. Firstly, ZFB has financial management function, and she can get income every day. Second, ZFB has a voice transfer function. She has been waiting for the sentence, "ZFB transferred 100,000 yuan" for a long time. She deliberately turned up the volume to the maximum, preparing to give the taxi driver a little shock. "I don't know if it was because the amount was too large, but the money was not transferred until I arrived at the hospital." She got out of the car and called An Meng's father. Following his guidance, she came to the waiting hall on the second floor. But when she arrived at the waiting room, she found that there was a difficult problem waiting for her. There were many patients in the hall, men, women, young and old, and she had no idea which one was An Meng's father. In a hurry, she thought of a clever idea and shouted to the crowd, "Dad, I'm here." When she shouted, everyone looked at her, and sure enough, a man stood up. Meng, come here." And Meng looked over and was stunned. The man looked to be in his 50s or 60s, with an old look and rustic clothes, dressed like a scavenger. How come this is different from the An Meng father she imagined? My daughter is so pretty. Why does she become so ugly when it comes to her father? How powerful must this cute girl's mother's genes be? She walked over slowly, staring at the other person with her big eyes. "Dad, long time no see, Meng." The man smiled and stretched out his hand towards her head. And Meng quickly took a step back to avoid it. Even if this was An Meng's father, he was just a strange man to her. She would subconsciously reject any physical contact from a strange man. The man froze and put his hand down. "Your hair is a little messy." This excuse is too fake. And Meng turned on the camera on her phone, and the girl on the screen immediately showed a surprised expression. I saw that her hair had become a frizzy mess because of sleeping. In the past, she had always let Lu Linha take care of her hair, and she was only responsible for making it look shiny and bright. "Well, I'll do it myself," and Meng said awkwardly. She reached out and took care of it casually. "What do you want me to do?" Speaking of this, the smile on the man's lips froze a little. He was silent for a moment and said, "I'll let your brother come back and tell you later." "Huh? And Meng has a brother?" While I was stunned, a young man came from a distance. This man is somewhat similar to An Meng's father. "Hi, An Meng." The other party greeted warmly. "Hi. It's like this. Recently, my father's condition has worsened. The 300,000 yuan you sent me has been used up. Now we need more money to make up for it. How much money do you have?" And Meng stammered. From her previous memories, she knew that An Meng's father was seriously ill and needed treatment, which was why An Meng borrowed 300,000 yuan from Lu Linha to become his contracted lover. And now, she happens to be rich and her father is in trouble. As a daughter, she should help him with all her heart. But the problem is that in her eyes, this father is no different from a stranger. It's like she's walking down the street and sees someone begging for donations because he can't afford medical treatment. Does she have to donate all her wealth to that person? That's not kindness, that's stupidity. But if I don't give it, I won't feel good. After hesitating for a long time, she said, "I haven't made much money recently, just about 10,000 yuan. If you need it urgently, I'll transfer it to you." 10,000 yuan is already a lot for her. My brother's eyes lit up. "Okay, 10,000 is fine. Transfer it to me first." And Meng asked for the card number and just turned on the phone when a notification sound suddenly came. ZFB received 100,000 yuan. The expressions of the three people present were frozen. Chapter 126, My Heart Really Hurts. As soon as the voice sounded, and Meng was instantly embarrassed. Damn it, this sound didn't come earlier or later, but it came at this moment. Originally, giving her 10,000 yuan could barely make her a filial daughter, but once this reminder sounded, wouldn't it ruin her reputation on the spot? Meng, what does that sound?" asked the father. And Meng pursed her lips. Her mind was completely frozen, and she didn't know what to say. The brother next to him rolled his eyes and said quickly, "Oh, this should be a fake notification sound set by Meng, the kind used to fool people. Isn't it common for people to set up a notification that 1 million has been received? Right, sister?" The girl's eyes lit up. Yes. Unexpectedly, before she could think of a reason herself, the other party had already made one for her. "That's so thoughtful." And Meng's father, "Oh, so that's how it is." As she spoke, she transferred the money. After receiving the money, and Meng's father sighed and patted Meng on the shoulder. "It's hard for you, kid." And at this contact, and Meng's eyes suddenly became empty. That familiar fragment of memory reappeared in her mind once again. In the picture, and Meng, a primary school student, is sitting at the school gate. All the children around her have been picked up by their parents, but she is the only one still waiting. An unknown amount of time had passed, but just when she was about to fall asleep, and Meng's father finally showed up. He was dressed in rags, carrying a gray sack full of waste on his back. He rubbed his hands on the clothes a few times and reached out to An Meng. Perhaps because of years of picking up trash, the hand looked dirty and old, but An Meng held it without hesitation. The two of them held hands and returned home facing the sunset. From later memories, this father had always been very good to An Meng. Although the family was poor, He had done his best to raise her. At this time, the brother said again, "That must be the case. If it is true, then my sister would be an ungrateful person who did not help. My mother passed away early, and you raised us all with great difficulty. How could she hide it from you?" And Meng paused. "Oh, why am I saying this? It's okay, Meng. I just said it casually. Don't mind it. It's okay for now. Come on, have you eaten? I'll take you to have a simple meal, okay?" "No, no need. I have to go to class later." "Well, I still have to take care of my father, so I won't send you off for now." And Meng turned and left. As she walked forward, she could still hear the conversation behind her. My brother sighed again. "Oh, it's such a pity. If there's really such money, it would be great. Your illness could be delayed. You are in so much pain that you can't sleep every night. I feel so heartbroken that I can't breathe." The father did not speak. He continued, This fate is so unfair. Some people live a life of luxury, while we can barely even survive. Hey, Meng, why are you back?" As he was talking, the brother saw a figure nearby. He turned around and saw that An Meng had come back again. The girl pursed her lips and said, "Well, that money is actually real." "Real?" "Yes, I just checked my balance and I actually have some money. It seems like the lottery ticket I bought casually before won a prize. How about I transfer the money to you?" She only kept the little salary she earned from live streaming and transferred all the money she earned from Lu Linhe and Ning Yufei to them. Anyway, this money was either earned by her through trickery or through her mouth, so it was just given to her. She knew she had become a fool, but that was all she was. Just think of it as repaying An Meng for the kindness of raising him. The elder brother said excitedly, "Sister, you are really the savior of our family. Oh, if it's not enough, tell me and I'll find a way, huh?" Whoa. In the small garden of the hospital, the girl squatted in front of the flower bed, hugged her knees, and cried. After working hard for half a year, we are back to the time before liberation. This rich woman has been a rich woman for less than a day, and she is about to become a factory girl. In this situation, she couldn't help but want to use a phrase often used in romance dramas. It turns out that the heart really can hurt. As she was crying, suddenly a hand fell on her head. The girl was startled. She wiped her tears quickly and said with a forced smile, "I'm fine. It's just that the wind is too strong and my eyes are a little." She stopped talking suddenly in the middle of her sentence, because the person standing behind her was not An Meng's family, but Lu Linhe. "Why are you here?" "Well, I waited for more than an hour at the place where someone had an appointment. I called her, but she didn't answer, which made it difficult for me to find her." And Meng then remembered that she was afraid that she would not be able to help but call Lu Linhe last night, so she blocked his number. She had wanted to pull it out this morning, but she forgot about it because of this incident. The girl pouted, "If I didn't go, you could just leave. Why are you looking for me? How can I not look for you? You were captured by the bad guys last time. This time I thought something happened to you, but you're hiding here crying." Lu Linhe squatted down and asked softly, "What's wrong?" The girl blushed. Who is crying? I just got my eyes blue by the wind. Physiological reaction. Do you understand the physiological reaction? My eyes hurt. So why are you covering your chest?" The girl looked down and rolled her eyes. "My nipples hurt too. Is that okay?" "Okay, what happened? Why are you crying?" And Meng pouted. She thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. She knew that even if she lied, she couldn't hide it from this person. "I gave all the 100,000 yuan to my father, and I have no money left." "Then what?" "And then I started crying." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Linhe was silent for a full 5 seconds. Then he burst out laughing. "You're laughing, aren't you? You're laughing at me, aren't you?" No. Although Lu Linhe said this, he still couldn't help laughing. He ruffled the girl's hair and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to school." "Wait a moment. Why, anything else? Can't you just let me cry a little more?" the girl said angrily. "There's nothing to cry about over 100,000 yuan. I could just transfer it to you later, okay?" And Meng was shocked when she heard this and looked at him in surprise. He thought his comfort was effective, but the next second the girl cried even louder with a wow. "What happened again? I'm already very sad, and I feel even sadder when I think about having such a rich person next to me." And Meng wiped her tears and choked up. "And I don't want your money either. Your money and my money have different meanings." "Idiot, isn't mine yours?" Of course. Lu Linhe only said this in his heart. He asked, "What's the difference?" For example, I drew a picture very carefully and was very satisfied with it. But one day it was torn up by someone. I will be very sad. At this time, if you give me your painting, even if it is better than mine, it is not my own painting anymore. "Okay, I understand." Lu Linhe patted An Meng's head. Let's go. I'll take you back to school first. After Lu Linhe took An Meng into the car, Lu Linhe received a call from his secretary. Secretary Wang, how are things going? He knew that An Meng came for her sick father. Since he was the future father-in-law, he also had the obligation to take good care of the father-in-law's health. So he arranged for Secretary Wang to do the handover and contract all the medical expenses in the name of the charity foundation. He thought the matter was settled, but after hearing a few words, the smile on his face disappeared immediately. Chapter 127 will win. Okay, Dad, the car is here. I'm leaving first. You go back and rest. At the hospital entrance, a taxi stopped at the door and An Meng's brother waved to his father. The father looked embarrassed. Son, can you really win this time? We will win, my brother said with certainty. Even if you can't win this time, you can't ask your sister for it. The elder brother explained, just trust me one last time, Dad. I almost won last time, but I made a wrong decision in the last round. This time I will definitely win back everything I put in with a profit. If you win, quickly pay back your sister's money. It's not easy for her to save money as she is a girl. Don't worry, Dad. After saying this, my brother turned around and got in the car. He took a car and came to a game hall. The game hall had a complete range of entertainment facilities, but he did not linger there at all. Instead, he walked straight in and came to the door of a staff room. There's a sign on the door that says, no entry for non-related personnel. He took out his cell phone and made a call. After a while, a staff member opened the door for him. Here we go again, An Meng. Why? He followed the staff inside and found a locker room for employees to change clothes and rest. The staff came to a wardrobe, opened it, and saw all the same work clothes hanging inside. He pushed his work clothes to the sides and found an inconspicuous small door on the wall of the closet. Through the door, there is a space inside with various game consoles. But this kind of game machine is different from the ones outside. Outside, you can only win game coins, but here you can win real money. Last time, An Meng lost all his money here. In fact, An Meng's father was not ill at all. He just made up this excuse to help his son raise money. An Meng came to the bar and said to the staff, another 100,000 chips. The man glanced at him and asked suspiciously, you have money again? Of course. He took out his mobile phone and just opened the payment interface, but was hit on the forehead by a wooden plug, causing him to stagger. He turned his head and saw that it was a staff member nearby who was opening a bottle of champagne. The man was wearing a staff uniform, but his appearance was very handsome, which was totally inconsistent with his clothes. He glared at the other person, looked away, and was about to pay when the entire bottle of wine was poured on his face, soaking him from head to toe. An Meng wiped his face and angrily asked, what are you doing? I'm so sorry, sir. I'm new here and don't have much experience. I'll wipe it for you right away. The man came over, took out a towel from his pocket, and wiped his face. Is it okay now, my guest? An Meng sniffed. Wait, why does this towel smell weird? No wonder. I just used it to clean the toilet, and that's the smell. This sentence made him stunned on the spot. He was stunned for several seconds before his expression gradually turned angry. Fuck you. He couldn't bear it anymore and punched him. The man was not in a hurry. He easily dodged to the side with his head. Then he grabbed An Meng's wrist and threw him over his shoulder. Hey, sir, why did you fall? Are you hurt? Let me give you a massage. As he said this, he pressed on the other person and grabbed his arms behind his back. Ah, he screamed. He also realized that this person was trying to trick him and immediately said angrily, just wait. I will call someone over later, and you will be dead. As the situation got worse, the surrounding staff also noticed this and came over. But Lu Linhe remained calm and continued to hold An Meng to the ground. Perhaps it was because he was too powerful, so even though there were many people in the game hall, no one dared to disturb him. The foreman looked him up and down. Dude, where are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Normal. This is my first time working here today. Who introduced you to the internal work? I forgot his name. Why don't I give him a call and ask him to come in and talk to you? Okay, let him come over. The man took out his cell phone and said, hello, Captain Lee. Captain Lee? Several people looked at each other in bewilderment. Isn't there any leader among their leaders with the surname Lee? It's time to close the net. One of the staff members whispered, brother, why does this sound so like a cop? Don't think about it. You might as well believe that I am Qin Shi Huang than to believe that a cop can come here. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open and a group of policemen rushed in. Freeze, police! Everyone panicked and squatted down with their hands on their heads. The game hall, which was peaceful just now, is now under full control of the police. Captain Li Xian came to Lu Linhe and said, Boss Liu, thanks to you, we have solved another major case. Mr. Liu, the staff present were all stunned. They thought that this man was an undercover police agent, but they didn't expect that he was actually a businessman. After this reminder, someone asked in surprise, "He is Liu Linha." The waiters here are all gangsters and have some understanding of the big shots in South City. As soon as they heard Mr. Liu, they could immediately identify with the person. Then you have to thank him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't know this place. Liu Linha pointed at An Long, who was being pressed down by him. An Long was stunned. Me? If I'm not mistaken, you should have a younger sister named An Meng, right? An Long's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that An Meng cheated him out of his money and the other party came to him? He wondered how An Meng could get so much money. It seems that the other party is here to collect debt from him. Now, before I even earn this money, I've lost another one. He swallowed. No, I don't know him. Liu Linha raised his eyebrows and secretly exerted force with his hands. I know her, but she's not my biological sister. She's just someone my father picked up. Liu Linha's smile was covered with a layer of coldness. Picked it up? Yes. She has no blood relationship with our family, so don't look for us. Ouch. It hurts. Liu Linha increased the strength in his hands a little more. Just because she's not your biological daughter, you two are cheating on her like this? And Long always felt that he seemed to have misunderstood. I saw his eyes rolling around. Is my sister your lover? At first, he thought An Meng had cheated the president of his money, but judging from the president's behavior, he was clearly on An Meng's side, so he guessed that An Meng must have had a physical transaction with him. Liu Linha frowned. No. Then you guys. She is my wife. An Long raised his head suddenly in awe. Chapter 128. The CEO's brother-in-law is not to be trifled with. An Long was shocked. Did I actually have a brother-in-law who was a CEO? His sister is really good. She can actually hook up with such a rich man. If he had known this earlier, why would he come and gamble? So if it's my brother-in-law, I'm so sorry. Stop trying to get close to me. I'm telling you, you have to pay back all the money you owe An Meng within a few days, otherwise. As he spoke, Liu Linha suddenly stopped and laughed meaningfully a few times. An Long looked embarrassed. It's not that I don't want to pay it back, but I don't have the money to pay it back. It's okay if you don't have money. I can lend you some. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will definitely pay it back. This was the sentence An Long was waiting for. As for paying back the money, he just said it casually and had no intention of paying it back at all. He knew a little about this. Failure to repay a debt was only a civil dispute and not a criminal case. Therefore, as long as the debtor was truly unable to repay, he did not need to go to jail. This is also why there are so many deadbeats in society. Liu Linha curled his lips and said, "Don't thank me yet. I can lend it to you, but there are conditions." What conditions? Let's sign a labor contract. You have to work in my company to pay it back. If I remember correctly, you owe An Meng about 400,000 yuan. The annual salary of our company's security guards is about 80,000 yuan, which means you need to work in my company for at least 5 years. How about it? Do you agree? I agree. Liu Lin and the person who called him drafted a contract, and An Long signed it without hesitation and pressed his fingerprints. He thought that since he was his brother-in-law, no one would do anything to him even if he didn't go to work. After the contract was signed, Liu Linha smiled and said, "Then I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. By the way, there's one thing I need to make clear in advance. We signed a labor contract. If you receive the money but do not come to work, this is not a civil dispute over debt, but a crime of fraud. Although 400,000 is not a lot, it is already a very large amount in the law, and you will be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years, but not more than 10 years. As he said that, he looked at Li Xian, right officerly. Li Xian said nothing and nodded. Liu Lin and Zi Ran also knew that debt was only a civil dispute, so they deliberately did not write an IOU, but changed it into a labor contract. The same thing, if handled in a different way, could obtain different legal protections. This is also why he would spend a lot of money to hire a lawyer. A good professional lawyer can indeed provide a lot of convenience. An Long was dumbfounded on the spot. It seemed as if he had accidentally compensated himself. As expected of a businessman, this guy is so smart. Although he was not born in 1998, he can't beat him either. The contract has been signed. I will pay the money back for you. Remember, if you dare to cause trouble for her again. No. How dare I? Even if you give me more courage, I will never look for her again. You have to know that the bosses who dare to open casinos all have very powerful backgrounds. But he can overturn this place without even blinking an eye. In his eyes, ordinary people like him are probably like ants. Yeah, very good. Lu Linha nodded and patted his shoulder. Let's go. Where are you going? You participated in gambling. According to regulations, you need to be detained for 3 to 5 days. Come with Officer Lee. At this moment, An Long finally understood. This president's brother-in-law is not easy to mess with. In the classroom, the teacher was giving a lecture, but An Meng in the audience had no intention of listening at all. She is still grieving the loss of the $100,000. At the end of a chaotic day, she walked out of the door with her school bag and saw the familiar car in the old place. Get in the car. And Meng pouted and got into the car obediently. Now she no longer has the ability to take a taxi, so she can only take his car. I won't eat dinner. I'm not very hungry. She had no appetite all day. Let's talk about it later. I'll take you somewhere first. Where? You'll know when you get there. The car stopped at a CBD shopping mall, which was filled with people coming and going. And Meng wondered, why did you bring me here? I had no choice. There was a girl who was in a very bad mood, so I had to bring her here to relax. The girl curled her lips and said, thank you in advance, but I'm not in the mood to play right now. Don't say anything too soon. There is something you may not know. This world is balanced. It's like even though you lost money, maybe in other aspects, your luck may be much better than before. The luck you're referring to is the pregnancy energy that penetrated the soul after being penetrated. Lu Lina's mouth twitched. I mean good luck. And Meng glanced at him and said, don't treat me like a child. I'm serious. If you don't believe me, you could try it. Ow! There's a claw machine over there. Try it. Maybe you can catch it. And Meng actually didn't like dolls very much, but she still subconsciously looked in the direction Lu Lina pointed. When she saw this, her eyes widened immediately. I saw that among the row of claw machines, there was one that did not display a doll, but a Gundam model. And Meng also recognized that model. It was a limited edition Gundam toy from Mecha City. If one wanted to buy it, it would cost at least 20,000 yuan. Is this fake? She thought it must be a pirated product. After all, who would put such an expensive thing into a claw machine? At this time, a female staff member came over and said, it's true, miss. This is a special promotion launched by our company. If it's fake, we will compensate you tenfold. Do you want to play? Lu Linha asked from behind. And Meng pursed her lips and said, no, you can't catch this kind of thing at all. This is a string-cutting doll machine. She operates a pair of scissors. As long as she cuts the middle string short, the Gundam will be hers. But as we all know, the scissors in the claw machine are not sharp at all. Even if you hold them in your hand and cut for half an hour, you probably won't see any blood. Lu Linha asked the staff, I want to ask, how many people have used this claw machine today? There is no exact statistics, but there are at least hundreds of people. And Meng quickly said, look, hundreds of people couldn't catch him. So how could I possibly catch him? Silly, the string of his claw machine is changed every day. Hundreds of people have grabbed it, which means that the string has been worn out hundreds of times today. Maybe it has been unable to bear the weight for a long time, and it is just waiting for you to give it a good time. The girl narrowed her eyes. If I didn't know your identity, I would seriously suspect that you were a scammer selling claw machines. Haha, give it a try. I'll pay. If you can't catch it, it's my fault. Okay, that's what you said. Actually, I'm very good at it. I'll show you my skills today. And Meng didn't want to play. She just wanted to play for free. This claw machine is quite expensive, costing 10 yuan to play once. Lu Linha scanned the code for her, and Meng started to operate the joystick. Lu Linha, behind him, revealed a meaningful smile at this moment. The Gundam in the claw machine was specially placed there by someone he had sent, and the claw machine had also been tampered with in advance by replacing the scissors with sharpened ones, so it could be said that everything would break. Just to make Meng happy. And Meng pointed the scissors at the thread and pressed the red button. But the next second, his smile froze. I saw that the scissors did not cut the thread short. Not only him, but all the staff around him were stunned. Chapter 129. The CEO's exclusive idol drama scene. Fuck, it's not broken, the girl cursed. The staff around also had dark lines on their faces. It broke. They only replaced the scissors, but forgot to replace the string. The string of this claw machine looks like wool, but it actually contains steel wire. Fortunately, Lu Lin has a lot of experience in the business world, and his reaction speed is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. It took only a second for him to come back to his senses, and he said quickly, don't worry, it's normal to fail once. Let's try again. That's fine. By the way, this time when you press the button, I will cover your eyes. What? When you made a birthday wish as a child, did you always close your eyes? Only when you close your eyes can you be the most pious, and it is most likely to come true. Okay. And Meng once again aimed the scissors at the line and placed his hand on the button. At this time, Lu Linha quickly covered her eyes. The moment in Meng's eyes were covered, several staff members around rushed over quickly. The first person took out the key to unlock the door. The second person opened the window of the claw machine. The third person took out the hydraulic pliers to cut the wire, and the fourth person was responsible for closing the window again. In just a few seconds, they completed the task smoothly and evacuated the scene quickly, hiding their merit and fame. The female staff member at the side quickly said, "Congratulations, miss. You are the first player in our store to catch this Gundam." Lu Linha let go of his hand and said with a smile, "See, I told you that closing your eyes will work, right?" An Meng looked confused. She looked up at the man, then looked down at the button in her hand. "But I haven't pressed it yet." The female employee's smile froze suddenly, and she looked at Lu Linha with horror on her face. But Lu Linha still had that smile on his face. "Doesn't this show that you are good at what you do?" Question mark. After catching the Gundam, Lu Linha took An Meng away from the claw machine. After they left, strange things happened. There were originally a lot of tourists coming and going at the claw machine, but after the two of them left, everyone stopped like a toy with a broken spring. It's really hard to be an actor. Yes, I was really nervous the first time. I could only pinch my thighs tightly to calm myself down. You are really dedicated. Thank you very much, but it's strange. Why didn't my thigh hurt at all when I pinched it so hard? Because you were pinching me. After Lu Linha and An Meng left, Shima Wen and other talents who had been observing in secret finally showed up. Silent One held the intercom and said, "Everyone, pay attention. The target is heading to Area A. All the extras over there move. Be sure to act naturally. You are worthy of being President Lu. This is the first time I see such a big show in pursuing a girl." Secretary Wang said admiringly, "Not only the claw machines are actors here, but in order to achieve the best subsequent effects, Lu Linha emptied the entire shopping mall and called his employees to act as actors. Large groups have tens of thousands of employees, so it is more than enough to just call some of them as extras. It can be said that Lu Linha has turned the entire shopping mall into his own film and television base." Silent One glanced at him and said, "If you also had such a big shopping mall and so many employees, you would probably be even crazier than him." Mr. Lu really spent a lot of money this time. While they were chatting and laughing, Lu Linha and An Meng had already arrived at the area selling gold, silver, and jewelry. The extras around them were trying to act as passers-by as naturally as possible, but some people couldn't help but look at them. Because An Meng had been to the Lu Group headquarters, Lu Linha did not transfer people from the headquarters for fear of being exposed, but instead mobilized candidates from various branches of the group. Many employees of the branch have never met President Lu. Even if they have only seen him from a distance at a meeting. The group's employees have great admiration for Lu Linha's deeds. I heard that not only could I see President Lu in person, but I could also watch President Lu's exclusive idol drama live, which was even rarer than watching a celebrity filming a drama live. They had to consider whether this was their only chance in their lifetime, so they all rushed to come. And Meng was still examining the box of the Gundam model she had just received when Lu Linha asked, "Don't you want to see the jewelry?" And Meng glanced at it and said, "It's boring. The collars for dogs are so cheap, but the one for people are so expensive. Isn't this bullying us honest people? Then let's go take a look at the collar." "Get lost, you are the dog." And Meng retorted. The extras, pretending to be passers-by, all broke out in cold sweats after hearing this. Even the top director of their branch bowed and nodded when he saw Mr. Lu, but An Meng actually started by swearing at him. As expected of a lady, she easily accomplished things that they never dared to think of. Just when they thought Lu Linha would be angry, he was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Since you said so, I would be sorry for my status if I don't bite you." As he spoke, he took An Meng's little hand and brought it to his mouth. "Hey bro, I was just kidding." The two were arguing when Lu Linha suddenly pointed to the distance. Meng, what do you see over there?" An Meng looked over and found a poster in front of a jewelry store. Limited time reward activity. Buy any product in this store and immediately participate in the lucky draw. The first prize can be any product you choose within 1 minute. Lu Linha glanced at her and asked, "Go and try it? This must be a lie too. Then where did you get this Gundam?" The girl was silent for a moment. "Come on, you're lucky today. I'll pay and you draw for me. You are so rich. do you care about this little reward? Is there anyone in this world who thinks that money is too much? That makes sense. The two entered the jewelry store, and Lu Linha bought a piece of cheap jewelry at random. Staff, you have successfully purchased. Next, you will use your receipt to participate in the lucky draw. She compared the invoice on the computer and looked surprised. Congratulations, Mr. Lu, you won the first prize. After hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows and turned to look at Lu Linha. How does she know your last name is Lu? Chapter 130. Bowling is not as good as that ball. The salesgirl broke out in a cold sweat. Before coming, President Lu had told them not to treat it as a performance, but as reality and to be relaxed and natural. She did what Mr. Lu asked, but she seemed a little too relaxed. It's over. I'm definitely going to be fine this time. Lu Lin has said at this time. It's not strange that she knows me. After all, I have attended many public occasions and given speeches in many schools and companies. It's possible that she has seen me somewhere. Yes, yes, yes. The salesgirl responded repeatedly. Mr. Lu has given a speech in our company before, so I remember him. The passers-by around couldn't help but sigh. He is really worthy of being President Lu. Even with such a serious mistake, he was able to save the situation so calmly. Unexpectedly, the girl raised her eyebrows and said, "Huh? You remember it so clearly after just one visit." The salesgirl twitched her lips. A handsome man like Mr. Lu, it's basically hard to forget him after meeting him once, right? Then you have to work harder. Comrade Lauha is still single now. An Meng pointed at Lu Linha. Say your man is single? Is the operation so extreme? Lu Linha put his hand on An Meng's head and said, "Don't worry about this matter." An Meng, by the way, what does your first prize mean? What do you mean by 1 minute to choose any product? She explained patiently. An Meng frowned. In other words, whatever I can take within this minute will be mine? Yes, within 1 minute. Everything in this store is at your disposal. She pinched her chin, thinking for a moment, and her eyes suddenly widened. Fuck, this is pie in the sky. Saleswoman, passers-by. So you never understood the rules? Although the rule was that one could take anything they wanted within 1 minute, the salesgirl felt that An Meng would only take a few items at most. After all, it's not good for a girl to be too presumptuous in front of her boyfriend. This is probably just a trick that Mr. Lu came up with to give away jewelry. But it is really unique. Not only is the quantity large, but it also allows the woman to choose her favorite jewelry. An Meng, quick, Lao He, help me find a sack. Salesgirl, there are no sacks here. So Lu Linha found a shopping basket and stood next to An Meng. Salesgirl, then I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and we'll start. Wait a moment. Open all the doors of these counters. All. Yes, all of them. The salesgirl didn't understand An Meng's idea, but based on the idea that the president's wife was God's mother, she still obediently did as she was told. After opening all the cabinet doors, the salesgirl said, "Then let's start the countdown. 3, 2. The crowd of passers-by stood behind them, acting as a backdrop, while also looking forward to the show unfolding. In their eyes, what should happen next is that the woman chooses and the man takes. One person will be coquettish and the other will be doting, a beautiful and sweet development. However, after the countdown ended, An Meng supported himself on the table with both hands and actually jumped directly inside. Lao He, hold the basket against the cabinet. Lu Linha did as he was told, and An Meng squatted down, grabbed the bottom of the cabinet, and with force with both hands, he actually lifted one side of the cabinet. The cabinet tilted, and all the jewelry inside slid out and into the shopping basket. Hurry, Lao He, go to the next cabinet, An Meng said, and ran to the cabinet on the other side. Lu Linha hurriedly followed. In just 1 minute, they cleared out 10 counters. Because there were so many pieces of jewelry, if they were all put in a box, it would take up a lot of space. So An Meng put the trophies directly into the bag, as if they were not expensive jewelry, but a handful of 50-cent glass balls. Haha, now I have money, come on. Lao He, I'll treat you to bowling. The two of them walked out of the jewelry store with bags full of stuff, leaving the salesgirl and extras in a mess. A few minutes later, silent one appeared in the jewelry store. Mr. Lu and the others have left. Leave. Did they say where they were going next? It seems like we're going bowling. Shin Maoan took out the intercom and said, Boss Lu is going to the game room on the 4th floor. Everyone on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, please get moving. After giving the order, he said to the salesgirl, well, you can take a break for now. I'll let you know when Mr. Lu comes down. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Shun. Yeah. silent when pinched his waist, looked around the jewelry store, and was stunned. You guys were Rob? What, you've never bowled? In the bowling alley? And Meng asked in surprise. Is it weird? The man shrugged, not taking it seriously. Strange, I thought you were good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, but I didn't expect you can't even bowl. And Meng patted Lu Lina's shoulder and said in a conscientious tone, But it doesn't matter. Everyone has some shortcomings, and I can teach you. The man smiled and said, Then please give me more guidance, Teacher Meng Meng. See the 3 holes on the bowling ball? Yes. Do you know what this is? It's eyes and mouth. Right? Ugh. Bullshit. This is where we stick our fingers in. Stick our thumb, middle, and ring finger in. Balance our index finger on the outside, and we can pick it up. Well, Teacher Meng Meng is really amazing. The girl narrowed her eyes and curled her lips, as if she heard the teasing in his words. Pick a ball that suits you. The one that your thumb and ring finger can fit into the second knuckle is the best ball for you. After selecting the ball, and Meng started to teach the movements. Start with your right foot. When your right foot is in front, you should bend down and put the ball behind you about 90 degrees to your body and parallel to the ground. Then aim at the right position, step out with your left foot, and send the ball out lightly. The ball will roll out by itself. After that, and Meng gave a demonstration. She gently pushed the ball, and the bowling ball rolled on the channel, and then she hit all the pins. Remember, you have to be gentle, otherwise it's easy to drop the ball. Lu Linha raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Of course, I used to be nicknamed the Little Prince of Bowling. The girl pinched her waist. Why not the princess? Because princess sounds like an insult. Prince sounds better. He picked up the bowling ball and walked to the track. At this time, and Meng was still explaining, Pay attention, you must bend down like me. Lu Lina's expression froze for a moment. The girl was unaware of this, and she said anxiously, What are you standing there for? Throw it away. Lu Linha finally came to his senses and threw it subconsciously, but he completely forgot what his master taught him to do so gently. He threw the bowling ball with great force, and it flew straight into the sky, making a hole in the ceiling. The two looked at each other in silence. After a while, and Meng spoke. You will definitely end up in trouble if you go. You can do whatever you want, but you are not allowed to say that you are my disciple. Chapter 131. The script always has ups and downs. Only now did An Meng realize how useful the identity of president was. After he broke through the ceiling, the staff not far away hurried over. She thought the other party was here to call for an explanation, but unexpectedly, they ignored them and stood at the bottom of the hole, looking up for a long time. Then several people looked at Mr. Liu and gave him a thumbs up. That's awesome. And Meng opened her mouth into an O shape. No, he destroyed your store. Why are you praising him? Well, the store manager in charge scratched his head and could only grin. What the hell are you doing? There's no way around it. As the person in charge of the store, theoretically, he should be blamed. But the problem is that although he is the store manager, the person in front of him is the president. Not to mention this store, this entire shopping mall belongs to Mr. Liu. This is equivalent to the male owner breaking a dinner plate in his own home. Does the nanny have to scold his boss? Just when the staff was in a dilemma, Lu Linha spoke up. I'm so sorry for causing losses to your store. I'll compensate you later. Don't be polite. An Meng, damn it. What the hell is being polite about? Isn't this what you should do? Hey, thank you, Lu Ahem guest. The actor still had some professionalism. Knowing that he was almost exposed, he quickly changed his words. Yes. Lu Linha nodded. I have finished answering my questions. Now it's time to ask your questions. And Meng and the staff were all confused. It was clearly him who broke through the ceiling. So what's their problem? The quality of the ceiling here is very problematic. How come it can't even hold up a bowling ball? Nonsense. Bowling balls are made of iron, and you are so strong. Isn't it normal to punch through them? Fortunately, there are no guests under the ceiling. What would you do if someone was standing there? Damn, there's a wooden fairway under the ceiling. Only the ball can move. How can people stand there? Is this person a fool? The staff nodded repeatedly. Yes, what you said makes sense. And Meng was speechless. I suggest you go back and reinforce it to reduce these risk factors to the minimum. Understood. And Meng knew that Lu Linha was shameless. But today she realized how shameless this guy was. It was clearly he who smashed the hole in the other person's store, but in the end it became a lesson for him to teach others. Is there still justice in the world? Is there still law? After smashing a hole in the bowling alley, and Meng felt embarrassed to stay here and play any longer, so he pulled Lu Linha and walked out. A monitoring background. Mr. Shun, Mr. Liu and his wife have left the bowling alley. The person watching the surveillance called Chun Maoan. After a while, Silent One walked into the monitoring room. Where are they? It seems that I have no clear goal. I am just wandering around the fourth floor. Silent One nodded and picked up the intercom. Attention, fourth floor, Mr. Liu's whereabouts are still uncertain. All departments must maintain performance at all times. In the surveillance video, An Meng and Lu Linha stopped. Lu Linha pointed at a milk tea shop in the distance and asked An Meng something. Shinmoen thought that he was probably asking the other person if he wanted to drink milk tea or something like that. The girl nodded. Lu Linha walked towards the milk tea shop. At this moment, his hands made a strange gesture. I saw his index finger pointing to the sky, his middle finger stretched out to form a right angle, and his ring finger and little finger were clenched. Seeing this, Silent One's eyes suddenly widened. Are we going to use Plan K now? Plan K. The staff member looked puzzled. That sign means K in English. It's the code we agreed on. Once he makes this gesture, we will launch the final plan. What's the final plan? You'll find out soon enough. Silent One narrowed his eyes, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. My friend, it's your turn. Lu Linha went to buy milk tea, while Meng sat on a bench in the mall and put the bag of jewelry on the chair. She stretched her legs out straight, and her little feet dangled in the air. She didn't know that at this moment, in the darkness in the distance, there was a man secretly watching her. The man was over 1.9 meters tall, with a strong build and a fierce face. He looked like a giant bear, which was intimidating at first glance. His name is Zhong Yu, and he is the professional bodyguard of Shun Maoan. But the role he has to play at this moment is not a bodyguard, but a gangster. According to the script, after winning the big prize, An Meng was targeted by the bad guys. At the critical moment, Lu Lin and Guan Jian came to the rescue and saved the damsel in distress. And he played the role of the bad guy. Because An Meng had met Lu Lin and his bodyguards Wu Song and others, Shun Maoan could only use his own bodyguards. And Zhong Yu's image is more in line with the character's personality. He held the script in his hand and recited his lines over and over again. Miss, what's in the bag? I'm rich. Stop talking nonsense and hand over your stuff. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After repeating it silently several times, he took a deep breath. Although he looks big and strong, this is his first time acting, so he is inevitably a little nervous. At this time, Shinmoen's voice came from his headphones. Don't be nervous. Watch your eyes. Be murderous. Zhong Yu nodded, his eyes widened, and he charged forward aggressively. And Meng was looking down at her phone out of boredom when she felt a shadow covering her. She raised her head and happened to meet Zhong Yu's eyes. In the monitoring room, Silent One's smile became increasingly wild. Here it comes. The climax of this play is about to come. Zhong Yu's eyes were wide open with anger, while An Meng blinked her clear eyes with a harmless look on her face. The two people formed a sharp contrast. After their eyes met, there was a long silence. Zhong Yu secretly thought that this was not good. Oops, I forgot the lyrics. An Meng asked, do you want to sit down? Oh, thank you. He was about to sit down, but suddenly realized and stood up again. I won't sit down. Then why are you standing here? Zhong Yu was silent for a moment. Wait a moment. As he said this, he turned his head, secretly took out the note, took a look at it, and turned his head back again. What's in that bag of yours? Food. Food. Zhong Yu scratched his head. Isn't it gold, silver, and jewelry? I know, but you still ask. Zhong Yu looked embarrassed. He could only bite the bullet and said, stop talking nonsense and hand it over quickly, or I will be rude to you. Oh, here you go then. And Meng handed the bag of jewelry to Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu looked confused. You're giving it to me now? Don't you want it? The things have been given to you, so hurry up and leave. Oh, Zhong Yu held the bag and turned around blankly. After he turned around, the girl suddenly stood up and kicked him with a sweeping kick. Zhong Yu was caught off guard and fell directly to the ground. Then An Meng picked up the bag, turned around, and ran. Bye. Chapter 132. A hero saving a beauty is always useful. Lu Linha was carrying a cup of milk tea and was on his way back. He couldn't help but look forward to future developments. In fact, at the beginning, Lu Linha actually refused to act out this kind of scene. You can't ask him to act, and he will act right away. First, he has to try it out. He doesn't want the acting to be unprofessional, fake, and shocking. If An Meng finds out, she will definitely scold him, saying that he is simply playing with her feelings. Later, after rehearsals, he found that the other party was indeed very professional. and there was even a martial arts instructor. He could not find any flaws at all. After several rehearsals, at least he felt it was very real. He acted like this, and so did the others. There's no way around it. Although the plot of a hero saving a beauty is cliché, it does work. His mind had already unconsciously begun to imagine scenes of the future. The burly man approached step by step, while the girl leaned against the wall. You don't come over here. It's useless. No one can save you today. Just blame your bad luck for running into me. Help. No one will come even if you shout at the top of your lungs. At the critical moment, he appeared behind the burly man and grabbed his wrist. He looked at An Meng, his face full of tenderness. I'm sorry, I'm late. The two fought for a while, and Lu Linha found the right opportunity and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, holding him down. After knocking the other man down, he turned around and shouted, Go! But the girl looked hesitant. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. Then you better be careful. An Meng stood up and ran away. The reason why the plot was designed to let An Meng escape is that if An Meng was present, she would definitely choose to call the police, and then the criminal would become very difficult to deal with. After she left, Lu Linha could lie and claim that he had fought with the gangster and accidentally let him escape, thus achieving the effect of saving people and smoothly wrapping up the plot. After he finished imagining it, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. He couldn't wait to turn the picture in his mind into reality. He returned to the bench where An Meng had just sat, but this time there was no one there. He was wondering when he heard a shouting from not far away. Lu Linha followed the sound and found that it came from a blind spot. When he reached the corner, he took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then took a step forward resolutely. When he saw the scene inside, he was stunned and his expression was out of control. The two people inside were indeed An Meng and Zhongyu. But the problem is that the roles played by the two don't seem quite right. The burly man Zhongyu was seen retreating step by step, while An Meng was pressing forward step by step. Soon, he retreated to the wall. He looked at An Meng in horror and shouted, Don't come over here. It's useless. No one can save you today. Just blame your bad luck for meeting me. After being knocked down by Meng, Zhongyu was afraid that the whole scene would be ruined in his hands, so he quickly got up and chased after Meng. But he didn't expect that after An Meng found out that he was being chased, he didn't even run away, but walked toward him again. I was planning to let you go, but you came here to die? Don't blame me for being rude. And Meng stretched his muscles, then came up and started punching and kicking Zhongyu. Zhongyu blocked and reached out to grab An Meng. But before his hand could touch her, An Meng turned into a crying monster on the spot. Oh, it hurts. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand. After all, it's just acting. If the lady is hurt, it will be more trouble than gain. Logically speaking, with Zhongyu's size and skills, it would only take a few minutes to knock down An Meng, but due to her identity as the president's wife, he could only turn into a human sandbag at the moment. Although An Meng's little hands are soft and boneless, when they are clenched into fists, the damage can still be considerable. Zhongyu held on for a while, but he couldn't hold on any longer and turned around and ran away. He ran, she chased, and he couldn't escape even if he had wings. Finally, he was forced into this dead end. The girl pinched her fingers, making a cluck sound, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. It was such a cute face, but in Zhongyu's eyes, it was as terrifying as Satan. He couldn't help but yell, Help! No one will come even if you shout at the top of your lungs. The girl raised her hand high, but before it could fall, it was grabbed by a big hand. She turned around and asked in surprise, Lao He? Zhongyu seemed to have seen a savior. His eyes lit up and his lips trembled. He seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but he couldn't express them. Lu Linha sighed, helplessness written all over his face. I'm sorry I'm late. Lao He, let me go. I haven't had enough fights yet. Okay, let him live. He's a bad guy. Do you think what you said now is convincing? I don't care, let me go. And Meng struggled hard. Lu Linha hugged her in his arms, put his arms around her slender waist, and lifted her into the air. After controlling An Meng, he shouted to Zhongyu, Go. But Zhongyu was very hesitant. The show hadn't even started yet. Wouldn't he be ruining his boss's plans? And he didn't know whether his wife would vent her anger on Mr. Lu after he left. Lu Linha, don't worry. I have a way to deal with her. Then you better be careful. Zhongyu stood up and slipped away. Why did you let him go? Let me go. Lu Linha did not respond, nor did he let go. Are you kidding? It would be fine if Zhongyu ran away, but if he was caught by her again, there would be no way this drama would end. As expected, One must be sincere when doing things. Seeing that Lu Linhe did not let go, and Meng twisted her body and tried to break free. But at this time, she was held up by Lu Linhe, and her feet were off the ground. As she twisted, her body fell down little by little, but Lu Linhe's hand remained in the original position. This also resulted in the places where Lu Lin and his hands touched constantly changing, starting with the waist, then slowly moving upwards and finally to places that cannot be described. Well, after a while, the girl whispered, "Let go. I won't chase him anymore." "You lied to me. I'm serious." Lu Lin has smiled and said, "Others may not understand, but don't you understand me as well as I do? You must have found that the hard way doesn't work, so you want to use soft tactics to force me to submit. I will not take it lightly." The girl shuddered and froze on the spot. Oh no, she has met a ball control master. Chapter 133, Something More Important Than Money. At first the man was puzzled as to why the girl suddenly became so docile, but after a while, he finally saw the light. In an instant, the scene became quiet. Lu Linhe was very nervous. The last time he offended her, she bit his hand until it was bloody. This time, even if he is not covered in blood, he will at least have a bruised face. Especially since she hasn't spoken yet. It makes him feel inexplicably panicked. Mr. Lu Sun once said, "Either explode in silence or perish in silence." The little girl is usually silent, but always has outbursts. Now that she is silent, won't she transform into a Super Saiyan on the spot? Feeling the stiffness of that hand, the girl knew that he had discovered her again. This time, she couldn't keep silent. She cleared her throat. "Let me go. You're addicted to illegal parking without getting a ticket, right?" "Oh," Lu Linhe responded and let go of his hand. The girl landed on the ground and lowered her head, pretending to adjust her clothes. In fact, she was just trying to hide the temperature on her face. A hand was extended in front of her. She raised her eyes. "What?" "It's up to you." The man's voice was calm, as if he was going to die bravely. "Disposal. Didn't you bite it last time?" The girl blinked, and it took her a long time to understand what Lu Linhe was talking about. She pursed her lips, but couldn't help but smile. "Okay, I didn't expect you to remember it so clearly. I won't be polite then." She held the man's hand, put it to her mouth, and observed his expression. The man's expression did not change. She opened her little mouth and pretended to bite something, but when her teeth touched her hand, she didn't bite it, she just gently bit it. "Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go." After Zhongyu escaped, he came to the monitoring room where Shen Maoan was. When he reached the door, he suddenly hesitated. After all, he was the finale role that the boss had high hopes for, but his performance just now was truly horrible. When he thought about the performance just now, which was all seen by his boss Shen Maoan, he just wanted to go home, pack his luggage, and leave the earth overnight. He paced around the door for a long time and took a deep breath. Forget it. A true warrior dares to face the bleak life. Finally, he made up his mind and pushed the door open. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shun. I screwed up." Silent one. "No, the plan was successful." Question mark. After the tour, An Meng and Lu Linhe found a restaurant on the 4th floor and sat down to have a simple meal. After dinner, it was getting late, so the two left the mall and prepared to go home. The driver, Lao Pan, drove to the parking lot, and the two men stood at the door waiting with the trophies they brought out from the mall. While waiting, An Meng saw a lottery station selling scratch tickets outside the mall. "Let's go over there and buy a lottery ticket." Lu Linhe said nothing and followed her. An Meng asked, "Boss, how much is the prize money for this scratch card?" The boss looked at her and put a red scratch-off ticket on the table. "This. Win at any time. Maximum prize of 500,000. The rules are also very simple. There are 25 numbers below. As long as the number 5 is included, you will win the jackpot." An Meng picked it up and looked at it for a while. "Okay, how much is this scratch ticket? I want all of them." She transferred the money over, and the boss directly handed him a whole stack of scratch tickets. An Meng took it, picked up the coin on the table, and started scraping it hard. While scratching, she asked, "Boss, has anyone ever won the first prize in your lottery shop?" "No." "Then I might be the first." The boss laughed and said, "Are you so confident, little girl?" "Of course, because I'm pretty lucky today." The boss smiled, but said nothing, just watching the girl busy herself. When he scratched the 7th ticket, his eyes widened when he saw the number 5 on the lottery ticket. And Meng picked up the lottery ticket and said with a smile, "Oh, okay, I won." The boss scratched his head and said, "Fuck, this can actually win the prize?" "What do you mean? You think you can't win even if you sell this? Because I've been doing this for so many years, and I've never seen anyone actually win the jackpot. Where can I exchange this for money? Can you change this? I don't have so much money in my small shop. We usually go to the local lottery center. The store manager then told the location of the lottery center. Oh, that's quite far. Never mind. I won't go. I'll give you this lottery ticket. Send me. Yes, it's for you. And Meng pushed the lottery ticket in front of the boss, turned around, and said to Lu Linha, "The car will be here soon. Let's go back." The two men walked away, leaving only the store manager in the mess. Walking on the street, looking at the brilliant lights on both sides, the girl walked in the front with brisk steps. Suddenly, she stopped, stretched, turned around gracefully, and looked back at Lu Linha. "What's wrong?" the man asked. "Thank you for playing with me for the whole night. I hope it doesn't take up your time." "It's okay. I'm always available if you want. You treated me to a night of fun, but I haven't given you a thank you gift yet." "Thank you. Close your eyes." Could it be that this girl caught a bug and wanted to put it in his hand when he wasn't paying attention? Lu Linha made some guesses in his mind, but still closed his eyes. "You are not allowed to open your eyes unless I tell you to." A few seconds later, a soft and fragrant body crawled into his arms. He opened his eyes and found An Meng was holding him, with her little head resting on his chest. "Lao He, you actually arranged all of this for today, right?" "You know, nonsense, their acting is so amateurish. Even an idiot can see it." "Well, no wonder you saw it," hiss. As soon as Lu Linha finished speaking, An Meng pinched his chest angrily. "You should return these things later." "Why? I know that you want to compensate me in other ways after seeing that I'm bankrupt, but to me, having money or not is almost the same. Although I'll be sad when I lose money, it's only for a while, and some things are more important than money." "What?" the girl said, looking up. "Isn't it more important than money to have someone who can go crazy and make trouble with me?" "The person you're referring to, is that me? Is there a second one?" The man raised the corner of his lips and held the girl's hand, exerting a little force. "You really think so? Well, you can take these jewelry back, but you can keep the Gundam model for a while. If you can think so, then I have something to tell you." "What?" "I did arrange that shopping mall. But the lottery is not." "Uh-huh." Chapter 134, the front seat and the back seat of a car are often two different worlds. Whoa. Waves of young girls sobbing came from the back seat of the car. The driver, Lao Pan, couldn't help but feel ashamed. Why is the lady crying all the time? Is it that Mr. Liu is too rude? He had a face full of question marks, but in the end he could only guess. Because there was an extra baffle between the cab and the back seat, he couldn't see what was going on behind him at all. In the back seat, the girl took off her shoes, put her small feet in white socks on the leather seat, hugged her knees with her hands, and curled up into a ball. The man looked helpless. "Okay, you've been crying all the way. Whatever you say, I'm going to cry. This might be the only time in my life when I could earn $500,000, but I ruined it myself. The jewelry must be worth far more than $500,000. You didn't feel bad about it when you took it back, so why do you feel bad about this?" "Nonsense. That was your charity. Of course I don't want it, but I want it with my own ability. The key is that you cried for a long time, but didn't shed a single tear. Isn't this just thunder without rain?" The girl paused for a while, then licked her finger with her tongue and drew 2 strokes on her face. "It's gonna rain now." Lulu. She pulled her eyelids, stuck out her tongue, and made a cute face. The man laughed and said, "I didn't expect you could make it rain artificially." And Meng's cheeks puffed up. She turned around and kicked the other person. "Why the hell are you talking so much?" The man suddenly said, "I have a way to stop you from crying." "What is the solution?" He didn't say anything, but just grabbed the slender ankle, and his nimble fingers moved to the sole of the girl's white socks. The girl was startled. "Wait, you don't want to ha-ha." Before she could express her guess, Lu Linha launched his attack before her. This smile made the driver Lao Pan confused again. He was crying peacefully. Why did he start laughing again? No wonder the madam can control President Lu so well. With this mental state, she is at least 20 years ahead of ordinary people. The girl struggled frantically. "Ha ha, Lu Lin, let me go. Ha ha ha. I'm not done with you." She was still struggling at first, but later she laughed so hard that she had no strength left and could only collapse on the chair. "I was wrong. Please forgive me." The girl's voice was so soft and charming that the man's body trembled. Can he withstand this sound of 20 years of hard work? He slowly stopped and said, "Look, now you won't cry. You're such a fucking genius. Give my feet back to me. You foot fetishist." That's right. It originally grew on you, and I didn't cut it off for you. Lu Linha let go of his hand, and the car suddenly braked. Squeak. Ah! And Meng screamed. She was not sitting upright to begin with, and instantly fell backwards. Behind her were the car doors and glass. Lu Linha was startled. He quickly followed and put his arms around the girl to prevent her head from hitting it. The man frowned. Old Pan, what's going on? Sorry, Mr. Liu. A delivery man suddenly jumped out. Did you hit him? No, he took one look at our car, did an extreme drift, and spun away, then crashed into the ELE delivery truck on the other side. Now the two of them are fighting. There is too much information, and Lu Linha didn't know what to say for a moment. After a moment of silence, he said, Pay attention. Yes. After Lu Linha finished speaking, he looked down and was stunned. In order to protect An Meng, he had just pounced on her. Now An Meng was pressed under him, and there were only a few centimeters between the two of them. If they moved a little lower, they would be able to touch each other's nose tips. Those watery eyes blinked and looked straight at him. Thank you. The man looked down at her. Ever since the misunderstanding with Tulip, he and An Meng hadn't had such close contact for more than a week. The soft fragrance of the girl was like the enchanting poppy. Even though he repeatedly warned him to restrain himself, he still couldn't help himself and fell into the flowers. Those beautiful eyes suddenly widened. An Meng's small hands pressed against the man's strong chest, but it was just a drop in the bucket. Yes, how could her petite body withstand the weight of a man? But in fact, Lu Linha didn't press her hard at all. She could push him away with just a little force. So, she was just doing surface work. Lu Linha also felt An Meng's body language, which made him excited. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After practicing for a few times, the man's kissing skills improved significantly. His kiss was gentle, yet filled with an inexplicable passion that made An Meng unable to breathe. She felt dizzy, and she didn't know if it was because of motion sickness or because of him. Gradually, the girl's beautiful eyes closed. The girl's concession also relieved the man's tension. When rationality fades away, what remains is beyond words. He left reluctantly and blew a breath into the pink ear. Meng. He called the girl's name in a low voice. His voice was hoarse, but it could not hide the love. But before one crisis is over, another one arises. His other hand, driven by instinct, reached the hem of the girl's clothes. May I? He asked politely. But politeness always feels a little redundant at this time. The girl closed her beautiful eyes and just hummed a few times. It was unclear whether she was responding or in a trance. The man's throat moved. At this moment, the car braked lightly and stopped. Mr. Liu. The driver's voice brought both the man and woman back to their senses. The two people who were close to each other in the last second separated instantly and sat on their sides in the next second. Lu Linha straightened his clothes and cleared his throat. What's wrong? Although his voice was calm, it was still hoarse. Arrive. He looked up and found that he had arrived at An Meng's residence. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen a mall so close to An Meng's house. He looked at An Meng and found that the girl was also looking at him. But at this moment, that look contained an inexplicable resentment and dissatisfaction. She wanted to be angry, but she couldn't. She held out her hand. Give me money. What money? You've breached the contract. Silly boy, our contract has been terminated. There is no such thing as liquidated damages. The girl opened her mouth. Then isn't this a freeloader? Sometimes he found it hard to believe that the tender and affectionate girl just now and the fool in front of him were actually the same person. Chapter 135. Betrayal of the Soul. When they got home, An Meng quickly jumped out of the car and ran forward. Lu Linha rolled down the window and said, See you tomorrow. Never again. The man smiled and told Lao Pan to drive back to the manor. On the way home, Lu Linha received a call from Chen Shunwen. I hope my call didn't disturb your romance drama, President Liu. Lu Linha recalled what happened in the car just now and replied, Fortunately, today's episode has been filmed. Seeing you being so sweet, there's something I don't know whether I should say or not. What? There's news about the Black Queen. Lu Linha's smile disappeared instantly. He still remembered that on the ship named Black Queen, he had photographed Zhou Donghua, who had been dead for many years and who had a significant connection with his father. He once ordered Silent One to investigate, but the Black Queen was very mysterious, and one needed an introduction from an insider to board the ship. It took more than 10 days just to get a ticket to board the ship. He took a deep breath. What's going on? I contacted a friend who had been on the ship before. He said it's not difficult to get on board, as long as you have money and a name. But it's best not to board the Black Queen with your real name. Although it's a masquerade on the ship and the guests can't recognize you, the Black Queen's officials will record your real identity. Since there will be a record, it's inevitable that it will be leaked and... And what? That ship is parked on the high seas. We have made many enemies over the years. In Nanching City, we have dense spies and can provide comprehensive protection, but on the high seas, there will inevitably be some dangers. Lu Linha was not in a hurry. Since you called me, it means you should have a solution, right? There's a way, but I don't know if you're willing to do it. Silent when spoke on the phone. After finishing speaking, Lu Linha frowned. Does it have to be this way? This is the safest way. He was silent for a long time, and after a while, he slowly uttered a word. Good. Oh my God. How did you die again? It's over, it's over. I was killed in one wave. As the base exploded, Chi Si was heard through the headphones. What's wrong with you today? Why are you being fired every time? And Meng pursed her lips and said, Oh my, I'm not in good shape today. As soon as she got home, her mind was filled with the passion that had just unfolded in the car. That intimate contact was like a dream that you just woke up from. It felt so real, yet it seemed so distant and strange. She was somewhat confused between reality and illusion. It's strange. Logically, she should have been very opposed to it, but why didn't she stop it at that time, but instead acquiesce to the next step? As a man, she should have felt disgusted, but why? Being kissed and caressed by a man, she actually felt a strange sense of comfort. The more Meng thought about it, the more confused she became. The less confused she became, the more annoyed she became. So, she had to call Chi to play with her to try to divert her attention. But judging by the 0-21-0 Yasuo on the screen, it seems her attention wasn't diverted very well. Chi analyzed. Hey, it's obvious that he's been doing too much at home and can't concentrate. Get out of here, can I rush now? To me, rushing is just an adjective. When I say you've rushed too much, I don't mean you have to really rush a few times. It's just that when I think you've rushed too much, you've already rushed too much. It's over. After spending a long time with a mentally retarded person, sometimes even if he is obviously mentally retarded, you will actually feel that his words are somewhat philosophical. And speaking of this topic, she hasn't had the opportunity to come into contact with traditional crafts for a long time. As the saying goes, when you're single for a long time, even a dog will seem pretty to you. Had she abstained from sex for too long, so even Lu Linha, a man, could accept it? Huh, why did she miss him again? She shook her head vigorously and coughed softly. All right. The last round was just a warm-up. I'm going to be serious. In the next round, I will be immortal and become a god. By the way, why don't you live in Lu Linha's house now? Our contract is terminated and I am a free man now. You've earned 3 million so quickly? Well, I didn't make enough money. That guy realized that it was wrong for capitalists to exploit the working class, so he freed me. Oh my God, there are still people who are capitalists now? I thought they were all born that way. He is half man, half beast. I didn't expect that I haven't even been in a relationship yet, but you already have a marriage certificate and a divorce certificate. What you said, I didn't. And Meng said, and suddenly he was stunned. Oh my God, it seems like we haven't divorced yet. Question mark. 2 hours later, looking at the pages of failure, there was endless silence in the headphones. There are usually 3 steps to playing a game. Laughter and joy in the early stage, nonsense in the middle stage, and silence in the end. They have clearly reached a late stage. And Meng looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. She said, well, let's play after we went around. If you want to stay up all night, just tell me. The girl smoothed her hair awkwardly. Well, don't worry so much about the score. Xiao Xiao is also very cute, isn't he? Chi fell into silence. Are you still depressed? The girl asked. Chi said, no, I'm just thinking about a question. What? I was thinking, are you still the fierce person I know? Why do you speak so femininely? And Meng's smile froze. Chi quit the game. But even after taking off his headphones, and Meng still looked dazed. Chi's words just now hit her hard. Has she become sissy? She had always thought that only her body had changed, but her soul was still the same as before. But now, it seems that her soul has begun to betray her. And Meng suddenly felt inexplicably panicked. She lay on the bed, punching and kicking the pillow. It's all Lu Lin and that guy's fault. They always kiss her and make her become weird. Tomorrow, she would definitely ignore him. However, the next day, Lu Linha, who had said he would pick her up, mysteriously broke the promise. An Meng thought he was just busy with work, but he didn't show up for several days. She also tried to contact him via WeChat or phone, but no one responded, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. This guy, did something happen to him? Chapter 136. Even if the deal fails, the righteousness remains. After school, An Meng came to Lu Group. She actually didn't want to come. After all, she was still in unilateral snatch with Lu Linha. But Lu Linha suddenly disappeared, and she became a little worried, wondering if something had happened to him. After all, even if the deal fails, benevolence and righteousness still exist. The Lu Group is located in the city center with very convenient transportation. She could take a bus directly from school. She still remembered that the last time she came, she was stuck on the first floor for a long time and couldn't get up, but this time, as soon as she entered the door, the receptionist came to greet her immediately. "Madam? Why are you here?" "Don't call me that. Actually, I'm not madam. I know. You want to say that you and Mr. Lu had a fake marriage before, right?" And Meng was stunned. "Oh my God, you are a know-it-all. You know all this news." This is what Mr. Lu said himself. Almost all the employees in the company know about it. But everyone also knows that Mr. Lu terminated the contract with you not to separate, but to formally pursue you. So in our eyes, you are still the wife of the Lu family. The girl curled her lips and did not respond. The main reason was that she had no way to respond. After all, she and Lu Lina had not even divorced and were still a legal couple, so the title of Madam was legal and reasonable. She changed the subject and said, is your CEO Lu here?" "No, Mr. Lu doesn't seem to have come to the company in the past few days." "Oh, do you know what he has been doing recently?" "We don't know this either." "Madam, shouldn't you know more about this than us?" And Meng paused. Damn, if she knew what was going on, why would she come here? She waved her hand. "If you don't know, forget it." The receptionist added, "If you don't know, then I'll ask Mr. Shin for you. He should probably know where Mr. Lu is going." As she spoke, she picked up the landline and made the call for a while. After chatting for a few words, she hung up the phone. "Madam, Mr. Shun asked you to go up. He has something to say to you." Arriving at the office, Chun Maoan smiled and asked, "Why is Madam here in the company? Are you thinking about Mr. Lu?" The girl was embarrassed. "Who missed him? I just remembered that we haven't gotten divorced yet. If he disappears, who would I look for to leave?" "Yeah, that makes sense." Silent One smiled and nodded. "Where is Lu Lin and others?" "You'll never see him again." The girl's heart skipped a beat. "Why?" "Because I hired someone to kill him. Now the Lu Group is completely under my control." The girl's eyes suddenly narrowed, and she leaned back with a look of awe. "What? Are you scared?" He laughed. "No," the girl said seriously. "I was just wondering, why are you acting like a jerk?" Silent Wind's mouth twitched. This girl's train of thought is indeed different from other girls. He coughed lightly and said seriously, "It's just a joke. Don't mind it. Mr. Lu is not missing, but there is some sudden business abroad, so he went abroad to discuss the project area." "He went abroad? Then why can't we contact him?" "Because the project we're discussing is highly confidential. The other party does not allow us to bring electronic products such as mobile phones, so he will be out of contact during this period." "Oh," the girl nodded. "Okay. I feel relieved knowing that he is not dead. I will be leaving now, Dakaoba." Sitting on the bus on the way home, and Meng turned on her cell phone and kept sending messages in Lu Lina's chat box. "If you don't reply to the message within 3 seconds, you are the biggest fool in the world." 3, 2, 1. "Hello, fool. After playing unilaterally for a while, and Meng put down his phone and stared at the scenery outside the car window in a daze. Somehow, she suddenly felt inexplicably bored. Human beings are animals that react slowly. Only after feeling cold do you realize the importance of clothes. Only after feeling hungry do you understand the value of food. Only when you feel lonely do you think of someone's company. That guy had agreed to go to the amusement park on the weekend, but he stood her up for so many days. Even if there is some urgent business, can't you just give her a call and tell her? Made her worry for so many days. Just as she was stunned, her cell phone suddenly rang. I looked down and saw that it was Ning Yufei calling. And Meng picked up the phone, and Ning Yufei asked her if she had time, saying that she had something to talk to her about and wanted to arrange a meeting place. And Meng was bored at the time, so she agreed immediately, and the two of them met at the same milk tea shop as before. When Meng arrived, Ning Yufei was already sitting there. As soon as she sat down, the other party said, "Okay, and Meng, I didn't expect you to be a liar." And Meng was stunned for a moment. "What did I lie about? I heard that your fake marriage with Lu Linha has been dissolved, But after the dissolution, he pursued you more blatantly and even arranged a whole shopping mall full of actors. And Meng's eyes widened. You also know about this? Of course. For such a big event, anyone with a little information network should know about it. Didn't you tell me that Lu Linha liked a celebrity? Why did it end up being you? If you say you're not a liar, what are you? And Meng was speechless for a moment. After a while, she clasped her hands together, lowered her head, and looked like she was begging for mercy. Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't pinch me. Ning Yufei was stunned. Pinch you? Why would I pinch you? Didn't you say that you would pinch anyone who took advantage of Lu Linha? Her little breasts had been rubbed like a bun by Lu Linha twice. If she were really to be pinched, that place would definitely be the first to be hit. That place can't stand the damage. Ning Yufei was stunned for a long time, then burst into laughter. Silly boy. I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? And it's not you who took advantage of Ahi. It's obviously Ahi who took advantage of you. But I have a question. What? You should also know that Ahi is pursuing you, right? I know. So what do you think? Will you agree to him? No. And Meng said firmly. Really? And Meng glanced around, leaned over to Ning Yufei's ear, and whispered, I'm telling you the truth, right? Actually, I like girls, and I like fair-skinned and beautiful girls like you. What a coincidence. I also have something to tell you. What? Actually, I'm bisexual. How about we try it together? And Meng was stunned on the spot. Chapter 137, She Likes Lu Linha. What does a boudoir look like? The pink style, the cute big bear dolls, and the faint fragrance of women in the air make it feel like the place where Disney princesses live. Of course, these were all in Meng's fantasies. At least Ning Yufei's room was not as dreamy as she had imagined. Her room is in a simple European style, mainly in white tones, with a European crystal chandelier hanging over it, which is even somewhat similar to the one in Lu Linha's house. Did they buy it at the same furniture store? And Meng thought so, staring at the familiar yet strange chandelier in a daze. After Ning Yufei told An Meng the breaking news that she was bisexual, before An Meng had time to express her shock, Ning Yufei's next words made her even more shocked. Would you like to come to my house? My house is quite big. You can just sleep there when you're tired of playing. If it was before, An Meng might not have any strange thoughts, but now, the word sleep is very intriguing. Ning Yufei was direct and bold, but An Meng had no reason to refuse. After all, Lily is a wish she has always wanted to realize since her rebirth. However, she pursued it hard but still could not achieve her goal. Now that Ning Yufei has heard her voice and wants to help her realize her wish, why wouldn't she do it? At this moment, she is not Ning Yufei, but Aladdin Shinfei. At this moment, a girl's low moan was heard in my ears. Thinking about me? Wow. And Meng was so scared that she sat up from her chair and saw Ning Yufei wearing a loose white t-shirt. Under the hem of the shirt was a pair of beautiful bare legs. Didn't you go take a shower? I'm done. Oh, come on, it's your turn to wash. You could just wear my clothes later. You still want to take a shower? Of course, girls should pay more attention to hygiene. I didn't expect you to be so professional in this area. Of course, I studied abroad. So you learned this abroad, right? Not really. But if it was Meng, I wouldn't mind. Ning Yufei said as she put her hands on Meng's shoulders and pushed her to the edge of the bed. Before Meng could sit down properly, that handsome face came up to her. The beauty was getting closer and closer, and Meng's little heart was beating so fast that it almost flew out of her mouth. For some unknown reason, she pushed the other person away. What's wrong? Well, there's something I don't quite understand. What's up? Don't you like Lu Linha? Then shouldn't I be your love rival? How can you push your love rival down? What you said makes sense, but think about it carefully. He has caused a sensation in the entire upper-class society of South City in order to pursue you. As a childhood sweetheart, I know him very well. He's a very stubborn person. He either doesn't do it or not. But once he does it, he won't stop even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead. So, I have no chance of winning at all. Instead of chasing a man who I will never be able to catch up with, I might as well do the opposite and snatch his woman away and cheat on him. If I do this, even if I am not the woman he loves most, I will be the most unforgettable woman in his life. And Meng's mouth twitched. Your idea is quite unpopular, even if it is put into the routine of a romance drama. What's the general routine? There are many tricks, such as framing someone or forcing someone to take nude photos and threatening them. The most cruel is direct assassination and kicking them out of the game. And Meng counted on his fingers, recalling the tricks of the TV dramas he had watched, and he knew them all by heart. Good idea. I'll try it tomorrow. Mm, mm. And Meng's eyes widened. Wait, who are you going to use these tricks on? I will use it on whoever is my rival in love. Then isn't that me? And Meng rolled her eyes. She had just introduced herself for a long time. But wasn't this just shooting herself in the foot? I'm just teasing you. He's just a love rival, not an enemy. Besides, we are all legal citizens. Breaking the law and committing crimes will ultimately hurt others and ourselves. And Meng excitedly held Ning Yufei's hand and said, if all romantic dramas think like you, then there would be so many fewer episodes to shoot. Haha, shall we start? Start what? Of course it's the beginning of something happy. 300 words are omitted here. How does it feel? And Meng curled her lips and said, not very good. What do you mean? Ning Yufei raised her eyebrows. I just don't feel anything. It's strange. The scene before her was exactly what she had dreamed of, but she didn't feel any impulse at all. It's like I've entered sage mode, and I have no interest at all. It felt like when she was a boy, one of her roommates was a fitness enthusiast with a great body, and she would often touch his muscles as a joke. Even though he has the 8-pack abs that girls are obsessed with, she doesn't have any strange thoughts and just wants to give it a try. Ning Yufei sat up, lifted her hair, and said with a smile, sure enough, you are lying to me again. Huh, you don't like girls at all. No, I like it. And Meng retorted, but her voice was weak. So when I touched you, did you feel anything? Yes, I have. What does it feel like? It just feels itchy. So what if he touches you? The girl pursed her lips and said nothing more. When Lu Linha touched her, she just felt dizzy and her whole body was light and floating as if she was dreaming. Only when she woke up did she realize what she had just done. But she didn't have that feeling when facing Ning Yufei. I understand. You think you like girls, but that's just your idea. Physiologically, you don't have any desire for women. In other words, Ning Yufei looked at An Meng. You are completely heterosexual, and you only like Lu Linha. The girl's eyes narrowed suddenly. She, like Lu Linha? Chapter 138, she is not at Sundara. Impossible, absolutely impossible. And Meng's excited voice was heard in the room. What are you saying is impossible? Ning Yufei asked. Are you saying that it is impossible for you to be heterosexual? Or are you saying that it is impossible for you to like Lu Lin? Is there any difference between these two? Of course, just because you are not heterosexual doesn't necessarily mean you don't like Lu Linha. And just because you don't like Lu Linha doesn't necessarily mean you are not heterosexual. And Meng's face was filled with black lines. Neither of them is possible. She is a steel straight man. Not only is she steel, but more importantly, she is a straight man. Since you're a straight man, how can you like men? Ning Yufei nodded. Oh, is that so? That's right. So you're the Sundara type, the type who says, I don't like him, but is very obedient in front of his body, and shows your true colors after being teased a few times. No, sister. And Meng's mouth twitched. Aren't you a rich lady? How can you say such obscene words? Where is this lewd? Isn't this a normal sexual topic? Besides, a rich girl is also a human being, so it's normal to talk about this kind of topic. And Meng curled her lips and said, I'm not at Sundara. Well, it's getting more and more interesting. I really am not. So you mean you don't like Lu Linha? I don't like it, the girl answered simply. Then I'll ask you a few questions, and you must answer truthfully. You ask. You and Lu Linha have kissed, right? And Meng was stunned. She glanced away and nodded. Huh, why is your face red? Hot, hot. Okay, how many times? Well, a few times, but those were all sneak attacks from him. Have you ever resisted? The girl choked for a moment and then argued. He is so strong. How can I resist him? Oh, that means if I find a strong man outside and let him attack you, you will obey me, right? And Meng's eyes went blank, and she was speechless for a moment. The thought of being attacked by other men made her feel sick to the point of vomiting. If it were true, she would probably fight to the death. So the question is, why doesn't she object to Lu Linha doing the same thing? Seeing An Meng silent, Ning Yufei smiled and patted her shoulder. I understand how you feel. You think you don't like him, but in fact your body has already adapted to him. This is what is called physiological love. Physiological. Like, the light in An Meng's eyes disappeared, and he lowered his head as if he was doubting his life. She didn't want to admit it, but she couldn't refute Ning Yufei's words. Otherwise, why didn't she resist at all when Lu Linha violated her? And there was no such thing afterwards. So she shut herself in. What's your reaction? But there are so many women who like Ahi, a great man like him. There's nothing shameful about you falling in love with him. Ning Yufei wondered. That's not right. It seems like we are rivals in love. How come I'm still helping you sort out your feelings? She looked at An Meng and suddenly smiled. However, if you and Lu Linha are together, I would be more accepting of it. Huh? Why? Well, maybe it's because you're not from the wealthy circle. He is a recognized rich son-in-law in the wealthy circle. Many rich ladies favor him, but they don't really like Lu Linha. Most of them just want to get close to him and have a worry-free future. Instead of letting them take advantage of this, it's better for you, an outsider, to get it. And Meng smiled awkwardly. In fact, she didn't listen to what Ning Yufei said at all. Her mind was still immersed in the shock that she liked Lu Linha. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Actually, I called you here for another matter. What? Ning Yufei stood up, rummaged through the drawer for a long time, and found a few tickets. The ticket showed a fairy with 3 big words, Black Queen, written on it. What's this? This is a ticket for a fairy called the Black Queen. Why are you doing this? I heard that he had been trying to contact various celebrities to board the Black Queen a few days ago, so I asked my father to use his connections to get 3 tickets. I originally wanted to give Ahi a surprise and have my father and I accompany him on the ship, but I heard that he had recently gone abroad, and my father was busy with work and had no time to join us, so the 2 tickets could not be used. Ning Yufei handed the ticket to An Meng, but it's not easy to get a ticket to the Black Queen. It would be a pity not to go, so I want to give you one. Please go with me. Lu Linha is not here these days, so you must be bored. I heard that the masquerade there is very interesting. Tisk, what's so fun about a masquerade? Well, it's a pity to lose the largest amusement park on the sea, the highest slide on the sea with a height of 10 decks, and the free-for-all top-notch food from all over the world. The girl's ears immediately perked up. Wait, what time? In early May, in a few days. Oh, then we have a holiday. We have 3 tickets, so who are you going to take the other one? I'm going to scrap the other one. Why? You must have a lot of friends in a wealthy circle, right? I do have friends, but the problem is that I only have 1 ticket. No matter who I invite, my other friends will be offended when they find out. So it's better not to invite anyone. Since you don't plan to call, then I have a suitable candidate. Who? Scenic spots. What? You're inviting me to Jinpa. Chi Yi, who was wearing the Monkey King costume, looked surprised. Did you like my Rui Jingu bang that can be stretched or retracted and can be made bigger or smaller? Get lost. What's silver handkerchief? This is a party at sea, a proper upper-class dance. And Meng threw the ticket in front of Chi Yi. So, don't you want to go and broaden your horizons? I don't have time. I'm busy being the Monkey King. You stupid great sage. You're working during the May Day holiday? You're still too young. For the scenic spot, the holiday has just begun. Well, I wanted to introduce you to a girl, but since you don't want to meet her, there's nothing I can do. Tisk. Chi waved his hands, looking disapproving. What kind of girl can you know? She's just average. She's a rich girl, a lady from a wealthy family, stunningly beautiful, intelligent, and generous. Hey, you're full of shit. And Meng shrugged, opened his phone, and pulled up Ning Yufei's photo. Chi just glanced at it casually at first, but once he saw it, he couldn't take his eyes off it. This is her photo. I think it's okay, but since you said so, forget it. And Meng left after she finished speaking, but after she had taken a few steps, Chi called her from behind. Wait a moment. She turned around and saw Chi running towards her. Then he knelt on his knees and slid in front of her. Dad, give me another chance. Chapter 139, The Most Wrong Decision in Life. What do people usually do when they are waiting for the bus? Some will take out their mobile phones to watch videos or read novels. Some will chat with friends and laugh. And some will stare at the hustle and bustle of the road in a daze. In short, what everyone does is different, more or less. But at this moment, in this bus stop, people's behavior was highly consistent. Their eyes were focused on the 2 people at the bus stop. Oh, or should I say 2 Ultramen. The 2 men wore Tiga helmets and Tiga clothes. One was purple and the other was red. And judging from the rise and fall of her chest, one of them seemed to be a girl. At this time, the female Ultraman said to the male Ultraman, Ake, aren't we being a little too conspicuous? Show off? I think it's just right. Didn't you say we were going to masquerade? And we have to make sure no one can tell who we are. We are so covered up that even our own mother can't recognize us. But everyone is looking at us. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten that when we went to Shanghai for internship in college, the whole class agreed to go to the beach together the next day? In order to save money on changing clothes, we just left home in our swimming trunks. Were we not the center of attention along the way? Yes, but when we got there we found out we were not going to the beach, but to the Bund. Then the security guards came to chase us away. Ahem. Everyone always has some past that they don't want to look back on. And now we are wearing hoods. They're only looking at Tiga, not us. And Meng sighed. I wish I could be as shameless as you someday. You were like that before, weren't you? But after becoming a girl, I feel like you've become thinner and thinner, and you become as shy as a girl. And Meng was stunned. As the saying goes, those who are involved in a matter are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. Could it be that there have been changes in this regard as well? Is there? Of course. Chi said confidently. I asked you to go to the men's bathhouse before, but you didn't dare to go. And Meng narrowed her eyes, jumped up, and hit Chi Yi on the head. You are poisonous. While they were chatting, the bus they were going to take arrived at the station. The driver opened the car door, and when he saw two Ultramen coming up, a look of surprise appeared on his usually calm face. Chi Yi, what are you looking at? Driver. Gentlemen, my car is heading to the port, not to the M78 Nebula. It's okay, we're going to the port. The two got off the car at the port, and Ning Yufei had been waiting at the station for a long time. When the two men walked up to her, she didn't recognize them at all until they took off their hoods. Then she showed a shocked expression. You two have some ideas for this outfit. It's fine. Didn't you say that this masquerade should make it so that no one can see your true face? Ours definitely can't be seen. Indeed, I can hardly see it. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Chi. He's about the same age as you, 25. Oh, hello. Ning Yufei waved at him with a smile. Chi immediately took several steps back. If An Meng hadn't pulled him back in time, he would have probably fallen backwards to the ground. What happened? A stroke? Meng, did you see it just now? She was smiling at me. I saw it. What's wrong? She has me in her heart. Ning Yufei. And Meng laughed awkwardly and punched Chi Yi directly. Why did you hit me? She put her arms around Chi Yi's neck and whispered in his ear. Do you think you are very humorous? I tell you, you'd better restrain your funny side and strike up a conversation in the way of a mature man. Chi nodded. He looked at Ning Yufei, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and took out one. Come and get some Hanako. Ning Yufei wondered. Aren't you Taishan Hua Gui? Hua Gui is also Huazi. And Meng punched again. Why did you hit me again? Your way of being mature is to treat men, but it's another way to treat girls. Ning Yufei likes people like Lu Linha. You should learn from him. Oh, you should have told me earlier. Just wait and see. Ning Yufei waved her hand. Sorry, I don't smoke. It's okay if you don't want to smoke. Then light one for me. Chi Yi said, putting the cigarette in his mouth and throwing the lighter to Ning Yufei. Ning Yufei was confused, but still obediently picked up the lighter and pressed the switch. As soon as the flame appeared, and before she could light it, Chi suddenly reached out and pushed her against the wall. Woman, you are playing with fire. And Meng rolled his eyes immediately. She seemed to have made the worst decision in her life. Ning Yufei led the way, with Chi Yi and An Meng following behind. Chi scratched his head and said awkwardly, Sorry, Meng. I was a little too nervous. Oh my God, are you still nervous? If you weren't nervous, would you have just spoken directly? No. You know, I haven't talked to girls much. I really don't know what to eat when I'm hungry, what to wear when I'm cold, what to do when I'm in a hurry, and what to marry when I'm poor. These 4 idioms have exhausted your entire life's vocabulary, right? Ning Yufei led the two into the harbor and came to a yacht. Come aboard. And Meng was a little confused. Isn't this a luxury ferry? How did it become a yacht? The Black Queen is not sending a ship here, but is docked at a small island in the high seas. We need to drive the yacht to that island before we can board the ship. Oh, I see. The 3 of them boarded the yacht and headed for the unknown island, the small island of Sarati. This is a small island in the high seas, a true no man's land. The legendary Black Queen was docked on the island, waiting for guests to arrive. In addition to the Black Queen, there were many large and small ships parked nearby, and the rich and famous people got off the ships one after another. Lu Linha is one of them. At this time, he was wearing a black tuxedo, a silver mask, and was accompanied by a female companion. The female companion reminded, Mr. Lu, do you still remember your current identity? Lu Linha nodded, loofing under Tian Hai Group. Since the Black Queen would collect the real information of those boarding the ship, as long as he completely concealed his identity before boarding the ship, no one would know his true face. In order to get this identity, he went to Tian Hai Group, especially these days, forged his resume, and became a completely different person. The female companion nodded. Well, let's get on board. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Gee, hold it in, it's almost time. Oh my god. Even if you want to vomit, don't vomit in the mask. Lu Linha's eyes hidden under the mask suddenly widened. Why is she here too? Chapter 140. Lame Lies. Quick, I found a bag for you, spit in it. In the Black Queen's boarding area, a girl in an Ultraman costume ran past with a bag. An Meng never expected that they would encounter their first crisis before even boarding the ship. That is, Chi is actually seasick. Well, even though they were childhood friends, they certainly had no experience of riding a boat together. Chi, Meng, this bag is full. Is there any more? If not, I'll drink a sip first. Ugh, get out of here. An Meng quickly ran to find another bag, feeling helpless. Look at you. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were seasick? No way. I just found out about it too. Are you okay with this? Why don't you just go home? Don't worry. I finally made it here. If I go back without doing anything, wouldn't it be a waste? No problem. I can hold on. Chi stood up and took just one step before he staggered toward the Meng. And Meng quickly supported him. Good boy. You were trying to scam me, right? I really can't do it anymore, Meng. Give me a hand, brother. And Meng sighed, supported Chi and walked towards the boarding gate. But after taking just a few steps, their way was blocked by someone. And Meng looked up and saw that the person who stopped them was a man. Even his tuxedo could not hide his capable figure. He was wearing a silver mask on his head, and his tall stature made him look quite oppressive. And Meng swallowed his saliva. Well, brother, are you okay? You can't blame her for being timid. After all, people who dress like this are usually ruthless villains in novels. Lu Linha looked down at the girl. Even though he couldn't see her face because of the hood, he could still recognize the girl in front of him from her voice, figure, way of speaking, and movement habits. She was his stupid wife. After not seeing each other for many days, he had a lot of things to ask. Is she doing well these days? Do you eat on time? Do you think about him on time? Why are you here and with this guy? Many questions popped up one after another like mushrooms after rain, but due to his status, he could only choose to remain silent. He looked down at Chi, stretched out his hand to them, and said in a low voice, Give him to me. Huh, what are you doing? Chi was shocked and said, Oh no, this guy is not jealous that I look better than him and is afraid that I will steal his limelight and wants to destroy me here, right? And Meng, it seems like you're not pretending. You're almost hallucinating. Lu Linha did not respond, but pulled Chi over. He grabbed his wrist and squeezed it hard. It hurts. Help. And Meng said anxiously, Stop. Lu Linha did not stop, but glanced at her sideways. Don't torture him. Just give him a quick death. You fucking betrayed your brothers. Chi said anxiously. Lu Linha pinched Chi Ye's wrist for a while, then suddenly let go and threw him out. Chi staggered a few steps, suddenly stopped, and touched his head. Hey, I don't seem to be dizzy anymore. Is this true or false? Really? I feel more energetic now. This guy is really something. He came to help people, but I thought he was going to murder me. And Meng wanted to thank him. But when she turned around, she found that the man had already walked away with his female companion. Is that your friend, Mr. Lu? No. The female companion smiled. This was the first time she saw Mr. Lu tell such a lame lie. After recovering, Ning Yufei also took the two of them to register at the boarding gate. Ning Yufei was dressed as a witch, wearing a black wizard's costume, a pointed wizard hat, and a broom on her back. The staff took the tickets and verified their real names, and then the three began to board the ship. The Black Queen looked majestic, but magnificence came at a price. Just the stairs to board the ship were enough to exhaust them. As soon as they entered the boat, before Meng had time to appreciate the scenery inside, a waiter came up to them and led them to a bar. The bartender handed them 3 room cards. This is the VIP room card for 3 guests. With this card, you can enjoy all the services of this ship for free. In addition, in half an hour, a large dance party will be held in the central hall. Most of the guests will go there. If you're interested, you can go and take a look. After receiving the room card, the 3 of them followed the map given by the waiter. They were in the reception area, and the VIP guest room area required taking the elevator to the 3rd floor. The scenery along the way is quite unique. Because it was a masquerade, the tourists on the boat would dress up to some extent, and it was like a large-scale cosplay scene. Some people just stick on a beard and wear a mask. Some disguise themselves as anime characters, and some dress up as ox-headed and horse-faced monsters. The most outrageous one is disguising themselves as a tree. And Meng and the others didn't notice the tree until it moved a few times, and then they realized it was a person, which gave them a big scare. Just as the three of them were smiling happily, a person in the distance attracted their attention. They looked over, their expressions somewhat dull. At the end of the corridor, there was a clown. Not the kind of clown that gets jilted by a goddess, but the scary clown like in Tales of the Clown. The man had explosive red hair and was wearing scary clown makeup. He stood there straight and motionless, staring at them with his creepy eyes, making them feel creepy. Ning Yufei got goosebumps all over her body. Let's go. An Meng, what are you afraid of? We have a clown here too, right, Che? Chi snorted coldly. I'm not saying that if we compare clowns, he may not be uglier than me. I just like your confidence in this area. The two were chatting nonsense when the clown seemed to have heard what was said and suddenly rushed towards them. Wow. The three of them were startled and ran away immediately, all the way to the VIP guest room area. The layout of the rooms on the ship is similar to that of the presidential suites in a hotel. When you enter the room, you will first see a sofa office area, a large bed, and even a piano. At the end of the room is a balcony, outside of which is the blue sea and blue sky. Seagulls fly by from time to time, which warms people's hearts. The ship will sail on the high seas for a day and a night, and return to the small island of Surati the next morning. A few people simply put their luggage away and gathered outside, preparing to attend the costume party that would be held later. Walking out of the room, there were quite a few guests waiting to attend the party in the corridor. Among these strange guests, An Meng suddenly found an acquaintance. Wait, why is he here? Chapter 141. The Disappearance of Luo Hu. The dance is held in the central hall. According to the map, we should go this way. An Meng, where are you going? Ning Yufei was still studying the map, but An Meng walked in the opposite direction. Wait a minute. I think I see someone familiar. If she hadn't seen it wrong. The man who passed by them seemed to be Luo Hu. That's right. It was the researcher Luo who was playing tricks in the abandoned school building. But wasn't he arrested by the police? Although An Meng saw the murder scene that day, her memory cannot be used as a legal basis, so Luo Hu, as the first suspect in the missing case, has been under interrogation by the police. Why would a prisoner appear here? An Meng was very puzzled, so she chased after him to find out what was going on. But a strange thing happened. She wanted to catch up with Luo Hu, so she sped up. But when she sped up, Luo Hu in front of her also sped up. No matter how fast she sped up, the two of them always maintained a distance of about 10 meters. Luo Hu, wait a minute. She called out loudly, but Luo Hu did not respond. Instead, he walked to the end of the corridor and turned into the next intersection. She hurriedly followed, but when she reached the next intersection, her expression froze. At the next intersection, there was no sign of Luo Hu. She was only 10 meters away from Luo Hu, so how could this person disappear out of thin air? Could it be that she saw a ghost again? And Meng couldn't help but recall the fear she felt in the abandoned school building, and suddenly got goosebumps all over her body. A lie told 1,000 times becomes the truth. Could it be that Luo, who had been pretending to be a ghost for more than 10 years, and finally became a ghost? If it wasn't a ghost, how could it get out of the police station? At this moment, the man's figure subconsciously appeared in her mind again. I hope this is not true, otherwise there will be no Lu Linhe to protect her today. At this time, Ning Yufei and Qi also rushed over. Qi asked, who did you see that made you so excited? And Meng was silent for a long time, then waved his hand. Nothing. Let's go back. The three of them came to the central hall. By the time they arrived, the hall was already packed with people. The whole hall was like a party, with everyone holding glasses of wine, walking around and chatting. In this hall, there were only a few people dressed in strange clothes like them. Most people were dressed very formally, with men in suits and women in evening dresses, basically no different from banquets in China. If there is any difference, it is that they all wear Venetian masks on their faces. Why do people here dress so without any personality? Qi complained. Ning Yufei explained, I heard from my father that the Black Queen is not only visited by tourists, but also by many high society leaders. Some of them come here to conduct transactions, while others come here to exchange industry secrets. So those who are dressed strangely are probably young people who are here to have fun, while people like them are probably here to discuss business. And Meng looked around and suddenly felt like a thorn in her back, as if someone was staring at her. She looked back, and after searching for a long time, she found the man wearing the silver mask. She greeted the man and said with a smile, Thank you for helping my friend just now. Lu Linhe looked at her and whispered, Is that just your friend? Yeah, my good buddy. I thought it was your boyfriend. I don't have a boyfriend yet. Lu Linha narrowed his eyes, but his voice didn't change. So you're still single? An Meng blinked. What do you mean? Nothing interesting, just asking. I think girls dressed like you are very interesting. If you're single, maybe we can have a deeper conversation. No way. It's fine that there are men pursuing her at school, but now she is wearing an Ultraman helmet, and there are also men interested in her. Could it be that she is a congenital holy demon? The girl quickly said, Then you have found the wrong person. Although I don't have a boyfriend, I have a husband. Hearing this, Lu Linha suddenly relaxed, and there was a hint of smile in his voice. Oh, who is your husband then? You wouldn't recognize me even if I told you. Maybe I know him. The two were chatting when someone suddenly spoke on the central stage of the hall. Okay, guests, everyone look at me. Everyone looked over there. He was a host wearing a coxcomb headgear. Welcome everyone to the Black Queen. I'm the host of this party. In order to express our gratitude to all the guests, we have decided to play a game with you. The host explained, the game is very simple. The staff will give everyone a button device in a while. I will then ask some questions and everyone can press the button to answer. The first person to press the button will see your image appear on the big screen behind me. As long as you answer successfully, you will get an exclusive custom badge for the Black Queen. The host said, taking out a badge. Tisk so stingy. An Meng pouted. Chi agreed. That's right. I'm not going to the Pokemon League to fight the 4 Heavenly Kings. Why would I collect badges? The host seemed to have heard what An Meng said and explained, Don't underestimate this badge. It's a red diamond. It can only be found in the Argyle mine. The price of 1 carat is about 1 million. Although this price is nothing to everyone present, it is still a good collection because of its scarcity. The guests below remained indifferent. Only An Meng and Chi stared at the same time. Fuck, it's posted. Now, please listen to the first question. What is the name of the playmate with a silver ring around his neck and a steel fork in his hand in Lu Sun's novel hometown? Before An Meng could press the button, he heard a sound from the screen. Bite. On the big screen, it was Chi Ye's appearance. Please ask Mr. Ultraman to answer. Zhang Jia. He raised his hand and answered. Question mark. The host raised his eyebrows and said, Unfortunately, this gentleman gave the wrong answer. Please listen to the next question. What is the strongest thing in the world? Ding. Chi Yi pressed it again. The helicopter door. Why? The boss can't even open his elbow. Who else can break it? Host, please listen to. Bite. Why did you press it before I even asked you? It's okay. I'll hold it down first. What is there in the world that has only positive and no negative side? News broadcast. Get out of here. Chi Yi is probably the first man to be asked to leave from the Black Queen. And Meng was watching the fun, and the staff also looked at her. Miss, you should leave too. Huh? What? You are with that gentleman, aren't you? Who said that? I don't know him. The staff member didn't say anything, just pointed at her clothes. And Meng lowered her head and saw her Ultraman clothes. Well, do you believe me when I say I'm wearing the same clothes? Chapter 142. Tough guy appearance, girly heart. It's all your fault. What a stupid answer. I didn't even get the badge. On the deck, and Meng looked angry. But I answered all the questions correctly. No problem. Why were you kicked out? All I can say is that he is jealous of my talent. You've always been good at comforting yourself. Ning Yufei, where are we going next? Go. Hey, why'd you come out too? It seemed like the staff kicked us out. And Meng asked, Now that you two are out, it's no fun for me to stay there alone. And Meng was touched. What a good brother. Oh no, such a good brother. After leaving the central hall, and Meng took out his phone and made another call. After Luo, who disappeared mysteriously, and Meng did not let it go. She knew that Lu Lin had connections with the police, so she wanted to ask if Luo, who was still in custody. But now that she can't contact Lu Linha, she can only contact Shimoan. It's a pity that even if I called Silent One, no one answered. After all, this is the high seas, and there are no signal base station equipment around, so communication equipment is equivalent to waste here, and you can only play standalone games. Speaking of which, the first time she called Shinma, one was because she accidentally left something at the company, and Shinma, one was very shocked at the time. Ma'am, how do you know my phone number? Do you have a stack of business cards on your desk? Yes, that's right. When I left last time, I took a stack of cards to practice flying cards, and I haven't finished practicing yet. She beat it over and over again, but unfortunately the result was always the same. Chi Yi, in the distance, urged, Hurry up, and Meng, what are you standing there for? Although Chi Yi is very carefree, he sometimes pays attention to details. In front of outsiders, he never calls An Meng by her previous name. Oh, here it comes. An Meng followed the two and experienced the entertainment facilities on the ship. Before, An Meng had only heard that the ship was very big, but he had no actual concept of it. Only after she got on board did she realize how big the ship was. This ship has about a dozen decks, and this one alone would probably take up the entire day. Oh my god, there's actually a roller coaster here. Come on, I must ride it. Chi said excitedly. Ning Yufei was a little embarrassed. Why don't we go ride the carousel? The indoor roller coaster is shorter and not as exaggerated as the outdoor one, but is still quite thrilling. She couldn't accept it. Chi, that thing is not for tough guys. You will go, right, An Meng? And Meng hesitated. You know, in her previous life, she died from bungee jumping because she was too tough. In this life, she seemed to be a lot less courageous and had developed aversion to these stimulating projects. Meng will come with me, right? Ning Yufei hugged An Meng's arm and looked at her with her innocent eyes. Yeah, and Meng nodded heavily. Thanks to Yufei, she no longer needs to find any other excuses. Chi scratched his head. Oh my god, why are you acting like a woman now? What are you talking about? I'm just a woman, right? And Meng said, puffing out her chest and speaking with confidence. Then I'll go by myself, and we'll gather here later. Chi said that he was going to the roller coaster alone, while An Meng and Ning Yufei were going to the carousel. Because the carousel was a little far away, the two of them were not in a hurry and walked slowly. As a result, before they arrived, Chi hurried back. And Meng wondered, why are you here again? No way, there's a clown. Are you scolding yourself? It's not me, it's over there. And Meng looked in the direction Chi pointed and found that the scary clown who had scared them before was following them, looking straight at them with a creepy smile. That bloody and hideous face, coupled with the cheerful music in the amusement park, was really inexplicably weird. And Meng, isn't this clown just a human in makeup? What's there to be afraid of? Aren't the others sitting there just the same? No, this guy's targeting me. Yes, we didn't know where he was hiding at first. When the others walked in, he didn't show up at all. When I was about to go in, he suddenly jumped out and blocked me, not letting me in at all. Then you can't push him away? What are you pushing? I'm telling you, this guy could dress like this and behave so weirdly. Most likely he has a mental problem. Why should I provoke him? You'd better just go ride the carousel. And Meng took the opportunity to taunt him. Why are you riding a merry-go-round? Aren't you a tough guy? Chi, I have a tough appearance, but a girl's heart. At this time, a passerby girl wearing a fox mask passed by. After hearing what they said, she said, You were talking about the clown, right? You are right. The guy is dressed so scary. Who dares to go? Are you going to ride the carousel? That's right. Where is it? I want to go, but I don't know the way. Please take me there. Okay. Just like that, a fox girl was added to the 3-person team. The 4 of them arrived at the carousel. While queuing, An Meng never expected to run into an acquaintance again. It was the man wearing the silver mask. Why are you here again? An Meng was speechless. Why is this guy like a dogskin plaster? He keeps sticking to them. It was just a coincidence. An Meng looked at him for a while, and after seeing the red diamond badge on his chest, she wondered, Hey, did you answer that question correctly? After you left, the organizers thought asking questions might be too difficult, so they changed it to a talent show. All you have to do is press a button, and you can get it for free. Chi Yi and An Meng, oh my god. If you want, I can give it to you. An Meng looked at the silent female companion beside the silver-faced man and said, If you really want to give it as a gift, give it to the girl next to you. Besides, I'm not interested in other people's things. Yes, I know. The girl looked up sharply. How did you know? Guess. Hearing that the other party was teasing her, An Meng rolled her eyes. What kind of person is this? He dares to hook up with others, even when there are girls around him. Are rich people really fickle? At this moment, the man's figure appeared in front of An Meng's eyes again. It is indeed rare to find a man as outstanding and loyal as Lao He. Wait, why did she think of him again? While they were talking, they lined up, sat down, and then walked around the amusement park for a few laps. Due to the small size of the indoor playground, there are only a few amusement facilities, and it didn't take long to experience them all. Chi asked, Where are we going next? The fox-masked woman said that outside the amusement park was the bow deck, and they could go there to enjoy the sea view. Several people came to the deck, feeling the sea breeze and looking at the boundless sea. When An Meng thought about how this huge ship was just a drop in the ocean, he couldn't help but feel a little insignificant. Just as she was lost in thought, a shadow on the ground suddenly caught her attention. There seemed to be only 6 of them in total. Why are there 7 figures on the ground? and one of them is particularly large. Confused, she looked up. After looking up, her eyes suddenly widened. They saw a tall observation tower above their heads, about 10 meters away from them. And on the observation deck, a clown covered in blood and with a hideous face was standing there, looking at the sea. In his hand, he was holding a long knife, which was shining in the sunlight. He lowered his head, looked at An Meng for a few seconds, then slowly picked up the long knife and placed it against his neck. The next second, the clown's body fell into the sea with a knife, and the head fell right in front of Chi. Chi heard some movement under his feet and picked it up. What the hell is this? After staring at it for a few seconds, he looked shocked. Fuck, chapter 143, strange suicide. When they saw the head on the ground, everyone was shocked. Their eyes unconsciously focused on the lookout tower, and they saw that the headless clown's body went limp, and he fell from the lookout tower and into the sea. Ah! A scream broke the calm weather and scared away the seagulls on the ground. Why would someone commit suicide out of the blue? An Meng said as he took out his cell phone. She had just turned on the screen when the silver-masked man grabbed her. What are you up to? Call the police. Can you make a phone call now? Besides, we're on the high seas now. Even if the police come, they have no power to enforce the law. An Meng paused. Strange. Why is this feeling of being educated so familiar? What should we do? We can't just pretend we didn't see it, right? There should be special security personnel on this ship. Let's go call them over and see how to handle this. Everyone contacted the staff on the Black Queen, and soon the staff came over. Leading the group was none other than the Black Queen's captain, Meng Fanshan. After arriving at the scene, he saw the head on the ground, and his expression did not change at all. What happens? After several people took turns explaining, Meng Fanshan frowned. In other words, you saw this man standing on the observation deck. Then he cut off his own head with a knife? Right. What about his body? I fell off this and into the sea. The murder weapon also fell into the sea. I don't know whether it fell into the sea or not, but it didn't fall on our side. And Meng explained. The captain ordered, Old Sue, send someone to check the surveillance on the deck to see what happened. As a luxury cruise ship, surveillance naturally covers every corner of the ship. The man called Lao Su turned and left. Because someone was killed, Meng Fanshan was quite serious and continued to inquire about the situation. Humans are always the animals that love to join in the fun. Soon, a large group of people gathered on the deck. All of them came to see the death scene out of curiosity. And Meng didn't know how they knew it. She only knew that what spread the fastest among the crowd might not be the virus, but rumors and hearsay. Old Sue came back and whispered something in Meng Fanshan's ear. Meng Fanshan looked a little surprised. What did you say? All the surveillance cameras on the ship are out of order. Yes, I don't know what happened. All the surveillance footage turned into static images. The relevant technicians are checking, but they can't find the problem for the time being. What are you all doing? Meng Fanshan scolded. Find out the identity of the deceased first. Clear. Old Sue wrapped the head with white cloth and took it back for research. About half an hour later, Old Sue hurried back. Captain, after comparison, the deceased should be Wu Long, the young master of Longsheng Group, and also a guest on board today. The makeup he wore on board was clown makeup. And what? There was a scar on the deceased's forehead, which was concave. There was also someone else's fingerprint on his head. We searched the fingerprint database and found that the fingerprint belonged to one of them. Meng Fanshan frowned. Did any one of you touch him? I. Chi raised his hand. I moved it. And Meng rolled her eyes. This isn't an awards ceremony. Why are you so excited? Why did you touch him? I thought it was a ball rolling over, so I picked it up and took a look. Indeed, he has always been good at picking up heads. And Meng agreed. What about the scars? Scars? Meng Fanshan took out the photo and said, There's an obvious scar on the deceased's forehead. Oh, I realized it was a head, so I threw it on the ground again. Any questions? No more. Meng Fanshan nodded. He looked at the huge crowd and said loudly, Everyone, please go back. For this suicide case, please clear the deck so that our crew can carry out follow-up work. After the captain spoke, the crowd dispersed one after another. And Meng and her companions were about to leave when she discovered that the silver-faced man was still standing there, looking up at the observation deck. What are you looking at? And Meng didn't know why he asked him, but she felt that the person in front of her gave her a very familiar feeling. The calm and indifferent look when encountering things was so much like him, especially when he looked up at the observation deck. It reminded her of how he looked at the ceiling in the abandoned school building. So she subconsciously felt that he seemed to have some other ideas. The silver-faced man looked at her for a while, then turned to her. It's okay. I was just thinking if I must die in this life, dying in a place like this would be quite interesting. Well, it seemed she was overthinking it. This guy is totally retarded. And Meng looked back and saw Qi Yi and Ning Yufei had already walked out. She followed him, only to hear Qi Yi say, "Fortunately, it was only a head that fell. If a body had fallen as well and hit someone, he would have had to take someone with him." And Meng raised his eyebrows and his eyes widened when he heard this. Wrong. Qi, what's wrong? The man's head fell straight down, but why did his body fall into the sea on the side? Qi, this. I know, I haven't lost my head before. Ning Yufei, maybe it's because the head is light and the body is heavy, so the body shifted and fell into the sea. And Meng frowned. Somehow, she always felt that there was something fishy going on. She tried to recall the details of the clown's suicide, but unfortunately, it happened in such a hurry that she didn't look at it carefully. What happened in the past is over and cannot be repeated. Thinking of this, she was suddenly stunned. Wait a moment. Although the past cannot be repeated, if she remembered correctly, she seemed to have the ability to view past memories. I have only seen other people's works before, and I wonder if I can see mine? She closed her eyes and tried hard to recall the scene just now. It was a pity that she felt dizzy from thinking about it, and there was only darkness before her eyes. She couldn't help but cover her head. And with this touch, a picture suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. After reviewing the memory again, she opened her eyes and said, "No, not only is the body wrong, but even the knife is wrong." Knife? Ning Yufei asked, what kind of knife? When the clown committed suicide, he cut off his own head with a knife. But how could he have cut off his own head directly with that knife? And Meng went on to explain, people can't kill themselves. When they feel pain, their bodies will stop. So even if he wants to cut his neck, he should just make a cut, not cut off the whole head. Yes. Qi also reacted. So what do you mean? I think. Before Meng could finish his words, he heard screams coming from the front, and a group of people ran towards them in panic. And Meng grabbed someone at random and asked, what happened in front? The man stared, still in shock. That clown is back to life. The three of them were stunned. Chapter 144 Prank. Resurrected? The three of them looked at each other, and An Meng asked again, what does resurrection mean? That's the man who died. He's resurrected now. He's over there. He's holding a knife in his hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qi waved his hand. I'm deducting one every day, and Lauda hasn't been resurrected yet. How can he be ranked in the front? Why are you always thinking about him? And Meng rolled her eyes at him. It's definitely impossible for him to be resurrected. Someone must have put on clown makeup and pretended to be him, trying to scare people on purpose. Sure enough, after a while, the ship's broadcast sounded. Dear guests, we have just discovered that someone on our ship has deliberately pretended to be a dead person and is even armed. We will conduct a full search. For safety reasons, please return to your rooms and do not go out until our staff has thoroughly investigated the matter. When the announcement was over, the guests quickly fled and ran to their respective rooms. Most of the people who come here are rich and powerful. They haven't had enough of their good days and don't want anything to go wrong here. In a blink of an eye, they were the only ones left on the bustling deck. You see, I said it was fake. And Meng said, you are quite smart, but this guy is really free now, actually playing a prank on the dead. How dare you say that about him? Aren't you the same? It's not the first time that I've been hypocritical. Speaking of this prank, and Meng felt that it was not that simple. However, just as this person died, someone appeared dressed as a clown. It was obviously not a coincidence, but a premeditated plan. But what is the other party's purpose? Is it just to scare people? She couldn't figure out. But it's also true that if she could figure it out, she would have stopped living in the daily city life and turned to suspenseful imagination. And Meng felt that strange things had been happening one after another since he boarded this ship. He first met an acquaintance named Luo who on the boat, and then the other party disappeared mysteriously. Later, the clown committed suicide again and was resurrected again. But now that I think about it calmly, that Luo, who should also be fake. First of all, as a suspect in a serious crime, the police will never let Luo, who go easily. Even if they let him go, they will not allow him to go abroad and come to the high seas. Secondly, this is a masquerade ball. Even if he really came, he would not attend in his real appearance. So, that Luo who should be someone else. But what she couldn't figure out was why someone would dress up as Luo, who, and be able to teleport. Although it is not ruled out that someone deliberately dressed up like him and attended the event as a prank. But the problem is that Luo, who has been out of contact for more than 10 years, and his friends should have forgotten him. The girl was suddenly stunned. Wait, there are some people who will never forget him. That's the person who pinned the murder on him. That means that person. Maybe it's someone from the research team. Thinking of this, An Meng suddenly felt a chill in his spine. She suddenly had an inexplicable intuition. Could it be that the person who played Luo, who has some connection with this suicidal clown? An Meng came back to her senses and found that it was Ning Yufei calling her. Where are we going now? Ning Yufei held up the map in her hand. There are still many places we haven't visited yet. And Meng waved her hands quickly. Why are we still going? Didn't the broadcast just say that we should go back to the room and wait for notification? Let's go back first. The three of them left the deck and headed towards the accommodation area. It is worth mentioning that the place where the clown appeared was exactly where they were going to pass on their way back. To be on the safe side, and Meng checked the map and deliberately chose a long detour to avoid that guy. Along the way, they did not encounter any special situations and successfully reached the floor where the room was located. Actually, what's there to be afraid of about a clown with a knife? He's just trying to scare these rich guys. If you don't believe me, tell him to come over. I'll beat him to death. Then you can go out and find him now. Forget it, I'm a little sleepy. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Just as they were flirting, they heard a pop sound behind them, like firecrackers. Everyone turned around quickly, but there was no one behind them. And Meng looked at Qi Yi and couldn't help but teasing. Are you a little too nervous? Who is nervous? I was just startled. The two of them joked for a while, and after turning their heads, their expressions were stunned again. At the end of the corridor, the hideous clown was standing there, staring at them. Then he rushed towards them. Ning Yufei streamet. Oh my gosh. Come into the house. Jia shouted, and Meng said anxiously, No, he's closer to our room. We can't outrun him. Turn around and run. The three of them ran away quickly, and, after going around several intersections, they found that the other party had not caught up with them, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, before I could relax for a few seconds, the clown appeared again on the opposite side. Chi was shocked and said, Oh my god, can this guy teleport? According to the map, this floor is not in the shape of a US dollar. If they want to reach the other side, this is the only way they can take. Is this a human or a ghost? The clown ran towards them with a hideous smile. In a hurry, and Meng saw the phone in Chi Ye's hand and hurriedly said, Chi Yi, throw it away. I just fucking bought it. Wait, and I'll give you a new one. Make a deal. Chi Yi threw the phone directly over. The clown raised his hand to block it, but the phone hit his arm and bounced away. As soon as he put down his arms, he saw the girl rushing towards him and gave him a flying kick. He was caught off guard and was hit in the chest, forcing him to take several steps back. If it's a real person, then I won't be afraid. Chapter 145 Husband, save me. And Meng took a deep breath and looked at the clown in front of him with sharp eyes. Although they didn't know what kind of magic the other party used to arrive before them, since he was able to hit him, it meant he was a human. As a human being, she has the ability to fight back. The clown took a few steps back and quickly steadied himself. And Meng waved at him in a provocative gesture. He shook his head and rushed towards An Meng again. After getting closer, he quickly reached out and tried to grab An Meng. And Meng dodged by jumping back and gave the clown a side kick towards the waist. The human ribs are very fragile, and once hit, it is easy to break several ribs. The position that An Meng kicked was also very tricky. She chose the right side where the clown raised his hand. At this time, his hand had already missed the target and was in a falling state, and he had no time to return a defense. But the other party naturally knew this, so he used his other hand to protect his waist. Just when she was about to kick, the girl's foot suddenly stopped in midair. The foot that touched the ground twisted violently on the ground, and her whole body turned around as well. An ordinary side kick suddenly turned into a 360-degree spinning kick, kicking towards the clown's left side. His defensive focus was all on the right side, leaving the left side wide open. And Meng's roundhouse kick was also very fast, leaving him no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the girl kicked him in the head. The clown was kicked directly against the wall and slowly fell to the ground. Are you stupid? This kick is the result of An Meng's 20 years of being single. Can you withstand it? Are you praising me or insulting me? And Meng retorted to Chi Yi, then turned to look at the clown and got into a fighting stance. The clown got up from the ground and gave An Meng a thumbs up. And Meng was very pleased and said with a smile, "Now you know how powerful I am, right? If you know, get out of here. Don't play tricks here. Otherwise, I will beat you up every time I see you." The clown nodded, then he reached behind his back and instantly pulled out two sharp knives. In the light, the sharp knife gleamed. The girl's laughter stopped abruptly. The clown rushed forward again. "Fuck, you're cheating." And Meng instantly got scared. After all, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. Seeing that the other side was serious, the three of them didn't dare to make any jokes anymore and turned around and ran away. There is no mood for joking when lives are threatened. They just ran to the end of the corridor and turned to the next intersection, but the clown appeared mysteriously on the opposite side. The three of them immediately turned back, but no matter how they escaped, the clown would appear at their next intersection in advance. They are like Monkey King in the hands of Buddha. No matter how they roll, they cannot escape from the palm of the other party. Is this guy a monster? Why can he teleport? Chi wondered. After tossing and turning, the three of them were exhausted and their speed slowed down visibly. The clown caught up and the distance between them was further shortened. After a while, he came behind a few people, opened two sharp knives, and slashed towards An Meng's legs. With this knife, she will definitely lose her ability to move. There's a kind of despair when you know danger is coming, but you are completely powerless to do anything about it. This is what An Meng is like at the moment. She had clearly moved her legs as hard as she could, but she could only watch the other person approach. The sharp knife was getting closer and closer to An Meng. In the next second, no, maybe even less than a second, she might die at the hands of the other party. Somehow, even though it was only a matter of a moment, her thoughts became very empty and very slow. Could it be that she encountered the legendary revolving lantern? Many fragments flashed before An Meng's eyes, including things he had experienced and people he had met. But in the end, what appeared before her eyes was a shadow. She was stunned and burst out laughing. Perhaps her thoughts were really like a girl's. Until the last moment, she was still fantasizing about the plot of a prince saving a princess. Idiot, what are you fantasizing about? That man would not appear in this place. However, they didn't expect that at the end of their lives, they didn't even have a proper goodbye. She slowly closed her eyes. Somehow, even though she knew there would be no miracle, she still couldn't help but shout out those words. "Husband, save me." At this moment, a bang sound suddenly came from the distance. Clang. The sharp knife fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The clown was startled, and only then did he realize that his hands were hanging down limply. He looked down and found that there was a bloody hole in his arm. He looked back and found that there was a man standing behind him. A man wearing a silver mask. At this moment, the man was holding a pistol in his hand, pointing it straight at him. Fortunately, the captain didn't lie to me. This gun really works. The Joker turned and tried to run away. Papa! After 2 gunshots, his legs went limp and he fell to the ground helplessly. "Sorry, I didn't agree to let you escape." The silver-masked man turned the gun in his hand, put the gun in his belt, and slowly walked over. The three were stunned. They were saved? Is this guy so awesome? Chi said with emotion. If you had told me earlier, I would have been clinging to him a long time ago. And Meng didn't say anything, just stared at him blankly. While he was distracted, the silver-masked man had already appeared in front of the clown. Okay, now it's time for the cross-examination phase. The clown was lying on the ground. Suddenly, he turned around and threw the sharp knife in his hand towards the silver-masked man's face. The man dodged to the side, and although the sharp knife did not cause any damage, it knocked off his mask. After revealing that face, An Meng's mouth was so big that it seemed like it could fit an egg. Is she hallucinating? Why does it look like Lu Linha under that silver mask? Lu Linha was stunned and touched his face. You can't escape, just accept your fate. The Joker grinned. The next second, blood suddenly flowed out of his mouth. Lu Linha glared and quickly pinched the clown's cheek, but unfortunately the other party was already dead. There's poison in your mouth? Lu Linha narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect that he would still trick me. He put the clown down, turned his head, and just happened to meet the girl's eyes. Lu Linha's throat moved slightly. Now that his identity was exposed, he had no reason to continue acting. He whispered, I'm sorry, I was almost late. The girl pursed her lips, lowered her head, and ran towards him. Throw yourself into someone's arms after being a hero saving the beauty? Lu Linha curled the corners of his lips and opened his hands. But An Meng ran up to him, and instead of jumping into his arms as he had expected, she pushed him away with force. Chapter 146: The Danger Continues. Lu Linha was pushed away, and his expression was rarely surprised. Meng, why? Why? And Meng said excitedly, "You were right beside me. Why did you wait until the last minute to show up? Are you trying to act cool and act like a hero? Have you ever thought that we almost died?" Lu Linha explained, "I didn't do it on purpose. I was following you the whole time, but I couldn't follow you too closely, otherwise you would notice me. And because you were running back and forth in the hotel, you left me behind. I just got here. Then why did you hide your identity from me, and even use another identity to tease me? I originally boarded the ship in secret and couldn't expose myself easily. There were many eyes and ears on the ship. If I had revealed my identity at the time, they would have wanted to deal with me first, and I would have lost the initiative. Then why did you lie to me? What did you lie to me about? You suddenly disappeared for several days. I went to find Chun Shengwen to ask you where you were going. He said you went abroad for business. I called you many times, but you didn't answer. I thought something had happened to you. But here you were on this luxury ferry, hugging your female companion, looking so happy." The girl pouted, her tone sour. Lu Linha frowned, then his eyes lit up. Meng, are you jealous of me?" He seemed to suddenly understand why An Meng was angry. And Meng paused. Who is jealous of you? Stop being so self-righteous." Lu Linha smiled without saying anything. Sometimes it can be really a headache to marry its under a wife. Chi said at this time, "What's wrong with you, An Meng? Mr. Lu saved us at the critical moment. It's fine if you don't thank him, but why are you blaming him? This is not good. Doesn't it make him feel disappointed?" And Meng was stunned. Yes, Lu Linha was obviously here to save them. But why did she feel inexplicably angry? Although An Meng's thoughts are gradually becoming more feminine and emotional, she still retains some masculine rationality. After calming down and thinking about it, she realized that her temper was indeed inappropriate. However, even though she noticed it, she felt a little embarrassed at the moment. Lu Linha broke the silence at this time. "It's okay. Meng and I have a good relationship. She was just joking with me. Right, Meng?" After that, he pulled An Meng into his arms. Seeing that she was still trying to struggle, he quickly whispered in the girl's ear, "I'll explain it to you later. Let's get rid of the enemy first." And Meng was stunned. "Enemy? Isn't the enemy lying here? This is just one of them. Obviously, there are more than one person on the other side." "You mean, he has accomplices?" And Meng said in shock. "You have to know that this clown is not joking. He wants to kill people. If the enemy is still there, it means they are still in danger and could die at any time. Yes, if I guess correctly, these people are connected to the research team back then." Lu Linha explained. "The reason why I came to this ship is because I saw Zhou Donghua appear on this ship last year." Who is Zhou Donghua? He was the former president of Dingda Group and the main initiator of the research project. However, Zhou Donghua died several years ago, so the one who showed up last year was definitely not him. He was most likely a member of the research team. He must have some purpose, wanting to let someone in the know see him and then trick him here. By the way, I also saw Luo Hu appear today." "Luo Hu?" "Yes, I saw Luo Hu today and greeted him, but he ignored me. So, this clown who wanted to arrest us is also a member of the research team. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. Then why did he arrest us? I feel like it's not about arresting you. It's about arresting you. I guess they wanted to capture the people who came to investigate the research team, but there were too many guests on the ship and they couldn't lock onto the target. So they came up with an idea, which was to send someone to pretend to be Luo Hu. Anyone who knew him and greeted him would be their target. Then why did they arrest me? I don't know the details yet. I didn't want to catch him and ask him, but he ended up taking poison." Ning Yufei. So the clown who committed suicide was also their accomplice? From the current perspective, it shouldn't be the case. That person should really be dead. Lu Linha analyzed. That Wu Long should have also provoked them. After they killed him, they directly used his clown makeup to play tricks. Wait, kill him? Didn't he commit suicide? It was just a fake suicide. The knife the clown was holding couldn't possibly chop off the entire head. The head fell off, but the body fell further into the sea. This is all very unreasonable. Chi. Yes, and Meng said the same thing. Huh? Did you notice it too? This shouldn't be the case. Lu Linha was a little surprised. Humph, how difficult is that? So, you also know the technique? I'm not very clear. I just think his death is very strange. It's very simple. All it takes is two people's body and brain to do it. Two people. The man below covered his head with clothes, and then put the dead person's head on it to disguise it as his own head. After that, he just had to cut it off and then jump into the sea to complete his suicide in front of everyone. No, if that's the case, then that person also fell into the sea, right? Just have someone place the lifeboat down there in advance. And what about the body of the deceased? I'm afraid it has been thrown into the sea a long time ago. Why would they just throw the head away and fake the disappearance? Why would they stage a suicide? I'm afraid there are two reasons. First, this can divert the real death scene and get rid of suspicion. After all, the quota for this ship is very precious. They may not have many people coming. If they're caught by the people on the ship, they will be outnumbered. Second, they want to create panic because there are many guests on the ship. If they catch you in public, it will not only be easy to attract help from others, but you can also use the crowd to escape. So as long as they create panic, the guests will hide in their rooms out of fear, making it easier for you to be left alone. Oh, your reasoning is very brilliant, worthy of Lu Linha, the woman said with a smile. There were 3 people sitting in the dark space. The woman put out the cigarette in her hand. Black Wolf has also been killed. The situation may be more difficult next time. It seems that we need to get rid of him first. Then I'll go, said another man lightly. Well, I'm relieved if you go, but it's better not to kill him. Bring him back. Our new boss seems to like him very much. The woman continued. Try your best. The man walked out. After a while, he turned back. By the way, bringing back just the head still counts as coming back, right? Chapter 147, Still Caring About Him. After Lu Linha explained the other party's intentions, he began to make a plan. The other party will definitely get old, so we need to make a good plan. The next plan is... As Lu Linha spoke, he looked up at Ning Yufei and Shi Yi. Seeing that they were listening attentively, he slowly spoke. Everyone go back to their own home and find their own mother. Don't you understand? Just go back to your own room. Ning Yufei, you mean we should separate? That's right. But isn't it dangerous now? Shouldn't we stay together at times like this? Unity brings strength. No need. The other party's target is basically confirmed to be An Meng. As long as the two of you stay away from her, there will be no danger. You are likely to become hostages if you are there, which will be a burden. Besides, everyone's rooms are very close to each other, so if something goes wrong, we can provide timely support. Lu Linha's tone was very firm and did not allow anyone to question him. So they had no choice but to go to their room. Because they were busy escaping, they ran here and there and covered quite a long distance, so it would take some time to walk back. On the way back, Chi Yi and Ning Yufei walked in front, while Lu Linha and An Meng followed side by side. As An Meng was walking, he suddenly felt his head lighten. She turned her head and found that Lu Linha had taken off her Ultraman helmet. Yes, until just now, she had been wearing a helmet. Why are you touching my helmet? Wearing this will affect your vision. Lu Linha said, his voice suddenly became softer, and I want to see you. Lu Linha looked at her for a while and nodded. Well, my wife is still so beautiful. Who is your wife? Whoever called me husband just now is me, Lu Linha replied. The girl's pretty face suddenly became hot. Only then did she remember that she had subconsciously shouted, Husband, save me, just now. This is really embarrassing. She pursed her lips and said, I'm not calling you. Who is that calling? Tell me his name. Yes. The girl was speechless for a moment. Forget it. I won't tell you anymore. As she spoke, she quickened her pace. Lu Linha also followed randomly and always kept pace with him. His arms swayed as he walked, seemingly naturally. But if you look closely, you will find that his hands were getting closer and closer to the girl. Finally, the two hands touched each other. He did not evacuate, but instead wanted to follow the clues. But the girl noticed it first. Like a frightened rabbit, she quickly moved her hand away and looked at Lu Linha. What are you doing? Lu Linha paused, then resolutely reached out and held it. Since we've been discovered trying to sneak around, we might as well just do it openly. And Meng was startled. She looked forward and saw that the two people in front of her didn't notice their abnormality. She first breathed a sigh of relief, then shook off the other person's hand. I'm telling you, we're just forced to face the enemy now. I haven't forgiven you yet. That female companion was just an actress I hired to disguise my identity. Do you really not trust me? That's not what I'm talking about. What is that? The girl was speechless. I'm too lazy to tell you. As she spoke, she quickened her pace. The man looked at her from behind. Then his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. When a girl saw that Lu Linha hadn't caught up with her for a long time, she couldn't help but look back curiously and was shocked. Hello. She hurried to Lu Linha and helped him up. The two people in front turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "That person just now seems to be poisonous. I feel a little dizzy." Is it serious? Do you need someone to take a look at it?" the girl asked anxiously. "Fortunately, I can still hold on for now, but I can't walk. Help me." Oh. And Meng put Lu Linha's arm on his shoulders and helped him move forward. Lu Linha lowered his head, looking uncomfortable, but actually he was smiling. "If you don't let him hold your hand, he will just hug you." Sure enough, the little girl said tough, but she still cared about him in her heart. He put his arm around Meng's shoulders and leaned his head towards her. That light fragrance always made him addicted, no matter how many times he smelled it. The girl turned her head and looked at Lu Linha, her eyes wide open like an angry cat. Lu Linha was unaware of the danger and even reached out to tease her. And Meng grabbed the hand and put it in his mouth. He was wrong. It turned out that the cat in his house was not a cat, but a dog. After turning a few corners, they were still 2 blocks away from the room. At this time, they passed by a public toilet, and Lu Linha said, "Wait a moment. What's wrong?" "It may be because of the toxins. My stomach hurts a little. Hold on a little longer. We'll be in the room soon." Lu Linha looked at her and asked, "Do you know what the furthest distance in the world is?" "Life and death." "No, it's when you're about to have diarrhea and you're still several blocks away from home. You want to hold on, but the lotus leaves are already budding and it's hard to move forward. Hey, why don't you go now?" "I can't go by myself." "Why?" "I'm poisoned, so I need someone to hold me up." "Please, Meng." "Why me?" And Meng was speechless for a while. Just as she was about to carry Lu Linha in, Ning Yufei said, "Wait a minute. Meng, you want to follow him into the men's restroom?" And Meng paused and said, "Oh yes, she's a girl now, so she is not allowed to enter the men's restroom. But for her, going to the men's restroom is as relaxing as going home, and it is not a restricted area at all." She waved her hand and said, "It's okay. No one will go to the bathroom outside anyway." After saying that, she helped Lu Linha into the men's restroom. As soon as she entered, and Meng realized that her idea was totally wrong. Not only was there someone in the men's restroom, but there were also 2 men urinating in the urinal. "What happened to Ah Fei? He has been in the toilet for over an hour and has not come out. We have to risk our lives to go out to the toilet." Hey, just now at the dance party in the hall, he met an Indian businessman who told him that they have a kind of water that can prolong life. Ah Fei spent a lot of money to buy a bottle, and after drinking it, he realized that it was Ganges water. "Okay, then it will take at least 2 hours. I don't know what he is thinking." As the two were talking, and Meng came in, supporting Lu Linha, the man leaning outside took a look subconsciously, and when he saw the girl, his eyes suddenly widened. He subconsciously turned around and tried to avoid it, but he forgot that his good brother was still standing beside him. Chapter 148, People sometimes cannot control themselves. Sometimes people can't control themselves, like vomiting when drunk, groaning in pain, laughing out loud, etc. So that's why you peed all over me. I just felt a little overwhelmed when I saw a girl coming in. So that's why you peed all over me. And Meng was laughing secretly on the side. Back then, no one cared when she went into the men's restroom, but I didn't expect that she would be so lethal now. Maybe this is what they call things have changed, and people have changed. As she was sighing, Lu Linha protected her behind him and stared at them closely. "Didn't the broadcast say that everyone should go back to their rooms? What are you two doing here?" His eyes became sharp, like a sharp knife flashing with a cold light, making people unable to look directly at him. Ordinary guests should have hidden in their houses long ago and dared not come out. Those who are still hanging around outside are most likely enemies. Although judging from the feeling alone, these 2 people were full of flaws and did not give him the feeling of being enemies. But it's not ruled out that the 2 of them hid too well. After all, masters always reveal their flaws on purpose. The guy who had his pants peed was already in a bad mood. Seeing that Lu Linha not only did not apologize, but also questioned him, he immediately retorted, "Who are you to control us? What are you doing here?" That's right. I think he probably wanted to take advantage of the fact that no one was around to bring his girlfriend here for some exciting fun, and we caught him. And Meng was startled, then said angrily, "Hey, what are you two talking about?" Before she could finish her words, Lu Linha held her down and signaled her not to speak. A hint of pride flashed across the faces of the 2 boys. "So, you've been right about what we said, so you don't dare to refute it, right?" Lu Linha glanced at them, reached for the pistol in his belt, and then performed a quick gun-drawing move. By the time they reacted, the gun was already pointed at their faces. The two were suddenly horrified and frightened and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Brother, spare my life." The moment Lu Linha drew his gun, he had already determined that the two of them were not enemies. After all, if it was an enemy, he would never be so defenseless. He pointed the gun at the door and said, Go back to the house immediately, and don't come out casually. Got it. We will never ruin your good deeds again." The two men got up from the ground and ran away. An Meng rolled her eyes and hit Lu Linha. "Why don't you explain it?" "Explain what?" "They misunderstood." "It's okay. We can make sure they don't get the wrong idea." "What criticism are you making?" "They've all left. How can we avoid misunderstandings?" "Look, if we didn't do that, then he did misunderstand. But on the other hand, as long as we do what they say, then they won't misunderstand, right?" The girl leaned back, her expression dull for a moment. "There's such a solution." Lu Linha curled the corners of his lips and slowly walked towards the girl. "Don't come over here." And Meng was about to run away, but was grabbed by Lu Linha and held in his arms. "Save Min." Ugh. Before she could shout out, Lu Linha covered her mouth. "Don't shout. Let me hold you for a while," the man said in a low voice. The girl in his arms was not obedient and was still struggling. "I miss you." As soon as these words were spoken, the girl instantly calmed down. Lu Linha didn't say anything. These days, he thought about her all the time. "I miss her quirky appearance. I miss the refreshing fragrance of her hair. I miss her graceful body." Just now, he had barely been able to restrain his behavior because of the presence of others. But now, the beast in his heart seemed to have awakened, and no one could stop it. He hugged An Meng from behind, buried his face in her hair, and sniffed for a long time. An Meng is like a little kitten being sucked wildly by his owner. She grinned, her eyes were empty, and she felt like her soul had been sucked away by the other person. Lu Linha rubbed An Meng's little face for a while. "Okay, now it's time to get serious." "Really?" An Meng blinked and quickly protected her chest. "You, don't do anything rash. I rented this tights, and I still have to return it." Lu Linha was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's not where I'm talking about." "Not there." And Meng's eyes went blank, and then her pretty face turned red, and she squeezed her legs together. "That's even worse. What on earth are you thinking about all day long?" "I'm talking about the battle plan." "Oh, the battle plan." The girl breathed a sigh of relief. "Of course, if you want to, it's not impossible," Lu Linha said, gesturing at the girl's chest. And Meng slapped his hand away instantly. "You wish. So what is your plan?" "The cat replaces the prince." "Huh. You and Chi Yi are both wearing Ultraman clothes and helmets. I will call him in later, and then you can swap clothes and pretend to be each other. Then Chi Yi is in danger, right? Don't worry. Their target is you. As long as they don't catch you, Chi Yi's life will not be in danger. Instead, they will use him as a hostage. Once they fail, it will be our chance to fight back. How long have these two guys been in there? I wonder if they've fallen into the pit and can't get out." Outside the toilet, Chi Yi leaned against the wall, waiting impatiently. "It's inevitable that it will take some time because of diarrhea," Ning Yufei comforted. At this time, Chi Yi's cell phone rang. It was An Meng calling. "No way. You're still calling when we're so close? This is really the information age." Chi Yi said as he picked up the phone. "Hello, what's going on?" "What? Oh, okay. Wait a minute then." "Ning Yufei, what's wrong?" She said, "They didn't bring any paper, so she asked me to bring some in." "Then why don't you just come out and get it?" She said that Lu Linha was exhausted, and if she didn't support him, he would fall into the pit. Ning Yufei's mouth twitched, then sent it to him quickly. Chi took the paper and went into the bathroom. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them supported Lu Linha and walked out. At this time, An Meng put on Ultraman's helmet again and was supported by two Ultramen. The scene was very funny. Although An Meng's height has shrunk a lot after she became a girl, Chi Yi is not tall either. The two are almost the same height. If it weren't for the different colors of clothes they wear and her relatively firm chest, it would be really difficult to tell who is who. Walk down the next corridor, and you will arrive at your accommodation. Ning Yufei arrived at her room first. Next door to her was Chi Yi, who also entered the room. Next to Chi Yi's room was An Meng's, and An Meng and Lu Linha also entered the room at the end. After the four of them returned to the room, two figures, a man and a woman, walked out at the end of the corridor. The man was also dressed like a scary clown, and the woman was actually the fox girl they had met before. The man said, Now we can start. Sure, but which room are you going to? Of course it's the one that Lu Linha and An Meng went into. No, there's no An Meng in that room. What? With Lu Linha's brain, do you think it went in just to have diarrhea? Does he have any other ideas? Before Meng entered the bathroom, she was not wearing a helmet, but after coming out, both of them were wearing helmets. I think Lu Linha should have asked them to swap clothes so that we could make the wrong judgment. So, the fox girl pointed to Chi Ye's room. The real An Meng should be there. Chapter 149. It's not surprising to be able to dodge bullets. What? You said she was in that room. Hearing the woman's analysis, the man raised his eyebrows and said, "What you said does make some sense, but according to what you said, if the woman is alone in the room now, then if we go there now, wouldn't we be able to protect her?" That's right. Have you forgotten who Lu Linha is? He's a businessman. Businessmen are actually gamblers. As the saying goes, the most dangerous thing is the safest. Once he wins the bet, they will have complete control over the initiative. But isn't your guess also a gamble? So there are two gamblers here. No, three. Three. That's right. The woman raised her lips. The decision you made after listening to me is also a gamble, isn't it? Can't you see the future? Then please let me see if your vision of the future is accurate, Mr. Xiaobin, the organization's prophet. The man fell silent. The night gradually deepened. Looking out the window, the sky and the sea were both pitch black, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Just looking at the sky, An Meng always felt that something big was going to happen. I hope Lao He's judgment will not be wrong. As she was thinking, she heard a sound coming from the ceiling. She shuddered. Wait, is there someone up there? At this moment, the man was crawling on the ventilation duct. In the end, he chose to listen to the woman and went to Chi Ye's room. He crawled for a while and suddenly stopped. The room below should be there. We need to enter combat mode in advance. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and lay there motionless. After a while, he opened his eyes again, and his pupils magically changed from black to lake blue. He climbed up to the vent, took out the tools and tinkered with them, then easily removed the vent baffle. He jumped down the vent and came to the bathroom in the house. The roof of the toilet was at least 2 meters away from the ground, but after Xiaobin landed, there was no movement. He walked out quietly. When he arrived at the bathroom door, he did not go out immediately. Instead, he leaned against the wall and observed the situation in the room through the reflection of the bathroom glass. There was nothing unusual in the room, except for someone lying on the bed covered with a quilt, with a bulge rising and falling. He took a deep breath and pulled out a needle from his belt. This is an anesthetic injection. If it hits the target, it can instantly make the opponent lose the ability to move. He quickly rushed out of the bathroom, heading straight for the big white bed. But when he was halfway through the run, his expression suddenly froze, and then he suddenly lowered his head. There was a bang of a gunshot, and the bullet flew past his head. After the gunshot, there was a loud crash, and the tall blue and white porcelain next to the TV suddenly shattered, and there was actually a person hidden inside. It was none other than Lu Linha. He walked out, shook himself off, and shook off the porcelain fragments on his body. I didn't expect you could dodge this. Xiaobin smiled. I didn't expect you to hide here. It seems that you had predicted that we would come to this room, right? We didn't see you go out of the corridor at all. I guess you must have entered the next room and then climbed over from the balcony. You're really brave. There's a vast ocean outside. If you fail, you'll be fed to the fish. Their 2 rooms are adjacent, and they can easily climb over to the balcony. After all, you're not fools. If it is just a single tactic, you will definitely be seen through. We can only use a series of tricks. Lu Linha smiled and said, Your target is on the bed now. Why don't you catch him? Do you think I will believe it? If I'm not mistaken, there should be a large pillow and a device that releases anesthetic spray on the bed, right? You can even guess this. It seems that I will definitely not let you go back today. Lu Linha said with a smile. The man laughed. Why? Just because of the gun in your hand? Let me tell you in advance, the gun is useless. The bullets can't hit me. I've seen people bragging before, but this is the first time I've seen people talking nonsense. Whether it's bullshit or not, you'll know in a moment. Okay, Lu Linha said. His expression suddenly became serious. He quickly drew his gun, pointed it at Xiaobin, and fired 3 consecutive shots. Bang, bang, bang. The distance between the two of them was only a few meters, and he was a well-known quick shooter, and he could draw his gun in less than half a second. It can be said that his gun-drawing skill is a killer move that is faster than an instant kill. Moreover, there is a science to the 3 bullets he fired. Every time he fired a shot, He would twist his wrist slightly to cause the trajectory of each bullet to shift slightly. The 3 bullets were scattered in a fan shape, and the terrain was narrow, so whether he went left or right, he had nowhere to escape. But what happened next was so shocking that even Lu Linha couldn't help but be stunned. Xiaobin did not dodge to the sides, but quickly lay down before he fired and successfully dodged. Lu Linha quickly fired at the ground, and he rolled to the side again. Lu Linha raised his eyebrows, because the side he rolled on was the bed. If he lay prone on the ground, he would have no way to retreat, and then onto the bed, where a hypnotic gas device was waiting for him. Isn't this a dead end? Lu Linha subconsciously felt that things might not be that simple, but the opportunity was right in front of him, and he didn't have time to think about it and pulled the trigger again. But at the moment he pulled the trigger, Xiaobin pushed forward with both hands, jumped up like a toad, and dodged the bullet again. He turned in the air, drew an arc in midair above the bed, and landed perfectly on the other side of the bed. Lu Linha quickly pointed the gun at him, but at this moment, Xiaobin did not dodge or evade, but put his hands in his pockets. Don't bluff. I bet your gun is empty. Lu Linha raised the corner of his lips. Are you so confident? Of course, otherwise you can just shoot me to death. I won't hide, Xiaobin said as he opened his arms and completely relaxed. Lu Linha raised the gun, pointed it at Xiaobin, and pulled the trigger again. However, the sound coming from the muzzle was not a bang, but a click. Okay, you won the bet. Lu Linha put the gun back in his belt. Although he still had some spare bullets, the current situation obviously left him no chance to change them. How did you do that? It's just dodging bullets. Nothing special, right? Really? Since I won, please just surrender. I only said that you won the bet this time, but that doesn't mean you won completely. Don't forget that the person you most wanted to catch hasn't been caught yet. Don't be so stubborn. To tell you the truth, someone has already gone to the next room. Choosing between the two has never been my style. I usually want both. Oh, really? Lu Linha smiled. At this time, the intercom on Xiaobin's chest rang. It was the voice of the fox girl, just now. The people here have also been caught. Xiaobin raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Lu Linha with a provocative look. But An Meng is not in this room. His smile disappeared immediately. What? Chapter 150. Spare my life, sir. An Meng isn't here? Then who is there? It's still the same man. When the fox girl asked Xiaobin to choose, his answer was that he wanted them all. He attacked Chi Ye's room, where An Meng was most likely to be, while the fox girl went to investigate An Meng's original room. After the fox girl entered the room, she saw a woman with a curvy figure and wearing an Ultraman helmet lying on the bed. She did not give him a chance to escape and subdued him in an instant. But when the hood was taken off, the hidden face was not An Meng, but Chi Yi. The bulge in the chest was just propped up by a large amount of toilet paper. Seeing the fox woman's surprise, Chi Yi laughed. Hee hee. Surprise. The woman chuckled a few times. You are really brave. You're so relaxed even after being caught. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? What are you afraid of? You won't kill anyone before you capture An Meng. Besides, you are outnumbered on this ship. You don't want to cause any trouble except for the necessary targets. The fact that you're wearing a mask is the best proof. It's obvious that you are afraid that we will see your real face. Since you don't let us see your face, it means that you don't want to kill innocent people. Good analysis. Did Lu Linha teach you that? That's right. Chi looked proud. What if I were like this? The fox girl took off her mask. The moment she revealed her face, Chi was stunned for a moment. It was not just because the other party took off the mask, but more importantly, he seemed to recognize the face under the mask. Under the mask, it was actually Jiangjun. At this moment, her smile was as gentle as the spring breeze. Why? Are you surprised to see me? Chi was silent for a long time. Then he looked at the silver moon outside the window and let out a long sigh. What do you mean? Nothing. I just suddenly remembered 2 sentences. What? Every encounter in this world is a reunion after a long separation. What's the next sentence? The next sentence is... Chi looked at her and knelt down. Please spare my life, sir. Xiaobin narrowed his eyes and lowered his head in thought. After a moment, he looked at Lu Linha. This is another one of your tricks to lure the tiger away from the mountain. No one has left the 2 rooms from beginning to end, so An Meng must still be hiding somewhere in the house. He looked at Lu Linha and pointed the needle in his hand at him. Where is she? If you don't tell me, you'll be in big trouble. Okay, don't get excited. Lu Linha raised his hands. In fact, An Meng is not in this room. We know that if she is on this ship, no matter where she hides, you will chase her. So the best way is to leave this ship. Leave? How do you leave? It's very simple. Just jump from the balcony into the sea. She should be swimming back to the island by now. The ship has sailed dozens of miles. Do you think she is a shark? Or do you think I am a fool? Both. Xiaobin raised his eyebrows. Since you won't tell me, I can only get rid of you first and then find it myself. After saying that, he instantly threw out a flying needle. Lu Lin dodged one with a flash, but the second one followed closely behind. He quickly dodged backwards, but the third silver needle was already waiting for him where he landed. He was unable to dodge and could only raise his hand to block it, and the silver needle pierced straight into his arm. His right arm lost feeling instantly. He frowned. What's up with this guy? It feels like all his actions are within his calculations. But Xiaobin didn't give him a chance to react, and several flying needles followed. Several needles pierced his legs, causing Lu Linhe to fall to his knees. After knocking Lu Linhe down, Xiaobin started searching the house. He first patted the wall, and after making sure there was no darkroom, he smashed all the vases. Listening to the noise outside the house, An Meng huddled into a ball. She covered her mouth tightly and barely managed to control her breathing. Xiaobin searched very carefully, even pulling out the drawers of the bedside table and looking through them one by one. No matter how he turned the room upside down, he couldn't find any trace of An Meng. He narrowed his eyes. Where can this person go? The carpet-style search even made him a little tired. He took a few breaths and looked at Lu Linhe. Where did she go? Lu Linhe shrugged. I don't know either. Xiaobin grabbed his collar and took out a silver needle. But the tip of this needle is purple. This is a poison needle. If you're hit by one, you will die on the spot. I don't want to kill you, but if you don't cooperate, I'm sorry. Lu Linhe's expression was also somewhat solemn. Okay, I'll tell you. Hurry up and tell me. She really wasn't in the room. During the day, I came here along the balcony, and she climbed directly along the balcony to the upper floor. Since then, we have parted ways, and I don't know where she went. You're still lying to me. Each deck is at least 5 meters high, and there are protrusions outside the ship. How could she possibly climb up? He punched Lu Linhe and was about to continue when the intercom rang. We found her trace. The voice on the intercom was not Jiang Jun's, but another woman's. Xiaobin was startled. Where? In the accommodation area upstairs. Go quickly and don't let her get away. After the intercom ended, Lu Linhe said, See, I didn't lie to you. He did not respond, but took away Lu Linhe's pistol. You can't move now. Stay here for a while. I'll come back to find you after I catch her. Having said that, Xiaobin rushed out quickly. He followed the instructions on the intercom and arrived at the corresponding floor. He soon saw the woman wearing an Ultraman costume and a helmet in the corridor. When the other party saw him coming, he turned around and ran away. He casually threw a silver needle at him, causing him to fall to the ground on the spot. Xiaobin walked up, and after taking off the hood, he discovered that the person underneath the helmet was not An Meng, but a woman he had never seen before. Who the hell are you? Xiaobin said angrily. He picked up the pistol and pointed it at the woman's head. Ah, the woman screamed in fear. I am a staff member on the ship. Big brother, please don't kill me. Staff? Why are you wearing this outfit? Tell me, and I won't kill you. I said this outfit was given to me by the captain. He said clowns wouldn't hurt people in strange clothes, and it would be safer for me to patrol here at night wearing this outfit. Xiaobin's eyes widened. Oops, he fell into the trap again. Chapter 151. Don't set flags randomly. In the room, Lu Linhe leaned against the wall and gasped for a long time. He should have gone far away. Come out, Meng Meng. After Lu Linhe finished speaking, no one in the room responded. After a moment, the cabinet beside the bed suddenly shook, and the drawer popped out by itself and fell to the ground, which was inexplicably strange. Generally in supernatural novels, the ghosts that appear at this time are evil spirits that harm people. But clearly that's not the case here. After all the drawers were pushed open, a beautiful girl came out. And Meng squatted on the ground, holding on to the cabinet, and looked around with her beautiful eyes. After seeing Lu Linhe fall to the ground, a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. Lao He, she ran to Lu Linhe and asked nervously, Are you okay? The man raised his lips and smiled. Fortunately, I won't die. Bah, don't say that. Where are you hurt? In fact, he wasn't injured too much. He was just hit by a few needles, and now he can't move. After Lu Linhe finished explaining, he quickly said, Now is not the time to talk about this. They have been lured away. Continue according to the plan. Lu Linhe's plan was not simply to replace the prince with a cat, but to lure the tiger away from the mountain. In fact, Lu Linha knew very well that in this ship, he was like Sun Wukong, standing in the palm of Buddha. No matter how powerful he was, he could not escape from that palm. But if you leave the ship, that's a different story. Therefore, as long as An Meng leaves the ship, no one will be in danger. Although the Black Queen is now sailing on the boundless high seas, there are many specially equipped small boats on board the Black Queen to evacuate and rescue guests in time in the event of a shipwreck. After returning to the hotel, Lu Linha had already spoken to Captain Meng Fanshan on the phone and gave him a brief explanation of the current situation. Meng Fanshan also doubted Lu Linha's analysis at the beginning, but now everyone on the ship was in panic, and he had no good solution. In the end, he decided to give it a try and allowed An Meng and Lu Linha to have a separate boat so that they could leave the Black Queen. But if An Meng was allowed to board the boat directly, the organization hiding in the dark would definitely try to stop him in every way, and he might even be captured halfway. That's why Lu Linha communicated with the crew on the ship in advance and directed and performed this drama himself in order to force the other party to show up and send them away. They've already left. Hurry up and go to the second floor below ground in the command center. There's a boat ready there. Get on it and leave. After hearing this, An Meng did not rush to leave, but asked, "What about you? I can't move now. You go first. I'll be there in a minute." "No, we agreed to walk together. Come, I'll help you." An Meng wanted to help, but was pushed away by Lu Linha. "I told you to leave me alone. Hurry up, or it'll be too late." Lu Linha shouted. The girl was startled. This seemed to be the first time Lu Linha was angry with her since she met him. She was not angry, but more worried. In her eyes, Lu Linha was always so confident. The fact that such a calm man could lose his composure showed that the situation was extremely bad. The man sighed and covered his face. "I am sorry, Meng. I got a little excited, but this opportunity only lasts for a moment. If you miss it, all your efforts will be in vain. But what are you going to do?" Lu Linha smiled and reached out to touch the girl's face. "Silly girl, do you think your husband will be taken care of by them so easily? Besides, I have a problem. If I set my eyes on something, I will never give up until I get it. I have set my eyes on you, so before I catch you, I will not fall into the hands of anyone." "Absolutely not." And Meng's heart skipped a beat. Why is this becoming more and more like a flag? Don't set flags randomly. Go, the faster the better. And Meng pursed her lips, looked at Lu Linha, and then hugged him. Before the man could even ask, his lips were tightly blocked by something soft. He was stunned for a long while, and then he stopped refusing. Instead, he gently hugged the girl's slender waist and pondered over this fragrant and beautiful posture that was offered to him. After the kiss, the girl let go of him, turned, and rushed out of the room, leaving only 3 words. "I'm waiting for you." Lu Lin and Xing's eyes went blank. Then they lowered their heads and chuckled. The command center is located in the center of the Black Queen, and it takes a while just to run over there. Sometimes a big ship is not a good thing. And Meng was running out of breath, and his legs felt heavy as if they were filled with lead, but he still insisted on running forward. Finally, she arrived at the door of the command center. The command center, also known as the captain's room of the Black Queen, is an independent place. It is not only the core area of the Black Queen, but also the highest point of the ship. Standing here, you can get a glimpse of the full picture of the Black Queen. There were 2 staff members waiting for her at the door. When the 2 saw Meng, they also ran over and waved. "Miss in this way?" When he saw them, a light flashed in Meng's eyes. But the next second, the light went out again. There were only 2 whoosh sounds, and the 2 people who came to pick her up fell to the ground with a bang. She turned her head and saw Xiao Bin walking out slowly from the darkness, looking at her with a smile. On the bow deck, the night sea breeze whistled past, blowing up the woman's beautiful long hair. She stared at the dark sea in a daze, turned back to look at the man, and spoke slowly. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" As soon as these words came out, Qi broke out in a cold sweat. On the other hand, when An Meng was escaping, Qi had already been taken away by Jiangjun. She took him all the way to the bow, the location of the famous "You Jump, I Jump" scene between Jack and Rousey in Titanic. Qi has not forgotten that in that abandoned factory, he hit the other person on the back of the head with a brick. Afterwards, he was worried that the other party would seek revenge, but after such a long time without any movement, he felt relieved. They never expected that enemies would always meet in a narrow road, and they would actually meet each other in this remote high seas. "Speak," Jiang Jun urged. Qi thought for a while. "Can I choose not to die?" Jun curled the corners of his lips and smiled elegantly. What do you think? Okay, so what's the least painful way to die? Jun took out a needle and said, this, after you insert it, you'll have difficulty breathing, then fall into a coma and die soon. Oh, Chi responded, and then fell silent. When death came, his mind was blank. Don't be so nervous. I'm a very humane person. Before I die, I can fulfill one small wish of yours. Real? Uh-huh. Then my wish is, can you please not kill me? Jun narrowed his eyes. Okay. It seems this one won't work. Let me think of another one. Chi pondered for a long time. Then he looked at Jun with a firm look in his eyes. Can you let me touch your nipples? Chapter 152, The Killer and the Bodhisattva. What did you say? A trace of surprise flashed across Jun's face. She was not angry, but instead thought she had heard it wrong. After all, no one would make such a request at a life-and-death moment. Chi took a deep breath and looked into her eyes with a determined expression as if he wanted to join the party. I said, let me touch it. Jun was stunned for a moment, with a layer of coldness in his eyes. She sneered. Do you think you're going to die, so you want to humiliate me before you die? No, I'm serious. Chi looked serious. After you said you could grant me a wish, I just thought about a lot of things in my mind. At first, I thought about calling my parents one last time and telling them I love them. But then I thought there was no signal on the high seas, and if I told my parents that their son was killed by someone else, they would not only be sad, but also immersed in hatred for losing their son and despair of not being able to take revenge. It would be better to just say that we were shipwrecked. After my parents passed, I wanted to give you my phone again. I wanted you to sign into my game every day. After all, I have signed in for more than 2,000 days in a row. It would be a pity to stop. But then I thought, I am going to die soon. What's the point of signing in for 10,000 days? These requests are meaningless to me. Instead of thinking about what happens after death, I should think about what I can do in this final moment. After thinking about it, I came up with this. Jun narrowed his eyes. Do you think I can agree? Whether you agree or not is your business, and whether I mention it or not is my business. You are really brave. Chi shrugged. You were going to kill me anyway, so why not be braver? Jun's eyes widened. What the other party said made so much sense that she was speechless. She curled her lips and said, to be honest, I have killed so many people that I can't even count them. Before they died, some were in pain, some were dazed, some had incontinence, and some even scared themselves to death. But this is the first time in my life that I have seen someone so calmly make such a request like you. Then should I feel honored? Chi smiled and looked up at the sky. The full moon in the sky is dazzlingly bright at this moment. My life has been quite a failure. I come from an average family. I'm not handsome, and I'm short. Because I'm a rather unconventional person, no one except my good brothers likes to play with me since I was a child. Although I was lucky enough to get into a good school, I ran into obstacles everywhere after graduation. I haven't even had a romantic relationship. Now I can only make a living as a monkey in the zoo. The opposite sex who likes me is no older than 8 years old. That's not good. No, I'm not a copper smelter. I like girls with big breasts. To be honest, I've seen breasts of all shapes, but because I've never experienced them, the more I see, the crazier I get. This has become an area of my life that is more mysterious than the world's top 10 unsolved mysteries. What does it feel like? Is it very similar to a man's? Or is there something else? The more I think about it, the more confused I become. The more confused I am, the more fascinated I become. So, Chi bowed to her. Please let me touch you. As long as you can let me touch you, my useless life will be complete. Thank you. Female, Bodhisattva. Jun's mouth was open. She clearly wanted to kill him. So how did she become a Bodhisattva in the end? This guy has something. In the command center building, a man walked out of the shadows and approached step by step. An Meng took a few steps back. Why are you here? Idiot, do you think your plan is perfect? It has been under our control the whole time. I have been waiting here for a long time. You want to escape? No way. That's the guy, catch him. A few more sailors appeared in the building, shouting and rushing towards this side. One of them even threw the wrench in his hand over. Xiaobin dodged the attack from behind without even turning his head. He then opened his fingers and flicked them, and 5 silver needles shot out. Several people fell to the ground together. He looked at An Meng and said, "Let's go, little sister. It would be bad if you forced me to do it." An Meng gritted his teeth. Although the plan was exposed, when he thought about how much effort they had put in to get here, there was no turning back. No matter what, We have to fight to the death here. The girl assumed a fighting stance and punched Xiaobin. Xiaobin smiled slightly. He did not fight back, but hugged his arms and began to dodge. No matter how An Meng punched and kicked, he couldn't hit the opponent, let alone touch a single hair of his. She wanted to use the same trick she had used to beat the clown during the day, a feint and a turning kick. However, just as she kicked out sideways before she had time to turn around, the opponent lightly stretched out his foot and tripped her, causing her to fall on the spot. At the end of the fight, the opponent barely did anything to her, but she exhausted her own strength. She supported her legs with her hands and gasped heavily. Have you had enough fun? If you have, come with me. I'm a very gentle and considerate person. And Meng looked at him. Why did you arrest me? No comment. I am just following orders, but I can make one thing clear to you. We have absolutely no intention of harming your life. Xiaobin said this and bent down to pull An Meng. He was about to reach out his hand, but his eyes suddenly widened, and then he quickly dodged. With a whoosh, a bullet hit the spot where he had just been, leaving an obvious hole in the ground. He looked back and was surprised for a moment. He saw Lu Linhe standing on the roof of the captain's room, holding a pistol and looking down at him. Hi, we meet again. Chapter 153 Reality is a Nightmare. Lao He. The moment she saw the man, An Meng's eyes sparkled with stars. Sure enough, Lu Linhe is still the Lu Linhe in her heart. No matter what kind of difficulties he faces, he can always handle it with ease. Why are you here? Xiaobin was very surprised. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Linhe should have been unable to move by now. But why did he appear here so full of energy? I'm sorry. Asking questions and answering them only exists in the student days. When you enter society, if you want to know the answers to questions, you have to think for yourself. Lu Linhe shrugged. Xiaobin narrowed his eyes. It doesn't matter. If you can stand up a second time, I can also make you fall down a second time. As he said that, he took out the pistol that he had snatched from Lu Linhe. They were at least 20 meters apart, and it was difficult to hit them with flying needles at this distance. Only the range of a pistol could cause damage. Although he can use a gun, his shooting skills are average and far less accurate than his flying needles. At this time, Xiaobin frowned and then covered his head. Oops, my head is starting to hurt. It seems that we must resolve the issue quickly. Don't worry, no one will fall into the same pit twice. If someone does, it's easy. Lu Linhe has said, putting on a silver mask, then just dress up as someone else. Xiaobin's mouth twitched. Do you think you are very humorous? I think I'm better than you, right, Meng? Lu Linhe asked. No. An Meng responded loudly. The young couple sang the same tune, and Xiaobin, the single man, felt offended. He quickly raised his gun and pointed it at Lu Linhe. But before he could fire, Lu Linhe shot him first. Xiaobin didn't even look for cover. Every time Lu Linhe shot, he would dodge sideways. Every bullet would just brush past him, but would never hit him. This scene made An Meng dumbfounded. Before, she was hiding in the closet and did not see the confrontation between Xiaobin and Lu Linhe. Is this still a human being? After Lu Linhe used up all his bullets, he quickly hid himself. There is a raised cabin on the roof of the captain's room, which is the staircase room leading to the roof. At this moment, this small house has become a shelter for Lu Linhe to save his life. However, after he hid in the bunker, Xiaobin sneered. It's useless. Once you enter the bunker, you're doomed to lose. After hiding in the shelter, Lu Linhe breathed a sigh of relief. Is it really like this? Although Lu Linhe was defeated in the first duel with Xiaobin, he vaguely realized that this guy did not seem to be an ordinary person. Because there was a precedent like An Meng who could read memories, he immediately guessed that this person might have some abilities as well. At first, he thought that the other party had some kind of body skills, but from his observation just now, Xiaobin did not dodge the bullet, but hid in a position where he could not be hit at the moment the bullet was fired. In other words, before he fired, the opponent had already predicted his trajectory and reacted. Because his movements were so fast, it looked like he had actually dodged the bullet by relying on his speed. In addition, he dodged 2 sneak attacks from behind. Lu Linhe felt that Xiaobin could probably sense the danger and avoid it quickly. If Lu Linhe only had a guess the first time, then after this confrontation, he was basically certain. Downstairs, Xiaobin pointed a gun at the bunker where Lu Linhe was. Seeing that Xiaobin was concentrating, An Meng, who was standing by, sneaked up behind him and tried to snatch his gun, but Xiaobin didn't even turn his head. He just threw out a silver needle, and she immediately fell to the ground. I'm sorry, Miss An, this is a critical moment. I don't have time to play with you. Please bear with it for now. After saying that, he looked up again. Although Lu Linha didn't guess it completely right, he was almost right. And Meng can see scenes from past memories, while he can see scenes 2 seconds into the future. For example, if Lu Lina shot at him, and he saw a scene in the future where he would be shot in the chest and killed, then in reality, he could dodge that direction in advance and avoid fatal damage. This ability can not only be used to save lives, but also to attack. For example, now, Lu Linha is hiding behind the bunker, and he can see in advance when he will come out from behind. If you seize the initiative, you'll have the opportunity to act early. He stared at the bunker, and after about 2 minutes, his eyes widened. See it. 2 seconds later, Lu Linha will show his head from the left, and he will then shoot, hitting the other person in the head. Sure enough, the silver mask appeared from the bunker, and Xiao Bin fired without hesitation. Bang! As expected, the bullet hit Lu Linha's head. His body tilted backwards, and he fell directly from the building. The girl stared at the man disappearing over the rooftop, her mouth open. She wanted to scream, but strangely, she couldn't shout at all. When she reached her lips, only a weak cry came out. Lu Lin, don't call him. He can't hear you anymore. Xiao Bin responded indifferently, as if he was not the one who just killed someone. Although the leader's request is to capture Lu Linha alive, this person is too dangerous. Keeping him will only bring trouble to himself. The safest decision is to get rid of him now. An Meng's beautiful eyes were filled with tears and were wide open. From time to time, a teardrop as big as a bean would fall and scatter on the ground. When she saw Lu Linha falling from the building, she first felt as if her soul had been sucked out, as if a piece was missing. Fragments began to flash through her mind involuntarily, all of which were the days she and Lu Linha had experienced in the past. The man who always has a faint smile on his face. The man who likes to make excuses after kissing her. The man who would touch her hair and hold her in his arms even if she kicked him awake at night. Such a vivid and perfect man is suddenly gone at this moment. And Meng just felt like she was having a nightmare. When she closed her eyes and opened them again, she would wake up from the nightmare. That man would still smile gently in front of her. She closed her eyes, but nothing changed except squeezing the tears out of them. Only then did she realize a serious problem. Reality is a nightmare. After facing the reality, her heart began to ache. The pain was severe and fatal. It made it difficult for her to breathe, and she felt that life was worse than death. Let's go, miss, and there's no one standing in our way anymore. And Meng looked at Xiao Bin, her beautiful eyes flushed. If looks could kill, Xiao Bin would have been cut into pieces. Will you kill me too? She asked hoarsely. Of course not. I'm going to take you back. Okay then. And Meng suddenly laughed, adding a bit of sadness to her tearful face. Even if I die, I won't let you do what you want. As she said this, she rushed towards the railing, but before she hit it, Xiao Bin stopped her and inserted a silver needle into the back of her neck. And Meng's eyes went blank, and then she fainted. I'm sorry, missin. I have to inconvenience you for a while. At this time, a woman also walked towards him. He looked up and saw that it was Jiang Jun. Solved, Jiang Yun asks. Xiao Bin nodded. What about you? Same, just a useless life, a waste of effort. I've already caught the person. You can take her back first. Xiao Bin handed An Meng to Jiang Jun. What about you? Xiao Bin looked towards the captain's room. I'm going to check Lu Linha's body. Chapter 154. A villain who doesn't finish off the opponent is not a good villain. What? You don't think that one shot was enough to kill him? That guy is very cunning. We must confirm it. In case he is faking his death, we can be prepared. You've already said that he's full of tricks. Aren't you afraid of getting into danger? He only has tricks. He has used tricks so many times before, but I always win, right? It's the same this time. Xiao Bin knew that Lu Linha's strongest skill was his marksmanship, but he could also predict and dodge bullets. In terms of compatibility, he could be said to have completely restrained Lu Linha. Okay, I'll take her away first. Jiang Jun carried An Meng on his shoulders and walked away. After the two parted, Xiao Bin went to the command center building. Lu Linha fell behind the central building, and there was another building behind the central building. There was only a narrow corridor between the buildings for people to pass through. Since he fell down, it is very likely that he fell there. He came directly to the aisle. At this time, the bright moon on the sea hid in the dark clouds, and the aisle was pitch black. He took out a flashlight and shone it over there. Sure enough, a man wearing a silver mask was lying on the ground not far away. At this time, The man's limbs were all broken, and he was lying on the ground in an extremely strange posture. Xiaobin narrowed his eyes. Although it looked like the person was not going to survive, he still decided to confirm it just to be on the safe side. After all, that guy was able to miraculously come back even after being hit by his anesthetic injection, so you must be cautious at this time. Xiao Bin is a natural villain. When reading a novel, everyone hopes that the protagonist will win, but he always hopes that the protagonist will be killed by the villain. So what he hates most is the villain who doesn't finish off the opponent. He walked into the aisle, came up to the man, and took off the mask. The moment he took it off, his eyes widened instantly. The face under the silver mask was not Lu Linhe, but his teammate who was killed for pretending to be a clown, Black Wolf. At this time, there was a long stick tied behind the Black Wolf. How could it be him? Where did Lu Linhe go? He was completely confused when the moon came out and the corridor became somewhat brighter. With the help of this light, he noticed that in addition to a shadow, there was another person's shadow on the ground. He quickly looked up and saw Lu Linhe appear again on the roof of the central building, holding 2 guns and aiming at him. His eyes suddenly narrowed. He's still alive? Although it was Xiao Bin and others who played the terrifying clown, he felt that Lu Linhe was more like the unkillable clown. Before Xiao Bin could say anything, Lu Linhe had already pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. Xiao Bin sneezed. It's useless. Even if he has an extra gun, he can still hide. But what surprised him was that according to the future scenes, none of the dozen or so bullets fired by Lu Linhe hit him. In other words, he could avoid them all by just standing still. It's strange. It's clearly nighttime now, but why does this guy's shooting skill seem to make him see the red sunset? Could it be that the light was too dim, affecting his accuracy? Xiao Bin was very confused, but since he didn't hit him, there was no need for him to hide. Instead, he stood where he was, admiring the old man's marksmanship. Lu Linhe continued shooting until both guns were empty of bullets, and a click sound was heard. That's it, Xiao Bin said sarcastically. Don't be impatient, Lu Linhe said with a smile. Let the bullet fly for a while. Since you don't want to fight, it's my turn. Xiao Bin took out his gun. However, the next second, a look of surprise flashed across his face, because he saw the future 2 seconds later again. In the future scenes, he was facing a hail of bullets. Dozens of bullets were fired at him from all angles, forming an impenetrable fire network. Under this net of fire, the distance between each bullet was no more than a dozen centimeters. He was like a fish caught in a net, with no gap for him to escape. At this moment, Xiao Bin's world seemed to have stopped. He looked at the fire network that made him despair. No matter how he studied the escape route, this was a dead end. Didn't he empty the magazine? Where did this bullet come from? At this moment, the bullet holes on the wall attracted his attention. It suddenly dawned on him. It's a bounce. When a bullet is fired, if it hits a smooth, hard object at an oblique angle, it will easily bounce back. And these 2 walls happen to be metal walls, providing a perfect opportunity for bullets to ricochet. In other words, that guy already knew that a single bullet could not hit him, so he deliberately shot at the wall, hoping that the bullet would bounce off at the angle and then be fired at him together. Although he understood the principle, he was able to precisely control the angle of the bullet and the location of the ricochet, which was simply amazing. He had only heard that Lu Linhe's marksmanship was accurate, but now he realized how terrifying his marksmanship was. But even if the news of certain death has come in the future, Xiao Bin can only bite the bullet and start to act. He dodged with all his might, and although he avoided all fatal injuries, he was still hit by several bullets in the legs. He just felt his legs go weak, and he fell to the ground instantly. Lu Linhe had also changed his bullets at this time. He did not relax his vigilance, but fired another round and performed American II on him. Xiao Bin, who liked to finish off the opponent, was killed by the opponent in the last moment. He didn't even understand why Lu Linhe didn't die, and he left hastily with doubts. After it was over, Lu Linhe breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy. I finally tricked him in. Lu Linhe had already placed Black Wolf's body behind the bunker, and the stick behind it was tied there by him for easier manipulation. After hiding in the cover, he only needs to put the mask on the Black Wolf's face and lean him out like a puppet. Xiao Bin will definitely shoot him in the head. Then he only needs to throw Black Wolf backwards with force to create the illusion of being shot in the head and falling from the building. He expected that Xiao Bin would come to examine the autopsy. Having already won twice, he must be extremely confident at this time. At this time, he can sit back and wait and kill him here. He turned the 2 guns in a circle in his hands, put them to his mouth, and blew, blowing up a cloud of smoke. At this moment, there was applause behind him. Good marksmanship. He turned around and saw Jiang Jun standing behind him, smiling and clapping. After seeing Jiang Jun, Lu Linhe did not show any surprise, nor did he fight back. Instead, he put the gun on his waist and asked, "How is Meng Meng?" "Don't worry, she's fine." "That's fine." Lu Linhe looked up at the sky. A gust of sea breeze blew by, ruffling his clothes and the long hair of the woman behind him. After a while, he asked, "Why do you want to help us?" Chapter 155. There is no pain in dreams. "Oh, when did I ever say I would help you?" Facing Lu Linhe's questioning, Jiang Jun showed no reaction on his face, but asked back, "You were the woman wearing a fox mask at the amusement park, right? When the head fell, you made a few gestures quietly. If I'm not mistaken, you were probably using sign language." Lu Linhe explained. "First, you point your finger at your chest, then put your palm down and make a circle parallel to your chest. This means we in sign language. Then you straighten your thumb and index finger and bend your index finger a few times. This means half. Then you extend 3 fingers, which represents the number 3. Finally, you stretch one hand out and tap it with the other hand. This means be careful. Put them together, and it means, there are 3 of us, be careful." After explaining, Lu Linhe looked at Jiang Jun and said, "I think I'm right." Lu Linhe was also skeptical at first, but then he thought that if the other party had a large number of people, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, he did not recognize Jiang Jun's identity at that time, and it was meaningless for the other party to be exposed at this time, so he felt that this information should be true. It can be said that Lu Linhe's subsequent plans were all made based on his knowledge of the enemy's number of people. Jiang Jun smiled and said, "I've heard that Mr. Lu is proficient in many foreign languages, but I didn't expect that he can even understand sign language. So why did you tip off?" "Actually, this isn't a report, it's more of a test." Jiang Yun shrugged. "Test? That's right. After all, I don't like sneak attacks. I prefer fair duels. If you fall in this duel, it means that you're only this good. But judging from your performance today, you barely pass. What is your relationship with the research team? If I don't tell you, will you kill me? I know your gun is much faster than mine." "Won't. Why? You helped us, and we got on the same pirate ship. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy." Jiang Jun smiled and said, "As expected of a big boss, you really have a plan. It's a pity that I don't know it very well." "You don't know either? What do you mean?" "You'll know when you get a chance." "Well, since you don't want to ask, I won't force you. I have one last question." "What?" "If I'm not mistaken, the 3 people you mentioned don't include you. Apart from the 2 who were killed, there is still one last person." Jiang Jun was startled, then said, "Sure enough, I still can't hide it from you, but I won't tell you where that person is." Lu Linhe didn't say anything, just turned and left. He first came to the corridor and searched Xiaobin's body for a while, and found a walkie-talkie and a key. After that, he went all the way to the floor where An Meng's room was before, but he did not enter the room. Instead, he walked to the end of the corridor. At the corner of this corridor, there's a floor-standing ashtray. This kind of ashtray is very common in hotels or KTVs. But the ashtray in front of me is a bit more mysterious than ordinary ones. Lu Linhe squatted down and found a place for the key on the lid of the trash can. He took out Xiaobin's key and tried it, and it magically inserted. Then he turned it, and the lid of the trash can opened. Only a small part of the top of this trash can is used to store garbage. The middle part is completely hollow, and there's also a big hole where it is connected to the wall, which leads to the depths. Usually no one throws garbage into this kind of trash can, and as long as some garbage is put in it in advance as a cover, passersby will subconsciously think that the trash can is almost full when they see it, and they will never think that there is another mystery underneath. Lu Linhe went into the hole without thinking. "Xiao, can you hear me?" In the dim little room, only the computer screen was flickering with light. A man was holding a walkie-talkie and making anxious calls. It's a pity that no matter how I respond, all I get is silence. Did Xiao also fail? How is that possible? He is the incense master. The man was talking to himself when he heard a noise outside, and someone walked in slowly. The man's eyes lit up. No one else can enter this room except people from the organization. Judging from the footsteps, it was a man's, so it could only be Xiaobin. "Xiao, you're back. How are things going?" The man stopped talking suddenly in the middle of his words. "Why is it you?" "Lu Linhe," she said in surprise. "I should be the one saying this. Why is it you?" Lu Linha looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated expression. When An Meng opened her eyes again, she was lying on a big bed. Here it is. Are you awake? I thought you were going to sleep until morning, you lazy little pig. A familiar and doting voice came from beside me. She turned her head and stared at the man blankly for a long time. After a while, her eyes lit up and she spoke weakly. Lauhi, why, you don't recognize me. As soon as Lu Linha finished speaking, An Meng quickly got off the bed, threw herself into his arms, and hugged him tightly. Am I dreaming? If you don't believe me, try taking a bite and see if it hurts. If it's a dream, then there won't be any pain. An Meng took a bite of her hand, pouted her mouth, and said in a crying voice, It doesn't hurt. Of course it doesn't hurt. Lu Linha smiled and said, Because you bit my hand. Oh. An Meng picked up her hand and bit it hard. Ouch, that hurts. This is not a dream. This is real. Really. The girl hugged Lu Linha and jumped for joy. After being happy for a while, she suddenly stopped, looked at Lu Linha for a while with her watery eyes, and then tears slowly filled her eyes, and she cried out, Wow. What happened? Lu Linha was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It is said that a woman's expression changes faster than the weather, and today he experienced it. The girl who was smiling like a flower in the last second had tears in her eyes in the next second. He wiped away the girl's tears distressfully and whispered, Why are you crying? I thought you were dead. I was scared to death. An Meng rubbed her eyes and sobbed. Silly boy, didn't I tell you that no one can kill me before I catch you? Don't you believe me? I believe it. An Meng stuck to the man's chest and refused to let go. She was afraid that she had not woken up yet, and if she relaxed, Lu Linha would leave again. Now that you're back, are we saved? Where are Chi Yi and Yu Fei? Chi Yi is sleeping in the room. Yu Fei? Lu Linha said this and suddenly fell silent. What happened to Yu Fei? She's not coming back. Chapter 156. Living is Happiness. You can't come back. An Meng was shocked and asked, Has she been taken away? Lu Linha was silent for a moment. He was indeed captured. Then we must rescue her quickly. No need. Lu Linha explained. She was not captured by the organization, but by the staff on the ship. Huh? Staff? Lu Linha slowly recounted what had just happened. Let's go back to 10 minutes ago. The woman Lu Linha met in this secret space was Ning Yufei. After seeing Lu Linha, Ning Yufei was also shocked, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Then please explain why you are here. Lu Linha leaned against the wall and said lightly, I ran out at night because I was scared. I found that you were not here, so I looked around and found a room here. I thought you were caught here, so I wanted to come in and take a look. So you think this is the other party's secret base? Yes. You guessed that this was the enemy's lair, yet you dared to sneak in alone. You have become braver, Yufei. Ning Yufei explained, I know you don't believe it, but this is the truth. But compared to your answer, I have another guess. I wonder if you want to hear it. Don't you believe me? Ning Yufei bit her lip, looking aggrieved. I can't say I believe it. This is just my personal guess. Lu Linha analyzed. First of all, the organization's goal is very clear, which is to catch Meng on this ship. Because there are spies everywhere in Nanjing City. If we take action in Nanjing City, we will undoubtedly walk into a trap. But the problem is that under normal circumstances, and Meng will never appear on this ship, and you just happened to appear at this time and invited her on board. And Meng said that she saw someone pretending to be Luo, who on the ship. I think this should be some kind of order from your boss. As long as An Meng knows Luo who, he is the target you are looking for. When An Meng chased to the next intersection, the man pretending to be Luo who disappeared. I think he must have crawled into this secret room along the bottom of the trash can. This secret room leads directly to the other side of the wall. This is why the other party always gets there before An Meng and his friends when they run away. Afterwards, during the quiz contest, only An Meng and Chi Yi were kicked out, but you followed them out as well. I'm afraid you wanted to keep track of their locations at all times. That's why, no matter where An Meng escaped to, the other party seemed to have opened their eyes and could always find him accurately. In fact, you were planning to do it from the beginning, but something went wrong. Someone was accidentally seen by an outsider when entering and leaving the secret room. That outsider was the deceased Wulong. So you had no choice but to kill Wulong. You also took advantage of the situation and fabricated the story of the resurrection of the scary clown and drove all the guests back to their rooms, making it easier to kill them. What does what you said have to do with me? Yufei, we grew up together. You should know me very well. I will not make rash assertions unless I am absolutely sure. I am so sure because I have seen absolute evidence. Ning Yufei's eyes went blank. I have been secretly following you since you left the deck. When you three first encountered the clown, you were the one who threw a firecracker behind you to attract the attention of the two. Then the clown came out of the trash can and faked the illusion that he could teleport. But unfortunately, from then on, I saw everything clearly. Ning Yufei fell into silence. After a while, she suddenly smiled. Sure enough, I knew that I could never hide it from you, Ahi. You have been smart since childhood. I still remember when I was a kid, I studied math problems that I had no idea how to solve the next day, but you could solve them at a glance. Lu Linha narrowed his eyes slightly. It's just that there's still one thing I don't understand. Oh, is there something else you don't understand? Why you? Lu Linha has always known that this organization must be related to a big shot, but he never thought it was the Ning family. Ning Yufei smiled. Ahi, there are always some truths in this world that you can't believe, but as a former friend, I still have something to tell you. You say, don't pursue this any further or you'll lose your life. After saying that, Ning Yufei's tongue began to move in her mouth. Lu Linha was quick-witted and stepped forward, quickly pinching her cheek. He exerted force, and Ning Yufei was forced to open her mouth, and a pill fell out of her mouth. I've already suffered a loss once. I won't let you die again this time. At this time, the staff on the ship also entered the secret room and escorted Ning Yufei back. Although this is the high seas, it does not mean that it is a lawless place. Once the ship docks on the shore, they will contact the domestic coast guard and bring Ning Yufei back to the domestic police station. That's probably the situation. After Lu Linha finished speaking, he looked at An Meng again, but found that her eyes were dull, as if she was wandering outside. He waved his hand in front of the girl. Did you lose the connection? No, I was just wondering why Yufei is the enemy. An Meng lowered his head. Although she had not known Ning Yufei for very long, she had always regarded Ning Yufei as a friend and was very happy to be with her. So was everything Ning Yufei did to her before just acting to gain her trust? Her friend turned out to be a traitor, which made her doubt her life. There's no reason. In fact, she has always been the enemy, but we just discovered it. So are you going to give up the investigation like she said? Honestly speaking, it's too late to give up now. Ning Yufei's joining this organization is definitely not her own behavior. I believe the Ning family must be involved. The network of relationships behind the Ning family is also extremely complicated. They will definitely not ignore Ning Yufei's arrest. It's like a stone falling into a pond. The ripples are no longer something we can control. As he spoke, Lu Linha lowered his starry eyes. The crisis on this ship has come to an end, but there seem to be greater challenges in the future. Just as he was lost in thought, he was surrounded by a warm embrace. He looked up and found that it was An Meng hugging him again. Forget it. Let's think about the future later. Being alive today is already a very happy thing, isn't it? The man was stunned. He laughed dumbly, said and gently hugged the girl. At this time, there was a burst of applause. Jiang Jun leaned against the door, folded his arms, and looked at the two of them with interest. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few days, you two would be so affectionate. The young couple separated instantly, and when An Meng saw the person coming, she was dumbfounded. Why is she here? I'll explain this to you later. Lu Linha looked at Jiang Jun. What are you doing here? There's something I forgot to tell you. Did Xiaobin inject you with an anesthetic? Yes, what's wrong? I prepare the medicine in the anesthetic needle because of my personal hobby. The medicine not only contains anesthetic ingredients, but also other ingredients. What? Something to bring spring? When these words were spoken, the young couple was stunned. Chapter 1, 57 adults solve problems on their own. Spring is coming. And Meng said nervously, it can't be. That's spring. I think you were right. Jiang Jun said with a smile. The drug should be taking effect now. Do you feel a little dizzy and your heartbeat is speeding up? Lu Linha frowned. He actually felt these symptoms. Are you kidding me? This should just be a side effect of the anesthetic injection. Who in their right mind would put something like that in an anesthetic injection? Do you think I'm normal? This sentence left Lu Linha stumped. So what should you do next? Jiang Jun deliberately emphasized the word do. Lu Linha looked a little ugly. At this time, An Meng said, Lao He, I have a solution. What? There's a bed right here. Go up and take her down now. See if she can still come out smiling. After hearing this, Jiang Jun and Lu Linha were both shocked. After a while, Jiang Jun came back to her senses first. The corner of her mouth twitched, You are worthy of being the target chosen by the boss. You are indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that your plan is impossible. Why? You're no match for Lao He. And Meng patted Lu Linha's shoulder. Lao He, go ahead. Lu Linha. He asked why it didn't rain today, and it turned out that this little girl made it rainless. I'm indeed no match for him, but Jiang Jun said as he suddenly stepped back, left the room, and closed the door. As long as I close the door, he won't be able to catch me, right? Lu Linha hurried forward to open the door and knocked on it a few times, only to find that the door didn't move at all. Don't bother. This is a magnetic lock. You can't open it with human strength. Jiang Jun's leisurely voice came from outside the door. I will also lock the rooms outside and set them to open automatically at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. No one will come to disturb you during this period, so I wish you a happy time. By the way, there's also a bathroom in this room, so you don't have to worry about the sanitary conditions. After that, An Meng only heard the sound of footsteps gradually fading away outside the door, and then there was no sound at all. Let us out. Hey, hey, hey. She ran to the door and knocked hard. It's a pity that no one responded. Damn it. What on earth does this guy do? He locked us up without permission. And Meng turned around and looked at Lu Linha. Lao He, how do you feel? For now, it's okay, but I don't know how strong the drug is. You should hide in the toilet first. Why are you hiding in a bathroom? Because I can't control myself later and hurt you by mistake. The girl was not nervous at all. Instead, she pinched her waist and looked relaxed. Oh, it seems like you've read too many martial arts novels. In the novels, the hero and heroine are drugged and stay in the same room, and they become husband and wife. But in fact, that's just a plot forced by the author. It's not necessary at all. If you really can't help it, can't you just solve it yourself? So, it's you, not me, who should go to the bathroom. And Meng said as she pulled Lu Linha into the bathroom. Come, wait here for a while. If you feel like it, just rely on yourself. Adults are like this. They don't ask for help from others. Perhaps Lu Linha had long been accustomed to the girl's lively behavior, as his expression showed no sign of emotion at all. Then you wait here to get a feel for it. I'll go out and get some sleep. Just as An Meng was about to leave, the man grabbed her hand. Wait a moment. What are you doing? The girl asked warily. What on earth were you thinking? You just asked me to go find her and solve it. There's a ready-made woman. Why not use her? You have no objection? Why should I have an issue with that? If I really did it, wouldn't you be jealous? The girl was stunned. She didn't think too much about it when she said that, but when she thought about it carefully, if Lu Linha had really taken Jiang Jun down just now, she would feel inexplicably unhappy. She curled her lips and said stubbornly, Why should I be jealous? There is nothing between us. It doesn't matter? Then what did that goodbye kiss mean when I was injected with anesthesia and forced to leave? And Meng's eyes suddenly narrowed. Oh no, she had forgotten about this. As for why, she herself didn't really understand. She just felt that the atmosphere was right at that time, and she would feel like she was missing out if she didn't kiss him. But she never thought about how to explain her superior's behavior later. She opened her mouth. That is a kiss for comrade. Comrade? Yes, you should have seen war dramas. The separation of two comrades is always very touching. It's not too much to kiss each other. I don't know about that. I just think that if a woman has no feelings for another person, she won't take the initiative to kiss someone else, right? And Meng pursed her lips and retorted, Who said that? I've kissed the puppy in your manor. This just proves that in my heart you and it are of the same status. Lu Linha curled the corners of his lips, but didn't say anything. Instead, he walked towards An Meng. The girl was startled and stepped back quickly, but soon retreated to the wall. The two of them were very close, so close that she could feel the heavy breath coming from the man. After many days, she couldn't help feeling dazed when she smelled the pleasant and familiar scent again. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened, so fast that she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. But soon, she came to her senses. What are you going to do? I just want to revisit the friendship we had before. Is that okay? No. Why? Are the county magistrates allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps? Lu Linha lowered his head and was not in a hurry to attack, but used words first. If that's the case, the people will revolt. The man's breath made her ears itchy and her legs went limp, but luckily there was a wall to lean on. Strange, wasn't it Lu Linha who was hit by the needle? Why is she the one with weak legs? And Meng thought carefully, and suddenly his eyes widened. No, if she remembered correctly, at that time, she thought Lu Linha was dead, and she was so upset that she wanted to commit suicide. In order to stop her, Xiao Bin seemed to... She was also given an injection. That is to say, she was drugged too. She was just giving a lecture to others. It turned out that she was also one of the unlucky ones. When An Meng realized it, he just felt dizzy and a warm current was running through his body, just like the martial arts heroes who went halfway into being possessed. And the Lu Linhe in front of him seemed to have become more handsome than before. This effect came too quickly. Come to think of it, after becoming a girl, she didn't seem to have burned herself. Perhaps her body had already turned into a pile of dry wood, and all that was missing was the arrival of fire. Oops, this bathroom doesn't seem to be enough. She originally wanted to let Lu Linhe go out first and solve the problem herself. She pushed Lu Linhe lightly, but unfortunately, not only did she fail to move him forward, her hand was also grabbed by him and placed on his muscular chest. The two people's heartbeats are even highly synchronized. Only then did she understand. This time, she couldn't escape. Chapter 158. Can he withstand the power of 20 years? Basketball court. The score outside the field was 50-50. On the opponent's court, 5 players were ready for battle. In front of them, a young man was bouncing a basketball and walking towards them leisurely. When he reached the three-point line, 2 people ran towards him and tried to double-team him. He accelerated suddenly, changed direction, and passed 2 people, then turned around and passed another person. Faced with 2 remaining defenders under the basket, he had no intention of retreating, but jumped up suddenly. The 2 also jumped at the same time, try to block the shot. The next scene was once again jaw-dropping. The young man did a pull-up in the air, twisted his body to avoid the blocks from 2 people, and then scored a layup easily. An Meng, he made a decisive kill. An Meng. Screams and cheers from girls came from both sides. After the buzzer beater, An Meng threw the ball away casually, and then a female fan came over to give him flowers. "An Meng, you are so handsome." He took the flowers and felt elated. This may be the best moment for a man. He looked at the female fan and saw that she was quite pretty, so he said, "How about being my girlfriend?" "Okay." The female fan agreed readily. They immediately went out on a date, had dinner, watched a movie, and checked into a hotel at night. The process was quick, but An Meng didn't feel anything unusual. After all, the current society is dominated by a fast pace. There are men who get married in one day, divorced, and then go bankrupt at the speed of light. So for him to check into a hotel room in one day is really nothing. Unexpectedly, his pure young body that had lasted for more than 20 years would finally be broken today. When the guests arrived, he couldn't wait to pounce on the girl. But what was strange was that the skin he touched was not as smooth and soft as he had imagined, but rather hard and rough. Huh, does this girl usually do farm work? Why is her skin so rough? He looked down and was stunned. The person lying on the bed was not a beautiful girl, but Lu Linhe. "Why is it you?" At this time, he was lying on his side on the bed, supporting his head with one hand, looking at her with interest. "Of course it's me. You don't really think a girl would go out with you, do you?" Lu Linhe stood up. "Let's get started without further ado." "Start what?" "You understand." "No. Wait. We are all men." "You said you are a man? Show me the evidence." "The evidence is right here." An Meng looked down and found that she had turned into An Meng again. "Just accept your fate. You are a girl. If you were a boy, how could we be together?" "Oh no. Wow." An Meng suddenly sat up from the bed. "Help." She was breathing heavily, and her beautiful eyes went blank after seeing the scene in front of her. Was that just a dream? Not bad, not bad. And Meng was just breathing a sigh of relief when a big hand was placed on her shoulder. "Are you having a nightmare?" Lu Linhe's voice came. What did you dream about?" "Nothing. I just dreamed that I was..." The girl stopped talking suddenly. She turned around suddenly and found Lu Linhe lying on the bed, in the same position as in her dream. The difference was that he was wearing even less than in his dream. She blinked and stared at Lu Linhe for a long time. "Wow, how did you catch me out of my dream?" "What are you talking about?" Lu Linhe reached out his hand with amusement and wanted to touch her hair. The girl quickly stepped back and felt a pain. Her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, and she turned over and got out of bed. "Where are you going?" "Go to the bathroom." Looking at the battle damage in the mirror, the memories of last night were finally awakened. Last night, it seemed that Jiang Jun had drugged her and Lu Linhe, and the drug took effect in the bathroom. To be exact, she was the first to have an attack. Let's skip this part, as Shun, he doesn't allow us to write about it. And Meng was stunned. She never thought that this day would come. Just like Mr. Gua, The Hui Muslim's son-in-law never thought that he would be the spokesperson for a pig-head advertisement in the future. While she was in a daze, the man behind her hugged her. Sorry, Meng Meng. Frog fun. The girl screamed and quickly dodged the man's embrace. You. How did you get in here? I walked in. Shit. She actually forgot to lock the door. And Meng couldn't help but roll her eyes and pointed at the door. Go out. What are you going out to do? What's there to be shy about? The man said with a smile. Oh, I understand. Is this the legendary modesty? What the hell is being reserved? I'm telling you, yesterday was just a misunderstanding. Let's just pretend nothing happened. But, no buts. If you don't agree, then we will break up. Oh well. Wow, scumbag. I really misjudged you. The girl covered her face and sobbed. Chapter 159, the most difficult thing to understand in the world. Lu Linha only now realized that the most difficult things to understand were not Olympiad math problems or the unsolved mysteries of the world, but a woman, especially the little girl in front of me. He was clearly agreeing with her, but she always found a reason to talk back. But even if the girl was making a fuss, Lu Linha understood that An Meng must have her in his heart. Otherwise, why would she take the initiative to kiss him? Why do we go with the flow when the medicine is taking effect? If she really didn't feel anything, why would she be so reluctant? He felt that An Meng was just thin-skinned and was embarrassed to break this window paper. He can understand girls' modesty, so let him break it. His starry eyes turned a few times, and he slowly spoke. Meng, I remember I said I like you before. What's wrong? I think maybe I'm wrong, and I don't actually like you. The girl immediately retreated tactically. It turns out this guy is the type who gets bored once he gets it, and then ruthlessly pulls it out. She was busy being shocked, and Lu Linha said again, I think that's not liking but love. As he said this, he held An Meng's hand. The girl's hand was pulled over, and the quilt on her body fell off, revealing her icy skin, which was instantly mixed with the air. She was startled and quickly reached out to cover her face, but with only one hand free, she couldn't cover all 3 points. Meng, I don't care what you think in your heart. In my heart, you're already my woman. Since I have done it, I will be responsible to the end. As he said this, he held the girl in his arms. The close collision of skin made An Meng's hair stand on end. Even though they had experienced this several times last night, she was still essentially a beginner. Lu Linha looked down at her and continued, I love you, a love that surpasses anyone else's. Since we already became husband and wife yesterday, shall we be real husband and wife? An Meng's eyes went blank, and she felt mixed emotions after hearing these words. Idiot. No one would confess their love to someone naked. At least let me wear something. That's right. Lu Linha turned and walked out of the bathroom, and came back in after a while. Come on, put this on. The girl narrowed her eyes. You only brought me a pair of socks when you went out, right? She was even given some sexy outfit. You didn't say what you were going to wear. Get lost. Of course you have to cover your key parts. It's not like socks can't cover it. You want me to put my socks in that place? What if I get athlete's foot? Seeing the girl's frustrated look, Lu Linha couldn't help laughing. I'm just kidding. The clothes are here. He took the girl's clothes from behind, and Meng took the clothes and put them on quickly without caring that Lu Linha was still there. Can you give me an answer now, wife? Lu Linha asked. It seems that this problem is destined to be unavoidable. The girl pursed her lips, and after a while, she suddenly laughed and clapped. By the way, what you just said is really cool. Who taught you this word? Is it another silent text? Lu Linha frowned. No, this is what I really think. Well, since you are speaking from your heart, I will speak from my heart as well. And Meng took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry. Lao He, I can't promise you. The man was stunned. Why? Because I don't dislike you. I only consider you as a friend. Yes, a friend, just a friend. And Meng emphasized this several times in a row. Friends? Would friends do something like that yesterday? So, you were drugged, but don't worry, I won't blame you, so just pretend it never happened, okay? Lu Linha was silent for a long time. Is this really what you really think, Meng? Yeah, why would I lie to you? The man looked at her and nodded heavily. Okay, I understand. The man turned and left the room. After Lu Linha left, the smile on An Meng's face suddenly disappeared. She leaned weakly against the wall, her eyes empty and distracted, with a sense of inexplicable grievance. Are you honest? To be honest, she didn't know if what she just said was from her heart. She only knew that she couldn't agree to Lu Linha's request. She admitted that after being reborn into this body, her behavior had inadvertently become more feminine. Moreover, her original body had already turned into ashes and it was impossible to change back. This means that she will definitely be a woman for the rest of her life. At present, she no longer has any feelings for Lily. She estimates that as time goes by, she will most likely fully accept her identity, accept the man, get married, have children, and grow old together. Now, there's a tall, handsome, rich, and responsible president in front of her. If she were a normal girl, she would probably be afraid that she would be too slow to agree and the other party would run away. But unfortunately, An Meng is not a normal girl. You know, she was a man a few months ago. What would happen if Lu Linha knew the identity of her former man? Shocked, stunned, disgusted. The more An Meng imagined it, the more scared he became. After all, no man wants to see that the girl he deeply loves has a man's soul living in her body, right? In fact, she could also choose to hide it. After all, modern technology has no way to prove that she was a man before. And she could never erase those 20 years of experience. Just like a fugitive, even if he changed his identity and name, he still couldn't avoid living in fear day and night. And if it was really concealed, it would not be fair to Lu Linha. So she thought about it and realized that there was no other way out except to refuse. Anyway, she doesn't like Lu Linha. Thinking of this, An Meng suddenly felt relieved. Strange, why do you say you don't like it? Would she feel a little sad? After An Meng came out of the bathroom, Lu Linha was sitting on the sofa, seemingly in deep thought. After being rejected, she didn't know what topic to talk about, so she just chose to remain silent. When she saw the glaring red on the bedsheet, her face quickly heated up. Unexpectedly, she had been a man for more than 20 years without finding an opportunity, and she had only been a woman for less than a year, and she had already graduated. Now that she has been exposed, is she still tuned in? At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Anyone there? And Meng and Lu Linha looked at each other, and Lu Linha asked, "Who?" "I am Chi." And Meng was shocked. She quickly went forward, took off the bedsheet, rolled it up, and hid it. You have to know that Chi has always regarded her as a man, and she always regards herself as a boy in front of Chi. If Chi knew that his good friend was penetrated by a man yesterday, he would probably laugh at her for at least a dozen years. After hiding the bedsheet, and Meng said, "Come in." "Jia y'all kidding? Hey, are you all here?" "And Meng, weren't you arrested yesterday? Are you okay?" "It was a problem at first, but then it was fine again." "Huh? What do you mean?" "The person who arrested me yesterday was actually Jiangjun. She wanted to kill me, but she said she could fulfill one of my last wishes. I said I wanted to touch her nipples, and then she didn't kill me." And Meng's mouth twitched, and she gave him a thumbs up. "It's you, the tigresses, but no, you dare to touch it." "Hey, this is nothing, but she let me go with conditions, so she asked me to pass this on to you." Chi said this, taking out an envelope from his pocket and handing it to An Meng. After An Meng opened it, she found a note inside. After opening the note, she was stunned. "I'm lying to you. There is no aphrodisiac in the anesthetic injection." Chapter 1, 60 words are a magical thing. Words are quite magical things. Just a few words can make people cry or laugh. But An Meng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry at this moment. What does it mean that no medicine was put in? She turned the letter over and found another sentence written on the back. "Don't ask, it's just the literal meaning." Damn it, you even predicted her move, didn't you? But since there was no medicine, why were she and Lu Linha so crazy last night? The girl pondered for a long time, and she suddenly realized that there were several times before when she didn't have medicine and she almost let this guy succeed. If the drug doesn't exist, then their crazy behavior yesterday, just a simple one-night stand. After understanding the truth, the girl loosened her grip and the note fell. She quickly intercepted it in midair, holding the note tightly with both hands until her knuckles turned white. What a joke. She was a virgin who had never even been in a relationship before, but she skipped the newbie plot and just had a one-night stand. Doesn't that mean she is actually a burning goods? At this time, Lu Linha came over and asked, "What does it say?" "Wow." And Meng screamed and quickly hid the note behind her back. "Oh, it's okay. She was just mocking us, saying that even though you are so powerful, you're still locked up by her. There's nothing to see." And Meng tore the note into pieces, limped to the toilet, threw it into the toilet, and flushed it away with the water. Destroy. This kind of evidence that discredits her innocence must be destroyed. Gia did it. "Oh, is your leg injured?" "Legs? No." "Then why do you walk with a limp?" The girl exclaimed, "Oh yes, I was fighting with him yesterday and accidentally injured my leg. It's so difficult for you to walk. It seems that the battle yesterday was very intense." Chi said with emotion. An Meng blushed, and she whispered, It's okay. She stole a glance at Lu Linha, but he was laughing secretly, which made her so angry that she clenched her fists. You are the culprit. What are you laughing at? Can you tell me about the battle in detail? After Jiang Jun released me yesterday, I was locked up in the room until the morning. I missed all the good stuff. She wanted to tell the detailed process, but the problem was that it wouldn't pass the review. An Meng was speechless for a while. She waved her hands and said, Oh, there's nothing to talk about this kind of thing. Let's get out of here quickly. It is now 10 o'clock in the morning. All the combination locks have been opened, and An Meng and Lu Linha are able to leave the secret room. Because An Meng was injured, she could only hold onto the wall and walk slowly. But after a few steps, she stopped. No, it seems a little difficult to move forward. Damn it, women are trouble. It is obvious that men are the beasts, but they are always the ones who bear the pain. And because she rejected the other party's love, yesterday was actually a waste of time. This guy doesn't even come to take care of her, right? Oh man. She curled her lips and said, Ache. Chi, who was walking in front, turned around. What? Come and give your brother a hand. Oh. Chi walked over, but Lu Linha stood in front of An Meng. I'll help her, you go out first. Lu Linha's tone was firm, especially his sharp eyes, which made Chi always have an illusion. If he continues to stay here, something bad will happen. Okay, bro. Hello. An Meng tried to call out, but Chi ran faster than a rabbit and disappeared in a flash. She glanced at Lu Linha and asked awkwardly, What are you doing? You know, she had just rejected Lu Linha, and she felt that Lu Linha must be angry with her now. It's like having a quarrel with a friend. It should be the Cold War period. But Lu Linha not only did not go into a Cold War, but instead took the initiative, which made her a little confused. Let me help you. The girl refused instead. No need for you. Hey. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt dizzy, and when she came to her senses, she was already held horizontally by the man. She was stunned for a few seconds. Put me down. You have limited mobility, so this is best. What a hammer. What if someone sees this? Then find a way to hide your head. Your head can be hidden, but how else can you hide it except by chopping it off? Then just cut it off. Get out. I'll cut yours off. And Meng argued and struggled at the same time, but her strength was far inferior to that of the man, and if she moved violently, the pain would come again. Resistance was futile, so she could only resign herself to her fate and bury her head in the man's chest. She had clearly refused, but now she was curled up in this man's arms. What is this? Fortunately, the guests were still hiding in their rooms and didn't dare to come out, and she ran very fast, so he was not seen again after he came out, so they didn't meet anyone along the way. Lu Linha carried the girl to her room and put her on the bed. You lie down and rest for a while. I think we will be returning soon. Huh, didn't they say that the ship would sail on the high seas for 5 days? An Meng was a little surprised. There are many facilities and attractions on the ship that she has not visited yet. With such a big incident on the first day, I'm afraid no one is willing to continue sailing. The ship had already embarked on the return route last night and is estimated to be almost back. As soon as they finished speaking, they heard the broadcast coming from the corridor. Dear guests, the terrorists on board have been completely eliminated, but for safety reasons, the ship has sailed back to Surati Island. Please disembark in an orderly manner. We apologize for the inconvenience caused by this voyage. Listen, then let's go. And Meng was just getting ready when she found Lu Linha standing in front of her, motionless. Why are you standing here? Come on, wait till you get out of bed. Wait for me. And Meng blinked, and suddenly her pupils shrank. You don't want to carry me out, do you? Otherwise, you need to rest now and don't move around too much. What a joke. Everyone will be leaving soon. This will only invite others to watch. I refuse. I refuse your refusal. You've rejected me many times. Is this the only time you'll want me to do that? Lu Linha raised his lips and said, I can agree to emotional matters, but if it involves health issues, I'm sorry, but the rejection is invalid. An Meng opened his mouth. Wait, why does a refusal seem to activate Lu Linha's domineering personality? P.S. The book is off the shelves, but the update must continue. I see that most readers want to read about daily life, so I will reduce the serious main plot in the future and focus on describing more funny daily life. I have a cold and a headache recently, and my data is 0, so I am typing slowly. Please bear with me. Chapter 161 Extreme Single Soldier Combat Plan. No, absolutely not. An Meng refused decisively. There will definitely be a lot of people outside later. If you carry me out, wouldn't that be considered a public execution? You forget that this is a masquerade. Everyone is wearing masks, and no one knows you. That won't work. Even if I don't know the passersby, I still have acquaintances, right? The large number of people was just an excuse of An Meng. More importantly, when they left together later, Chi would definitely be with them. In Chi's eyes, she has always been a man. As a man, being held in the arms of another man is simply challenging her bottom line of shame. If you are afraid of acquaintances, then I have a solution. The boat returned to the island. After the notice to disembark was given, the passage was crowded with guests. After all, there was a murder on the ship, and the sooner we leave, the safer we will be. Of course, even when they left, they did not forget to wear their masquerade masks. After all, many people here are well-known figures in the country. Among the crowd, there was a couple that particularly attracted attention. The man was wearing a silver mask and was tall and straight. In his arms, he was holding a girl. The girl was wearing a Halloween ball mask and a red dress, looking charming and sexy. Although the masks obscured their faces, one could tell from their figures that they were definitely a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Not far away, an Ultraman was very unhappy. He said to the other female Ultraman beside him, "Meng, the one wearing the silver mask should be Lu Linha, right? I remember you two were pretending to be a couple. Even if he was just working overtime, he can't be so openly flirting with other women. I'm so envious. No, I'm so angry." The female Ultraman did not respond, but just walked on her own. "Why don't you speak?" The female Ultraman looked at him, and after a while, she put a finger in front of her lips and made a hush sound. Seeing that the other party ignored him, Chi stopped making trouble and instead got angry and sulked. The face under the Ultraman helmet was not An Meng, but Lu Lin and the female companion he brought with him. At this moment, she looked at Lu Lin's back and smiled secretly. "I didn't expect that Mr. Lu, who always looks cold and indifferent, has such a tender side. She is really an enviable girl." The man looked at the girl in his arms and whispered, "This is a good idea." An Meng pouted. "Didn't I reject you? Why do you still care about me?" She originally wanted to refuse, but after gradually getting used to it, she was able to walk. But then she changed her mind and thought, it wasn't her who was suffering anyway, so why not be a free rickshaw driver? They have experienced the most in-depth communication, so if he wants to hug me, let him hug me. Fool. Question mark. The girl tilted her head. "Even if you want to reject me, don't forget that we have to get a divorce certificate if we want to separate, and divorce can't be done immediately. It requires a 1-month cooling-off period. That is to say, during this month, I have the right to fulfill my responsibilities as a husband, so treating you well is my obligation now." Huh, another month? Of course you didn't know. That's right. It's normal for you not to know since this is your first divorce. You say that as if you've been apart several times. What else? And Meng raised her little face. "Were you married before?" "I'm a few years older than you, and I've never lacked women around me. It's normal to have been married a few times, right?" And Meng's eyes were empty. "Then, between you and them, there is also—" "What else?" The girl opened her mouth. This guy turned out to be a very experienced guy. No wonder he was so ferocious yesterday. His firepower was so strong that he didn't look like a beginner at all. It turns out that he had already participated in several extreme individual combat plans. She felt inexplicably unhappy when she thought that she had exchanged her virginity for a defective product. This transaction is truly a huge loss. So, when other women were unable to walk due to injuries, he should have done the same thing as he does now, right? So that's how it is. When she thought of the tenderness she had given to other people, her cherry lips pouted unconsciously. She pushed hard. "Get out of the way. Let me go. What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just find you annoying." "Jealous? Haha, are you kidding me? Even if I'm jealous, I won't be jealous of you." And Meng sneered. "Put me down, or I'll scream molestation." "Mr. Lu, you don't want to lose face in front of so many people, do you?" Faced with the girl's threat, Lu Lin was not nervous, but curled the corners of his lips. It's different when a girl turns into a woman. In just one night, she has already learned all the special skills of a woman. He hugged the girl tightly and said, all right, I'm just kidding. I'm a bit famous in South City. If I really got married several times, it would definitely cause a sensation." The girl paused. It's no wonder that she believed it so easily. After all, Lu Linha was the dream lover of thousands of girls when he was in school. Besides, he was young and energetic, so it was normal for him to make mistakes that all men would make. She hesitated for a moment, then continued. "Even if you're not married, You must have countless girlfriends. You've been through a lot. Strictly speaking, my only girlfriend is Ning Yufei. We weren't actually in a relationship. We just dated briefly for her father's sake. We didn't even hold hands, let alone kiss. Oh, Lu Linho whispered. I didn't expect Miss and to still have a virgin complex. And Meng curled her lips and said, I didn't. Whether you love me or not, it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, we were just having fun last night. Is that so? Lu Linha said, grinning. He said this deliberately, just to see in Meng's reaction. As expected, the little girl is just a little girl. She couldn't hide her thoughts at all, and they were all written on her face. If you want a divorce, you need to wait for this 1-month cooling-off period. After a month, no matter what your opinion is, I will accept it unconditionally. Good. The three of them got off the boat and arrived at the small island of Sarati. There are many large and small boats docked near the island, which are the guest boats. At this time, there were many people gathered on the island, looking over here, a bit like the people soliciting customers at the entrance of a train station. They were all entourage brought by the guests, and because of limited places on board, they could only stay on the island. There are a lot of people getting off the boat. They're like parents picking up their children from school. They have to keep a close eye on them at all times so as not to miss their boss. Among this group of people, there were also Ning Yufei's people who were also looking forward to it at this moment. It's a pity that Ning Yufei will not show up. Lu Linha took a glance and didn't say anything. Instead, he withdrew his gaze and walked straight over. At this moment, he remembered that An Meng came here with Ning Yufei. Now that she was captured, her yacht naturally could no longer be used. So he said, come on board my boat, Meng Meng. Huh? Didn't we just go up there yesterday? Chapter 162. Returning to the manor for the third time. What? Ning Yufei is also from that organization. In the office of Lu Group, Shimawan couldn't help but be surprised after hearing Lu Linha's description of what happened on the boat. Yes, she has been brought back now and is being questioned by the police. You won't commit suicide in there like you did before, will you? Probably not. Because of the mistake last time, this time we have 24-hour personal care, so it's hard for him to commit suicide. Silent One frowned. If Ning Yufei is, doesn't that mean that the Ning family is also our opponent? After I came back, the Ning family soon learned the news. Ning Wankong contacted me specifically and said he didn't know Yufei was involved in that organization and apologized to me. Lu Linha smiled and said, but who knows if this is a delaying tactic? After all, Ning Wankong has been in society for so many years, and he is very cunning. Unless he has no other choice, he probably won't want to break off relations with us. Yeah, Silent One nodded. By the way, is this all you gained from your visit to the Black Queen this time? Isn't this a small gain? There should be something else. For example? For example, you and your girl. Lu Linha's expression paused. Don't look at me like that. As soon as you guys got back, your girl called me and started to scold me, saying that I cheated on her and so on. What did you lie to her about? She came to ask me about your whereabouts, and I said you went abroad to discuss business, but she met you on the Black Queen's ship. Silent One raised the corner of his mouth. Such an important matter. Why didn't you say a word? There's nothing to say. Forget it. Others may not understand you, but I do. Since you don't say anything, you must have encountered something that you are too embarrassed to talk about. If my guess is correct, you don't have to guess. Hey Ahi, you're so mean. When I was on the battlefield for the first time, I came right over to share my experience with you. That's just because you don't love her. If you really love someone, you won't treat her as a trophy to share. Silent One stood in awe. Brother, your love is comparable to non-food batteries. What's the meaning? 1 date is better than my 6 dates. Shenma, when asked again, so you have achieved your goal now and started to live a shameless life? No. Lu Linha briefly told Jiang An Meng about her rejection of him. Huh? She actually refused to be with you? Shen Maoan scratched his head. So you are still separated now? No. She moved back into my house again. Question mark. The car drove towards a manor, looking at the familiar trees around him, and Meng felt mixed emotions. If she remembered correctly, this was her 3rd time moving back to this manor. In fact, An Meng didn't want to move back. After all, she was planning to divorce Lu Linha, and there was no reason for her to live here. But when he returned to Lu Linha, he said this. You're being targeted by that organization now. You have seen their capabilities. It can be said that the entire South City, except for where I am, is unsafe. And Meng refused at first. Impossible. I, and Xiao Meng, am a man of steel after all. Man, a tomboy, isn't that possible? Okay, go on. I'm a strong woman. How can I be depressed and inferior to others for a long time? Lu Linha nodded. That makes sense, right? If you are confident that you can handle their next sneak attack by yourself, then stay at home. And Meng couldn't help but recall Xiao Bin's killing spree on the deck, and his face suddenly darkened. If you agree, I'll take you home. Wait. And Meng pinched the corner of his clothes. How? I've been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your foster father. Uh-huh. All in all, she returned to the manor. The car stopped at the gate of the manor, and Meng got out, and Xian, she was waiting for her at the door. Because the two of them had contact information, she informed Xian she in advance. Miss Xian, she came forward, and Meng gave her a hug as she had done before. Sisai. But after hugging her, and Meng sighed. The last time she hugged Xian, she was a little excited, but this time she was completely calm. It's like a simple hug with a good friend. Is it because she has grown from a girl to a young woman? Just as the two were about to go in, they were stopped by Lao Pan. Wait a minute, ma'am. He yelled so loudly that An Meng was startled. What are you doing? I saw Lao Pan get out of the car, open the trunk, and take out a wheelchair from it. Mr. Liu said that you have difficulty walking, so you should sit in this. And Meng narrowed her eyes. You think I'm your auto, right? What the hell? Forget it, my legs and feet are fine, I don't need this. Although the wound still hurt a little, she had almost adapted to it and could still bear it as long as she didn't do anything too strenuous. No, ma'am. Mr. Liu has emphasized that you must sit in this seat. Otherwise, I will be in trouble. Xian, she also said, Madam, why don't you just sit down? You know Mr. Liu's temper. And Meng raised her eyebrows. He still has a temper? After these words were spoken, Lao Pan and Xian, she both took a breath of cold air. They finally understood what it meant to be fearless. Although An Meng was reluctant, he still had to give Xian she face, so he could only sit in a wheelchair obediently. Along the way, when the servants saw her, their faces were filled with excitement and confusion. Madam is back. Why are you sitting in a wheelchair? This question made her recall the madness of yesterday. I didn't expect that they could actually believe such a lie. Isn't this the same as cerebral palsy? So she sighed, Oh, don't mention it. I'm paralyzed. As soon as these words were spoken, the servants' faces changed. Chapter 163, Unexpected Development. And Meng originally meant to say that this was the consequence of his temporary cerebral palsy. However, because it is too brief, it leads to direct misunderstanding. Xian, she was laughing secretly behind them. She thought An Meng said that on purpose to tease them. And Meng didn't realize there was anything wrong until she was pushed into the villa by Xian Qian and saw Tian Huifang and Lu Yunlian. Several people stared at each other for a long time. After a while, An Meng raised his hand and said hi. And Meng's relationship with the Lu family was already strained, and every time she greeted them like this, Tian Huifang would roll her eyes in anger. And she liked to see Tian Huifang angry, but unable to do anything to her. But this time, Tian Huifang did not show a look of disgust as she had expected. Instead, she came up to her and looked her up and down. Are you really paralyzed? Huh, just now a servant whispered to me that you were paralyzed, but I didn't believe it. But now you really came in a wheelchair. Is this true or false? Tian Huifang's eyes widened, her face filled with horror. Oh, what? Actually, it's... And Meng was suddenly speechless. First of all, if she wanted to explain, she had to tell the truth. Do you want her to say that it was because of your son that she couldn't even walk? Come on, she is a bit careless, but not so shameless. In this respect, she and Lu Linha are very similar. If you don't tell the truth, you need to make up a new reason. After thinking it over, she was too lazy to explain. What is it actually? Yes, paralyzed. How did this happen? Tian Huifang asked. It's just, I went on a boat with Lao He, and we played a little too hard. I fell off the deck, and my waist was broken. It was broken. And Meng was making up stories and almost told the truth. Completely paralyzed? Half paralysis. What's the meaning? Paralyzed, but not completely paralyzed. The upper body can still move. Tian Huifang's face darkened. She stood there for a long time and whispered, Lian, call your brother right away. What are you doing? Hurry up. Lu Yunlian was startled and quickly took out her phone. And Meng raised her eyebrows, and she quickly understood. This is probably a call to Lu Linha, asking him to divorce. After all, how could the Lu family allow a paralyzed woman to be their daughter-in-law? An Meng didn't expect that a lie she made up would actually bring her some unexpected benefits. If the Liu family insists on blocking this marriage, even Liu Linhe may not be able to do so on his own, right? In this case, this marriage may have to end in divorce. Hee, this guy will never have the chance to bother her again. The girl was laughing secretly, but suddenly she frowned and covered her chest. It was strange. Why did she feel so sad when she thought about leaving here? It's like I can't breathe. At this time, the call was connected and Liu Yunlian turned on the speakerphone directly. Hello. Liu Linhe's voice came from the receiver. Hey brother, our mom is looking for you. Liu Yunlian said, and quickly handed the phone to Tian Huifang. Tian Huifang took over. Linhe, what happened to An Meng? Why is he in a wheelchair? Liu Linhe hesitated for a while and said, this question is more complicated. It's complicated. What kind of husband are you? How can you let your wife fall and become paralyzed? Paralyzed? Liu Linhe's voice was obviously a little confused. You don't know yet? An Meng said that she went on a boat ride with you and broke her waist. Now she is paralyzed. There was silence on the other end of the line. After a while, a burst of laughter was suddenly heard. Yes, that's right. From his voice, An Meng could imagine that this man must be just like the two policemen in The Mermaid, laughing secretly and trying his best to pretend to be calm. Her pretty face turned red. This guy must be laughing at her for coming up with such a lame excuse. Unexpectedly, Tian Huifang suddenly got angry, still laughing. You are a man who can't even protect your own wife, and you still have the nerve to laugh? Her roar actually scared An Meng. Liu Linhe suddenly became serious. I'm sorry. Have you taken An Meng to the hospital for a checkup? I have done the preliminary examination. Later, I plan to gather experts from all over the country for a comprehensive consultation. An Meng's eyes were empty. I have to say that Liu Linhe's reaction ability is really quick, and he really can lie without blushing. Let me ask you, if An Meng really can't move, what are you going to do? Here it comes. It's time to start talking about divorce. Tian Huifang had always disliked her, and now that she was paralyzed, she was even more eager to let her go. Liu Linhe, I will take care of her for the rest of her life. His voice was low, but An Meng could hear the firmness in it. She pursed her lips, then raised them unconsciously. At least this guy has a conscience. Tian Huifang, are you really planning this? Yes. I tell you, it's hard to live with a paralyzed person for a lifetime. You should know me. I have been able to endure hardships since I was a child. I always chew cold medicine raw. Pete, is this a bitter one? Okay, you are really a man like your father. Since you are ready, I am relieved. I hope you won't let me down. If you can't do it, don't blame me as a mother for turning against you. Don't worry, mother. After hanging up the phone, Tian Huifang looked at An Meng. An Meng, I know it was Lin He's negligence that made you like this, but you just heard that Lin He is willing to take care of you for the rest of your life. So please don't blame him and give him a chance to make amends. An Meng blinked. Wait, what's going on? It seems that Tian Huifang didn't want to drive her away, but wanted Liu Linhe not to abandon her. An Meng said anxiously, well, it would be embarrassing for such a handsome CEO to be with a disabled person like me. I'd better leave. No, I don't agree. You can't come and go as you please in our Liu family. Moreover, as the daughter-in-law of the Liu family, your paralysis will cause serious public opinion. If you leave now, outsiders will definitely think that the Liu family has abandoned you. Wouldn't that put the Liu family in an unkind and unjust situation? I can't agree to this. As Tian Huifang spoke, she came over and took An Meng's hand, and her tone suddenly slowed down. Don't worry. Even if you're not a very likable daughter-in-law, since you have entered the Liu family will take care of you for the rest of your life. If Liu Linhe lets you down, you can come to me and I will do justice for you. Before the expert consultation, you should take good care of yourself. Tell me if you have any problems. Don't let it get to the point where you are upset. An Meng opened her mouth stupidly. Why is the plot different from what she imagined? Chapter 164. Things will work out when the time comes. Hello, Mr. Liu. In the evening, Liu Linhe returned to the manor, sparking greetings. Normally, he would respond to everyone with a smile, but today, he had no intention of answering and instead strode quickly to the villa area. But before he reached the villa area, he ran into the girl in the manor. I saw An Meng sitting in a wheelchair, and Xin Qian was pushing her slowly forward. Miss, is this speed okay? Too slow, can I get off now? I've been sitting in a wheelchair all day, and my butt hurts so much. No, miss. The belt on your wheelchair was specially locked by the old lady. For your safety, no one except her and Liu Linhe is allowed to have the key to unlock it. Isn't the key with you now? That's for me to pass on to Mr. Liu. I can't open it. Otherwise, you'll be fine, miss, but I'll be in big trouble. And Meng sighed to the sky, and when she looked up, she saw Lu Linha. The two looked at each other for a moment. Then the girl pouted her lips and stretched out her hand to the man, as if asking for a hug. Wow, Lao He, save me. Lu Linha couldn't help laughing. This girl is really a hypocrite. She says she wants to leave him, but in fact she sticks to him more than anyone else. He walked over, leaned over, and gently hugged the girl. What's wrong? And Meng's body trembled, and she stretched out her hand to push the other person away. Why the hell are you hugging me? Even though they had been frank with each other yesterday, hugging was really a painless thing. But the problem is that there are people next to us. Didn't you ask me to hold you? I asked you to unbuckle my belt. Your mother said that no one except you and her can use the key to unbuckle my belt. Key. Lu Linha frowned. At this time, Xin Shi presented the key with both hands. Mr. Liu, this is the key to open the belt. The old lady said it is for you. Lu Linha took the key and whispered, how did you lie to my mother during the day? And Meng said helplessly, at that time, a servant saw me sitting in a wheelchair and asked me what happened. I just casually said I was paralyzed, and your mother thought I was paralyzed. Good fellow, I was tormented all day and sat in a wheelchair the whole time. Then why don't you just tell the truth? How can I tell you the truth? Your mother went around asking people about my condition this afternoon. She also asked to install an elevator in the villa to make it easier for me to go up and down. Not only that, she also asked someone to buy a lot of assistive products for the disabled, such as handrails by the bed for getting up and a special shower chair for the disabled. If I tell you the truth now, she will be so angry that she will transform into a super scion on the spot and send me to heaven with a Kamehameha. As he spoke, and Meng sighed, and suddenly said seriously, Lao He, I feel that your mother has been possessed by someone. You have a wide network of contacts, so ask someone to find Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and borrow his guiding to hear if she is real. My network of contacts doesn't seem to be that wide yet. Lu Linha responded to An Meng's joke and asked, why do you say that? She clearly tried every possible way to make things difficult for me before and wanted to drive me away. Now that I'm paralyzed, not only does she not drive me away, she also wants me to stay in the Liu family and be taken care of for the rest of my life. This is definitely not the mother I remembered. My mother is like this, with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although she speaks harshly sometimes, she is actually very kind-hearted, especially when others are in trouble. And she has no opinion of you for a long time. No problem? When did it happen? How come I don't know about it? Do you remember the last time you were kidnapped and you took the bullet for me? What's wrong? She also knew about that incident. At first, she was just worried that you wanted to use your beauty to cheat the Liu family out of money. Since then, she has been relieved about you. That's not right. Then why did she still look fierce at me afterwards? Every time you see her, you either ignore her or call her an old woman. The fact that she can resist scolding you shows that she loves you very much. And Meng paused, curled her lips, and asked, what should I do now? I can't really be an auto for the rest of my life, right? Seeing the girl worried, Lu Linha was secretly laughing in his heart. He ruffled the girl's hair and said, so, it's better to tell fewer lies in the future. Stop gloating over someone else's misfortune and think of a solution. Lu Linha was not gloating. He was happy for other reasons. Since An Meng is troubled, it means that she can't bear to hurt his mother Tian Hui Fong, which also means that both the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law have basic respect for each other. He used to be thinking about how to ease the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but he didn't expect that things would be resolved now. He said, how about this? I'll contact a few doctors, make arrangements with them in advance, and wait for them to give you a fake checkup. If they find that you can recover, isn't that good? Okay, when will you contact the doctor? Tomorrow. Then I have to pretend to be a disabled old girl for the whole night, right? There's no other way. Lying always comes with a price. Just bear with it today. Lu Linha said as he pushed the wheelchair and sent An Meng back to the villa. When I entered the villa, Tian Hui Fong was sitting on the sofa in the living room looking at her cell phone. She heard the sound of the door opening, turned around, and saw that it was Lu Linha and An Meng coming back. So she stood up. Linha, did you receive the key? Received. Well, let's eat first. I'll tell you something later. After dinner, Tian Hui Fong walked in front and Lu Linha pushed An Meng behind. Looking at Tian Hui Fong's back, An Meng felt nervous. Could it be that she discovered something? Led by Tian Hui Fong, the three came to a bedroom on the first floor. Your bedroom is on the third floor. It's not convenient to go up and down at the moment. Please stay on the first floor for now. I have asked someone to install an elevator. You can go up after it's installed in a few days. Oh no, it turns out they want to change rooms. She thought it was some big deal. An Meng breathed a sigh of relief. After arriving at the room, Tian Huifeng asked An Meng to sit on the edge of the bed. Then a man dressed as a medical nurse came in with a basin of hot water and placed it in front of An Meng's wheelchair. Tian Huifeng ordered, "Help her take off her shoes and socks." The girl became alert. What? I consulted doctor friends, and they said that even if she was paralyzed, her lower limbs needed daily rehabilitation to activate them. Otherwise, they would easily become necrotic. So I hired a caregiver to wash her feet and do rehabilitation massage. What the hell? He washed my feet. That's right. Tian Huifeng said to the nurse. Let's start. The caregiver took a step forward, but was stopped by Lu Linha. Tian Huifeng, what's wrong? Lu Linha said calmly, Mom, I don't think you need to accompany me for such a small matter. I'll do it. He is a complete, love-pure person. How could he allow other men to touch An Meng's legs and feet? You want to come by yourself? Yes, since I said I would take care of An Meng for the rest of my life. That's not just talk, but action. There's still a long way to go. So what's the point of this little hardship? That's right. Then you can do it yourself. Ask the nurse for help during the massage. He will know how to do it. Okay. The girl was stunned. If it were someone else, she would still believe that this was suffering. But if it's this foot control, isn't that a reward for him? No. The girl retracted her legs. Tian Huifeng's eyes widened. Huh, why are you moving? Chapter 165. The most important thing for a person is to be happy. After these words were spoken, An Meng and Lu Linha's expressions froze. It seems like a paralyzed person can't move. Oh no, I didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. Sweat beads slid down An Meng's head. She said with a stiff face, that shouldn't be the case. Did you see it wrong? But I did see it shrink back. No, I'm paralyzed. How can I move? Could I have seen it wrong? Tian Huifeng frowned. At this time, Lu Linha spoke up. It might be a muscle twitch. Although Meng has lost control of her lower limbs, the nerve cells in her lower limbs are still alive. It is normal to twitch from time to time, just like the knee-jerk reflex. Is that so? Tian Huifeng's expression softened. It seems you're not just talking, you have actually done some research. It should be. An Meng's mouth twitched. Can you pretend this? In that case, wash her quickly. Lu Linha responded. He half squatted down, took off the girl's shoes and socks, revealing her white and tender feet. Under the pale yellow light, it looks particularly translucent and smooth. An Meng's face suddenly turned red. In fact, it is normal for people to look at your feet. In summer, the streets are full of beautiful women wearing flip-flops. But being looked at by others and being looked at by Lu Linha are two different things. An Meng was extremely reluctant, but the play had to go on. She could only lower her head, suppress her shame, and watch the big hand approaching without being able to dodge at all. She felt like a rabbit that was deliberately not running away. Even though the big bad wolf was approaching with great force, she was still standing there, waiting obediently to be tasted. Lu Linha held the slender ankle with one hand and reached into the basin with the other hand to fiddle with the water, testing the temperature. The water is a little hot. Add some cold water. She is afraid of heat. He turned and said to the male companion, Oh, okay. The male caregiver took the basin out. Tian Huifeng wondered, Isn't she unconscious? Although people don't have it, their skin does. If blisters form from the burns, it can be very troublesome. You are so considerate. You are worthy of being my son. As they were talking, the nurse came in again with water. Lu Linha tried it and felt that the water temperature was about right. So he put the pair of little feet in. The water temperature was just right, not too hot nor too cold, just the right temperature for her comfort. As for why Lu Linha knows her temperature so well, the reason is both simple and shameful. Because yesterday, after she collapsed to the ground exhausted from the extreme single combat impact, it was Lu Linha who carried her to the bathroom to clean up. The girl bit her lower lip lightly. Although this guy looks like a man, he is actually very considerate and gentle in some aspects. How's the water temperature? The man whispered. I'm paralyzed. How can I try it out, idiot? That's right. The man smiled, and while washing, he gently stroked the sole of the foot with his fingertips. Ha ha ha. An Meng shuddered and couldn't help laughing. Tian Huifeng frowned. What are you laughing at? The girl opened her cherry lips. Lu Lin, and you bastard. Are you really teasing me? Lu Linha did it on purpose. not only to avenge the girl's word idiot, but also to let her know that lying has a price. Of course, it doesn't matter even if he is exposed. As long as he takes the initiative to stand up and say that all this was his idea, he will naturally take the responsibility. And Meng coughed lightly. I suddenly thought of something happy. Tian Huifang was surprised and asked, how can you still be happy in this state? And Meng thought about it and realized that it was unreasonable for someone to be so happy just after becoming paralyzed. But since she couldn't hold it in, she could only continue talking. Well, the most important thing for a person is to be happy. Life is all about attitude. No matter how great the hardship is, you must face it with a smile. After hearing this, Tian Huifang and the male caregiver were both stunned. Madam, your daughter-in-law is really clear-headed. She's clear-headed, but it's a headache for us. At this time, Lu Linha had finished washing. He dried himself with a towel and started the massage session. The male caregiver took out a chart of acupuncture points on the feet. Generally speaking, we massage the Yongquan point, Dadan point, Rangu point, Duyin point, and Shermian point. Lu Linha compared the parts on the table. His 2 fingers moved on An Meng's little feet like 2 legs, and then moved to the right acupuncture point and pressed it hard. Fortunately, An Meng covered his mouth with both hands in advance, so he didn't make any sound. Do you feel it? Lu Linha asked. An Meng shook her head. No feeling. Mr. Lu, try these again. What about this? No. What about this? Lu Linha continued to attack. An Meng gritted her teeth and said nothing. Tian Huifang, hey, why are you shaking? And your face is so red. The girl's voice trembled. It's okay. I'm just too touched. My husband, such a big CEO, actually gave me a massage personally. Isn't this touching? Baby, this is what I should do. Doctor, where's the next acupuncture point? Male caregiver. The next one is Yongquan acupoint, which is the sole of the foot. This is the most sensitive spot. Ordinary people cannot stand it if you press it once. But considering your lover's condition, you don't have to worry about it. Just press it with confidence. Okay. Lu Linha lifted the girl's ankle with one hand and stretched out his finger with the other hand to touch it. Just when they were about to touch, the girl's jade feet suddenly pulled back. The other 3 were stunned. As the 3 of them looked at each other, and Meng spoke first. Huh? Why are my legs moving again? Tian Huifang, don't you feel anything? No, this is probably the knee-jerk reaction that Lao He mentioned. Since it's not healed, let's continue. Lu Linha reached out to grab An Meng's ankle, but the little foot dodged his hand and then kicked him in the face. Oh no, this nerve reflex hasn't ended yet. After Meng said this, he started kicking Lu Linha violently. Ouch, what are my legs doing? Stop it now. Stop hitting my husband. As she spoke, she used the fighting technique of scissor kick to clamp Lu Linha's neck. She shouted, but she was laughing in her heart. Humph, you still want to fight her. A little tender. Fortunately, Lu Linha reacted quickly. Before she could react, he lowered his head and dodged in time, holding An Meng's legs with both hands. Oh, this knee-jerk reflex is really troublesome. As he said that, Lu Linha turned around and looked at the 2 of them. You should go out first so as not to hurt you by mistake. Okay, then you should be careful. Tian Huifang instructed. Don't worry. By the way, please help me find a rope before you leave. Lu Linha said with a meaningful smile on his face. The girl's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, why are they getting more and more perverted? Chapter 166. Wheelchairs are the disabled person's second pair of legs, updated. Bedroom. The barefoot girl huddled in the wheelchair, hugging her knees and shivering. There was good news and bad news in front of her. The good news is that Tian Huifang and her male caregiver have left, so she doesn't have to pretend to be a cripple anymore. The bad news is, in front of her, the man was shaking the rope with a malicious smile on his face and was approaching her step by step. Good boy, you should know the difference in strength between us. Don't resist in vain, otherwise it will only increase your injuries. As Lu Linha spoke, he pulled the rope hard. The series of kicks, just now, was very satisfying, but now it was her turn to pay back. The girl moved her wheelchair backwards, but soon she was back to the wall with nowhere to go. And Meng swallowed and raised his hand. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Explain. I want to ask, is it too late to apologize now? Of course there's still time. That's good. When I hang you up, you can talk as much as you want. Hang up, hang up, hang it up. The girl's lips are so big that an egg can fit in them. A strange picture emerged in her mind. 300 words are blocked at this time. Hey, why aren't you talking? What are you thinking about? Lu Linha waved in front of Meng several times, but the girl's empty eyes told him that she was not listening at all. As a last resort, he reached out and poked her. He just poked her lightly, but Meng screamed in fright. Help! I'm dying. Lu Linha raised his eyebrows. You were trying to scam me, right? I haven't done anything yet. And Meng blinked her eyes, and when she came to her senses, her pretty face was already red. Wait, what was she thinking about just now? Why did she have that fantasy? Oh yes, she's a woman. That's okay. And Meng's eyes relaxed for a moment, then glared again. Wrong. She was originally a man. Why would she think about such a thing? Could it be that after taking that step, her thoughts began to change suddenly? And the scariest thing is, in her mind, she was the one being bullied and abused, but what's this inexplicable excitement? Seeing An Meng remain silent, Lu Linha continued to ask, what were you thinking about just now? Why is your face so red? No, it's okay. An Meng glanced at the rope in his hand and quickly looked away. Lu Linha looked at her reaction and then looked at the rope in his hand. He thought for a moment and finally narrowed his eyes. Wait, you're not looking forward to it, are you? The girl's eyes widened. Who is looking forward to it? Don't talk nonsense. Oh no, nonsense. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, your reaction has already told me honestly. The man laughed and said, I didn't expect that Meng actually likes this kind of play. No, words spoken don't count. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. After Lu Linha finished speaking, he moved closer step by step. The scene in my imagination seems to be reappearing. The only flaw was that Lu Linha only brought the rope and not the black blindfold. But this does not affect the overall situation. But after waiting for a long time, what came instead of the storm she had imagined was a warm embrace. She opened her eyes and looked up, only to be met with a man's doting smile. She told herself to resist, but this damn body was already familiar with the smell of men, and it surrendered before her and pressed its little face against him. By the time she reacted, it was too late. Oh, she is so disappointing. Silly, you're still waiting. The girl said angrily, You are the fool. What's the use of my resistance? I can't beat you. As expected of Meng, she is so confident even when she is timid. Lu Linha said with a smile. Sure enough, this is the Meng I know. After hearing this, An Meng was stunned, because she suddenly thought of a question. That was An Meng, whom Lu Lin and he met at the beginning, and she seemed to be gone. Now she is just a reborn person occupying someone else's body. If Lu Linha knew that she was not only not the original An Meng, but also a boy, would he still pamper her like this? An Meng curled her lips. She suddenly felt a little annoyed and pushed Lu Linha away with force. The man raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? An Meng paused. If she acted too abnormally, Lu Linha might notice something. No, we have to find a way to cover it up. She scratched her head. Nothing. I'm thinking about something. What are you thinking about? And Meng's eyes were wandering around, and he couldn't think of any words to evade the question. At this moment, she looked down at the tire of the wheelchair, and suddenly an idea came to her. I was thinking if I really became disabled, then the wheelchair would be my legs and feet, right? Right. So now I'm sitting on you in a wheelchair, which also counts as stepping on your back, right? Question mark. Chapter 167. His treasure. An office. The man leaned back in his chair, looking out the window at the night scene while playing with the pen in his hand. Behind him, Jiang Jun was standing there, motionless. So, apart from losing 3 people, you didn't gain anything else from this operation? Jiang Jun sighed. I once warned Xiaobin not to be brute force and to outsmart others, but he simply didn't listen. Pushing the blame onto others is not the solution to the problem, especially when the person is dead. The man turned around. Not only did we lose a master of incense this time, but even the undercover agents who were lying in ambush were arrested. The leader is very unhappy. I see. Be prepared to receive the incense rules. Jiang Jun's body trembled, and her fear at the moment could be seen from her suddenly shrinking pupils. The words incense rules sound simple, but if you experience them, it is more painful than death. In fact, we have been friends for so many years. I can't bear it, but we lost 3 people, but the other party was unharmed. This is really unacceptable. If the other party was injured, I can help you find an excuse to deal with it. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Enter. A man hurried in and whispered something in a man's ear. The man listened for a while, and his expression was instantly stunned. What? Paralyzed? He turned around and saw Jiang Jun looking at him with a smile. Then I'll trouble you to explain. She was glad that she had escaped, but she couldn't help but wonder. And Meng was clearly not injured. So why did the news of his paralysis spread? No matter how brave Lu Linha is, he can't be paralyzed to death, right? After thinking about it, she could only think of one explanation. That is, Lu Linha guessed that she might be implicated if she returned to the organization. And in order to give her an explanation, he spread the news that An Meng was paralyzed. That man is indeed extraordinary. At the same time, An Meng and Lu Linha had already gone to sleep. An Meng actually wanted to sleep separately, but she was inconvenient to move at the time and couldn't ask for separate rooms. Although she tried every means to avoid him, she still inevitably slept in the same bed with him. Her casual remark gave Lu Linha an opportunity to take advantage of. Just when Lu Linha was about to fall asleep, something suddenly slipped into his arms, waking him up again. He looked down and found that it was An Meng who was hugging him. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were slightly closed, her mouth was slightly open, and her silly sleeping posture was particularly sweet. The corners of the man's lips couldn't help but curl up. In fact, they had been sleeping separately for quite a while. If last night is counted, today is the second day they slept in the same bed together again. She might feel a little estranged psychologically, but it was obvious that the girl's body had not forgotten him. He lowered his head, reached out, and gently stroked An Meng's slightly messy bangs. Looking at that peaceful face, he felt very satisfied. This unique girl in front of him is already his woman, a treasure that belongs only to him. The beauty of life is only fully revealed after meeting her. His heart moved, he lowered his head, aimed at those pink lips, and moved closer. Just as he was about to put it on, his expression suddenly twisted and an irresistible force made him sneeze. Achoo! The girl who was sprayed in the face suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at Lu Linha blankly for a long time. Then her eyes gradually became filled with anger. Lu Linha's throat moved slightly. I didn't mean it. Someone must be talking about me behind my back. You burn newspapers at the grave? Are you trying to trick the ghosts? The next day, Lu Linha contacted several doctors and came to the manor. Several doctors are experts in neurology from all over the country, and each enjoys a reputation in the industry. Even though An Meng is pretending, if she has to act well. Led by the manor housekeeper, several doctors came to the living room on the first floor of the villa. At this time, Lu Linha and others had not arrived yet, so several doctors started chatting. Old Bay, long time no see. How is your work going recently? Dr. Bay sighed. Don't mention it. I was recently reported by a patient. What's wrong? A patient had Parkinson's disease before. He asked me why he had this disease. After I explained it to him, he said I scolded him. How do you explain that? I think you might have some mental problems. Your case is not bad. A few days ago, I saw a patient with facial paralysis. He asked me what he should pay attention to in the future. I asked him if he had a history of smoking. He said yes. I told him to smoke less in the future. Then 2 days later, he came to me and said that his condition became worse after smoking less. Why? I was also wondering, I asked him how many cigarettes he smoked a day now. He said half a pack. I asked him about what happened before. He said he had quit smoking and hadn't smoked for a long time. Then what? Then I referred him to my friend in psychiatry. Haha. After chatting for a while, Lu Linha came out. The doctors who were originally laughing suddenly looked serious. Mr. Lu. Lu Linha nodded and looked at the others. I've told you almost everything. You should behave well later. Clear. Although they didn't know why the lady pretended to be sick, since Mr. Lu had arranged it, they would act according to the plan. After all, he is the president and must be better at playing than them. Lu Linha led the doctors into the bedroom, and Meng was sitting obediently in a wheelchair, motionless, like an exquisite porcelain doll. There was a glimmer of surprise in the eyes of several doctors, but after all, they had seen a lot of storms and waves, so they quickly calmed down and went forward one by one to examine An Meng. After a pretentious examination, the doctors left the bedroom. Tian Huifeng asked, Doctor, how is her condition? Several doctors looked at each other, and one of them said, It's like this. I just saw that the lady has probably injured her spinal nerves, causing paralysis of the lower body. Can this be cured? It wasn't possible before, but it is possible now. As long as you cooperate with the treatment, it will probably... The doctor was silent for a moment. Then he looked at Lu Linha. Mr. Lu, how long will it take to be cured? Lu Linha frowned and said, You are the doctor. You have the final say, but I think the sooner the better. Oh, 1 week then. Isn't a bit long. It's grown. The doctor was stunned. You have to know that this is paralysis, and recovery within a week is unheard of. How could he think it was too slow? Just as he was stunned, another doctor raised his hand and said, Mr. Liu, 5 days. Still long. Boss Liu, I have 3 days. He was out for 3 days. Is there anyone who is out for a shorter time than him? Boss Liu, I'll be here tomorrow. Okay, once tomorrow, twice tomorrow. Dr. Bei raised his hand. Today. Make a deal. Chapter 168. Miraculous Rejuvenation. Dr. Bei, this way please. Oh. Lu Linha pushed open the bedroom door and Dr. Bei walked in. But at this moment, he was completely confused. What is the situation now? Just now, everyone was clearly bidding as if it were an auction. And he just casually said something, but he was picked by Mr. Liu. The problem is that he was never told that he would be selected. Could this be the legendary death revolver? Everyone else fired, but only his went off? Dr. Bei felt very complicated, as if he went to the market to buy vegetables and encounter a robbery. Everyone was shouting to stop, and he shouted too. As a result, he was kicked in front of the gangster and forced to become the protagonist. Even if you don't want to, you have to do it anyway. At this time, Tian Huifeng also followed in. She asked curiously, Doctor, this paralysis can be cured in 1 day. How to cure it? Dr. Bei fell in a deep thought. Anyway, they're not professionals, so just say a few words casually. Paralysis like yours is just a damage to the spinal nerves. All it takes is an injection to reactivate the nerves. So simple. Tian Huifeng asked suspiciously. Then why do I see so many patients who cannot be cured in their lifetime? Their injuries are too severe. Besides, the price of this injection is very high. Ordinary people definitely can't afford it. Okay, you give me an injection first, and I'll see the effect. Huh? I need an injection. An Meng on the side was very embarrassed. She's just pretending. Why does she need the injection? Lu Linha, can I help you with this injection? That's fine. This is an intramuscular injection, which doesn't require much skill. Where do you usually get spanked? The butt. Usually it's the buttocks and shoulders. Anything with lots of flesh will do. Is that so? Then he seemed to have thought of something and nodded. The girl followed his gaze, and her face turned pale as if she realized something. Has this guy awakened his S attribute since last night? She felt phantom pain just thinking about it. She waved to Lu Linha. Ow! Come here for a moment. Lu Linha walked over, and An Meng pulled his arm and whispered in his ear. What are you doing? You used a big needle to prick me the night before last, and today you're using a small needle again. You're addicted to it, right? What? You don't want to get the injection? Nonsense. I'll give you a shot. Are you willing? If it's you, Lu Lin has said, looking at An Meng, with a face full of affection and seriousness. I do. Okay, you said it. I'll go buy knitting needles tomorrow. Don't regret it later. Lu Linha was once again left speechless by Meng. He coughed lightly. So you don't want to target me? Of course I'm not sick. It's easy if you don't want to beat me. Lu Linha paused. He looked at An Meng and raised the corner of his lips. Beg me. Please. Lu Linha's mouth twitched. Why are you so decisive? In his impression, An Meng was the type who would rather die than surrender, so he was completely surprised by what happened. Please, it's better than getting a shot. Lu Linha had already gotten used to An Meng's unrestrained way of speaking and didn't even react. I didn't say you could just beg me. Damn it. You're asking for a higher price, right? It's not a big deal. I just have a class reunion in a few days, and I want you to go with me. I don't even know your classmates. What am I going to do? Because the organizer said that everyone can bring their families, and they don't have to pay extra money. If one more person goes, they can earn more, right? And Meng's eyes widened. As a CEO, don't you think it's unworthy to say such things? Having money is having money. Saving money is saving money. Well, okay. Anyway, she would eat and drink for free if she went there, so it didn't seem to do any harm to her. After the deal was done, Lu Linha stood up and said to Dr. Bei, are there any other more conservative treatment methods? Dr. Bei looked embarrassed. Is it conservative to cure it with just one shot? Patients nowadays are really difficult to serve. Dr. Bei complained his heart and asked, for example, like taking medicine. Take medicine? Yes, in ancient times, wasn't there a doctor who would take out a pill from his body to treat a patient and feed the patient a pill, and the disease would be cured? There is such a famous person. What's his name? My last name is Li. Li Shizhen. No, it seems his name is Li Shiyuan. Oh, Li Xiu, isn't that Ji Gong? Dr. Bei is indeed a professional. He knows so much about medical history. What kind of medical history is this? It's just a TV drama. Dr. Bay forced a smile and said, "These are all required courses. So, taking medicine can cure it? It can be cured. I have an oral medicine here. You will be cured after taking it." Tian Huifeng narrowed her eyes and said, "Since there are oral medicines, why do we need injections?" "Well, because the medicine is more expensive, and I don't want to save money for Mr. Liu. Money is not an issue." "Okay, then I'll just have to get out my treasured secret medicine," Dr. Bay said as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a medicine bottle. "This is a special medicine developed for patients with spinal cord injuries. One pill will work." Tian Huifeng, "Isn't it written here as a quick-acting heart-saving pill?" "Well, we just use its medicine bottle. The medicine inside is something we developed ourselves." "Is that so? Linha, go give me a glass of water." Lu Linha brought in a glass of water. Tian Huifeng took the water, took the medicine from Dr. Bay, and walked toward An Meng. When she got to the front, her feet slipped, and she was about to fall to the ground. It happened so suddenly that Lu Linha and Dr. Bay were so far away that they had no time to react. An Meng got up from the wheelchair without thinking and supported Tian Huifeng. "Thank you." Tian Huifeng was stunned for a moment. "Wait a minute. Are you okay?" Everyone had a dark face, and the scene was very awkward for a while. After a while, An Meng walked over and held Dr. Bay's hand. "Dr. Bay, you are a miracle worker." Dr. Bay. Chapter 169, Because I Am a Miracle Doctor. Tian Huifeng was shocked. She looked down at the water and medicine in her hands. "Wait a minute. You haven't taken the medicine yet. What does it have to do with his miraculous healing skill? I got better without taking any medicine. Doesn't that prove that he is a miracle doctor?" And Meng said confidently. "Dr. Bay, what's going on?" Dr. Bay opened his mouth. He seriously suspected that this family was ganging up on him. Faced with Tian Huifeng's questioning, Dr. Bay was under great pressure and beads of sweat the size of beans slid down his cheeks. "There is no script or lines for this." "Never mind. He should just tell the truth." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Tian. Actually, As soon as he opened his mouth, Lu Linha put his arm around his shoulders. In fact, when Dr. Bay first came in, he had already given Meng the medicine, and the effect of the medicine just happened to take effect just now. Right, Dr. Bay? After that, he said in a voice that only Dr. Bay could hear, "If you do it, I'll give you 5 times the reward. This is not a matter of money, Mr. Liu. I really am. 10 times. Ah." Dr. Bay sighed and tossed his hair. "I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be met with suspicion. I won't pretend anymore. I'm a miracle doctor, and I'm going to reveal my identity." "How did you cure it?" "Just like Mr. Liu said, I applied the ointment the first time I came in. No injections, no medicine. Just applying ointment can cure it. Why don't I see other people treat it this way?" "Others have tried, but I'm the only one who succeeded." "Why?" "Because I am a miracle doctor." "Then why didn't you say it just now? Isn't this a surprise for you?" "Strange. I asked so many doctor friends yesterday, and they all said it couldn't be cured. How come you cured it in an instant?" "Because I am a miracle doctor." "So what medicine did you take?" I can't say." "Why?" Dr. Bay held his head high, and his eyes were determined, as if he wanted to join the party. "Because I'm a miracle doctor." "Someone, take Dr. Bay out." In front of the villa, Tian Huifeng stood at the door and spoke to Dr. Bay. "Hey, Mrs. Tian, you don't need to find anyone to send me off. I can go by myself." Dr. Bay waved his hands quickly. I don't know if it was because An Meng's on-the-spot performance was too perfect, but he managed to handle it anyway. "By the way, I have a few friends who are also paralyzed. I'd like to ask Dr. Bay to give me some medicine so I can send it to them to try. The medicine is not available anytime soon. It's a special medicine. I'll contact you if it's available again." "Okay, then take care, Dr. Bay." "Hey, take care, everyone. I'm leaving Miracle Doctor." Dr. Bay waved his hand and walked out with big strides. An Meng's mouth twitched. Oh no, this guy is really into the role. After seeing off Dr. Bay, Tian Huifeng came to An Meng. "You're totally fine now, right?" "Well, it's okay. You really are a miracle doctor. I feel full of strength," An Meng said as he jumped a few times. Lu Lina frowned and said, "Jump gently." "Why? It makes me dizzy." An Meng was stunned for a moment. She looked down, and her pretty face suddenly flushed. What's wrong with this guy? Since that day, he's been looking for opportunities to tease her. Could it be that this guy is actually a reserved person? At this time, Tian Huifeng said, "It's good that you have recovered. Once you have recovered, we could talk about business." "What's the matter?" Tian Huifeng smiled and said, Whose idea was it to pretend to be paralyzed? The girl was petrified on the spot. In the hall, Tian Huifeng was sitting on the sofa, while An Meng and Lu Linhe were standing opposite the coffee table. She crossed her legs, picked up the tea bowl from the table, took a sip gracefully, and put the bowl down. Tell me, why did you two team up to deceive me? The young couple looked at each other. An Meng poked him and whispered, why don't you speak? Don't make any noise, I'm thinking. Your mother is so smart. She can actually see through our plan. It's such an abstract performance. If she still can't see through it, then she should see a doctor. Tian Huifeng, what are you two whispering about? An Meng, nothing. Tell me, whose idea was this? An Meng curled her lips. If it was her from before, then she could say without hesitation that it was herself. But it's different now. Ever since Lu Linhe told her that Tian Huifeng's impression of her had changed a long time ago, and Tian Huifeng really cares about her. Not only does she not want to abandon her, but she asks her about everything and is very concerned about her. And Meng is a person who responds to soft words, but not to hard ones. If others treat her badly, she will usually get angry on the spot and say whatever she thinks and never give face. But if others mean well, she will become timid and dare not hurt the other person. Now she has entered the second state. Just as she was hesitating, Lu Linhe spoke. It was my idea. You? Tian Huifeng narrowed her eyes. Why did you let her lie to me? It's like this. I told Meng a few days ago that your attitude towards her is different from before, but Meng didn't believe it, so I resorted to this desperate measure to let her see your attitude towards her. So you lied to your mom just to do an experiment with your wife, and even got so many people to act in front of me. Tian Huifeng covered her face and looked like she was sobbing. They all say that sons forget their mothers after they get married. I argued with them before, saying that they were just ignorant children and that our Linhe would never do such a thing. I never expected that your son, Lu Linhe, would also be bewitched by his wife. And Meng opened her cherry lips slightly, and her eyes suddenly became empty. Oh no, how could this lie of hers cause a breakdown in the relationship between mother and son? Wouldn't she then become a beauty who destroys other people's families? No, she couldn't accept it. So the girl raised her hand. No, I did it. You? It's me. Why are you doing this? I did it because, and Meng said, his voice gradually becoming smaller. That's not right. When she said she was paralyzed, wasn't it just to hide the fact that she was lame because of Lu Linhe's argument? Now that she has brought it up again, all the work done before must have been in vain. But she still needs to save the relationship between mother and son. And Meng was hesitating, and Lu Linhe said again, don't say it. It's me. It's obviously me. And Meng hit him. Idiot. I'm ready to take on everything, so don't show up. No, it's me. What's wrong with you? I told you it was me. And Meng kicked Lu Linhe angrily. No matter who Lu Lin was, his agility had already become a habit, and he dodged backwards in an instant. As he dodged, An Meng's kick hit the tea bowl on the coffee table. The tea bowl was kicked away by her and hit Tian Huifeng, and the fragrant black tea spilled all over her. The scene was silent for a moment, as if time had stopped. Only the tea dripping from the hair indicated that time was still flowing. Tian Huifeng wiped the tea off her face and looked at her expressionlessly. Okay, no need to argue. This time it's your turn. Chapter 170. Destined to be unable to escape from his bed. With his kick, An Meng received good news and bad news. Good news. Tian Huifeng doesn't seem to be pursuing the matter of them deceiving her. Bad news. She seemed to want to hold An Meng responsible for getting water all over her face. This is really a case of one problem after another. Tian Huifeng didn't say anything else, but just narrowed her eyes and stared at her. But at this time, silence is better than sound. The situation was already awkward, and with the silence, it was simply suffocating. An Meng glanced at Lu Linhe with a look of help in her eyes. Don't just stand there. Use your invincible brain to think of a solution. She ignored his gaze, and Lu Linhe naturally noticed it. But he couldn't speak at this time, so he could only put his hands together and signal her to apologize. Nothing is difficult in the world as long as you are willing to apologize. Sometimes a simple apology can resolve things perfectly. There was a hint of confusion in the girl's eyes. She imitated Lu Linhe's gestures. She gone cannon. The man gasped and shook his head. I'm at Bob. The man shook his head again. Would release. Buddha on the top. Lu Linhe's mouth twitched. Why did he feel that this silly girl was even dumber than before since returning from the Black Queen? Could it be that he went too far that day and she hasn't recovered yet? It was possible. After all, by the end of the day, the little girl's eyes were empty. Oh, what a silly wife. Tian Huifeng raised her eyebrows. What are you mumbling about? And Meng pointed at Lu Linha and said, he taught me. Lu Linha's face was filled with black lines. He pulled Meng over and whispered in her ear, I asked you to apologize. Oh, sorry. Why didn't you say so earlier? You even used would release, and you didn't even think of apologizing? Silly girl. And Meng curled her lips. Although she was unhappy, she couldn't find an excuse to fight back for a moment. And she took a deep breath and bowed 90 degrees. I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Tian Huifeng's eyes stayed on An Meng for a moment. She was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a smile bloomed in the corner of her eyes. But it was only for a brief moment, and she quickly returned to her cold look. Be careful next time. What a shame for you to be so reckless. Okay, old lady, An Meng said, and suddenly covered her mouth. It's bad. I usually call her old woman so easily that I blur it out subconsciously. Tian Huifeng froze. What did you call me? Mother-in-law, mother-in-law. And Meng's pretty face turned red. She felt really awkward being called that. Tian Huifeng's expression softened. All right, I won't ask about the past anymore. Go back and have a good rest. Okay. And Meng felt relieved and ran back to her room happily, like a little sparrow out of a cage. Lu Linha smiled knowingly and was about to follow her back, but Tian Huifeng called him. Linha, wait a moment. Lu Linha stopped and asked, What's wrong, Mom? Tian Huifeng looked at him for a few times and glanced at him in reproach. Be gentler to me in the future. Don't make me unable to walk. Lu Linha was stunned. Don't worry about how Mom knew. After that day's battle, An Meng could be said to be covered in bruises. Of course, it wasn't a serious injury. It was just that Lu Lin and this guy always liked to be gardeners and planted strawberries like crazy, covering her whole body with them. So these days, she can only wear larger clothes to cover it up. But when she bowed just now, her dress hung down, and the loose neckline made it easy to see everything inside. Tian Huifeng saw the scar on the chest at a glance, and combined with the fact that she walked with a limp, she immediately understood what was going on. How come you guys are busy all day, and there's no sign of stomach pain? Lu Linha curled the corners of his lips. Soon, don't rush. Since An Meng was not injured, he moved back to the third floor. She wanted a room of her own this time, but was unsurprisingly refused. Lu Linha's reason was, we will be divorced in a month anyway. We have slept together for so long before, so we don't mind the last month. An Meng, I refuse. Just kidding, they were just bedmates before, but now it's different. If they still slept together, she wondered if she would wake up with a bang every day. She packed her bedding and computer and moved to the next room. Lu Linha looked at her back and did not try to keep her, but instead showed a meaningful smile. There was an inexplicable confidence in that smile. He believed that this girl would come back. Sure enough, not long after, An Meng rushed back. Lauhi, why is there no signal in the next room? Her cell phone and computer turned into a pile of scrap metal in an instant when they got there. Oh yes, because this manor is located in a remote area, and this villa is at the innermost part of the manor. The signal is very poor. Only a few bedrooms where people usually live are equipped with signal enhancement devices. The rest of the bedrooms do not have them. Can you install another one? These were all installed in advance when the house was built. It's very troublesome to install them again. It's not worth it if you only live here for a month. You might as well just make do with it. How can I put up with this? She is a complete internet addict. It is a torture for her to lie in bed at night without being able to play with her mobile phone. Or you should come back and live here just like before. Don't want. Why? The girl looked at him. I'm afraid you'll spy on me. Lu Linha's mouth twitched. Who do you think I am? Don't worry. As long as you don't have those thoughts, I will never cross the line. An Meng was speechless for a while. Naturally, she trusted Lu Linha's character. Only after that night, she always felt inexplicably nervous and ashamed when sleeping with Lu Linha. The feeling made her feel very shy and uncomfortable all over. At this point, Lu Linha narrowed his eyes. Or, you are not worried about me, but afraid that you can't control yourself? Yes, that's right. After all, it was you who took the initiative to provoke it that night. In this case, I should be the one who is careful. The girl was startled when these words came out. What do you mean she can't control herself? She was clearly just a fledgling that had just hatched from its shell 2 days ago. So how could he make her act like a crazy woman obsessed with him? If she backed down, wouldn't that be telling Lu Linha that his guess was correct? She immediately turned into a steam princess, blushing and yelling. What nonsense are you talking about? Who has any idea about you? Let's sleep together. Let's sleep together. Who's afraid of who? And Meng ran back to her room and started packing her things again. Lu Linha couldn't help laughing. In fact, it's not that there is no signal in those rooms, but he installed jammers in those rooms in advance. For a girl like An Meng who surfs the internet intensively every day, losing the internet would be like losing half her life. He had long anticipated that An Meng would play the separation trick on him when she came back, so he took the initiative and predicted the other party's actions. You are destined to never escape from my bed. Silly little girl. Chapter 171. A girl can't escape her fate of being married. Jingsheng Hotel. A taxi stopped at the hotel entrance. The waiter at the door took a look, his eyes expressionless. As one of the best star hotels in the city, there is a constant stream of people and cars coming here every day. Although he is just a waiter, he has seen too many storms and waves. He is accustomed to seeing luxury cars worth tens of millions. In his eyes, a taxi can't cause any waves. And those who come by taxi are generally not big shots. After all, if you're a big shot, you must have your own car and driver. Even so, he still went forward to meet him. After all, it is his job to open car doors for others. After opening the car door, a small foot in white casual shoes stretched out and tapped the ground lightly. Welcome to Jingsheng. The waiter stopped talking halfway. The reason was simple. The person who came out of the car was beyond his expectations. A girl came out, with skin as white as cream and a face as rosy as a peach. The girl wore a light yellow long-sleeve cardigan with a white striped top and light yellow shorts. She looked youthful and energetic, playful and cute at the same time. He was so fascinated for a moment. Although such stunning beauties were rare, he had seen them before. But girls like this basically all have luxury cars, and this is the first time he has seen one coming here by taxi. And looking at her appearance, she gives people a sense of innocence that is untouched by anyone, even purer than Ding Zhan. Could it be that this is an unharvested snow lotus? The waiter suddenly became a little excited, but he couldn't explain why. Maybe it was out of the excitement of discovering treasure. After the girl got out of the car, she ignored him and looked around. Hey, why does this place look so familiar? As she was confused, a large hand landed on top of her head. Because this is where we get married, silly. The waiter opened his mouth. She is married? Such a lovely girl is actually a married woman? The waiter's eyes became empty. Sure enough, Ding Zhan was eventually infected with Rick 5, and the girl could not escape her fate of becoming a wife. He looked at the man behind the girl again. The man was wearing sunglasses and a mask, so his appearance could not be seen, but his clothes were very ordinary, a white t-shirt and black trousers, and neither of them were of any brand. Can such an unremarkable man marry such a beautiful girl? He believed in love again. Oh, so this is a place for weddings, that's what I thought. The girl stuck out her tongue and smiled. I remember the food here is quite delicious. Why don't we come here to eat next time we get divorced? Waiter, Lu Linha. The two of them appeared here because An Meng had promised Lu Linha that she would attend his class reunion with him. She thought it would take some time, but unexpectedly the party came just 3 days later. This party is a reunion of Lu Linha's high school classmates. As for why today was chosen, the answer is very simple. They had a farewell dinner when they graduated from high school at the age of 18. At that time, some people lamented that this might be their last dinner together. After all, the feelings would fade after graduation. As a result, someone refuted that the friendship between classmates would become deeper as they grow older, and if they get together again in 10 years, it is guaranteed that many people will gather again. And today marks the 10-year anniversary. At that time, An Meng was very shocked after listening to Lu Linha's story. You were 18 years old 10 years ago, which means you were already a 28-year-old bitch? Then how could you do such a cruel thing to me, who is only 20 years old? No, it's a poisonous thing. Time to return to reality. The two walked into the hotel. Lu Linha naturally took An Meng's little hand, and An Meng did not struggle. They have done everything, just holding hands. It's like in Dragon Ball. In the early stage, Vegeta with a combat power of 18,000 can bring a huge sense of oppression to Son Goku. But when Son Goku defeats Majin Buu, if Vegeta with 18,000 combat power comes to fight him again, I'm afraid he won't even lose a hair. People's thoughts are constantly changing. And Meng looked at Lu Linha's attire and said, Speaking of which, Lao He, why are you dressed so formally? It's just a class reunion. Why are you dressing like a celebrity meet and greet? Because I'm afraid of being seen. What will happen if someone sees me? Yes. Lu Linha smiled. You will know in a moment. Tisk, why are you pretending to be so mysterious? Just forget it. The girl snorted in dissatisfaction. Somehow, when she found out that Lu Linha was hiding a secret from her, she felt inexplicably unhappy. At this time, they happened to pass by the toilet, and she shook off the man's hand and said, I'm going to the toilet. Looking at the girl's angrily figure walking away, Lu Linha couldn't help but think. The little girl's temper is getting more and more irritable, which is really a headache. He thought so in his heart, but under the mask, he had an expression that couldn't help laughing. An Meng came to the door of the women's restroom and walked in with big strides. In the past, she might have mistakenly entered the men's restroom, but now, she is familiar with entering the women's restroom. In the bathroom, a girl was standing in front of the sink. Her face was pale. She took out a syringe from her bag and stabbed her arm. After the injection, she kept coughing but had no expression on her face. She just stared blankly at herself in the mirror. And Meng ignored him and went into the cubicle to solve his personal problems. After coming out, the girl was still coughing violently, and it sounded like she was going to cough out her lungs. Ahem. She coughed so hard that it split her lungs, and the people who listened to her grimaced. And Meng couldn't help but glance at her, and finally walked up to her and patted her on the shoulder. Hey, what did you just get stabbed in? Are you okay? The girl looked at her and forced a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine, it's just poof. Before she could finish her words, she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the mirror red. Then her eyes rolled back, and she fell to the ground. How can this not be a death? Isn't this a very clean death? And Meng was startled. In panic, she ran out of the bathroom and found Lu Linha. Oh no, Lao He, someone in the toilet vomited blood and fainted. Come with me to save her. Who? How would I know who it is? Maybe it's just a nameless female extra, but she's dying. She sprayed a mirror full of blood. Come with me now. And Meng pulled Lu Linha and rushed into the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, her expression was instantly stunned. There was no sign of the girl lying in the bathroom, and even the mirror was clean as before. Lu Linha looked at her. Where's the extra? Did she go home with her lunchbox? Strange, he was here just now. The girl looked suspicious. Maybe you were tricked by a prank. Now is the internet age, and people often trick others and post the pranks online. Maybe you just fell for it. Is that so? That should be right, let's go. Lu Linha was about to leave with An Meng when he saw several staff members standing at the door of the toilet, looking at him with embarrassment. Sir, could you please come out for a moment? You are in the women's restroom. Looking at the staff and the passers-by watching behind them, Lu Lin and Hutu were shocked. He looked at An Meng. The target of the prank is me. Chapter 172. Dating is like connecting to Wi-Fi. I really didn't mean to trick you into going to the women's restroom. I just saw a woman giving herself an injection, and blood started spurting out after the injection. Puff, puff. After saying that, An Meng imitated it on the spot and spit into the air. But because she was spitting while walking, the saliva floated behind her and landed on the head of a bald passerby. The passerby touched his head and looked up at the roof with a puzzled look on his face. Huh, why is this house still leaking? An Meng was embarrassed and quickly pulled Lu Linha away. The two of them came to the private room for the party according to the location sent by the organizer. When I opened the door, I saw several people already sitting in the room, both men and women, chatting together. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, several people looked over. Who are you? Lu Linha took off his mask and asked, Is this a reunion for Class 8? After seeing Lu Linha, several people stood up and walked over with enthusiastic expressions. Hey, here you are. Isn't this Lao Bao? Come on, sit down quickly. Old Bao hasn't changed at all. He's still as handsome as before. I remember that Lao Bao was a very good student in school. He should be doing well. What are you doing recently? And Meng was confused. She pulled Lu Linha and whispered, Did we go to the wrong place? Why do you ask? What do you think? They even called your last name wrong. Isn't your last name He? You didn't call me by my nickname, and you still have the nerve to make fun of them. Lu Linha explained, because they call me by my nickname. Nickname? And Meng looked at him suspiciously. You were also a brothel owner? I was wondering why you were so skilled that night. It turns out you were already well-informed in high school. Lu Linha's mouth twitched. Does my face look so much like a criminal? The girl stared at him for a while and nodded. Yes, very similar. Lu Linha pinched the two soft lumps of flesh on her face and gently pulled them to the sides. Looking at that cute and adorable look, Lu Linha couldn't help laughing and explained, It's not the madam, it's Lao Bao. What is Lao Bao? I was the head of the discipline inspection department in high school, responsible for the daily management of students, as well as their attire and discipline. No matter who was caught, they would be deducted points. They all said that I was as impartial as Bao Zhang, so they nicknamed me Old Bao. Oh, so that's what happened. You were such a beast in high school. Ouch, it hurts. Be gentle. I still need my face. The conversation between the two also made several classmates look at Meng. After seeing her, everyone was stunned. Old Bao, who is this? Lu Linhe put his arm around the girl's shoulders and said with a smile, my love, and Meng. As soon as the word lover came out, and Meng got goosebumps all over her body. Your love? He looked so small. Just as Lu Linhe was about to answer, and Meng beat him to the punch and said in revenge, yes, I'm still a student, but I was abducted to the Civil Affairs Bureau by this guy. As she said this, she looked at Lu Linhe provocatively. Now your image will probably collapse in the eyes of your classmates. After hearing this, several people gasped, and after a while, someone gave a thumbs up. Awesome, Lao Bao. Fine. The girl was stunned on the spot. Hey, why are you guys still praising me? I can tell from the looks of it that you have a very good relationship, so of course we have to praise you. It's not easy to find a partner these days, and several of us are still single. A neutral voice came. Don't worry, just keep your own style. Dating is like connecting to Wi-Fi. Even if you lose 88888888 every time, there will always be one time when you get it right. Oh my God, what's going on? And Meng looked over and found the person who was speaking was strange. From his facial features, he looked like a boy, but he had long hair and was dressed like a woman. A classmate nearby explained, that's just the way he dresses. And Meng was stunned. She thought it was just difficult to connect to the Wi-Fi, but she didn't expect the other party to turn on the airplane mode directly. This outfit is really... What? Is there a problem? The man asked back. The girl scratched her head. It's okay, it's just quite impactful. By the way, we have been here for quite some time, and Mrs. Bao still doesn't recognize us, right? How about we introduce ourselves? Another classmate said, hello, little sister. My name is Zhang San, the former vice class monitor. Oh my God, are you the lawless lunatic that teacher Luo Xiang talks about every day? You are the deputy monitor, so the monitor wouldn't be Li Si, right? No, I'm the sports commissioner. Another person raised his hand. Who are you? I'm Li Si. And Meng's pupils suddenly shrank. After the two introduced themselves, the boy in women's clothing came over and said, I'm Li Yanji. Pickled chicken. As expected, they're in the same class as Lu Lin. All of them are extraordinary people. And Meng's mouth twitched, and she looked at him and responded, hello, hello, your name really lives up to your name. Li Yanji. Zhang San. Since Lao Bao can find such a good wife, he must be doing well now. Lu Linhe responded with a smile. No, I'm just an ordinary office worker. And Meng tilted his head. What the hell? Ordinary office worker? Is it really so ordinary? As if noticing in Meng's confusion, Lu Linhe whispered in her ear, from elementary school to high school, I passed the exams based on my own abilities, so my classmates don't know much about my family situation. But your university is well known. Does that mean you didn't get into university on your own? I took the university entrance exam myself, but from then on, I started to take over the entire group. I often took leave for company matters, and the school would definitely leak the news. After hearing this, the girl puffed up her cheeks, clenched her fists, and looked indignant. What's wrong? It's okay. I was just thinking, damn, you've got it right again. Zhang San. By the way, do you still remember our former squad leader, Chinixing? Let me tell you, he is doing very well now. He started his own company. This Jingxing hotel is always fully booked. It was him who asked someone to book the room for him. Really? It's really enviable. Lu Linhe said with a smile. An Meng rolled her eyes. Bro, could you please pay more attention to your acting skills? After all, he is the male protagonist of the book, so why does he read his lines so emotionlessly? Li Si asked, by the way, where's our class beauty? Is she coming this time? Are you still secretly in love with the class beauty? How can I have a crush on her? Li Si retorted. I'm openly in love with her. Didn't you like her when you were in school? That's nonsense. Who didn't like her back then? Even Lao Bao fell in love with her. Upon hearing this, An Meng's eyes widened instantly. What? Lu Linhe also had a crush on her? She suddenly became curious. What did the girl who could charm Lu Linhe look like? Just as she was in a daze, a clear female voice came from the door. Hello, sorry, I'm late. Oh my, isn't this our class beauty? We were just mentioning you, and it's true that you are the one who brings the trouble. And Meng quickly turned around, and when she saw the other person, she was stunned on the spot. It's not because those beauties are so stunningly beautiful. Just because the girl at the door was the one who vomited blood and fainted in the toilet. Chapter 173. Everyone has a past that they cannot bear to look back on. Looking at the girl at the door, An Meng rubbed his eyes several times. What's wrong? Lu Linha noticed her little movement. It's her, it's her. Are you singing, Lil Neza? Get lost. I mean, she's the one who fainted when I saw her spurting blood in my bathroom. Lu Linha paused and asked, Are you sure it's her? It's her. And Meng stared at her for a while, but not entirely. Why? It's only been a few minutes, and it's already changed. No, it's just that when I saw her in the bathroom, her face was frighteningly pale and her spirit was very bad. She was not as pretty as she is now. Although the girl at the door looked similar to the one she saw in the toilet. This girl was full of energy, with rosy lips and a beautiful face, fully worthy of the title of class beauty. While the two were talking to each other, Zhang San had already come forward and said, come on, sit over here, class beauty. The girl laughed and said, You were teasing me on purpose, right, Zhang San? You are almost middle-aged, but you are still the most beautiful girl in class. Ha ha. Looking at the people talking and laughing, and Meng was confused. Could it be that the other party was really just playing a prank on her in a bathroom? But even if you want to play a prank, you have to play a prank on old classmates, right? They have never met each other before. Why would you want to mess with her? The girl was joking with her old classmates. At this time, Zhang San saw that Lu Linha had not spoken. So he said, You still remember this guy, Lao Bao, the teacher's favorite lackey? No, he was a good student. The girl looked at Lu Linha and smiled. Of course. How could you not remember the handsome guy in our school back then? He seems to be even more handsome now than before. Lu Linha, long time no see, you go. Ye nu did. At this moment, she saw An Meng out of the corner of her eye, and her expression changed slightly. Who is this? Oh, this is Lao Bao's lover, An Meng. The girl came up to An Meng and said, Hello, An Meng. Nice to meet you. I am Yu Yi. An Meng looked at her suspiciously. Is this our first meeting? Of course. If I had seen a girl as beautiful as you before, I would definitely have an impression of her. And Meng didn't think this was some kind of supernatural event. She just thought the other party simply didn't want to admit it. Since she didn't admit it, there was no point in her asking further. What's more, the other party praised her, and she is not a stingy person, so she decided to reluctantly let the matter go. No way, you're pretty too. Aren't you a girl? Why do they call you Brother Yu? Several classmates laughed. Zhang San explained, not the brother in the brother's word. Her name is Yu Ge, so it's a name. Of course. When Li Si was pursuing her, he even wrote a poem about her name. What was it called? Oh, Fisherman's Song Sings the Setting Moon, White Harp and White Shung at Dusk. This is the most beautiful name in our class. And Meng added, She is very beautiful. It would be even better if her last name was Zhang. Several people looked at each other and asked, Why? Octopus brother. Everyone fell silent. Lu Lina laughed. He tried but couldn't hold on. At this moment, there were heavy footsteps at the door. Everyone looked towards the door, and when they saw who was coming, they all stood up. Hey, Brother Xing, you're finally here. You kept us waiting. What are you talking about? Haven't you heard the saying that the protagonist always appears last? A big shot like Mr. Chun must be the last to appear. And Meng also looked over. At the door, there was a man in a suit and tie, with a mature slicked back hair, a pair of dazzling black leather shoes, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, dressed like a typical successful man. Considering the Brother Xing and Mr. Chun they just mentioned, this is probably the Chun Yixing they're talking about, right? And in his arms, he was holding a beautiful woman. The woman was wearing heavy makeup and looked quite pretty. The man waved his hand. Something happened at the company, so I was delayed for a while. Don't delay, you just arrived too. Zhang San looked at the woman in his arms. Hey, this is my sister-in-law, right? Girlfriend, we're not married yet. Chun Yixing responded. Several people were chatting animatedly at the door, but Lu Linha remained seated calmly. And Meng asked, Why don't you go and say hello? You can fight, but it's not necessary. Lu Linha shrugged and explained, Because of my position at the time, I was not welcomed in the class. It was basically a situation where I ignored others, and they ignored me. That sounds so pitiful. Could it be that Lu Linha was a student who was bullied in school when he was in high school? She seemed to know why Lu Linha brought her here. Maybe he was afraid that it would be awkward if no one talked to him. I never thought that a CEO like him would actually be neglected one day. Sure enough, no matter how glamorous a person is, there must be some past that is too painful to look back on. and Meng's heart suddenly softened. She patted Lu Lina's back and said in a coaxing tone, "It's okay. Don't cry. Let's ignore them." The man glanced at her sideways. The stupid little girl must have imagined some weird little drama again. Chun Yixing walked in, and when he passed by them, Yuga stood up, very excited. Axing, long time no see. Chun Yixing glanced at her without saying a word. He just passed them, put his arm around the woman, and came to the main seat. "Oh my God, is this guy so arrogant? He doesn't even bother to talk to me." And Meng complained in her heart. She thought someone would stand up for justice, but she didn't expect everyone to pretend not to see it. There was a hint of embarrassment on Yu Ji's face, but he still managed to maintain a smile. After Chun Yixing sat down, the waiter came in and handed him a few menus. He opened it, took a few glances, and distributed the menus. "Everyone, order whatever you want. I'll pay." "Hey, Mr. Chun, how can this be so embarrassing?" "Waiter, do you still have a bluefin tuna and Australian lobster?" One portion of Buddha jumps over the wall for each person. "Let's have some Kobe beef too." After ordering the food, everyone started chatting again. But the topic of conversation always revolved around Chun Yixing. "Brother Xing, your business is growing bigger and bigger now." "Chun Yixing, it's not that big, just a small company with a few hundred people earning enough money to eat and drink." "Is this just earn money for food and drink? I'm just a nobody in Nanjing City. The Liu family, the Ning family, the Su family, and the Chun family are the big names." Lu Linha, who was drinking tea, paused. "Zhang San, look, you are indeed Brother Xing. Your vision is different from mine." "Li Si, of course. If you have bad taste, how can your sister-in-law be so beautiful?" The woman covered her mouth and chuckled, while Chun Yixing hugged the woman into his arms. "It's just so. What I value is not the appearance, but the values and personality." "Li Si, how did Brother Xing get her?" "We are all still single. I don't have much experience. I just kept improving myself and doing my job well. And then love found me." As he was speaking, An Meng suddenly stood up. She opened her bag and poured everything inside onto the table. "Oops, something accidentally fell out," An Meng said, and patted Lu Lina's shoulder. Pretend as hard as you can." Chapter 170, Before He Became a Substitute. The originally lively class reunion fell into an awkward silence. They were all adults, so they could naturally understand An Meng's sarcastic words. Of course, the instigator, Miss An Meng, did not feel any discomfort. She had experienced this kind of silence many times. She really couldn't stand that guy's pretentious lines. "You know, the person who is most qualified to pretend hasn't even started yet. So why is he trying to steal the show?" Chun Yixing's face naturally turned dark, but when he saw An Meng, his expression was stunned. "Who is this?" Zhang San quickly said, "Oh, this is Lao Bao's wife, and she's still a student." There was something else behind his words, meaning that the child was young and didn't understand, and was just joking. Chun Yixing looked An Meng up and down, nodded, and then looked at Lu Linha. "Old Bao, there were too many people just now, and I didn't notice you. Sorry, I'll drink a glass as a punishment." "You're welcome, Mr. Chun." Lu Linha responded with a smile. He just picked up the cup, but An Meng held it down. "Hubby," the girl's soft and tender call made all the men present feel numb. "You can't drink. Have you forgotten? We still have business to discuss tonight." "Oh, Lao Bao also does business?" Chun Yixing asked. "No, I'm working part-time, and I just accompany my boss to socialize at night." "Oh, which company do you work for?" "Exist." "What?" "He is the president of the Lu group you just mentioned." And Meng couldn't help but say. Everyone was stunned, and then burst into laughter. "Little sister, you are so interesting. We know that in your mind your boyfriend is the best, but the president of Lu group is surnamed Lu, and Lao Bao's surname is Bao. How could it be him?" An Meng was dumbfounded. What happened to Lao He? His classmates even forgot his last name. But she changed her mind and realized that she was used to calling him Lao He, and subconsciously thought his last name was He. She hadn't seen this classmate for 10 years, and they weren't very familiar with each other when they were in school, so it was normal to take his nickname as his last name. Chun Yixing smiled and said, "The CEO you're talking about should be Lu Linha. I've had the honor of meeting him, but unfortunately, he is not your boyfriend." An Meng was stunned and turned to look at Lu Linha. "Oh no, you've become a substitute." Lu Linha smiled and said, "Sorry everyone, my wife has a lively personality and she was just joking." And Meng wanted to say something, but Lu Linha grabbed her hand and pulled her back to her seat. "Brother, you've quit drugs before. The Dragon King has laid out all the tricks for you. Why don't you stand up?" "I told them, but they didn't believe it. Lu Linha shrugged. Besides, I've always liked to sit in a corner and listen to other people bragging since I was in school. Otherwise, they wouldn't have forgotten even my last name. Don't bother with that. And Meng puffed up her cheeks. No. How can I just watch him act so pretentious? Lu Linha gently pinched her little hand and said, Be good. Just give me some face. The girl paused for a moment, then closed her beautiful eyes tightly. Forget it, forget it. I'll just close my eyes. Meng is so obedient. I will reward you when I get back. Reward? What reward? What are they called? The Golden Cudgel and Sun Wukong. She retorted, Get lost, I don't like playing. Hey, didn't you say before that you wanted to play? The girl's eyes were empty. Did she say that again? That was just a casual remark. Real. Really? I don't like it. So please change it. Well, I've already bought it. I even bought a new controller specifically for you to play with. Since you don't want to play, forget it. An Meng opened his mouth. What golden hoop? And Sun Wukong. That's called Black Myth, Wukong. Oh, I remembered it wrong. In the end, An Meng listened to Lu Linha's words and chose to remain silent. Seeing that An Meng had calmed down, Zhang San asked again, Mr. Chun, have you also met Mr. Lu from the Lu group? Well, we've talked about business before and have had contact. No one stopped him, and Chun Yixing acted even more unscrupulously. From business to politics to love, there is no field he is not good at. When he spoke, everyone was silent, watching him show off. In modern society, those who are rich and powerful are the masters. They all want to curry favor with Chun Yixing. Maybe they can get a good job there. Just as he was speaking, a cough suddenly broke the silence. Ahem. I don't know if it was because the environment was too quiet or the cough was too severe, but it scared everyone anyway. Following the direction of the voice, I found that it came from Yuga. Chun Yixing stopped talking and looked over sideways. Yuga smiled, clasped her hands together, and made an apologetic gesture. My throat is a little itchy. Mr. Chun, please continue. Chun Yixing narrowed his eyes. Do you have a cold? Yeah, it's summer, and most people turn on the air conditioner. If you're not careful, you'll catch a heat cold. Chun Yixing did not speak, and the atmosphere fell silent again for a moment. Li Yinji wondered, by the way, didn't Shinga and Yuga date when we were in school? Did you break up later? Chun Yixing leaned back in his chair, put his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder, and said lightly, Yes, at that time, people looked down on me. They're like handsome guys. I was not handsome, and I had no money, so I was dumped. What a pity. I remember that Yuga liked to eat the buns at the back door of the school, but the back door was closed. Only the front door was open. Brother Xing, you would go around to the back to buy them every day. In order to prevent them from getting cold, you would even hold your breakfast in your arms and cover it all the way to the classroom. Li Si, I remember that Brother Xing also learned cross-stitch and embroidered 2 Mandarin duck sachets, one for him and one for Yuga. Yes, I still remember. Bang! Chun Yixing slammed the table, and everyone stopped immediately. There's no need to talk about the past. My current girlfriend is still here. Chun Yixing interrupted calmly. Those were all stupid things I did when I was young and ignorant. I realized after I became an adult that such things have no meaning other than moving myself. Zhang San quickly changed the subject and said, By the way, Brother Xing, how did you get a reservation at the Jingsheng Hotel? When I called to reserve a room before, the waiter told me that it was fully booked for the past 2 months, but you got it done with just 1 phone call. Nothing much. It's just that the general manager of this store is my friend, and he's going to come and toast me later. As he was talking, a middle-aged man walked in from the door. Is Xiao Chun here? Chun Yixing looked over and quickly stood up, completely losing his previous arrogance. Brother Gao, you are here. He introduced everyone. This is Mr. Gao Cheng, the general manager here, and the person in charge of the entire Jingsheng Hotel. What? What person in charge? I'm just an employee. Zhang San, thank you, Brother Gao, for arranging a room for us to jump the queue. It's my duty. Xiao Chun is my brother, so I have to take care of him. Chun Yixing quickly said, Brother Gao, these are all my high school classmates. Gao Cheng looked around and saw Li Yinji in women's clothing. His smile froze. Don't mention it, your classmate looks quite thoughtful. It's normal for young people to have their own ideas. Gao Cheng continued to look around, and at this moment, a man caught his attention. The rest of the people were looking at him, except for that man, who lowered his head as if trying to avoid his gaze. But this person's figure and temperament made him feel inexplicably familiar. He took a closer look, and his expression changed drastically. Mr. Lu, why are you here? Chapter 175. class reunion is for reminiscing about the good old days. All the students present were confused. Mr. Liu? What Mr. Liu? Who was he calling? Before they could figure out, Gao Cheng turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. He was seen running toward someone. And that person was Lao Bao, who was sitting in the corner and eating silently. Mr. Liu, why are you here? Gao Cheng bent over with a smile on his face. Lu Linhe looked at him. Do you know me? Look at what you said. Jingsheng is a business under the name of the Liu family. You can be said to be the behind-the-scenes boss of our Jingsheng. How can I not know you? And the last time you came to Jingsheng, wasn't it for your wedding? I had the honor of meeting you then. Oh, Lu Linhe nodded. You came to inspect the work without informing us. Should I go and invite Director Zhao and the others? Gao Cheng is the general manager of Jingsheng, a bit like the company CEO. Above him is the board of directors, which is the real senior management of Jingsheng. And those managers were all sent out from the Lu group. No, I just came here to eat. Lu Linhe was dressed fully armed at the time because he was afraid of being recognized, but he didn't expect that he couldn't escape after entering the room. The two were chatting animatedly, but the faces of the classmates beside them were gloomy. They were not fools. Seeing Gao Cheng's respectful look, they immediately guessed that Lu Linhe was definitely not an ordinary person. Strange? Isn't Mr. Bao's surname Bao? Why is he called Mr. Liu? Zhangsen muttered puzzledly. Yugo rolled his eyes at him. My surname is Liu, and Lao Bao is just a nickname you gave him. I really don't know what's wrong with your brains. Not only did you give him a nickname, you even forgot his real name. What's that old Bao's name? Lu Linhe. Several people stared. Oh my God. It turns out his wife wasn't joking. What she said was actually true. While everyone was shocked, the conversation between Lu Linhe and Gao Cheng was coming to an end. Mr. Liu, if you have nothing else to do, I will go back first. It's okay, but I'm curious about something. What? It's just these dishes. Why do I feel like the quantity has decreased? When I came here to eat before, the plate was always full. Gao Cheng's sweat dropped. Maybe there was a problem in the kitchen today. I'll go find a chef to find out what happened. After saying that, he disappeared into the room again. An Meng opened her mouth. Is this person the manager? Why, doesn't it look like it? Lu Linhe said with a smile. No, I think he looks like a ninja. The appearance of Gao Cheng instantly made this harmonious class reunion no longer harmonious. In a trance, they felt as if they were at the Huashan sword contest. At the beginning, several martial artists competed with each other, and then the one with the strongest martial arts skills was selected as the leader of the martial arts world. Afterwards, the leader shared his experience in training and understanding of martial arts with everyone, and everyone was happy to ask for advice. However, at this moment, a person fell from the sky. Looking closely, it turned out to be Erling Shun Yangjian. No matter what martial arts this martial arts leader teaches, it would probably be just a joke in front of Erling Shun. This feeling that transcended class left them speechless for a moment. Zhang San, haha, Lao Bao, you haven't realized it yet, right? We were just joking with you. In fact, we recognized you a long time ago, and we just wanted to see when you would admit it yourself. Lisi, yes, you kid. No, Mr. Liu is really good at holding back. Worthy of being a big CEO, his lung capacity is incomparable to the past. The focus suddenly shifted to Lu Linhe. Lu Linhe waved his hand. There's nothing to say about this. Chun Yixing's face was a little gloomy, and he snorted coldly. There's really nothing to say. It's just a family business, not my own business. And Meng stood up. If you don't understand, don't make random comments, okay? Lao He was still in school at the time, and the group was already declining and on the verge of bankruptcy. At that time, they owed a lot of foreign debts and were worse off than ordinary people. It was he who was entrusted with the task and turned the tide to support the Lu group again. If he started a business, except for not being as good as you in picking up girls, everything else would definitely be a dimensionality reduction attack. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you're doing well or not. We gather together to relive the good old days, not to see who is the most pretentious now. Look at you, wearing a suit and a tie. Those who know you will understand that you are here to attend the party, while those who don't will think you are here to host a wedding. Zhang San was also wearing a suit. Hearing this, he looked down and silently took off his clothes. And Meng's output is like Garen's whisper, which silences and breaks the defense. Chun Yixing's expression froze instantly, but he couldn't get angry, so he could only turn his face black and remain silent. Yugu pursed her lips and said, "Don't be so excited, sister. Xing is not that kind of person. Chen Yixing looked at him. What does it have to do with you? Do you think you know me well? And Meng wanted to say something else, but Lu Linha pulled her back to her seat. Are you in a bad mood today? Why are you so excited? No, the girl puffed up her cheeks and turned her head to the side halfway through her sentence. I understand. Lu Linha stroked her hair. Eat less cold food recently and take care of yourself. I'm not having my period. I'm just upset. The girl's voice became much quieter, and she muttered, I'm upset that he slandered you. So that's how it is. The girl was actually protecting him. Although she was the one who usually argued with him the most, when she met outsiders, she would still stand up for him. Lu Linha smiled slightly and pinched the girl's face. I didn't expect. My Meng Meng is such a protective husband. Skincare? I have never used cosmetics. How can it be skincare? And Meng looked confused. I mean the other husband. And Meng blinked her eyes. Her face flushed. Get lost. What do you mean by protecting your husband? I'm not doing that. So what are you doing? I just saw injustice and tried to help. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, no misunderstanding. Lu Linha responded with a smile. Then he saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward. So he said, by the way, is the bun shop at the back door of our school still there? I really want to go there and eat again. Yes, the millet porridge there is also good. By the way, has our school's library been built? It has been under construction since we were in school. They said it would be used for us to read books, but we didn't expect it would take 3 years to build. It's built, but not completely built. What's the meaning? I heard that a tornado destroyed the parking lot in the first year after the school was built. As a result, our school had no parking lot, so we had to destroy the library. What the hell? Oh, I still remember. Lu Linha's words made the students recall the good times of their youth. Everyone chatted one after another, and the conversation became even more heated than before. Just when the atmosphere was in full swing, Chen Yixing stood up. Everyone was stunned, and then he walked out with big strides. Chapter 176. Lu Lin and had been in a relationship before. When Chen Yixing first went out, no one took it seriously and just thought he was going to the toilet. After a while, the girl he brought also walked out. No one paid any attention to it. They enjoyed the food and talked about the past, feeling very comfortable. But half an hour passed, and there was still no sign of him. This made them feel a little worried. Hey, where is Brother Xing going? Zhang San asked. Li Si, maybe you went to the toilet. You haven't come back in such a long time. Did you go to the bathroom without toilet paper? What are you talking about? How could such a mature and stable person like Brother Xing encounter such a thing? Li Si said and added, maybe he fell into the trap accidentally. What does this have to do with maturity and stability? Zhang San stood up. No, I have to go and take a look. What are you going to do? Why are you so concerned about Brother Xing going to the bathroom? I'm not concerned about him. Zhang San paused. I'm just worried that he will leave without paying the bill. In an instant, several people who were eating stopped. You have to know that they order the most expensive ingredients. Ordering the most expensive dish in the most expensive hotel, the lobster alone costs more than 4,000. This number for a full table is definitely a sky-high price. Even if the burden is shared among more than a dozen of them, it would probably still be quite stressful. It turns out there is no free lunch in the world. Who among us has his phone number? I just called, but the number is no longer in service. I guess he changed his phone number. Just when he was in despair, Lu Linha raised his hand. Well, if you don't mind. Zhang San quickly said, I don't mind. Oh, Mr. Lu is so polite. That's right. Mr. Lu is really a generous man. Not only is he not angry with us, but he also wants to spend money. This is so embarrassing. Lu Linha, no. I mean, if you don't mind, I'll go out and look for him because I've been here before and I'm familiar with this place. Zhang San and Li Si's smiles suddenly froze. Puffed. And Meng covered her mouth with her hands in delight. She knew that old age had always been good at torturing others. Although this guy has a lot of money, he is definitely not stupid. Lu Linha picked up the tissue and wiped his mouth, then patted Meng. Let's go out and look for him. Huh. The girl who was eating voraciously was stunned. Her cheeks were stuffed full, like a little hamster storing food for the winter. She said vaguely, where can I find this? You will find it, trust me. Hey. An Meng was pulled up by Lu Linha. She had to hurriedly put the peeled shrimp in her mouth and followed him out. After leaving the private room, An Meng finally finished what she was eating. She crossed her arms and glanced at him sideways. Come on, let me see how you find him. What if I do find it? If I find it, I will. You just what? Just. The girl paused. Find it first and we'll talk later. The man curled his lips, Okay, actually there's something I haven't told you. You want to say that you're actually a girl? Lu Linha pinched the girl's face with both hands, preventing her from speaking. Actually, I have superpowers. Whenever I want to find someone, I close my eyes and immediately know his exact location. Haha, bragging. If you don't believe me, just watch. Lu Linha closed his eyes, and after a moment, he opened them again. Okay, I know where he is. As he spoke, he walked forward. An Meng followed him all the way to an underground parking lot. Then Lu Linha walked to a black car and knocked on the window gently. When the window was rolled down, the person inside turned out to be Chen Yixing. Look, it's him, isn't it? When Chen Yixing left, Lu Linha sent a message to manager Gao Cheng, asking him to keep an eye on it. And this hotel is fully equipped with surveillance cameras, so he always knows Chen Yixing's location. Chen Yixing looked at him and asked in surprise, "Why is it you? Your classmates were very worried when they saw you haven't been home for so long, so they sent me out to look for you. Come on, let's go back." Ah, Chen Yixing sneered. "Do you think there's any point in me going back now? We are all old classmates. How can it be boring? Don't talk about old classmates with me. I don't know you well, Lao Bao." Chen Yixing looked at him with a cold look in his eyes. 10 years ago, you ruined my relationship. 10 years later, you suddenly appeared and ruined my good thing again. Lu Linha didn't say anything, just looked at him silently. Don't think you can get away with not saying anything. When we graduated from high school, you dumped me and got together with you, right? An Meng, who was eating melon on the side, raised his eyebrows. Be with him? Speaking of which, classmates in the class also said when talking about Yugu that even Lu Linha fell in love with her. Could it be that? And Meng frowned, then relaxed. Oh, what is she hesitating about? Laoyi said that he and Ning Yufei had only had a relationship that was not considered a romantic relationship. Most of the time, that was just the student's imagination. After all, it's not the first time that Laoha is popular with women. Just as she was trying to justify herself, Lu Linha nodded. That's right. And Meng's mouth opened wide instantly, and she looked at Lu Linha with a dull look. Ah. Lu Linha returned to the private room. Mr. Lu, have you found Brother Xing? Found it. Lu Linha said. Boss Chun said he had something to deal with. He has already settled the bill. Don't worry about him. Just eat and drink well. Oh, you should have said it earlier. Zhang San relaxed, but then he felt something was wrong and added, Oh, it's a pity that I couldn't eat with Brother Xing until the end. Without the pressure of the bill, the atmosphere became harmonious again. During this period, they also tried to flatter Lu Linha, praising him from all angles. Perhaps if Mr. Lu was in a good mood, he would even let them get a position. But Lu Linha just kept silent about the current situation. He just smiled and changed the subject every time. Seeing that Lu Linha was not buying it, they had no choice but to give up. After eating and drinking, it was time to say goodbye. Everyone left the private room and came to the hotel gate. After a few greetings, they went home. Lu Linha glanced at his watch and said, It's still early. Is there anywhere you want to go? Meng. He turned around and found An Meng standing behind him, staring at him with her beautiful eyes. After coming back from Chen Yixing, An Meng has remained silent. She didn't understand. Didn't Lu Linha say before that he had only dated one person? Why'd another one pop up? Could it be that he had been lying to her all along? She felt uneasy and wanted to ask, but she didn't dare to. Nonsense. Once she asked, doesn't it mean that she cares about him very much? But she's indeed very curious, damn. In the end, she could only express her dissatisfaction with her eyes. What's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me? She pursed her lips a few times and finally twisted her face. Snort. And this turn of her head also allowed her to see an unexpected gain. After the event, most of the students walked out of the hotel, but one person returned to the hotel. That person was Yugo. Strange, why did you go back? And Meng's eyes lit up. Oh, by the way, since she's also a party involved, why not just ask her? Chapter 177-something is wrong with Yugo. Having made up his mind, An Meng immediately turned around and prepared to follow Yugo. However, before she had taken a few steps, she was stopped by the man. Where are you going? The girl paused, turned around, and there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes. She was afraid that Lu Linha would see through her thoughts. If he knew that she cared about this kind of thing, who knows how he would laugh at her. Her dark eyes rolled around a few times, and she quickly covered her stomach. Oh yes, my stomach hurts. Stomachache? How serious is it? Lu Linha walked towards her. The girl took a few steps back and touched her stomach. It's okay. I think I'll be fine after going to the toilet. An Meng said this, turned around and ran, feeling as if he had a stomachache and needed to go to the toilet urgently. Of course, she was indeed anxious. After all, if she was a little slower, she might not be able to find Yugo. Wait a minute, the man spoke again. And Meng stopped again and said impatiently, Wait, who are you asking me to wait? Are you asking me to wait for the shit in my stomach? She was already holding a grudge, and now that Lu Linha had tried to stop her again and again, she couldn't help but vent it out. Lu Linha ignored the girl's rampage, but opened his bag and took out a pack of tissues. You don't bring toilet paper with you. What are you going to do later? And Meng was stunned. Her pretty face turned red. She snatched the tissue and turned around and ran away. She rushed into the hotel, then looked around, looking for Yugo. Hey, isn't this Madam? What are you doing here, cosplaying as Jackie Chan? And Meng turned her head and found that the person talking to her was General Manager Gao Cheng. What do you mean by cosplaying Jackie Chan? You just ran in and shook your head left and right. Isn't this Jackie Chan's standard move? You imitated it really well. And Meng's mouth twitched. She ignored the other party and continued to look around. Finally, she saw Yuji's slim figure in the crowd. Fortunately, Yugo is of similar height to her and walks at a similar speed. If she was following Lu Linha, she probably wouldn't even be able to catch his tail gas. However, the direction Yugo was heading to at this time was not the hotel lobby, but the parking lot. Weird, what was she doing in the parking lot? Could be that she also came by car. And Meng couldn't help but recall the scene of Yugo spurting blood in the toilet. I always feel like there's something wrong with Yugo. This time she could also find out why she pretended to be dead before. Gao Cheng followed her gaze and saw Yugo. Madam, are you looking for that girl? How about I call her over for you? Gao Cheng said, turning on the microphone on his collar. Hey, Xiao Wang, there's a girl coming towards you. And Meng was shocked. If she stopped Yugo, her tracking plan would be ruined. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment. In desperation, she kicked the microphone. I hit. Gao Cheng was still talking when Mike flew out. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at An Meng, without saying a word, just blinking his eyes, full of shock. And Meng scratched her head awkwardly, her legs still in the air, and she twisted her feet a few times. I'm cosplaying Bruce Lee this time. Does it look like him? Same, very similar. It's fine as long as it looks like her. And Meng retracted her legs. Well, you don't have to help me call her. I can go there myself. Okay, I can't scream even if I want to. Why? Mike flew away. The girl stuck out her tongue and said, Sorry. I'll pay you back later. What compensation do I need? It's very polite of you to say that, ma'am. And Meng trotted after Yugo and all the way to the parking lot. She played the FBI's tracking game, hiding behind cars from time to time, attacking again when she saw the other party walking away, and then hiding behind another car. Somehow, she always felt that the road Yugo took looked familiar. Finally, Yugo walked to a black car. An Meng took a closer look. No wonder she felt the road looked familiar. That was Chun Yixing's car. What does this mean? Could it be that Yugo wanted to take Chun Yixing's car home? But judging from the gathering just now, the relationship between the two didn't seem to be very harmonious. How come they could meet again now without any tacit agreement? Could it be that she also has superpowers like Lao He? Yugo walked to the front of the car, the door opened, and Chun Yixing got out. The two looked at each other, and Chun Yixing pointed to the side, indicating that they should change place to talk. And the direction he pointed to was exactly where An Meng was. An Meng quickly bent down and hid to the other side. Then two people came over. Chun Yixing put one hand in his pocket and said calmly, Tell me, Miss, you call me specially to ask me to meet her. What does she want to see me for? Nothing. I just want to chat with you. Yugo raised her eyes and looked at Chun Yixing for a long time. Chun Yixing frowned. What are you looking at? If you don't tell me, I'm leaving. After a while, she finally spoke, her voice gentle. Axing, have you been well these years? Chun Yixing sneered. Miss you? Have you lost your memory? I've already made it very clear at the dinner table how I have been doing these years, right? Or did you not listen at all? This is not like Miss You style. Back then, you took notes word for word. Yugo smiled and said, Axing, do you still remember those days? Chun Yixing paused. If you came to see me just to reminisce about the past, then let's stop here. I have something else to do this afternoon. After saying that, he turned and left. Wait a minute, Yugo called out hurriedly. Chun Yixing stopped, but did not look back. Anything else? Tell me quickly. Yugo hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, Can we still go back? As soon as these words came out, Chun Yixing's body trembled. He raised his head and stared at the ceiling of the parking lot in a daze. After a while, he burst into laughter. Miss you. When you said this, have you ever thought about how you dumped me 10 years ago? 10 years ago. Chun Yixing and Yu Ge can be said to be the most enviable couple in the class. They have been desk mates for 3 years, and both of them have excellent academic performance. Chun Yixing is the deputy monitor, and Yu Ge is the study committee member. Not only that, the two of them are also the hosts of the hosting club. Every time the school holds activities and parties, they can be seen on the stage. Precisely because of their excellence. Even though the teacher knew about their relationship, he did not stop them. Schools prevent premature love just because they are afraid that it will affect student studies. But if this kind of love not only has no impact, but can help both parties make progress, then what reason is there to stop it? After the college entrance examination, both of them achieved excellent results and could apply for the same university. At a high school reunion, he held his beloved in his arms, full of energy and vigor, raised his glass, and said, I wish our friendship will never fade. 10 years later, we must get together again. All the students present envied their beautiful love. Just when Chun Yixing thought that the two of them could continue to be together, everything changed on that day. It was an afternoon during the summer vacation after the college entrance examination, and Yugo asked him to go out to watch a movie. It was a comedy movie. After the movie ended, Yugo was still sitting in his chair, staring at the announcement board in a daze. She sighed. No matter how good a movie is, it will eventually end. Yes. By the way, I want to buy a new phone. I saw online that it would be more cost-effective to buy it in installments. Do you think I should pay in installments? Well, let's divide it. Okay, let's break up. I wish you happiness. Chapter 178. If you miss it, you miss it. Chun Yixing suddenly realized at that moment. In this world, not only happiness comes too suddenly, but bad news too. He initially thought Yugo was just joking, but the other party was very serious. I'm serious. Why? I've fallen in love with someone else. Who? Yugo said calmly. Old Bao. Why do you like him? It's very simple. Although you're not bad at studying, Lao Bao seems to have been admitted to Nanjing University. He must be better than you. He is also handsome. Judging from his food, clothing, housing, and transportation, his family conditions do not seem to be bad. To be honest, I've long been tired of the steamed buns and millet porridge you send me every day. How would you do this? Don't you know how I've treated you over the past 3 years? So what? The cheapest thing a man can have is his gentleness that accomplishes nothing. It is said that going to university means you have 1 foot in society. But before Chun Yixing could take a step forward, society had already taught him a vivid lesson. Love is not only about mutual affection, but also about being connected with reality. Even though he devoted himself to the cause for 3 years. Just like that, an innocent boy was killed in the cinema. At the same time, a man bound by reality was born. Over the past 10 years, Chun Yixing has never slacked off. While studying at the university, he joined the External Relations Department, actively participated in club activities, tried hard to get to know bosses and wealthy people, expanded his social circle, and learned about business information. After graduation, many of his classmates chose to continue to prepare for postgraduate studies, but he directly joined an internet company. In the company, he may not be the one with the highest academic qualifications, but he is the most hardworking one. In less than a year, he became a core employee. 3 years later, he became a manager. 5 years later, he gathered his own small team to start a business. Now he's a boss with some success, but these achievements can be said to be all due to Yuge. He worked so hard just to make Yuge regret his choice at the class reunion 10 years later, and let all the remaining classmates see how painful it was for Yuge not to choose him. Now Yuge really regrets it, but the strange thing is, however, he couldn't feel happy in his heart. Instead, he felt inexplicably heavy. He let out a long sigh. Miss you, I don't understand. The reason you liked Lao Bao back then was because he was an excellent student and handsome. Now that he is the CEO of a large group, why don't you go after him and come to me instead? He's nice, but he's not right for me. Then I'm sorry, I'm not right for you either. Love is like a bus. If you miss it, you miss it. Since you've missed it, don't worry about how to get it back. It's better to just wait for the next one. Yuge bit her lower lip, axing, don't you like me at all? Chun Yixing chuckled. You know me, I am loyal, but I am not a jerk. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back, leaving Yuge standing there, staring at him in a daze. An Meng, who was hiding aside, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who is this? He left because he had no money, But now he has come back because he has money. This reality is a little too ugly. How could Lao He like this kind of woman before? Although An Meng is a girl, her many years of experience as a man have made her subconsciously put herself in the perspective of a man. Just as she was complaining, you go on the other side, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and forced a smile. It's good that you don't like me. This way I can leave this world with peace of mind. Goodbye, Axing. Yuga turned around and walked away. The girl who was complaining paused. Wait, what does it mean to leave this world? Can she still travel to another world? The male protagonist in other novels has to rely on a mud truck to travel to another world, but she can go there whenever she wants. She is better than fiction. And Meng's heart skipped a beat. No, she's leaving for Zisha, right? The girl was startled, and she quickly stood up and found that Yuga had already walked out more than 10 meters. Hey, wait a minute. Yuga looked back at her and asked in shock. Why are you here? And Meng scratched his head. I was just passing by. Yuga narrowed his eyes. Did you hear what I just said? No, I didn't hear a word. What else? Okay, I heard a little bit, but it's okay. I know it's very painful to be rejected, but there's no need to commit suicide. Just like he said, if you miss this bus, you might meet Optimus Prime on the next one. And Meng tried to persuade him while walking towards Yuga. Even though she was a bad woman, it didn't mean An Meng could just watch her die. She could understand temporary despair, but there was no wound that time could not heal. As long as we persuade her now, everything will be fine after she calms down. Unexpectedly, when Yuga saw An Meng coming, he turned around and ran away. Hey, don't run. An Meng followed closely behind. I don't know if An Meng ran fast or Yuga ran too slowly, but the distance between them was shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though we are both girls, there are differences between us. Seeing that he couldn't outrun her, Yuga rushed in as she happened to be running near the toilet. An Meng followed him in, but there was no one in the toilet. Apparently, she had taken refuge in a toilet cubicle. This toilet is not big, with only 3 cubicles, and among these 3 cubicles, only one is locked. Obviously, she was hiding there. She cleared her throat and said in a pinched voice, Miss Yuga, please come out quickly. You have nowhere to escape. Weird. Why does it feel like she's a perverted villain? No one answered, but that was expected. And Meng was afraid that Yuga would commit suicide in the cubicle. So she shouted, if you don't come out, I'm going to climb over the wall and get in. After that, she put her hands on the first door, but before she could jump, the door suddenly opened. Oh my God. Why did you open the door suddenly? Wait, who are you? It wasn't Yuga who came out, but a woman with short hair and wearing a mask. The mask covered most of her face, but judging from her hairstyle and clothes alone, she looked very different from Yuga. And the clothes they wore were also different. Yuga was wearing a dress, but the woman was wearing a gray coat and black trousers. The woman glanced at her, and An Meng quickly stepped back. Sorry, I thought my friend was in there. The woman said nothing, turned around, and walked out. It's strange, since Yuga is not in here. Why is this the only toilet that is locked? Could it be that she left in a hurry and forgot to lock the door? And Meng went to the 2 compartments at the back, but after pushing open the door, she was stunned. The remaining 2 rooms were empty. Chapter 179, the story of 10 years ago. And Meng was stunned. Where are the people? Why did they disappear? Even if it's light-speed purple clay, you still have to leave a corpse behind, right? She pondered for a moment and suddenly woke up. Could it be that the person who just left was Yuga? Oh my God, this isn't the scene of Detective Conan. How can she change her clothes in an instant? It wasn't that she was slow to react, but the way the woman was dressed just now made it difficult for her to connect her with Yuga. She hurried out of the bathroom, but Yuga was no longer in the parking lot. Mariela Diulala. Looking at the rows of luxury cars, An Meng was a little confused for a moment, but she soon got a clue. Whenever Nobita has a problem he can't solve, he turns to his doryman, and she also has her own doryman. What? Yuga wants to commit suicide. Lu Linha had been waiting at the hotel entrance for a long time, but An Meng's first words stunned him. Yes, I just heard it with my own ears. She said she could say goodbye to this world without any worries. Please contact the hotel and ask them to help look for her. Lu Linha took out his phone, sent a few messages, then turned off the screen and asked, so you wanted to save her just now? Yeah, even though she's a bit of a scumbag, she's not dead. Lu Linha's face darkened and he fell silent. After a while, he slowly said, actually, she's not a scumbag. Huh? What do you mean? You should have heard Chun Yixing ask me if I was with Yuga just now, right? The girl raised her eyebrows. Of course she heard it, which is why she wanted to find Yuga. Since Lu Linha brought it up on his own initiative, that couldn't be better. Of course, she couldn't respond too quickly, as that would seem like she cared a lot. She looked away and pretended to be nonchalant. I heard. I heard it. What's wrong? I admitted it at the time, but in fact, Yuga and I have never been together. Huh? Then why are you admitting it? Because 10 years ago, Yuga came to me. Lu Linha told stories from the past. That was a class reunion 10 years ago. Because no one knew his identity as the young master of the Lu family, he was just old Bao sitting in the corner, ignored by everyone at that time. Of course, Lu Linha did not reject this feeling. Due to the halo, wherever he went from childhood to adulthood was full of flattery. Here, although his classmates were a little indifferent to him, only here could he feel the truest color of youth. He got up and went to the bathroom, but was blocked by someone when he was leaving. That person was Yuga. Ow! Yuga looked at him and said, I have something to ask of you. You tell me as long as I can help. Be my boyfriend. Question mark. Lu Linha looked at her and asked, Who replaced your Sprite with Tsingtao beer? What's the meaning? How could you mistake the person if you weren't drunk? No mistake, it's you. Yuga said calmly, but I'm not really doing it. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Don't you have a boyfriend? Yuga took out a document and handed it to him. It was a stack of medical records, and the disease listed was chronic myeloid leukemia. This was discovered a few days ago. Lu Linha frowned. You don't want me to pretend to be your boyfriend and break up with Chun Yixing, do you? As expected of the person with the highest score in our class, you guessed it right away. Lu Linha glanced sideways at the party. At this time, Chun Yixing was talking loudly at the table, talking about his love experience. At this moment, he was full of energy and high spirits, completely unaware that his future had been affected by them at the toilet door. Why don't you ask Chun Yixing for his opinion? He likes you very much. No need, because I know his answer very well without asking. Yuga lowered his eyes, but it is precisely because I understand that idiot that I want to stay away from him. I've already asked the doctor. My disease is very difficult to cure. Even if it is cured, it will cost a lot of money. My family is average, and his family is even more difficult. Even the tuition fees for school are collected together. If he wants to control me, it will only bring down both families. But if I tell the truth, that idiot will definitely stand on my side, even if he has a falling out with his family. But this is not what I want to see. So, I thought about it for a long time these days, and only came up with this solution. Have you really thought it through? Lu Linha didn't know how to respond at that time. He was silent for a long time and could only utter this sentence. What else can I do if I don't think it through? To be honest, my family hid it from me at first. Later, I stole the medical records and found out the truth. In the first few days, I felt like the sky was falling. I was completely desperate. I didn't dare let my family know that I knew about it. I could only stay in bed and cry every day. Yuga forced a smile and said, But tears will eventually dry up. When I couldn't cry anymore, I suddenly realized that no matter how much I cried or made a fuss, my fate couldn't be changed. The disease wouldn't let me go just because I shed a few tears. But since I'm not dead yet, it means there are still things I can do. And the first thing that came to my mind was to break up with him so as not to implicate him. He has a bright future ahead of him, and there's no need for him to sacrifice himself for a sickly person like me. Of course, there's no need to pretend to be affectionate. I'll explain everything to him alone. But if he asks you about it, just remember to admit it. You're the most upright person in our class. If you say yes, he'll definitely believe it. If this is your decision, I respect it. Thank you. Yuga laughed. And don't look so serious. I'm the one who broke up with you. After saying that, Yuga left without looking back, came to the dining table, and continued chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. Yuga, Xing just said that for the sake of our schoolmate friendship, we will meet again in 10 years. After hearing these words, Yuji's expression froze. The corners of her mouth twitched, and finally slowly rose up, raising the cup of Sprite. Okay, it's a deal. At the dinner table, the brightest smile blooms on the face of a person who should least smile. He still remembers that scene. After Lu Linha finished recounting that memory, he sighed and continued. So I will admit it when Chun Yixing asks me. An Meng's eyes widened. The story told by Lu Linha was like a thread that allowed her to connect everything she had seen before. The first time I saw her in the bathroom, the injection she had received was probably to maintain her condition, and the vomiting blood was a complication of her condition. The second time she came out of the bathroom, she was probably wearing her usual clothes, as she wore more clothes because she was weak. As for the sparse hair, it was probably caused by years of chemotherapy. That means She didn't commit suicide because she was rejected by Chun Yixing, but because her illness had reached its limit. It's probably like this. With this disease, living 10 years is not a short time, and you have to take medicine and do chemotherapy every year. The cost is not small for an ordinary family. Maybe attending this party and meeting Chun Yixing is a dream come true for her. Why is this happening? The girl's eyes were filled with disappointment. And even if you want to look for her, we don't know where she is right now. Manager Gao has replied to my message. They saw from the surveillance that you left the hotel and got in the car and left. At this time, a man's voice came from behind. Maybe I should know. The two looked back. I saw Chun Yixing standing behind them. Chapter 180, The Magic Box of Memory. When An Meng saw Chun Yixing, he thought he was seeing things. She rubbed her eyes a few times, and after confirming that it was Chun Yixing, she couldn't help but wonder. Why are you here? Didn't she remember Chun Yixing driving away? How come he was here again? Is it possible that the hotel is too big and he can't find his way home? Chun Yixing ignored him and stared at Lu Linha. Is everything you just said true? We are classmates. You should know me. I never lie. Before Lu Linha could finish his words, Chun Yixing rushed in front of him and grabbed his collar with both hands. Why? Why didn't you tell me? And Meng was startled and she hurried over. Hey, let's talk it over, don't do it. Chun Yixing looked at her. Why? He and Guzi hid such an important matter from me for so many years. They arranged my life without my permission. So what if I really did it? No, I'm not afraid of you making a move. I'm afraid you'll get hurt by him. This old guy kills without blinking an eye. Chun Yixing, Lu Lina. And Meng's words reminded Chun Yixing. It seems that this kid won the citywide martial arts championship when he was in high school. His hand loosened subconsciously. And during this moment of hesitation, Lu Linha took Chun Yixing's hand away and straightened his collar. Old Chun, I am sorry for this matter, but there is nothing I can do. Since I promised you good to keep a secret for her, I can only keep it secret. You can blame me, but not now. The most urgent task now is to find her, right? If you have anything to say, go and ask her in person. Chun Yixing was stunned. Yes, we need to find her. Since she wants to say goodbye to us, she should go to that place. No, she will definitely go to that place. At this time, a car stopped in front of them. The window rolled down, and sitting inside was the general manager Gao Cheng. Mr. Liu, the car is here for you. Chun Yixing turned around and was about to leave, wanted to go back to the parking lot and drive away, but was stopped by Lu Linha. It may be too late for you to go back. Come with us first. You can show us where to go later. Chun Yixing did not refuse. He opened the car door and got in. As soon as he sat down, he said, let's go to Chaoga Mountain. Chaoga Mountain is a mountain in Nanjing City. It is named Chaoga Mountain because of its good ecology, singing birds, and fragrant flowers. When you climb the mountain in the morning, you can look at the rising sun and listen to the singing birds. Seeing him so sure, and Meng was very confused. How do you know where she's going? Chun Yixing was stunned. Do you know why? Where should I start? The girl's question made him unconsciously open the Pandora's box called memories. The first time he met Yu was on Chaoga Mountain. That year, he graduated from high school and made an appointment with a few friends to climb Mount Chaoga early in the morning. But unexpectedly, he got separated from his friends on the way. The signal on the mountain was very poor at that time, and even though they had mobile phones, they could not contact each other. But Chun Yixing was not nervous, because as long as they reached the top of the mountain, they would meet again. He went up the mountain alone, but maybe because he came too early, he was the only one on the top of the mountain. Out of boredom, he sat on a rock on the top of the mountain, watching the sun slowly rising in the sky. But at this time, the mountain was very quiet, and there was no so-called melodious birdsong. This Chaoga Mountain is really blown up, but why can't I hear the song? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sweet singing of a girl behind him. Who will I meet, and what kind of conversation will we have? He looked up suddenly and saw a girl in a white dress behind him. Chun Yixing still remembers the moment when the two looked at each other. The girl pursed her lips and smiled, shy and pure. Even the jasmine flowers all over the mountains would be eclipsed at this moment. I'm sorry. Just now I heard you say there were no songs on the mountain, so I couldn't help singing a little. Did I disturb you? Chun Yixing was startled. He said, it's okay, several times, and quickly glanced into the distance, pretending to look at the scenery. But in fact, he had completely forgotten what the morning sun looked like. The girl did not leave either. She stood behind him, under the same sky, looking at the same rising sun. Chun Yixing always felt that he should say something, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't utter a word. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth. The person I'm waiting for, how far in the future is he? His voice trembled, and he was visibly nervous. The girl was startled, and she sang in a low voice. I heard the wind coming from the subway and the crowd. I'm standing in line holding the number plate of love. After the song, the two looked at each other again, without saying much, just smiling at each other. At this moment, a mountain breeze suddenly blew, and the girl's black hair danced, causing a fragrance. This wind not only blew his hair, but also disturbed the boy's heartstrings. The feeling was very strange, as if he had just finished a dream, leaving him in an inexplicable trance. Many years later, Chen Yixing suddenly realized that the feeling actually had a name. It's called love at first sight. Afterwards, the classmates went up the mountain and they met again successfully. After chatting with his classmates for a few words, he found that the girl had left at some point. He thought it was just like the song title, just an ordinary encounter. But unexpectedly, in September, they not only met again, but were even assigned to the same class. That day, he learned her name. The rest of the song. It's a beautiful name, but unfortunately she is not as beautiful as she is. They got along very well. Not only did they like the same songs, but they also had similar hobbies. The teacher asked every student to join a club, and they all joined the hosting club without any prior arrangement. And emotionally, they also have a special kind of tacit understanding. He knew that she liked to eat the steamed buns and millet porridge from the back door, so he would bring them her every day, even if he had to spend his lunch money. But even so, he never missed lunch during his 3 years of high school, because every noon, Yugo would always come to his table with a lunchbox, look at him with a smile on her face. I accidentally did too much today. Please help me solve it. She was so careless that the food was more than enough for both of them. Every time, Chen Yixing would complain to her to be more careful next time, but every time, he would eat it all up. They really got together during the summer vacation of their second year of high school. That day, they made an appointment to go out and came to Chaoga Mountain again. When they reached the top of the mountain, the two came to the big rock they had been to before, but this time it was Yugo sitting on the rock while Chen Yixing stood behind her. Yugo was staring into the distance in a daze. The scenery here is so beautiful. No matter how many times I see it, I can never get enough of it. Yeah. Although Chen Yixing answered like this, his eyes were not on the scenery, but on the people. It's a pity that people will die. If they die, they won't be able to see such a beautiful scenery. Yugo supported himself on the stone with both hands and looked up at the sky. If I must die, it would be nice to be buried here. I can watch the sunrise and listen to the birds singing every day. Many tourists will come to see me. Chen Yixing frowned. Don't talk nonsense. This is not something you should worry about now. Yeah, that's what old ladies think about. I've never even been in a relationship. Instead of thinking about that, I might as well think about when I'll have a chance to get out of being single. If there's an opportunity, it's there now. Yugo raised her little face to look at him. You should know I like you. It's strange that he, who usually hosts parties with thousands of people without any nervousness, spoke a little haltingly at this moment. Yuge's pretty face turned red, and she turned her head away. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would easily agree? Let me tell you, I'm not someone who's so easy to pursue, unless... Unless what? Yugo looked at him, her red lips slowly rising up, forming a beautiful arc. Sing me the song we sang the day we met again. Chapter 181. One step forward is the road to redemption. Hello, hello. The call suddenly woke Chen Yixing up. He turned his head and found that it was An Meng calling him. What's wrong? You said what happened. I asked you how you knew she would be there, and you just seem to be offline, sitting there motionless, laughing from time to time. Lu Linha naturally held An Meng's head and rubbed it a few times. Don't disturb him, Meng. He is just lost in memories. Is this a recollection from the beginning of a universe created by Pangu? Chen Yixing felt awkward for a moment. He coughed a few times and said, this matter is quite complicated. Anyway, Yugo will definitely be on that mountain. Since that is where the dream began, it is natural that it will end there as well. Chaoga Mountain is not far away, and it only takes 20 minutes to drive to the foot of the mountain. After getting off the car, they did not dare to delay and quickly climbed the mountain. The altitude of Chaoga Mountain is not high, only about 200 meters. But if you want to climb to the top of the mountain, it will take some effort. Moreover, mountain climbing is a slow activity, just like long-distance running. You need to control your pace. If you rush too hard at the beginning, you'll easily run out of energy. This is what An Meng did. She started by taking 2 steps at a time and climbing up like flying. but halfway through the climb, she began to lose strength. Her legs felt like they were filled with lead, and every step she took was a test for her. Oh my God, how can we climb up this mountain? Just as she was sighing, a shadow flew past her like a rocket. An Meng looked at Chun Yixing's back, then turned to look at Lu Linha. He opened it. No, but he has a buff bonus. What buff? The power of love. The top of the mountain. Yuga sat on the stone and looked into the distance. This stone was the one she and Chun Yixing had when they met. It's a pity that the stone is still the same stone, but the person is no longer the same person. Back then, she had bright eyes, white teeth, and a fair complexion. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Without her makeup, she looks pale, has rough skin, and dull eyes. If passers-by saw her, they would never have imagined that she was once the most popular class beauty. Today, she only barely looks like she did back then, thanks to heavy makeup. Makeup is indeed the most powerful of the four evil arts. The classmates who attended the party did not even notice that something was wrong with her. Unexpectedly, she was still beautiful at the last moment of her life. And Asserting also completely forgot about her. She has no regrets. Although she was plagued by illness, she was also lucky. Because she has parents who love her, no matter what happens to her, her parents always do their best to protect her and never leave her. In fact, the reason why she committed suicide was not just because of her illness. A few days ago, she overheard her parents' conversation in the room. The chemotherapy and medication over the years have cost an astronomical amount of money, which has already drained her ordinary small family out of its bankruptcies. There is only one way to continue treatment. That is to sell the last house in the family. But the problem is, even if she has the money to continue, her life may not last long. She has a younger brother in her family, and the other sisters are all brother supporting, but she became a vampire. After much thought, she only had one option left. She raised her hand, and the sunlight shone through her fingers and hit her face, feeling warm. She raised the corners of her lips and said in a relaxed tone, "It's not bad to be able to enjoy the scenery here every day in the future." Okay, time to set off. She stood up, brushed the dirt off her butt, and walked to the end of the big rock. Just one step forward, and you will be on the road to salvation. At this moment, many images suddenly appeared in her mind. She still remembers that night. The sky was full of stars. She and Asserting sat here, imagining the future. Axing, I want to be a teacher in the future. What about you? The police. Why? When you're a teacher, you will inevitably encounter some problem students. If you can't handle them, come to me and I will help you educate them. You're really thoughtful, but don't always think about me. Think about what you want to do. There's nothing I want to do. No way. Don't you have any dreams or wishes? No. My parents divorced when I was very young. At that time, all my classmates celebrated their birthdays and made birthday wishes, but I never did. My classmates told me that as long as I made a wish on my birthday, no matter what it would come true. So on my 7th birthday, I went back and told my dad that I wanted to ask my mom for my birthday. But my dad told me that making wishes was meaningless and I should stop playing such boring tricks. Since then, I have never made a wish again. After hearing this, the girl was silent for a long time, and then she took off the hairpin in her hair. She held up the hairpin, muttered a few strange spells, and handed it to Chun Yixing. Okay, this is for you. What is this? Your wishes didn't come true before because you didn't have the god's blessing. I have just communicated with the gods using a spell. As long as you come to me with this hairpin, no matter what your wish is, I will help you realize it. You can make it happen if you say so. Are you Aladdin's magic lamp? If you don't believe me, why don't you try it? The boy smiled. Okay, then I'll make a wish that we can stay together forever and never be separated. The girl was startled, then covered her mouth and laughed. This wish is not allowed. Why? Because we were together. That's beyond my comprehension. Then just owe it to me first, and come back to me when you think of it later. The memories ended. Yuga shook his head and smiled. Some stories always end abruptly like this. She was about to take a step when she heard a shout behind her. Yuga! Yuga paused, his eyes blank. This voice is Axing? She was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. She is such a fool. Right now, Asserting is driving a luxury car and enjoying life with his girlfriend. How could he be here? It must be an illusion. She ignored it, and there was a roar like thunder behind her. Stupid pigeon. I told you to fucking stop. Do you hear me? Yuga blinked and slowly turned his head. I saw Chun Yixing standing there about 10 meters away. He was panting, his suit was gone, leaving only the white shirt soaked with sweat. Yugo was shocked. How could you? Why am I here? Chun Yixing panted and laughed. This question is very complicated, 10,000 times more complicated than high school physics. If you want to know, come here first and I will explain it to you slowly. Yugo was stunned for a long time. She suddenly thought of something and covered her face. Don't look at me. What's wrong? I am neither human nor ghost now. Don't disgust you. She was very ugly now, and she didn't want her ugly appearance in her last moment to be seen clearly by Chun Yixing. Nonsense, if you are really neither human nor ghost, how would I recognize you? Chun Yixing said righteously. Lu Linha and An Meng also followed at this time. Lu Linha said, Yugo, come here first. We can talk slowly about what's going on. Chun Yixing continued, Pigeon, I already know what I should know. You have lied to me for 10 years, and you're just going to walk away like this? In my impression, Yugo is a person who will take responsibility to the end and will never give up halfway. As he spoke, he stepped onto the stone, walked slowly towards her, and stretched out his hand to her. Come tu me, dove? Yuji's eyes turned red, asking why. Yugo, what do you think this is? Yugo looked at it and was stunned. What Chun Yixing was holding in his hand was exactly that hairpin. Chapter 182, The Indelible White Moonlight. Why do you still have this thing? It's simple, because I've been carrying it with me for the past 10 years since you gave it to me. Chun Yixing looked at the hairpin and said, I admit that I hated you very much when you abandoned me. That's why I worked so hard these years, just to prove myself, and make you regret it and realize that I had made a mistake in choosing you. I originally wanted to erase all traces of you from my world, but I have never been willing to throw away this hairpin, because it was the first time someone told me that I could have my own wishes. Even if she became someone I hated, the girl who gave me the hairpin at that time is the white moonlight that can never be erased. Do you still remember it? You said at that time that as long as I had this, you could help me realize any wish I had. I didn't have a wish in mind at that time, but now I have. Yugo didn't respond, just stared at him blankly. My wish is to come to me now. Immediately. Immediately. Sister Yugo, please fulfill his wish. Yugo turned her head to the left and saw An Meng shouting at her. Yugo subconsciously walked towards Chun Yixing, but after a few steps, she suddenly stopped. If she goes back, it means she will have to continue to face that nightmarish reality. Sometimes it takes courage to survive. Obviously, the once strong-willed girl has now been tortured by life and has lost her spirit. Just as she hesitated, a strong wind suddenly came from the right. She turned her head and saw a shadow coming towards her. It turned out to be Lu Linha. When Lu Linha rushed over, he had already quietly gone around to the right, while An Meng deliberately ran to the left to talk, attracting Yuji's attention here, making it easier for him to launch a sneak attack. Lu Linha moved extremely quickly. Before she could react, she was caught by the other party and pushed hard towards the safe zone. She staggered a few steps, and just when she was about to fall, she fell into a strong embrace. When I looked up, I happened to meet Chun Yixing's sharp eyes. Want to die? That's not that easy. You've lied to me for 10 years, and my anger has become meaningless. It would be too easy for you to die like this. Now that you're in my hands, just wait for your punishment. It turns out that he was just angry that I cheated on him and wanted revenge. Yuji's eyes dimmed. It's up to you. How do you want to punish me? I haven't thought it through yet. This is such a serious question that I need at least 60 or 70 years to think about it. So during this time, you're not allowed to die, and you're not allowed to leave me. Do you hear me? Yugo was startled. What do you mean? You still don't understand. He still likes you. And Meng at the side chimed in. But don't you have a girlfriend? Idiot, can't you see? She's just an employee of my company, invited to act. To be honest, I haven't been in a relationship since we broke up. No matter how beautiful a girl is, I don't feel attracted to her. I once thought that you made me phobic and I didn't dare to like women anymore. Now I understand. Chun Yixing pointed to his chest and said, It's just because of someone who has been staying here with me. Didn't you say in the parking lot that you still liked me? Sorry, I lied then. My real answer was. Chun Yixing said word by word. I like you. Even if it's been 10 years, I can't help liking you. Yuji's eyes flickered, and for a moment, a hint of panic appeared in her eyes, and she subconsciously covered her face. She suddenly remembered that she was no longer the same as she was back then. But as soon as she raised her hand, Chun Yixing intercepted her hand in midair and held it tightly. No need to cover it. Chun Yixing stroked Yuji's short hair and said seriously, As long as you are still you, No matter what you become, you're still the most beautiful little dove in my heart. It took me 10 years to finally catch my little pigeon again. She's still so gentle and strong. But even the strongest people can sometimes give up. So let me walk with you on the road ahead. Yuji's nose turned red and tears gradually covered his eyes until they completely obscured his vision. In fact, she's not strong at all. She dived into Chun Yixing's arms. Why? I was clearly ready to give up everything. Why did you show up again? I'm sorry I came so late, but luckily I made it in time. More than 10 years ago, they met here facing the rising sun. More than 10 years later, we met again here under the setting sun. And Meng, who was standing by, also felt a lump in his throat. Are there really couples in this world who have been apart for 10 years but still miss each other? She seemed to believe in love again. At this moment, a big hand wrapped around her shoulders. Lu Linha, just cry if you want to. The girl rubbed her eyes and said, Who wants to cry? I just got my eyes squinted by the wind. Really? Then I'll help you blow it. The man just pursed his lips, but the girl slapped him in the face. Blow your big head. Why are you sticking out your tongue? After Chun Yixing and Yu Ge reconciled, they came to Lu Linha. Chun Yixing looked at him and asked, Did you tell me about the pigeon on purpose? An Meng wondered, Didn't you just pass by yourself? No, I was about to drive away, but Manager Gao suddenly called me and said he was waiting for me at the front door of the hotel. When I went over, I heard you talking and found out the truth. And Meng then remembered that when she told Lu Linha that Yu Ge was missing, he took out his cell phone and sent out several messages. Could it be that he had specifically called Chun Yixing over? She said, How could the male protagonist of the story suddenly appear right after the truth was told? Such an outrageous coincidence. Even novels dare not write about it. Lu Linha just smiled and didn't comment. I owe you a favor this time. Chun Yixing whispered. Forget the favor. Just be nice to her and don't lose her again. An Meng raised her eyebrows. Why does what Lao he said sound so much like the loser second male lead? Could it be that he really got into the role? Chun Yixing nodded. This is a must. Lu Linha asked again. What are you going to do next? I plan to take Pigeon to the best hospital in the country for a checkup. Medical technology is very advanced now, and I have money now. I believe her condition will improve. No need to go through so much trouble. Lu Linha opened the address book on his phone. This doctor is a top expert in this disease. You can contact him directly and just mention my name. And Meng came over and said, Could it be Dr. Bay? Ouch. Lu Linha hit her on the head, and she was so angry that she turned into a kitten and went up to scratch him. But Lu Linha only used one hand to press on her forehead, so she couldn't touch him at all. Who is Dr. Bay? Oh, Dr. Bay. Dr. Bay Spezialitis in Neurologie. This is not Dr. Bay, but another leukemia expert. He's the best in the world in this field. You can't go wrong with him. Chun Yixing took a deep breath and bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Mr. Lu. What did you call me? I don't remember having that nickname in high school. Chun Yixing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and patted Lu Linha's arm. Thanks, Lao Bao. P.S. Thank you all for your gifts and rewards. Plumbing will work hard to update. P.S. Readers who have time can also watch the advertisement and send some donations to support An Meng, which is also profitable. Chapter 183. It's easy to go up the mountain, but hard to go down. After successfully rescuing Yu Ge, there was no need for them to stay in Chaoga Mountain anymore. Although there are temples and some other scenic spots on Chaoga Mountain, they're not here for sightseeing, so they began to prepare to go down the mountain. But when we got down the mountain, problems arose again. That is, after Meng found a rock to sit on, no matter how hard she tried, her legs seemed to be out of control. When she stood up, they kept shaking and were completely out of control. She had just witnessed Chun Yixing's amazing speed in climbing the mountain, and she was so inspired that she climbed up desperately. It's just that although he had climbed the mountain, his physical strength had been severely overdrawn, so much so that he was now suffering the backlash. It is said that it is easier to go up the mountain than to go down. The old saying is absolutely true. After several unsuccessful attempts, she decided to start. Forget it, I can't get up. You guys go, I'll sleep here for a while. After saying that, she lay down on the stone, lying straight, with her hands on her chest, closing her eyes, and a peaceful look on her face. Chun Yixing and Yu Ge couldn't help laughing at her cute appearance. Lu Linha was not surprised at all. After all, he was already used to silly girl's lively personality. He came to An Meng, grabbed her hand, pulled her into his arms, and lifted her up from the stone. He held An Meng in his arms, then lifted her up with force supporting her little, but with his arms, just like he was holding a child. By the time An Meng reacted, she and Lu Linha had already made eye contact. She put her hands on his shoulders. What are you doing? You can't walk, right? I'll carry you down. What a joke. Put me down. And Meng struggled. Although Lu Linha had hugged her countless times, they were outside now, and not only Chen Yixing and Yugo were there, but also many tourists going up the mountain who had noticed them. Now, there are a few tourists in the distance looking at them. Feeling the twisting flesh on his arm, Lu Linha frowned. Don't move. Just move, just move. The little girl still doesn't have a clear understanding of herself, just like the innocent little Red Riding Hood, who has no idea how tempting she is to the big bad wolf. It's a pity that this is in the outside world. If it were at home, he would definitely give her a good look and let her know that flowers are not only red, but also yellow. Chen Yixing said at this time, Old Bao, you'd better not carry her. It's not that I doubt your physical fitness, but if you carry someone down the mountain, your vision will be blocked. That's right. And Meng echoed. You should just carry her on your back. Huh. Afterwards, Lu Linha adopted Chen Yixing's suggestion and walked down the mountain, carrying An Meng on his back. This time An Meng didn't object. After all, carrying her on her back was much better than hugging her, and she really couldn't walk anymore. She naturally put her arms around Lu Linha's neck, as if she was riding in a bridal sedan, and enjoyed the scenery along the way. Then she looked down at Lu Linha. Lu Linha's back was broad and strong, like a small mountain in her eyes. It feels really good to have someone carrying you on their back. She pressed her little face against the broad back, feeling the rhythm of Lu Linha's heartbeat, and she felt inexplicably at ease. The man stopped and turned his head. What's wrong? And Meng was shocked. Wait, what is she doing? She quickly raised her head and shook it like a rattle. No. It's okay. I just want to hear if your heartbeat is normal. Nothing else. Is that normal? Just. Wait a minute. Let me listen again. And Meng leaned forward again, listened for a while, and said in surprise, Why is it not beating? Are you dead? Lu Linha's mouth twitched, and then he calmly explained, because you are listening to the right side, and the heart is on the left side. Oh. And Meng listened again. Yeah, it's still beating, no problem. Thank you, Nurse Xiaowen. You're welcome. Here are the medical expenses. The man argued with the girl while carrying her on his back and slowly walking down the mountain. The setting sun hit their backs, creating a strong reflection on the ground. Even though it was hot and tiring, as long as the two of them were close together, there was no lack of beauty. At this time, there was an old man and an old woman who were going up the mountain at the foot of the mountain. After seeing them, the old man stopped immediately. Let's go back. We're not going up anymore. The old lady was puzzled. Why? Didn't you say you were going to the temple to burn some incense and ask the Buddha to bless you to recover soon? Look at the little girl in front. She can't even walk. She must be seriously ill, but she was still carried down by her husband. It means praying to Buddha is useless. Let's go to the hospital. Lu Linha and An Meng. After getting down the mountain, Lu Linha asked manager Gao to drive them back to the hotel. Because there were 5 people, Lu Linha deliberately sat in the front, letting Chen Yixing and Yuge sit in the back, and An Meng sat next to them. Along the way, Chen Yixing kept asking Yuge about her well-being and her life over the years. Even though the two hadn't seen each other for 10 years, after reconciling, they quickly became able to talk and laugh again. Chen Yixing noticed that Yuji's lips were a little chapped and white, and hurriedly asked, Lao Bao, is there any water in the car? Manager Gao, who was driving, said, it's in the armrest box. Chen Yixing opened the armrest box in the middle of the seat, took out a bottle of mineral water, and handed it to Yuge. Drink some water first. Your lips are dry. Yes, thank you. Just talk less for now. You're weak and you'll get tired easily if you talk too much. I'm not tired. If I'm telling you, I won't feel tired no matter how long it takes. And there was a little more light in Yuji's eyes than before. The two people were being affectionate with each other when a smacking sound was heard from the side. And Meng grinned. You two have a really good relationship. You just got back together and you're already in love mode. I'm really envious. Both of their cheeks blushed. In this regard, they had absolute tacit understanding. Even though they are both in their 30s, they are still as immature as students in this regard because of the 10-year relationship gap. Yugo smiled shyly and replied, What are you envious of? Don't you also have a husband who dotes on you so much? And Meng was stunned. She subconsciously looked at Lu Linha, who was sitting in the front seat, and happened to meet his eyes. She lowered her head quickly and explained, What husband? We both want a divorce. Cough. Lu Linha in the front row suddenly coughed. An Meng suddenly remembered that she seemed to have agreed with Lu Linha to pretend to be a couple in front of his classmates. She covered her mouth with her hand. Oh no, I let the cat out of the bag. Divorce? Yugo asked. You want a divorce? Why? Because... An Meng pondered for a long time. Because I felt that my last wedding was not done right, so I planned to get married again. Chapter 184. No matter how powerful you are in a game, it is still fake. A week later, Lu Linha received a call from Chun Yixing. He took Yugo to the capital hospital for examination. After examining Yugo, the experts found a bone marrow that matched her and prepared for the operation. The operation was very successful, and the patient's condition is now basically stable. If he is properly cared for, it is not impossible for him to live to the same age as a normal person. Even through the phone, Lu Linha could hear the joy that came from Chun Yixing's heart. By the way, Lao Bao, we want to hold another class reunion next year, and you must come then. After hanging up the phone, An Meng beside him hurriedly said, Sister Yugo is fine, right? Well, Xing asked me to thank you. It was you who saved Yugo. The girl pinched her slender waist, looking very proud. You don't have to thank me too much. I, and Xiaoming, have always done good deeds without leaving my name. You didn't leave your name, so is this your stage name? What do you care? The girl said fiercely. She then asked, By the way, I have a question for you. What? 10 years ago, when Yugo came to you because she was seriously ill, why didn't you help her solve the problem? First, Yugo is a very strong-willed girl. She even gave up her boyfriend's help. Even if I offered her help, she would definitely refuse. Second, our group was in turmoil at the time and was heavily in debt. Even if I wanted to help her, I was powerless. Oh, the girl nodded and raised her hand again, like a primary school student asking a question. But there's still something I don't understand. Lu Linha raised the corner of his lips. Ask? If you don't understand, just ask. Chun Yixing, you were the one who asked Manager Gao to call him over, right? Yes. 10 years ago, you clearly promised Yugo that you would help her keep it secret. So why are you helping them again this time? Because I suddenly realized something. What's up? If two people who love each other don't resolve their misunderstandings until they die, it is truly a tragedy. I didn't understand it before, but now you can truly understand how painful it is. Why do I feel it now? Because there was no one who could empathize with me before, but now there is one. Lu Linha looked at the girl with deep eyes. Who is it? Question mark. And Meng reacted quickly. She avoided his gaze and scratched her face. Ah, right. What is that hairpin Chun Yixing is holding? Why can he use that to make a wish? He has had that hairpin since school, and he has kept it very carefully. I heard from other classmates that it seemed to be a gift from Yugo to him, and it could make him realize a wish. Oh my God, so romantic. And Meng's eyes sparkled, and then she looked at Lu Linha. When will you give me one? Why? You want it too. It doesn't matter what the gift is. The main thing is that the setting of making a wish is very cool. When I was a child, I always envied the characters of Dragon Ball because they could gather the dragons together to make a wish. I also want to try the feeling of making a wish. Lu Linha felt that this girl was thinking about something again. Maybe she would ask for a pair of underwear like Oolong in Dragon Ball. But he didn't want to guess. It's rare that the little girl asked him for a gift on her own initiative. So how could he bear to refuse? But if you ask him to give a gift, he really has nothing to give. He thought for a moment and took off his watch. This watch was a gift from my father. Although it is not that expensive, it is a very meaningful item to me. Lu Linha handed the watch to An Meng and said seriously, I'll give it to you. When you want to make a wish, give it to me. No matter what the wish is, as long as I can do it, I will try my best to fulfill it. Oh, An Meng took the watch and returned it to Lu Linha. I want to make a wish. You've thought of a wish so soon. Yes. Tell me about it. Lu Linha raised his eyebrows. Could it be that this girl wished for him to call her daddy, or to kneel down and sing Conquer, or something like that? He always had a bad feeling. And Meng clasped her hands together and closed her beautiful eyes slightly. I wish that Lauha can work less overtime and pay more attention to his health in the future. Lu Linha was stunned. Is this your wish? Yeah. And Meng came up and smiled. How is it? Are you touched? The corner of the man's mouth curled up. He pulled the girl into his arms and said heavily, Since you are so moved, let me discuss something with you. What? Lend me 10,000 yuan. The man's smile froze. This is your backup plan, right? Hey, lend it to me. I will definitely return it to you in a few days. Don't you still have money? At that time, after An Meng was cheated of all her money by her father and brother, Lu Lin has spent a lot of effort to play a drama with her. Although An Meng discovered her plan in the end, she still got a rare Gundam. However, she got tired of it after playing with it for just 2 days, so she sold on Xinyu for tens of thousands of yuan. At that time, Lu Linha was a little helpless because she sold the Gundam. Other girls would carefully keep the gifts they received, no matter how valuable they were, but she just sold it. But An Meng explained, Gundam didn't leave, he just changed the way he stayed with me. An Meng lives in his house and has no place to spend money. So where do these tens of thousands of dollars go? Oh, that's a long story. After selling the Gundam, An Meng couldn't help but feel the desire to spend because the money came so easily. So she started spending money on mobile games again. The power of Krypton Gold is naturally strong. The enemies that were originally invincible became her defeated opponents in the blink of an eye. She also joined several gaming groups. Her group members were amazed at her rapid progress and winning streak and exclaimed that she was a big spender. Being called Big Boss again and again, she gradually lost herself and became out of control. Once the game breaks the zero payment feature, it will fall into a vicious circle. The more you charge, the stronger it becomes, and the stronger it becomes, the more you charge. In the end, before she knew it, the spendthrift girl had spent all her money. When a message indicated that the balance was insufficient, and Meng suddenly came to his senses. She suddenly remembered a saying of Jackie Chan. No matter how strong you are in the game, it is just fake. Although after saying this, Uncle Long will turn around and open Tianwan Blue Moon, pick up cool weapons, recharge VIP, and wait for you in Sand City at 8 o'clock tonight. But at least he was successful in reality, unlike her who lost everything. But it's not too late to realize it now, because she can sell the account. But when she sold it, she discovered another problem. That is, when the recharge of this game reaches 100,000, an exclusive title will be given. Accounts with this title can be sold for at least 50,000 yuan, while accounts like hers that have recharged 90,000 yuan are only worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Isn't this bullying? So An Meng wanted to top up another 10,000 yuan to increase the value of her account. After An Meng finished explaining, he said expectantly, "So lend it to me, and I'll return it to you right away." Lu Linha smiled slightly. No. Chapter 185. Looking at the plum to quench thirst does not always work. The girl had been full of anticipation, but when she heard this, her face suddenly fell. Why? Lu Linha didn't feel sorry for the money, but he didn't expect An Meng to have this hobby. Since she could spend all her money on playing games once, there will be a second time. It is said that moderate gaming is good for the brain, but excessive gaming is harmful to the body. So it's better not to give it to her and let her give up the idea. Because Lu Linha hesitated for a moment. I'm stingy. Question mark. The girl stretched out a finger, looking pitiful. Just 10,000. How about that? My handsome, righteous, no, righteous President Lu. Really just 10,000? Really? Okay, then wait for me. Lu Linha turned and went out. Yeah. She said that it was impossible for President Lu to be so stingy as not to give him even 10,000 yuan. An Meng was happy for a while before Lu Linha walked in and handed her a mahjong pie. The girl was stunned. She looked down and saw that the number on the card was exactly 10,000. What does this mean? Isn't that the 10,000 you wanted? I gave it to you. You don't have to pay it back. And Meng's cheeks puffed up and his face turned into puffy puffs due to anger. Okay, you're kidding me, right? TSK. I take it even if you gave it to me. She threw the mahjong to Lu Linha and said, keep it for cheating. After saying that, the girl turned her head, her black ponytail drew a lovely arc in the air, and then she turned and left. The next day, wow, I'm so hungry. During lunch break, An Meng stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, looking at the various shops inside, tears streaming down her face. An Meng never lies. If she says she has spent all the money, she really has spent it all. Now she didn't have even a coin on her body, so she could only lean against the door frame and look inside eagerly. On the other side, the Lu group. Lu Linha was working when the phone on the desk suddenly rang. There were 3 mobile phones on his desk, and the one ringing was the one in the middle. He took a look, and his expression changed suddenly. He picked up the phone quickly. Hello? Awesome, what's going on? Of these 3 mobile phones, one is for office use, another is for contacting family and friends, and the one in the middle is specially prepared for Wu Song. Wu Song is Lu Linha's capable bodyguard, and his skills are no worse than his. But now, Wu Song is no longer with him, but was sent to An Meng. After all, that girl needs more protection than him. Now that Wu Song called, something must have happened to An Meng. On the other end of the phone, Wu Song said, "Mr. Liu, Madam didn't have lunch today." "Why?" "It seems I have no money." Liu Linhe was stunned. After knowing that An Meng was fine, he first relaxed, but then felt a little helpless. He did hear An Meng say that she had spent all the money, but he didn't expect that it was actually all gone. It's also his fault for not considering these things carefully. The wife of the president of the Liu Group is so poor that she can't even afford lunch. If you tell this to others, I'm afraid no normal person would believe it. But even if it was to teach the little girl a lesson, she still had to eat. This is my own wife. What should I do if she is hungry? Well, go contact the cafeteria and put on a show with the store owners. Have one store offer free lunch today. Don't just give it to Meng Meng, as this will make her suspicious. Give out about 100 servings, so it seems more real. Understood, Mr. Liu. Wu Song hung up the phone. About 10 minutes later, he called again. "Mr. Liu, it seems that it is not necessary." What's wrong?" "Some really kind people showed up." Question mark. "Go back 10 minutes. And Meng was standing at the canteen door, looking at the plum to quench his thirst. She was very puzzled. When Chow Chow's troops had no water to drink, they could quench their thirst just by looking at the plum blossoms. She has no food to eat, but she gets hungrier the more she watches others eat. Why is it that? She lowered her head, looked at the upright breasts, and slapped them twice in anger. When a camel is hungry, its humps will replenish nutrients. But why are you two not doing anything? It's so tiring to carry you around all the time. So why don't you do something useful now? She was talking to herself when she heard a question coming from behind her. "An Meng." She turned around and found a girl standing behind her. The girl had long black hair and was wearing a white plaidwork suit, exactly the same as what the staff in the cafeteria wore. An Meng looked at her for a while and asked in confusion, "Who are you? Have you forgotten me?" The girl looked at her. "We are still high school classmates after all." "Ah, sorry, I remember that. I was just too hungry and my brain short-circuited for a moment. Sorry, dried fish." And Meng didn't really remember, but as she spoke, she stepped forward and took the girl's hand. After coming into contact with the other party, some fragments of memory also flooded into her mind. The girl's name is Wang Xiaoyu, nicknamed Xiaoyugan. She's her high school classmate. Now they are in the same university, but not in the same major. Wang Xiaoyu's family is also in financial difficulty. She seems to do odd jobs in the cafeteria to earn some living expenses. For some reason, she is becoming more and more proficient in this ability to check her memories. In the past, it would only be triggered when she encountered something that was very deeply engraved in her memory. But now, as long as she thinks about what she wants to know, fragments of memory will automatically appear in front of her eyes. When Wang Xiaoyu heard An Meng calling her by her nickname, her expression softened slightly. "If you are hungry, why don't you go to the cafeteria to eat?" "I can't eat it." "Why?" "I forgot to bring money with me today, so I can't eat." "Don't you have any money in your WeChat?" "It's strange. Maybe there's a bug in WeChat. No matter how I refresh the page, the amount of money in my account is always zero." "Is there such a thing? Are you out of money?" The girl pretended to be in deep thought and nodded. "It's possible." Wang Xiaoyu looked at her for a long time, then said, "Then come with me." And Meng followed Wang Xiaoyu and took her to a beef ramen restaurant. The lady boss was serving the dishes. When she saw Wang Xiaoyu, she quickly said, "Xiaoyu is here." "Who is this person next to you?" "My classmate." "Oh, that's great. Go serve the noodles to tables 3 and 5. I still have to settle the bill at the front desk. There are quite a few students today." "Okay." Wang Xiaoyu went into the backstage of the store. There was a chef working downstairs. He served the noodles and put them into empty bowls. Wang Xiaoyu poured the soup on the noodles, sprinkled some beef and coriander on them, and served them out. The aroma of the noodles almost took An Meng's soul away. How nice it would be if this bowl of noodles was for her. I don't know if Wang Xiaoyu heard her inner call, but she actually put a bowl of noodles on her table and turned back into the kitchen. An Meng was immediately overjoyed. Woo! The friendship between these girls is so touching. A guy like Chi Yi not only won't care about her, but will also wait for her to starve to death and then steal her tribute. If there were tributes, how could she starve to death? Forget it, why think so much? She picked up a pair of chopsticks, held up the bowl, and began to eat. Maybe she was very hungry. She finished the bowl of noodles very quickly, and when Wang Xiaoyu came out again, she had even finished the soup. Wang Xiaoyu was stunned when she saw the empty bowl. She licked her lips, touched her belly, and smiled sweetly. "Thank you for the hospitality, Xiaoyugan." Wang Xiaoyu was silent for a moment. I didn't seem to say that the bowl of noodles was for you, did I? Chapter 186. Not all imported products are better than domestic products. Isn't this bowl for me? No, this bowl is for the guests at that table over there. I just put it here first and want to take it over together. Wang Xiaoyu explained patiently. Oh, and Meng nodded. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. What to do? Do you want her to spit it out? But if I spit it out, I can't give it to the guests to eat, right? After all, not all imported products are better than domestic ones. And Meng was confused, and Wang Xiaoyu said, forget it. Just eat it. I'll tell the boss lady to make another bowl. Then you won't get scolded, right? And Meng asked nervously. After all, she was the one who did the wrong thing first, and she would feel guilty if she implicated the other party as a result. It should be fine, don't worry. Wang Xiaoyu said this and went into the kitchen, talked to the proprietress for a few words, then came out with a few bowls of noodles. I told the boss lady, and she said this bowl of noodles is for you to eat. It's okay. Your boss lady is so nice. Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't be allowed to work here. Wang Xiaoyu was about to serve the noodles when Meng stopped her. Let me help you, or I'll eat for nothing. It's not like that. It's just a bowl of noodles. Why are you such an idiot? And Meng thought that his imagination was big enough, but he didn't expect that he would meet his match this time. If you really want to help, then go to the kitchen and change into work clothes. You are pretty, so you can help establish the image of our store. And Meng felt a little embarrassed by the praise, so she had to follow Wang Xiaoyu to the kitchen. The work clothes here are the same as those commonly seen in hotels. A white shirt is the base and a light gray vest on the outside. However, perhaps An Meng is a natural clothes hanger. This work clothes looks very ordinary on others, but when she puts it on, it looks like some kind of fashionable outfit. She took the plate from Wang Xiaoyu and started serving noodles to the guests. Hello, your noodles. The two boys were chatting enthusiastically, but when they heard An Meng's voice, they turned their heads unconsciously and looked over. When they saw An Meng, there was a flash of surprise in their eyes. When did the waitress here become such a beautiful girl? And Meng curled her lips. What are you looking at? Your noodles. Oh, thank you. The two boys took the noodles, but kept their eyes on her. At this point, their brains start to work rapidly. Since she is working as a waitress, it means her family conditions should be average. And if she is so pretty and still works part-time, which shows that she's a good, down-to-earth, and hardworking girl. She is stunningly beautiful, yet hardworking and kind. Isn't she the legendary treasure girl? The two of them were suddenly attracted to each other. One of them spoke first. Classmate, you are so beautiful. Can I have your contact information? I don't know why, but when I saw you, I felt. And Meng interrupted and asked, are you feeling hot right now? Right, a fast heartbeat. Yes, yes. It was accompanied by a strong pain. That's right, the boy asked excitedly. So what's your impression of me? My impression of you. You should be a tough guy. Yes, yes, I am indeed a tough guy. I don't even cry when I listen to Nette's music at 12 o'clock in the morning. But how did you know that? Did you know me before? No. Then how did you know that? Because the soup was scalding hot, but you kept your finger in it for so long without taking it out. If that's not being a tough guy, what is that? The boy was stunned. He looked down and saw that his fingers were already blistered. A stunningly beautiful girl came to work as a waitress at a ramen restaurant, and word quickly spread among the students. Gradually, more and more people came to eat noodles. They all wanted to see how beautiful this legendary girl was. And after coming here, those who know it will discover it. Isn't this the school beauty inn? As one of the 4 campus beauties in the school forum, An Meng is quite well known. There is even a special fan club for An Meng on the forum. Once someone says that other school beauties are better than An Meng, the fan club will attack and start a fierce debate. Of course, this fan club is an underground organization, and they normally wouldn't do anything to disturb An Meng. Not even An Meng himself knows about it. After knowing that the school beauty and worked as a waitress, more and more students came to her, wanting to experience the school beauty service. Table 1's order is ready. These bowls are for table 7. Wait a minute, come back first. The ones at table 9 are ready too. And Meng and Wang Xiaoyu were running around. After the guest had finished eating, she had to wipe the table. Halfway through wiping the table, she had to run back to serve the dishes and then come back to wipe the table after the dishes were served. After tossing and turning, she was so tired that she couldn't even straighten her back. Xiaoyu gone. Do you usually do all this work by yourself? It's so hard. Wang Xiaoyu glanced at her, speechless. After being busy for a whole afternoon, it is finally coming to an end. And Meng found an empty dining table and sat down, tapping his calves nonstop. For a girl who hasn't exercised for a long time, today's intensity was really too high. At this time, the proprietress came over. "Thank you for your hard work, An Meng. This is your salary for today." "Ah, no, I don't want any salary." The girl waved her hands quickly. "That's true. How can you not want to be paid if you do the work?" "Because you treated me to noodles, I'm just returning the favor." "What? That was not my treat. It was Xiaoyu who treated them." "Huh?" And Meng was stunned. "Don't you know? Xiaoyu prepared that bowl of noodles specifically for you, and she even said that I could just deduct the money from her salary." And Meng looked at Wang Xiaoyu, who was concentrating on wiping the table and didn't notice them at all. Strange. Then why did she say that bowl was for another guest? Maybe Xiaoyu doesn't want you to feel like you owe her a favor, because that's just the kind of person she is. You're her classmate, and you should know that Xiaoyu is an orphan and lives in a very difficult situation. She obviously needs money, but she doesn't like others to give her charity just because of her pitiful situation. She thinks you probably feel the same way, so she pretended to be casual. Then why does she need money? She has no relatives. She was raised by the orphanage director. Now that grandmother is seriously ill and needs medical expenses, she has been working part-time to earn money, but it's a drop in the bucket. When Meng heard this, he immediately felt uncomfortable. There are many people in this world who need money to save their lives, but she spent all her balance on a game. How much money does she need now? "I don't know, what's wrong? I can help her get the money together." The proprietress raised her eyebrows. This girl doesn't even have money to eat and has to work to pay back the bills. Yet she actually says she wants to help someone raise medical expenses? But looking at this girl's temperament, she really looks like a rich lady. Maybe she came here to experience life today. Her grandmother's medical expenses are not a small amount. "How much money do you have now?" The girl pinched her waist and responded in a sonorous and powerful voice. 87 cents. The proprietress can fit 2 eggs in her mouth. Chapter 187, He is my husband, plus more. The proprietress looked at An Meng. "Who did you learn your confidence from?" "I don't know." An Meng pinched her waist and sighed. "Maybe it's innate. But confidence doesn't mean you can get a bank loan." "No need. I have other ways to make money." "Anything else?" The proprietress looked An Meng up and down. Looking at her pretty face, it was hard for her not to think of something wrong. But when she saw An Meng's feet, her eyes widened. An Meng was wearing work clothes at this time, but her shoes were her own. And the pair of sneakers on the girl's feet, if she was not mistaken, should be Gucci. As for the price, it is probably around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. It stands to reason that a ramen restaurant owner would not know much about luxury goods, but she has a daughter at home, and on her birthday, her daughter kept asking for a pair of shoes of this brand. So she had to go online to find out, but what she found out gave her a shock. In the end, she could only pick out a pair of relatively cheap shoes for her daughter. But even so, it still made her feel painful. Not only that, she also learned to identify goods. For example, the pair on An Meng's feet are definitely authentic, judging by the workmanship. This girl is really a rich girl. As for why the balance is insufficient, it must be because you had an argument with your family, right? The lady boss stood in awe. If you really have the ability to help her, you can't say it openly. You have to think of a good way. Xiaoyu has a high self-esteem, and she doesn't like others to pity her. "Yeah, I know. I'll be more tactful." Wang Xiaoyu was still wiping the table when she suddenly heard footsteps. She looked up and found An Meng standing in front of her. "Xiaoyu gone. Are you short of medical expenses? I'll help you get the money." The proprietress standing by was startled suddenly. "Is this your euphemism? If you were to be direct, would you just throw the money in her face? Could it be that there is a domineering president in her family?" On the other side, Lu Linhe, who was still working, suddenly sneezed. "Achoo." Wang Xiaoyu frowned. "Thank you, but I don't need your help. This is my own business." "No, I don't agree." "Why?" "Because I'm not helping you. I'm taking revenge on you." "Revenge?" Wang Xiaoyu looked confused. "Is there such a revenge in the world? You treated me to that bowl of noodles, right? You actually lied to me and said it wasn't yours. I was so nervous for a long time. Since you lied to me, I must get revenge. Don't you dislike others helping you? Then I will help you. No one can stop me." And Meng's logic was too rigorous, making it impossible for her to fight back. But An Meng's words made her laugh. As an orphan, Wang Xiaoyu has been very inferior since childhood. When I was in elementary school, it rained. Other children were picked up by their parents, but she had to carry her school bag and go back to the orphanage in the rain by herself. At that time, a classmate said to his father, "Dad, let's take Wang Xiaoyu with us. She has no parents and no one is here to pick her up." You're so pitiful. Come to the car with us, kid. I'll take you back. Although the father had a smile on his face, his words were like a sharp blade that inadvertently pierced Wang Xiaoyu's heart. She didn't say anything, just looked at them coldly and turned away. Before leaving, she heard the father admonishing his children. What's wrong with this child? We are kind enough to help her, but she ignores us. This orphan's brain is just different. Don't play with her in the future. Do you hear me? From then on, from childhood to adulthood, she would politely decline everyone's kindness. Because whenever someone wanted to help her, she would feel that the other person was not only pitying her, but also looking down on her, just like giving alms to a beggar on the street. But An Meng's words did not make her feel that way. She could feel that An Meng was not being superior, but really treated her as a friend in their communication. She pursed her lips and whispered, "Okay, then how much can you lend me? I will definitely pay you back later." "Well, I don't have any money now." Wang Xiaoyu's smile disappeared immediately. "Hey, don't go. I don't have any money, but I can get some." "Ow, if you can get the money, how come you can't even afford beef noodles?" "Let me tell you, I know a CEO who is very rich." "Do you still know the big boss?" "That's right, we are very close." And Meng didn't lie. Their distance has become negative. How can they not be close? "Then give him a call, and I'll see if he'll lend it to you." And Meng hesitated. For things like this, she would call Lao He, who might actually lend it to her. But the problem is, she still remembered what she said to Lu Linha today. "TSK, I would take it without hesitation if you gave it to me." She had just said it in the morning and was slapped in the face at noon. How could Xiaoming save her face? He's busy right now. He can't answer my call." Wang Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes. "Do you really know him?" "I really know him." "What's his relationship to you?" Hee. And Meng called him 3 times, but couldn't utter a single word. "You're not kidding me, are you?" No. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else." "You say." And Meng leaned over to his ear and said, "Is my husband." When Meng said the last 2 words, her voice was already as faint as a mosquito. "What? Husband?" Wang Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly shrank. "You're married. You did it on purpose." Sorry. Can you get it tomorrow?" "Don't worry." When he got home at night, and Meng acted as if nothing had happened, eating, taking a bath, and playing games as usual. As usual, Lu Linha was reading some books that she found boring. And the unpleasantness during the day seemed as if it had never happened. At 10 o'clock, and Meng threw away his cell phone, turned off the desk lamp, covered himself with a quilt, and closed his eyes. Sleep. Seeing An Meng turn off the lights, Lu Linha also closed the book and lay down on the bed. After a while, the sound of even breathing could be heard from the girl. Listening to the breathing sound, Lu Linha also felt sleepy. The night gradually deepened. The girl who was originally sleeping soundly suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. In the moonlight, she stared at Lu Linha for a long time and found that he looked very peaceful. So much time has passed. This guy must have fallen asleep. She rolled her eyes a few times, still looking worried, and pretended to turn over and kicked him. The other party remained unmoved. And Meng knew that he was not sleeping well, but Lu Linha had already adapted to it. Now he couldn't be woken up even if he was kicked, so he must have really fallen asleep. She turned over and quietly got out of bed without even wearing slippers. She tiptoed and hunched over to come to Lu Linha. The little hand fumbled around in the bedside table for a while and successfully found his cell phone. Okay, the first step is successful. Her plan was simple, which was to pretend to sleep first and then get Lao He's cell phone. As long as she turns on Lu Linha's phone and transfers some money to her, it will be done. As long as the money is transferred, she can sell her game account and then return it when the time comes. As for the combination lock, she was not worried. After all, the real person was right next to her, and she could just scan his face. And Meng took the phone, came to Lu Linha, pointed it at his face, and started facial recognition. At this moment, Lu Linha suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly from the bed. Fuck. Chapter 188, Sleepwalking. The 2 words wow may seem vulgar, but they are very meaningful. Different tones also represent different meanings. Wu is pronounced in a light tone, and Chao is pronounced in a 4th tone, which indicates appreciation. Wu is pronounced in the 3rd tone, and Chao is pronounced in the 4th tone, which indicates anger. Wu is pronounced in the 4th tone, and Chao is pronounced in the 4th tone, which expresses exclamation. Wu is pronounced in the 4th tone, and Chao is pronounced in a light tone, expressing surprise. And An Meng used 2 4 tones. After she became a girl, her manners have improved a lot. If she wasn't really scared, she wouldn't have shouted out these two words so easily. She quickly hid her phone behind her and took a few steps back, barely stopping when her body hit the wardrobe. What is going on? He sat up in shock from his dying illness and asked the visitor with a smile where he came from. How come he's awake? Could it be that she just touched him with her foot and woke him up? That shouldn't be the case. She didn't use any force at all. That, and Meng was about to explain, but Lu Linhe turned his head and looked at her. He said nothing, but got out of bed and walked towards her. And Meng wanted to run away, but Lu Linhe put one hand on the wardrobe, blocking her escape route. Could it be that this guy discovered her little plan? She was just guessing in her mind when the man reached out his hands, climbed onto the fair and delicate face, and began to knead it wantonly. Ouch, ouch. It hurts, it hurts. She was about to resist, but when she raised her hand, she stopped. Because she suddenly noticed something. Although Lu Linhe's eyes were open, his look was staring, not at all as lively as before. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly understood. Could it be that Lao He is sleepwalking? After coming to this conclusion, she stretched out her little hand and waved it in front of Lu Linhe. The man didn't react at all and continued looking forward. And Meng breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be sleepwalking. It was so scary. But it turns out that Lao He also has a sleepwalking problem. How come she didn't know this before? And Meng was a little puzzled, but then she thought she was so sleepy that even thunder couldn't wake her up. So it wasn't strange that she didn't notice him sleepwalking. It would be better for her not to act rashly. Maybe after Lu Linhe rubbed her a few times, she would go back and lie down to continue sleeping. After figuring it out, and Meng gave up resisting and watched her little face being cruelly pinched into various shapes by the man. What was this guy dreaming about? Why did he keep rubbing her face? After rubbing for a while, Lu Linhe put down his hand. This is not a steamed bun. So he dreamed of himself looking for steamed buns to eat in the kitchen? Fortunately, he didn't dream that he found the toilet. Otherwise, he would have stained her. Seeing Lu Linhe let go, An Meng also breathed a sigh of relief. She bent down slightly and quietly slipped away from Lu Linhe. Lu Linhe still stood there, not moving. She successfully escaped from the man's wall-banging range, and just as she was about to run back to the bed, the man suddenly attacked and stopped her again. A big hand, sticking it on with precision. Well, this is correct. And Meng's cherry lips couldn't help but open wide. What is he doing? Just as An Meng was about to take it away, the other party took it away before her. Hey, At this point, she didn't dare to move. Forget it. As long as she pretends to be a statue, the other party will go back to sleep. And Meng thought naively and gave up resisting again. This is a birthday peach. The man said to himself. The girl rolled her eyes. Your house looks like this. And Meng clenched his fists, but did not dare to act rashly. It's a pity that I don't like to eat it. Hey, you're also picky about food. And Meng was complaining when Lu Linhe said, but there's nothing else to eat. You lived a very difficult life in your dream. By the way, Meng doesn't seem to have eaten either. Wow, she also has a role in the dream? Then break it in half and eat it first. Well, you know how to care for people. The girl nodded. Then she suddenly froze. A trace of surprise flashed across her face and then gradually turned into horror. What the hell? Wow, help! She wanted to escape, but the man held her tightly, and she was like a doll, unable to move at all. Seeing that her escape had failed, she could only cover her mouth and try not to make any sound and alarm the beast. It has come to this point. If Lu Linhe is woken up, all our efforts will be in vain. And Meng comforted him like this and then let him go. Lu Linhe frowned. What's going on? Nonsense. She's not grafted. Then forget it. It should have been settled long ago. I'll eat first. The girl's pupils suddenly shrank, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She just understood. Tonight, Lao Dang was determined to kill her. And Meng gritted his teeth and slapped him. Get lost. The next day at noon, and Meng came to the cafeteria again and met Wang Xiaoyu. And Meng, has the money arrived? No. And Meng said weakly. What's wrong with you? Why are you so dark-circled? It's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night. Although at the last moment, and Meng acted decisively and saved the dangerous moment when the head was separated. But after the sleepwalking incident, she didn't sleep well that night. Of course, this is not the point. What made her most angry was that after asking around in the morning, she found out that Lu Linhe didn't have the sleepwalking problem at all. In other words, he did it on purpose yesterday. And Meng was completely devastated when she learned the truth. When she thought about how she had been slaughtered by the other party yesterday, she just wanted to find a spaceship and leave the Earth overnight. But she was the one who wanted to steal the other person's phone first, so she had no legal basis to be angry. Since your husband won't give it to you, forget it. I'll think of a way. Don't worry, I made such a big sacrifice. If I still don't get the money, it would be a big loss. What did you sacrifice? This. And Meng pondered for a long time. There's no need to elaborate on this. Anyway, I still have a trick. Once I use this trick, I guarantee that he will surrender obediently. What? Come with me this afternoon. In the afternoon, at Lu Group, Lu Linha was working when his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and took a look, his brows immediately raised. I saw a strange number, sending him a few MMS photos. The photo shows an empty room wherein Meng is blindfolded and tied to a chair. Before he had time to finish reading it all, a phone call came in. He quickly picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? Lu Linha, right? A mechanical voice came from the other side. Your wife is in our hands. If you want her to live, send money over. Good. If you don't believe me, I'll let your wife follow you. The other person stopped talking halfway. Wait, what did you say? Chapter 189, the person who can best control Lu Linha in the world. You want money, don't you? I agree. Lu Linha answered very calmly. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then he said, wait a moment, I'll call you back later. After that, there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Wang Xiaoyu came to An Meng and took off the cloth in An Meng's mouth and the blindfold on his eyes. What did he say? He agreed to transfer the money. What should I do? Okay, if you agree, let him call and transfer the money to me. Is it okay for us to do this? Wang Xiaoyu asked with some concern. The place where they were at the moment was the club classroom, which was borrowed by An Meng. As for the voice-changing device on the phone, I asked a big shot in the computer club to install it. Even if An Meng didn't have that stunning face, her lively social skills alone were enough to get a lot of people to help her. The kidnapping case was naturally directed and acted by them themselves. This idea was proposed by An Meng. Wang Xiaoyu was opposed at first, but could not resist An Meng's repeated requests. The last time she was kidnapped, Lao He came with 2 million without hesitation. Please trust me again. Just consider it as doing me a favor. If you can't come up with the money, then my red dates will be sucked for nothing. Wang Xiaoyu didn't understand what An Meng was saying, but was eventually pulled over to participate in the scene. An Meng comforted him. It's okay, I wasn't really kidnapped, and I was the one who transferred the money. They won't find you. After confirmation, Wang Xiaoyu called again. Hello, Mr. Lu, Meng said. Before she could finish her words, An Meng kicked her and cursed her with his mouth. You idiot, you let slip. Wang Xiaoyu blushed. After all, it was her first time to kidnap, and she had no experience. Ahem, we have already discussed it. You could just transfer the money directly to An Meng's account. That's good, but you want to default on your debt? No, you haven't told me yet. How much money do you want to transfer? Wang Xiaoyu was stunned. Wait a minute, we'll call you back. She hung up the phone and looked at An Meng. How much do we want? Just ask him how much you want. Just treat it as a self-service bank. Don't be polite. Wang Xiaoyu opened her mouth. This was the first time she had seen someone betray her husband like this. This is definitely my biological wife. Will it be easy to cause problems if you ask for too much? What are you afraid of? He has already bitten my date and hasn't paid me yet. What kind of date is this? Why is it so expensive? Wang Xiaoyu was very puzzled, but still nodded and called Lu Linha again. When the call was connected, Lu Linha spoke first. Can't you discuss it once and then call me? I'm very busy. Sorry. Idiot, we are robbers. Why are you apologizing? And Meng snatched the phone in anger. What's wrong? Are you not convinced? Anyway, there is a voice-changing device in the phone, so Lu Linha couldn't recognize her voice. What's your attitude? This is my attitude. Don't you accept it? If you don't accept it, we will kill you. Perhaps in order to put himself in the shoes of others, and Meng said while pinching his own neck. Your service attitude is too bad. Tell me what the complaint number is. What the hell? You want to complain about me? And Meng was stunned. It was the first time she heard of the victim's family complaining about the robbers. As expected of Lu Linha. With such a large team like yours, you should have a complaints department, otherwise it would be too unprofessional. What the hell are you complaining about? We are a criminal gang. Stop talking nonsense and transfer the money over. She felt angry when she thought about how Lu Linha had ravaged her into various shapes yesterday. He was so angry that his face turned red. By the way, Meng is next to you, right? Yes. Please ask her to answer the phone. How do I answer this? She is Meng Meng. Meng Meng is her. She thought for a moment and said, wait a moment. She turned off the voice-changing function, took a deep breath, and her expression instantly became aggrieved. Hubby, save me. I'm so scared. The smile turned into tears in a second, and the smooth transition between true and false voices made Wang Xiaoyu smile. Although she had never met the legendary Mr. Liu, she couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for him. It would be impossible for a man to marry An Meng without some ability. Don't be afraid, Meng Meng. The man's voice on the other end of the phone was so gentle. You want me to rescue you, right? Yes. Okay, then I won't transfer money to them. And Meng's crying voice stopped instantly. Why? You don't want me to die so that you can inherit my Hua Bei. You want me to save you, right? If you transfer money to them, they will let you go, and then I won't be able to save you. You're such a fucking genius. And Meng rolled her eyes and said, forget it, don't come to save me. Just give me the money. No, it's too late. Too late for what? I've sent people to rescue you. They'll be here soon. Immediately, they're not superheroes. No matter how fast they are, they can't be as fast as you transfer money. As soon as An Meng finished speaking, the classroom door was kicked open. Wu Song did several backflips and landed in front of An Meng in a superhero posture. It's all right, ma'am. If you want to know why, it's because I'm here. In the evening, An Meng returned to the manor dejectedly. Xin, she wondered, Miss, why do you look so listless? Don't mention it. After a busy day, An Meng not only failed to help Wang Xiaoyu raise extra money, but also made her lose the compensation for the door. Only then did Meng realize that her little actions had been under Lu Lina's nose. I'm afraid Lu Lina already knew about this situation before she called. This makes her look stupid. In the end, the plan failed, and Meng really couldn't think of any other solution, so he became depressed. Seeing Xin she asking questions, and Meng did not hide, but told Xin she the story. After hearing this, Xin she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Why are you laughing? I think Miss Xiao is usually smart, but now she seems slow. Xin Xian explained. In fact, if she changes her mindset, she will be the person in the world who can control Mr. Liu the most, no one else. What's your idea? Tell me quickly. Miss, think about it. Why did people in ancient times say that beauty is the root of trouble? Because men will always pass on the blame. Xin Shi's mouth twitched. This is indeed one of the reasons, but there are indeed some women, like Daji, who are really beautiful and bring disaster to the court. Do you know how they do it? I know. Wasn't Daji possessed by a 1,000-year-old fox spirit? I don't know the fox spirit. Xin Qian narrowed her eyes and said, Miss, you don't need to know the fox fairy. You just need to... Just what? She didn't say anything, just waved at An Meng. And Meng leaned over, and Xin Qian whispered in her ear, Miss, just whisper in Mr. Liu's ear at night, and Mr. Liu will be obedient. The girl's eyes were empty. Chapter 1. Nini Xiaohua will suffer. Although An Meng had the tricks Xin Qian gave him, his heavy mood did not improve much. The secret is there, but there is still a crisis that has not been resolved. That was when she pretended to kidnap Lu Lin and cheated him of his money. Plus, she stole his cell phone yesterday. These two things added together. Given Lao He's unyielding personality, he would definitely pick her up and give her a good scolding. After all, she had tried to cheat him out of his money twice, and had been caught red-handed both times. This made her feel as nervous as when she was a kid and lied to her parents that she was going to enroll in cram school, but ended up taking the money and running off to play video games and getting discovered. She had wanted to seek justice for the milky white Yukiko, but now it seemed impossible. But to her surprise, after Lu Linha came back from get off work, he acted as if nothing had happened, chatting and laughing with everyone, but did not mention a word about the incident. She thought Lu Linha didn't want to tell her in front of others and would wait until they were alone before looking for her. But at night, when the two were in the same room, Lu Linha did not mention this matter, but kept reading his book. But the more he didn't mention it, the more uncomfortable An Meng felt. It was as if a knife was hanging over her head, ready to cut her head off if it fell, but it took no time to fall, leaving her suffering in fear. Finally, she couldn't help but climb out of bed. Tell me the truth, when will the struggle session be held? Lu Linha closed the book and asked, What are you criticizing? I lied to you today. Aren't you going to settle the score with me? Not really. Why? Because I also lied to you last night, didn't I? Lu Linha raised his lips, so we are even. The girl was startled, and her pretty face turned red instantly. She knew that Lu Linha was talking about him pretending to sleepwalk. Of course, if you really feel bad about it, I can pretend to sleepwalk again. No need. Thank you. Seeing that he had escaped danger, An Meng lay on the bed and started playing games. But the strange thing is that she just couldn't get into the game, because Xin words kept echoing in her mind. Miss, as long as you whisper in Mr. Liu's ear at night, Mr. Liu will be obedient. Pillow talk? She knew very well that the so-called pillow talk was not as simple as blowing wind on the pillow. Although An Meng was slow, she still knew what pillow talk was. But this also means that she has to be proactive. She couldn't help but think of Li Qingzhao's withered flowers. Flowers bloom and fall without regrets. Fate comes and goes like water. Flowers wither because they bloom, and flowers fly because they grieve. Flowers grieve because of their tears, and flowers tear because of their broken pieces. Flowers dance and shed tears, and flowers cry and petals fly. For whom do flowers bloom and wither? For whom do flowers grieve? Flowers are innocent, but always suffer. After careful consideration, An Meng finally made up his mind. After all, she had already promised Wang Xiaoyu, so she had to do her best. During the Qin dynasty, the hermit Tian Guang recommended Jing coup to Prince Dan and even committed suicide to show his determination because he promised Prince Dan that he would not leak the secret. Tian Guang was willing to sacrifice his life to keep his promise. So what can she do now? After making up his mind, An Meng couldn't help but feel emotional. People do change. The male soul had already been completely devoured by this body. It's really fate that plays tricks on us. She thought that after making the decision, she would be able to calm down and quietly wait for the arrival of bedtime. But the reality was quite the opposite. She became even more impetuous. There was a video playing on her phone, but she couldn't even remember what it was about. She had had similar experiences. When he was in high school, he was a boarding student, and every weekend he would leave school like a flash. It's not that he missed home that much. He just wanted to meet his phone. In his cell phone, there's the person he wants to see most. At that time, he was also like this. He had no motivation to do anything and just wanted to go home. This moment is just like that moment. And Meng buried his head in the quilt and tossed and turned on the bed. At this moment, her eyes suddenly became bright. It turned out that the quilt was taken away by Lu Linha. What are you doing here? You look like a silkworm. The girl opened her mouth and shook her head like a rattle. Nothing. Nothing. Lu Linha stared at her. Do you have a fever? And Meng was shocked. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not feverish. You are the one who is feverish. Lu Linha ignored her, lowered his head, and touched An Meng's forehead with his. The temperature is fine. Why is your face so red? An Meng's eyes were empty. When she came to her senses, she dived into the bed. Get out of my way. Well, this time the silkworm has turned into a silkworm pupa. Lu Linha looked at the petite ball under the quilt and couldn't help but laugh. After a long wait, finally, late night arrived as promised. Just when An Meng thought Lu Linha was going to sleep, he suddenly stood up and walked out of the house. Hey, where are you going? This book is really good and very interesting to read. I plan to go to the study and read it for a while. How long do you want to watch? I don't know. Anyway, I have tomorrow off. If I get too excited, I might stay up all night. All night. The girl opened her mouth. She couldn't wait all night. She curled her lips and said, Why don't you just stop watching? Why? Since you left, I can no longer persuade you. Of course, and Meng couldn't say that directly. She rolled her eyes and said, I'm scared to sleep alone. Please don't leave. Okay. Seeing the man agree so readily, and Meng's eyes lit up. Then I'll sit here and watch. And Meng's eyes narrowed instantly. Can't you just come to the bed obediently? Okay. Lu Linha turned on the bedside lamp, came to the bed, and leaned against the headboard. It's okay to watch here. Why are you always thinking about that crappy book of yours? And Meng rolled her eyes, but fortunately Lu Linha was already in bed, so she could easily control him with just a little trick. But this was her first time taking the initiative, so she was still a little nervous. She moved to Lu Linha's side, took a deep breath, and stretched out her hand to him. When he touched Lu Linha's arm, he suddenly turned his head. What's wrong? No, it's okay. And Meng said in a low voice. Lu Linha took the girl's hand and placed it on the bed. If you're fine, go to bed early. She knew that Lu Linha loved reading, but she didn't expect him to be so obsessed with it. So the question is, how can she force herself to get close to him? And Meng felt that the world was really unpredictable. Usually Lu Linha always stuck to her, but this time when she tried to persuade him, this guy became cold again. She remembered that she was in Lu Lina's arms when she woke up every day. According to him, she would roll around on the bed every day when she fell asleep and then roll into his arms. She might as well pretend to be asleep and then accidentally slip into Lu Lina's arms. She didn't believe that he could still watch it at that time. She lay there with her eyes closed for a few minutes, then rolled over to him. At this time, Lu Lina suddenly said, "The light is a bit dim. Let's adjust it." As he said this, he got up from the bed and ran to fiddle with the bedside lamp. When he stood up, he just missed An Meng perfectly. And Meng, who had her eyes closed, had no idea what was happening. She just rolled to the bed without hesitation and then disappeared on the bed. And there was a loud bang. Ouch. Chapter 191. Lao He is no longer able to do it. Late at night, Lu Linha leaned against the head of the bed, reading a book intently. The girl was not on the bed. Instead, she was kneeling on the ground barefoot, lying on the edge of the bed, looking angry and staring at him with resentment. Even Lu Linha felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. He reached out and rubbed the girl's soft hair, coaxing her, "Okay, don't be angry. I really didn't mean it just now." "You are. Really not." Lu Linha reached out to pull her up. "Come up quickly. The ground is cold. Don't catch a cold." The girl shook his hand off and said, "You will spend your whole life with your books." This unsuccessful attempt greatly damaged her self-esteem. "I'm so tired. I feel like I'll never love again." Lu Linha didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He closed the book and said, "Okay, I won't read it anymore. You seem very abnormal today. What do you want to do?" Today, An Meng didn't speak as carelessly as usual, but instead sounded delicate and coquettish. It made him feel a little strange. The girl paused. "I don't want to do anything I wanted to do just now." As she spoke, she walked around to the other side of the bed, climbed up, wrapped herself in the quilt, and went to sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, the man behind her embraced her. "Meng Meng, could it be that you?" And Meng's eyes widened, and she began to twist her body. "Get out of the way." The man did not let go, but leaned closer to her ear, opened his mouth, and attacked her weak spot. "Ah!" And Meng was like a scion whose tail was pinched, and his whole body went limp in an instant. The man rubbed An Meng's face affectionately, like a lion. And Meng's little face was rubbed by him and swayed back and forth, making her feel dizzy. However, unlike male lions, which only rub the face, he will also use his hands. "Meng Meng, I love you." A low, sweet voice came into my ear. Hearing, touch, and vision intertwined at this moment, making her intoxicated and unable to return. And Meng was in a trance when she suddenly felt a cool sensation on her body. Her pajamas and her quilt have already run towards poetry in the distance. Under the light, she was as white as snow and jade, driving people crazy. The most seductive enchantress in the world is no more than this. This cool breeze also brought her back to her senses. Lu Linha smiled and looked down, admiring the beauty who could be called a work of art. But this glance made him raise his eyebrows. I saw Meng wearing a white bra which she often wore at night. However, on the white chest wrap, there was a line of words written in black pen. He took a closer look, and after seeing the content clearly, his smile froze on the spot. VX transfer to unlock subsequent content. "What's this?" And Meng was confused. When she heard the man's question, she came to her senses and looked down. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot something." She quickly pushed Lu Linha away. Wait a minute. What's wrong?" And Meng sat up and straightened his chest. "See? As long as you transfer the money, you can unlock the subsequent content. This is a limited time event only for tonight. Don't miss the opportunity. Transfer the money within 1 minute, and you will have a chance to get special services." The man looked at her and said, "So, your actions tonight were just to help your classmates raise money?" And Meng was stunned. Raising money? This was indeed the only thought she had at the beginning, but later on, she accidentally forgot about it. I have to say that Lao He is really good at this. However, if she was asked to admit it, it would be absolutely impossible. After all, and Xiaoming is the heroine. She admitted that she had a fever and was lusting after the male protagonist's body. So, does she still want to stay in this book? So she nodded. Yes, it must be for money. What else could it be for?" Lu Linha pondered for a moment, then picked up An Meng's pajamas. "Put your hands up." What is this posture of raising your hands?" Although she was puzzled, she still raised her hand obediently. Lu Linha covered her with his pajamas, and after a moment of darkness, he put the pajamas back on her. And Meng looked down at the clothes, then looked at the man. "Do you like the feeling of wearing clothes?" "No." Lu Linha explained, I already know about your classmates' affairs. You should have a good sleep first. I will go to the study room next door for a while. Ah, things turned so quickly that by the time she reacted, Lu Linha had already walked out of the room. What does this mean? The game hasn't even started yet. Why are you quitting? Could it be that? Are you old and in poor health? And Meng wanted to go and take a look, but after hesitating for a long time, she gave up the idea. There was an explanation for her throwing herself into his arms last time, but if she takes the initiative to go over again this time, wouldn't it be telling Lu Lin that she and Lu Lin are very eager for sex? In the end, the girl still chose to remain reserved, but the price of maintaining her reserve was, damn it, I can't sleep. The girl said this as she tossed and turned in bed, hugging the quilt. Miss, are you okay? This was the first sentence she said to An Meng this morning. What's wrong? Go to the bathroom and check yourself. No, I've seen it. While washing up, An Meng noticed the dark circles under her eyes. After Lu Linha left yesterday, she felt like there was an evil fire burning in her body, and she was so restless that she couldn't fall asleep. She had tried it before, but after experiencing combat with live ammunition, her threshold had been raised. Just like in the early stage of Dupo, Xiao Yin still had feelings for his sister Xiao Mei. In a later stage, when he became Do Di and was surrounded by many beauties, when he saw Xiao Mei again, there would probably be no waves at all. So An Meng could only hold on until the second half of the night, when she finally fell into a drowsy sleep. While having breakfast, she received a call from Wang Xiaoyu. On the other end of the phone, Wang Xiaoyu's voice was rarely excited. Thank you, An Meng. I received the money, but what? This is too much money. Take it and use it first. Your family is short of money right now. Thank you. I don't know how to repay you. Wang Xiaoyu's voice was a little choked. No need. Didn't you already report it to me in advance? What did I give back? Beef noodles. Wang Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Don't worry. I will definitely pay you back in the future. After hanging up the phone, An Meng felt happy. Lao He is indeed efficient in his work. She wanted to find Lu Linha to thank him, but then she suddenly remembered that An Meng hadn't seen Lu Linha in the villa since they parted last night. She asked Xan Shi, who was standing beside her, Hey, where's Lao He? Mr. Lu seems to have gone to work. Work? Isn't he taking a break? I don't know. Mr. Lu got up early this morning and left in a hurry. Maybe there was something urgent. Urgent. She took out her cell phone and called Lu Linha, but no one answered after it rang for a long time. An Meng raised her eyebrows, and she turned around and called Chen Maoan again. Silent One quickly answered, Sister-in-law? Where's Lao He? Why didn't he answer the phone? Mr. Lu, what's wrong with him? He's busy, so he probably didn't see it. He'll call you back when he's done. Oh, after hanging up the phone, An Meng's eyes were empty. What happened? Are you so busy that you don't even answer a call? But since she didn't see it, she would just wait a while. An Meng lay on the dining table, eagerly waiting for Lu Lina's call back. But an hour passed, and there was no movement. This made her vaguely feel that something was wrong. Separation at night, leaving without saying goodbye, not answering the phone. An Meng blinked, and suddenly her pupils shrank. Wait a minute, Lao He can't be. Are you angry? Chapter 192. She has to choose between money worship and fever. After Xin, she had breakfast in the restaurant. She prepared to clean up. Her job is called a maid, but in fact her job is very simple, which is to do housework. It is her job to keep the villa clean and tidy. She came to the storage room and was about to go out with the broom in her hand when she met a Cheng Yao Jin who blocked her way. She looked at him carefully, a trace of confusion in her eyes. Miss? The person standing at the door was none other than An Meng. An Meng first made a hush sound, then turned his head and looked around. Seeing that there was no one, he quickly pulled Xin Shi into the storage room. Sisai, I have something to ask you. What? How long have you been working at the manor? Xin Shi thought for a while. About 2 years. In the past 2 years, have you ever seen what it's like to be old and angry? Mr. Lu is angry? Xin Xian was stunned. She thought for a long time and found that she could not find any relevant options in her brain. She shook her head. I've never seen Mr. Lu get angry. In my impression, Mr. Lu has always been very humble and gentle. Previously, a maid accidentally broke an antique vase that he liked very much. The maid was so scared that she cried. When Mr. Lu arrived at the scene, he didn't blame her at first. Instead, he showed concern for whether she was injured. Xin Xian explained, Mr. Lu is friendly, but he also gives people a sense of authority without anger, so everyone in the manor respects and loves him very much. Xin, she was clearly praising him. But An Meng's brows drooped, and he let out a long sigh. That's it. What's wrong? I think I made Lao He angry. No way. Everyone in the whole manor knows that Mr. Lu dotes on you to the sky. How could he bear to be angry with you? But he was really angry, the kind that didn't even answer the phone. An Meng said seriously. Although An Meng has a carefree personality, she can be very meticulous at times. She was so busy covering up her lie yesterday that she didn't notice at all that what she said would be a blow to Lu Linha. If she was still a man and had a girlfriend, and her girlfriend told him that she only slept with him for his money, An Meng would definitely be defeated on the spot. In Lu Linha's eyes, she might have become a woman who could seduce others for money. It's over, his character has collapsed. She is a person who cannot hide her thoughts. When she thinks about conflicts with others, especially when she is misunderstood, she will feel very uncomfortable, unable to eat or sleep well. But Lu Sun once said, people's joys and sorrows are not the same. She looked sad, but Xin, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The young lady usually seems to be annoyed with Mr. Lu, but in fact she still cares about him very much. Boss Lu might be busy. If you are really worried, why don't you go to the company and talk to him in person? The girl was startled. Talk about it face to face. Doesn't that mean, between materialism and fever, does she have to choose one? And Meng curled her lips and said, Tisk, why should I go to see him? I can just ignore him. Lu Group. Silent One was looking at documents in the office when suddenly his door was kicked open and he saw a man rushing in aggressively. The document in Silent One's hand trembled in fear. He raised his eyes in dissatisfaction. Xiaolu, why did you come in without knocking? Don't you want to do this anymore? His door has a special identification lock. Except for Lu Linha, Chun Maoan, and his secretary Xiao Lu, who can open it with their work pass. No one else can come in directly. He stopped abruptly when he saw who was coming. Hey, ma'am, why are you here? What do the people below eat? Why didn't anyone tell him that this girl was coming? It was fortunate that he was reading documents. If he was reading something else, wouldn't he have been ruined? And Meng got straight to the point. Where's Lu Linha? Why didn't I see him in his office? She finally couldn't help but ran over. For no other reason, she just wanted to wash away her image of a gold digger. Let burn, why doesn't she just admit it? Mr. Lu is busy. So what is he up to? He doesn't even answer the phone. The young master of the Su Group came to our company today. President Lu was discussing business with him. They were in a special meeting room where cell phones were not allowed, so it was normal that no one answered the call. An Meng narrowed her eyes. She felt that Shun Maoan was fooling her and Lu Linha was simply avoiding her. But An Meng is rebellious by nature. Usually Lu Linha would rub against her like Mufasa rubbing against Simba in The Lion King, and she felt annoyed. The more he avoided her, the more she wanted to see him. An Meng pursed her lips. She was just a little joke to him, so why did he ignore her like that? Can you take me to see it? Yes, sure. Silent One took An Meng into the elevator and arrived at the top floor of the company. This floor is basically used by the board of directors and senior management when meeting important clients. Silent One brought An Meng to a house. There was a sign hanging above the room that read boardroom. Mr. Lu is discussing business here. The girl glanced at him. Why are you looking at me? Why don't you open the door? I asked you to bring me here to find Lao He, not to see this door. I can't open it. Why? Aren't you the general manager? Look what's written here. This is the boardroom. Only directors have the authority to open it. Oh, I see. You are only at the peak of the general manager level and have not yet entered the director level, so you can't shake this door, right? Silent One's mouth twitched. Yes. And Meng frowned. I didn't expect the director level to be so terrifying. But I'm already a half-step director now, so I can still fight against a strong man in the director realm. Fortunately, he had also read similar books. Otherwise, he would not have been able to follow this joke. Boss Lu is really in here. Let's go back. And Meng ignored him and looked at the door for a while. Then she took out her work ID and knocked on the door. With a beep, the door opened. The moment they unlocked the door, the two looked at each other. So, I am at the director level? Haha, I'm so sorry. Silent One forced a smile on his face, but secretly cursed in his heart. Lu Lin and you, old man, not only issued a pass for your wife, but also set her authority to the same as yours, the highest in the company. Now, no one can stop this little girl, no matter where she goes. And Meng didn't plan to go in. After all, they were having a meeting inside, and it would be impolite to disturb them. But she couldn't help her curiosity, so she pushed the door open a little and observed secretly. When she saw this, she was completely frozen in place. I saw that Lu Linhe was indeed inside, talking and laughing. The person sitting opposite him was not the young master of the Su family, as Shun Maoan mentioned, but it was a young girl. Chapter 193, He is Dead. And Meng turned around and looked at Shun Maoan. Is this the young master of the Su family you were talking about? It's Master Su. Come, take a look for yourself. And Meng moved aside to make way for Shun Maoan. Silent One looked through the crack in the door and took a breath of cold air. What are you breathing? Hiss. This director realm is so terrifying. Shun Maoan didn't know what to say at this time, so he could only start talking nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Does young Master Su look like that? To be honest, I haven't seen it either. Is there anyone you haven't met yet? The Su family is a prominent family in Yanhai City and rarely sets foot in Nanjing City. I've had the honor of meeting the director of the Su family, but I have never met young Master Su before. Can you please speak properly? Got it. Beads of sweat were almost dripping down Silent Wen's face. He just heard from President Liu that young Master Su would come to the group today to discuss something, and President Liu personally went to the airport to pick up young Master Su. When he arrived at the group, he was busy and did not meet him. He also didn't expect that the person chatting and laughing with Lu Linhe in the room was actually a beautiful girl. And that was not all. Lu Linhe was chatting in the room when suddenly a ring was heard. Then he greeted the girl opposite, took out a mobile phone from his pocket, and started chatting with the person on the phone. Shit, don't you always bring your phone to meetings? Why did you bring it this time? It would be fine if you brought her, but why didn't you answer her call? Silent Wen's heart was full of questions, but at this moment he could only remain silent. When he took out his phone, Chen Maoan felt the temperature around him drop 10 degrees again. It was clearly the hottest time of the year, but he suddenly missed his cotton-padded jacket and his mother's dumplings. This girl is truly worthy of being a strong person at the director level. The chill she releases is more effective than the central air conditioning. He was more worried about the safety of this building than Lu Linhe's safety. Old Lu, you really know how to give your brothers problems. Silent One swallowed. Actually, ma'am, I think. Unexpectedly, and Meng burst out laughing. She patted Chen Maoan on the shoulder and said, What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten? Lao He and I are just in a fake marriage. Isn't it normal for him to find another girl? Silent One was stunned. I hope he finds me, so he can let me go without worry, right? So his happiness means my happiness. Okay, I'm leaving now. Don't tell him I was here. You'll be 3 centimeters shorter if you say a word. After An Meng finished speaking, she turned around, her long black ponytail drew an arc, and she walked away with brisk steps. Silent One stood there, looking at her receding back. Oh no, this is really crazy. Lao Lu, brother, you really tried your best. An Meng left the group and called a taxi. Where's the beauty going? Go to Fading Internet Cafe near number 13 middle school. Okay. She sat in the back seat, took out her cell phone, and made a call. Hey, H.A., are you taking a day off today? Sure, let's meet at the old place. Stop talking nonsense. Transfer $50 to me first. I'm hanging up now. The driver glanced at An Meng from the rearview mirror and said, Beauty, your boyfriend? No. Then why don't you call your boyfriend? He's dead. When they arrived at their destination, An Meng went into the internet cafe. As soon as she entered, she almost didn't recognize this place. This was the internet cafe she often came to when they were in school. At that time, the lighting here was dim and the decoration was rather shabby, but now it has been completely renewed and has the style of a complete internet cafe. She was about to go in, but was stopped by the network administrator. Miss, please bring your ID card to board the plane. And Meng was stunned. At that time, minors were allowed to apply for temporary cards to access the internet. I didn't expect that after so many years, this place has become more regulated. She didn't bring her ID card, but luckily now she can log into the computer by scanning the QR code. She turned on a computer and started playing games. After one round, Chi also rushed over. How come you are free today? Take a rest and get on the bus quickly. Here I come. I just saw a new routine a few days ago. It's fucking awesome. If you make a mistake, just wait for the criticism. Bao Si, lie down. 3 hours later, looking at the page of red results, and Meng glanced at him. CPAC. Chi scratched his head and said, I can't help it. I'm being targeted. Forget it. It's getting late. Let's go have a meal. Okay, what to eat? And Meng thought for a moment. Let's go to the barbecue place next door. I haven't been there for a long time. It's a good opportunity to go there for a drink. The two went to the barbecue restaurant next door. As soon as he sat down, Chi picked up the menu and started ordering frantically. This, and this. All the ones on this page. And Meng frowned. Can you finish all this? If you can't finish it, just pack it up. When we were in school, we didn't have money, so we ate sparingly. Now we can give an account of our youth. It's not even the end of the month yet. You don't have much money, do you? Yeah, you're here. Chi Yi and An Meng were playing the same mobile game, so he naturally saw An Meng spending a lot of money in the game. With so much money, what's a simple meal like? I don't have a penny on me. I had to borrow the taxi money from you. Haha, that's humorous. An Meng didn't say anything, but just opened his account balance. Chia's laughter stopped abruptly, and he quickly called the waiter back. Wait a minute. We ordered a bit too much just now. Why don't we remove a few of them? Otherwise, it will be wasted if we can't eat them. Okay. The waiter handed the menu to Chi Yi again. Chi Yi drew a circle on the peanuts with aged vinegar and smashed cucumber and handed the menu to the waiter. Just these 2 dishes are removed, right? No. Keep the 2 circled ones and take the rest. When An Meng left, Shima Wen was hesitating outside. It's not that he was afraid of An Meng's 3 centimeters curse, but he knew that what Lu Lin was talking about at the moment must be a very important matter. If he was told this news, it would inevitably affect his subsequent performance. After thinking it over, he finally endured it. He knew that Lu Linha had already arranged people around An Meng, so as long as nothing happened to them, there was nothing to be afraid of. As evening approached, Lu Linha finally left the boardroom. As soon as he came out, Silent One came over immediately. Before he could speak, Lu Linha asked, Meng Meng has been here, right? How do you know? Wu Song sent me a text message. I saw it. Where is she? Lu Linha was not as angry as An Meng thought. There was indeed an important guest who suddenly visited today, so he went out early in the morning. He usually does not bring his cell phone to meetings. The cell phone he brings is specifically for contacting Wu Song, so that he can ensure his wife's personal safety at all times. When Lu Linha learned that An Meng came to see him, he was very excited. She went back. Back? What did she come here for? That's hard to say. Just as he was wondering, the phone rang again. Hey, Wu Song, what's wrong? He picked up the phone, and his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 190, for we don't know Doryman, so we don't have a time machine. Wu Song only said one sentence on the phone. Mr. Lu, the lady is drunk and lying on the ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Linha's expression changed drastically. As someone who had experienced it personally, he knew best that An Meng could not drink alcohol. The last time she walked, she was staggering. If he hadn't supported her, no matter how big her breasts were, she would have fallen flat. He asked nervously, what happened to her? Where is she hurt? She's not hurt. Then why is she lying on the ground? Because the hotel stopped selling alcohol to the lady, she fell to the ground and threw a tantrum. Lu Linha's mouth twitched. Then you didn't stop it? I want to pull her away just now, but she resisted. I was afraid that my wife would get hurt again. It would be safer for you, Mr. Lu, to come in person. Okay, I see. Where are you? I'll be there right away. Although what Wu Song reported was not good news, Lu Linha's expression became relaxed after hanging up the phone. If it were someone else, hearing his wife do this, he might be a little angry, but Lu Linha was not moved at all and even wanted to laugh. Although it sounds a bit embarrassing, he really can't get angry when he thinks it's Meng Meng. The habit of pampering her has been engraved in my bones. Judging from her expression, your girl should be fine. Silent One responded. Well, it's nothing serious, but I have to go over there first. If there is anything happening in the company, feel free to contact me. Okay. Shima Wen responded. Looking at Lu Linha's back, he muttered to himself. The real big things are yet to come. Good luck to you, Lao Lu. Lu Linha quickly arrived at the hotel that Wu Song mentioned. This is a small restaurant next to the school. When Lu Linha arrived, it was the peak time for students to get out of school in the afternoon. After he stopped the car and walked out from the back door, the eyes of the crowd of students were like cruise missiles, all looking in his direction. Look, that guy's so handsome. Is he a star? A girl pointed. He looks like him, but if I had seen such a handsome star, he would have been my idol a long time ago. Another girl wondered. On the other side, the boys were also discussing, oh my god, this car looks like a Cullinan. It should be. Quick, take a picture for me. I'll post it on WeChat Moments and say I got a new car. Brother, have you forgotten that you are not yet an adult? Lu Linha ignored the discussions around him and went to the small restaurant. The restaurant's decoration is also very simple, and it looks like an ordinary food stall. As soon as he entered, he saw the dazed girl lying on the table. And Meng's little face was rosy, and under the light, she looked quite beautiful and moist. She slammed the table impatiently. Where's the wine? Why hasn't my wine been served yet? Meng, the wine will be served later. How about some water first? Well, that's fine. The waiter came over quickly and handed her a glass of water, hoping to sober her up. An Meng took a sip and then spat. Did you dilute the water? She looked helpless and didn't know what to do. He saw someone coming in out of the corner of his eye, turned his head, and was stunned when he found out it was Lu Linhe. Oh my God, isn't this Mr. Lu? Why are you here? He looked back at An Meng and quickly said with a smile, well, An Meng just drank a little. It's nothing serious. I'll take her back now. Chi was still thinking about the version where An Meng and Lu Linhe had a fake marriage. He thought that Lu Linhe came because An Meng had lost his face outside. You have to know that Lu Linhe is a well-known figure in Nanjing City. If An Meng embarrasses him, he will definitely be furious. Lu Linhe frowned. She is my wife. Where do you want to take her? He didn't doubt the relationship between Chi Yi and An Meng. He just felt unhappy when he heard Chi Ye's words. Oh, oops, yes, I accidentally forgot. Lu Linhe narrowed his eyes slightly. Why did you take her to drink? I didn't bring her here. She insisted on drinking. As soon as she came here today, she insisted on drinking, and then Chi also felt aggrieved, and he told Lu Linhe the story of the afternoon. After they ordered the dishes, An Meng insisted on ordering wine, and Chi didn't object. After all, when he and An Meng came out of the internet in the past, if they had some spare money in their pockets, they would come here to order some skewers and drink a few bottles of draft beer. In this hot summer, drinking a glass of cool beer is simply a real pleasure. As soon as the beer was filled, An Meng looked at the bubbles rising from the beer and muttered to himself, Ache, I suddenly miss the old days. We have known each other for more than 20 years. Which past are you talking about? When I was still a man, although I was poor, I was happy every day. Look at what you said. Chi looked at the only 2 cold dishes on the table. It's as if you're not poor now. Now I'm not only poor, but also upset. Oh, I really envy you for being able to be yourself, unlike me. An Meng shook his wine glass and muttered, I don't even know who I am now. You have indeed changed, but do you think I haven't changed? Chi sighed. When I was a kid, I didn't think about money or children. I only thought about whether the cartoons I would watch today were good. Now look at me. I have no money, no looks, and no one said hello to me when I graduated from college. This started a hellish life for me. You can't turn back into a man, and I can't turn back into the innocent me before. In fact, none of us are the same as we were at the beginning, but your change is more obvious. Who doesn't want to go back to the past? But we don't know Doryman, so there is no time machine. It seems that there is no other way except to keep moving forward. You're right, I'll drink it. And Meng stood up, picked up the beer, and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking it, her eyes were blurry for a while, and then she fell to the ground instantly. Lying on the ground, she was still muttering, Where's the wine? Pour me some. After finishing the story, Lu Linhe raised his eyebrows. Is this the end? Yeah, she just drank 1 glass and started to lose control. She is so different from when she was a boy. Chi said, suddenly realizing something and quickly covering his mouth. Oh no, he had drunk some wine and accidentally let the cat out of the bag. He looked at Lu Linhe in horror, but the other party did not react. Apparently he did not hear it. Lu Linhe walked straight to An Meng, patted her shoulder, and then gently stroked her soft long hair. Meng, come back with me. When An Meng heard the voice, he looked up suddenly and stared at Lu Linhe for a long time. Who are you? Lu Linhe's smile froze. I am your husband. Lu Linhe. Husband? The girl blinked, looking confused. Huh, aren't you dead? Puff. Everyone present couldn't hold back. Chapter 195. Jealous? Jealous. Seeing the restaurant filled with a cheerful atmosphere, Lu Linhe's expression did not change at all. He smiled and said, I'm not dead. You remembered it wrong. And Meng said, Oh, then what are you doing here? Take my lovely wife home. Who is your wife? You. Me? And Meng pointed at himself and then scratched his head. Huh? Who am I? It seems that this time is much more serious than last time. Last time she at least recognized people, but this time she was so drunk that she didn't even know who she was. Lu Linhe lowered his body and picked up An Meng without saying a word. Before An Meng knew what was going on, she was already in his arms. What are you doing? Let me go. My drink hasn't come yet. The 2 beautiful legs were shaking, as if in protest. Lu Linhe frowned. Don't move, otherwise your mouth will swell. I didn't move my mouth. Why is it swollen? Kissed by me. The girl's eyes suddenly shrank, and she quickly covered her mouth, not daring to move. Although she was drunk, she knew that this was still outside. If she was held down and kissed by this man, she would no longer want to stay around here. After successfully intimidating An Meng, Lu Linhe told Wu Song to pay the bill, then carried her out of the restaurant and into the car. Old Pan, go to Jingsheng. Understood. Lao Pan responded and started the car. He was actually a little puzzled as to why Lu Linhe didn't go home, but he didn't ask. As a driver, all he needs to do is do his job well and not ask any other questions from the boss. Lu Linhe saw that An Meng had drunk so much alcohol. If he brought her back to the manor and she made a big fuss, it would make his mother Tian Huifong and others have a bad impression of her. An Meng had finally started to get along well with his family, so it was not appropriate for her to show them her wild side at this time. When we arrived at Jingsheng Hotel, manager Gao Cheng had been waiting for us at the door for a long time. Mr. Liu, the room has been booked for you. It's 10101, the room you frequent most. The Jingsheng Hotel has a total of 101 floors and is more than 400 meters high. Room 01 on the top floor, 101, has always been Lu Linhe's exclusive room. Along the way, the girl was very well behaved. She curled up in the man's arms with her beautiful eyes slightly closed. Lu Linhe thought she fell asleep, because the silly little girl only becomes so quiet when she is asleep. The door opened. Lu Linhe gently placed An Meng on the bed and took off her shoes and socks. Her small and delicate feet were instantly exposed to the air. At this time, An Meng opened his eyes. Her eyes seemed to be clearer than before in the restaurant. Awake, the man asked in a low voice, his voice pleasant and gentle. An Meng hesitated for a long time, but finally opened her red lips slightly. I want to take a shower. Why take a bath? You can't even stand steadily now. I want to take a shower, she said louder. No, you take a rest first. But if I don't wash, how can you fuck me? The man's expression froze. What are you talking about? You brought me to the hotel just to have sex with me, didn't you? You were really drunk. I brought you here so that you can have a good rest, not to do anything else. Real? Really? So just lie down, and I'll get you a basin of water to clean you up. Lu Linhe went into the bathroom, and after a while, he came out with a basin of hot water and a towel hanging around his neck. Come on, give me your hand. I'll wipe it for you first. An Meng gave him her hand, blinked, and stared at him. Slowly, those beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She pushed Lu Linhe hard and said, "Get out of the way." Lu Linhe was caught off guard and was pushed, causing him to stagger and the basin to be knocked over, spilling water all over the floor. An Meng took advantage of this gap to quickly turn over and get out of bed. As soon as she stood up, her legs went limp and she sat back down on the bed. Lu Linhe hurriedly supported her. "Where are you going?" An Meng shook his hand off. "Don't touch me." "What's wrong with you?" Lu Linhe was confused. How could the girl who was so well-behaved just now suddenly become so irritable? It is said that as girls grow older, they will reach the age where they hate their fathers. But An Meng is obviously an adult, so this rule should not apply to her. "Get away, you scumbag." She had been drunk and her brain hadn't reacted. Only now did she gradually remember what she had seen today. "How did I become a scumbag?" Lu Linhe said with some amusement. "I don't want to talk. Go away. I don't want to see you." An Meng pushed Lu Linhe hard. The man hugged An Meng and said, "I don't know what happened to you. You don't have to see me. As long as you take a shower and go to bed, I will leave immediately." "Good." Lu Linhe went to get a basin of water, put the basin on the ground, soaked the towel in the water, wrung it dry, and began to wipe An Meng's little face. After wiping his face, Lu Linhe wiped An Meng's hands. Then he reached out and held her slender ankle. The girl paused and said, "That's not necessary. Be obedient, wipe it off, and sleep comfortably." From beginning to end, his movements were very gentle, like a pool of spring water. After wiping it, An Meng asked impatiently, "Is it done?" "Not yet." He said, "Put the towel in the basin," and went to get a thermos and poured a cup of hot water. "This is the honey water I just made. It can help you get rid of hangovers. I'll put your phone on the bedside table. It's not very charged. I'm charging it. I've also arranged for a change of clothes. Someone will deliver them to you soon." After Lu Linhe finished his instructions, he said, "Okay, you can take a rest. Since you don't want to see me, then I will." "What's wrong with you?" When Lu Linhe looked up again, he found that An Meng's eyes were filled with tears. "Why? What why? If you have a new love, then just go find one. Why? Do you still have to take care of me and provoke me? Where did my new love come from?" Lu Linhe was very confused, but he reacted quickly. "Did you go to the conference room to see it?" Since Shinma Wen knew that An Meng was coming, he would most likely bring An Meng to the conference room. and An Meng's card is valid throughout the entire group, so it is very likely that he could open the door and peek. Yeah, you have nothing to say, right? I clearly saw you chatting and laughing with a girl there. I called you so many times, but you ignored me. And Meng sounded more and more aggrieved, with a hint of tears in her voice. Lu Lina's heart ached. He quickly hugged the girl tightly and comforted her. Silly, that's my client. Don't lie to me. Isn't your client young Master Su? Lu Lina hesitated for a moment. To be honest, the girl you were talking about is Master Su, but he looks more feminine and has some special fetishes. He likes to wear women's clothes. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and found photos of Master Su wearing men's clothes while working. An Meng opened her mouth and was dumbfounded. She was angry for the whole afternoon and made a fuss for quite some time, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Lu Linha suddenly smiled. But even if I'm in the conference room with a girl, why are you so excited? Are you jealous of me? An Meng was silent for a long time. After a while, she gritted her teeth and puffed out her cheeks. Yes, I'm just jealous, so what? Chapter 196, I like you. I like you, I like you. Yes, I'm just jealous, so what? Lu Linha originally just wanted to tease An Meng, but he got an unexpected answer. He was stunned at first, and then a hint of excitement and surprise appeared in his eyes. Little girl, are you admitting this? An Meng actually didn't want to play it straight. She was silent for so long because she was thinking about how to explain. But perhaps the alcohol paralyzed her brain. Her mind was completely frozen, and she couldn't think of any reasonable explanation. Finally, she got so excited that she just admitted it generously. But just because she can't think doesn't mean others can't. For example, Lu Lina's brain is spinning rapidly right now. If the human brain had a cooling fan like a computer, the sound of its fan would be comparable to that of a Ferrari engine. In fact, he had known An Meng's idea for a long time, but due to her proud personality, it was harder to get her to admit it than to reach the moon. It seems that the alcohol made her drunk. This is a rare opportunity. He must seize it. He pondered for a moment and shook his head. You're actually jealous? But unfortunately, you are not qualified to be jealous. The girl's eyes were empty, and she asked anxiously, Why? Have you forgotten that we are just pretending to be a couple, and we're going to get divorced in a week? If it's fake, how can I be jealous? Yes, they're a fake couple. In other words, no matter which girl Lu Linha is with, she has no right to be jealous. She argued again, but didn't you say you like me? I do like it, but you didn't agree, right? Since we're destined to separate, I will definitely find my own happiness. I will meet another girl, have dinner with her, sleep with her, and spend the rest of my life with her. With every word Lu Linha said, An Meng's face became sadder. In the end, her little mouth was pouted high, looking aggrieved, as if she would cry if Lu Linha said one more word. She and Lu Linha were destined to be separated. When An Meng thought of this, he felt an inexplicable sourness and pain in his heart. Her eyes dimmed. Seeing An Meng sad, Lu Linha naturally felt uncomfortable, but he knew that the time was not right yet. The most critical moment is when the dish is served. The corners of his lips curled up, and he reached out to touch the girl's head. It seems that Meng understands. Since you understand, I will leave first and not disturb your rest. By the way, I have to go on a business trip tomorrow, and we'll go to the Su family in Yanhai City to work for a week. A week? Laoyi just said that they're getting divorced next week. If he goes out for a week, wouldn't it be the divorce day when he comes back? Seeing Lu Linha get up and leave, a trace of panic flashed in An Meng's eyes. Only then did she realize that if she didn't do something after Lu Linha left, she would miss him forever. Although she kept talking about divorce, when the separation really came early, she was panicked and at a loss. She subconsciously grabbed Lu Linha and said, Don't go. She didn't want to think about anything at this moment, just not leaving him. The man turned around and asked, What? I don't want you to leave. Give me a reason to stay. If it's right, I won't leave. I feel dizzy. Here's some anti-sickness medicine. I'm afraid alone. I'll get Shinshi to accompany you. And Meng kept saying I for a long time, but couldn't find another reason. Lu Linha waited for a long time, then sighed and forcibly moved An Meng's hand away. You should have a good rest. He turned and walked away, but the girl behind him hugged him. Wait a minute, I figured out. Without even turning his head, he turned his back to An Meng and asked, Tell me about it? He felt the girl behind him stand up and lean close to his ear. Her voice is soft as a mosquito's hum. I like you. The man's body trembled, but his expression remained calm. He glanced sideways at An Meng. At this moment, The girl had a rosy face, her eyes were full of spring, and her mind was confused and lost. That rosy face makes me want to push her down and bite her hard. She blinked her watery eyes and asked eagerly, "Is this an acceptable reason?" The man took a deep breath and asked, "What did you say?" An Meng also reacted at this time, and her face suddenly turned red. Oh my God, what is she talking about? But strangely enough, after she said it, she felt relieved. A stone in her heart seemed to suddenly fall to the ground, making her feel unprecedentedly happy. And Meng bit her lip, closed her eyes, clenched her fists. Her face turned red, and her voice became louder. "You can't hear me, right? Okay, let me say it again. I like you. I like you. I like you, Before she could finish her words, her mouth was blocked by Lu Linha. She felt dizzy for a while, and by the time she came to her senses, she had been pushed onto the bed. After struggling for a long time, the man finally let go. He smiled with his eyes, and his fingertips fell on the slightly swollen red lips and gently stroked them. "Answer correctly. There will be a prize for the correct answer." The girl looked at him stupidly. "What prize?" "You know." The lights dimmed. Why does the hard steel become so soft as to be as flexible as a finger? Chapter 197, The Feeling of Love. An Meng doesn't want to drink anymore. She had come into contact with alcohol 3 times since her rebirth. For the first time, she made a big fool of herself in front of Lu Linha. The second time, she was captured by Lu Linha and had to sit in a wheelchair for a whole day. The third time, her body and mind were taken away by Lu Linha. It is said that drinking will cause trouble, and now she has truly experienced it. Coming to the bathroom, she undressed, revealing her body to be covered with traces of yesterday's fierce battle. At this moment, she was limited to An Meng's battle damage. This guy, why is he still behaving the same way as last time? She seriously suspected that the guy did it on purpose, because this way she couldn't wear clothes with particularly low collars and could only wear high collars that covered her neck. Her suspicion was not groundless, because in the summer, she would wear low-necked clothes almost every day, and sometimes the cleavage on her chest would be visible. At that time, Lu Linha suggested that she change into another piece of clothing, but she refused on the grounds that it was too hot. How can she live in this hot summer? And this is not the point. The point is that she confessed to Lu Linha yesterday. She never imagined that the strong man of the past would one day fall in love with a man and become a little wife gasping for breath under someone else. Maybe it's just as Chi said. Each of them is no longer the same person they were in the past. She herself was confused about what to do next. She was staring at the mirror in a daze when there was a knock on the door. An Meng was startled. What? Something's going on. She quickly put on her clothes and opened the door. What's the matter? Strangely enough, after confessing, she became a little reserved. Lu Linha looked down at her, then suddenly hugged her in his arms. It's okay, I just want to hug you. The girl was stunned and curled her lips. I've been hugging you all night. Aren't you hug enough? That's not the hug I'm talking about. What is that? And Meng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood what he meant, and her pretty face turned pale. No, no, no. That can kill people. It really can. You don't want to be a widow just after you got a wife. Based on her judgment of Lu Lin and the data, she would definitely be torn. Looking at the girl's panic-stricken look, the man laughed. Stupid, widowhood is for women. Men are called widowers. Okay, you even figured out my name in advance. You've already prepared to beat me to death, right? Who did you learn these words from? Lu Linha couldn't help laughing and pinched the soft face. I'm just kidding, silly. Then get out quickly. I need to wash up. An Meng pushed him, but couldn't move him. Damn, what did this guy eat to grow up? Why is he as heavy as a cow? Lu Linha turned An Meng around so that she was facing the sink. Then he put his hands on her neck and hugged her gently. Go ahead and wash yourself. I won't disturb you. An Meng rolled her eyes at him, then picked up the toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste on it, and started washing. Lu Linha stared at her in the mirror intently. Even though she was not wearing any makeup and her hair looked like a little lion with its fur standing on end, she was still cute in a different way. As he looked around, he couldn't help but move to the front line. Puff! And Meng was caught off guard and spat out a glass of mouthwash. Damn it! How can I brush it if you're like this? After washing up, the waiter brought breakfast to the room. The breakfast was very rich, and all of them were An Meng's favorites. She sat at the dining table next to the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying her breakfast while admiring the view of the tallest building in the city. Here, the entire South City is under her sight. The scenery is really nice. It's quite expensive to stay here for a night, right? An Meng said as he drank a sip of hot milk. It's the peak tourist season now, so it should be 120,000 a night. Cough, cough, cough. She choked on the milk, and her eyes widened. Mr. Duo. Lu Linha wiped her mouth and said, "Be careful. Don't choke. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I slept on the street last night. It would be better if you just transferred the money to me. How much do you want? I'll contact the finance department." Forget it, forget it. I don't need the money right now, and it always feels weird to take your money." "What's strange about that?" "It's as if," the girl muttered, "it's as if I'm being kept." Although An Meng likes money, she is not the kind of person who likes to live off others. Moreover, she just confessed her love yesterday, and now she's asking for money. It feels like the relationship has gone sour. Even though her bone age is 20 and her mental age is 25, this is still the first love in her life. To her, it is a very pure and sincere emotion. So she didn't want this relationship to be tainted with the smell of money. After dinner, it was time to leave the hotel. Because An Meng had too many strawberries on her body, Lu Linha asked someone to bring her a high-neck shirt. "Can you walk this time?" Lu Linha asked with concern before leaving. "Fine." Although An Meng said this, he still walked a little slowly. This time it wasn't as bad as last time, but I felt an inexplicable soreness all over my body, as if I had run 5 kilometers yesterday. "Give me your hand." Lu Linha stretched out his hand to her. An Meng was stunned for a moment, but then she smiled and held his hand. "You're welcome then. Is this what being in love feels like?" "It feels not bad." When we arrived downstairs at the hotel, Lu Linha's car was already parked at the door. The two got in the car, and Lu Linha ordered, "Send her to the manor first." "An Meng, where are you going?" "I'm going to the company. I have some things to deal with." An Meng frowned. "With that young Master Su again?" Lu Linha smiled and said nothing. "An Meng, take me with you too. It just so happens that I have a day off today. I have seen An Yang before, but this is the first time I have heard of Nan Yang's group's eldest son. I must meet him in person." An Meng was curious and also wanted to confirm whether young Master Su was a man or a woman. Although she saw young Master Su dressed as a man, he still looked more like a girl. Lu Linha glanced at her, but did not stop her. Instead, he directly told the driver, Lao Pan, to drive to the company. When they arrived at the company, Lu Linha led An Meng forward. Along the way, all the employees looked at them and greeted them. "Hello, Mr. Lu, hello, madam." It's strange to say, An Meng has clearly heard many people call her madam. But this time, she sounded strangely shy. Maybe this is the difference between true and false. Lu Linha took her to his office first. "Master Su won't be here for another hour. I'll look at a few contracts first. Please wait here for a while." "Oh," An Meng responded and sat down obediently on the sofa opposite. After a while, the door opened and Shima walked in. "Linha, have you coaxed your little girl?" Since he was facing Lu Linha's desk, he couldn't see An Meng on the other side. Lu Linha glanced at him, said nothing, and just nodded. "That's good. Next time you want to have a tryst with a girl, don't choose to meet in the company. You don't know that your girl was so cold after seeing me yesterday that we saved money on air conditioning." As he spoke, Silent One's hair suddenly stood on end, and he touched his arm. "Strange. Why is this cold air still there now?" "That's normal, because she's standing right behind you." Chapter 198 Secrets are more interesting when they are not revealed. Silent One was stunned, and his head turned stiffly like a robot. And Meng behind him had murderous intent in his eyes. "Emma, isn't this madam? Why are you here?" And Meng snorted, narrowed his eyes, and revealed a smile like a little fox. "Who is the lady?" "You. Am I not a little girl?" "Well," Shimawan thought that he should never give others nicknames in private in the future. If it was accidentally exposed in front of the real person one day, it would be so embarrassing that he wanted to die. She glanced sideways at Lu Linha, only to find that the latter was grinning. "What the hell are you laughing at? Help quickly." He gave Lu Linha a look, but Lu Linha had no intention of letting him go. On the way here today, An Meng told him everything that happened at the company yesterday. Only then did he realize that Silent One had known about the incident yesterday, but had not reported it because of An Meng's 3 centimeters curse. Even though he managed to escape danger in the end, he still had to punish this brat. He said seriously, "Indeed, how can you call your sister-in-law like that? You must punish her." Silent One opened his mouth. As a brother who grew up together, he immediately understood that Lu Linha was taking revenge on him. The corner of his mouth twitched. "How do you want to punish me?" "Oh no, this old guy will probably deduct his salary again, and then use it as year-end bonus for other employees." Silent One is used to this. He works 12 months in the group a year. So basically his salary for 13 months will be deducted. All in all, he even had to pay Lu Linha 1 month's salary. However, he did make a lot of money, because after deducting the money, Lu Linha would always make it up to him in other ways. There are project shares, year-end dividends, love subsidies, and subsidies for buying cars and houses. All the miscellaneous expenses added up even exceeded his salary. Although he won't be deducted from his salary, Shinmoen is still unwilling to have his salary deducted. Because as soon as he was detained, the whole company would hear about it, and everyone would come out to laugh at him. Boss Shun, Boss Lu must have deducted your salary again. How can you slander someone's innocence like this? What innocence? I saw your notice being posted on the notice board the day before yesterday, hanging there. Everyone burst into laughter. The company was filled with a happy atmosphere. Lu Linha knocked on the table. He knew that Shen Maoan had guessed his thoughts, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he said vaguely, I haven't thought about this yet. Meng, do you have any suggestions? An Meng looked at Silent One and uttered 2 words. Shoot him. Lu Linha and Chun Maoan. After a while, Silent One said, I think I can still save her, right? Then rescue first, then shoot. There's no point in trying to save him when he's about to be shot. Only then did Shinma Wen realize that the real ruthless person was here. If you disagree with something, you'll be shot. Lu Linha said quickly, well, the finance department's quarterly report is out. Go take a look. Receive. As expected, Mr. Lu is still his good brother. Silent One saluted, turned around, and ran out. After he left, Lu Linha came to An Meng and held her hand. That's just a nickname. Don't take it seriously. The girl shook him off and said, don't give me that. I heard everything he said just now. Who was that person you were talking to yesterday? I told you, Master Su Chun from Yanhai City. Then why did he just say he was having a tryst with a girl? On has never seen Master Su, so it's normal for him to think it's a girl. You lied to me again. He is your top right-hand man. How could he not know about this? I wanted to tell him, but I got a drunk call from you just after the meeting yesterday, so I didn't have time to explain some things to him. The man smiled and said, if you really don't believe it, you'll know when he comes. Half an hour later, Lu Linha received the news that Su Chun had arrived at the company. He also brought An Meng to the boardroom on the rooftop to wait in advance. A few minutes later, the Su Chun from yesterday appeared again. He was wearing a light green dress, his hair was tied in a high ponytail, and he was wearing a pair of ribbon sandals. Lu Linha said that he was a man, but from head to toe, there was no sign of manliness in Su Chun. Hi, Lena, brother. Su Chun's voice is neutral. It can sound like either a girl or a boy. When Su Chun saw An Meng, he was stunned. Who is this? My wife, An Meng. An Meng stood up and didn't say anything. Instead, she stared at Su Chun seriously, trying to exude her domineering aura towards him. Unexpectedly, Su Chun was not frightened by her, but his eyes lit up. He came closer and circled around An Meng a few times. Oh, this is the legendary An Meng. She is really beautiful. Brother Linha is so lucky. An Meng was startled. She scratched her face, feeling a little embarrassed by the compliment. Thank you. You have a great figure and your skin is so fair and tender. Which shop do you go to for maintenance? I'll go check it out someday. I don't take any special care of it. I don't pay much attention to that. You are a natural beauty. With such a good foundation like yours, if you take care of it a little more, it will definitely be more perfect. Really, An Meng was somewhat persuaded. Her thoughts now have completely turned towards femininity. As a girl, she definitely wants to make herself more beautiful. Really, for someone like you, you should use a facial mask to replenish water every day, pay attention to your diet, and eat more collagen. Su Chen talked about his own beauty secrets. An Meng listened attentively like a student, nodding in agreement from time to time. Halfway through listening, she was suddenly stunned. Wait, she seemed to be here to verify Su Chen's identity, right? Why was she led astray by him? An Meng withdrew his smile and became serious again. Wait a minute, let's talk about this later. She looked Su Chen up and down. I heard you are a man? Of course not. She turned and glared at Lu Linha, but Lu Linha's expression was very indifferent. When we went to the bathhouse together as kids, did you bring the Ultraman transformer? Have you ever been to the bathhouse together? An Meng asked in surprise. That was all when I was a kid. You're so annoying, Brother Linha. Can't you let me act for a while longer? Su Chen rolled his eyes at him. So you were just fooling me? Su Chan raised the corners of his lips. Why does Xiao Meng always ask about my gender? Just out of curiosity. The more curious you are, the less I want to tell you. After all, Some secrets are more interesting only when they are not revealed, right? Su Chan said with a wicked smile. But the next second, An Meng shot at the same speed as Curry. Yeah, man. Su Chen's smile froze instantly. Chapter 199 You Are Mine. Ning Group. Director's Office. Ning Wankong was sitting at the table writing something. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Enter. A man in black came in and placed a few photos on the table. Boss Ning. According to the people we arranged in Lu's company, Lu Linha recently met with Su Chun, the young master of the Su family in Yunhai City. Su family? That's right. We had a good relationship with the Su family back then. It's normal for their descendants to have contact with each other. Ning Wankong looked down and saw that in the photo, Lu Linha was walking with a beautiful girl, talking and laughing. Huh, why do I only see Lu Linha? Where is Su Chun? The man pointed at the girl in the photo and said, This is it. Ning Wankong paused, shocked. Is this the young master of the Su family? Exactly. He stared at her for a long time, then said slowly, You are really young and promising. Boss Ning, do you think Lu Linha has guessed our actions? Ning Wankong snorted coldly. Of course, Lu Lin and that kid's achievements today are definitely not just luck. Although I told him when Yu Fei was arrested that Yu Fei's case had nothing to do with the Ning Group, with his intelligence, how could he believe it? As the daughter of the Ning Group, it is impossible for Ning Yu Fei to join a criminal organization on her own. The Ning family behind her must be involved in her joining. The man in the suit nodded, so he pretended to believe it as a delaying tactic. His real purpose was to contact the Su family, win over his allies, and be prepared, right? Definitely, Ning Wankong sneered. But even if he tries to win over the Su family, it will be in vain. This time, in order to swallow up his Lu group, the higher-ups have invested a lot of money. The participation of the Su family alone cannot affect the outcome of the battle. Boss Ning, I don't understand. Isn't the organization looking for more than just Lu Linha's wife? Why don't we just send someone to arrest her, instead of going through so much trouble to bring down the Lu group? Last time, they did send someone, but in the end, not only did they fail to catch the suspect, they also lost a lot of key members, which attracted the attention of the police. Moreover, since then, Lu Linha has strengthened the protection measures for his wife. He even set up a special protection system for An Meng, with people guarding her 24 hours a day. He also has his own connections in the police, so it is simply wishful thinking to think of catching An Meng in Nanjing City by bypassing him. So we can only get rid of the Lu group first. As long as the Lu group falls, Lu Linha will no longer be able to control everything, and then they will become lambs to be slaughtered. I see. So what should we do next? It will only be a few days before the plan is implemented. Send people to keep a close eye on Lu Lin and the Su family, and keep an eye on their every move. Clear. After giving the instructions, Ning Wankong looked at the photo in his hand and muttered to himself. Good boy, there's something. You think very highly of Lu Linha. No, I'm talking about Su Chen this time. Question mark. Lu group meeting room. And Meng clapped his hands. Okay, my doubts are resolved. You two can chat slowly. Su Chun was still immersed in the shock just now and couldn't extricate himself. Missin, why are you so decisive? I can't help it. I'm a fan of Curry. And Meng shrugged. Oh, Curry's shooting is indeed fast. He shoots as soon as he receives the ball at the three-point line. That's not right. What does this have to do with anything? Su Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Linha looked at Meng. You don't know his real gender. Why do you dare to attack him? It's precisely because I want to know his real gender that I took action. And Meng answered confidently. Didn't you think about it before you took action? I've thought about it. If he's a woman, then I won't lose anything if I touch him. If he's a man, then won't I get the answer I want? I mean, have you ever considered other people's feelings? Oh, I forgot about that. And Meng scratched her head and looked at Su Chen. I'm sorry, Master Su. I offended you just now. So, how about you touch it back? Su Chen glanced at Lu Linha, and seeing that the other person's face had turned dark, he didn't dare to speak anymore. He had some respect for Meng. Not many people could show such an expression as Lu Linha, who remained calm even when facing a catastrophe. Sure enough, Lu Linha grabbed Meng and took her out of the meeting room. Hey, slow down. And Meng staggered as he was dragged along. Lu Linha brought Meng into the office, and then he pushed Meng down on the sofa. And Meng was about to get up when two hands pressed down on both sides of her, blocking all her ways. The girl swallowed. What are you going to do? The man looked down at her and did not say anything. Instead, He leaned down and aimed directly at those cherry lips. It wasn't their first kiss, but this time was different. If there is any difference, it is that Men's style has changed from gentle to wild. He was like a ferocious lion, demanding and ravaging madly. When they separated again, An Meng was gasping for breath, like a fish out of water. She touched her swollen lips and said pitifully, "It hurts. Why are you doing it so hard?" She felt that Lu Linha was really angry this time, but she didn't know why he was angry. "Do you remember what I just said?" "What?" "I said you didn't consider other people's feelings." "Didn't I apologize to him?" "The other person I was talking about was not him." "Who else is there?" "I." "Huh. Although Su Chin looks like a girl, he is still a man. Have you ever thought about me being jealous when you touch other men?" The girl's eyes were empty. The man stroked her hair and whispered, "I'm actually very happy that you care about Su Chin's gender because I know you are jealous and want to confirm it, but you forget that I will be jealous too. You are my girl, and you belong to me alone. How can you touch others and let others touch you?" Only after Lu Linha explained it did she react. Although she's a girl now and has a husband, she has been a boy for too long. After all, when she was a boy, it was common for her to play dick with her good friends, so she was not so defensive towards men and did not have the idea that there should be no physical contact between men and women. After Lu Linha's reminder, she finally came to her senses. If Lu Linha touched other girls, she would definitely be angry. "I'm sorry, Lauhi. I'll be more careful next time." As she spoke, she saluted Lu Linha to show her loyalty. Lu Linha was startled and laughed. "I'm glad you know. Go back and apologize to Su Chun." "Good." The two returned to the conference room. And Meng looked at Su Chun. "I'm sorry, Master Su. I was just joking, and I'm Lauhi's person, so I can't let you touch me." Lu Linha on the side smiled with relief. "So just go and touch Lauhi." Lu Linha and Su Chun. Chapter 200. The things that best reflect a man's taste. "You consider this an apology?" Lu Linha's face was full of black lines. "Why not?" And Meng pushed Lu Linha in front of Su Chun. "It's okay, Master Su. Touch whatever you want. Touch whatever you want." Su Chun smiled and said, "Really? That's great. I also like Brother Linha." As soon as these words came out, a little head popped out from behind Lu Linha. A pair of beautiful eyes widened. "You like men? Don't like men? Why am I dressed like this?" And Meng pulled Lu Linha back behind her and said, "Forget it. I can't let you touch me." After the commotion, Lu Linha said, Meng, please go out for a while. Su Chun and I have something to discuss." And Meng frowned. If Su Chun hadn't said that just now, she might not have thought anything about it. But now, she was not very comfortable leaving He here alone. After all, what he has to face is not an ordinary sister-in-law, but the sister-in-law of a big family. Such a picture has already appeared in front of her eyes. In the conference room, Su Chun sat on the table with his legs crossed. Lu Linha sat on the chair with a dark look on his face. Then Su Chun reached out and lifted Lu Linha's chin, curled the corners of his lips, and smiled wickedly. "President Lu, you don't want this deal to fail, do you? I can do anything as long as you agree. If you want to make this deal, it's not impossible, but you have to pay something." And Meng's body trembled. "It's over." It turns out that the script that he got was not about the domineering male protagonist in a romance drama, but about the naive female protagonist who was coerced and bribed by the second male lead. Wait, if Lu Linha is the female lead, then isn't she the male lead? She turned her head and looked at Lu Linha. "Man, is this job so important to you? Come with me. I'll deliver food to support you." Question mark. Lu Linha reached out and pinched the girl's cheek, forcing her to turn into a little goldfish. "Tell me, what nonsense are you thinking about again?" "Nothing. I'm just worried that you'll lose your dignity." Lu Linha chuckled, as if he had seen through Meng's thoughts. He whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I know what to do. Go to the office and wait for me." And Meng also knew that what they were discussing was commercial secrets. Even Shin Maoan, who was at the level of general manager, was not qualified to enter, let alone her, a non-staff member, who could not sit in on the discussion. She understood it. So she held Lu Linha's hands with both and looked at Lu Linha solemnly. "Take care." After leaving the meeting room, and Meng came to Lu Linha's office. At first, she was lying on the sofa playing games, but after a while, she felt a little bored, so she got up and strolled around the office. Her eyes fell on the computer on the desk. What's inside the CEO's computer? Will there be a short film or something? As soon as this idea came to her mind, she immediately became very interested. Do you know what things can reflect a man's taste? Clothes, cars, watches? No, those things can be disguised, but porn movies are the things that cannot be disguised. After all, it just can't get up. Even if it gets up hard, it will fall down again as soon as it relaxes. So, this is the thing that best reflects a man's taste. Today she wants to see what Lao He's taste is like. She hasn't seen this kind of thing for a long time since she became a girl. After all, her own figure is already very explosive. But when she suddenly thought about it, she actually felt nostalgic and was excited about reuniting with her former classmates and teachers. Curiosity made her sit in front of the computer and press the power button. Lu Linha's computer doesn't have a password, so it can be accessed directly. She turned on the computer and typed 4 big words in the search bar. Study materials. As a former man, she naturally knew the value of these 4 words. And this search really found something. She clicked it open excitedly, and when she saw the content inside, the light in her eyes instantly went out. Wow, this is really learning material. And Meng persevered and continued searching. This time, she found several confidential documents. However, when I clicked on the confidential file, a prompt sound popped up. Please place your work ID card on the card reader for identification. And Meng lowered her head and discovered that there was a card reader on the table, just like the small machine used to identify ID cards in internet cafes. She remembered that she had been able to open the door of the boardroom that even silent one couldn't, so she tried to put her work badge on it. As expected, it prompted that the authentication was successful. It's a pity that after clicking on it, it's still some business reports or something like that. She just took a quick look and clicked exit. Lauhi is so boring. He doesn't even have a teacher he likes. No wonder he always felt like he had eaten Xianmai. If she didn't beg for mercy, he wouldn't be able to stop. It turns out that all the savings of more than 20 years have been accumulated here. Not a single bullet was used. They all hit her, right? Forget it. Since there is none, she will have to do it herself to have enough food and clothing. She found several works of her teacher, and since Laua's computer had a very fast internet connection, they were downloaded in no time. She couldn't wait to open it and start reviewing her lessons. She was looking intently when she heard a voice behind her. This teacher is pretty good. She has a good appearance, figure, and acting skills. She's not noisy, and her voice is just right every time. Yes, yes. And Meng agreed. And her expression management is also very good every time. Halfway through her speech, she suddenly looked up and found Su Chun standing behind her with a smile on his face. Oh my God, when did you come in? I was already here when the office plot was going on. Oh my God, that was an hour ago. No way, you've been fast-forwarding like crazy. It's only 10 minutes at most. And Meng's face felt hot. Damn it, she didn't even notice someone came in. You have to know that when she was a boy, she knew every move of the parents in the next room. As long as they came within the door range, she would instantly switch the screen back to the desktop, as if she had spider sense. So much so that one time her father couldn't help but ask her, "Son, why do you stare at the computer desktop in a daze every time I come in?" People really can't do bad things. This was the first time she saw it after becoming a girl, and she was caught red-handed. She subconsciously wanted to turn it off, but Su Chun stopped her. Why turn it off? Let's appreciate it together. I like her too. Really? You like it too? And Meng's eyes lit up, and she felt like she had met a kindred spirit. Yes, I used to like watching it, but I haven't watched it for a long time. Su Chun explained. Why? Quit. Because later, I awakened to my female consciousness. Since I wanted to be a woman, I felt that this thing was meaningless. You really like men? I don't like men. Su Chan smiled and said, to be exact, the people I like just happen to be men. Who do you like? Your husband. Ah. An Meng opened his mouth. Lao He is so popular. Not only rich ladies like him, celebrities like him, even the eldest sons of the family like him. But you don't have to worry. I won't interfere with your life because Brother Linha rejected me a long time ago. Oh, what did he reject you? It's simple because he doesn't like men. As soon as these words came out, and Meng's eyes went blank.